I woke up and discovered that I had triggered the perfect life system, which was supposed to give me promotions, raises, and everything I could ever want, reaching the peak of my life. But when I opened the curtains, the world outside shocked me. Zombies filled the streets, and blood, fire, and darkness dominated the world. And here I was, with the perfect life system still running? Task: chat up the beauty standing nearby for a perfect encounter. Reward: plus 999 attribute points. Staring at the beautiful zombie in front of me with half her face missing, I couldn't believe it. Seriously, system? So, in this crisis-ridden end of the world, every morning, you can see me running through the streets and alleys, causing a tide of zombies. What mental illness? I'm not sick. I'll argue with you later. A guest is here. Mr. Zombie, do you want to know about swimming and fitness? Swishing, the sound of running water from the faucet echoed in my ears. I picked up a handful of water and splashed it on my face, trying to keep myself awake as much as possible. Raising my head and looking at the face in the mirror, I took a deep breath. The person in the mirror had sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, a high nose bridge, and a particularly firm facial contour. The only thing that made me feel a little uncomfortable was the pair of tired eyes and the bloodshot in the whites of my eyes. I have to work overtime just 1 week after the internship. What a black-hearted company. It seems that I have to find a way to change the situation. I couldn't help yawning and felt very irritated. As a college graduate, the so-called graduation means unemployment, but I was lucky to join an unknown internet workshop and started my life as a coder. On the first day of work, the company boss was quite friendly to me. Who would have thought that a week later, the hateful true face of the capitalists would surface? Overtime, hard overtime. The hateful face of the capitalists is, think about what value you can bring to the company. Overtime pay? Yes, but not much. I had just joined the company and had not yet figured out the process. In order to get the first month's salary, I could only comfort myself that hard work would pay off, and as long as I was diligent and capable, I would be rich one day. It seems that I will sleep in the company tonight. After yawning, I looked through the window of the office building at the busy world outside and felt a little dazed for a while. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born to be cattle and horses. Unfortunately, I belong to the latter. I started working part-time in high school and have been a social animal until now. I think I work harder than my peers, and my hard work is worthy of the world. But it's useless. I feel so tired and can't see my future at all. Not being able to see the future, to some extent, is also being able to see one's own future. Forget it, why think so much? Go to sleep, I have to get up early tomorrow to be squeezed. My eyelids were fighting, so I took a deep breath, closed the curtains, adjusted the office chair back, put on a coat, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Valvu, you have activated the perfect life system. The surrounding noises were a bit annoying, making me a little irritated and unable to open my eyes, but that last voice suddenly woke me up from my sleep, and I opened my eyes wide. What sound? I suddenly got up and sat from the chair, looking around suspiciously, trying to find the source of the sound. That voice was too real. It was as if it came from the depths of my soul, as if someone was whispering in my ear, with clear pronunciation, which made me wake up from my mumbling all of a sudden. It's broken, isn't it tinnitus? My heart skipped a beat. Life is bad enough. If I get sick again, I will have no desire to live. Host, Meng Su, Occupation, Trainee Clerk Level 0/10, Attributes, Spirit 10, Agility 10, Accumulated Allocable Attribute Points, 0, Accumulated Allocable Skill Points, 0, Currently accumulated skill points are insufficient, and the skill training function cannot be enabled. Welcome to Activate the Perfect Life System. Here, you will experience a perfect life in all its forms. Seeing this panel, I was stunned at first, but soon reacted. What is this? This is the fucking system panel. What's going on? My luck has turned? As a young man who just graduated from college, Meng Su knows what this is. This is a system. I must have read too many novels online, so this is a blessing from God. Meng Su was delighted. Overtime? Fuck overtime. Boss? Fuck boss. I'm free. At this moment, Meng Su felt extremely comfortable, as if he had reached the peak of his life, his heart pounding. He took a deep breath, calmed his excited heart as much as possible, and then picked up his mobile phone worth just over 1,000 yuan and looked at the time. 7 o'clock and 3 minutes. It's 7 o'clock, why is no one coming to work today? Meng Su was a little surprised. In the past, colleagues had come at this time, but today there was no one. Today is Thursday, not the weekend, right? They can't all go to eat crazy Thursday, right? Besides, what's the situation with no signal? The network outage won't cut off my data flow, right? Maybe we all slept late? It doesn't matter, we don't go to work until 7:30 anyway. Meng Su yawned, hummed a little tune and stood up. After moving around for a while, he looked at the tightly covered curtains, and immediately stepped forward to open the curtains. I have to open the curtains to let the sun in. Meng Su felt that he must write this paragraph in his memoirs many years later. Just write that the sun shines in, and my life is bright. Ah, I love this world. The sun shines through the window, and a beam of light shines directly on Meng Su's face. He closed his eyes, felt the warm touch, and smiled slightly. But soon, strange sounds appeared in his ears. Meng Su raised his eyebrows. What's that sound? Meng Su opened his eyes and looked, and immediately saw a scene that shocked him. The street outside the window was covered with blood, vehicles overturned on the ground, and broken arms were everywhere. What frightened Meng Su even more was the things wandering on the street. Fuck, is this a zombie? Ha! System, come out. Perfect life? Perfect bull demon reward. The end of the world. Meng Su did not hesitate and closed the curtains again. Don't panic, it's a big deal, and panic is useless. Bang, bang. Suddenly, there was a crash in the corridor outside the company's single room. Meng Su's heart couldn't help but slam, and he picked up a bench and quietly came to the door of the office, looking out through the glass window on the door. In Meng Su's vision, a girl in a professional outfit with a good figure was twitching aimlessly and knocking her head against the door of the next office. Meng Su's company is relatively poor, so there are other companies working on the entire floor besides their company. Meng Su recognized this person. She seemed to be the niece of the boss of the company next door. I forgot her name. I saw her in the same elevator after get off work. She was pretty. Just as Meng Su was reminiscing about the past, he suddenly saw her twist her neck and look to the side, which allowed Meng Su to see the whole picture. The original delicate face had disappeared, replaced by a hideous look with half of the face skin torn off. The other half of the face skin was drooping to the side, with white bones visible, and half of the eyeball was missing. Hiss! Meng Su took a breath. At this moment, a voice sounded inappropriately in his ears, and along with the voice, there were also small gilded characters in front of him. A perfect day starts with chatting up. Do you see that beautiful lady not far away? Chat up with her and you will have a perfect encounter. Task release, chat up with a beauty. Task reward, you can freely allocate attribute points +1 and gain a confidant. Meng Su? System, are you serious? To live or die, that is the question. To flirt or not to flirt, that is also the question. Looking around, there are no available resources in the office. Apart from half a bucket of water, there is nothing. Maybe a few bags of snacks can be found in the drawer of a colleague, but there is nothing else. I will go out sooner or later, why not give it a try? Just think of this as a deep blue simulator that can add points by completing tasks. With this thought, Meng Su gritted his teeth, turned the door handle without hesitation, and shouted to the zombie not far away, Beauty, I am Meng Su from Jianglin Technology Company, Limited, can we be friends? If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent. After that, he quickly closed the door. This should be considered flirting, right? Roar! The unexpected voice caught the zombie off guard. The moment he heard the voice, the zombie roared, then staggered 2 steps, and after searching the enemy in the void for a while, he stopped. Meng Su's movements were too fast, and the zombie only had one eye left, so she didn't see the target. Oh my god, this is such a terrible pickup. Even the lazy king of Qingqing Grassland would be better at pickup than you. As a gentleman, how can you be so rude? I hope you can be more perfect next time. Task completed, task rating, bad. This also has a task rating? You get the task reward, 1 attribute point can be freely allocated, and Chi Wei's favorability towards you +10. Oh yes, it's Chi Wei. After seeing the system's prompt, Meng Su remembered the name of the zombie outside the door. But it doesn't matter. After all, no matter how gorgeous it was in the past, it is just a walking corpse now. What's the use of favorability? Could it be that after the favorability reaches a certain limit, it will not attack itself? Meng Su muttered in his heart. He was really troubled by this system. If there was no doomsday, he could say that this favorability +10 was true at first sight. Even a fool would know what it meant. But now it is the zombie apocalypse. Who knows what this favorability +10 means? What if this zombie has a +10 favorability towards you and will attack you first? The improvement of favorability can make the target want to get close to you, when the favorability reaches a certain limit, the target will obey you and live in harmony with you. Okay, the zombie can't help but get close to me, isn't it just adding more attack targets? But what does the following sentence mean? Can I control the zombies? My girlfriend is a zombie? Ha! Mengsu took a deep breath. He still needs to explore these, but what he knows now is that he has one more point to allocate. Mengsu said without hesitation, add all to strength. Increase successful, current strength value, 11. In the end times, whether it is spirit, physique, strength, or agility, all of these are very important. But for Mengsu, the most important thing is strength. As long as the strength is strong, many problems can be solved. At least at the current stage, what he needs most is strength and agility. Physique, spirit? Maybe it is important in the future, but it is enough to not die now. After increasing his strength, Mengsu felt that he seemed to have more energy, and an inexplicable feeling filled his whole body. He really felt that he seemed to have become stronger now. To be honest, this feeling is quite comfortable. But along with the strength, there is also a sense of hunger. Mengsu took a deep breath, turned around, and looted all the drawers in the office. He found a bag of beef diced meat. He was overjoyed and ate 3 in a row, and then took a glass of water. But it was a pity. In the entire office, in addition to this bag of beef diced meat, there were only half-eaten biscuits, 2 bottles of Coke and half a bucket of water. I don't know how long I can hold on, but Mengsu knows very well that if there is no external rescue, I will at least be doomed. A perfect life starts with a promotion and a pay raise. It's already 7:13, and there are still 17 minutes before the daily work clock-in. Please clock in on time before 7:30. Employees who clock in on time will be blessed by the goddess of luck and have good luck. Triggering task, clock in at work, task reward, points +5, your boss will appreciate you extra, and you will have the opportunity to trigger extra opportunities and meet the company's senior leaders. Mengsu? Okay, clock in at work, right? Mengsu was confused. The clock-in machine is outside the door. To clock in successfully, you need to open the door and go outside to clock in. Outside, there is a zombie with a favorability of 10 points staring at him covetously. But at this moment, Mengsu suddenly found a taskbar in front of him. Unfinished task, punch in at work, optimizable task, chat up. Seeing this, Mengsu was stunned, and then he looked carefully, only to find that if the task rated as bad reverses in the subsequent performance, then the rating can be redetermined. There is only one chance: if the initial rating is above bad, there is no option to optimize this. These 2 tasks seem to be able to be completed together. Thinking of this, Mengsu calmed down and immediately began to look around, preparing to make a set of armor. The most terrifying thing about the zombies is that they are contagious. As long as she doesn't catch him, it's fine. Strength and the like should not exceed the limits of Qi Wei, so in terms of strength, as an adult male, he should be able to compete with her, or even hold her down. Just take good protection. Thinking of this, Mengsu immediately started to make it by hand. It's very simple. Wrap the thick printed contracts with tape around the key parts of your body, and try to wear a paper armor as much as possible. Conveniently, Mengsu dragged the mop out of the bathroom and DIY'd the scissors in the office to create a simple spear. It seems useless, but at least it gives Mengsu a sense of security that he is very safe. It's always safer than being unarmed. Everything is ready. Mengsu exhaled, and then without hesitation, he opened the door of the company directly, and he went out fully armed. Roar! The moment Mengsu went out, the wandering zombie drooled, one eye turned red, and rushed towards Mengsu instantly, with a hideous face and a very twisted body. Seeing this scene, Mengsu clenched the mop scissors in his hand and shouted to the zombie, Qi Wei, I like you, can you date me? Although I don't have a car or a house, I will work hard. If you want, you can pay the mortgage with me. I'll treat you to dinner tonight, just downstairs at Wallace. It happens to be Crazy Thursday. Mengsu's head was very confused, and he said whatever he thought of, to see if he could optimize it and give himself more points. As for the response? She has become a zombie, can she still respond? Can she still agree? Mengsu was ready, holding the homemade weapon in his hand tightly, intending to fight to the death. But just as Mengsu was getting ready, a small gilded character suddenly appeared in front of him. You are such a lowly man. You are very rude to talk so much on your first meeting. Qi Wei has a very bad impression of you and decided to send you a little sweet potato. Qi Wei's favorability 110. Then, in Mengsu's sight, the female zombie who was originally running towards Mengsu like a wolf and a tiger suddenly stopped, turned around, treated Mengsu as air, and continued to wander further away. Ah. Meng Su was stunned for a moment. Okay, this is how you play, right? In the office next door, four ears were listening carefully to the noise outside. They looked at each other in surprise when they heard the clattering sound. Soon, a weak voice came from under the table. Manager, is that Xiao Meng's voice? What is he doing, confessing to Chi Wei? But Chi Wei didn't. Wasn't she given by President Chi? The owner of the voice stuttered, as if he couldn't believe his ears, so he whispered to the manager who was lying behind the wall not far away. The pot-bellied manager was lying on the wall, secretly watching the situation outside from the window, and was also stunned. It was too shocking. He couldn't even describe the shock in his heart with words. Punching into work? Confessing to zombies? Is Xiao Meng crazy? He felt shocked. This person is probably a mental patient. I didn't expect that he was so well hidden that there was no sign of illness. Although he didn't know why the Chi Wei didn't bite him, the manager soon thought of a perfect solution. So, he turned around and whispered to the fat employee who was huddled under the table, I'll call Meng Su over later. Think of a way to make some noise. Do you hear me? Listen to me, I guarantee that both of us will live well. Congratulations, you successfully clocked in. The harsh electronic sound echoed throughout the corridor. The sound was empty, but it caused a lot of commotion. In other offices, there seemed to be social animals who had mutated into zombies. The harsh commotion reached Meng Su's ears, and Meng Su took a deep breath and tried to stay calm as much as possible. You successfully clocked in 3 minutes before being late for an ordinary task, avoiding the wrong option of being fined for being late. Task completed, task rating, a normal person. You get a task reward, your boss appreciates you extra. Meng Su's expression was calm and expressionless. Appreciation from the boss? It's the end of the world, the boss is nothing. But what's the use of these points? The moment this idea came to Meng Su's mind, something similar to a mall immediately appeared in front of him. This mall only shows things that the host can afford, and will not show products that exceed 5 points. Looking at the red prompt font above, Meng Su was very satisfied. After reading it, he found that there were only 3 options. They were the products marked as most valuable and 2 products marked as useless. 5 points can be exchanged for 5,000 yuan, wow. After seeing the most valuable product, Meng Su laughed directly. It's the end of the world, brother, it's useless for you to give me 500 million? That's not right, what if these zombies are garbage and will be pacified soon? The other 2 products, although ordinary, are already good for Meng Su. One is a bottle of Coke that can refresh your mind, and the other is a piece of compressed biscuit that can increase your satiety, so you don't need to eat a meal. The price is 2 points. This is good, with food and drink. If it were in normal times, only a fool would choose compressed biscuits and Coke. But now, only a fool would choose 5,000 yuan. Meng Su took a deep breath and looked at Chi Wei who was wandering on the side. Although Chi Wei had an impression of him that he was extremely depressed, it was not certain that a second zombie would appear. Therefore, Meng Su planned to retreat first and act later. Xiao Meng, come here, come here. At this moment, a soft call came from Meng Su's ear. The voice was very light and sounded a little hurried. The owner of the voice lowered his voice and had tried his best. After hearing this voice, Meng Su immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Looking back, he saw a face looking at him through a gap in the door of the next office. His eyes were full of hope, as if he was eager for Meng Su to lend a helping hand. Seeing this old face, Meng Su was happy. Oh, isn't this the manager? Why is he so lame after not seeing him for a night? Where is the seriousness when he asked me to work overtime last night? Also, why are you in the office of the company next door? What's going on? Is this the boss's appreciation? Meng Su couldn't help but laugh. After seeing Meng Su noticed him, the manager was overjoyed and whispered, Xiao Meng, help me and lead Chi Wei away over there. Seeing this, Meng Su didn't have too many scruples and walked forward to talk to the manager. After all, the end of the world is coming, and one more person means one more strength. However, just as Meng Su was about to enter the room, he found that the wooden door was closed with a click, blocking him out. At the same time, a huge noise suddenly came out of the room, as if it was intentionally attracting something. What's going on? Meng Su was startled. At the moment when the huge noise sounded, Chi Wei who was wandering at the end of the corridor was attracted by the sound, but after seeing Meng Su, she still hesitated and seemed to be worried. Roaring sounds of varying degrees came from several other surrounding rooms. It seemed that this sound also attracted the restlessness of the zombies locked in another office. Immediately afterwards, Meng Su heard the manager shout loudly, Meng Su, that guy is here, thank you for leading her away. After this wave of viruses has passed, I will definitely promote you to the position of Deputy General Manager. The future of the company depends on young people like you. Congratulations, your clock-in successfully attracted the attention of your boss. Promotion and salary increase are just around the corner. The first step in workplace rules is not to get into trouble with your boss. Please thank your boss loudly for their high expectations of you. Activation task, send the warmest and most sincere greetings to the leader. Task reward, points +5, leader's trust +10. He. Meng Su's eyes were cold and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. Of course he understood what he was doing. In this case, don't blame yourself. When Meng Su saw this, he couldn't help but smile, showed a kind smile, and said loudly to the manager on the other side of the door, "Good morning, manager. Why are you in the company next door? I think we should go back to our own company to work. What do you think? As for your suggestion, I don't think it's possible. You should go it alone." The manager didn't expect that Meng Su could make such a sound, and was stunned. Before he could react, he felt a huge force coming from outside the door. Turn the handle. Not good. The manager's expression changed drastically, and he quickly tried to block the door, but Meng Su's strength was too great, and he was old and frail now. In terms of strength, he was no match for Meng Su, who had finished at Fang Jiedian. The manager roared in a low voice, "Come and help. Don't let Meng Su come in, let Meng Su lead that thing away, so that we can leave here and go home." After hearing the manager's call, the employee hiding under the desk immediately woke up from a dream and nervously walked over. However, before he and the manager could reach the door together, he saw that the door had been blocked by Meng Su. They were knocked apart violently. Boom! There was a loud noise, and the door was violently pushed open, making a swaying sound. For a moment, the whole room was silent. Xiao Meng. The manager forced out a smile, looked at the simple scissors in Meng Su's hand, and his tone toward Meng Su suddenly became very kind. "I also feel that the suggestion I just made was not very good. It's better if Lu Wen can go. His intestines are now full of regret. If I had known better, I wouldn't have become mentally ill." Lu Weneng is the colleague who is a little chubby next to him. After hearing the manager's voice, Lu Weneng, who was responsible for making the noise, suddenly trembled. He. Meng Su sneered and calmly exited the office. And Chi Wei rushed in ferociously the moment Meng Su left. Help me. Before the manager, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, had time to react, he saw Chi Wei rushing towards him. His face turned pale with fright, and then he heard a puff and a piece of flesh was bitten off. A low roar came from the throat, and the powerful bite force exploded instantly, causing blood and flesh to splash everywhere. Ah! The screams were endless, but the fat colleague beside him was paralyzed on the ground in fear and did not dare to move. Meng Su was in a calm mood. If the fat man and the manager could react immediately and close the door, there would still be hope. But unfortunately, they did not seize this opportunity. All things in the past are like death yesterday, all things in the future are like birth today. Everything starts today. Your politeness is impeccable when facing your boss. You dare to refuse unreasonable work demands loudly. My God, you are simply a role model for young people in the new era. Task completed, task rating, perfect. You get task rewards, career recommendation letter X1, career experience +5. Although you are a polite and good young man who knows when to advance and retreat, your behavior has greatly reduced the impression of your leaders and colleagues on you. The leader's favorability towards you is 100, and the colleague's favorability towards you is 50. I really don't know why they have such great malice towards you because of a rejection. The evil of human nature is so bad. Complete the hidden achievement post 00s. Rectify the workplace. Get achievement reward, 5,000 cash. A good working environment is the foundation of a perfect life. Go and use the achievement reward to treat your boss and colleagues to a barbecue to make up for this relationship. With the wailing and screaming of his manager and colleagues echoing in his ears, Meng Su returned to the office with his backpack on his back, sat on the office chair, and counted all his belongings. It was still the same few things. The only difference was that there was a stack of red banknotes on the table in front of him. In this environment, it was just a pile of waste paper. The things that he had worked so hard for were placed in front of him so easily. It was really a bit weird. Meng Su chuckled, not knowing whether it was a bitter laugh or a joyful laugh. After thinking about it, he casually put the stack of banknotes in the cabinet. Maybe it will be useful in the future. By the way, there is a professional recommendation letter, Thinking of this, Meng Su's eyes flashed with gold-plated small words, and a frame immediately appeared. Soon, a professional recommendation letter appeared in front of Meng Su. Professional recommendation letter, function, use this recommendation letter to get a career. A perfect life should start with a perfect career. The road to becoming the richest man is right under your feet. Effect, after using, you will get a new part-time job. So awesome? Seeing this letter, Meng Su began to get nervous and excited. Profession? He knows too much. Warrior, mage, archer. Top, mid, ADC. Now he is going to take off. A perfect life starts from this step. Use. Without much hesitation, Meng Su chose to use it. With Meng Su's choice, a profession name soon appeared in front of him. Seeing the name of this profession, Meng Su's smile froze on his face. Get a new part-time job, flyer distributor. Flyer distributor, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. A perfect life naturally requires sufficient wealth. The first cornerstone of a huge business empire is to start with leaflet distribution. Meng Su? He was stunned, really stunned. The noise outside was very noisy, with exclamations and screams from time to time, and Meng Su was a little unwell now, and he was dizzy. What is this? Flyer distributor? It sounds very grand, but in simple terms, it is just handing out flyers on the street. This is nothing. Meng Su often worked part-time as a flyer distributor in high school, but, brother, it's the end of the world, why are you still handing out flyers? What are you promoting? Security doors, protective clothing, or AK-47? Meng Su originally thought that he had adapted to the nature of this system, but he didn't expect that there would always be someone stronger than the strong. Moreover, Meng Su thought that a simple job like handing out flyers still required a letter of recommendation? Why not just apply for a job somewhere? What's the point of this letter of recommendation? Soon, Meng Su discovered the role of this letter of recommendation. With the introduction of the letter of recommendation, you have obtained the exclusive professional task of flyer distributor. Please choose one of the following tasks. Distribute promotional flyers for Haohan Fitness Swimming Club. Reward, professional experience +3, cash +1,000, points +2. 0/500, distribute opening flyers for Zhangwei Law Firm. Reward, +2 career experience, +5,000 cash, +2 points. 0/500, distribute real estate market opening flyers for How Data Real Estate. Reward, +1 career experience, +10,000 cash, +2 points. 0/1000, for Meng Su, whether it is real estate, law firm or fitness club, there is no difference in flyers. The difference lies in the reward and the number of flyers to be distributed. After taking a look, Meng Su chose to distribute flyers for the swimming fitness club without hesitation. Cash? It's just a pile of waste paper. Only a fool would choose How Data Real Estate. If you distribute 500 more flyers, you will lose 2 points of experience. In order to be lazy, you actually chose the task of distributing 500 fewer flyers. It's really heartbreaking. You must know that hard work pays off. If you distribute 500 more flyers, you will get 10 times the bonus. Wealth is the starting condition for a perfect life. I hope the host can remember that hard work pays off. Meng Su. I work hard to reward guests. But what's the use of this experience? After adjusting his state, Meng Su took a deep breath, and soon, a panel appeared in front of him. Occupation, apprentice clerk, level 0, 5/10, occupation, flyer distributor, level 0, 0/3. Every time you upgrade your occupational level, you will get corresponding attribute points, skill points, and special skills. What else can Meng Su say after seeing this data? He can only trust it. Although he doesn't think the skills given by this upgrade will be advanced skills, it will give attribute points, which is enough. There is a saying in this shit system that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Although this is a system that will only come at the end of the world, if I can increase attribute points, maybe I can survive the end of the world and wait until the day when human civilization is rebuilt. Meng Su thought in his heart that his only thought now is to wait until human civilization is rebuilt, and then he can make a fortune with this system. Task selection completed, current progress, 0/500, please shout the slogan when distributing flyers, sir/madam, let's learn about swimming and fitness. Sincerely shouting the slogan on the flyer will facilitate publicity on the one hand, and may allow you to gain extra professional experience on the other hand. Seeing this reminder, Meng Su is now calm. The current time is 9:14 a.m. It turns out that only 2 hours have passed. I thought a lifetime had passed. Mengsu took a glass of water and drank it all in one gulp. He also ate half a bag of his colleague's beef granules and soft candy. He came to the mirror and suddenly thought of something. He immediately turned on the faucet and started collecting water resources with bottles and cans. The water flowed loudly, and Mengsu looked at himself in the mirror, his mind calm. This world and I have to go crazy. Let's go and hand out flyers. Laughing up to the sky and going out, I am not a worker. Although Mengsu wanted to say this, unfortunately, even if it was the end of the world, he would still work. With a thick stack of flyers in his hand, Mengsu stood in front of the company corridor and took a deep breath. Good news, his company is on the 4th floor, not high, and he can go downstairs by stairs. Bad news, once the whereabouts are exposed, zombies will climb the stairs very quickly. Thinking of this, Mengsu couldn't help but have a headache. Hesitant, not a hero. Only with courage and forge ahead can you succeed. But it is also very important to plan before you act. Bang! There was a sound of knocking on the door behind him. Mengsu turned his head and saw that the sound was made by Chi Wei. Because he was standing here, Chi Wei could not go out for a long time and was only wandering in the next office. In addition to Chi Wei, there was also a zombie in the next room, who was his former boss, the manager. As for the fat colleague, only half of his body was left now. His stomach was cut open, his intestines fell to the ground, and he was twitching and struggling on the floor of the next office. He deserved to die. Mengsu watched their fate coldly. Because his favorability towards him had dropped by 100 points before he died, the manager who had turned into a zombie was extremely disgusted with him at this moment and was unwilling to get close to him. But suddenly, Mengsu seemed to have thought of a great idea. Wouldn't it be great to let Chi Wei and the manager lead the way? Mengsu did it without hesitation and started to act directly. The safest way is to sweep the building. Some zombies are locked in the room. Their IQ is not high enough to open the door. You can stuff flyers in from outside the door, or pin them directly on the door. Wait until you finish sweeping the building before going to the street. Don't rush to attack if your strength is less than 100 points. The 3rd and 2nd floors are cafeterias, and the 1st floor is the lobby. Only the 4th floor and above can sweep the building. The entire office building has 15 floors in total. It seems that most of his tasks can be completed in this office building. Once upon a time, Mengsu hated those who stuffed small GGs randomly and had no manners at all. And now, hate small GGs, question small GGs, understand small GGs, and become small GGs. Action begins. Mengsu took a deep breath, without hesitation, took out 2 flyers, and said enthusiastically to Chi Wei and the manager, Miss Chi, Manager Zhang, do you know about swimming and fitness? The new store is opening, and you can get 1 billion yuan for the monthly card. Seeing Mengsu approaching, Chi Wei and Manager Zhang seemed to have encountered some natural enemy, and hurriedly dodged around, but it didn't matter, Mengsu had already thrown the flyer over. Humble language, warm smile. Although your attitude in distributing flyers is very correct, you actually threw the flyer at the feet of the customer in the end. This is a very impolite behavior. Please correct it in time, otherwise it will affect your task rating. Mengsu turned a deaf ear and went to get the rope beside him, intending to tie up this Chi Wei and the manager and take them out together. Fortunately, the office next door had just been renovated, and there were still a few buckets of paint, air conditioning, safety ropes and other things, otherwise, he would have to find something to drag the two of them. In the broken corridor, the blood had not dried yet, and the smell of blood in the air was so strong that it was nauseating. On a glass door on the 8th floor, the blood splattered had not dried yet, and the crooked shelves seemed to tell that there had been a shocking tragedy here. In the bathroom of the office on the 8th floor, a girl was shivering, listening carefully to the movement outside the door. In fear, she also breathed a sigh of relief. What happened to this world? Why did it become like this? Is this the end of the world? Didn't the news say that the United States only showed symptoms last week, and there was a peninsula crisis yesterday? How did it get here so quickly? A variety of strange thoughts echoed in the girl's mind. She trembled a little, stood unsteadily, and held the broom tightly in her hand, using various sundries to hold the door against the door to prevent anything from breaking in. Her name is Shin Zhaozhao, a fresh graduate. She had insomnia last night and had nothing to do, so she got up early and came to work at the company at 5 o'clock, intending to impress the leader. But she never expected that this morning, she had just arrived at the office and saw from the window that the vehicle overturned, the crowd wailed hideously, and the indescribable zombies were wreaking havoc in the building. Because this is the office area, and it happened to be early in the morning, there were not many people coming, but there were still many people on the street, enough to make her tremble and dare not run around. And the colleague who had been working overtime in the company suddenly fell to the ground and twitched, rolled his eyes, and in less than 10 seconds, his face was hideous, and suddenly stood up and rushed to the team leader, followed by a bloody scene and several screams. Fortunately, she was quick to escape to the bathroom. Otherwise, she didn't dare to imagine what would happen to her. Is there anyone who can save me? Please bless me. Shin Zhaozhao could only pray silently in the utility room, hoping that order could be restored quickly and these things could be solved. She trembled as she took out her cell phone and tried to find a way to ask for help on the intermittently working network. Since the outbreak of the zombie crisis, the network signal has been a little unstable. Only in open areas can there be some network signals, and in utility rooms like this, the signals are sometimes unavailable. After adjusting the volume to 0 and turning off the vibration, Shin Zhaozhao carefully logged into various networks, but found that the screen was full of distress messages. Various messages flooded the entire network, and only one message on the top news was "I hope all residents stay at home to avoid contact infection." It seems that everything happened suddenly. Last night singing and dancing, today's hell on earth. There was no change at all, and it broke out suddenly. Everything was a little unexpected. Although many people took precautions and stockpiled some food in advance, most people were still not prepared, and even had not read the news before. This zombie crisis came too fast. The earliest report was only 6 days ago. Boom! Just when Shin Zhaozhao was complaining about herself, there was a noise outside the door, which frightened the girl, but soon, she felt that the sound seemed a little different. Sir, do you want to know about swimming and fitness? If you don't want to, forget it. Why are you in such a hurry? The gentleman who is locked in the room over there, do you want to know about swimming and fitness? There were a series of energetic voices outside the door, which made Shin Zhaozhao stunned. Swimming and fitness, do you want to know? It's the end of the world, brother, and there are still people handing out flyers? Shin Zhaozhao felt like he had been locked up for too long and had some hallucinations. Crash! The crackling sound reached Shin Zhaozhao's ears. She heard the sound of hitting the glass, and also heard a ferocious roar. Soon, the sound seemed to disappear, and a rustling sound came from outside. At the same time, there was another sentence that she couldn't understand. Is this a high-quality order? What does this mean, premium order? Shin Zhaozhao was shocked. Do you want to go out and ask for help? Thinking of this, Shin Zhaozhao moved the debris away and opened a small gap. He looked outside through the gap in the bathroom and saw his two zombie colleagues with their faces lying on the glass, stained with blood. It was ferocious, and the ground was covered with blood that had not yet dried up. In the corridor, a handsome boy with broken bangs was standing leisurely in front of the glass door, pointing at the ferocious-looking zombie on the other side of the glass, and then holding a flyer and talking. Sir, swimming, do you want to know about fitness? Our club is specially prepared for sedentary white-collar zombies. If you place an order now, we will also provide you with exclusive personal training classes, sexy zombie coaches, and online sparring, and gentlemen, zombies also need to have core competitiveness. Think about it, if you learn how to swim, you will be one step ahead of other zombies, and it will be easier for you to bite people. Think about it again, if you don't work hard, you will only be ordinary zombies for the rest of your life. Can you have a dream? The dream of becoming the king of zombies? Listen to the applause. Come and sign up for our swimming and fitness club. The first session is free. 2 zombie brothers, I see your eyes are glowing red. Are you particularly excited? It's better to act than to be excited. Place your order now, buy 5 sessions and get 1 session free. Shin Zhaozhao? What's going on? She was stunned, her eyes blinking again and again, as if she couldn't believe her eyes or what she saw. It's the end of the world, brother. Are you promoting swimming and fitness to zombies? What's glowing red? Aren't zombies' eyes inherently red? Shin Zhaozhao is unable to complain, and now he only hopes that the mentally ill person outside will give him some help and save himself from danger. But unfortunately, Shin Zhaozhao's idea came to nothing. After telling him many times, the man turned around and left, which made Shin Zhaozhao feel a little disappointed. But soon, Shin Zhaozhao found that the man was holding a rope, and at the other end of the rope was a zombie. Wait a moment. Shin Zhaozhao rubbed his eyes and looked again. Yes, it's a zombie. Zombies? What's going on? What kind of master is this? Others are walking dogs, but you are walking zombies? Shin Zhaozhao's eyes almost popped out. I've probably gone crazy after staying in a small space for too long. Such bizarre hallucinations have appeared. Shin Zhaozhao murmured to himself. After seeing Meng Su leave without looking back, he quickly closed the exposed gap and filled it up with debris again. Fortunately, I had brought my bag with me when I came in, and I had a lot of food with me in my bag, which would last me a long time. As for water? In the bathroom, do we still have to worry about water resources? The water should not be cut off for a while. Feeling a little bored, Shin Zhaozhao picked up his phone again. Taking advantage of the weak signal, he couldn't help but post a new post among the many posts asking for help. I've probably been trapped for too long. I just saw a guy handing out flyers promoting swimming and fitness to zombies. I don't know if I'm crazy or if the workers are finally tortured and go crazy. Dear host, I never thought that your eloquence was so good that you actually made 2 customers stay there with their full attention and listen to you for 15 minutes. Although they did not buy in the end, the effect of this order was: you have accumulated sufficient experience in your career. Congratulations, I believe you will become a legendary leaflet distributor. Obtain additional rewards, professional experience +3, number of leaflets distributed 20. Looking at the small gilt letters in front of him, Meng Su knew that the use value of the 2 zombies behind the glass door had been squeezed out. He immediately coldly dropped the 2 flyers, then tugged on the rope, signaling to manager Zhang and Chi Wei, and the 2 zombies set off. Meng Su's wonderful adventure didn't go well, but it also allowed him to successfully lead 2 zombies to this place. The method used is also very simple. There is a common name in the gaming world called card movement. Because these 2 zombies hate themselves and are unwilling to play with them, as long as they move forward, they will move forward, and as long as they move back, they will move back, always keeping a safe distance. So when entering the floor, you can let these 2 zombies go in to explore the way. If you encounter any zombies, the 2 of them in front will inevitably affect the agility of the zombies rushing towards him, making them sluggish for a while. He will escape smoothly by getting stuck in the position of zombies. But after going up to the 8th floor, Meng Su felt that the effect was average. Because there are high-end offices above the 8th floor, Meng Su's office has solid walls, and here are all glass walls. You can see the layout inside at a glance from the outside. Only some companies use frosted glass, creating a blurry situation. But through the blurry frosted glass, human figures can still be seen. Although Meng Su was brave enough to stand in front of the glass wall and promote for 15 minutes, he was actually quite scared. What if zombies break the glass and rush out? It's the end of the world. I didn't expect that even sending out flyers would still be life-threatening. Meng Su muttered to himself, and seemed to be much calmer than a few hours ago. TSK, if this happens all the time, can my career level advance by leaps and bounds? But then again, what is the use of this career level? After thinking a lot in his mind, Meng Su decided to go back to his floor first. Above the 8th floor, it's too scary. More than 200 flyers have been distributed, and half of them have not been distributed. Fortunately, there is no time limit for this task. I will go back to have lunch and distribute them in the afternoon. At the same time, I have to concentrate the resources I collected this time. Even if there is a perfect life system, I have to consider the most basic material conditions of people. Points. Although I don't know what it will be used for in the future, Meng Su thinks he can accumulate them. What if he gets a Gundam? At worst, hot weapons will do. An ordinary silenced pistol can also make Meng Su get twice the result with half the effort. Cutely, Meng Su returned to the 4th floor. The rope led the 2 zombies to open the way, just like when he came here. These 2 zombies made Meng Su feel the warmth of home. After returning to the 4th floor, Meng Su looked back at manager Zhang and Chi Wei, nodded with satisfaction, tied the rope to a handle at the door, looked at the 3rd office not far away, took a deep breath, and chose to return to his office. Gudong, Gudong. Back in the office, Meng Su sat down on the office chair, picked up a glass of water, and drank it in big gulps. After doing all this, Meng Su's mind moved, and the next second, a property bar appeared in his sight. Host, Meng Su, occupation, intern clerk level 0, 5/10, flyer distributor level 0, 3/3, upgradable, attributes, spirit 11, agility 10, accumulated distributable attribute points, 0, accumulated distributable skill points, 0. Looking at his current personal information, Meng Su immediately chose to upgrade his profession. I want to upgrade to the promising profession of flyer distributor. The upgrade is successful. Your professional leaflet distributor level has been upgraded from level 0 to level 1. As a publicity person who distributes leaflets, you have to work in various extreme weather conditions all year round. Therefore, a level 1 leaflet distributor has developed a good mentality, a body that is not afraid of extreme weather, and quick speed. You will get certain attribute blessings. When distributing leaflets, you must also have certain skills of observation of words and expressions. If you don't have good eyesight, you may get into trouble if you hand out leaflets to drunkards/hooligans/world-destroying villains. You get 0.5 points of agility bonus, 0.5 points of physical bonus, 1 point of mental bonus, and you get the professional skill, observe motive and color. Your current attribute values are Spirit 7, Physique 8.5, Strength 11, Agility 10.5. The densely packed small characters that suddenly appeared before my eyes were dizzying. After reading all this carefully, Meng-Su couldn't help but be surprised. Upgrading your profession can give you a certain bonus to your attribute points? Although it's not a lot, looking at it this way, over time, it may be better than going to the gym to exercise. And what about this skill? Observe words and expressions? Does this still require a skill? Meng-Su had some doubts, and the next second, the skill of observing moments and colors appeared in front of Meng-Su. Observe words and colors, level 1, cannot be upgraded. Introduction. It is said that seeing in all directions and hearing in all directions, a perfect life also requires perfect social interaction. Through this skill, you can identify the other party's current mainstream profession in details, and check the other party's professional level. If the other party's professional level is the same as the host's, if the gap is too large, it cannot be viewed. Seeing the effect of this skill, Meng-Su nodded with satisfaction. Investigation skills are just called detection skills. What's the word detection skills? I thought it was some kind of magical skill. Meng-Su murmured to himself. He felt that his spirit seemed to be a little abnormal, but after looking at the 7 points of spirit on the panel, he felt that there was nothing wrong. He was 1 point more energetic than before. Wait a minute, didn't the career improvement just now only increase 0.5 points of spirit for myself? Why is it 1 point more than 2 hours ago? Forget it, it's good to be in better spirits. Very energetic. Meng-Su straightened his back, then looked around, used his points to redeem a piece of compressed biscuit. Redeem? Looking at the prompt in front of him, Meng-Su decisively chose to exchange. After choosing to redeem, the next second, Meng-Su felt something suddenly appeared in his pocket. He took it out casually, and a bag of compressed biscuits without any markings appeared in Meng-Su's hand. The biscuit was only about the size of half a palm, but it was enough for Meng-Su. Stab it. He tore open the biscuit package and took a bite. Yeah, it smells like green onions and is crunchy. Feeling the taste of compressed biscuits in his mouth, Meng-Su couldn't help but sigh. His tense nerves slowly relaxed. Considering the heavy tasks in the afternoon, Meng-Su thought about it and exchanged it for another bottle of Coke that could make people feel refreshed. He sat on the office chair like this, compressing biscuits in one hand and Coke in the other. It made Meng-Su feel that all this, it seems that nothing happened. I am still the social beast who works overtime. I always feel like something is missing. It's a bit too quiet. Meng-Su frowned, suddenly thought of something, and suddenly opened the curtains. In an instant, dazzling sunlight shone in. The feeling of bathing in the sunlight was very warm. After completing this step, Meng-Shu returned to his seat very comfortably. At the same time, he leaned back and leaned on the office chair, leisurely. This is just right. Then, he took a swig of Coke. Hiccups. Happy water and happy chair, geez. This is the life that people should live, this is the perfect life. It was very quiet outside, and occasionally there would be heartrending screams or low growls of unknown meaning. Further away, there seemed to be other sporadic sounds. But the distance was too far and Meng-Su couldn't hear. The office building where Meng-Su is located is far away from the city. The only good thing is that it has access to the subway. Otherwise, this is a place where birds don't poop. However, one thing is certain. Order is dying. It stands to reason that based on the level of human technology, it would not perform so badly. So, what went wrong? After Meng-Su thought for a while, he gave up thinking. It has nothing to do with me. Let's first think about how to distribute the remaining 200 flyers. Not far away, a rambling bus suddenly came from the end of the road, attracting Meng-Su's attention. Meng-Su sat up straight and looked in the direction of the bus, only to see the bus running rampantly, knocking down many vehicles, and various vehicle sirens blaring one after another. And such a loud sound naturally caused a tremor in the surrounding area. Meng-Su could feel that there was some commotion in the whole world. Stab it! There was a sound of shattering glass from upstairs, and then, Meng-Su saw a black figure jumping down from the tall building outside the window, one after another, like dumplings, dropping down more than a dozen one after another. Even if they fell beyond recognition, even with his hands and feet broken, he didn't stop and crawled towards the bus. Soon, the bus was running rampant and eventually overturned, with countless zombies climbing towards the bus. It was a bit like watching a movie. It was just too far away, so Meng Su had no idea how many people were on the bus, nor what had happened to make the bus so crazy. Meng Su's spirit was very stable, and he even picked up the paper and pen on the desk and calmly wrote down, "There are a lot of zombies on the whole street, about 2 or 3,000, and there are probably more than 100 in the building. According to this situation, the zombies in the building are enough to meet the task indicators of distributing flyers. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be no need to complete the task on the street." After writing, Meng Su tore off the paper, crumpled it into a ball, and threw it into the trash can. "That's it, let's go." Meng Su stood up and planned to distribute the remaining 200 flyers. The bus driver attracted so much firepower, he couldn't waste it, right? Crack! Pushing open the door of the office, he looked at the two zombies, Manager Zhang and Chi Wei, who were tied to the door. Soon, 2 lines of small red words appeared above their heads in Meng Su's sight. Occupation, zombie, level, 0, favorability, 100, both zombies are like this. The occupation and level are exactly the same, and even the favorability is 100 points. Manager Zhang, Miss Chi, I am sincere to you. I always take you with me when I go out. Your favorability to me is still negative. It's really disappointing. Meng Su put the flyer in his armpit and expressed his disappointment with the behavior of Chi Wei and Manager Zhang. Especially Chi Wei. I am sincere to her, but she has such a low favorability to me. It makes my family sad. Forget it, there's no point in talking to you all this time. I don't think I've given you 2 flyers yet. Suddenly, Meng Su thought of something, and his eyes lit up immediately. He took out 2 flyers and said enthusiastically to Chi Wei and Manager Zhang, Miss Chi, Manager Zhang, do you want to know more about swimming and fitness? You can get a 20% discount if you know someone. If you don't buy it, I'll break your bones. As soon as he went out, he saw the half-body zombie not far from the next door struggling desperately. Meng Su didn't hesitate at all. He directly raised the simple spear in his hand and stabbed it hard on the back. He stabbed it and threw a leaflet at the same time, soaked in the blood. Did you hear this, sir? Let's find out more about swimming and fitness. After striking 3 or 4 times, Meng Su found that the zombie's vitality was still very tenacious, so he stopped this meaningless attack. Friends who often kill zombies know that the weak point of zombies should be in the head, and only a headshot can kill zombies. After this experiment, Meng Su also confirmed this. It seems that zombies can only be killed with a headshot. In his sight, he could tell the identity of this thing at a glance. Occupation, zombie, level, 0, favorability, 50, there is no doubt that this is the colleague next door. The favorability score is -50. It can be seen that although this half-body zombie is hesitant about him, he will still attack him. If only half of the body was left, there would be no real fight between dragons and tigers. Meng Su looked at the remaining offices besides these 2 offices. There are probably 2 zombies wandering around in the office. Among them were a balding middle-aged programmer and a courier boy who looked like a courier. It seemed that something terrible had happened to him when he came to deliver the courier, and he had changed. The 2 of them were locked in the last office on the 4th floor. Since they couldn't open the door, they could only hit the wall again and again and cause a commotion. But Meng Su used his observation of words and colors to look, but found something special. Unlike Chi Wei and Manager Zhang, neither of them has a favorability system, neither positive nor negative, not even 0. It means that the favorability level is not displayed at all. What do you mean? Why don't they show the favorability option? Is it because they have nothing to do with the tasks issued by the system? Meng Su frowned slightly and thought for a moment. What makes Meng Su even more troublesome is that this zombie actually has levels. If it is a constant level 0, that's it. What if there is a higher level in the future? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. This world is so abnormal. Meng Su sighed deeply, looked at Chi Wei and Manager Zhang who were chained in the elevator hall on the 4th floor, and said to them, you think so? There is always something wrong with the world and me. I clock in on time and do some part-time work distributing flyers. I like chatting with Chi Wei and my boss, Manager Zhang, who are in the next office. I also mingle with my colleagues and massage his back with homemade tools, so I am normal. It can be inferred from this that this world must be abnormal. After sorting out the logic, Meng Su felt that there was nothing wrong with him. At 13:30 in the afternoon, the lunch break is over. The company seems to be a little slack today. As an employee during the internship period, you must not forget the tasks assigned to you by the boss. Go to the 11th floor to discuss the underground parking spaces with Manager Lin of Wanxiang International.
Discussion. Task: negotiate with Director Lin.
Task reward: freely allocated professional experience +2, cash +5,000, points +3, freely allocated attribute point +1.
Hey, Director Lin. This line of small characters that suddenly appeared made Meng Su happy. Actually, it's not a big deal.
It's just that there was some friction between Manager Lin of Wanxiang International and his boss about parking spaces.
Okay, let's go upstairs to negotiate and make sure it's successfully completed.
Meng Su nodded, holding the simple spear composed of mop rod plus scissors plus tape and still dripping blood, holding 2 ropes, and strode upstairs. I'm timid on my own and I'm afraid I won't be able to defeat Director Lin, so I asked Shi Wei from the brother company next door and Manager Zhang from the department to go on the road together.
Is there anything wrong with that? Meng Su thought there was nothing wrong with it. Colleagues should be harmonious and friendly in this way.
With this in mind, Meng Su took 2 zombies with him on the road. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The stairs were eerily quiet. The quieter it was, the more uneasy it made Meng Su feel. I am not alone, I am accompanied by Manager Zhang and Shi Wei. Thinking of this, Meng Su glanced at his 2 teammates, and then silently put his thoughts back, and his heart that had been hanging on him became suspended again. Although these 2 zombies reluctantly became his teammates because of a favorable opinion of 100, it was impossible not to be afraid of them.
What if you suddenly rebel?
Therefore, Meng Su's spirit has always been concentrated, paying attention to any disturbance around him, and at the same time finding opportunities to distribute small leaflets.
I have to say that Meng Su is in very good spirits now.
The coke he drank before made him very happy, but now it can be said that it made Meng Su feel bright and radiant.
Comfortable.
After a trip to the 9th floor, there was no one on the 9th floor, but the offices were all locked and there was no movement inside.
Meng Su symbolically placed a few flyers in each office before leaving the 9th floor.
After just 2 steps, Meng Su came face to face with a zombie wearing a property security uniform, wandering in the stairwell from the 10th to the 11th floor. His face was ferocious, veins popped out on his forehead, and his neck was broken at an incredible angle.
Roar!
When he saw Meng Su, he immediately got excited and rushed towards Meng Su.
Zombie, level 0.
Seeing this, Meng Su was already used to it. He raised the simple weapon in his hand and pulled the rope with his other hand. He instantly asked Shi Wei and Manager Zhang to block the road tightly to prevent the security zombie from coming.
At the same time, he stabbed the security zombie with a simple spear and whispered, "Do you want to know about swimming and fitness? Sir, are you interested in learning about swimming and fitness?"
He felt like a bit of a psychopath.
Fortunately, the stairs were not wide enough, giving him an opportunity.
After stabbing for an unknown number of times, he saw blood all over the ground. After the security zombie fell to the ground completely, Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at the zombie. At this moment, the profession and level had disappeared. Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, relaxed his tense muscles, continued to grope forward, walked to the 10th floor, and prepared to distribute flyers. This detection technique has another advantage, which is to see whether the zombie is dead or not. Otherwise, you thought he was dead, but he was not dead, and he suddenly hit you. This is really fatal. The security door leading to the stairwell on the 10th floor was half closed. The security zombie seemed to have come out from the 10th floor. Meng Su took a deep breath and gently pushed the security door. After pushing the door open, he immediately used the positioning to let Shi Wei and Manager Zhang walk in front. Meng Su was now an excellent employee and knows the reason for letting the leader go first. After confirming that it was safe, Meng Su walked out of the stairwell, and when he saw the scene at the end of the corridor, he was stunned, and then ecstatic. Because he saw that a lock completely locked the entire company on the 10th floor, and the company on the 10th floor seemed to be holding a party at night. At a glance, there were as many as 30 or 40 zombies squeezed in. There was blood everywhere, which could be called a purgatory on Earth.
Who locked the door again after escaping? What a piece of shit. Could it be that guy just now?
It's okay, I'll avenge you. Meng Su took a deep breath, stood in front of these 30 or 40 zombies, and smiled a standard professional smile. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to know about swimming and fitness? 30 or 40 of you can get a 15% discount.
Task completed.
Distributing flyers also requires efficiency. Unfortunately, of the 480 flyers you distributed, only 3 were accepted, and the remaining 477 were discarded like waste paper. This is really a sad story. I hope you can continue to work hard and become a legendary flyer distributor.
Task completed, task rating, average.
You get task rewards, professional experience +3, cash +1000, points +2.
Ton. After completing the task and drinking a bottle of
mineral water looted from downstairs, Meng-Su marked the situation on the 10th floor, put the mineral water bottle back into his backpack, and continued to head towards the 11th floor.
The 11th and 12th floors all belong to the company Wanxiang International.
Compared with the small company that Meng-Su works for, Jianglin Technology Company, Limited, which only occupies 1/3 of a floor, this Wanxiang International is larger in scale, and its main business is outsourcing customer service. That's right, the customer service of some app software is them. For example, some takeaway, taxi hailing software, or some home appliances. The customer service of those software is not the staff of the software at all, but is outsourced to professional customer service companies by the software company to save some costs. Anyway, for most small companies, customer service is nothing more than okay, yes dear, we have recorded it.
If there is really any problem, it will be recorded uniformly.
If the number is too large, it will be fed back to the company where the app is located. Therefore, there are many people on the 11th and 12th floors. And according to what Meng-Su knows, they implement a rotation system, that is, even at midnight, there are a group of unlucky workers who stick to their posts and are responsible for handling some emergencies. Although the system is a bit out of order and can't see the current situation clearly, the information provided is still very accurate.
Manager Lin is on the 11th floor.
This is a bit difficult.
Meng-Su took a deep breath.
He was worried that the situation on the 11th floor would be exactly the same as the 10th floor. If that was the case, he didn't have to go there and could just go home.
As for the mission?
That also requires a life to do it. After taking a deep breath, Meng-Su adjusted his state and immediately walked upstairs. Pushing open the door of the safety passage, as soon as he entered the elevator hall, Meng-Su saw a long trailing bloodstain that extended all the way to the elevator room. Although Meng-Su didn't know what happened, he used his smart little head to roughly guess that when someone pressed the elevator, it happened to coincide with the zombie outbreak, which caused a certain impact.
The meat scraps and blood on the ground seem to indicate that they followed the elevator? What kind of situation is this?
After thinking for a while, Meng-Su didn't know what was going on.
But it seems to be quite quiet. The quieter, the more problems.
Meng-Su led Chi-Wei and manager Zhang and continued to move forward. Soon, under the big Wanxiang International logo, he saw two unconscious zombies wandering in the corridor on the left side of the front desk reception.
Zombie, level 0. Zombie, level 0. On the right side, it looked quite messy. There was an office door open.
Meng-Su took a look and found that there was no one inside. Meng-Su took a deep breath, crouched, hid behind the front desk cabinet, and pulled the ropes of Chi-Wei and manager Zhang. The two zombies immediately changed their direction of movement unwillingly with Meng-Su's power.
Bang!
With a crisp sound, manager Zhang accidentally touched some parts when passing by, making a crackling sound, which immediately alerted the two zombies. But after seeing that it was manager Zhang, one of the zombies sniffed the breath ferociously, and then wandered around without any purpose, with slow steps. Seeing this, Meng-Su was cautious, crouched forward, thinking about how to kill both zombies.
The best way is to do it one by one.
He observed the wandering speed of the two zombies, controlled the current situation, and tried his best to let Chi-Wei and manager Zhang block the position of the two zombies, and strive to achieve off-peak travel and separate the two zombies by limited numbers. The difficulty is still very difficult. But for Meng-Su, he is not afraid of failure and is willing to try again and again. Finally, on the fourth time, paying attention to the position of a middle-aged female zombie, seeing it coming towards him, Meng-Su immediately hid behind the front desk counter, pulled the rope, pulled manager Zhang back, formed a staggered peak, and let the middle-aged female zombie pass.
After the female zombie passed, Meng-Su quickly loosened manager Zhang's rope and used two zombies to separate the middle-aged female zombie from the other young zombie.
The smell of blood was very strong, but Meng-Su was still not in a hurry to do it. After all, the corridor is not like the stairwell. In the stairwell, two people can be side by side, which can block the position of the zombie and let you attack, but the corridor can accommodate 34 people side by side. Therefore, for Meng-Su, he needs to kill with one blow and then quickly fight the second zombie.
This is why he chose the middle-aged female zombie. Old age and physical weakness, plus women are naturally weaker than men.
These advantages give Meng-Su a great grasp. If it fails, then I can only let go, let Chi-Wei and manager Zhang meet with director Lin here, and I will go first.
Hold your breath and abandon all messy thoughts. Meng Su can even hear his own heartbeat.
Gripping the simple weapon in his hand, listening carefully to the approaching rustling dragging footsteps not far away, and the occasional meaningless roar, Meng Su's eyes gradually became firm, silently calculating the speed of the zombie's arrival in his heart, and began to count down silently.
3, 2, 1.
Counting down to 3, Meng Su suddenly clenched the weapon in his hand, and rushed out from behind the front desk, stabbing at the zombie's head.
Swish! A sound of piercing flesh resounded, and in an instant, blood spurted.
The sharp end of the scissors pierced straight into the neck of the middle-aged zombie, causing the zombie to scream. He completely ignored the miserable situation of blood spurting from his neck and desperately reached out to Meng Su to grab him. But his arm was too short to reach Meng Su at all. Meng Su suddenly exerted force, and in an instant he pushed the zombie against the wall and stabbed him tightly. The sound was too loud, and immediately alerted the energetic male zombie next to him. Not only that, even in the meeting room at the end of the corridor on the left, there seemed to be a commotion. Fortunately, the door of the meeting room was closed. Seeing that energetic male zombie was coming, Meng Su glanced at the empty office, without any hesitation, and pushed forward, pushing the middle-aged zombie into the office, and then closed the office door with lightning speed, trapping the middle-aged zombie inside.
Unless the middle-aged zombie can turn the door handle, there is no way out.
After doing all this, Meng Su did not stop at all, directly holding the simple tool, and stabbed the male zombie's head fiercely.
Fast, accurate, and ruthless.
Although the attribute points were not increased very high, at the moment of life and death, the adrenaline surged, and Meng Su could not afford to make any mistakes. Just like that, the scissors pierced into the zombie's eye socket, and the eyeball was instantly pierced by the scissors, and blood plasma spurted out, but the zombie still didn't know the pain and rushed towards Meng Su. Meng Su felt a little numb and actually stepped back a few steps. At this critical moment, Meng Su suddenly found that after 3 battles, the scissors fixed on the top were already a little shaky and about to fall off. Meng Su did not hesitate at all and directly abandoned the mop pole. Inertia prompted the zombie to stagger forward and fall to the ground. Meng Su picked up the chair at the front desk and kicked the staggering zombie down with his backhand.
He stepped on the back and smashed it hard.
He picked up the metal chair and smashed it hard on the zombie's head one after another. The zombie kept struggling to get up, but Meng Su stepped on his back firmly and swung the chair wildly. Blood splattered everywhere, and the flesh and blood were blurred. Meng Su's body was also splattered with blood stains. It was not until the zombie's head was smashed to pieces and completely out of shape, and the zombie, level 0 in front of him disappeared, that Meng Su took 2 heavy breaths and stood up. In the corridor, Chi-Wei and manager Zhang were a little restless due to the smell of blood, but when they looked at Meng Su's position, they hesitated and felt a little afraid. Under the gaze of the 2 zombies, Meng Su, who was covered in blood, straightened his back, showed a brilliant smile, and said to the rooms in the corridor, "Is Director Lin here? I'm Meng Su from Jianglin Technology on the 4th floor. My boss asked me to come and talk to you about the parking space this morning. Didn't we agree to talk this afternoon? Here I am, where are you? Your fierce momentum successfully attracted the employees of Wanxiang International on the 11th floor." A senior aunt in her 50s banged the door enthusiastically behind the door, making a vague cry, as if cheering for you. Facing other companies maliciously encroaching on our interests, we must remain as fierce as a wolf. Well done. But Director Lin of Wanxiang International is too rude. He only dared to scream behind the door and dared not face your edge. A perfect life requires such a grand stage. Your life is perfect. Note, Chi-Wei and Zhang Tao were shocked by your momentum. Task completed. Task rating, perfect. Google search TWKAN, you get task rewards, freely distributable professional experience +5, cash +100,000, points +5, freely distributable attribute points +1. The lines of small words that appeared in front of him made Meng Su feel a little excited. There are extra bonuses. This was something Meng Su had not expected. Except for the attribute points, all other rewards had changed. However, in the task adjective, the employee I was attracted to was the guy whose brain was smashed just now, and the one who was frantically banging on the door. Thinking of this, Meng Su looked at the office closest to him. The zombie whose throat was pierced by him was still banging on the office door, looking very manic. And Director Lin was probably in the conference room at the end of the corridor. Unfortunately, this director is probably no longer human now. What a good adjective. Meng Su took a deep breath and then prepared to organize his equipment. Simple weapons, already written off. Meng Su's scissors were not high-end goods. The tip had been almost worn out after several battles, and the places that were originally fixed with various tapes and ropes were now much looser, so it could be said that they were useless. After thinking about it, Meng Su did not continue to hold the mop pole, but picked up the iron chair.
This iron chair is quite handy.
No wonder the ancient warriors who charged into battle all used blunt weapons such as hammers, which are much more useful than knives and swords.
I can see if I can improve it later.
Fortunately, Wanxiang International did not save money, and the chairs used at the front desk are iron chairs. If it were plastic chairs, I would have returned to the 4th floor at the fastest speed and happily drank the Fat House Happy Water. With an agility attribute of 10.5 points, Meng Su thought he should be able to outrun the zombies in the obstacle challenge.
Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but become confident.
He picked up the iron chair covered with brains and blood, walked calmly, walked with high-spirited steps, ignored the offices on the left, and walked straight to the tea room on the right. According to Meng Su's memory, the tea rooms of large companies would have some snacks or something. Of course, I still have to trouble Manager Zhang to open the way. Search for resources and go back to the company. The stairwell was still bloody.
When passing the 10th floor, Meng Su was particularly cautious. After all, the situation on the 10th floor was very complicated.
Meng Su didn't know what the guys on the 10th floor did last night, why there were so many people, and the door lock didn't look very strong. If the dense zombies rushed out, he would be in trouble.
Meng Su didn't go to the 12th floor, but he could imagine it. Because the 12th floor is the business office of Wanxiang International, there are dozens of workstations there.
According to the two-shift situation, there are at least 30 or 40 people there.
The doomsday is coming, and the zombies mutate.
Meng Su thinks there can only be 3 situations there. First, there are few zombies, and dozens of people unite to push the zombies.
Second, they are all mutated. Third, some survivors hide in some rooms and are trapped by zombies outside.
For Meng Su, the second and third are obviously the most likely things to happen. Since there is no special task, Meng Su thinks he should not touch this bad luck. After stepping over the zombie security guard that he had shot in the head, Meng Su returned to the 4th floor, tied up Chi Wei and Manager Zhang, and returned to the office. Although there were also zombies in the 2 offices next door, Meng Su felt unusually comfortable after returning to his familiar environment.
He glanced at the time.
It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were still 2.5 hours before the end of get-off work.
After this thought came to his mind, Meng Su was stunned. Damn, it's the end of the world, why do I want to get off work? Can I still go back to the rental house?
It happened that during this time, Meng Su could simply sort out the current situation.
This virus is very unusual. It didn't appear at a fixed point. It seems to appear randomly.
Otherwise, the people upstairs are unlikely to be infected. It's more like they were colleagues in the last second, and suddenly changed in the next second. Before today, Meng Su had seen some influenza in the United States, Peninsula, and India on the news, and there were some cases in China. But apart from that, he had never seen any topics like zombie crisis.
Only such a sudden occurrence would make things silent.
If such a zombie crisis breaks out in a street or even a city, I believe that there will be no problem in suppressing it with absolute force.
In addition, there is one more point. Why does the signal of the mobile phone become so weak? My cell phone signal is sometimes available and sometimes not.
Now I can barely open the communication software, but the loading time is very long.
If it is an ordinary virus crisis, how could it affect the signal?
According to the situation, even if a zombie crisis really breaks out, there should be no problems in these aspects in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Meng Su tried the lights in the office and the water in the toilet, and confirmed that it had been a whole day, and there was still no power outage or water outage. Faced with such a situation, Meng Su had only one thought in his mind. He was attacked. This was a premeditated attack.
And the scope of the attack was very wide.
Meng Su felt that it might not only be Huqing City where he was, but also a wider range. Meng Su took a deep breath, buried this thought in his heart for the time being, and turned to look at the point addition.
Deep blue, add points.
Meng Su did not hesitate at all and added this one attribute point to strength.
Increase successful, current strength value, 12.
After this day, Meng Su was more certain of the importance of strength. Therefore, he did not hesitate to increase the points in strength. Only when he reached the strength value that could easily suppress the zombies, he would consider other things. Agility is equally important, but Meng Su now has a part-time job, and as long as he upgrades, he can improve his agility attribute, so he is not in a hurry. After completing it, Meng Su remembered that he still had 5 points of professional experience that could be freely allocated. Host, Meng Su, Profession, Trainee Clerk Level 0, 5/10, Flyer Distributor Level 1, 3/5, Attributes, Spirit 7, Constitution 8.5, Strength 12, Agility 10, Accumulated Allocable Attribute Points, 0, Accumulated Allocable Skill Points, 0, the current 2 professions can be upgraded by allocating experience points. But if 2 points are allocated to leaflet distribution, then the trainee clerk cannot be upgraded. Upgrading leaflet distribution will increase agility, but what will the clerk grow? After a moment, Meng Su made up his mind. Let's see what kind of changes the clerk will bring. After all, it takes 10 experience points for a clerk to go from level 0 to level 1, while it only takes 3 points for a flyer distributor to go from level 0 to level 1. The upgrade is successful. Your professional trainee clerk level has been raised from level 0 to level 1.
Clerks are the foundation of company employees.
They are responsible for word processing, document sorting, copying documents, answering phone calls and handling daily office affairs. Therefore, the spiritual world of a level 1 trainee clerk is very large and the work efficiency is also very high. Your mental attributes and physical fitness are slightly improved. As a clerk, you must also know how to balance work and rest. If you immerse yourself in work blindly, you will become lifeless. Not only will you be unable to complete normal work, but it will also cause a certain decrease in your spiritual value. You get 2 points of mental bonus, 0.5 point of physical bonus, and you get the professional skill, fishing. Your current attribute values are Spirit 12, Agility 10.5, Meng Su. The feeling of improvement seems to be quite ordinary. There is no way to temporarily increase your combat effectiveness.
But there is one thing that is gratifying.
It actually improved my mental attributes by 2 points in one go, which is pretty good.
I am indeed getting more and more energetic.
In addition, he also gained a professional skill.
The name of this skill. Meng Su liked it very much.
Fish, level 1, cannot be upgraded. Introduction, sneak fish at work to reduce the frequency of your boss discovering you. When multiple people appear at the same time, you will give priority to the work progress of others and ignore yourself.
Passive skill, can be actively cancelled. It will automatically enter the state after entering the working state next time. Meng Su nodded slightly and fell into deep thought. This skill seems interesting. But I don't have any colleagues working with me. Doesn't this only happen at work? If there is only one person working, you should give priority to yourself, right? Etc. Who said I don't have colleagues?
Thinking of this, Meng Su suddenly aimed his gaze at the 2 zombies tied outside the door and nodded with satisfaction.
Okay. I almost forgot about you too.
Shi Wei is not considered a colleague, she is from the company next door.
But Manager Zhang is a real colleague.
With him here, there are no surprises. Meng Su was very satisfied and felt that the security of his future resource collection had increased a lot. In addition, Meng Su took out his backpack, took out all the snacks inside, and piled them in the innermost part of the office. They were all biscuits, jelly and other snacks, but in this situation, Meng Su didn't pursue anything delicious. The next thing is to see if we can contact the outside world and inquire about the current situation. Meng Su's plan was very beautiful, but soon, a line of small gold-plated characters flashed before his eyes.
The task of employees is to work hard.
Trigger daily task, work, task reward, some relevant professional experience, some points, and some cash.
Depends on working hours and progress, Meng Su? What do you mean, it's the end of the world and I still have to go to work? Is there any heavenly principle or royal law?
Of course, it was useless even if Meng Su said it. Forget it, I still have to go to work.
Even if there is any information from the outside world, it won't delay my work.
Thinking of this, Meng Su had no choice but to sit upright and turned on his computer, which had been stuck until it exploded. Looking at the lack of network signal, he felt a little bored.
He opened a document and started typing. What to enter? It's just some useless information.
After all, his current job is just a clerk, and his main responsibility is to input some content about related companies. The keyboard made a crackling sound as Meng Su tapped on it, but soon Meng Su lost the desire to work. Instead, he clicked on a few standalone games and started playing.
Minesweeper, Spider Solitaire. These common mini-games in computer classes are quite fun now. Meng Su couldn't help but nodded and praised these little games.
As time passed, only a ding sound was heard, and small gilt characters appeared in front of Meng Su again.
It's time to get off work. Thank you for your hard work after a busy day. It's time to clock in from get off work now. Complete today's clock in. After your hard work today, you have received a reward of cash plus 1,000 and points plus 1. Keep up the hard work and make your life better. Trigger task, clock in after get off work, task reward, clerk professional experience plus 1, points plus 5, cash plus 5,000. Seeing this task, I suddenly realized that it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. It's been a day of torture and suffering. Mengshu slipped up and walked to the clock-in machine outside the door to clock out. Punch in successfully. As the prompt that the clock-in was successful appeared, Mengshu returned to the office unfazed. He also successfully obtained experience points, and cash for clocking in and working overtime. A large pile of red banknotes suddenly appeared in front of Mengshu. Counting the previous 100,000 and 5,000, Mengshu now had 110,000 in cash. What are these things for? Mengshu had a complicated expression on his face, and he piled them aside without paying much attention to them. However, Mengshu's current points have reached 6 points. Point shopping mall, those same things. However, Mengshu suddenly discovered the source of all evil in the corner. I'll join in and draw points? Mengshu was extremely surprised. Facing this thing, he felt extremely familiar. It's a penguin system, right? When faced with the points lottery, he said he hated it and would never touch it. In particular, there are prize pools with 4 lottery methods: inferior, ordinary, excellent, and legendary. Even if you draw 1 point for 1 point, it will be the same if you draw 10 points in a row for 10 points. Ha! Suddenly, Mengshu discovered a blind spot. A shoddy lottery, using cash? 10,000 yuan a time? Mengshu was extremely surprised. He didn't expect that cash could be drawn. Although 10,000 yuan a time is a sky-high price, at this stage, for Mengshu, being able to draw cash is the biggest good news. In particular, it is also marked that the first 10 consecutive draws can win a special prize. I can't wait to see what the secret prize is. Thinking of this, Mengshu started to rub his hands together excitedly, and without hesitation performed a poor 10-game series. In the lottery. Congratulations on getting Kangshuifu instant noodles Mengshu. The previous things were useful to Mengshu, but they were not urgent. But what does this bodyguard type guy mean in the end? Bodyguard type talent. After using this item, a senior bodyguard will appear by chance within a 3-kilometer radius centered on you. I hope the host can hire him as soon as possible. It turns out it's just a talent, not someone with maximum loyalty. Mengshu was inevitably a little disappointed, but soon he cheered up again and felt excited. Use it, come on and be a master. Friends who often survive in the apocalypse know that a stronghold only has consumables. Bah, it can only develop if there are too many masters. Boom! Roar! The shopping mall that was supposed to be bustling has now become a living hell. Countless zombies rushed in ferociously, slamming the door of the shopping mall on the 3rd floor frantically, while in the mall, more than a dozen people held the door tightly, bringing obstacles from all over, pushing and pushing again. What's going on? Why is this happening? A boy who looked like an adult looked at the ferocious zombies outside in horror, panicking, and even some of his legs were weak and he couldn't use his strength. Just when the boy was paralyzed by fear, an old man wearing security uniforms shouted, "Close it, don't let them in." After hearing this roar, the boy came to his senses and hurried over to block the door. For a while, these zombies couldn't rush in, and could only keep attacking. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion not far away. A zombie that looked very burly suddenly walked over from a distance. The zombie's eyes were glowing with a light red light, and his shoulders were high. As soon as he appeared, he gave people a full sense of oppression. Roar! After seeing the survivors in the mall, the zombie suddenly roared, and then rushed towards their position. Along the way, a zombie blocked his way. The huge zombie did not hesitate at all, and slapped him directly, instantly knocking him away, and slammed him hard against the wall not far away. Bang! With a crisp sound, the zombie's head was torn into pieces, and the wall was stained with blood. The moment this oppressive zombie appeared, it immediately caused everyone to panic. Women were screaming, children were crying, and men were also desperate. What kind of monster is this? Why did such a monster appear here? What is going on? Just when everyone was as pale as death and thought they were going to die, they suddenly saw the zombie suddenly stop, looked around in confusion, and then accelerated, jumped down from the 3rd floor of the mall, and walked slowly outside the mall. Seeing this scene, the survivors in the mall were all stunned. What's going on? We are saved?
Although they didn't know why this powerful zombie suddenly left, everyone was crying with joy and felt extremely lucky.
However, although this zombie left, other zombies still came like a tide.
A man who looked like the owner of a store suddenly shouted, "Back off, let's go to the food city over there and block the route."
In a moment, responders gathered.
In the end times, unity is the important rule of survival.
How can a good life be wasted on wasting time?
Go out for a walk, the evening breeze blows, you may get different opportunities and have an unforgettable encounter. After get off work, don't stay in the company, go home quickly, take a hot bath, and adjust your state. There is a path to the mountain of books, and diligence is the way, there is no end to the sea of learning, and hard work is the boat.
If you want to have a perfect life, you also need a lot of knowledge.
Go to the library and sit down, maybe you will have an unexpected harvest. Meng Su turned a deaf ear to these reminders of the system.
Shopping? Go home? Go to the library? He.
Meng Su only responded to these reminders of the system with the word he. He knew that the reminder of the system was destined to be correct, and he might trigger certain tasks or plots in these places, which might allow him to have a perfect encounter.
But
Meng Su didn't say much, just looked at Chi Wei outside the door.
Those who understand will understand.
But staying in the company, there is actually nothing to do. Meng Su was bored, looking at a set of slim high-end suits not far away, and he didn't put them on. Although it was covered in blood, it was inconvenient to move around in a suit, and Meng Su thought it might get dirty again. Instead of doing that, it was better to wait until it was too dirty to look at. Thinking of this, Meng Su casually took out his mobile phone, but suddenly found that this time the mobile phone actually had some weak signals.
He was overjoyed and immediately went online.
Even if he didn't find any useful information, it was not bad to kill time. Help, 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 I'm in building XXX, XX community, XX city, I have 2 million, help.
Ha ha.
I've long thought that there would be a zombie crisis, and I've stockpiled a lot of resources in advance, cool.
I can finally be a superior person.
A can of beef in exchange for the life of a female college student is waving at me. I've read novels, killing zombies is like killing chickens, don't panic everyone.
Meng Su was browsing the news while making instant noodles.
The power supply in the office was still on, and the company always had a kettle. Squeak while eating the instant noodles, Meng Su couldn't help but sigh, this system is actually quite useful.
It's better to have it than not to have it.
After watching for a while, the phone lost signal again, which made Meng Su lose interest. However, during the time he was online, Meng Su received a lot of news. First of all, the last valuable news verified his guess. This biochemical crisis did not break out only in Heching City, but broke out all over the world at the same time. Fortunately, I didn't stay in big cities like the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital after graduation. Secondly, the authorities are indeed taking action, but judging from the official announcement, it will take a long time to completely control the situation. At least not in the next few days or even the next few months. Thinking of this, Meng Su rubbed his temples and felt a little stressed. It seems that I have to rely on myself in the short term. Meng Su determined a small goal. In this case, I will first use this office building as a basis to clean it up. With this thought, Meng Su immediately stood up and turned on the light, and the light instantly illuminated the entire office. And Meng Su also began to clean up. Since this is the base, everything must be arranged, not so casually. Thinking of this, Meng Su hummed a little song and started daily cleaning. A perfect life starts with a comfortable environment, and a good environment can make people happy. Trigger task, sanitation cleaning, task rewards, points +1, cash +1000, distributable professional experience +1. Meng Su, who had just received the broom, suddenly found such words in front of him. He was stunned and then sighed deeply. It would be great if it wasn't the end of the world. Sweeping the floor can get 1,000 yuan. Such a life was unimaginable before. However, Meng Su was now more looking forward to the arrival of high-level talents and bodyguards.
I really don't know what kind of master he will be. After the recruitment is successful, won't I be more confident? But then again, according to the nature of the system, should I create a company? This seems to activate more tasks. The bright lights caused a commotion among the zombies on the street. But Meng Su's office was on the 4th floor after all, and it wasn't Meng Su's family who turned on the lights. Many rooms were left open by previous people, or were opened unconsciously by zombies in the chaos. Therefore, although there are not many rooms with lights on, it is by no means none. Meng Su swept the floor violently, very simply. The zombies outside were wandering on the street.
It could be seen that under the stimulation of the night, these zombies became more restless and let out bursts of roars.
Even inside the office building, Meng Su could hear the occasional roar. Crackling noises, especially next door. The noise is a bit annoying.
These zombies were as if they were suffering from euphoria, and sometimes there were screams. Although the atmosphere was terrifying, Meng Su felt a little upset at the moment.
What's the fuss about? Meng Su was very dissatisfied.
After sweeping up the last pile of garbage, he threw the broom down and vented his dissatisfaction. It's off-duty time.
Even if you are zombies, can you have some quality? You don't have to be a zombie. For reasons of quality, could you please reflect on yourself and stop making so much noise at night and disturbing the people?
Mission completed. The system's prompt sound appeared in Meng Su's ears, and Meng Su did not hesitate to add a point, adding that 1 point of professional experience to the leaflet distributor. Although the trainee clerk gave Meng Su moral support, Meng Su felt that it would be more cost-effective to be more agile. And more importantly, handing out flyers not only improves agility, but also improves several other data points. It has been improved in all aspects. After doing all this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, opened the curtains, looked down at the streets that had become purgatory, and sighed with emotion. This world is so crazy. Soon, Meng Su suddenly discovered that in a room on the 5th floor of the building opposite the office building, 3 men and 2 women were desperately waving to him, with very surprised expressions on their faces. Seeing this scene, Meng Su couldn't help but be stunned, and then shook his head. No, what's the use of waving at me?
Can I still fly over?
After thinking this, Meng Su also waved to them as a greeting, and then sat back on the chair again and stretched out comfortably.
That's it for today, sleep. The next morning, everything was silent.
In the bathroom of the office on the 8th floor, Shin Zhaozhao's hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was holding the phone in his hand tightly, looking extremely panicked. She didn't sleep all night last night. In other words, he fell asleep, but he didn't sleep well. After being dazed for more than 10 minutes, he woke up suddenly, worried that zombies would break in.
With this repeated mentality, Shin Zhaozhao naturally didn't sleep well.
The phone's battery power was only 7%, but Shin Zhaozhao kept refreshing the internet and looking at the messages left to her by netizens. It's hopeless, just wait to die, girl.
I know you want to be rescued, but you don't want to make up lies, right? In this environment, how can someone lead 2 zombies and hand out leaflets everywhere? It's so funny. What kind of leaflets is he handing out, and how to tame the zombies? Forget about her dying, can you please save me first? I'm safe here, but there's no food. I don't want to go out to look for food.
Looking at the comments and messages on the internet, Shin Zhaozhao looked desperate.
From your parents' side?
She didn't dare to make a phone call. I was afraid that my parents would be in the same situation as me.
If a phone call attracted the attention of zombies, that would be terrible. Why do you have such an idea? It's because such a tragedy happened in the office next door.
Originally, Shin Zhaozhao didn't even know there was someone in the office next door. Last night, in the middle of the night, he suddenly received a phone call with a very pleasant ringtone. However, the screams of the cell phone owner were not so pleasant.
Even a little scary.
Vaguely, Shin Zhaozhao heard words like "X, shall I draft it?" which made Shin Zhaozhao tremble. Fortunately, she turned her phone to silent early, otherwise, she didn't dare think about what would happen. Just because of this past experience, she did not dare to send messages to her parents.
Sir, would you like a legal consultation?
Lawyer Zhang Wei is very good at civil dispute cases.
As zombies, you will definitely face some civil disputes when you eat people. Come here and look for Zhang Wei, a qualified lawyer. Oh, I'm sorry, the lawyer's name is Zhang Wei, Lawyer Zhang Wei. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your acquiescence. Don't worry, watch how you squeeze, one after another, don't break the glass. If that's the case, I can only use the magic wrench I just got for you. My head is open. Opening your head should be regarded as involving a civil dispute, right? Then can I call Lawyer Zhang Wei for information? Does this count as my sales success? Then didn't I, the one who distributed the leaflets, really complete the first task? You're right, I'll add QQ to ask.
The familiar voice appeared in Shin Zhaozhao's ears again, and Shin Zhaozhao was immediately stunned.
Is he here again? Are you still handing out leaflets? And, how come you, the one who distributes flyers, are somewhat similar to salesmen?
Despite this, Shin Zhaozhao felt happy. Because of his appearance, Shin Zhaozhao can sneak out of the grocery room and take some things back.
Although it is risky, it is worth it.
After all, if it continues like this, it will only eat up all the money. Of course, there is another point that is worth Shin Zhezhao's imagination. That is to rely on the guy outside the door who looks mentally ill to save himself. Thinking of this, Shin Zhaozhao took a deep breath and secretly opened the door of the bathroom a little, just like yesterday. And the scene in front of him is exactly the same as yesterday. His two colleagues have completely turned into zombies. The two of them stood in front of the glass wall, slapping the glass door ferociously, with blood all over the floor, causing a foul smell. And Meng Su, who was distributing flyers in front of the glass door, was smiling and introducing the situation of Zhang Wei law firm to the zombies. But, seeing the blood on Meng Su's clothes, Shin Zhaozhao couldn't help but tremble, and his heart was full of fear. Meng Su held a bloody wrench in his left hand, and two ropes similar to traction ropes hung around his waist, with two zombies tied to the ends of the ropes. In his right hand, he held a flyer of Zhang Wei law firm and talked freely. Compared with yesterday, he was more confident. This made Shin Zhaozhao, who originally wanted to call for help, timid. Even if he rescued such a mental patient, wouldn't he fall into the tiger's mouth again? For a moment, Shin Zhaozhao thought of the plots in the apocalyptic novels, and shuddered, and immediately closed the bathroom door again. If you save money, you can still use it for a while. The corridor looks safe. After that person leaves, you can consider climbing out directly from the back window of the toilet. Another point is, the company's glass wall is of good quality. It hasn't broken yet. Get additional task rewards, plus 2 professional experience, 50 flyers distributed. Complete daily tasks, get task rewards, plus 2 professional experience, plus 5,000 cash, plus 2 points. The gilded small words in front of him made Meng Su very satisfied. It was a good thing that he went out to distribute flyers early in the morning. It's impossible that I'm the only survivor in this office building. They are all hiding so tightly? After distributing flyers, Meng Su walked while imagining the current situation in his mind. At the same time, the screen appeared in front of him. He quickly clicked the words, Flyer Distributor Level 1, 5/5, Upgradable, to upgrade. This flyer distribution upgrade is quite fast. Upgrade successful, your professional flyer distributor level has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. You get 0.5 agility bonus, 0.5 constitution bonus, and 0.5 strength bonus. The second upgrade didn't involve much nonsense, just some more attribute points. The difference is that it's not much different from the last time, except that the original 1 point of spirit increase has been turned into a 0.5 increase in strength. And Meng Su's attribute points have also transformed into the values of Spirit 9, Constitution 12.5, Agility 11. Wow, I feel so powerful again. Meng Su took a deep breath and felt that he now had endless power, and had a sense of playing a game and upgrading. Being alone in such a depressing environment, Meng Su felt that his spiritual construction had been done very well. After all, his spiritual value was a full 9 points. After handing out the flyers, Meng Su went over to punch in and prepared to go to work. This time, there was no task at all, but Meng Su still received the task reward of successful punch-in. Back in the office, Meng Su quickly turned on the computer, sorted out the files, and took time to play Minesweeper. Work hard. As long as you work hard, get promoted and get a raise, your future will be bright. Well, I'll just encourage myself and let myself continue to work in this doomsday. After all, it's the end of the world and I still have to go to work, which is actually quite difficult. Now Meng Su has only one idea, that is to do more tasks, improve attribute points, and wait for the restoration of order. Only when order is restored can I rely on this system to become bigger and stronger. If order never recovers, then Meng Su feels that he has to take on the important responsibility of restoring order. If I want to restore order by myself, then the first step is to improve attribute points. Although I have no problem killing 1 or 2 zombies with my current ability, what if I encounter hundreds of zombies chasing and biting me? People still have to constantly improve themselves and become better, so that they can enjoy a more perfect life. Thinking of this, Meng Su suddenly thought of something and took out a flyer with the relevant information of Zhang Wei law firm. Taking out his mobile phone and thinking about it, Meng Su still didn't call lawyer Zhang Wei. After all, Zhang Wei law firm is on the 13th floor. Let's go and take a look. After all, his problem was not convenient to communicate over the phone, and needed to be solved in person. Thinking of this, Meng Su glanced at the time, saved the file casually, then thought about it, went to the toilet, washed his face, changed his bloody old clothes, and put on the high-end suit he won in the lottery. It fits very well. Meng Su misunderstood, thinking it was a dress-style suit, but it turned out to be a sports suit. After changing clothes, Meng Su picked up a handful of clean water, splashed it on his face, raised his head, and looked at himself in the mirror. Thick eyebrows, big eyes, high nose bridge, handsome facial features. More handsome than Daniel Wu, and even better than Eddie Peng. Handsome again. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and washed the bloodstained wrench again. This wrench is very long, about 30 to 40 centimeters. Meng Su took it out from the cash lottery. Meng Su experimented with it and found it more handy than the iron stool, so it became one of Meng Su's 2 magic weapons. Let's go! Meng Su felt that he had paid the highest respect to the lawyer Zhang Wei, hoping that Zhang could meet his requirements. By the way, let his professional level be improved. Meng Su walked out of the office door and immediately heard a series of irritable roars on the side, which made Meng Su feel a little noisy. He frowned, turned his head, and snorted at the office next door, "Shut up! If you keep talking, I'll kill you later." Becoming a zombie is not a reason for you to have no quality. Becoming a zombie does not mean having no quality. Meng Su was very angry about such behavior. If he was not worried that there were not enough people in the building to distribute flyers, Meng Su would have killed the 2 next door long ago. Meng Su found that as long as he overcame his fear, zombies were actually quite easy to deal with. Therefore, Meng Su was sunny and happy, and he almost wanted to sing a song, "Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse." You are nay 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 nay. Humming a little tune, Meng Su untied the ropes of manager Zhang and Chi Wei, and took advantage of the lunch break to go upstairs to find lawyer Zhang Wei on the 13th floor to solve some problems. The stairs were empty, leaving only the footsteps of Meng Su and the footsteps of the 2 zombies wandering in the front. Ah! Suddenly, a shrill scream came from outside. The sound was loud, a bit like the high pitch of the world's destruction. Ha! Hearing this voice, Meng Su was stunned, and then he quickly came to the window of the stairwell and looked out. I saw a 5-person team on the corner of the road outside, moving forward cautiously, and the voice came from a girl in the middle of the team. The girl was thrown to the ground by the zombies hiding behind the abandoned car. Although she struggled frantically and screamed to resist, she couldn't break free from the zombies' restraints at all. At the moment she was thrown to the ground, she was bitten. The screams she made attracted a lot of zombies. After the carotid artery was bitten, blood gushed out. The boy behind the girl was already a little scared. Just when he was flustered, a social man behind him with a big gold chain and a baseball bat in his hand did not hesitate to push him out directly. "Ah! Wang Zhan, what are you doing?" The boy was originally trembling with fear. After being pushed like this, he instantly lost his balance and was caught by the zombie in front of him. He let out an incredible scream before dying, but soon, his voice stopped abruptly with his throat bitten. Poor. Seeing this scene, Meng Su could only say that it was too pitiful, and then stopped looking at it and went upstairs as if nothing had happened. The premise of benefiting the world is to have enough strength, otherwise you can only choose to be alone. In this environment of the end of the world, it is better not to trust teammates. Those smiling teammates may not be as friendly as the hideous zombies at some times. However, because of the screams on the street, the zombies in the whole building became a little agitated. Not long after, Meng Su actually heard a roar coming from the stairwell. This instantly aroused Meng Su's vigilance. But soon, Meng Su judged. There was only one. Upstairs. Meng Su walked up without hesitation. The noise upstairs was getting louder and louder. Not long after, Meng Su met a zombie in a suit on the 12th floor. He was covered in blood and his suit was severely torn. His neck was already a little bloody and his gray eyes were rolling. The moment he saw Meng Su, he roared madly and rushed over, bursting with primitive ferocity. "Good morning." Meng Su was calm. When the zombie passed through manager Zhang and Chi Wei and was stranded, he waved the wrench in his hand. With a clang, his head exploded. "Can't I live well? If you die, I will lose another customer who can distribute flyers." Meng Su was full of regret. He stepped over the zombie's body and came to the 13th floor. The 13th floor was very messy and the door was open. The zombie just now seemed to have come out from the 13th floor. Meng Su tidied his appearance and then smiled kindly. "Is lawyer Zhang Wei here? I have legal questions to consult. Can we talk?" Zhang Wei law firm is very messy. Tables, chairs and benches were all in disarray. Thick blood dried on the ground, looking like a miserable scene of hell. Within sight, there was a bloody corpse on the ground. It was bloody and looked like it had been bitten many times and had become fragmented. Hero fragments were scattered all over the ground, which surprised Meng Su. This was the first time I saw a corpse, and it didn't turn into a zombie. So, Meng Su looked at it carefully for a while from a distance, and then made a judgment. Maybe it's because his head was eaten clean. In sight, the body that fell to the ground was already imaginative, yellow, white, and red mixed together, like a salad.
Lawyer Zhang, are you there?
Meng Su was very polite and stepped forward to knock on the glass door.
The quality of the glass doors here is obviously not as good as the glass doors downstairs.
A large area exploded directly on the left side, and the ground was covered with glass fragments, which looked like it could penetrate people. After Meng Su knocked on the door, he found that no one came out, and he didn't rush in. He just stood in front of the door and said, "I'm here for legal consultation.
I have a friend who has some problems.
But you can't break into private houses,
etc."
This seems to be a company, not a private residence. Thinking of this, Meng Su directly raised his foot and kicked the door open.
Meng Su entered the law office and looked around, looking for traces of people in the messy tables. Lawyer Zhang? Bang! Bang! Bang bang!
Suddenly, there was a violent banging on the door. Meng Su turned his head suddenly and suddenly discovered that there was a sound in Lawyer Zhang's personal office.
If nothing else, it should be a zombie. Probably because Lawyer Zhang was bitten by a zombie, but he didn't mutate after the bite, so he ran into the office and locked himself up? So who bit him? There don't seem to be any zombies on the 13th floor?
Meng Su shook his head and simply ignored those things. Instead, he stood in front of the door and said very worriedly, "Lawyer Zhang, I have a friend who accidentally hammered several people to death with a wrench under special circumstances. Premise: they wanted to bite my friend.
Is this an emergency or self-defense?
I have a friend who was 24 years old this year. His 89-year-old wife passed away last month.
Can he sue his 55-year-old stepson if he does not support him?
I also have a friend who unfortunately passed away young.
He was buried at sea not long ago and was resurrected by the nuclear wastewater from Xiuji. Can he go to Xiuji to claim compensation?
I have a friend who usually memorizes all the knowledge in his head so that he has the answers in his mind during the exam.
What is the difference between doing this and cheating? Can I report him to the teacher for cheating?" After talking a lot, I got no reply from Lawyer Zhang.
Meng Su's reply was only an increasingly violent banging on the door and a low roar of unknown meaning. From this voice, Meng Su seemed to hear the desire for flesh and blood.
What a lousy lawyer. He just doesn't reply. He doesn't even make a cup of tea. He's just handing out flyers. Meng Su was very dissatisfied.
Just when he was about to have a good argument with Lawyer Zhang Wei, a line of small gold-plated characters suddenly flashed before his eyes. The leaflet you distribute attracts a customer for the first time, and you gain 5 points of professional experience as a leaflet distributor and plus 5,000 cash. Seeing this scene, Meng Su was suddenly stunned, and then he felt happy. Without hesitation, he immediately pulled the safety rope and pulled it directly to the reluctant Chi Wei and manager Zhang. Then he took the initiative to knock on the door of the office, banging the wooden door of the office. "I still have 2 more friends, they also came here after reading the flyers. They also need legal assistance. Lawyer Zhang, please open the door." "Lawyer Zhang, we really need legal aid. Legal pioneer, Zhang Yida." There was a fierce banging on the door.
Even crazier than the zombie turned Lawyer Zhang behind the wooden door.
For a moment, it was completely unclear whether the zombies were inside or outside.
Even Lawyer Zhang, who had turned into a zombie behind the wooden door, tilted his head and roared, "Who? You're so paralyzed, I'm here for legal consultation." Meng Su yelled back. "Comparing who has the loudest voice, right? As a lawyer, why are you so unqualified? You have to be qualified to become a zombie. As I said before, becoming a zombie is not a reason for you not to be qualified."
After waiting for a while, Meng Su didn't receive the second message about attracting customers, and he felt a little disappointed.
These zombies can't talk, so they can't attract customers. It's very uncomfortable.
Meng Su let out a long sigh, the disappointment in his eyes hard to hide. But soon, Meng Su cheered up. "Judging from the distribution of flyers every day, I can definitely go elsewhere. If one doesn't work, why don't a few more work? According to the resources at hand, Haoan Fitness Club is in the building in front, and Howdo Real Estate is in the concierge on the street.
None of them are in the office building where they are. It's a nuisance.
But it doesn't matter, you have to eat the food one bite at a time, and you can't expect to become a big fat man after one bite." Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately stretched out, grasped the wrench tightly, and walked downstairs. It was only now that Meng Su began to miss the days when there were elevators. However, the current situation in the elevator is unclear, and even if the situation in the elevator is clear, Meng Su does not plan to take the elevator.
After all, No one knows when the power will go out when there is no one. What if the power goes out when you are in the elevator? In the doomsday environment, being trapped in the elevator means death.
The stairs are still so quiet. There is a buzzing sound in the air, flies are circling, and the corpses are gradually showing signs of decay. Meng-su did not feel anything at all, stepped over the 2 corpses killed by him in the stairwell, and went all the way to the 4th floor. However, just when Meng-su came to the stairwell on the 4th floor, he suddenly heard a burst of noisy footsteps downstairs.
The footsteps were very messy and disorderly.
But compared with the zombies, they were completely different.
It was more urgent than the zombies' footsteps. Hearing this voice, Meng-su was a little surprised.
But he soon thought of where the owner of this voice came from. It should be the 5-man team on the street just now.
Oh, no. At least 2 died. Maybe it should be called a 3-person team now?
No, Meng-su didn't pay attention to what happened later, maybe a few more died. But in any case, these voices also sounded the alarm for Meng-su.
Someone is coming. In the off-world environment, in addition to zombies, we still have to pay attention to the threat of people. Sometimes, humans are more terrifying than zombies. An intruder ignored the access control and broke into the office building. Brave employees, please stand up and protect the company's property from being trampled. Of course, everything is based on your own safety. If safety is not guaranteed, then a perfect life is just nonsense. Trigger task, protect company property, task rewards, freely assignable attribute points +1, points +5, freely assignable professional experience +5, cash +50,000. Seeing this scene, Meng-su raised his eyebrows and instantly became murderous. The company is my home, I will never allow anyone to take my property. In the stairwell, 2 figures were breathing heavily, looking a little out of breath. Finally escaped. Damn it, I already knew that Huang Jia was a burden.
She called all the zombies with her voice. A sullen, yellow-haired man with his ankles leaking was indignant and yelled at his previous teammates.
He seemed to hate the previous girl. Brother Jean, what should we do next?
Wang Zhan, who had a fleshy face and looked like a social man, was panting, holding the bloody baseball bat tightly in his hand.
Hearing the yellow-haired boast, he laughed loudly. Ping, if it weren't for my sharp eyesight and quick hands, we were pushed out by the guy named Zhou. Can we get here alive?
Brother Jean said, Huang Mao said flatteringly, with a strong sense of flattery in his voice.
One glance at the thimble identified him as a doglegger.
Okay, stop talking. Wang Zhan stood up from the steps, clenched the baseball bat in his hand, and then said angrily, the food is all in the bag surnamed Zhou is carrying.
Damn it, I ran in a hurry and didn't bring it with me. Look what's in this office building, search it.
Okay brother.
Huang Mao makes full use of his dogleg roll.
But soon, he heard Wang Zhan say with anger, you go ahead.
Ah.
When Huang Mao heard this, he was stunned for a moment.
What? Hurry up and leave. I will give you the rear. Are you still not satisfied?
Okay, brother.
Huang Mao cursed Wang Zhan secretly in his heart, but still had a flattering face.
After all, with his thin physique, he is really no match for Wang Zhan, who is bigger and bigger. He still hopes that Wang Zhan can lead him through the end of the world. After thinking this, Huang Mao could only carefully hold a kitchen knife and walk forward. This kitchen knife is not big, so when dealing with zombies, its effect is not very good. But there is no way, Huang Mao can only count on this now.
Give yourself a little psychological suggestion. Huang Mao was worried and walked upstairs.
But at this moment, he heard footsteps coming from upstairs.
Brother Jean, there's something going on.
Huang Mao leaned on the handrail of the stairs, lowered his voice, and said fearfully to Wang Zhan, there are sounds above, could they be zombies?
Bullshit zombies.
Wang Zhan spat thick phlegm, and then said to Huang Mao, if it was a zombie, we would have rushed down long ago after talking for so long.
I guess it might be a survivor of this building. Let's go up. Let's see if we can get involved and have some fun for the brothers.
After that, Wang Zhan pointed at Huang Mao with a baseball bat, and Huang Mao continued to walk up. But before they had even taken 2 steps, they saw a man wearing a fine, well-fitting suit with thick eyebrows and big eyes. His brows showed confidence and perseverance, and his eyes revealed a feeling that the visitor was unkind. There was a wrench in his hand with some dried bloodstains on it, and the other hand was pulling 2 ropes, as if something was holding him behind.
Seeing this scene really makes people feel stunned. This look is a bit unique. Seeing Meng-su's attire, Wang Zhan felt confident.
Wang Zhan had a fierce look on his face, the baseball bat in his hand was stained with blood, and there was a cruel smile on his expression. Boy, how many people are up there?
Is there anything to eat?
As an idle member of society, Wang Zhan knows very well who can and cannot be provoked.
Bullying the weak and fearing the strong is his way of survival.
Faced with such a white-collar man in a suit, he naturally didn't dare to look at anything else on weekdays, for fear of endless lawsuits if the matter started. And he was dressed so well, so he must be rich and powerful. Maybe he knew some big brother. What it would be bad if you beat yourself up instead.
But now, times have changed. How could such an office worker be stronger than me in terms of strength?
And all he had in his hand was a wrench that looked about 20 centimeters long, but he had a whole baseball bat.
Wang Zhan is very confident.
Moreover, judging from the previous situation, Wang Zhan felt that he didn't even need to take action. He could make the little white-collar worker in front of him fight with his words alone. Hearing Wang Zhan's words, Mangsu tilted his head and said very calmly, "This is a private company, and trespassing is prohibited."
Didn't the security guard downstairs stop you? Damn it, I must give you feedback and find another property.
According to laws and regulations, if you break in like this, it's against the law anyway. If you don't believe it, I'll go to the 13th floor and find lawyer Zhang Wei to come down and talk to you. Mengsu's voice was very serious, and he pointed out a clear path for Wang Zhan with sincerity. "It's not too late to leave now, don't cry behind bars." And hearing Mengsu's voice, whether it was Huang Mao or Wang Zhan, both of them were stunned.
What's going on? Damn it, you don't know what's going on outside, do you?
Huang Mao spoke with a ferocious smile. He felt that Mengsu was so silly and cute, and he even wanted to laugh. Wang Zhan on the side was even more elated, feeling that he could have a great time today.
If you don't drink a toast, you'll have to drink wine as a penalty. It seems it's time to give you two some fun.
Mengsu was very disappointed and felt that there was something different between people. "Manager Zhang, Wei, can you two hurry up? The security guard is of no use, and I still expect you two to take action." After hearing Mengsu's words, the yellow-haired man was immediately startled and didn't know what to do. Wang Zhan behind him had already shouted, "Why are you still standing there? Kill him first. There is more than one person up there." Through Mengsu's words, Wang Zhan has already keenly judged the current situation.
There are people up there, not just Mengsu.
Quick battle, first take down the suit boy in front of you, then talk about other things. After hearing Wang Zhan's words, the yellow-haired man also woke up from a dream and hurried forward, wanting to swing the kitchen knife.
This kitchen knife is generally effective in chopping zombies.
But it is effective in chopping people.
Because there is zombie blood on it, once it hits a person, it is likely to directly infect the other party.
Of course, the yellow-haired man has never chopped anyone before, so he doesn't know how it works, but this time, it may be the first time. Seeing the yellow-haired man coming aggressively, Mengsu did not hesitate and slapped him with a wrench with lightning speed. Immediately, there was a sound of metal clashing. Then Mengsu stretched out his leg and kicked, and the yellow-haired man instantly became unstable.
Ah!
The yellow-haired man screamed and rolled down the stairs. And Wang Zhan behind him was hit by the yellow-haired man and staggered for a few steps. He was blocked for a long time. Waste! Wang Zhan's face was not angry, but he was angry. He pushed the yellow-haired man aside without hesitation, and then just wanted to pick up the baseball bat, but when he saw the two figures behind Mengsu, his pupils suddenly shrank. Then, he saw Mengsu calmly took out a small brown bottle and poured some on the wrench. "Don't worry, I dipped some iodine on the wrench, and I can disinfect it while hitting it later. There will be no risk of infection." After that, Mengsu raised the wrench high. After thinking about it, he decided to say a line that was quite popular in the online literature world. "You have already found a way to die." Looking at the two figures behind Mengsu, Wang Zhan's ferocious smile suddenly froze.
Immediately afterwards, his expression became extremely frightened. "Damn it, zombies!" Wang Zhan cursed angrily, and then quickly retreated towards the rear like a rat, trembling with fear. And Huang Mao, who was lying on the ground as if he was pretending to be dead, jumped up suddenly after seeing the two zombies, not daring to stop at all. "Humph, this kid is dead. When the zombies pass by, they must eat him first." Wang Zhan took a few steps back, thinking this in his mind. But just when he wanted to run away, he suddenly felt a huge force coming from behind. Along with this force, there was also huge pain. Wang Zhan felt a burning pain, as if he had been kicked by something, and immediately said angrily, "Fuck your mother, are you fucking crazy? Why are you still pestering me when the morning is here? Go away if you want to die. Stay away, go somewhere else to die, and don't drag me along. This man is crazy. The zombies are here, and there's still internal fighting? Why don't you run away quickly? You are not allowed to leave, you must accept legal sanctions."
Meng Su spoke seriously, and after kicking Wang Zhan down, he raised the wrench and pointed it at Huang Mao aside, causing Huang Mao's two buttocks to fight. Roar! Manager Zhang and Shi Wei let out a low growl full of threats, and looked at Huang Mao and Wang Zhan with penetrating eyes that were even a little stringy. However, because Meng Su was standing in front, they seemed a little impatient and did not dare to approach. Being delayed by Meng Su, Wang Zhan also noticed the situation in front of him and was stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. Why don't zombies bite you? Wang Zhan stared, unable to believe what was happening in front of him. Why? Why didn't the zombie bite him? This is not scientific. Although this was only the second day after the end of the world, Wang Zhan saw many scenes of zombies eating people, and he knew deeply what kind of terrifying creatures zombies were. You, who are you? Wang Zhan's voice was trembling, and his eyes were filled with fear. Hearing this, Meng Su shrugged, held the wrench, and walked forward. I have been getting along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect that what I got in exchange was alienation. Well, I won't pretend anymore. I am the company security guard. Activists show their cards. Whenever Meng Su took a step forward, Shi Wei and manager Zhang behind him impatiently followed Meng Su 2 steps forward, revealing their sharp teeth, and their red bloodshot eyes were full of violence. Meaning, Huang Mao was shivering, already frightened by the scene in front of him, while Wang Zhan gritted his teeth and looked at the window. After hesitating for a while, he was very decisive. If you jump off the building, you will definitely die. Although this is the 3rd floor, you can't fall to death. But because of what happened before, the streets are full of wandering zombies. If you break your leg or simply sprain your foot, there is a high probability that you will die. Thinking of this, Wang Zhan became angry in his heart, tightened his grip on the baseball bat, and roared, "Damn it, I'll fight you." Having said that, Wang Zhan did not retreat but advanced, heading towards him. Everyone saw it. I was acting in self-defense. Seeing this, Meng Su waved his hands helplessly, then turned sideways and made way for him. Manager Zhang, who had been impatient and salivating for a long time, immediately rushed towards Wang Zhan with a ferocious expression. Pang! There was a loud noise, and the baseball bat hit Manager Zhang hard on the head. Manager Zhang's skull suddenly changed its shape. If it were a normal person, he would have fallen to the ground at this moment. But Manager Zhang was not a normal person. His head was hit crooked, but he still looked ferocious and rushed towards Wang Zhan. Grass! The moment Manager Zhang pounced on him, Wang Zhan tensed up. At this moment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head. Out of the corner of his eye, he only saw a silver-white wrench running straight towards him. Coming towards his head. When I tell you not to trespass, don't trespass. Do you really think that I, a law and order activist, am joking? In addition to being a security activist, I am also a health activist. I have to wipe your blood later. I'm so annoyed. You're still moving. With your body type, how dare you hold a baseball bat? That Huang Mao, stop. If you dare to run away, I'll let Manager Zhang go over and bite you to death. The ferocious security activists were beating Wang Zhan against each other, and against the corpses of others. Both Manager Zhang, whose head had been deformed after being beaten, and Shi Wei, whose face was half-faced, looked a little restless, and were about to move after being stimulated by the smell of blood. If it weren't for Meng Su's majestic figure standing on the street, the two of them might have rushed up to feast. Wang Zhan was so dizzy from being beaten and kicked that his vision was stained by his own blood and he couldn't see clearly. He only felt burning pain all over his body. His body was twitching unconsciously, and he couldn't even breathe. It all started intermittently. Meng Su hated evil the most. Show mercy? Meng Su would naturally strike hard against such human scum. Meng Su felt that keeping such a person would be a disaster even though he could escape by himself, but he insisted on pushing his teammate in front of him before leaving. In an orderly society, he is a social worm, bullying the weak and afraid of the strong. Nowadays, even more evil is committed. What's more, when they were in the stairwell, Meng Su also heard the conversation between him and the yellow-haired man. For his own safety, he would not show mercy. The yellow-haired man wanted to run, but was stopped by Meng Su's words. His legs softened and he leaned against the wall and trembled. Seeing Meng Su, who was dressed in a suit, beat up his boss Wang Zhan. He didn't dare to say a word for fear of being implicated. 2 minutes later, Meng Su stood up calmly, touched the blood that accidentally splashed on his face, and then sighed deeply, saying, I seem to have over-defended myself. It seems that I have to wash clothes. Meng Su thought about what to do after over-defending himself, and soon thought of a way, so he took out his mobile phone and said, well, I'll call 120 for you. The yellow-haired man over there, you call 110 and ask the police station to intervene. I'll go upstairs to find my defense lawyer later.
We'll see you in court. Yellow-haired man?
Huang Mao was stunned for a moment and stood there at a loss.
It's the end of the world, brother. There are 2 zombies standing behind you. This is a mental illness. Huang Mao regretted it now.
He regretted following Wang Zhan to this building, regretted coming here, and even more regretted wanting to attack the devil in front of him.
This is not a human at all. Beep, beep, I called 120, but no one answered.
This made Meng Su feel very sorry.
Then he looked at the yellow-haired man and frowned. What's the matter? I asked you to call 110. Did you have donkey hair in your ears?
Okay, brother.
The yellow-haired man trembled and took out his mobile phone tremblingly.
He quickly entered 3 numbers, his lips pale. Call, brother, sorry, I didn't mean to break in, brother, I was wrong, really wrong. It's all Wang Zhan, it's all his fault, he killed someone before, he should be punished, I was coerced by him, if apologies are useful, what's the point of order?
Meng Su spoke very calmly, looked at the yellow-haired man, pointed to the window beside him, and said lightly, get out of here by yourself, I'm too lazy to do it.
3rd floor, you won't die from falling.
Falling from the 3rd floor won't kill you. But the zombies downstairs can kill you. Meng Su didn't know what happened next.
He could only hear faint screams coming from the street outside.
Meng Su took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and faced the sign of Zhang Wei Law Firm on the 13th floor, and said loudly, Lawyer Zhang, I'm really sorry, I'm here again. Just now there were 2 masked gangsters, maybe not masked, anyway, there were 2 gangsters, they were extremely vicious, broke into our company, and injured many security personnel, so my 2 colleagues and I attacked brazenly, and accidentally hit them too hard. I hope readers will remember our domain name. Manager Zhang and Chi Wei were left on the 3rd floor and tied to the stairs. As for Wang Zhan, Meng Su did not kill him. After all, Meng Su was a law-abiding citizen, how could he do this?
Moreover, Meng Su had to go upstairs to consult lawyer Zhang about legal issues, so he would not do this. But Wang Zhan was already so badly injured that he had to leave someone to take care of him, so Meng Su asked manager Zhang and Chi Wei to stay with Wang Zhan to take care of him.
Especially having a beautiful woman like Chi Wei accompany you, you are so lucky. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, expressing his satisfaction with his arrangement.
It was a pity that after waiting for a long time, Meng Su did not get any legal response from lawyer Zhang, and there was only the sound of bang bang knocking on the door. Lawyer Zhang is really uncultured.
Meng Su took a deep breath and smelled the bloody smell in the office, regretful. How to say it?
Since he had the perfect life system, Meng Su felt that he was much more energetic. Further legal consultation, the value of handing out flyers is still increasing, you get +3 professional experience of flyer distributor. As a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of him, Meng Su finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned around and walked down the stairs without any reluctance. It must be said that since the elevator could not be used, Meng Su's body felt that it had received unprecedented exercise. Compared with the weak physique before, the current physique has improved by leaps and bounds. Chi Wei and manager Zhang were tied by Meng Su in the staircase between the 3rd and 2nd floors. They were accompanied by a new partner named Wang Zhan. It's just that this new partner is not in a very good condition.
I hope he can turn over a new leaf.
Thinking of this, Meng Su rubbed his temples and made the next task arrangement. Go back to work first.
The lunch break is about to end. You can slack off at work, but you can't not go. Headache. It's the end of the world, why do I still have to go to work? Who should I show the organized information to? And didn't you say it was a perfect life system? Going to work every day, this is not perfect either?
Meng Su complained in his heart, but if the system issued a task like traveling to the Maldives or spending a lot of money in the commercial street, then he would be in a trance. But now, the situation is not optimistic. Thinking of this, Meng Su sighed deeply, walked down the stairs and returned to the 4th floor. Getting ready for work. Just after returning to the office and sitting down, Meng Su was about to start working, but suddenly saw 2 lines of gilded small characters appear in front of him. Because of your feeding, Chi Wei's perception of you has improved, and the favorability is +20.
Chi Wei's favorability to you is currently 80 points.
I hope you can continue to work hard and strive to improve the favorability from negative to positive, and capture your confidant. Because of your feeding, Zhang Tao's perception of you has improved, and the favorability is +20.
Zhang Tao's favorability to you is currently 80 points. Good interpersonal relationships are the starting point of a perfect life.
Looking at the two lines of small words in front of him, Meng Su was stunned and even a little creepy.
Who made you like me? Damn, what's going on?
For a moment, Meng Su jumped up from his office chair, furious, and took out a wrench, intending to go downstairs to press down the increased favorability.
Also, who fed them? I clearly arranged for them to take care of the wounded, okay? If you don't understand, don't talk nonsense.
Meng Su was about to give these two zombies a big fight, but suddenly a new message appeared in front of him. As the saying goes, a towering building rises from the ground, a perfect life requires hard struggle to get a perfect harvest, working will never be as good as starting a business, respected host, if you really need a perfect life, then try to start your own business. Trigger task, start a business, task reward, depending on the scale of the business, you can get freely allocated professional experience, skill points, attribute values, a number of points, and a number of cash.
Note, this task is a long-term task. The larger the company, the greater the reward.
The sudden appearance of the subtitles made Meng Su suddenly stunned. He was about to go downstairs to let Chi Wei and manager Zhang sober up, but his hands dropped.
He fell into deep thought. Starting a business? That's a good idea. How about I find a place outside to set up a stall to sell fried beef noodles?
Meng Su thought about the feasibility of the matter. At the same time, I can also take into account some snacks such as pancakes, egg pancakes, and fried ham sausages.
Oh, it's a good choice. But the problem now is, I can't find the raw materials, and there are probably not many customers.
Thinking of this, Meng Su glanced at the scene outside the window. There were zombies everywhere, and the yellow-haired corpse was still in pieces on the ground, looking extremely tragic.
Pass. The roadside stall could not be opened, so what else could be done? Meng Su was a little distressed and felt very uncomfortable.
Because apart from this, Meng Su really couldn't find any possibility of starting a business.
There was no way. Meng Su was born in the countryside.
Both his parents died when he was in junior high school. He had been groping his way through high school and college. There was no guiding light to light up the direction for himself. Therefore, he had never understood anything and lived one day at a time. For such a person, you asked him to start a business, which was a bit too high an estimate of him.
But there was no way. Isn't the life of ordinary people like this?
Manager Lin on the 12th floor has not driven his car out of the parking space yet.
This is a contempt for you and Jianglin Electronic Technology Company, Limited. Your dignity cannot be trampled on. A perfect life cannot be manipulated by anyone.
Dear host, please teach Wanxiang International a lesson.
Trigger task, lesson.
Task requirements, create a customer service company, defeat Wanxiang International Hedon, and surpass Wanxiang International in the ranking of Huqing City's customer service industry.
Reduce Wanxiang International's employees by 60%, and the company will go bankrupt. Tell the entire Huqing City that the emperor of the customer service industry is back.
Task rewards, distributable professional experience plus 30, distributable attribute points plus 3, points plus 10, cash plus 1 million. Through the gilded small words in front of him, Meng Su saw a strong anger.
It seems that the system is also angry. But I'm not angry, you're angry first, right? Meng Su was a little speechless.
After stretching, he yawned and said, it seems that the direction of entrepreneurship has been determined, and I still have to start from the customer service industry. Thinking of this, Meng Su stood up again.
He has more important things to do.
Go down and knock on manager Zhang and Chi Wei twice, and use a wrench to repair their brains. Then go upstairs and reduce the number of employees in Wanxiang International by 60%.
Who says that the only way to reduce the number of employees is to lay off employees? Chapter 19, Swimming and Fitness, Legal Disputes, New House Presale, do you want to know?
The air was turbid, and a foul smell of blood continued to waft out from the stairwell, which made Meng Su unbearable and he couldn't help but frown. But this was not the reason that made Meng Su frown. It was another thing that made Meng Su heartbroken and hating that iron could not become steel.
Wang Zhan, search TWKAN on Google, left this world forever.
He didn't go very peacefully. Judging from the tragic scene at the scene, he struggled for a long time before his death. It seemed that he was awake and watching himself being eaten. So, in the end, only broken flesh and bloodstains were left. And the culprit of all this is himself. Therefore, Meng Su was heartbroken and ashamed. I obviously asked you two to take care of Wang Zhan and take care of him. Why are you so anxious and do such a heartless thing? Meng Su was heartbroken and looked at manager Zhang, whose head had been beaten crookedly, and Chi Wei, who had only half of his face left. Look at what you have done. Although it was Wang Zhan who was the unjust one, but we are new. How can such a great zombie commit such a heinous crime? You guys really disappoint me. Of course, this is not a problem. The biggest problem is, how do you improve your favorability? I treat you like this, and you still increase your favorability? It's all right? Okay, I'm satisfied today. Your hobbies. After saying that, Meng Su directly kicked manager Zhang, whose head was deformed, to the ground. Then he swung the wrench fiercely and slapped it twice. Don't think that you are the manager, so I won't. I dare to hit you. It's you I'm going to hit today. After the beating, Meng Su turned his head again and looked at Chi Wei, who had only half of his face left, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, and eyes glowing with scarlet blood. He snorted coldly, stand up straight and finish beating him. It's your turn. Thanks to Master Meng's efforts, he breathed a long sigh of relief after seeing his favorability return to 100 points. Don't try to improve your favor next time. After doing all this, Meng Su looked at the blood on the stairwell again, and couldn't help but feel a little headache. The cleaning lady hasn't come to work these 2 days, but no one can clean up the blood here. Forget it, no need. Once it's cleaned up, just put it here. It can serve as a warning to people who accidentally break in that this place is not to be messed with. After saying that, Meng Su stepped forward, picked up the baseball bat, swung it twice, and nodded slightly when he heard the sound of breaking through the air. Soon, Meng Su nodded and praised, it's not bad. It has a weaker attack power than the wrench, but the advantage is that it is long enough. Every inch longer is stronger. Then, Meng Su took manager Zhang and Chi Wei's safety ropes and walked upstairs. After tying the two of them to the door of the 4th floor, Meng Su stretched and continued to work. There is nothing to say. Although Meng Su was very clear about his goal, which is to clear out the zombies of Wanxiang International employees on the 11th and 12th floors, there are a lot of zombies on these 2 floors, so long-term planning is needed. Therefore, Meng Su felt that he had better grow up first and not waste time. Complete the entrepreneurship requirements by the way. After all, start a business first and then reduce Wanxiang International's employees. This is normal. Just work hard and go to work. Meng Su pinched his fingers and made calculations, finish the shift this afternoon, then take a nap, and continue to distribute flyers tomorrow. Accumulate attribute values and skill points first, and don't act rashly. The plan is clear, let's go. The next day, early morning. The snacks have been eaten. The mobile phone only has 2% power left. This is the 3rd day that Xin Zhaozhao has been trapped in the bathroom. But she had reached the point where she was running out of ammunition and food. After getting up in the morning, Xin Zhaozhao was already a little tired, mentally disturbed, and his hair was messy. She, who usually loves beauty the most, doesn't even wash her face now, for fear that the sound of turning on the faucet will attract the 2 zombies outside the door. Her mental state is also very worrying now. Depressed and desperate emotions flowed through her body. She was in great pain. Calculating the time, it should be almost done. Thinking of this, Xin Zhaozhao became anxious and prayed silently in his heart, "Brother salesman, when will you come today?" Her only hope for survival is her big brother who, for some reason, comes to sell zombies every day. She silently waited for the voice outside the door, but as expected, Xin Zhaozhao soon heard the familiar and enthusiastic words, "Zombie brothers, I'm here again. Have you considered buying a house this time? Howda Real Estate has developed it's a real estate area. Don't be afraid of unfinished buildings or pre-sale houses. Don't worry, Howda Real Estate is the largest real estate company in Heqing City. Think about it, are you tired of commuting to and from get off work every day? What a good housing area." Meng Su's voice reappeared in the entire corridor on the 8th floor. Hearing this voice, Xin Zhaozhao was suddenly overjoyed. He immediately approached the bathroom door, opened a gap, and secretly looked out the door. As she saw, Meng Su in a suit and tie appeared in front of the glass again, talking to her 2 zombie colleagues. The difference is that this time the flyers in his hand have changed from swimming fitness and legal consultation to new house pre-sales. The rest is the same. Hearing this enthusiastic voice, Xin Zhaozhao was very excited. Looking at the face with some mental symptoms, Xin Zhaozhao even felt a little friendly. Just as she was thinking about how to make Meng Su notice her, she suddenly heard a crackling sound. Ha! This sound appeared very abruptly, and then Xin Zhaozhao found that the glass wall separating the corridor and the company seemed to be unable to withstand the constant impact and compression of the 2 zombies. It actually broke on the spot with a crackling sound, and the glass shards were all over the floor, and the 2 zombies were also freed from the office. Seeing this scene, Xin Zhaozhao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Because Meng Su was standing in front of the glass wall. Once the 2 zombies succeeded, who else could save me?
Thinking of this, Shen Zhaozhao felt desperate. Roar! The two zombies broke through the glass wall and couldn't wait to rush towards Meng Su. The two zombies attacked at the same time. And they were caught off guard. If it were a normal person, he might be startled, or even knocked down by the zombie on the spot. Even if he had any weapons in his hands, it would be difficult to resist the powerful force of the zombie in a short time. Shen Zhaozhao closed his eyes, and he couldn't bear to see the scene in front of him. However, the scream he imagined did not appear. Instead, he was replaced by a strange cry with joy. Okay, you were so anxious to see the new house. Then don't squeeze, line up, and come one by one. Hearing this, Shen Zhaozhao was stunned and opened his eyes. But he saw Meng Su holding a baseball bat, swinging it, and then he fell down and knocked the zombie to the ground. One stick, one zombie, two sticks, two zombies. After knocking the two zombies to the ground, Meng Su did not hesitate at all. With a set of silky little combos, he directly took out the wrench and blasted the heads of the two zombies. Blood splattered and brains flowed. In an instant, Meng Su's suit was stained with blood. After a while, Meng Su stood up, stretched, and glanced at the company inside the glass wall. When he saw the bathroom, his eyes lit up. At this moment, Shen Zhaozhao suddenly burst into a strong sense of fear. What a terrible psychopath! She felt that even if she was slowly starved to death, it would be okay. Once she was caught by such a psychopath, what kind of fate she would suffer was simply unimaginable. She had seen zombie TV series. She hesitated, not knowing whether to close the bathroom door. However, Meng Su had obviously discovered her. The next second, Meng Su jumped over countless broken glass at a full speed of 180 miles per second and reached the bathroom door. While Shen Zhaozhao was still not closing the door, he pushed against the bathroom door and stuffed dozens of flyers in at once. Madam, do you want to know about swimming and fitness, legal disputes, and new house pre-sales? Occupation, clerk, level 2, good, I met a living person. Looking at the information provided by Shen Zhaozhao, Meng Su smiled like a flower and had thought of many things. This time I made a fortune, my family. Hello, Zhang. Hello, lawyer Zhang Wei. My name is Shen Zhaozhao. I'm 24 years old, graduated from the Chinese Language and Literature Department of Magic City University. I came here this time to consult a legal issue. I have a friend, she, on the 13th floor. Shen Zhaozhao's face was pale, and he spoke to Zhang Wei's law firm tremblingly with tears in his voice. While telling his case, he secretly looked at Meng Su sitting on the sofa with his peripheral vision, fearing that Meng Su would be displeased and then hit him with a wrench. The door in front of him was constantly scratched by zombies, the screams from the street from time to time, and the powerful psychopath sitting on the sofa holding a bloody baseball bat and a wrench. Each of them touched Shen Zhaozhao's heartstrings. Of course, what made Shen Zhaozhao even more frightened was the two zombies at the door looked like they were salivating for him. One had only half of his face left, and the other had his head knocked crooked. It was so scary. God knows why Meng Su could control these two zombies. In the office of Zhang Wei's law firm, the sound of zombies banging on the door and roaring kept coming to Shen Zhaozhao's ears, which frightened Shen Zhaozhao and made him pale. He even forgot his lines, his mind went blank, and he was so nervous that he couldn't speak for a while. At this moment, Shen Zhaozhao subconsciously glanced at Meng Su. Meng Su was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed. Suddenly, he found that Shen Zhaozhao secretly glanced at him. Seeing that he didn't receive the reward, he immediately said, "No, you were saying the words. Why are you looking at me? Is there an answer on my face? Is this the level of a graduate student from Magic City University? It feels worse than a junior college." Hearing what Meng Su said, Shen Zhaozhao was so scared that he immediately retracted his gaze and continued to talk. "I have a friend who was in the workplace. She was suppressed by her boss in the workplace, and her boss bit her. She had given up treatment and started to talk casually. Why did you come here?" The reason was simple. Half an hour ago, she was still in the bathroom. Meng Su slid in front of her, propped up the bathroom door with great force, and then stuffed more than 30 flyers into her, and then asked her if she wanted to learn about swimming fitness, legal disputes and real estate. It sounds like an ordinary flyer distribution, but in Shen Zhaozhao's opinion, the scene was too terrifying. A psychopath with blood on his face, holding a bloody wrench, was so excited after seeing him in the end of the world. In this situation, Shen Zhaozhao even felt that Meng Su would suddenly jump up and beat him to death in the next second. Therefore, Shen Zhaozhao could only choose to obey. So he and Meng Su distributed flyers to the zombies for half an hour, and then went to the 13th floor together. Under Meng Su's command. A legal consultation with lawyer Zhang, who had turned into a zombie. Shen Zhaozhao felt a little weird and bizarre. Something absurd.
Finally, after trembling and reading a whole paragraph of legal advice, Meng Su smiled, nodded to Shen Zhaozhao, and said something that made Shen Zhaozhao feel at ease. Good job. The flyers you distributed attracted a customer. You get cash plus 1,000, flyer distributor career experience plus 1. After the flyers were distributed, you get the task reward, career experience plus 1, cash plus 10,000, points plus 2. Your career can be upgraded. You have successfully upgraded your career, and your current career level is Flyer Distributor Level 3, 0/20. You get 0.5 Agility bonus, 0.5 Constitution bonus, and 0.5 Strength bonus. Your current attribute values are Spirit 9, Constitution 10, Strength 13, Agility 11.5. After receiving the task reward, Meng Su completed the operation and upgraded his professional level. At the same time, he was very satisfied to see that his attribute values had been improved to a certain extent. You get what you sow. Only when your strength continues to increase can you create a perfect life. Shen Zhaozhao, right? Meng Su looked at Shen Zhaozhao, who had brought him an upgrade, with satisfaction. His eyes were fiery, as if he was looking at a treasure. Very good, you did a good job. With Shen Zhaozhao, his efficiency in distributing flyers has been greatly improved. And you can also ask Shen Zhaozhao to consult lawyer Zhang about legal issues once a day, so that you can brush up experience. Even if you can't brush it, it's okay. Isn't there swimming and fitness, and pre-ordering new houses? Aren't these all experience points? Very useful. Shen Zhaozhao's eyes were evasive, and his smile was very forced. He seemed to be a little afraid of himself. What is there to be afraid of? I shouldn't be afraid of myself. Meng Su asked with concern, what are you afraid of? Did I scare you? No, everything is fine, brother. You are kind and amiable, and you are the kindest and most benevolent person I have ever met. Shen Zhaozhao's face turned pale, and he quickly denied it, saying that Meng Su was very good. Seeing Shen Zhaozhao like this, Meng Su was relieved. You see, it is not his problem. After being satisfied, Meng Su suddenly asked, did you pay? Pay? Shen Zhaozhao looked at each other. She didn't understand what Meng Su meant. It means to pay. Don't you have to pay for legal consultation? Look, it says 200 per hour. You just talked for half an hour. Remember to leave 200 for lawyer Zhang. Meng Su pointed to the bulletin board beside him and spoke to Shen Zhaozhao as if it was a matter of course. It is natural to pay for services. Shen Zhaozhao was speechless for a moment, but he still rummaged through the boxes and took out 200 yuan in a hurry and handed it to Meng Su carefully. What are you giving it to me? Give it to lawyer Zhang, just put it at the door. Look over there, that's the money I left for legal consultation last time. Meng Su said casually. But at this point, Meng Su suddenly had a bold idea. He wants to start a company. There is a mission, and now there is also a second person besides himself. My name is Meng Su, Meng of Meng, Su of Order. Meng Su spoke very politely and said to Shen Zhaozhao kindly, Shen Zhaozhao, I am planning to start a business recently. Your company seems to be not doing well now? Are you interested in working in my company? Shen Zhaozhao shuddered when he heard Meng Su's expression. The last time Meng Su was so amiable, humble, and polite. It was when a small zombie was being beaten to a head with a stick, and a big drama of head explosion was staged in front of her. Seeing Meng Su's amiable expression, Shen Zhaozhao was very rational. Hello, boss, I am Shen Zhaozhao, and I am willing to join your company. Host, please note that creating a company is not just a matter of talking. You need a perfect business license and procedures. Due to the perfect plot of a perfect life, you only need to go to the relevant institutions to perfectly handle the license. Please go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Housing Authority, Public Security Bureau, Technical Supervision Bureau, Taxation Bureau, and Bank to handle the required procedures in turn. Of course, everything can be done in a hurry and simply. You temporarily have the company's authority. Please complete all procedures within 7 days, otherwise it will be regarded as the first failure of entrepreneurship. Company, please enter the company nickname. Chairman, Meng Su. Employees, 3 people. Subordinate departments, none. Current company address, 4th floor, Kechuang Building, number 32, Nanha District, Huqing City. List of employees, Qi Wei, unknown position, suspected to be security guard, Zheng Tao, unknown position, suspected to be security guard, Shen Zhaozhao, unknown position. Please ask the host to formulate salary and benefits immediately. Good salary and benefits can increase the cohesion of employees and make employees feel more at home in the company. Meng Su? No, there are still a lot of things to do.
It's the end of the world, and you still have to go to these departments to handle relevant business procedures? Are you sick? Also, when did Chi Wei and manager Zhang become your employees? You didn't recruit them yourself?
He took Shin Zhaozhao back to the fourth floor. Meng Su sat on the sofa in the tea room, thinking about the next situation.
Company name. Call it Peace and Order.
Meng Su thought for a while and decided on the name of the company. The former represents Meng Su's desire for a peaceful life, and the latter is the meaning of his name.
Named successfully.
Meng Su was deeply moved by the simple appearance of such a line of writing. He couldn't help but stand up and open the dusty curtains again, letting in the sunlight. The so-called I knew things would be hard at an early age. I didn't expect that I, Meng Shudu, had not even graduated yet and was still in the first week of the internship stage.
I already had my own property. I am truly a winner in life.
Meng Su stood in front of the window, staring at the chaotic streets and the wandering zombies, feeling that the world had become different before his eyes.
Although in the end of the world, starting a company is a bit abstract. But, who wouldn't be happy to be the boss?
Please cheer me on for such a wonderful start. Behind him, Shin Zhaozhao didn't dare to say a word and sat reservedly aside.
She still doesn't know what happened. You're hungry, right? You can eat whatever you want from the instant noodles over there.
After coming back to his senses, Meng Su glanced at Shin Zhaozhao, pointed at the supplies he had hoarded, and said nonchalantly, "They are all worthless stuff anyway." For Meng Su, food and water, the biggest crisis in the last days, are not a problem. Because he can exchange points for it. Although I don't know what the points are used for other than lottery draws, but being able to exchange them for food is considered a guaranteed reward.
Meng Su could even use cash to withdraw food.
After hearing Meng Su's voice, Shin Zhaozhao breathed a sigh of relief, and then timidly took a bucket of Kang Shuifu instant noodles. He didn't even soak them, and started to eat the noodles, wolfing them down, as if he was already hungry.
Long time. Meng Su looked at Shin Zhaozhao lovingly, and then asked with concern, "What is your education level?" "Graduate student."
Shin Zhaozhao devoured his food. After hearing Meng Su's voice, he immediately replied cautiously, majoring in Chinese language and literature.
"Graduate student."
Meng Su held his chin, studied it for a while, and immediately said, "I will give you 20,000 yuan a month."
"Don't ask why, because I like to tell the truth."
Shin Zhaozhao did not dare to speak. Although she didn't know what the salary was for, she could just take it with a high salary of 20,000 yuan.
She's already figured it out. Although my boss is energetic, a little energetic. But the logic is self-consistent.
As long as certain rules are not violated, nothing should happen. Working for a boss is better than starving to death in the bathroom.
And this boss is pretty awesome.
There were 3 or 5 zombies, but it seemed that they couldn't get close to him. Very good, I will now appoint you as the clerk of our company. Later, I will use the computer over there to print out a labor dispatch contract and sign it between our Peace Order Group and Jianlin Technology Company, Limited.
You have signed an agreement, and now you are going to work for Jianlin Technology Company, Limited, understand?
Meng Su nodded and said to Shin Zhaozhao, "Your usual job is to type out forms."
Jianlin Technology is the company where Meng Su worked before.
The reason for this operation was that this was Meng Su's original job.
I get 1,000 yuan for working every day. Occasionally it can also give professional experience. Now I caught a parlou.
Now that I have recruited an employee, of course I have to let her work on my behalf to gain experience.
Shin Zhaozhao? It's the end of the world, what's the point of using forms?
Shin Zhaozhao was filled with doubts in her heart, but she did not dare to speak and could only nod obediently. Okay, the 2 people outside the door are your colleagues. The half-faced ones are named Chi Wei and the flathead ones are named Zhang Tao. Chi Wei used to be the director secretary of Chixing Moving Company, and Zhang Tao is the manager of Jianlin Technology. They all think that the company has no future, so I came to work at our Peace and Order, and now I guess I should be a security guard. I'll let them 2 guard the door, and you can just go to work in peace. Meng Su pointed at the clueless and unhappy people in the corridor, and said to Shin Zhaozhao, "These 2 colleagues in the security department are not very friendly. I suggest you not to chat with them for too long, and you don't need to have a good relationship with them.
Do you understand?
I don't care if your colleagues eat you. Maybe I can help you file a labor arbitration lawsuit and severely condemn them."
Shin Zhaozhao? Zombies? Security department?
Shin Zhaozhao felt a little dreamlike for a moment. She now deeply suspected that she had starved to death in the bathroom, and everything she was experiencing now was just a fantasy before her death.
Otherwise, I cannot explain all the absurd things I am experiencing now. Why are you standing there? Go to work. This station was originally mine, but now I am more generous and give it to you. I hope you will work hard and strive to become the first manager of our company as soon as possible. Meng Su's voice reached Shen Zhaozhao's ears, and Shen Zhaozhao immediately came back to his senses. He quickly finished the instant noodles, then hesitantly came to the computer, looked at the prepared form, took a deep breath, and started typing. Although I don't know why I have to work, I just do it and it's done. At work. Meng Su was immediately satisfied when such handwriting appeared in front of him. Very good. Meng Su nodded, and then walked out the door. You work here, I'll go out later. Hearing Meng Su's words, Shen Zhaozhao was stunned, and then her eyes were full of expectation. Boss, are you going out? Do you need me to go with you? She really hoped that Meng Su could take her away, to a paradise, to find an absolutely safe house. In this science and technology building, although it is temporarily safe, it still makes Shen Zhaozhao nervous. Hearing Shen Zhaozhao's words, Meng Su was also a little surprised, and then turned around and said to Shen Zhaozhao, I have to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the bank and other places to handle some procedures. Our company is a formal company, and the procedures need to be complete. We can't always be a swindler company. Will you go with me? Hearing Meng Su's words, a question mark appeared on Shen Zhaozhao's forehead. Her silence was deafening. She didn't know what to say anymore. It's the end of the world, boss. Anyway, do we still need to go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau to handle the formalities? Shen Zhaozhao didn't know what to say. Meng Su adjusted his dress and said casually, there are my changed clothes in the bathroom. Please wash them for me when you have time. It should be done within a week. Recently, a senior talent may come to join the chairman. If he comes, please pay attention to entertain him and remind him not to let these two colleagues in the security department be beaten to death by him. Do you understand? Meng Su was still thinking about the senior talent bodyguard drawn from the cash lottery. He should be a very skilled master. Meng Su felt that he had really made a profit this time. In this environment, a senior bodyguard type talent is too important. His business empire is really thriving. Meng Su felt relieved to leave Shen Zhaozhao on the 4th floor. After all, there were 2 security guards watching her at the door, and she couldn't do anything. In the end times, one must be careful. For his first human employee, Meng Su naturally played up his spirits and deliberately acted a little moody in front of her. Well, Meng Su seemed to be a little moody recently, not acting. But anyway, Meng Su felt that he had done the best. In theory, the best way is to reduce Shen Zhaozhao's favorability to 100 and then turn her into a zombie. In this way, he can have another tireless and painless zombie machine under his command. But, if he did that, it would be a bit too inhuman. Meng Su wanted to be an upright chairman, not a capitalist who sucked the marrow out of people. Meng Su walked out of the corridor and looked at the 2 zombie employees in the stairwell who were a little afraid of him. He nodded with satisfaction, imitated the big boss in his memory, and patted their shoulders. Xiao Qi, Xiao Zhang, you 2 stay here, you are just a burden. Patting the shoulders, Meng Su felt sticky in his hands, and a bloody smell came to his face. Feeling this disgusting bloody smell, Meng Su silently pulled his hand back and wiped it on the white wall. The main point is that he has no quality. Chiwei and Zhang Tao, these 2 zombie employees can play a certain role in the building because they are in a closed or narrow environment, which can limit their movement and help themselves. But after going out, this advantage is gone. And it is a bit too slow to move with Chiwei and Zhang Tao. They are both not very smart and need to be guided by themselves. It is equivalent to bringing 2 restless bear children. It will only slow down your progress. Therefore, this time when he went out to handle the formalities, Meng Su planned to act alone, without any soldiers. Started a business successfully, and the current main project is customer service industry. Get +5 distributable experience points, +1 distributable attribute points, +1 distributable skill points, and +100,000 cash. Note that due to the large amount of money, it is temporarily stored in the system. If the host needs to withdraw it, it will appear in the form of cash. The handwriting that appeared in front of Meng Su made Meng Su's eyes light up. Good, it's really a pillow for sleepy people. Distribute attribute points to strength. Meng Su did not hesitate and made a plan directly. Strength is the root of everything. This time when he went out, Meng Su needed personal strength, so he did not hesitate to distribute attribute points to strength. After the distribution was completed, Meng Su's eyes flashed, and soon, a panel appeared in front of him.
Host, Meng Su, Occupation, Trainee Clerk Level 1, 3/20, Flyer Distributor Level 3, 0/20, Chairman Level 0, 0/50. Attributes, Spirit 9, Constitution 10, Strength 14, Agility 11.5, Accumulated Distributable Skill Points, 1, Accumulated Distributable Professional Experience, 5 points, 10 points, Total Assets, 162,000 yuan, Skills, Slacking Off, Professional Skill, Observing Words and Expressions, Professional Skill, Seeing his own panel. Meng Su was very satisfied, not bad, very energetic. Unconsciously, he had added a chairman to his profession. This made Meng Su very satisfied. But unfortunately, it was only level 0, and it actually required 50 experience points to upgrade, which made it difficult for Meng Su to evaluate. He felt that the experience points required to upgrade the chairman profession were too much. A tall building starts from the ground, so take it step by step. Meng Su took a deep breath and took a car key. He planned to go to the relevant department from the underground garage to handle the formalities. After completing the formalities, he could come back early. As for where the car key came from, Meng Su also forgot that he picked it up from the corpse of a zombie. As for whether he could find the car or not, it didn't matter. Although Shen Zhaozhao was working in front of the computer, her mind was now all on Meng Su. She had been secretly observing Meng Su's situation, feeling uneasy, not knowing what Meng Su was going to do. The boss wouldn't really go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau or the bank to handle the formalities, right? Isn't it necessary? I admit that you are a law-abiding citizen, but can you use some special methods and special times? Forget it, boss. Shen Zhaozhao hesitated to speak. She wanted to persuade Meng Su, but after thinking of Meng Su's image, she didn't dare to say it. After thinking about it, Shen Zhaozhao secretly took out her mobile phone and posted a post on the network that was spinning in circles. My boss seems to be in a bad mental state. It's okay to register a company in the end times, but he still has to go through the formalities. What should I do? Waiting online, very anxious. Before Shen Zhaozhao checked the reply to the post, Meng Su's voice appeared in her ears. I'm leaving first. It may be difficult to come back in the next few days. You can eat these supplies if you want. Don't forget to wash your clothes. Shen Zhaozhao heard this and acted like a worker. He stood up and said to Meng Su with great respect, Goodbye, boss. I will work hard. Please rest assured. Okay, mindless and unhappy. Ahem, Shi Wei and Zhang Tao are staring at you at the door. You have to work hard. From 8 a.m. to 5 a.m., you get off work on time. You are not allowed to provoke your colleagues at work, or you will be eaten by them. I'm not responsible. I can at most give you a pension. Meng Su was very satisfied when he saw Shen Zhaozhao's good attitude. After giving a few more instructions, he walked to the stairwell with confidence and headed towards the underground garage. Meng Su's figure gradually disappeared from Shen Zhaozhao's sight. Shen Zhaozhao breathed a sigh of relief at first, but soon a sense of insecurity swept over him. Although my boss's mental state seems unstable, he feels safe. During this period, nothing happened. On the contrary, I was full of food. Now that the boss is out and doing nothing, isn't it a little bad? Shen Zhaozhao was a little confused for a moment. She thought about it and planned to go out to see her boss off, but after seeing the two colleagues at the door, she relaxed her neck. Let's go to work, family. Shen Zhaozhao looked resentfully at the face reflected in the computer screen, and sighed deeply. Come on, hit the workers. In the underground garage, Meng Su was in a good mood. Looking at the Mercedes-Benz key in his hand, he felt filled with emotion. Starting a business is difficult, and the company's lack of assets deeply affects everything. In order to allow the host to solve the financial problem as soon as possible, part-time activities are specially carried out, and you get a temporary part-time DD driver, temporarily. Trigger task, DD driver. Task reward, you can allocate a certain amount of professional experience, a certain amount of points, and a certain amount of cash. Meng Su? Every time I think the world is crazy, the system always tells me there's something even crazier. Meng Su took a deep breath and looked at the parking lot in front of him. He was already a little calm, open DD in the last days. If you think about it carefully, it doesn't seem that bad. Find a zombie customer and break his legs first. Meng Su had adapted to this system perfectly and immediately pushed out the door. Crunch! The sound of the door opening appeared in Meng Su's ears, and an echo erupted in the empty underground parking lot. The harsh sound attracted the attention of several zombies wandering in the parking lot. Roar! When Meng Su saw this, he couldn't help but bump the baseball bat in his hand.
A good life begins with smiling at everything. Please keep smiling, the goddess of luck is looking after you. Staying polite may yield unexpected rewards. A good life begins with smiling at everything. Please keep smiling, the goddess of luck is looking after you. Staying polite may yield unexpected rewards.
The sudden appearance of the content made Meng Su's originally ferocious aura suddenly relax, and he showed a bright smile.
He smiled at the zombie in security uniform and rushed towards him. Isn't this Uncle Wang?
Thank you for your hard work. Thank you for your hard work.
I was still patrolling the underground parking lot at noon. How did you know that I opened a company and became the boss? Master Security King roared ferociously and ignored Meng Su's greetings. He ran towards Meng Su as if he saw prey.
The zombies rushed towards him, and Meng Su swung out his stick, hitting him in the head, knocking him to the ground, and then stepped forward to hit him.
Crisp and neat.
Just after finishing the last hit, he saw another figure speeding towards him from a distance, with a ferocious look in his eyes, and black blood was everywhere. Meng Su was stunned when he saw the zombies speeding towards him. Then he waved his baseball bat enthusiastically and said at the same time, "Isn't this old Zhao? Are you here to work too? Why are you always in the underground garage? Come up quickly. By the way, I have opened a new company. If you want to change jobs, please come to me." Then he was knocked to the ground with a stick, and then hit on the head continuously. His brains burst, blood flowed all over the ground, and thick plasma accumulated on the ground. After dealing with the two zombies, Meng Su took out his car keys and started looking for the Mercedes-Benz. As soon as he took 2 steps, Meng Su saw a bald zombie with his naked body tilted and his body twitching, standing in front of an Audi. There was a very conspicuous wound on his neck, and there was also a man wearing a shirt in the Audi. A female zombie with disheveled eyes and white eyes. It seemed that something suddenly happened during some piston movements, which led to the tragedy.
Is this Boss Zhang?
Why are you playing with car vibrations?
It's so fun. Meng Su was amazed.
He felt that other bosses knew how to play, so he had to remember it.
Strive to apply what you have learned. Meng Su's voice of exclamation naturally woke up the bald Boss Zhang.
He suddenly turned around, his gray eyes rolled violently, and he rushed towards Meng Su at an unprecedented speed. He was so fierce that he burst out with this kind of behavior that was not at all bald. The power of middle age. Boss Zhang, we will have plenty of time to cooperate in the future, so there is no need to be in such a hurry. Meng Su sighed, then swung the stick in a perfect arc, hitting Boss Zhang's head. His eyeballs flew out of his eye sockets and he was knocked to the ground. Meng Su also skillfully took out the wrench and smacked it hard on the head several times until the brain and the effect of the skill observed moment and color disappeared. Unless there are special circumstances, there will be no prompt for general zombies. Meng Su was shocked to find that he could name many of the zombies in the underground parking lot.
Even if I can't call them by name, I occasionally go to and from get off work with them.
After all, they are all in the same building, and everyone looks familiar even if they don't know each other. In just 3 days, it turned into this.
Meng Su was really heartbroken. There are so many zombies. If they don't come to attack me, how cool would it be to hand them leaflets?
Meng Su adheres to the principle of I will not offend others unless they offend me. Even if he becomes a zombie, Meng Su is willing to live in peace with them. The premise is that he can provide value for himself, such as Qi Wei and Zhang Tao. Even if they want to kill all the zombies in the world, Qi Wei and Zhang Tao will definitely be the last 2 killed. Oh, by the way, there is also a DD order. Thinking of this, Meng Su stood up and glanced at the female zombie in the Audi. After thinking about it, he opened the car door without hesitation.
Roar! The female zombie roared.
It has to be said that this female zombie is somewhat pretty, and she is a directly mutated zombie.
Her face is extremely perfect.
Apart from some purple blood vessels and gray eyes, there is no other mark on her face.
Meng Su was very enthusiastic.
After waiting for the female zombie to pounce, he kicked her to the ground. Then he picked up a baseball bat and hit the female zombie's limbs hard.
He shouted while hitting her, "Madam, do you want to take a taxi? Where are you going? Do you want to take a taxi? Speak!" Baseball bat dropped, arm broken. The zombies roared. "Are you leaving or not?"
"I'm not driving illegally, I just don't have a business license." When there was still no reply, Meng Su had no choice but to break her legs. The roaring continued. The mission did not appear for a while.
Meng Su could only confirm that the zombie would not enter the destination.
He sighed and gave the female zombie a final blow with a wrench, causing her head to pop open.
"Is it true that no one takes a taxi?" Meng Su shouted loudly while looking for the Mercedes-Benz.
However, a few zombies appeared here and there, and they were all headshot by Meng Su one after another.
For the current Meng Su, unless more than 5 zombies appear at once, it will be easy to deal with it. What should I do if there are more than 5 heads? Just run. What else can be done?
Since having the perfect life system, Meng Su feels that his mental state has become more and more perfect. I just don't know why in the attribute values, it keeps saying that my mental value is only 9 points.
It's inexplicable.
After searching around, he finally found a Mercedes-Benz E300 in the corner, which immediately made Meng Su feel refreshed. After recalling every detail of his driving practice during the summer after graduating from high school, Meng Su looked resolutely and started the engine instantly.
Boom! With 2 roars, the vehicle drove out. It was a smooth ride.
After Meng Su left, in a chalet in the parking space not far away, 2 pairs of eyes looked at Meng Su's departure through the gray sunscreen glass, and heaved a sigh of relief. A girl breathed a heavy sigh of relief, but still looked a little scared. She whispered to the man beside her, "Husband, that man is gone.
Can we go out now?"
In the passenger seat, there was a boy who was hopeless. After hearing the girl's words, he said feebly, "The car is out of gas and we won't be able to go for long."
I just said that we should have gone out and asked him to take us away. The girl was a little unwilling and said tremblingly, "Isn't he asking who wants a taxi? The worst is to give him more money."
After hearing the girl's words, the boy flew into a rage, stood up suddenly, and said to the girl in shock, "You are crazy.
That man is crazy. It's the end of the world, and there are zombies outside."
He said hello to the zombies, while abusing the zombies, and asking if anyone wanted a ride.
How could he be a normal person? If he falls into his hands, he might as well be killed by the zombies.
Okay, I just checked and the key to the Audi car was not removed.
It seems that all the zombies in the parking lot have been cleared away. Let's go to the Audi car and see if we can drive away.
The boy took a deep breath and then said, "We have finished eating, so we have to leave."
If there are zombies, then we will be unlucky. The gray sky is so oppressive that it is hard to breathe.
The dusty streets are empty, but the occasional zombies' mournful and creepy roars are heard one after another.
The exquisite buildings look particularly desolate against the backdrop of wandering zombies.
One can even see the bloody handprints left on the walls, telling the despair here in the past. The grass scene is chilling.
The prosperity of the city no longer exists.
The air is filled with the stench of rotting corpses, and the empty streets are always filled with despair. In the rental house, listening to the cold wind outside, the man in the rental house was somewhat silent. "Husband, the child is now 39 degrees, and there is no medicine at home.
What should I do?"
Listening to his wife's anxious and uneasy inquiry, Zhang Luanping licked his lips, and the pressure suddenly surged into his heart.
For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. He looked out the window.
The zombies wandering in the community in groups of 3 or 2, as well as the occasional screams in the community, made Zhang Luanping not know how to comment. Although Zhang Luanping was very scared now, his sense of responsibility as the head of the family forced him to hide his inner fear. He wanted to retreat, but the child had a fever and he couldn't delay. Staring at his wife's desperate and anxious eyes, Zhang Luanping was silent for a while, then said, "Juan, you stay at home to take care of the child, I'll go out to find some medicine."
Hearing Zhang Luanping's words, his wife was immediately shocked and instinctively said, "Go out? No. It's too dangerous outside. Let's ask the neighbors. The old Lu family next door should have medicine. And it's just a fever, maybe it can get over it if we hold on." Old Lu's family? Zhang Luanping showed a bitter smile.
3 days ago in the morning, their family was awakened by the screams of old Lu.
Let's not talk about medicine, what about food? We don't have much food at home.
At this point, there is no other way. Zhang Luanping now regrets that he bought such a place because he was greedy for a little bargain when buying a house. "I thought it was close to the city and it only took more than 10 minutes to drive there, so the surrounding facilities didn't matter, but I didn't expect that after the zombie outbreak, there was not even a pharmacy around, and even the supermarket had just opened for business. After I leave, no matter who knocks on the door, don't open it, pretend that no one is at home." After all, at this point, people's hearts are broken. Zhang Luanping whispered to his wife, and after a lot of chatter, he turned over and looked at the girl lying on the bed. There was a trace of sadness in his eyes, and soon he added a sense of determination, walked over, and seemed to want to touch the girl's forehead. As if she felt her father's hand, the girl opened her eyes in confusion and called out subconsciously, "Dad." "Chi-chi." Zhang Luanping showed a relieved smile and said to the girl, "Dad will go on a long trip later.
Maybe he will be back tomorrow, or maybe it will be a long time later.
If it will be a long time later, it's because Dad wants to find a place for plastic surgery.
Ha? The girl didn't quite understand Zhang Luanping's words. Dad, plastic surgery?
No, if Dad has plastic surgery, I won't be able to recognize who is Dad.
Whoever Mom asks you to call Dad in the future, that means Dad has come back after plastic surgery.
Zhang Luanping said softly. Although he didn't know if he could come back this time, he could comfort her in advance anyway.
Okay, Dad, it's better not to have plastic surgery.
I think Dad is super handsome.
I won't talk to you for now, Dad. I'm a little sleepy. I feel so uncomfortable.
I want to sleep. Zhang Luanping carefully closed the door. Hearing the coughing in the room, he felt a little heartbroken. His eyes became firmer again. After taking a deep breath, he looked at his wife who was already in tears. After waving his hand, he took out a kitchen knife, carried a travel bag, and resolutely went out to the city.
At a critical moment, as a husband and a father, you must stand up. Zhang Luanping looked at this world full of dangers with a firm look. He is here.
Hoo-hoo! Zhang Luanping panted heavily, and he felt that his lungs were about to explode.
It's different when you get older.
After running 2 steps, you feel a heart-wrenching feeling and your physical strength is completely exhausted.
He had lost his kitchen knife. Now he found that he was no longer as good as the young man.
Even if he carefully avoided the zombies, he was still chased by them.
The zombies were very fast.
He stumbled all the way and was about to cry. After making sure that the surroundings were safe, Zhang Luanping moved his body carefully with a very nervous look. He looked at the 7 or 8 creepy zombies wandering on the roadside, the pool of blood on the ground and the bloody broken bodies. He couldn't help but feel nauseous and shuddered.
How could the world become like this? Zhang Luanping was desperate and hid behind the wall.
Under high tension, he could only take a deep breath and carefully crawl forward. But just when he thought that all the crises were resolved, there was a rapid breathing sound in front of him, and at the same time, there was a messy footsteps.
Don't chase me, don't chase me.
Then, a boy wearing a blue down jacket and covered in blood ran out of the street in front of him in fear, followed by 3 hideous zombies. This scene completely disrupted Zhang Luanping's plan. After seeing Zhang Luanping, the boy in the blue down jacket was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. While Zhang Luanping was stunned, he passed by Zhang Luanping at the speed of light, and even pushed Zhang Luanping. I'm sorry, I don't want to die, help me.
A handful.
He said something very guilty, but his hands were merciless. The young man's strength was so strong that Zhang Luanping suddenly swayed, but luckily his center of gravity was stable enough and he did not fall to the ground. But even so, he was immediately one position behind the boy in the blue down jacket.
Roar!
When the 3 zombies saw Zhang Luanping, they roared excitedly. A pair of scarlet eyes were staring at Zhang Luanping, like a hungry wolf in an instant. Zhang Luanping's heart pounded, and he immediately wanted to cut the young man in the blue down jacket to death with 1,000 knives, but soon he heard the screams of the young man in the blue down jacket coming from the distance.
Ah!
Zhang Luanping turned around and ran away without hesitation. From the corner of his eye, he saw the 7 zombies feasting on the young man in the blue down jacket. The young man screamed repeatedly, but in Zhang Luanping's ears, it was like the horn of death from hell. His lungs were going to explode.
There was no place to hide or take a detour.
The surrounding area was completely empty, leaving only an endless asphalt road and what looked like a food processing factory with many employees.
Damn, damn, damn.
His whole body was burning now, and he felt like every cell was roaring. However, after all, he is already 35 or 16 years old and has been working at his desk all year round, so he is a little overwhelmed. The zombies, however, were like tireless machines, following Zhang Luanping closely. Zhang Luanping's speed became slower and slower as he ran. The zombies soon gradually shortened the distance from Zhang Luanping.
Roar! The pursuing zombie's body suddenly shook and let out a low roar.
Its eyes rolled and turned white, showing a deathly silence. Green and red blood vessels appeared on its face, showing a ferocious look.
Zhang Luanping looked at the zombies that were so close. He could no longer run away.
He looked frightened and wanted to fight to the death. I can't die here, I still have to find medicine for Chi-Chi. At this moment, Zhang Luanping seemed to have unleashed a great survival instinct, and was about to fight to the death, when he suddenly heard the roar of a Mercedes-Benz in the distance.
Boom!
The next moment, a black Mercedes-Benz E300 suddenly rushed across the road, like a big truck sending people to reincarnation. Without any pause, it directly knocked away the 3 zombies behind Zhang Luanping, and then walked elegantly from there. They were crushed over, and blood splashed out instantly.
Roar! The zombies roared.
It seemed that the owner of this Mercedes-Benz had been killing fish at RT Mart for 10 years and had become an emotionless killer. He reversed the car gracefully, parked in front of Zhang Luanping, and rolled down the window. Looking at the young and handsome face in the driver's seat, Zhang Luanping was stunned for a moment. Soon, he heard the young man in the driver's seat smile brightly. "Hi, the driver Xiaomeng is at your service.
Do you need a taxi? If it's close, I can give you a starting price." Zhang Luanping? Ah, it's the end of the world, are there still taxis? Wrong. Who drives a Mercedes-Benz E300 for taxi?
First order bonus cash plus 3,000, the current company deposit is 160,000 yuan, 167,000 yuan. Please note that the minimum monthly salary for the 3 employees you have is 10,000 yuan, and your current employee's salary totals 40,000 yuan per month. The details are as follows: Chiwei's monthly salary is 10,000, Zhang Tao's monthly salary is 10,000, and Shinzhou's monthly salary is 20,000. A perfect life requires being a harmonious and friendly boss who can provide employees with sufficient financial conditions.
Be more generous. If your monthly salary exceeds 10,000 renminbi, your employees will not defect.
Of course, you can also manually reduce the monthly salary, but it may cause negative effects such as employees asking for salary and job hopping.
Please be aware. Looking at the dazzling gilt letters in front of him, Meng Su couldn't help but sigh deeply. There will be retribution for being drunk.
After making a joke, I actually wanted to give Shin Zhaozhao 20,000 yuan. If the monthly salary needs to be changed, it will have to be changed next month.
Moreover, why do these 2 zombies have a monthly salary of 10,000? Meng Su was numb.
When he was working, his monthly salary could not exceed 10,000 yuan.
I really want to kill all the well-paid zombies. Meng Su sighed deeply. But to be honest, it's really not expensive.
According to the urinary properties of this system, the check-in can cost up to several million per minute. If you can win over zombies with cash, that's actually not bad.
Thoughts flashed through his mind.
Meng Su glanced at the rearview mirror and looked at the frightened middle-aged man in the back seat.
He recalled the taxi driver's tone and said enthusiastically, "This uncle, what do you do and where are you going?" Most taxi drivers are warm-hearted and chatty people. Since you are a driver, you should play your role well.
Hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Luanping subconsciously opened his mouth and said, "I work as a personnel manager in a brewery.
My child is sick. I will go to the city to get some medicine."
He is confused now and needs to slow down.
If I remember correctly, this is the end of the world, right? Why are there still taxis? The child is sick? That's true. We can't delay it. Meng Su groaned, nodded, and then said complicatedly, "Why didn't you drive your own car? Didn't you buy one?"
Zhang Luanping was tense, paying attention to the surrounding environment, and whispered, "The economy was in recession not long ago, so I sold, and the driving noise is too loud.
I live in a community. Once I run over, it is easy to draw those things out."
Meng Su sighed deeply, automatically ignoring the second half, and resonated with Zhang Luanping's words. It is true that the economy is in a recession.
As a company boss, I have to drive to make money, otherwise I won't even be able to pay my salary. Ah? Zhang Luanping didn't understand what Meng Su meant. Since you asked, I won't pretend anymore. Yes, I am the chairman of Peace Order. Are you interested in coming to work in my company?
I can give you 3. Meng Su smiled slightly and changed his style, a high salary of 3,000, including food and accommodation.
Zhang Luanping was silent for a while. He didn't know what Meng Su was talking about. We are a regular company. I am going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to go through the formalities right now. Which pharmacy are you going to? I looked at the offline map. There is also a pharmacy near the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. You took a ride. Aren't you going to get off there? As Meng Su spoke, he happily showed Zhang Luanping the offline navigation. There are so many procedures for running a company. Now I have to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, and I have to go to many departments. It's so annoying. Why are there so many steps? We can't streamline them. One point, one department to solve all problems? Zhang Luanping stopped talking. Something didn't feel right.
The driver's mental state seemed not to be very good.
After the apocalypse came, did you go crazy due to too much pressure?
Although Zhang Luanping stopped replying, Meng Su still said to himself, "Where does the child go to school?
Is his academic performance good?"
The zombies on the roadside were attracted by the movement of passing vehicles. They roared instantly and began to chase the Mercedes-Benz exhaust fumes. Under the bloody flesh, their faces were hideous. Zhang Luanping was a little frightened, but Meng Su drove very casually. While driving, he complained to Zhang Luanping, "People's hearts are too impetuous now. Look, everyone on the roadside wants to take a taxi. It's full. Didn't you see it?" After saying that, Meng Su rolled down the car window and shouted to the zombies running outside, "Stop following. It's full, you can wait for the next one. I really can't pull it, I'm just free riding, I won't accept it. Carpool." Then, he rolled up the car window. Zhang Luanping stopped talking. After surviving outside for 3 days, is this much pressure? Hateful. Can this world get better? Pung. At this moment, a sudden brake came on. Zhang Luanping was caught off guard and hit the seat in front of him. He was a little dizzy, but his spirit was always tense. He immediately grabbed the package beside him and said nervously, "What's wrong? What's going on? The car broke down?" "Then we have to leave quickly, there are a lot of zombies around." No. Meng Su casually lit a cigarette, handed one to Zhang Luanping, and said very naturally, "Wait for the red light." Zhang Luanping? He widened his eyes and looked ahead, and found that there was indeed a traffic light in operation at the intersection ahead. Not far ahead, there was an ambulance overturned on the ground. When the surrounding zombies saw their Mercedes-Benz E300 parked here, they rushed in crazily. There was even a zombie that rushed in front of it and slapped the rear window frantically. The infiltrating face of the zombie was fully visible to Zhang Luanping. Roar! The low roar of the zombies reached Zhang Luanping's ears, and the disgusting stench seemed to spread to the car through the air. Pang, pong, pang. The zombies were knocking on the car door, as if they were trying to open some tin cans, taking out the meat in the cans and eating them, while Meng Su frowned, "These people are too rude." Zhang Luanping was already a little frightened. He looked at Meng Su and asked anxiously, "Let's go directly. What if these zombies break into the door? It's the end of the world. We can wait for the traffic lights to go away and turn around." "Say it again." Hearing this, Meng Su glanced at Zhang Luanping in surprise. "Can you abide by the law? Don't you know that running a red light will result in 6 points deducted and a fine of 200 yuan? Can the world get better? Is it a mistake to wait for traffic lights?" Zhang Luanping? Zhang Luanping was stunned, and he was about to vomit blood due to Meng Su's performance. He held his backpack tightly. Amidst the knocks and roars of the zombies, the green light finally turned on. Meng Su kicked the accelerator and ejected directly, speeding forward. The surrounding zombies instantly disappeared before Zhang Luanping's eyes, only a few were dragged a few meters. Seeing this scene, Zhang Luanping breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Great driving skills." "That's not the case." Meng Su's face was filled with pride. "I've been a QQ speed player for 10 years. Do you know what nitrogen acceleration is?" Zhang Luanping? I shouldn't have said another word. The roar of the car echoed continuously, and the accelerating wheels brought up a cloud of dust that filled the air. The surrounding area was in a mess, with dilapidated houses scattered on the ground, a lot of blood splattered on the walls, and several collapsed telephone poles leaning on both sides of the street. There was a fishy smell in the air, coupled with the occasional tearing sound outside the window. The heartbreaking screams felt like being in hell. Staring at the horrific scene outside the window, Zhang Luanping remained silent. He felt that the depression outside the car seemed more real than the warm atmosphere inside the car. After all, the warmth inside the car is unreal. Meng Su talked eloquently, as if nothing had happened. The end of the world was just floating clouds. It seemed that the world was still an ordinary world, and he was just an ordinary online ride-hailing driver and chairman of the group. Plain and simple is the truth. Ha! Meng Su drove the car leisurely, glanced at the rearview mirror casually, and couldn't help but make a sound of surprise. There was an Audi car behind him, following him all the time. Moreover, this Audi car seems a bit familiar. Hearing Meng Su's voice of surprise, Zhang Luanping's muscles tensed up instantly. There seemed to be streaks of blood in his eyes. He looked around warily and asked Meng Su nervously, "What's wrong, brother, is there another traffic light?" Although Zhang Luanping is more than 10 years older than Meng Su, after experiencing many road journeys, Zhang Luanping can now call him grandpa, let alone Meng Su brother. As long as he no longer waits for the traffic light, he can be called grandpa. "No, there was an Audi following me." Meng Su frowned. Hearing Meng Su's voice, Zhang Luanping took a deep breath. After thinking for a while from Meng Su's perspective, he carefully asked in a psychotic way, "Brother, what do you think he is going to do? He is an online ride-hailing company. Driver, are you here to steal your customers?"
Hearing Zhang Luanping's words, Meng Su looked at Zhang Luanping as if he was mentally retarded, and said to Zhang Luanping, "It's the end of the world, brother, where are the online ride-hailing services? I guess it's either other survivors who want to grab it. This is what the novels say about our things, or Oi Zhang Luanping." After being looked at by Meng Su with strange eyes for a while, Zhang Luanping was speechless for a moment. "Can you speak normal words?" "But what else?" Zhang Luanping asked curiously. "Either the two zombies I killed in the parking lot are still alive, and they drove out and chased them out." Meng Su gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, the zombies are still chasing me. Stop the car later and let them do it." Zhang Luanping. The sudden excitement flashed across my waist. "What kind of logic are you talking to, a neurotic?" Zhang Luanping said tactfully, "Brother, I think zombies may not be able to drive." "You're right, zombies can't drive," Meng Su said casually. He felt so good now that he could do whatever he wanted. He could say whatever he wanted and felt full of energy. That's just human beings. Find a way to trick them and see what they do. Before he finished speaking, Meng Su's words were paused. Seeing that Meng Su was half talking again, Zhang Luanping was about to have a nervous breakdown. He asked tremblingly, "Brother, what's wrong again, brother?" "Nothing." Meng Su shook his head and took a deep breath. In front of his eyes, he suddenly discovered a line of small gold-plated characters. "The talent and senior bodyguard you drew have appeared within 3 kilometers centered on you." Talent appears. Is it the Audi car behind? The person who has been chasing me is actually his bodyguard? That's not right. 3 kilometers, that's 3,000 meters. The Audi behind me is only a few hundred meters away, right? If it was Audi, the reminder would have appeared a long time ago, so why is this happening? Meng Su fell into deep thought, but he didn't think much about it now. Because this talent will be regularly refreshed near the Science and Technology building, it doesn't matter if I don't meet him now. I'll talk about it after finishing the business behind me. The vehicle continued to drive, but soon, a red traction line suddenly appeared in Meng Su's eyes. It seemed that he was instructing Meng Su, the talented senior bodyguard, on his position. He was not distracted while driving, but there were not many vehicles on the road, so Meng Su followed the traction line and looked towards the key points. However, he saw that in front of him, there was a zombie like an iron tower, standing beside the road. His whole body was twitching, his muscles were stretched and covered with veins, and there were scattered pieces of flesh hanging on his arms. His skin was wrinkled. Brown liquid oozed from the cracks, and the teeth and cheeks were covered with sticky blood, exuding a disgusting rancid smell. Occupation, Power-type mutant zombie, level 3, Meng Su? I'm testing you, are you a high-level talent? Bodyguard? You call this a bodyguard? System, you are dead. You died twice. Fortunately, I met him on the way, otherwise, wouldn't he have been blocked by this mutated zombie? The boss is blocking Novice Village, right? When he saw Meng Su's Mercedes-Benz approaching, he immediately roared forward like a beast that had found its prey. Meng Su didn't hesitate at all, stepped on the accelerator and left directly. Why are you spending time with this mutated zombie? The most important thing is to hurry up and go through all the procedures required to open a company. Kill zombies by yourself without exploding equipment. Although the mutant zombie is mutated, who knows what the specific situation is? It is better to leave first and come back to see. Although I am crazy enough, I am not that crazy. After all, the mutant zombie is just a zombie, and the mutation is strength. Naturally, it cannot match the speed of the vehicle. After Meng Su rode away, he could only sigh and eat Meng Su's exhaust. Zhang Luanping saw the surprising zombie and was a little absent-minded for a while. After coming back to his senses, his voice was trembling. What was that just now? Zombie, what else can it be? A senior bodyguard. Meng Su said casually, his eyes were fixed on the rearview mirror, closely observing the situation of the mutant zombie. Roar! The roar was like thunder, resounding on the street. The zombie stood in the middle of the road, with his neck tilted, his body twitching, and the pieces of meat on his body were falling crackling, looking extremely disgusting. And the Audi car that had been following Meng Su just drove over. Following this guy, it's really smooth. The man was holding the steering wheel, very excited. Just in time, he saw the 2-meter-tall zombie standing in the middle of the road. He couldn't help but grin and prepared to rush towards the zombie. Knock him away. Looking at her husband who suddenly accelerated, the woman was a little nervous. She had an inexplicable fear of the zombie in front of her, so she said to the man worriedly, "Why don't we go around it? I'm afraid." "You're afraid of shit. The man's eyes revealed a hint of excitement, and he grinned confidently. What's wrong with zombies? Can't zombies kill people? I've run over more than 1 or 2 zombies with my car. What's there to be afraid of? Anyway, this is not our car. He is very confident now, and the perverted energy that was hidden in the peaceful and prosperous times in the past has slowly emerged. Facing the man's appearance, the woman also fell silent and dared not speak. The feeling of the steel behemoth running over flesh and blood is actually quite good for her. There is an inexplicable pleasure. Boom boom, the accelerator accelerated and headed straight for the mutant zombie. When the man thought he would easily run over it this time, he suddenly felt a deafening echo in his ears. Then, the car suddenly skidded, tilted to one side, and rolled straight towards the green belt beside the road. The violent shock and impact made the man's consciousness blurred, and there were bursts of tinnitus in his ears. Clang, the tinnitus echoed, and he could no longer feel his body and the surrounding environment. After his consciousness gradually cleared, he found that there were hideous faces in the windows around him. At this moment, he was completely panicked. No, don't. P.S. In the new year, I wish you all the best and all your wishes come true. Happy Year of the Dragon. Thanks to Schrodinger's killer cat and everything is environment for their 500 starting coins. Thanks to I don't know what to call it and Sakai Liren for their 5,000 starting coins. Thanks the Audi car did successfully knock the mutant zombie away. The mutant zombie was knocked 3 or 4 meters away. Its body was twisted and broken, and it lay on the ground, bleeding, looking even more hideous and terrifying. The Audi car also turned sideways as if it had hit something, causing several zombies wandering around to tremble and go over to open the box and feast on it. The mutant zombie did not seem to be unable to move because of the collision. Instead, it was crawling towards the Audi car in a weird posture. Even Meng Su could see that the mutant zombie attacked an ordinary zombie in front of him. Meng Su did not read the rest of the content. The car drove away and he could not see it even if he wanted to. Zhang Luanping sat in the back seat, somewhat silent. The situation outside was more complicated than he had imagined. If he had not been lucky enough to meet Meng Su, he might have died on the spot and become food for the zombies, or simply become one of those zombies. The further into the city, the more zombies there are. From the few zombies that appeared sporadically on the roadside to the more zombies that appeared as he went deeper, Meng Su realized that the process of handling the formalities might not be smooth this time. After checking the navigation, he resolutely parked the car in a nearby community. He didn't plan to continue driving. After all, the situation in the city was complicated. Meng Su had seen a lot of vehicles abandoned on the road, and it was difficult for vehicles to pass. In addition, there were many zombies in the city, and the noise of vehicles driving was very loud, which would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. The community he chose was well equipped, with supermarkets, fruit shops, milk tea shops, etc. around it, and of course there were pharmacies. Meng Su parked the car in a chic manner, looking at the zombies that seemed to be disturbed by the sound not far away, and immediately turned back to Zhang Luanping and asked, "Dear passenger, we have arrived at the destination. How do you pay, cash or scan code?" After that, Meng Su opened the payment code on his mobile phone very naturally. "Can I swipe the card?" Zhang Luanping took a deep breath, tremblingly took out a bank card, and whispered to Meng Su, "The password is 66, and there are 30,000 yuan in it. Although I don't know what you need the money for it this time, but, thank you." He sincerely thanked Meng Su. If it weren't for Meng Su, he would have become a meal for those zombies long ago. How could he be here today? "You're welcome." Meng Su didn't waste any more time talking to him. He tapped the payment code on his mobile phone and took the bank card. Suddenly, he looked at Zhang Luanping suspiciously. "Is it an empty card?" "If it is an empty card, you are in big trouble." "Zhang Luanping? It's the end of the world. What's the use of asking for money?" Zhang Luanping said self-deprecatingly. Meng Su denied Zhang Luanping's question. "It's useful. I have to pay my employees." Zhang Luanping took a deep breath and asked, "How many people are there over there? Is there enough food?" Although in Zhang Luanping's opinion, Meng Su's mental state seemed unstable. But a good person who is trustworthy is a good psychopath. "You mean my employees?" 3, 2 from the security department, and 1 clerk. Meng Su counted on his fingers and said, "Of course, the clerk doesn't matter, she can do whatever she wants, but the 2 from the security department are not bad, after all. They are zombies and can talk to other zombies. Qi Wei, Zheng Tao, Manager Zhang, and Xin Zhaozhao all need to be paid. Of course, Xin Zhaozhao doesn't care. If she wants to work, do it. If she doesn't, let her go. She doesn't want to do it. There are zombies who want to do this position.
But Chi Wei and Zhang Tao still need to use wages to keep in touch. Otherwise, Meng Su dare not imagine what the scene is like when zombies collect debts, and the more assets he has, the more zombie employees he can recruit.
Hey, wait a minute, how did I become a capitalist?
Meng Su was extremely heartbroken for a moment, and felt that his soul was tainted.
For Meng Su's crazy talk, Zhang Luanping didn't know what to say for a while. Your employees are zombies?
Zhang Luanping, who was originally thinking about whether to work for Meng Su, completely gave up this idea.
He would be grateful to Meng Su. If Meng Su needs any help in the future, he will definitely do it.
But forget about working, he doesn't want to live with zombies day and night, especially when he has a family.
Okay, get off the car.
Meng Su waved his hand and got off the car with Zhang Luanping. Zhang Luanping looked nervous, while Meng Su seemed to be just taking a walk, strolling leisurely.
He and Zhang Luanping looked completely different. Thank you, take care.
After getting off the car, Zhang Luanping didn't say much, just nodded to Meng Su, and then quickly moved towards the pharmacy next to him. He didn't ask Meng Su to go with him. After all, Meng Su had helped him enough.
Meng Su looked at Zhang Luanping's figure leaving, and didn't say anything.
In the end times, there are too many people struggling to live. Didi driver completes first order, gets +3 distributable career experience, +1000 cash, +0.5 freely distributable attribute points. The gilded small words in front of him made Meng Su's eyes light up. Without any hesitation, he directly added all the freely distributable attribute points to strength.
Strength is the root of everything.
Distribution successful, current strength value, 14.5 points.
I am really full of energy.
Meng Su took a deep breath, picked up the 2 weapons he was most familiar with, and took a deep breath.
The bloody smell in the air was so strong that Meng Su couldn't help but frown. It was said that the city would have a smell of decadence and debauchery, which is completely different from the suburbs.
Why is there a smell of blood?
Roar! The zombies around were already approaching, making waves of roars.
The nearest one was an auntie who was buying vegetables. It seemed that when the zombie virus broke out, she happened to go out to buy vegetables, but unfortunately encountered such a disaster. There were also many zombies in the surrounding shops, who were banging on the glass doors in a commotion, trying to break out of the cage and tear Meng Su to pieces. She roared and rushed towards Meng Su hysterically.
Meng Su couldn't help but sigh deeply and clenched the wrench in his hand. It was said that the people in the city were of high quality?
Why are they so uncultured and not polite at all? But this auntie looked very friendly.
Maybe she was just playing a little joke on herself. Meng Su thought so.
But soon, the zombie of the grocery shopping auntie rushed to Meng Su, baring its fangs and claws, and looked ferocious. Seeing this, Meng Su was very heartbroken.
Can't people be more harmonious and friendly?
Zombies can also be friendly.
Look at my company's employees Chi Wei and Zhang Tao, they are very friendly to me.
With this thought, Meng Su took out a wrench. With a throw of Qiankuan, the auntie fell to the ground. Meng Su stepped forward to finish the job. The zombie tied behind him was even more ferocious, and Meng Su even heard the sound of glass breaking faintly.
Forget it, let's not waste time here.
The important thing is to go to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to handle the procedures. Meng Su said casually, glanced at the shared bicycles at the entrance of the community, and scanned one casually. Let's go. Ride my beloved little motorcycle. Now it seems to be a bicycle, but who cares, it will never get stuck in traffic. Humming a little tune, Meng Su shuttled through the alleys and headed towards his destination with the guidance of the navigation. Behind him, the zombies surged. Many zombies wandering on the streets were hysterical, running around in a heart-wrenching manner, coming from all directions. The survivors who were shivering and hiding at home accidentally looked out the window and found this shocking thing.
Isn't this person afraid of death? Riding a bicycle, just riding over so openly?
Such a scene makes people feel dumbfounded and feel the disparity of the world. They were a little confused and had no idea why such a thing happened.
For Meng Su, everything was much simpler.
The Industrial and Commercial Bureau is located in the old city, and there is a bank nearby, so 2 procedures can be handled at once. As for the other departments, Meng Su feels that he should be able to complete them in 2 days. Of course, it is worth mentioning. Meng Su's rental house is nearby, so he is very familiar with the surrounding routes.
This is also one of the reasons why Meng Su can avoid the zombies in the bustling area.
Meng Su took a deep breath and looked at the surrounding environment. He immediately felt the sunshine. The hideous zombies in front of him, at this moment, Meng Su felt that they were much cuter. Excited heart, trembling hands. Meng Su didn't expect that one day he would be able to enter the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to register a company.
The old Meng family has a big boss. Meng Su parked his bicycle and looked at a female zombie coming towards him. She seemed to be a doctor, wearing a white coat with bloodstains on it, with a hideous face and twitching all over. She was originally dull and stupid, and seemed to move very slowly. But the moment she saw Meng Su, she was like bolt, and she instantly launched. Meng Su remembered that there was no hospital near his rental house, but there was a street that was said to be a place of eroticism. Meng Su had never been there, but after seeing this interesting doctor, Meng Su had understood a lot. Role-playing, right? Meng Su suddenly realized that he was in a good mood today and didn't want to kill anyone. Go away, I don't want to kill you today. The zombies didn't understand human language and still came to kill fiercely. And Meng Su could only sigh, gave her a baseball bat, and then picked up a wrench to kill crazily. Until this interesting zombie was completely silent. Meng Su wiped the blood on his face, and his sunny smile disappeared without a trace. Zombies have become unlovable. After sighing, Meng Su turned around without hesitation and walked towards the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau didn't seem to have changed. Only a zombie in uniform in the duty room was facing away from Meng Su, knocking slowly on the doorframe with his head. Meng Su looked at the sign at the door, looked at the business hours, and then looked at his phone, frowning. Oh no, we're off work at 11:30 noon, and we're back to work at 1:30 p.m. Meng Su sighed deeply, looked around, and found that there seemed to be a lot of zombies around. It seemed that he couldn't wait here until they got off work in the afternoon. With this thought in mind, Meng Su could only come to the guard duty room and knock on the glass. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of knocking on the glass was very clear, and instantly made the zombie in the guard duty room in a security uniform twist his neck and roar again and again, roar. Then, the zombie knocked the glass violently with his head, as if he wanted to rush out and cut Meng Su into pieces. Seeing the security guard like this, Meng Su thought about it and said loudly to the security guard, "Uncle, prove it to me, I came here first. If I need to go through the formalities later, I should go first, okay? If you don't say anything, I will take it as your consent." After saying that, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and regardless of the struggling security guard in the duty room, he quickly came to the road, rode on the shared bicycle, and rode towards his rental house. There are still 2 hours before the door opens. Go home and sleep and change clothes during this time. Pack your luggage by the way. As a boss, you must live and die with the company. Big bosses will leave a dark room for themselves in the office, which contains daily necessities, beautiful secretaries, everything is available anyway. As for the rental house? Meng Su has only one evaluation. Goodbye, cage. With this thought, Meng Su went to the community very easily. The community is an old community and is not equipped with an elevator. The average age of the residents is very high. Looking around, there are either old men and old women or elementary school students. There are also many middle-aged couples here. However, it is not wrong to describe the entire community as old, weak, sick, and disabled. Meng Su rode his bicycle very naturally and entered the community. After passing the gate of the community, he saw a bald, disemboweled zombie rushing towards him with red eyes and roaring. Hey, isn't this Uncle Lee? I told you to eat less and not have a big belly. Now your stomach has been stabbed open, right? Meng Su raised the wrench casually, dodged the attack sideways, and smashed the wrench on the back of his head. It was fast, accurate and ruthless. At this moment, he already had a lot of experience in killing zombies. With both strength and speed being dominant, it is too easy to kill a brainless zombie. However, Meng Su still has a strong sense of crisis. Mutated zombies. Since the first one can appear, the second one can appear naturally. Zombies at this stage are very weak, but no one knows what the zombies will be like in the future. Only by being prepared for danger in times of peace can one be the best in the world. While thinking, Meng Su walked along the road in the community towards the building where he was. The community is not big, so there are not many people on the road. Occasionally, a few scattered zombies will appear, and Meng Su will take action and solve them all. The zombies here are all old men and women. Fighting them is effortless. While feeling relaxed, Meng Su even thought about one thing: should I move the company address here? The zombies in the Science and Technology Innovation Building are all young and strong, and they need to concentrate when fighting. The zombies here are old and weak, and although they still need to concentrate, it is much easier. After parking his bicycle downstairs, Meng Su was not worried about someone stealing it. It was the end of the world, so zombies wouldn't steal it, right?
Thinking of this, Meng Su climbed up the stairs. Meng Su lived on the 5th floor, and the rental house without an elevator was naturally cheaper on the 5th floor. Meng Su was young and strong, so he didn't care much about the 5 flights of stairs. Bang, bang, bang. As if knowing that Meng Su was home, the neighbors downstairs knocked on the door excitedly, as if to welcome Meng Su's return. At the same time, there were also bursts of low roars. Meng Su couldn't help but feel happy when he saw this. These neighbors were basically nodding acquaintances with him on weekdays, but he didn't expect that they were so excited to see him return peacefully. Meng Su's eyes were filled with tears, and he responded to the neighbors, okay, everyone is fine, we can make dumplings together when we have time in the future. Really good neighbors in Donghua. Men were silent and women cried. Walking up to the 4th floor, Meng Su found that the door of his downstairs neighbor's house was wide open, but there was no sign of a struggle. The owner ran away somewhere. Meng Su thought about it and helped them close the door. Then he went back to the 5th floor, took out the key, and opened the door. Familiar furniture came into view, which made Meng Su feel warm. Warm neighbors, enthusiastic self, what a perfect life. Do you have such a perfect life? It's perfect and beautiful. Take a shower and take a nap first. Meng Su threw the baseball bat and wrench aside and stretched his muscles. I haven't been so comfortable for a long time. After taking a hot bath, Meng Su slept soundly. I accidentally overslept. When Meng Su woke up, a long time had passed and everything he could see was dim. The gray light in the room made it seem as if the sun had set forever. The feeling of loneliness accompanied Meng Su, like a silent black cat, silently hovering in Meng Su's heart. For a moment, Meng Su was immersed in deep darkness. There is an indescribable loneliness. Meng Su casually turned on the light in the hall, and the bright light instantly filled the entire room, dispelling the silent loneliness completely. After changing his clothes, Meng Su casually sat on the sofa. He glanced at the time on his phone and found that it was already time to get off work. He immediately rubbed his temples and blamed himself. Why did you sleep so late? After yawning, Meng Su became energetic, and then, a line of small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, like clouds. A perfect life starts with a perfect sleep. After 3 days of hard work, a hot bath and a rest can make you feel 100 times more energetic. You get a perfect reward fund of 3,000 yuan, mental attributes +1, and allocable experience +1. Meng Su was stunned for a moment, and then, the clouds and mist dissipated, and the small gilded characters disappeared before Meng Su's eyes like quicksand. Is there any extra benefit from sleeping? This was something Meng Su didn't expect. It seems that this perfect life system is really perfect. It would be better if there was no apocalypse. After yawning, Meng Su didn't know what to do. Now, he can only turn on the TV at will and see if there was any program on. It's a pity. After turning it on, there is no signal. Meng Su casually took another glass of water, drank it, and scrolled through his phone. After coming out, the network signal was still very poor, and Meng Su didn't know why. However, the electricity still did not stop. Are there still people working at the power station, or is it that the power supply will continue to be supplied even if no one is operating it due to the hydropower station? Meng Su thought in his heart, but he didn't know the specific reason. If no one is working at the power station, the electricity will not last long. After all, Donghua uses a lot of thermal power plants, which require manual intervention. After no one is around, it can only last for a day or two at most, and this is already the 3rd day. From this, it seems that Huching City should not be classified as thermal power generation, but mostly water and electricity. Although hydropower stations can last longer than thermal power stations, they can only last for half a month at most. You also need to plan early. After all, once the power goes out, the Palu I keep at home, the employee I hire in the company will not be able to make a form for myself. Wrong. It seems that hand drawing can also be done. Thinking of this, Meng Su relaxed instantly. I was so scared that I almost thought that employees had no way to create value for themselves. After exhaling, Meng Su sat quietly on the sofa, quietly waiting for the cell phone signal to improve. Not long after, Meng Su entered the forum when the network signal was extremely unstable. What should I do if there is a power outage? I'm going to run out of power. The food I've stored is all refrigerated food. What should I do if the refrigerator doesn't work? The water flow here is also much smaller. What's going on? The water won't be cut off. Damn, is it too late for me to stock up on water now? I have built a safe house a long time ago. It has water and electricity. I have accumulated enough resources to last me a lifetime.
So cool. How can I contact the brother upstairs?
I just turned 18 this year. Looking at the situation, Meng Su found many posts saying that the power there had been cut off. Although the water supply was not cut off, the speed of the water flow was not optimistic. Regarding this news, Meng Su couldn't help but sigh that things in the world are unpredictable, and they were no different from what he expected.
Meng Su casually flipped through the posts and soon found a post with an IP address in Heching City. I clocked in at the end of the day, day 1. Meng Su?
It's the end of the world, are there really stupid people going to work? After seeing this post, Meng Su's strong curiosity drove him to open the post, and suddenly he found a familiar computer screen.
Isn't this my workstation?
In an instant, Meng Su seemed to understand who the poster was, and his vision suddenly went dark.
If you don't work hard, why don't you stay here and surf the internet? Do you know that only by working well can you create value and provide experience for me? Meng Su took a look at the comment section.
Most of them were comments such as "This girl has finally gone crazy," "Poor, no one saved her where she was driven crazy."
Of course, there were also some comments asking for medicine and food.
Meng Su dragged it to the end of the GG asking for help and posted a comment, "Work hard, or I will fire you when I get back." After saying that, Meng Su snorted coldly and turned off the screen. With nothing to do, Meng Su came to the bedroom and opened his laptop. After opening it, he found that the Wi-Fi was connected, but the signal was very poor.
Bored, Meng Su casually opened a game called Phantom Beast Parlou, intending to experience the feeling of being a boss first. Playing a game alone is inevitably a bit boring.
Meng Su subconsciously opened the group chat inside as he looked at the red no signal reminder. He also planned to go to the game group to ask 2 game partners to play games together, but he didn't expect that the signal was not very good, which was a pity. After playing for a while, the sky was already dark. Meng Su picked up his mobile phone with weak and no signal. He looked carefully and found that there were several replies in his background. "Tell me in detail how to surpass."
"I want to surpass too. Can we surpass together?"
Looking at these vulgar and lowbrow comments, Meng Su frowned.
I really should let Chi Wei see what it means to be really lowbrow.
But just as Meng Su continued to look down, he suddenly heard a burst of violent footsteps outside. Along with these violent footsteps, there were also bursts of screams.
Roar!
The harsh sound rang in Meng Su's ears, making Meng Su frown. He first skillfully killed a few unemployed Palu, fired them, and then stood up, opened the curtains, and looked out the window. Outside the window, there were more than a dozen zombies doing something, surrounding a screaming zombie, and also screaming.
Zombies are much more active at night than during the day.
From time to time, there were violent crashes and faint explosions. I had no idea what they were doing outside. Not sleeping at night was clearly disturbing the people.
Can Meng Su tolerate it? As the chairman of the company, can Meng Su tolerate it?
Other chairmen don't know, but Chairman Meng can tolerate it.
Zombies don't have quality, but I do.
I am the chairman of the Dignified Peace Order, and I have 3 employees under me.
I won't argue with them. Meng Su snorted coldly.
After all, his current identity is different. He can't fight and kill for a little thing.
To get involved, you need background. He took out a bag of Black Elephant instant noodles from the cabinet at home.
While soaking the noodles, he thought about the purpose of these zombies, and then took out his mobile phone and continued to read the reply that he had not finished reading. Soon, Meng Su suddenly saw the reply from the original poster. "Stop pretending to be my boss here. I'm telling you, my boss is a good fighter and has a weak brain. If my boss sees you talking nonsense here, he will rush over and kill you immediately, and scatter your ashes."
Meng Su? See how I deal with you when I get back.
The sun was shining brightly and the weather was very good.
The sun shone into the rental house through the glass. Meng Su got up early.
Actually, it was mainly because he had enough sleep and had nothing to do. Today's breakfast was very rich. They were kangshufu braised beef, shrimp fish cake, mushroom stewed chicken, golden soup fat beef. Of course, there was no old pickled cabbage. After finishing breakfast, Chairman Meng skillfully washed up, changed into a set of casual sportswear, washed the high-end suit, and hung it on the balcony to dry.
Everything was the same as before. After finishing, Meng Su looked around with satisfaction.
After making sure that there was nothing missing, he picked up the weapons he brought with him when he entered the house yesterday.
Baseball bat, wrench.
These 2 weapons have already achieved many victories, and the dried blood on them is enough to prove their great achievements. Meng Su used them very smoothly, but the baseball bat felt that it could be upgraded, but there was no good weapon for the time being, so he could wait and see. After finishing everything, Meng Su stretched and walked out of the house. The neighbor's enthusiasm could not be stopped. As soon as Meng Su went out, he heard a crackling sound from the neighbor's house. It seemed that something was knocking on the door next door. Seeing this, Meng Su also shouted good morning through the door very skillfully, and walked downstairs with full energy. It's the 4th day, and I don't know what the situation is now. Why hasn't there been rescue for so long? Or the safe zone, there must be some isolation. Walking to the 3rd floor, Meng Su suddenly heard a rustling sound, which seemed to be the sound of the anti-theft door rotating. Ha! Meng Su was stunned, and then he was surprised. Zombies can open the door? With this thought, Meng Su picked up the wrench in his hand and took it seriously. Soon, the security door of room 301 was opened tremblingly, revealing a gap. A middle-aged woman with disheveled hair and extremely sloppy appearance showed a pair of eyes and looked at Meng Su. Meng Su remembered this person, who was his neighbor downstairs and had a son who was probably in junior high school. She played the piano every night, and on weekends, she could be seen taking her son out for tutoring. Due to the poor sound insulation, sometimes she could hear the sound of beating the child and the child crying. Another reason why Meng Su was impressed by her was that she once knocked on the door because Meng Su didn't wear headphones when playing games. This made Meng Su very puzzled, because he played games alone and didn't make any noise. However, Meng Su felt that there was a hint of greed and excitement in her eyes. Occupation, full-time mother, level 4. Observing her words and expressions, Meng Su was told that she was not a zombie, but a full-time mother with a level of 4, but it always made Meng Su feel weird. Meng Su adjusted his state and asked the aunt, "Aunt Chow, what are you doing? You are so sneaky. Is there a thief in the house? Xiao Meng, what are you doing?" Aunt Chow's state is not quite right. After hearing Meng Su's voice, she also responded subconsciously. "I'm going to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to handle some procedures." Meng Su said kindly, "I opened a company, and the procedures are a bit troublesome. What's wrong with you? Why are you disheveled? You should tidy up your appearance. If I didn't recognize you, I would have thought that a psychopath had escaped from the mental hospital." Hearing Meng Su's kind concern, Aunt Zhao was obviously stunned. "You still say I'm crazy? You are in this state, you should treat yourself first." After a moment of daze, Aunt Zhao also showed a kind smile. "Xiao Meng, I just cooked a meal at home, do you want to come in and try it?" After that, she motioned Meng Su to come in and talk. Seeing this, Meng Su was about to shake his head and refuse, but suddenly his eyes lit up and a line of small gilded characters appeared. Harmonious neighborhood relations are an important step towards a perfect life. A perfect life should be kind to others. Aunt Zhao on the 3rd floor seems to have some troubles about her son. Go and help solve it. Trigger task, solve the troubles of Aunt Zhao and her son. Task rewards, points +2, cash +5,000, distributable attribute points +0.5, and a chance to obtain a professional recommendation letter held by Aunt Zhao. Yo! Meng Su couldn't help but laugh. There is such a good thing? The first 3 are not important, the important thing is the last one. Professional letter. Meng Su heard this, immediately straightened his chest and raised his head, and said very naturally, "Let's go, what to eat?" His tone was natural, and it felt like he was back home. Seeing Meng Su so casual, Aunt Zhao was stunned for a moment, and then she opened the door very enthusiastically, and said happily, "Come in, come in." After 2 consecutive calls, Meng Su entered the room under such a welcome. Entering the house, the vision is broadened. What Meng Su can see is that the whole house is wiped very bright, and it looks good to be cleaned every day. Although the floor is clean and shiny, Meng Su smells a faint smell of blood. In the corner, there is still some blood splashed. Looking around, Meng Su sat directly on the sofa and looked at Aunt Zhao. "Aunt, where is your son?" "Drink water." Aunt Zhao poured a glass of water and placed it on the coffee table, revealing a creepy smile. "You mean Xiao Wei? He's playing on the computer in his room. Do you want to go and see?" "I won't drink water." Meng Su shook his head, then stood up and came to the bedroom of the so-called Xiao Wei, and found that the door was closed. Then, Meng Su knocked on the door gently, and immediately heard a roar from the other side of the door. It seems that Xiao Wei has turned into a zombie. Meng Su immediately understood, and then, Meng Su suddenly felt a hurricane coming from behind him, but it just flashed by, and then he found that Aunt Zhao was holding a heavy axe, with bloodshot eyes. The chop just now was easily avoided by Meng Su. "Hey, Aunt Zhao, are you attacking me? If you hit me with that axe just now, it would be intentional homicide." Meng Su yawned, then looked at Aunt Zhao and said, I will hit you with this wrench later, that will be self-defense. Listening to Meng Su's nonsensical words, Aunt Zhao looked a little crazy and yelled at Meng Su, my son is hungry, he can't eat. Come on, Xiaomeng, come on, anyway, you don't have any relatives, come on. My son usually eats vegetarian food. Don't worry, Xiaomeng, go and play with my baby son. Meng Su shook his head when he heard Aunt Zhao's words and said, eat vegetarian food? Why, usually you only eat vegetative people. This crazy woman surnamed Zhao looks a little mentally abnormal. Psychosis is really scary. Fortunately, I am a normal person. Meng Su didn't say much, and didn't even pay much attention to Aunt Zhao. After all, to Meng Su, Aunt Zhao was even weaker than a zombie. There was only one thing he was thinking about. That's how he should complete his mission. Solving the troubles of Aunt Zhao and her son, Meng Su couldn't help but have a headache. He was thinking about something while dodging the heavy axe impact from Aunt Zhao. Suddenly, Meng Su thought of something. After escaping an impact, he took out his baseball bat and hit Aunt Zhao's arm with such force that he hit Aunt Zhao's arm instantly. After Aunt Zhao screamed in pain, she unconsciously let go of the heavy axe. It fell to the ground with a bang and made a sound. Ah! Aunt Zhao felt as if her arm had been broken, moaning in pain, while Meng Su took a deep breath, without hesitation, and then swung two sticks, knocking the crazy woman to the ground completely, and then turned around. Come on, pick up that heavy axe and strike directly at the bedroom door. Clang! Clang! Meng Su was like a lumberjack, splitting a big hole in the bedroom door in 3 strokes. Through the big hole, Meng Su saw an iron chain in the bedroom, tying the thin child named Xiaowei to the bed. Xiaowei kept struggling and twisting, his eyes were gray, veins popped up on his face, his body was stained with blood, and there were large pools of blood on the bed. And around the bed, there were many pieces of flesh and blood chopped into pieces, as well as 3 desperate heads. Zombie, level 0, seeing this scene, Meng Su was stunned. These corpses were cut so neatly that it was impossible for them to be the work of zombies. Meng Su took a look at the faces of the 3 heads, distinguished them, and found that they all looked familiar. 2 of them were the couple on the 4th floor below me, and 1 seemed to be the male owner of the house. I don't know why, but even Meng Su, who was already a little nervous, felt a little angry when he saw this situation. Some immoral things done by some people in a post-apocalyptic environment can be regarded as emergency evacuation. But this Aunt Zhao's behavior is too bad. She was clearly deceiving her neighbors, killing them, and then feeding them to her mutated son. This is simply outrageous. Meng Su was already a little angry, and his eyes, which were originally kind and friendly, became a little cold at this moment. Ah! The screams of the mad woman and the roars of the zombies echoed throughout the room. Meng Su turned around, walked resolutely, and immediately came to the crazy woman, raising his axe high. You, what are you going to do? The crazy woman's eyes were horrified, and she was extremely frightened. It's illegal to kill someone, it's illegal. Snort! Meng Su snorted coldly, and then struck the mad woman on the side of the head with a heavy axe, causing her to scream in terror for a moment. Meng Su did not kill her. After all, Meng Su didn't want to do this unless it was absolutely necessary. But, we have such a good relationship, why do you have to tie up your son? Let me help you. Meng Su said coldly, lifted the heavy axe, and quickly came to the tied zombie. Without hesitation, he directly tugged on the iron chain and pulled the iron chain up. 3 times, 5 divided by 2, then released the zombie. Roar! After the zombies were released, they went completely crazy and rushed towards Meng Su like a wolf and a tiger. Meng Su didn't coddle the naughty kid, and swung a baseball bat at him, knocking him to the ground. However, Meng Su did not continue to hit the target, but turned around and left. He looked at the crazy woman lying on the ground and the completely released zombies. He took a deep breath and stood at the security door, facing the frightened mad woman. Ziwenxin said kindly, it's what I should do to reunite your family. You're welcome. After all, we are neighbors. Okay, you guys can chat slowly and I won't disturb you anymore. Aunt Zhao, I won't eat this meal. See you tomorrow. After saying that, Meng Su turned around and left, slamming the security door shut at the same time. There was a scream in my ears. Maybe it was because they missed each other so much after not seeing each other for so many days, so they hugged each other and cried, right? Aunt Zhao's wish is for her son to have enough to eat. Xiaowei's wish is to get rid of Aunt Zhao's control and have real face-to-face communication with Aunt Zhao. You did a great job. I'm so proud of you. It's just that in the beginning, human nature is evil. Aunt Zhao has strong evil thoughts towards you. Aunt Zhao's favorability is 100. She will be hated if she does good or good deeds. She is a vicious aunt.
I am complaining for you. Can the world be better? Unfortunately, because Aunt Zhao has great evil intentions for you, she did not obtain a career recommendation letter from a full-time mother for this mission. The mission has been completed, and the mission reward is obtained, points plus 2, cash plus 5,000, allocable attribute points plus 0.5. Looking at the mission rewards he received, Meng Su was quite satisfied. As for a career recommendation letter from a stay-at-home mom? It's okay not to. Say no to male mothers. Add more points, superimpose it on my strength.
Meng Su did not hesitate and allocated the 0.5 attribute points to strength again. Added points successfully, your current strength value is 15 points.
Too slow, too slow. Meng Su was a little dissatisfied. How can the system be so inconvenient?
Give me a task that adds 10,000 points quickly, so that I can instantly become an unparalleled powerhouse who can physically cross the universe and blow up planets with one punch.
The system did not match the epileptic Meng Su.
After Meng Su realized that he was asking for trouble, he went downstairs skillfully. When he came downstairs, he found that his bicycle was gone.
Fuck. Chairman Meng uttered a curse word without grace. Who is so unqualified that he even steals your bicycle? Angry, very angry.
Meng Su expressed great disappointment with this world.
Some hateful zombie must have done it. Can this world get better? Can zombies have some quality?
It's a new era, but zombies are still so unqualified.
Can they become outstanding and good zombies in the new era with comprehensive development of morality, intelligence, body, art, and work? Roar!
At this moment, a zombie without eyes pounced on him. Meng Su just felt angry, so he took the initiative to carry a baseball bat and hit him with a combination of punches. After splashing blood everywhere, he felt relieved and his thoughts were fully understood. However, after understanding the idea, Meng Su also discovered a new problem.
My clothes seem to be dirty again. Damn, it seems like I changed my clothes for nothing.
Meng Su sighed deeply, but did not go back and change into another one. Instead, he continued to walk out of the community wearing this sportswear.
It's all dirty anyway, let's wait until the formalities are completed.
The community is very quiet, not many people.
Meng Su enjoyed this peaceful atmosphere very much.
After leaving the community, Meng Su discovered that there were scattered zombies in the surrounding shops. After they saw Meng Su, they immediately burst out with enough enthusiasm.
Meng Su also waved to them and responded enthusiastically, "Good morning to you too."
Face life with a smile, this is the perfect life. Meng Su now feels that this system is quite good. Enjoy.jpg. After greeting these neighbors, Meng Su set out on the road to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. In a convenience store next to the street, a girl wearing a blue cashier uniform looked shocked, looking at Meng Su's back, completely shocked. Behind her, a companion suddenly called softly, "Zhao."
"Jing, what's wrong? Is there anything going on?"
"No, I saw a lunatic.
He brought a baseball bat with him. There is no protection at all. He will probably be eaten soon.
Sigh, when will this chaotic world come to an end?"
Meng Su arrived at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau smoothly.
Along the way, he met several particularly enthusiastic zombies.
Meng Su greeted them one by one and gave them baby-like sleep again and again.
After all, apart from baby-like sleep, Meng Su was reluctant to give anything else. After all, Chairman Meng is still in the early stages of entrepreneurship, and everything is based on frugality.
Led by example.
Thinking this way, Meng Su stood at the door of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, looking at the zombie in the security booth yesterday, and immediately stepped forward and knocked on the glass.
Roar!
The zombie in the security booth looked a little impatient, hitting the glass of the security booth violently with his head, trying to rush out and bite Meng Su. He looked very irritable. There was no way, this zombie was really unlucky, and the birth point was in the security booth, and he was trapped. What could he do? Swish! Suddenly, a crackling sound of glass breaking came, and this old security zombie actually broke the glass and rushed out of the security booth. Although his face was covered in blood and the glass had cut many wounds on it, he was still brave and fearless, rushing towards Meng Su. Seeing this, Meng Su raised his eyebrows, picked up a wrench, and gave him a perfect sleep.
Brains were splattered and blood was all over the floor. Meng Su wiped the blood off his hands and walked into the door calmly.
Meng Su didn't know the exact time when the zombie crisis broke out because he was sleeping. But he could predict that it was in the early morning 4 days ago. In the early morning, most companies were empty.
Moreover, this is a public company, so the welfare will naturally be more humane than those private companies.
In the Science and Technology Innovation Building, you can see customer service employees working in 2 shifts, but here, except for a small number of on-duty personnel, there are basically not many people.
But after coming here, what should I do? Standing in the empty hall, Meng-Su didn't know what to do for a moment. He had never been here. Ask someone.
After thinking for a moment, Meng-Su decided to open his mouth.
He walked aimlessly throughout the building, shouting loudly as he walked, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there? I'm here to do business, is anyone there?"
The empty corridor echoed with Meng-Su's words, and as Meng-Su said this, there was a commotion in the distance, and there was a sound of bottles and jars falling.
It seemed that something was very agitated in the distance.
Faced with this situation, Meng-Su took a deep breath and soon came to the counter for handling business. He found a zombie in uniform on the other side of the counter, with his back to him, twitching from time to time, and vaguely making a meaningless low roar, which looked quite scary. However, Meng-Su turned a blind eye and sat skillfully on the chair in front of the counter. Then he knocked on the glass and handed over the microphone very friendly. "Hello, I'm here to handle the formalities.
Is there anything I can do?"
The voice came from the microphone into the counter, instantly alerting the zombie at the counter. It turned its head suddenly, showing its hideous face to the fullest. It immediately slapped the glass frantically, trying to come from the other side of the glass and tear Meng-Su to pieces. Roar! Meng-Su completely ignored such roars, but he said to the zombie at the counter with a serious face, "Hello, I'm here to handle the procedures.
Do I need to fill out the form first? Who? Hello, do I need to fill out the form first? Who? Are you there? Can you serve me? Do I need to fill out the form first? Who?"
Meng-Su frowned, looking at the zombie teller who kept hitting the glass, and laughed in his heart. "It's unreasonable.
Isn't she afraid that I will complain? Isn't she afraid that I will call a certain hotline to complain about the entire department? How dare she treat taxpayers like this? It's unreasonable. Even the normal needs of customers can't be met. Such a work attitude is too infuriating." Meng-Su felt very sad for these unmotivated zombies. But it's quite normal.
After all, the most motivated people in the entire East Country are probably in the game.
Why? Because only when playing games can you see people persuading you to find a class every day. Even when playing games, you are always thinking about work. Such people are not motivated, so what kind of people are really motivated? Roar! The zombie teller was still roaring. Meng-Su was a little annoyed.
He glanced at the phone on the wall, picked up the phone skillfully, and dialed a number. Beep, beep, beep. After a short sound, Meng-Su soon heard a landline ringing sound at the counter. Ding-ling-a-ling. Ding-ling-a-ling. Seeing this, Meng-Su couldn't help but sigh deeply. It seems that I am the only one who went up. After that, Meng-Su came to the counter and found that the door was ajar.
The zombie was a fool and didn't know how to go through the door at all.
So, Meng-Su pushed the door in without hesitation. The teller zombie heard the sound and rushed towards Meng-Su in an instant. Meng-Su skillfully raised the wrench and smashed it hard. After smashing it again and again, he completely killed it, then stood up and turned over the entire counter.
What should I do? Meng-Su didn't have any thoughts, but he had a mobile phone.
So, the clever Meng-Su immediately used his intelligence and opened the Baidu function on his mobile phone. After searching, he suddenly realized it and found a form in the folder at the counter.
He immediately filled it out seriously. Name, ID number, company name. Meng-Su filled in all kinds of information.
After confirming that it was correct, Meng-Su carefully placed the form in a conspicuous place, and then turned around and looked at the zombie that had been smashed beyond recognition by him. "Hello, I filled out the form and put it there.
When you wake up, remember to submit it to me. Thank you."
Completed the registration steps, and obtained the stage rewards: freely allocated professional experience points plus 10, freely allocated attribute points plus 1, freely allocated skill points plus 1, cash plus 10,000. Looking at the gilded small words in front of him, Meng-Su was very satisfied. Very good, there are still rewards to be taken. There are still 5 departments to go to, including the Housing Authority, Public Security Bureau, Technical Supervision Bureau, Taxation Bureau, and Bank.
Isn't that? Hiss. Meng-Su took a breath and said, "It's so scary." He felt like he was going to get rich. Add some points.
Meng-Su did not hesitate to increase his strength from 15 points to 16 points. As for the accumulated experience points that can be distributed, Meng-Su has now reached 16 points. However, the 2 professions of clerk and flyer distribution require 20 experience points to upgrade, while the chairman requires 50 experience points, so this experience point cannot be upgraded for the time being. And the skill points made Meng Su even more confused. His skills are all professional skills, and he can't use these skill points to upgrade actively. Meng Su really doesn't know what this thing is for. Forget it, there is a bank next door, so I'd better withdraw money and complete the tasks of the bank first. After finishing the task here, Meng Su was very comfortable. After turning around and leaving the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, he looked at the scattered scrapped vehicles and the zombies wandering around. Meng Su exuded a comfortable taste all over his body, leisurely as if he was taking a walk. Life is endless. However, I don't know if it was Meng Su's illusion or some other reason. He felt that the number of zombies around him seemed to have decreased compared to the first day. However, the population base is here, even if there are fewer, there are still many. Be careful in what you say and do, and act carefully. Meng Su exhaled, and after strengthening this belief, he walked towards the bank not far away. The situation of the bank is similar to that of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, but the difference is that the bank seems to be more serious. I don't know what has happened. The glass of the door has been broken all over the ground. There are several pools of blood on the ground, which have dried together, showing a brown-black posture, which is extremely thick. Tsk tisk. Meng Su shook his head. Although he didn't see the scene here at the beginning, it must have been very tragic at that time. We are all polite and civilized people. Can't we line up and withdraw money one by one? Meng Su was heartbroken. What's wrong with people nowadays? Are they so uncultured? It's okay that zombies have no quality, but do people have no quality? Thinking of this, Meng Su first turned to the ATM, inserted the bank card given by the customer named Zhang on the road, and skillfully took out 30,000 yuan. It is detected that there are currently 30,000 cash, which is not convenient to carry and easy to cause robbery. Do you want to put it into the cash space? You can use it at any time. Seeing this, Meng Su nodded immediately and deposited the 30,000 yuan into this cash space. Current total assets in the cash space, 201,000 yuan. Looking at the total assets reminded by the wealth, Meng Su was stunned. 200,000? He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that in just 3 or 4 days, he had accumulated 200,000 yuan in money, and his daily salary even reached an astonishing 70,000 yuan. Don't ask why it's more than 70,000, because Meng Su spent 100,000 on 10 consecutive draws. In an instant, Meng Su felt that he had become a successful person. With a daily salary of 70,000 yuan, his annual salary would be 25.55 million yuan. What a huge fortune! A famous real estate company is said to be in debt of 2 trillion yuan. According to this progress, Meng Su only needs to start making money from the Pleistocene period of the 4th era of the geological era 78,277 years ago, and work until the modern era, and he can pay back all the money. Thinking about it this way, it seems that there is nothing to be excited about. Meng Su sighed, and then calmly entered the bank counter, intending to do the same. Although he didn't know what the real steps were, filling in the form was done. The bank was silent, with only the sound of Meng Su writing. After filling in the form, Meng Su put it on the counter. After waiting for a long time, Meng Su didn't see the familiar gilded small characters, and immediately frowned and took out his mobile phone to check. The network was very slow, but Meng Su had already adapted to this 2G network life. After waiting for a while, Meng Su saw on Baidu that he needed to pay a registration fund of 30,000 yuan. Is it so troublesome? Meng Su reluctantly withdrew 30,000 yuan and put it on the counter. Completed the registration steps, got the stage rewards, freely allocated professional experience points plus 10, freely allocated attribute points plus 1, freely allocated skill points plus 1, cash plus 10,000. Sure enough, there was only this step left. Meng Su was relieved immediately. Things that can be solved with money are not a big deal. The reason is that Chairman Meng is very rich. After deducting 30,000 yuan, he got another 10,000 yuan, so Meng Su now has 180,000 assets. As long as he doesn't do any cash lottery, it's enough to deal with it. Deep Blue, start adding points. However, after all the rewards were in place, Meng Su raised his voice without hesitation. First, give 20 experience points to the professional flyer distributor, upgrade to level 4, and then allocate that attribute point to strength. My fists are already thirsty. Upgraded successfully, your professional flyer distributor level has been upgraded from level 3 to level 4. As a propagandist distributing flyers, you have to work in various extreme weather conditions all year round. Therefore, a level 4 flyer distributor has developed a good mentality, a physique that is not afraid of extreme weather, and a swift speed.
You will receive certain attribute blessings.
You get 1 point of agility bonus, 1 point of constitution bonus, and 0.5 point of spirit bonus.
Attribute values have been allocated to you.
Your current attribute values are Spirit 10.5, Constitution 11, Strength 17, Agility 12.5.
Experience in place, relaxed all over.
The beast sleeping in my body is waking up. Meng Su held a wrench and confidently shouted out the lines from a famous game.
You, Mr. Meng, are so arrogant.
After filling out the information, the arrogant Meng Su took a walk inside the bank. After all, he could only walk around the front desk and the lobby before, and had never been to the vault. Walking along the way, the ground was covered with blood. It seemed that there had been a fight. There was also a body lying on the ground.
Meng Su looked up and did not see any information.
After confirming that he was dead, he continued to walk inside and found that the vault was tightly closed, which made Meng Su very disappointed.
I still want to pick up some money.
After touring the bank for a while, Meng Su had no other matters, so he raised his feet and walked out of the bank. The sun was shining and the scenery was pleasant. However, the bloody and fishy smell in the air still made Meng Su feel a little dissatisfied.
Alas, the sanitation workers haven't been to work for a few days? It's not okay to be so sloppy. After I finish the formalities, I must set up a sanitation department.
No, the company's sanitation business group is responsible for cleaning work.
Meng Su murmured to himself.
He attached great importance to environmental sanitation issues, so when he founded the company, he must severely rectify this aspect.
Since getting the system, Meng Su's mental state has been good, a full 10 points. He has gradually understood this system. Instead of questioning, it is better to understand. Who said that a perfect life cannot be a perfect apocalyptic life?
After walking out of the bank, Meng Su suddenly felt something in his heart and keenly realized that someone seemed to be watching him. This feeling immediately made Meng Su frown and feel a chill. This feeling made Meng Su very uncomfortable.
Meng Su did not indulge, and directly acted as a lunatic, and immediately shouted, "Who is it, who is looking at me? I tell you, don't let me catch you. Otherwise, you will be in big trouble."
The noise instantly attracted several non-mainstream zombies in the corner, and they roared and rushed towards Meng Su. Meng Su snorted coldly, picked up a baseball bat, and made a smooth combo. In an instant, skulls flew everywhere. 3 zombies came together, none of them was my opponent. The blood of the top is not cold, and the soul of the horse is added. After beating all 3 zombies, Meng Su suddenly realized something and looked up, only to see 3 people on the 3rd floor of the department store opposite the bank staring at him, winking at him, and seeming to say something with gestures.
Seeing this scene, Meng Su didn't understand and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Just open the window and say it directly. I really can't understand sign language."
After hearing Meng Su's shouting, the 3 people were startled and quickly closed the curtains.
A perfect life requires a more perfect social life. Join some clubs.
In the club, you can make a lot of friends, and you may meet academic leaders, movie stars, confidants, lifelong friends, etc. I believe you can make progress and expand your network at the same time.
Trigger task, make friends. Task reward, depends on the number of friends and favorability. Meng Su is an honest man.
He didn't intend to mix with other people's environment, after all, he had other things to do.
However, after seeing the gilded small words in front of him, Meng Su chose to face them with a smile. Making friends, who doesn't know this?
Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded immediately, indicating that he knew it clearly. Before going to the next step, make a few friends first. Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately weighed the wrench in his hand, feeling full of security.
In the end times, we should be more cautious. No one would think I am really crazy, right? I am mentally normal, not crazy.
Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, strode to the 1st floor of the department store, and looked at the small stall cart that had overturned on the side of the road. Meng Su couldn't bear it, so he took the initiative to step forward, lifted the cart up, and took a look at the ingredients.
It's cold, it's not bad. Try it. Saliva was secreted in Meng Su's mouth.
After skillfully picking a ham sausage, he brushed it with oil and started frying it. What will appear on your face after eating too much fried food?
Smile. Who can refuse to eat a delicious fried ham sausage in the end times? If anyone dares to disturb me eating ham sausage, I will scatter his ashes.
You have unlocked the temporary business stall snack stall, and you have obtained the temporary occupation snack stall owner. Please note that since your main occupation is not a snack stall owner and you have not received a professional recommendation letter, the reward is halved and you cannot obtain the snack stall owner's exclusive skills and exclusive experience points, and you cannot upgrade the snack stall owner occupation level. Temporary task, business, task content, sell ham sausage. Task reward, 500 cash reward for each ham sausage sold, 1 point of distributable experience points for every 10 sold, and a snack stall owner occupation recommendation letter for 50 sold. You can get the first order reward. Seeing this scene, Meng-Su took a breath. Similar to the previous DD driver. Thinking of this, Meng-Su's mind moved, and he immediately moved out the unprocessed materials stored under the snack stall. Although he didn't know who the stall owner was, the stall owner was very authentic. There were more than 100 sausages here. Prepare so many sausages, can they be sold? There is no rush to make friends, anyway, they can't leave upstairs. I fried the sausages downstairs, and then brought them upstairs to sell them to them. The plan worked. With this thought in mind, Meng-Su did not hesitate and began to peel 5 sausages and fry them in one go. Fried sausages are not difficult to operate, Meng-Su can easily get started, but he did not master the heat well, and the first 3 sausages were a bit of a failure. Meng-Su picked up one at random, and then thought about it, tentatively took out a 5 yuan bill, put it on the snack stand, and then opened his mouth to bite it, frowning, the heat is a bit high. At the same time, after waiting for a long time, Meng-Su did not see the words that he had sold successfully, so he could only sigh deeply and put the 5 yuan back in his pocket. What does it mean to sell successfully? Meng-Su fell into deep thought, and suddenly saw a zombie wandering in the distance. Wearing a small vest, it seems to be an employee of a mobile phone store on the roadside, and I don't know how he got here. Meng-Su suddenly had an idea. He looked around and found that there were quite a lot of zombies around, all in groups of 2 or 3, many of them standing with their backs to each other, not noticing Meng-Su. Meng-Su understood immediately and started to move out immediately. He casually took out a shopping bag from the entrance of the mall, then held the baseball bat tightly and groped forward carefully. The zombie in a vest in front of him was twitching and wandering in the narrow street. You can see that there is a lot of blood on the vest of this zombie, and there are a lot of broken meat on his body. Scattered among them, it seems to be some organs such as intestines and liver. It seems that he had a full meal before wandering here. Meng-Su was cautious. After seeing the right time, he picked up the baseball bat and hit it with one stick, even making a whistling sound. The stick hit the zombie's head instantly, and the zombie was stiff and fell to the ground. Zombie, level 0, fortunately, it wasn't killed. Meng-Su breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the zombie seemed to be moving again and wanted to struggle, Meng-Su quickly covered the zombie's head with a shopping bag, and then directly used various tools on the ground to restrain the zombie, and forcibly kidnapped the zombie and dragged it towards the snack stand very violently. Roar! The zombie let out a meaningless growl, but Meng-Su didn't hesitate at all. He dragged him to the snack stand, stepped on the zombie to stop him from struggling, and took a fried sausage, opened the shopping bag on the zombie's head, handed the sausage to him, and said viciously, "Eat. You fucking eat it." Then, regardless of anything else, he stuffed the sausage into the zombie's mouth. After stuffing it, Meng-Su took out the zombie's pocket and took out a handful of change from his pocket. There were probably dozens of yuan, and Meng-Su didn't count the exact amount. First order reward, cash plus 3,000. Looking at the gilded small words in front of him, Meng-Su laughed, I understand. It turns out that it's not that zombies can't do business. It's because zombies have no assets to transfer. I understand. Then, can I kill the zombie? With this thought, Meng-Su looked at the struggling zombie, picked up the wrench without hesitation, and gave him a perfect sleep. After killing this zombie, Meng-Su stood up and looked at a little zombie not far away. This time it was much simpler and more violent. Meng-Su went straight forward and beat him to death with a stick, then dragged the body back and did the same thing. However, something happened that made Meng-Su feel helpless. No money, no change in his pocket. It's broken. Now everyone scans the code to pay. Who still carries cash when going out? Meng-Su's face was gloomy. The zombies would definitely not take the initiative to scan the code to pay for themselves. In this way, his target customers are only those zombies who go out with cash. But in today's society, who still carries cash when going out? Forget it, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Let's fry more sausages first and sell them to the survivors on the second floor. By the way, let's see if there are any wandering zombies on the first floor and see if they have cash. Meng-Su was full of confidence. I am the king of fried sausage.
Why hasn't that person come up yet? Did he get knocked down by zombies on the first floor? There are a lot of zombies on the first floor, no way, I think that person is pretty powerful. He should be the kind of person Li Xiang said, right?
In the corner near the window on the second floor of the department store, 3 people were whispering to each other. It seemed that their communication was very inconvenient and a little cautious. One of them often looked at the locker room in the distance where the music was coming from, with anxiety and tension in his eyes, as if he was worried that the person in the locker room would suddenly come out. There were some people sitting on the sofa not far away, about 7 or 8 people, most of them looked ashen.
They were very anxious now.
Only the strong man who killed zombies like killing chickens on the street just now could compete with Li Xiang, form a bipolar pattern, and end Li Xiang's dictatorship. After all, in their opinion, no matter how powerful the powerful existence who killed zombies like killing chickens downstairs was, he would not be crazier or more insane than Li Xiang. At this moment, one of the 3 men, a man wearing glasses and looking quite elegant, whispered, "If he is really dead, it means he is not the person we are looking for." Hearing the man say this, the other 2 were silent for a while. At this moment, a voice suddenly came to their ears, and the voice was a little impolite. "Kong Weijin, it's your turn." After hearing the voice, they looked up and saw 3 slightly tired people walking from a distance. Seeing this, the man with glasses, Kong Weijin, nodded immediately, stood up, and walked towards the stairwell with the other 2 companions. After crossing each other, Kong Weijin walked towards the stairwell, gritted his teeth, and said to the other 2 companions, "When we go to stand guard, look downstairs. It would be best if we can see that person. If not, we can also take the opportunity to escape." A boy who looked like an adult hesitated and said, "Escape? There are zombies outside, Brother Kong. How about forget it?" Although Li Xiang killed Uncle Zhang and Brother Li, he is also quite powerful. As long as we listen to him, nothing will happen. Another honest middle-aged woman also nodded, with a hint of evasion and fear in her eyes. Seeing this, Kong Weijin sighed deeply, not knowing what to say. The food is obviously not enough. Wait a few days and see what Li Xiang will do. And this Li Xiang is very crazy, saying things like "the Lord is selecting" and "belonging to the evolution of mankind" every day. Over time, Kong Weijin dare not imagine what will happen. But Kong Weijin did not say it out loud. He felt that his teammates were unreliable, so he would just use them to help him escape. After taking a deep breath, Kong Weijin and the other 2 came to the stairs. Kong Weijin took a deep breath and said to the 2, "I'll go check the situation, you keep watch. If Li Xiang comes out, you call me." "Okay." The boy and the middle-aged woman nodded, and Kong Weijin took a deep breath and tiptoed and walked down the stairs carefully. Crouching, Kong Weijin looked carefully, but when he looked at the first floor, he was stunned. "Ha!" He subconsciously made a sound of surprise. The zombies that were originally wandering on the first floor had disappeared, replaced by many bloodstains and zombie corpses lying on the ground. In addition, he also saw several zombies stumbling around with a fried ham sausage stuffed in their mouths. Seeing this weird scene, Kong Weijin was a little surprised. What's going on? Is there a fried ham sausage hero? Or is there some new rule weird talk? For a moment, I don't know why, Kong Weijin felt a chill in his heart, goosebumps spread all over his body, and he was a little terrified. After all, it's the end of the world. If there are any new weird things, it's not surprising. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. What should I do now? Kong Weijin took a deep breath and suddenly heard a subtle sound from a distance. He immediately moved his mind, adjusted his glasses, and looked behind the clothes rack not far away. But behind the clothes rack, a handsome young man with blood all over his body was pressing a zombie with a bench, and with his other hand he was stuffing a fried ham sausage into its mouth. While stuffing it, he was still rummaging through his pockets. But he didn't find anything after rummaging for a long time, which made the young man curse in a low voice. Because the distance was too far, Kong Weijin couldn't hear what was being said. He only saw that the young man seemed to be in a bad mood. He was also familiar with this young man. He was the one who killed zombies like chickens on the street. Seeing this scene, Kong Weijin couldn't help but shudder. Ha ha. If the dictator Li Xiang upstairs was arrogant, and this guy seemed a little crazy? For a moment, Kong Weijin didn't know whether it was a good thing or a bad thing to let him come over. He was panicking. And at this moment, the man actually stood up and glanced in his direction. In an instant, their eyes met. Kong Weijin's heart stopped suddenly, and his breathing stagnated. In the few seconds of staring at each other, Kong Weijin suddenly felt that zombies were not so scary. For Kong Weijin, a few seconds seemed as long as several centuries. The
The next moment, he saw the ham sausage man waving at him enthusiastically, and at the same time, without any hesitation, he changed clothes directly downstairs. He threw away the sportswear stained with various zombie blood and changed into a clean t-shirt on the first floor. After a perfect change, he found a bathroom to freshen up in front of Kong Wei-jin. In an instant, the ham sausage man became a sunny and cheerful boy. Just when Kong Wei-jin was at a loss, the sunny and cheerful boy took the initiative to walk towards him. Step by step, like a devil's pace. Underneath the sunny and handsome face, there is a chilling shadow of fear hidden. Hello! The sweet voice of sunshine reached Kong Wei-jin's ears. When Kong Wei-jin was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to do, he suddenly saw this ham sausage man showing a standard smile and raising the plastic in his hand. There are dozens of grilled ham sausages in the bag, would you like one? 2 yuan for one, 3 for 5 yuan in this post-apocalyptic environment. It's going to be bad if you don't have enough to eat. My friend, you have to think carefully. Baked ham contains a lot of starch. After eating it, it will definitely increase the feeling of satiety. This is simply a boost. The best choice for survival in the apocalypse. You must have met me, otherwise this one would cost at least 5 yuan, but I only sell it for 2 yuan, which is hard to find even with a lantern. The passionate voice talked eloquently and seemed not to care about the apocalypse. Kong Wei-jin looked at the bloody baseball bat in Meng Su's right hand, then at the shiny wrench on his waist, then at the roasted ham bag in his left hand and at the zombies who had been forcibly stuffed with roasted ham in the back. He couldn't help but he swallowed and tremblingly took out a mobile phone from his pocket. I'll buy it. I don't have cash, can I scan the QR code? Chapter 36 Weird Stories About the Rules of the Apocalypse. Meng Su, the demon in charge of starch intestines and making friends. WeChat payment, 5 yuan. Meng Su felt very nervous after looking at the message that the payment was successfully received on his mobile phone. He still has more than 20 career recommendations left to unlock the food stall owner. Although the number of zombies is large, there are too few zombies carrying cash with them. Basically, it takes 10 to capture one alive to find a zombie carrying cash. What's wrong with people nowadays? Why don't you take cash with you when you go out? Of course, the reason why Meng Su could still sell more than 20 copies was entirely dependent on the shopkeeper and waiters. Generally speaking, they had cash on them. The sale is successful, you have sold a total of 24 snacks, including the first order reward, and received the task reward, cash plus 14,500, and allocable experience points plus 2. Looking at the small gilded characters that appeared in front of him, Meng Su breathed a heavy sigh of relief. Scanning the QR code really counts, that's great. The only thing that made Meng Su a little dissatisfied was that the zombies couldn't scan the code, which was what he regretted the most. Otherwise, letting zombies line up to scan the code is also a good choice. After receiving the money, Meng Su looked at Kong Wei-jin, who was holding 3 fried ham sausages in his hand and eating them silently, and immediately said, "If you buy my ham sausages, we will be friends. Do you recognize me as a friend?" After saying that, Meng Su subconsciously weighed the bloody baseball bat in his hand. Seeing Meng Su's performance, Kong Wei-jin, who ate all 3 fried ham sausages and almost ate all the sticks, immediately shuddered and nodded repeatedly. I admit it. You are my half-father and half-mother. My dear brother, when I met you, I felt like you were the guiding light in my life and the most worthy friend I have ever made in my life. Kong Wei-jin forced a smile, which was uglier than crying. His back was soaked, and he felt like he was jumping back and forth on the edge of death. Congratulations, host. With your perfect charisma, you successfully made your first friend. I congratulate you and I applaud you. Keep up the good work and strive to make more friends. After all, this world is a big world of human relations and society. Looking at the mission introduction, Meng Su took a deep breath and nodded with satisfaction. Although he didn't know the name of the new friend in front of him, the system had already issued the certification, which made Meng Su very satisfied. After that, Meng Su took the initiative to step forward, patted Kong Wei-jin's shoulder, and encouraged him, "Come on, let's go upstairs. I see there are many new friends upstairs. I believe we will get along very happily." As soon as Meng Su slapped him down, Kong Wei-jin's knees softened and he was almost paralyzed by Meng Su's slap. Normal people are stronger than zombies in most situations, but why can't they defeat zombies? On the one hand, it is because of the terrifying contagiousness of zombies, and on the other hand, everyone is afraid. If they are afraid of fighting at close range, they will naturally not be the opponent of the tireless zombies. In the eyes of Kong Wei-jin today, Meng Su was a more terrifying existence than zombies. It's equivalent to some kind of strange rules. At present, Kong Wei-jin has summarized 2 rules.
First, when Meng Su sells you fried ham, you must buy it. Otherwise, the end result may be the zombies below with a piece of ham stuffed in their mouths. The fate speculated by Kong Weijin. Second, after buying the ham sausage, Meng Su made a request to make friends, which must be fulfilled. Otherwise, the end result may be those zombies whose heads are shot by baseball bats further away. This is also a speculative outcome. Kong Weijin hasn't summarized the many strange stories yet, so he can only take it one step at a time. Now Kong Weijin was beginning to regret waving. Compared with this, Li Xiang, who bullies men and dominates women and promotes whatever he wants every day, can be regarded as a normal person. Seeing that Kong Weijin didn't move for a while, Meng Su stopped going upstairs and turned to look at him. What's wrong? Do you have any concerns, my friend? After hearing the words my friend, Kong Weijin seemed to be stressed. He immediately straightened his body and said to Meng Su, it's okay, brother, no worries. Please come with me. After saying that, Kong Weijin came in front, nodding and bowing, to lead the way for Meng Su. Seeing Kong Weijin's performance, Meng Su was a little confused. But soon, Meng Su came to his senses and sighed. It seems that making friends is really useful. You will always have friends wherever you go. Meng Su was very satisfied, and then followed Kong Weijin and walked upstairs. Kong Weijin walked very fast, walking at the front, anxious. He wanted to go up and remind his two teammates that they must buy fried ham and make friends. Otherwise, if the strange rules were triggered and the devil who controlled Ham and Friends was triggered, something big would happen. Kong Weijin walked up the stairs quickly and saw two teammates guarding the goal at a glance. The student and the middle-aged woman. When he saw Kong Weijin returning, the boy was about to say something, but suddenly he saw Meng Su slowly following behind Kong Weijin. He was stunned and felt happy, and he hurried to greet him. In front of Kong Weijin, the boy was smiling, but before he could say anything, Kong Weijin took the initiative to say, if the guy behind me sells fried sausages to you too, you must buy two, understand? After buying the sausages, if he says he wants to make friends, you must make friends. Hearing Kong Weijin's words, the middle-aged woman and the boy looked at each other in confusion. The boy was about to ask more questions, but he heard Kong Weijin say something that made the boy's eyes go dark. This is a weird rule. Weird rule? The boy and the middle-aged woman were stunned at the same time. The middle-aged woman didn't understand what this meant, but the boy was still in college, so he naturally understood this trendy vocabulary. He was stunned and couldn't believe it. Brother Kong, this, rules and weird things, isn't it too ridiculous? Keep your voice down. Kong Weijin was shocked when he heard the boy's words. He quickly glanced at Meng Su with his peripheral vision. Seeing that Meng Su didn't seem to hear it, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he swept a warning look at the boy and the middle-aged woman, and whispered, it's the end of the world, and zombies are out. Isn't it normal to come up with some rules and weird things? Don't worry about it, the zombies on the first floor are dead, just because they didn't follow the rules. If you don't want to die, you'd better do it my way. His methods are more cruel than Li Xiang. In comparison, Li Xiang has become a great man. There is a risk of life, and Kong Weijin has indeed shown a wise look in the past few days, so the middle-aged woman and the boy nodded repeatedly, and they were a little scared. At this moment, Meng Su has already walked up to the second floor. Looking at the boy and the middle-aged woman, Meng Su immediately became enthusiastic, picked up the plastic bag in his hand, and said enthusiastically, you too, do you want to know about fried ham sausage? 2 yuan a piece, 5 yuan for 3 pieces. Meng Su was full of enthusiasm. The middle-aged woman's eyes were full of fear, and the boy was trembling, and he was a little speechless. Buy, let's buy. Chapter 37. I'm just a company president who carries a wrench and a baseball bat. Cumulative number of friends, 3. Following the 3 of them, Meng Su entered the second floor of the department store. Although he didn't know why the 3 of them felt trembling when they saw him, Meng Su was in a good mood. He has begun to look forward to how much experience those people inside can provide him. Can you light up the career recommendation letter of food stall owner in one go? Meng Su needed this very much. Because Meng Su discovered that this food stall owner was too efficient at gaining experience. The 3 people who led the way for Meng Su were silent. They were a little sweaty. Kong Weijin's mood was complicated. He had no idea whether he was right or wrong in bringing Meng Su here. But now, we can only take one step at a time. After a long distance, Meng Su saw the crowd in the distance. He was immediately surprised inside. There are quite a lot of people here. Looking around, there are actually 11 people here. Counting the 3 beside him, there are 14 people. To be fair, Meng Su had never seen so many people in one breath since the end of the world.
And Mengsu could tell that those people seemed to be full of vigilance towards him? It's normal. After all, it's the end of the world, and it's normal to be wary of strangers. After all, it's only the fourth day that a crazy woman like Aunt Zhao pops up. I'm not sure there are other people who are even crazier and crazier. It would be scary to think about it if there was such a person. Mengsu thought about it in his heart and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. If such a lunatic appears in my company, can I stop it with my 2 zombie employees? Mengsu felt worried for a moment. At this moment, Kong Weijin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said humbly to Mengsu, "This, respected gentleman, I will go and explain the situation to my companion first. After all, don't worry, I understand everything." Mengsu gave Kong Weijin a look, and then suddenly thought of something. Then he patted the young male student enthusiastically on the shoulder and asked, "Does my fried ham taste good?" It's still comfortable to be patted on the human shoulder, but a pile of blood will appear when a zombie's shoulder is patted, which is very dirty. The young students were so frightened that they cried, "It's delicious, it's so delicious. This is simply the most delicious thing I have ever eaten. It's over, I've triggered a new rule. Brother Kong, help me." College students feel despair in their hearts. Is it really so delicious? It's so delicious that I'll cry? Then you really haven't eaten anything good. I have a friend who works with me now, named Shi Wei. That guy, she eats the best. But unfortunately, she has become a zombie now, and it seems that she can only eat brains. But don't worry, since she came to work in my company, she has become better and no longer eats brains. Mengsu was so shocked that he couldn't help but look at the male student with pity, and couldn't help but sigh, the end of the world is really terrible. It has only been 4 days, and college students are crying because of something like ham sausage. After hearing Mengsu's words, the middle-aged woman who had always been strong on the side also cried in fear. Duda's tears flowed down from his eyes. This man treats zombies as employees and keeps them in captivity. This is too scary. Kong Weijin turned pale with fright, but he still nodded. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Mengsu leisurely say, "Since it's so delicious, good brothers, please remember to sell me my fried ham sausage. Oh, tell them it's 3 yuan a stick, 3 yuan a stick." After saying that, Mengsu was worried that Kong Weijin would not be willing, so he immediately added, "Don't worry, I won't sell it for nothing, it will be beneficial. After it is sold, I will give you 10% commission." Hearing this sentence, Kong Weijin was excited and immediately patted his chest and promised, "I understand, brother, don't worry, brother, I will definitely sell all of your fried ham sausages." After saying that, Kong Weijin hurriedly walked towards the gathering place. The middle-aged woman and college student were paralyzed with fear and could not move. Mengsu scratched his head, not knowing what he was doing. What's going on? I didn't do anything, why were they so scared? The man named Kong actually brought someone back. Damn it, there wasn't enough food in the first place, and now there are more mouths to eat, what should I do? When Brotherly comes out, let's see what the man named Kong will do. It's okay. As long as we pray to the Lord day and night, the Lord will protect us. The 11 people lowered their voices and discussed variously. It seemed that they did not welcome Mengsu's arrival. Yes. After all, there is not a lot of food. One more person means one more mouth. If the food is all eaten, wouldn't it be necessary to go out and search? There are all zombies outside. Every time you go out, it's a torment of life and death. Who wants to go out? At this moment, Kong Weijin walked over slowly with a face that was about to cry but without tears. Everyone looked unkind, and one of them, a man who looked tall and thick, said in a cold voice, "Kong, why did you bring this person here? Don't you know we don't have enough food? When Brotherly is finished, you can tell him yourself bar. The man is going to sell us ham later, so go buy it, do you hear me? Otherwise your life will be in danger." Kong Weijin's eyeballs were filled with bloodshot eyes, and he looked a little inexplicably irritable. After saying that, before waiting for others to reply, Kong Weijin looked behind him in awe, and immediately ran back, then nodded and bowed, guiding Mengsu, and walked towards the gathering place, just like a lackey. Seeing this, everyone in the gathering place was stunned. Look at how cowardly he is. Could the person who came be the chosen one that Brotherly said? After the burly man reacted, he immediately snorted coldly, "I think it's probably a relative of the surname Kong. When this person comes, let's attack together and drive him out." Everyone heard the man's words, both men and women, and nodded in agreement. Only a few people couldn't bear it, but they followed the crowd and didn't say anything. After all, one more person means one more mouth. As for what will happen to the people who are driven out, it has nothing to do with them.
The man stood up aggressively and took the initiative to walk towards Kong Weijin and Meng Su. Behind him, the others stood up. At first glance, it was a huge crowd. And at this moment, suddenly, the man suddenly found a blind spot. He found that the baseball bat in Meng Su's hand was bloody. The blood was almost patina, so thick that he could smell the blood from a long distance. And he found that Meng Su's expression was extremely calm, and he exuded a kind of indescribable momentum. Very strong, this man is very strong. The man's eyelids twitched. But he had already walked here. He could also feel that there were pairs of eyes behind him, watching him, so that he was a little embarrassed. Profession, fitness coach, level 2. Looking at the data provided by the man, Meng Su immediately became enthusiastic, raised the plastic bag in his hand, and asked, "Are you here to buy sausages?" Speaking of this, Meng Su put the baseball bat beside him, and the fierce aura swept everyone for a moment, making people shudder. The man's expression froze, and then he squeezed out a reluctant smile. Yes, yes. Cherishing life is more important than anything else. It can be seen that the man was very nervous and chose to follow his heart. After hearing the man's speech, the people following him were silent and dared not move. Seeing them so reserved, Meng Su suddenly realized, patted his head, and said cheerfully, "Don't be afraid, I'm just an ordinary company chairman who carries a wrench and a baseball bat with me. I'm not a lunatic or a bad person, don't worry. Line up and buy one by one." Circled M. 54 pieces of fried ham sausage have been sold, and a total of task rewards have been obtained, cash plus 29,500, allocable experience points plus 5, and a professional recommendation letter from the snack stall owner. It has been detected that all your current fried ham sausages have been sold, and this temporary task has ended. In the department store, everyone holds a piece of fried ham and swallows it silently. Meng Su, on the other hand, sat aside with a gloomy expression, looking a little melancholy. Meng Su's expression frightened Kong Weijin and others so much that they had no idea what was going on. They stayed aside shivering and lived every minute in agony. The main reason why Meng Su's expression was uncertain was because the fried ham sausages were sold out. Damn it, if I had known I wouldn't have allowed them to buy 3 sticks each, I should have allowed them 1 stick each. If there were more, there was a limit. Meng Su regretted it too late and felt that he had simply made a heavy mistake. But regret is regret, what can he do? The fried ham was all eaten, and there was nothing he could do. After sighing deeply, Meng Su followed the procedure and made friends one by one, increasing the number of friends to 14. Maybe it was because his new friends were still a little shy. Meng Su looked around and found that no one was talking much, which made Meng Su scratch his head and didn't know why. "Are there only 14 of us here?" Meng Su asked with concern. He looked around, and with a casual glance, he suddenly found 2 figures hanging upside down in the direction of the dressing room in the corner. "Ha!" Meng Su was startled for a while, and when he took a closer look, he found that they were not 2 figures, but 2 corpses. Meng Su took the initiative to walk over and identify it carefully. There are no zombie characteristics, it seems to be human. This made Meng Su feel strange. These days, we see a lot of zombies, a lot of zombie corpses, and a lot of dead body parts. This is the first time I have seen a complete human body. It's true that I entered the zoo and saw giant pandas. At this moment, everyone's eyes were turned to Meng Su. Kong Weijin was excited, while others were gloating. Look, his courage is shocking. When Brother Li comes out, he will suffer a lot. It's better to hang him here. No. Hang him outside, directly at the door of the department store. Let others remember and tell them where this place is. Ha! Isn't this not good? Everyone is here to survive. There were whispers among the crowd, and most of them were gloating about Meng Su's performance, which seemed quite pleasant, especially the fitness instructor, who was even more happy. Kong Weijin, who knew the truth, remained silent and anxious, for fear of causing some trouble and causing Meng Su to fire. After Meng Su went sightseeing, he was amazed, and then leisurely returned to the gathering place on the 2nd floor, a place that seemed to be a sports shoe store. Meng Su looked around and immediately saw a massage chair that was common in shopping malls. He sat on it swaggeringly and saw a small plate of candies on the table at hand. Meng Su casually picked up a piece of chocolate candy and peeled off the outer shell. Put it into his mouth. What's going on with the 2 people hanging over there? What did they do? They offended Brother Li. Seeing Meng Su being so presumptuous, the fitness instructor couldn't help but feel happy. He took a step forward and immediately said confidently, "You took Brother Li's seat and ate Brother Li's food. You are finished." His expression is rather smug, like a villain's triumph. Then why is Brother Li so domineering?
He will kill someone if he offends him? Where is the law? Seeing this look, Mangsu didn't realize how serious he was, and picked up another piece of corn gummy candy. Also, if I eat 2 of your candies, why would he come out to catch me? Mangsu felt very strange. Although the end of the world is coming, people's hearts are floating. Some people have become lunatics like Aunt Zhao, others are just submissive and working hard to survive, and there are even more people who live a completely transparent life like me. But being so surly like this is rare. What is the background of this brotherly? Do you want to kill him? Mangsu thought secretly in his heart. As for the group of ordinary people in front of me? Most of the people are probably ordinary people who dare to be angry but dare not speak out. Only a few of the leaders are probably flatterers, so they just broke their arms. After all, Mangsu is still kind and a good chairman with beautiful views, so he would not do anything too cruel. After all, Mangsu has never killed anyone until now. As soon as he thought of this, Mangsu stood up immediately, but the fitness instructor subconsciously dodged back, not daring to look directly at Mangsu's sharp edge. Mangsu didn't say much, just picked up the baseball bat and said enthusiastically, "What about brotherly? Where is he?" Seeing this, Kong Weijin plucked up the courage and shouted to Mangsu, "There are 2 girls with him in the locker room in front." "Okay, I get it." Mangsu nodded, looked in the direction of the locker room, yawned, and walked over there. Suddenly he thought of something and came back to the fitness coach. The fitness instructor had a stern look but was worried. Although he was panicking, he still straightened his back and pretended that he was not afraid at all. What are you doing? I almost forgot to hit you." Mangsu muttered to himself, and after hearing Mangsu's words, the fitness coach was stunned. The next second, he felt a huge force coming, and the force on his face instantly swept across his entire cheek. At this moment, he seemed to not know what the world was, and the whole person was a little dizzy. Teeth flew out, and blood spit out of his mouth. He fell to the ground, and his ears were buzzing. After a slap, Mangsu didn't hesitate at all and walked straight to the locker room. Just after taking 2 steps, he heard the lute music inside. It sounded like there was a crackling sound inside. It seemed to be some bad sound. The kind that children can't listen to. Oh, this brotherly is playing quite flowery? Thinking of this, Mangsu was just about to kick the door and then go in to crack down on pornography. But after thinking about it, he felt that he was a polite and good chairman and couldn't do this. So, Mangsu knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door was very clear, and Mangsu also said very politely, "Is brotherly there? I'm the new little Mang. Can I meet you when I'm free? Can you open the door, brotherly? We are all good young people with good qualities. We can't chat through the door, right? Li Xiang, open the door if you have the ability. You can steal a man, cough cough, if you have the ability. You can hang 2 people, if you have the ability. Open the door." Nanjiang Huching, the department store is closed down. The boss Li Xiang is not a human. Mangsu ignored everyone and knocked on the door again and again, in a proper manner, and the sound was not very loud. But Mangsu's appearance made the survivors over there dumbfounded. This? What's going on? Isn't he afraid of death? For a moment, the survivors trembled, and some of them were even more panicked, fearing that Li Xiang would be angry with them in a rage. Soon, Mangsu got a response from the door, "Get out of here, I'll kill you when I get out." When Mangsu heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows. "I really gave you face. How many mothers do you have if you dare to talk to me like this?" Then, Mangsu kicked the door without hesitation. With a click, the door was kicked into 2 sections by Mangsu. Mangsu did not hesitate and broke into the door with a baseball bat. "Squat down, hold your head, I'm here to crack down on pornography." While breaking the door, Mangsu shouted loudly, but when he entered, he found a young man with green hair lying on the ground with his upper body naked, his hands and feet tied with ribbons, and a tall girl stepped on his face barefoot. Another girl was scarred and exposed, lying on the chest of the green-haired man, holding a candle in her hand. Mangsu? Seeing this scene, Mangsu couldn't calm down for a long time. But soon, Mangsu immediately became cautious and stopped being crazy. Because observing his expression gave him a hint. Profession, Gene Enhancer, Level 2, Skills, Shock, Force Change. Gene Enhancer? What a sci-fi name. This plot is different from what I imagined. Let the protagonist continue to go out and sell grilled sausages for a moment. Li Xiang suddenly understood. Especially the moment Mangsu broke in, Li Xiang admitted that he was a little panicked. After all, this sense of déjà vu is very strong, and he has been caught like this twice before. He seemed to have returned to that peaceful era.
When he was a young boy, the happiest days every day were to take money to a nearby irregular foot massage shop to enjoy irregular services, and then be caught by the regular police station and formally detained. In the place. But soon, Li Xiang reacted. It's the fucking end of the world, where is the anti-pornography campaign coming from? In an instant, Li Xiang became furious. But before he could get up, he suddenly felt a pain in his head, and a wave of heat surged out of his head. Blood. It's blood. You came to sneak attack and deceive. Li Xiang was furious. When Meng Su saw this, he didn't hesitate. He didn't give Li Xiang a chance to stand up. He directly picked up the baseball bat and wanted to continue to hit him. But as soon as Meng Su moved, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of oppression and palpitations around him. This sudden change surprised Meng Su, and then he figured it out a lot. He was brave and fearless and continued to swing the baseball bat without any reaction to the pressure, and went completely crazy. The beast sleeping in the body has awakened. Meng Su used all his strength and without hesitation, he struck out with one stick after another, totally crazy. After blowing away with a stick, Li Xiang was already dizzy and bleeding. But he was not an ordinary person after all. With the roaring wind, Li Xiang stood up straight. However, the moment he stood up straight, he was kicked down by Meng Su. Bang! There was a loud noise, Li Xiang was kicked to the ground, and the plastic fake model fell to the ground. The two girls on the side were already frightened and quickly evaded. Your name is Brother Li, right? Meng Su pulled out the wrench and threw it hard at Li Xiang's face. In an instant, the bridge of his nose collapsed and blood flowed, leaving only Li Xiang's wails. Don't you like SM? Come on, come on. Gene Warrior, right? That's it? That's it, that's it? I love barking. Come on, keep barking. After the brutal beating, Li Xiang was no longer human, but he was still breathing. Meng Su's body was splattered with blood, but he didn't care now. It doesn't matter, no matter what he does, he will be splashed with blood, so Meng Su has taken it lightly. Totally crazy. Others were hiding aside, shivering. I thought that even if Li Xiang was in trouble, he could still fight with Meng Su for a while. Unexpectedly, he was pressed to the ground and rubbed after 3 strikes, 5 divided by 2. Horrible, this is really terrible. Shaking with anger, the tyrant rule in the gathering place was overthrown, but a lunatic rule came. What should we do? Everyone was in a nervous mood, and even some people with poor mental endurance began to cry. Facing the noisy voice in his ears, Meng Su didn't react at all. All his attention was focused on the small gilded characters in front of him. Please note, violence is not the best way to treat your friends. Li Xiang's favorability is decreasing rapidly. Please host to stop your violent behavior immediately, reduce? Don't you like SM? Meng Su was not happy about the decrease in favorability. So he waved the wrench in his hand even harder. Stop, stop, blood gushed out from his mouth and nose like a fountain. Meng Su looked at Li Xiang who was twitching all over and couldn't speak a word. He immediately stopped his hand and marveled, I haven't beaten him to death yet. What? Then you are quite resistant to being beaten. Favorability 100, looking at the favorability level that had reached the end, Meng Su immediately grabbed Li Xiang's hair and gently patted Li Xiang's face with a cold wrench. Tell me, what kind of genetic enhancement you have, where did you get it? How much does it cost? Meng Su was very confused about the title of gene enhancer. According to normal logic, when the end of the world comes, even if there are some superpowers, they should be called superpowers, right? Why is there such a title as gene enhancer? If there is anything weird, interrogate it. Blood gurgled from his throat, choking on his mouth full of blood. Li Xiang was so breathless that he seemed to know that he didn't have much life left. His eyes were full of hatred and unwillingness, and he stared at Meng Su, his eyes that had been beaten hard enough to spit out a flame. How could this have happened if he hadn't been unprepared and had the upper hand? No matter how desperate it is, you can still escape. He used all his strength to squeeze out one sentence, the Lord will not let you go. Can't understand. Meng Su couldn't understand it at all. He felt that Li Xiang was quite crazy. Maybe he was acting like this because he was crazy? It doesn't matter, Chairman Meng is kind-hearted. Although the man named Li Xiang was rude to him before, Chairman Meng will still collect his body and send him on his last journey. Meng Su stretched out his hand and was about to smash Li Xiang's head to pieces when he suddenly found that Li Xiang's life was slowly disappearing and his eyes were dimmed. Meng Su stood up and was about to say something when he suddenly noticed that Li Xiang's eyes began to look different. Congestion. A large amount of bloodshot eyes condensed on the whites of the eyes, and at this moment, the eyes turned white quickly.
During the observation, the information belonging to Li Xiang disappeared instantly, but the moment the gene enhancer disappeared, a brand new framework suddenly appeared in front of Meng Su. Occupation, gene enhanced strong mutated zombie, level 4, skills, shock, force change. Meng Su was shocked by the sudden change of occupation, and then he stepped back without hesitation, picked up the baseball bat on the ground, and prepared himself. What's the meaning? How could such a trick suddenly appear? The genetic enhancer dies and turns into a zombie directly? So are zombies also some kind of genetic enhancement? So if Li Xiang catches and bites people, will they turn into zombies? Meng Su thought deeply in his heart. Roar! Just as Meng Su was deep in thought, the mutated zombie Li Xiang, who had completely completed his transformation and had no human appearance after being smashed in the face, had completely transformed into a zombie. The blood vessels on his body were one after another, completely different from the bright red blood vessels. His blood vessels were completely blue, and Meng Su could see that the mutated zombies were more violent and aggressive than ordinary zombies. But Meng Su suddenly thought of another mutated zombie he saw when he was driving Didi. Compared with that one, the one in front of me seems to be a little different. The word gene enhancement is not added to the professional name. It seems that there is still a certain difference. Meng Su took a deep breath and tightened his grip on the baseball bat in his hand, intending to see how much the mutated zombie weighed. But just when Meng Su was about to give it a try, he discovered that although the mutated zombie in front of him was very irritable and kept roaring, it did not dare to approach Meng Su at all, and just hid in the corner of the dressing room and roared. Suddenly, Meng Su came to his senses. Ouch! Almost forgot. My favorability level is -100. Thinking of this, Meng Su instantly smiled. The two former ones have become an important part of my company, so can I recruit him as well? Thinking of this, Meng Su took a step forward. And a line of small words also appeared in front of his eyes. High-level talent Li Xiang was found. The system detected that the host has a strong desire to hire. Do you want to hire him? According to system calculations, hiring Li Xiang requires a monthly salary of at least 50,000 yuan, and the annual dividend is not less than 0.05% of the company's turnover. It has been detected that Li Xiang's current business unit is a beauty salon apprentice at Good Dad Hair Salon, with a monthly salary of 1,600 yuan. According to system calculations, the probability of recruitment success is extremely high. If you want to increase the probability of recruitment success, you can choose to increase your monthly salary investment. Meng Su took a breath when he saw the handwriting in front of him. Damn you, you are such a cheat. 50,000 yuan a month? This is too high a salary. Manager Zhang, Chiwei and Shinzhizhou's salary alone is not as high as yours. But I like it. Meng Su paused and said without hesitation, Li Xiang, I admire you very much. Join my team. I will give you a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. After saying that, Meng Su suddenly thought of something, and then added, if you don't refuse, then I will treat it as you agree. Li Xiang's refusal intention has not been detected. You have successfully recruited new employees. The number of employees has increased. The current number of employees is 4. Your current total monthly salary expenditure is 90,000 yuan. The current monthly profit of the host is negative 90,000. I hope the host can cheer up, stop losing money as soon as possible, and lead the company to become bigger and stronger and reach the top of the world. Seeing the word recruitment successful, Meng Su was extremely satisfied and turned a blind eye to the company's loss-making state. My company is indeed booming. Crazy. Meng Su is crazy. In the eyes of other survivors, Meng Su was a completely crazy person. Everyone heard the roar of zombies inside. So at the first moment, everyone fled in all directions and ran to various corners of the second floor. Until Meng Su's words of 50,000 yuan for employment came from the locker room. For a moment, the other survivors looked at each other in bewilderment, not knowing what had happened at all. They only felt a weird and strange feeling. In the end, everyone agreed. Meng Su is a psychopath. It's the end of the world, and you still want to be a boss? Alas, it seems that another poor person has been driven crazy by work. But anyway, they decided to run away. After all, Li Xiang is so awesome, he must be very powerful when he becomes a zombie. And if Meng Su, who is more powerful than Li Xiang, becomes a zombie, oh my god, wouldn't this place become the ruins of Giant City? Kong Weijun was confused and in a complicated mood. He had no idea what had happened, and he had no idea why a zombie suddenly appeared, and it was Li Xiang. Could it be that Li Xiang had always been a zombie? Or, there had always been zombies on the second floor? Just thinking about it made Kong Weijin feel terrified. Everyone, don't panic.
Suddenly, a powerful voice came from the locker room. For a moment, the people who wanted to escape were stagnant. They all looked in the direction of the locker room, looking forward to seeing Meng Su killing zombies. After all, if they could, they were unwilling to abandon this safe place.
Soon, Meng Su kicked open the door that was already shaky.
The two girls who played games with Li Xiang supported each other and walked out of the door trembling with fear. As soon as they walked out of the door, they were already crying and collapsed on the ground.
Meng Su was a little annoyed by the crying.
He leaned against the door, blocking the door, and shouted loudly, "Find me a rope, preferably a strong one."
Hearing Meng Su's order, everyone looked at each other and scattered without hesitation.
Not long after, a climbing rope was thrown over. It was also a coincidence that there was a specialty store selling climbing equipment on the second floor of the department store. Meng Su tried it and felt it was strong enough. Then he nodded with satisfaction and went over immediately to tie the climbing rope to Li Xiang, tying it tightly. Meng Su tied it very tightly, and Li Xiang was a little impatient. He seemed to be a little resistant to Meng Su, and even had some intention of fighting back, but every time he wanted to fight back, there was always an invisible force that pressed it down, making it unable to fight back against Meng Su. Favorability 100, plus the employment effect.
Meng Su was in a good mood.
After tying Li Xiang thoroughly, Meng Su pulled the rope directly, then held his head high and walked out of the locker room.
We have gained a lot this time, so we can leave and continue to handle the formalities. As for the people outside,
Meng Su thought about it for a while, and decided to ignore them for now.
After all, hiring these people is very expensive.
Meng Su doesn't have much money to give them, and the pressure is very high.
And more importantly, Meng Su is going to handle the formalities. Can he take them with him?
And without Meng Su, they are living quite well. Now that Li Xiang is dead, there are a lot of supplies in the department store, which is enough for them to support. Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and directly dragged Li Xiang out. When Meng Su appeared with Li Xiang, the brains of the people on the second floor of the department store were all down. Li Xiang, with gray eyes, blood still flowing on his body, making hoarse low moans, his face no longer looks like a human, his teeth are completely exposed, and he exudes a terrifying aura. Meng Su let him out as if nothing had happened. After seeing these living people, Li Xiang even had a faint desire, but he was tightly restrained by the boss, so he could only chatter his teeth, wishing to feast on them.
What's going on?
This.
Kong Weijin's mind was empty, and his mouth opened unconsciously.
He couldn't believe the scene in front of him.
Zombies. The zombies were let out by Meng Su, like a dog?
To be honest, the shock this scene brought to Kong Weijin was so great that he forgot to speak for a while. Others were also shocked beyond words by the scene in front of them.
Are you all busy? Meng Su yawned and greeted them. Li Xiang and I have discussed this just now.
He has fully realized his mistakes, and I have generously forgiven him, so now I will hire him to work as a senior security consultant in my company with a high salary of 50,000 yuan per month.
After that, Meng Su pulled the rope and said to Li Xiang, "Go, say hello to them."
Roar!
Feeling the rope being pulled, the zombie roared immediately.
Because the roar was too large, blood dripped from his face, making him look even more hideous. Seeing this scene, the survivors around were immediately frightened, and some were even frightened by the roar so much that their legs went weak and they sat on the ground, unable to move.
Skill, coercion.
Ha! Meng Su frowned, very dissatisfied, and pulled the rope back directly. What's the matter?
Why are you so rude? I asked you to say hello. What are you doing? If you do this again next time, I will deduct your salary. Meng Su was very angry. How could his employees do this? What if they leave others with the impression that all employees of Peace Order are such bad zombies with no quality? This will damage the company's image.
Chairman Meng refuses to allow such things that affect the company's image to happen. Seeing Meng Su like this, Kong Weijin couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said in a trembling voice, "You, who are you? This is too scary."
Me?
Hearing this, Meng Su straightened his chest and said confidently, "I am the chairman of the Peace Order, and I am also an ordinary snack stall owner wandering in Huqing City." After that, Meng Su said, "I will go to several places to handle the procedures next. You stay here by yourselves.
If you need.
Forget it, my company is too small, you should stay here."
Meng Su doesn't want to be a nanny.
Forget it. I believe it has been the 4th day, and the official people have enough time to organize and rescue.
Moreover, their previous performance made Meng Su very dissatisfied.
Only 2 people were killed this time, which was considered as Chairman Meng's leniency.
What procedures are you going to handle?
Kong Weijin tried to calm down his heart and asked Meng Su carefully.
He vaguely realized something.
In the fear, there was an inexplicable excitement.
If Meng Su wanted to leave, then wouldn't he have the final say here?
It's nothing, just the procedures for opening a company. Meng Su said casually, I have gone to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the bank, and then I have to go to.
Damn, there are so many departments. Thinking of these departments, Meng Su had a headache. Because many departments were not built together, they were far apart. Meng Su didn't know what Heching City was doing. Why did they arrange the government offices so far away?
Hearing Meng Su's words, Kong Weijin was silent for a while.
It's the end of the world, just open a company if you want to. Why do you still need to go through the procedures?
Kong Weijin really couldn't understand this, but looking at the zombie Li Xiang behind Meng Su who was already salivating for him, he couldn't help but shudder. Fear made him very rational, and he quickly said, if that's the case, you can just go directly to the comprehensive office hall of the Citizen Service Center. There are windows for government offices with a lot of business.
Meng Su was shocked. He didn't expect that he could do this.
He nodded with satisfaction and praised him immediately. You are a genius, okay? I appoint you as the only designated partner of my Peace Order group and allow you to become a subsidiary of Peace Order.
You will be the general manager of the subsidiary. You can name the company yourself.
So there is a Citizen Service Center.
How come I never knew there was such a place before? This saves a lot of trouble.
Thanks to Huang Tian and K2 Metallic Paint for the 500 starting coins reward.
Thank you. Respecting employees means respecting yourself.
A perfect life requires being a perfect chairman.
A good chairman will not illegally imprison employees. If you do, you will easily be hung on a street lamp. As long as you can't do it to death, do it to death. Employees are part of the company, please don't mistreat your employees. Meng Su led employee Li Xiang downstairs.
There were a lot of small gilded characters appearing in front of his eyes. He was really helpless. Meng Su sighed, I also want to treat my employees well, but my employees always attack passers-by for no reason and ruin the image of our company.
Can you please take care of it? With the appearance of Meng Su's words, the system prompts disappeared instantly. Restraining employees' behavioral norms is the correct method for business owners. A perfect life requires a perfect life image. You obtain the hidden achievement Generous Boss. Achievement rewards obtained, cash plus 5,000, chairman's professional experience plus 5. Meng Su's eyes lit up. Okay, can talking nonsense trigger achievements? This is really a surprise and a joy.
Meng Su didn't expect an unexpected gain, and then, a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of him again. This time it was really bad to make friends. Most people's impressions of you are of fear, awe, and hatred, and there is no good impression of friendship, harmony, etc. My God. You must know that a good man also needs 3 helpers, and a good life requires good interpersonal relationships.
Host, you disappoint me.
Seeing this line of characters, just when Meng Su thought that his mission had failed, he suddenly saw a new line of gilded characters appear soon.
But to everyone's surprise, everyone has made friends with you.
Even Li Xiang, who has a favorability rating of 100, is willing to become your employee. Human beings are really strange creatures, and human nature is really worth learning about.
Research stuff. Task evaluation, can't understand. Obtain mission rewards, assignable experience value plus 10, assignable attribute value plus 2, and points plus 8.
Meng Su's eyes immediately lit up when he saw this mission reward.
Okay, I thought the mission failed, but I didn't expect it to be so successful. Family members, it seems that epilepsy really works.
After seeing Li Xiang, he thought he had given up the party. After all, the appearance of the 2 corpses really made Meng Su murderous. But now it seems that I am just pretending to be crazy and this system is really screwed up. Although some of his actions and words seem quite abnormal, at least his thoughts are normal.
This system is truly dysfunctional.
It is recommended to change the name to Bianlao system.
Add more, give me more strength. Meng Su did not hesitate and directly added some points. He wants to become a big muscle tyrant. Added points successfully, current strength value is 19 points.
Host, please note that you are close to the human body's limit strength of 20 points.
There are only a few humans on the entire Earth who are more powerful than you.
If you want to continue to improve, you need to upgrade your spirit, physique, and agility to 20 points. After completing the career breakthrough mission, you can get super strengthening points before you can continue to strengthen to 21 points.
When Meng Su saw this, he frowned. What do you mean? There is also a so-called upper limit. You need to break through the mission before you can continue? Yu Xunlan is not good at it. If there is no human being with greater power than me, then there must be an animal with greater power than me. I don't think I can physically resist a nuclear bomb now. This deep blue system is not good. I will give a bad review. Dear host, please hurry up and get down to business, enjoy life, make a lot of money, encounter encounters, and don't be obsessed with attribute values. In today's peaceful age, the improvement of attribute values is not very helpful for a perfect life. All you have to do now is make money, buy a house, and find girls. The company is losing money, life is bitter, and I have never met you by chance. Do you think you like men and women? Peace again, right? I like you, the girl next door. You stinking idiot system, get out of here. Meng Su sighed. In that case, next time he adds points, he should add them to other attribute points. At the same time, he also found that since the arrival of the perfect life system, he seemed to be using more and more swear words. Damn it, I used to be an elegant, easygoing, sunny, cheerful and handsome boy named Kuya. There is no way, after all, the world has changed, and if you want to adapt to the perfect life system, you have to make some concessions. Just when Meng Su waved his hand and was about to start, he accidentally caught a glimpse of a line of small words from the corner of his eye. Encounter and adventure, in the next 24 hours, you will experience a romantic encounter. Hey, buff increases. Meng Su was happy but didn't take it seriously. Woman? Get out of here. I want to do a big business. If you dare to come, watch me punch you one by one, and I will make you cry. Of course, except for women who want to be my employees and can create value for me. Meng Su stretched and looked around, and suddenly saw the food cart. He was immediately interested and took the initiative to move forward and try to push it. Very good. Meng Su was very satisfied and immediately tied the rope to the snack cart, then pushed the snack cart and planned to sell it along the street. I am now a regular food stall owner. Oh yes, the letter of recommendation is not used yet. Meng Su slapped his head, immediately remembered this matter, and quickly used the recommendation letter. Use successfully and get a new part-time job, food stall owner. Snack stall owner, food is the most important thing for people. A snack stall car can bring smiles to children and laughter to the public, and it can also make an excellent snack stall owner earn a lot of money. The road to becoming the richest man in the world starts with a snack stall owner. Humor system. You can become the richest man by handing out flyers and running a snack stall, right? Meng Su was powerless to complain, and just wanted to see the next task. After all, according to the normal situation of the professional recommendation letter, he would be given 3 task options, one of which could be completed every day, and it would be refreshed once a week. Through this task, Meng Su can accumulate points, cash and experience. These days, this is the only way to make some money. According to the recommendation letter, you have obtained the exclusive professional task of snack stall owner. Please choose one of the following tasks. Self-fried ham sausage, priced at 2 yuan per piece. Reward, professional experience plus 3, cash plus 10,000, points plus 2. 0/200, self-fried chicken strips, priced at 2 yuan per piece. Reward, professional experience plus 2, cash plus 50,000, points plus 2. 0/200, self-fried chicken steaks, priced at 10 yuan per serving. Reward, professional experience plus 5, cash plus 100,000, points plus 5. 0/300, please note that the same person can purchase up to 5 servings, and any purchase exceeding 5 will be considered invalid. Seeing the reward from the snack stand owner, Meng Su took a breath. So much money? Selling 300 servings of fried chicken steaks, and you get 100,000 yuan? Isn't this a huge profit? Damn Doomsday, you ruined my dream of becoming the richest man. Meng Su gritted his teeth, but he soon realized a problem. No raw materials? Forget it, let's take the task first. Meng Su chose fried chicken steak without any hesitation. As for what to do if the task is not completed? If it is not completed, it is not completed, and there is no task penalty. As soon as the task was accepted, Meng Su suddenly felt the snack cart sink. Ha! Meng Su was stunned, opened the storage compartment below, and found bags of frozen chicken fillets. Meng Su? Provide raw materials? Please note that this material can only be sold at the snack stand, and a purchase fee of 900 yuan will be deducted from the host's amount. This material cannot be transferred for free. It is limited to 1 day, and the material will be recycled after 1 day.
It turns out that it is not given for free. After sighing, Meng-su pushed the snack cart and prepared to go on the road without hesitation.
The end of the world? It doesn't prevent the sale of fried chicken fillets. Wait, then I will ask those people inside. Meng-su suddenly thought of something.
Repeated sales to the same customer within 1 day will not be counted in the sales share.
Please expand new customers. Meng-su
took a deep breath, pushed the cart, and put on a sunny and cheerful smile on his face. Zombie friends.
Good news, the sweet and delicious fried chicken steak is here.
Those who have money, come and buy it, and those who don't have money, get out of here.
Roar!
In front of the cart, a zombie spotted Meng-su and ran towards him happily. Meng-su could even see the saliva from the corners of the zombie's mouth and the flesh and blood hanging from its teeth. Of course, the half-torn cheeks could not be ignored. Half of the flesh and blood hanging from the mouth was really disgusting.
It was really ugly.
I hope readers will remember our domain named. Meng-su sighed in his heart, then took a deep breath and tried to serve with a smile. Hello, sir, are you here to eat chicken steak?
How many servings do you want? Roar!
The zombie ignored Meng-su and roared directly.
Seeing this, Meng-su yawned and pulled the rope.
The zombie Li Xiang, who was no longer human, was pulled in front of him and blocked the zombie's path.
This collision instantly made the zombie Li Xiang furious. Roar! Li Xiang roared, stretched out his strong arm, and grabbed it directly, instantly pulling off the zombie's arm.
Then he tore it hard and the other arm was gone.
Violence, too violent. Meng-su sighed.
After becoming a zombie, Li Xiang's strength was enhanced many times.
To be fair, Meng-su couldn't tear off a person's arm by tearing it.
Fortunately, Li Xiang's favorability had become -100 before he died, otherwise it would be Meng-su's turn to worry about Li Xiang's strength.
Meng-su had a headache, so he pulled the rope in his hand and pulled Li Xiang back. Okay, it's done.
Zombie Li Xiang seemed to be a little unwilling, but was restrained by Meng-su, so he could only roar helplessly twice and continue to stand guard on the side, his eyes red. Meng-su stepped forward, looked at the zombie whose 2 arms had been torn, laughed, took out a small stool from the snack cart, and then put it in front of the zombie's head, then reached out and fumbled in the zombie's pocket.
After groping for a while, Meng-su's face changed instantly. Why are you here without money? After that, he raised the wrench in his hand, slammed it twice, and smashed his head, then snorted coldly, I thought you were here for business. After that, Meng-su continued to push the cart, driving Li Xiang, and headed towards the community where he had rented before. The reason why he didn't go to the civic center was also very simple. The main road was overturned and blocked by cars everywhere. It was very inconvenient to move with Li Xiang in the cart, and it was easy to fail to sell the fried chicken chops. So Meng-su planned to take a slow approach and use up the 300 fried chicken chops in the community before going to the civic center. After all, the old community is in a good location and is not easily besieged by a dozen or 20 zombies. Although Meng-su didn't seem to be worried at the moment, he had never experienced it, so he was still on the safe side. And there are definitely 300 people in the community. Even if there are not, it's okay. Aren't there other buildings around the community? The East Country has everything except people.
Thinking of this, Meng-su suddenly thought of another big country in the East, the legendary Tianzhu.
Oh my god, it's hard to imagine the situation in Tianzhu. Meng-su took a breath.
But now, it doesn't matter to him much. Following the way he came, Meng-su was familiar with it, because he had basically cleaned it up when he came here, but there were still some zombies wandering around. Meng-su did not hesitate at all and went straight forward to force them to make a fried chicken steak deal and get a certain amount of money.
Roar!
A young zombie jumped out from behind the green trash can, with its fangs and claws bared, and its gray eyes revealed a dead look. Meng-su was not afraid at all when he saw this. He was used to it. He even smiled and said to the young zombie, Hello, peace and order chicken steak, 10 yuan per serving, thank you. Meng-su swung the baseball bat and served with a smile. He controlled the strength and knocked down the zombie.
He immediately touched the money.
When he opened his pocket and saw a 20 denomination banknote, he smiled happily and took out 2 fried chicken chops and forced them into the zombie's mouth. Sir, your chicken chops are ready.
You eat them, give them to me.
Until the fried chicken chops turned into chicken paste and were filled to the brim.
A small gilded character appeared in front of Meng-su. Sold successfully, current progress, 17/300, Meng-su sighed deeply. How come people nowadays don't bring money when they go out? Zombies are the same. They don't bring money when they go out. It's really chilling. Pushing the cart, Meng Su yawned, and suddenly saw a rotating hot pot shop not far away, which seemed to reflect some light. Ha! Meng Su was stunned, and when he looked closely, he seemed to see several sneaky figures hiding there. There are people. Meng Su was instantly surprised. Good, good. So, Meng Su did not hesitate, and pushed the cart directly and moved forward. Roar! A zombie on the side of the road saw Meng Su and rushed over happily, and Meng Su did not hesitate at all, and directly picked up the baseball bat and hit it with a stick, and instantly the brains were scattered all over the ground. Without stopping at all, he went straight to the direction of the rotating hot pot shop. Zombies? A group of poor ghosts. It's better to be a modern person who can scan the code. Meng Su was very happy. While pushing the trolley, he shouted, "Fried chicken steak. Big and crispy fried chicken steak, sweet and delicious, super high in calories, a must-have for survival in the apocalypse." He couldn't wait to sell out everything. Well, if it weren't for the fact that they were forced to make a living and work hard to make money, who would be willing to sell fried chicken steaks in a zombie apocalypse environment? Look, is that the lunatic who left this morning? It's strange, why did he go out and come back with a stroller? In a small hot pot restaurant, a man who looked to be in his 40s pushed up his glasses and squatted under the table. Looking at Meng Su's figure, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He immediately patted a waitress in her 20s next to her. Asked. After hearing the man's words, the waitress immediately turned her head and looked at the scene outside the door. She happened to see Meng Su pushing the snack cart towards her, and was stunned. It's him. Why did he push it? Come over to a food stall? Suddenly, the man seemed to see something, and his expression gradually became a little frightened. He shouted in shock, "Zhao Jing, something is not right." The man's words startled Zhao Jing. She immediately covered the man's mouth and whispered, "Keep your voice down. If we attract those zombies, we will all die." No, 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 no. The man's eyes were horrified and he was a little incoherent. Look at the zombie tied behind his food truck. Ah! When Zhao Jing heard this, she was stunned. She took a closer look, and her hands and feet were instantly cold, and her whole body was stunned. It's really a zombie. Why didn't the zombies bite him? Zhao Jing's mind went blank. He's coming towards us. The man was a little anxious. He picked up the kitchen knife that was used to chop vegetables. He was extremely frightened. What should I do? What should I do? Go and call everyone here. Before the man could finish his words, he saw a zombie rushing towards Meng Su, but Meng Su smashed his head with a stick, and blood instantly exploded all over the floor. Seeing this scene, the man was instantly speechless. Then, a trace of despair emerged in his heart. Does he want to feed us all to his zombie pets? The desperate man had already begun to imagine his future ending, and could only watch as Meng Su approached them step by step. Finally, he saw Meng Su come to the door of the small hot pot restaurant, stretched out his hand, and knocked on the glass very politely. If you ignore Meng Su's white sportswear that has been dyed red and the bloodstains on his face that have not yet been wiped off, Meng Su looks like a normal guest coming to eat. Hello, as you can see, I am the owner of a food stall. Do you want to eat fried chicken steak? It costs 10 yuan a piece, and each person can only buy 5 pieces. Seeing the two people in the store frozen in place, Meng Su scratched his head, puzzled. Am I really scary? No, he was almost rated as a 3 good student and an excellent class leader every year in school, and his composition also won the second prize in the school competition. If it weren't for the fact that the first prize student's winning composition was my principal father, he would have been the first. How could I be scary if I was so popular? Soon, Meng Su suddenly realized. It's not my problem. It must be Li Xiang's problem. Thinking of this, Meng Su turned around angrily and looked at Li Xiang. At this moment, Li Xiang no longer looked like a human. His face was completely inhuman, but the green hair was very conspicuous. Meng Su immediately kicked Li Xiang. Look at you, with all the green hair. You're scaring me, I'll shave your green hair off later. After kicking him, Fong turned around and smiled at the people in the hot pot restaurant. Sorry, my waiter looks a little abstract, don't mind, I've taught him a lesson. Do you want to buy fried chicken? We are afraid of the zombies behind you, but we are more afraid of you. Zhao Jing thought silently in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, the current situation is a bit scary. Zhao Jing and the man don't know what to do at all. Seeing that the two of them turned a blind eye, Meng Su immediately scratched his head and asked in confusion, Why, don't you want to buy it? That's not right. In the end-time environment, someone sells food. Logically, everyone should be crazy about it. Why don't they buy it? Strange.
After hearing Meng Su's words, the two people inside were stunned, and then hurriedly said, "Buy, let's buy." Seeing Meng Su's look, no one dared to imagine what would happen if they didn't buy. "Buy it." Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, packed 10 chicken chops in no time, and smiled sweetly. A total of 100 yuan, cash or scan code? Cash. The man spoke decisively, grabbed the cash register, grabbed a handful of cash, and handed it to Meng Su tremblingly. "Do you think this is enough? I only want 100. Meng Su was a very principled snack stall owner. He looked at the change, took a red note from the change, and said righteously, "Are there only 2 of you here?" Zhao Jing immediately said, "There are others. We will change 2 people to stand guard in front every hour, and the others are in the kitchen. Call them all out. Buy together." Meng Su was even happier when he heard this. "More people will be good. How many people are there?" Meng Su asked as he casually started frying chicken chops on the street. The reserved chicken chops were not enough, so he needed to fry more. "There are still 8 people behind." The man forced a smile, and when he saw that Meng Su did not seem to have any intention of taking action, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said boldly, "How many chicken chops are left? Can we buy them all? You don't have to fry them. In the end times, food is the most important resource. If possible, the more the better." When Meng Su heard this, he frowned immediately. "No, each person can only have 5 servings at most. You still have 8 people, right? Then I can sell you 40 servings. After that, Meng Su hurried to fry the chicken chops. The process of frying chicken chops is not very difficult. Just pick up the pan and heat the oil. Then put the chicken chops in, fry them and take them out. It's just that the control of the heat is a little lacking. Therefore, the chicken chops sold by Meng Su are either half-cooked or pitch black. The quality control is extremely poor. But it doesn't matter, after all, zombies can't talk. As for the living? Meng Su glanced at the man and woman in front of him. They were trembling like quails and didn't dare to speak. Well, it seems that everyone is more satisfied with their half-cooked chicken steaks. Meng Su was immediately very comfortable. Soon, the chicken steak was fried. One hand paid and the other hand delivered. Sold successfully, current progress, 67/300. After getting the chicken steak, the other party was obviously relieved, and Meng Su was also very satisfied. At this time, the man suddenly asked a question, "Brother, it's so dangerous, why do you come out to sell this thing?" "It's not curiosity, just want to chat. It's all for a living." Meng Su took out a cigarette, lit it, and then sighed, "If it's not for making money, who is willing to come out to sell chicken steaks in such a dangerous situation?" "Man? Earn, make money?" The man was a little confused. "Isn't it the end of the world? Why do we need to make money?" "I think making money is not the most important thing. Brother, let's hide in a safe place and wait for official rescue." The man exhaled a puff of smoke and whispered to Meng Su, "According to the current situation, I think money may be useless. Maybe we need to issue something new." He is usually the most public-spirited, commonly known as warm-hearted, and he has to say a few words about everything he encounters. At the same time, he is also the manager of this rotating hot pot restaurant. No, Meng Su shook his head and said with emotion, "I have just established a company and I have to pay my employees. I am a conscientious entrepreneur." "Man? Pay wages? It's the end of the world, and you're still thinking about paying employees? What a good boss." The man was touched, and at the same time he finally felt that Meng Su might have some problems with his brain. Then, the man thought about it, came to the counter, opened a drawer, found a business card, handed it to Meng Su very tactfully, and said to Meng Su, "Brother, you are very strong. I have a friend here, if you are on the way, you can talk to him. If he hasn't turned into a zombie, he should be able to alleviate your problem." Hearing this, Meng Su was instantly happy. Who is it? Is it a big entrepreneur in the catering industry? He was worried that he had no experience in managing a business. If there was a senior boss to help him, it would be great. As long as he learned it, then one day, he would be able to be hung on the street lamp, cough cough. One day he would definitely become the richest man in the world. Excited heart, trembling hands. Meng Su took the business card and looked at it carefully. Wang Xuanming, Chief Physician of the Department of Psychiatry, Huching Municipal Hospital. An address and a phone number were attached at the back. Meng Su's eyes went dark immediately, and then he looked at the man and said word by word, "Do you think I'm crazy? I tell you, I'm in good spirits." "You are crazy, your whole family is crazy." Meng Su's spirit is really good, his spirit value is 10.5, much more energetic than ordinary people. He is definitely not crazy. With the perfect life system as evidence, he has been completing the tasks of the system. How can he become crazy?
Meng Su was very unconvinced. He is a normal person.
But forget it, there is nothing to say to these guys who don't know how to struggle.
Can't delay making money for yourself. Are you still open here?
If you are, give me a small hot pot.
I've been busy all morning and I haven't eaten yet.
Meng Su yawned and then said, after eating, I still have to sell chicken chops.
There are more than 100 left.
After hearing Meng Su's words, several people looked at each other, and immediately started to make small hot pot for Meng Su in a hurry.
Thanks to the water and electricity, the situation here is still relatively good.
After all, it is a restaurant, there is no shortage of food, and there is no power outage. There is still a refrigerator to use, but I don't know how long this power system can last. After hearing Meng Su's words, the man was stunned for a moment.
It's the end of the world, and you ask me if this place is still open?
It seems that he is seriously ill, Director Wang, you must treat him well. The man thought silently in his heart. Chapter 44. Although the procedures have not been completed, I already have 2 subsidiaries. Meng Su did not eat the hot pot that he had longed for, but the 10 survivors hiding in the small hot pot restaurant did eat half-cooked and burnt fried chicken steak. It seems that when the zombie apocalypse first came, some problems occurred and the equipment was damaged. Meng Su expressed great regret for this.
What is the greatest sorrow in life? That means having money but not being able to spend it.
Meng Su is still in this state, which is very uncomfortable.
But it didn't matter.
After selling all the fried chicken steaks, Meng Su planned to continue on his way.
You guys have a good time.
Meng Su also had no idea of absorbing these individuals. After all, it's too far away to bring him back to the company. The store manager hesitated to speak, looking rather embarrassed, but finally gritted his teeth and extended an invitation to Meng Su. Brother, why don't you leave?
You are very powerful.
If we stay together, we will definitely be able to wait for the official rescue. Not long ago, I received a call from an employee who runs a branch in Tao County. He told me that the Huching City Residents Mutual Aid and Self-Rescue Committee has launched a safe zone in the towns over Tao County, and it is estimated that it will be back in a few days.
It's a city, we have plenty of food reserves here.
Even though it's all lettuce, if you light the fire and cook it slowly, you can still eat enough to last for several weeks. It can be seen that the store manager is still very enthusiastic.
This news was refreshing to Meng Su. Has a safety zone been launched in Tao County? Tao County is one of the counties under Huching City. Huching City has 3 districts and 4 counties.
Kechuang Building and the rental house where Meng Su lives on weekdays belong to Qingnan District, one of the 3 districts.
It is an old city.
It is the old city center. Now the economic center has shifted, and the most prosperous area in Huching City is in Gyeongbuk District.
And Tao County is the county most remote from the urban area of Huching City.
The safety zone has been established in Tao County.
Perhaps the biggest role is to unite with neighboring cities? Or, Tao County has the smallest population in Huching City?
Meng Su couldn't figure it out either, but he had some doubts about this Residents Mutual Aid and Self-Rescue Committee. After all, according to common sense, it is the government that is responsible for maintaining stability.
What is this self-help society? Can it represent the government? In other words, is it a specially established official agency in response to this incident?
Meng Su didn't understand either, so he decided not to think about it.
It's good to know the news.
No, I still have to go out and sell fried chicken steaks.
Meng Su yawned and had a sudden idea.
He smiled at the man in front of him and said, in this way, sell me some shares of your small hot pot restaurant and become a subsidiary of my peaceful order.
Let's develop well and wait for me in the future.
When passing through this area, we will give priority to providing supplies to you, and the group will also consider your demands. Hearing Meng Su's words, the man was stunned for a moment, then nodded, okay.
It's the end of the world, so let's play with Meng Su.
My 4 branches in Huching are probably all dead. Anyway, they have nothing left, so it doesn't matter what happens.
Along with the man's nod, a small gilded character also appeared in front of Meng Su's eyes. Add a new subsidiary. Meng Su?
He just mentioned it casually, but he didn't expect that this option actually existed. For a moment, Meng Su was very excited, and with a thought in his mind, a translucent panel immediately appeared in front of his eyes, with rows of small gilded characters appearing on it. Peaceful Order, Chairman, Meng Su, number of employees, 4 people, Department, Security Department, 3 people, Secretariat, 1 person, subsidiaries under his command, Temporary Survival Team, Kong Weijin is the general manager, with 12 people in charge, and Small Hotpot Food Company, Limited. Song Yufan is the general manager, with 9 people in charge.
Business direction, customer service, catering.
Total assets, 190,000 yuan, monthly expenditure, 90,000 yuan, average monthly profit, 0, status, loss. At the same time, a miniature map appeared on the side, marking the location of the Peaceful Order and the Temporary Survival Group, and Small Hot Pot Food Company, Limited, with a weak golden line connecting them.
Of course, except for these 3 places, the rest of the area is blurry and cannot be used as a map.
Looking at the small gilded characters that appeared in front of his eyes, Meng Su's mood could be described as complicated.
That is, his procedures haven't been completed yet.
But it already has 2 subsidiaries.
An inexplicable way of judging, is this okay? Also, I know I am losing money now, so don't keep reminding me.
Meng Su sighed deeply. Regarding the judgment of this subsidiary, Meng Su said that it was quite casual. Looking at Meng Su, who was deep in thought, the man on the side, Song Yufan, the general manager of Ant Hotpot, did not speak, but quietly waited for Meng Su to react. And soon, Meng Su cheered up. Although I don't know what the use of having 2 more subsidiaries is. But it feels very powerful. I, Chairman Meng, am indeed invincible. I have already established 2 more subsidiaries before I have figured out the basic operation methods.
It seems that I am a born business wizard. If it were not for the end of the world, I am afraid that Jack Ma, Pony Ma, and Richard Liu would all become my defeats.
For a moment, Meng Su felt that he was a good seed for business.
What a pity, the end of the world ruined my dream of becoming the richest man.
Work hard, Song Yufan. I believe you can lead this subsidiary of the group to become bigger and stronger. Meng Su patted Song Yufan on the shoulder, encouraged Song Yufan, and then said, if you do well, I will consider transferring you to the head office as the director of the first business group. Okay, no more words, I still have to sell fried chicken steaks.
After that, Meng Su walked out of the door in a chic manner, looking at Li Xiang, who was already impatient and secreting saliva hormones outside the door, frowned immediately, knocked Li Xiang's head with a baseball bat, and said unhappily, go, make way.
Under Meng Su's force, Li Xiang reluctantly set off, and the fried chicken steak cart also gradually moved away from the small hot pot restaurant and gradually walked towards the inside of the community. Seeing this scene, Song Yufan was stunned at first, but soon found something that made him feel creepy.
I didn't introduce myself at all. How did he know my name was Song Yufan?
For a moment, Song Yufan's hands and feet were cold and he felt dazed. The waiter Zhao Jing next to him didn't feel anything wrong, and said with emotion, I didn't expect to meet such a kind person even at the end of the world.
Exchanging food for waste paper, isn't this a kind person?
Boss, let's go, let's take the food to those people inside, save some food, and last a few more days.
Compared with the depressing environment on the 2nd floor of the department store, the atmosphere here is very relaxed.
After all, they know that the safe zone has been established.
Persist in holding on, there is a way. Meng Su's snack stand is very popular.
Wherever he goes, there are endless consumers. After seeing Meng Su's mobile snack stand, those consumers are like crazy, running towards Meng Su frantically, which can be described as hysterical and desperate.
Faced with such enthusiastic guests, Meng Su will naturally not let them down.
Therefore, in addition to the delicious half-cooked fried chicken steak, Meng Su also gave them a baby-like sleep, so that they fell asleep and were happy.
Meng Su walked and sold, pushing the snack stand all the way to the downstairs of his rental house, and at this moment, a limping zombie suddenly jumped out of the flower bed and roared at Meng Su, roar.
After roaring, it crawled towards Meng Su with a hideous face. All 4 limbs were broken, but he still struggled to crawl towards Meng Su, and his entire neck was severely torn. As he crawled, he left a long bloodstain. Seeing this scene, Meng Su was a little tearful.
I'm touched.
He's still here to support my fried chicken steak business.
Meng Su sighed a little. If every zombie was like this, wouldn't his mission have been completed long ago, and it would be today?
So, Meng Su immediately picked up a fried chicken steak, took a closer look, and was happy.
Aunt Zhao.
Meng Su looked up and found that the window on the 3rd floor was wide open. Aunt Zhao seemed to have jumped down from above.
It's hard for you.
Meng Su sighed, but the process had to be followed. Meng Su stepped forward and planned to greet the new customer. Aunt Zhao, who was crawling, seemed to realize that the person in front of her was Meng Su. She stopped climbing in an instant, turned around, and crawled in the direction she came from. She seemed to be full of resentment and disgust towards Meng Su. Yes, Aunt Zhao's favorability was 100. Now that she was here, could Meng Su let her go? So, Meng Su took out a wrench, asked Aunt Jia to calm down, and then began to search his pockets.
Well, there was no money. Meng Su's eyes suddenly turned cold. Why are you here without money? Useless trash.
Meng Su snorted coldly, but soon he seemed to have thought of something. He took out a $5 bill from his pocket and stuffed it into Aunt Jiao's pocket. Then he whistled and took the money back as if nothing had happened. Then, Meng Su put the fried chicken aside in a proper manner and said worriedly, "One hand pays the other hand, I'll give you the money." No wealth increase was detected. This transaction is invalid. The current progress is 275/300. Seeing this scene, Meng Su sighed, and immediately took back the fried chicken steak that was placed aside. Looking at Aunt Zhao, whose arm was broken by him again, he was furious. "You want to buy fried chicken steak without money? Die for me." After that, Meng Su kicked Aunt Zhao away and kicked her into the bushes, regardless of life and death. Then he turned his head and looked at Li Xiang, preparing to arrange a good position for Li Xiang, so that no survivors would come and attract Li Xiang, and even the snack stand would be overturned by him. A good life requires a good attitude. As a chairman, what is needed is to treat people kindly and win people's hearts. I hope the host can remember the chairman's code. A mature chairman has always been a person who wins people over with virtue and treats people kindly.
Trigger task: learn how to become a chairman. Task judgment depends on the host's understanding of the chairman.
Task reward: massive chairman experience, massive points, massive cash.
Meng Su? Massive? Got it, that's not much. Meng Su sneered. He knew these bastards too well.
You know, when he was a programmer at Jianglin Technology, he was responsible for the development of event rewards. Anything with the word massive does not have much substantial rewards.
Want to fool me? Impossible. But no matter what, there should still be some melons and dates.
Meng Su now has a strong sense of crisis. The impression that the gene enhancer gave him was very frightening. I always feel that this should not be as simple as an ordinary superpower. Thinking of this, Meng Su took a deep breath and showed a harmonious and friendly smile to Li Xiang. Xiang, among these zombies in our company, I think you are the most promising one. Although you haven't met your two colleagues yet. One of them is Lao Zhang, who is bald and physically weak, and basically bids farewell to promotion and salary increase. There is also Qi Wei, who is your competitor, but unfortunately her brain is a little hard to turn around, and she can't think.
You are outstanding among these zombies.
After that, Meng Su stepped forward, patted Li Xiang's shoulder, and his hands were covered with blood plasma again. Meng Su resisted the discomfort of the sticky hands and said to Li Xiang earnestly, "Work hard. I think you also have the possibility of becoming the director of the first business group. Okay, now keep an eye on this snack stand for me. Don't let anyone steal my chicken steak. I'll go upstairs to change clothes, and we'll go all the way to the Citizen Service Center later."
After that, Meng Su went upstairs.
He was very confident in his words just now, and felt that it was what a qualified chairman should say. When he returned to the Science and Technology Innovation Building, he told Zhang Tao, Qi Wei, and Shen Zhaozhao to work with peace of mind and not to be lazy all day long.
Oh, by the way.
Speaking of being lazy, Meng Su suddenly thought of something, turned on his phone, and clicked on the local forum.
The slow internet speed makes me want to die. After transferring for a long time, the network was still disconnected.
After going through many difficulties and dangers, I entered the forum and found that Shen Zhaozhao, whom I followed, had posted a second message about clocking into work. Seeing this scene, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction.
Very good.
So, Meng Su picked up his phone and typed, "Xiao Shun, you are a very good employee.
I like you very much. Among the people in our company, you are the one I like the most. You are outstanding.
Work hard. I think your chances of becoming the director of the first business group are very high." After sending it several times before sending it out, Meng Su felt relaxed. Then, he quickly returned to the rental house for a change of clothes.
Easy. While Meng Su was changing clothes, the remaining survivors were sneaking out in the surrounding buildings, which was completely unbelievable.
Among them, an old woman who looked to be in her 70s was sitting on the sofa, looking at her high school grandson with bloodshot eyes in front of her and trembling with nervousness, and sighed, "Zhuang Zhuang, you must be strong and cheer up.
Look, next door, isn't Xiao Meng from the unit crazy? Well, the end of the world is really torturous. Xiao Meng has already begun to fantasize about being the boss."
"You can't go crazy. Our family is counting on you now." The high school grandson named Zhuang Zhuang felt awkward, but nodded solemnly. At the same time, there was also some emotion. It's so pitiful to be a worker. Even if you are crazy, you still imagine yourself getting promoted and getting a raise, and becoming a leader.
Well, Chapter 46. The company is in a bit of trouble now. What should the chairman wear?
Meng Su didn't really know, but reason told him that he should wear a suit and tie and look like a decent person.
At least he should look like a human being. Meng Su glanced at the high-end suit drying on the balcony and was about to change into it, but he quickly came to his senses and suddenly realized, no, I'm the chairman, I can wear anything.
Yes. I'm the chairman, I can wear whatever I want. Thinking of this, Meng Su happily changed into a set of clothes. This time he learned to be smart and changed into a red coat directly, so that even if he was splashed with blood, at least it would be much easier to see. Meng Su looked in the mirror, looking at the handsome and elegant self in the mirror, and nodded with satisfaction. Then, he went out.
Back downstairs, Meng Su glanced at Li Xiang.
He was diligent and conscientious, always abiding by his post, without any fraud, which made Meng Su very satisfied. Thinking of his mission, Meng Su immediately stepped forward and intended to pat Li Xiang on the shoulder, but after seeing the rotten flesh on Li Xiang's shoulder, he took his hand back and nodded in approval. Xiang, you did a very good job. According to the discussion and decision of the board of directors, your authority will be upgraded from an outsourced employee to K1, and you will officially become a formal employee of our peace order.
Are you happy? Roar. Li Xiang made a meaningless roar.
Although he didn't know what it meant, Meng Su assumed that he was happy. Seeing Li Xiang so happy, Meng Su pushed the snack stand and said to Li Xiang, since you have been promoted, shouldn't you consider the difficulties of the company?
Even if you don't consider the difficulties of the company, shouldn't you celebrate your promotion and treat your colleagues to a meal?
Li Xiang, who was wandering unconsciously, didn't understand a word Meng Su said, but just wandered around the snack stand. Seeing that Li Xiang did not object, Meng Su was even happier and said immediately, colleagues are all working in the company. So, I will deduct 10,000 yuan from your salary, and treat it as you treating your colleagues to a meal. As soon as Meng Su finished speaking, a system warning appeared in front of him. Seeing this situation, Meng Su had no choice but to change his words, 8,000, 8,000.
Soon, the system warning appeared again. 7,000? Then 5,000, 5,000 will be fine, right?
Seeing that there was no warning for 5,000, Meng Su was relieved. And then he struck while the iron was hot, and continued, Xiang, you also know that our company is in a difficult situation now, and there is no profit at all.
Wait a minute, your chicken steak is ready, do you have the money? Silly zombies come to me to beg for food, right?
After dealing with a poor zombie who rushed over, Meng Su continued, so, you are already a K1 level employee, so how about you treat everyone to a meal every month in the future? I will pay you 45,000 in the future, and you are not allowed to change it.
Salary adjustment successful.
Employee, Li Xiang, identity, K1 level security department employee, senior technical talent.
Salary, 45,000 yuan. In a few words, 5,000 yuan was cheated down.
Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief.
Zombies are still easy to fool. For a moment, Meng Su was more satisfied with Li Xiang.
Although Li Xiang had done a lot of bad things before, he is now a zombie and can still make certain contributions to the company. Therefore, Chairman Meng said that he would give the young zombie a chance to reform. After CPUing the zombies who would not refuse, Meng Su continued to sell fried chicken steaks with satisfaction. The zombies along the way were very enthusiastic, and Meng Su was also very hardworking and capable, so he quickly reduced the task requirements again and again.
But, current progress, 296/300.
Looking at the community where there were not many zombies, Meng Su sighed deeply. It seemed that he had accidentally passed a wave of communities. There were still 4 copies left, what should I do? Meng Su turned around and looked at Li Xiang. When he was about to ask Li Xiang if he knew any zombie friends, he suddenly thought of something. Li Xiang didn't seem to have eaten ham sausage before. Thinking of this, Meng Su instantly became excited. He touched Li Xiang's pocket without hesitation and took out a handful of big red banknotes from it, cash. I didn't count the number, but I knew at a glance that there should be thousands of them.
Good, good, good. Meng Su laughed loudly, took out a red bill, and then took out the change he had saved, gave Li Xiang a change of 60 yuan, and put the money back, very satisfied. Good job, Xiang, for fried chicken chops, coming out soon, you can't leave any of them. After that, Meng Su skillfully heated the pan and started frying the chicken chops. After so many times of frying chicken chops, Meng Su knew how to control the heat even if he was a fool. Therefore, this time it was fried very successfully, golden and crispy, which made people's appetites whetted. Meng Su put the 4 chicken chops on the plate, handed them to Li Xiang with a smile, and said, Xiang, your boss is here, you should be embarrassed to eat by yourself, right?
And seeing your small body, you should not be able to eat much, so, Chairman, I will help you eat, so that we can get closer. I am very optimistic about you becoming the director of the first business group. Dear host, you are so stingy. He is indeed a good candidate for business. Under your leadership, the Peace Order group will definitely become bigger and stronger. Get the hidden achievement, Stingy Capitalist. Achievement rewards obtained, Chairman's professional experience plus 10, cash plus 10,000. Looking at the words that appeared in front of him, Meng Su frowned and was very dissatisfied. How can you speak to this system? Who are you to say that you are stingy? Will the general chairman give such a high monthly salary to his employees? You know, our company there is no one whose monthly salary is less than 10,000 yuan. But it doesn't matter. It's good that the reward has arrived. Meng Su didn't care about these reputations. While thinking about it, Meng Su ate a whole fried chicken steak and peeled off the second portion at the same time. In this way, Meng Su ate 4 portions of chicken steak. The mission is completed. Snack stall owner is an extremely hard job. You have to get up early every day to prepare ingredients and sell them along the street. Of course, in most cases there are fixed stalls and no one walks around, but what is surprising is, your praise rate is 93.56%, which is comparable to that of the god of cooking. It's really amazing. But again, when you are selling food, you are suspected of using violence, coercion, and other means. This is really unpleasant. Please abide by the law and don't become an outlaw. The task is completed, the task rating is average. You receive mission rewards, professional experience plus 5, cash plus 100,000, and points plus 5. Your sales this time are 3,000 yuan. Looking at the task completion reminder that appeared in front of him, Meng Su was very satisfied. But I am very dissatisfied with this task rating. My rating is so high, why is my rating so low? Unscientific. But soon, Meng Su was attracted by another piece of news. Occupation, Trainee Clerk Level 1, 3/20ths, Leaflet Distributor Level 4, 0/50, Chairman Level 0, 15/50ths, Food Stall Owner Level 0, 6/5ths, can upgrade, food stall owners can be upgraded. Seeing this situation, Meng Su didn't hesitate at all and directly chose to upgrade. I've had enough of the constraints brought by adding points. Upgrade my career and increase my attributes. Upgraded successfully, your occupation snack stall owner level has been upgraded from level 0 to level 1. As a snack stall owner, you have to go through wind and rain, your physical strength has improved very quickly, and you have to avoid the pursuit of urban management at all times. Your swift speed has also been strengthened, and you will gain certain attribute blessings. Although you are a snack stall owner, you must also have superb cooking skills. If you don't have a deep understanding of your cooking skills, once a drunkard/thug/world-destroying villain/Ultraman of the M78 Nebula eats your snacks, it may cause irreversible consequences. You gain 1.5 points of physical fitness bonus, and you gain the skill, cooking. Your current attribute values are, Spirit 10.5, Physical Fitness 12.5, Strength 19, Agility 12.5. Looking at the upgraded data in front of him, Meng Su felt relaxed. But he also discovered something. Along with the improvement of his overall attributes, the blessing brought to him by the career upgrade seems to be dynamically changing, not static. But it doesn't matter, as long as he can become stronger. However, what can Ultraman do if he eats snacks? What irreversible consequences will it cause? Will he turn evil, or will he not save the Earth and go back to the M78 Nebula in the future? At the same time, Meng Su also found that his newly acquired skill cooking is an upgradable skill. And he still has 2 points of skill points that can be allocated. But Meng Su doesn't plan to allocate skill points to cooking, which is a bit wasteful. And the allocable experience points are already 18 points, which is enough for Meng Su to upgrade the trainee clerk profession to level 2. But Meng Su still didn't do it. Because he has already upgraded. It is currently known that clerk jobs provide mental attributes, flyer distributors provide agility, and snack stall owners provide physical fitness. As for what the chairman provides, nothing is known at present. So Meng Su plans to accumulate experience points and upgrade the chairman from level 0 to level 1 to see what changes there are in the level 1 chairman. After specifying the current situation, Meng Su was satisfied, and then he turned on the navigation and prepared to go to the Citizen Service Center. If you are too far away from home, you will forget your hometown. If you kill too many zombies, you will forget your troubles. It's time to complete the formalities and go back to revive the company. I want to become the richest man in the world and focus on attacking Wanxiang International. Meng Su was full of confidence.
He looked back at Li Xiang, who was still a little confused. Meng Su instantly felt that this K1 level employee was a bit of a drag. There was no other reason, just because Meng Su needed to keep him by his side, and Li Xiang was only in awe of himself, and he was very agitated about other humans. If something happened, he might take the wrong route. With this thought, Meng Su decided to hide him in the basement and tie him up. Wait for him to complete the formalities, drive the car over, then put him in the car and take him back. The plan worked. Soon, a Xiang, an outstanding employee of Peace Order, was appointed as Chairman Meng's private basement security guard, responsible for protecting the property's safety in Chairman Meng's basement. As for what property? Snack stand. Although this snack stand was picked up by Meng Su before, if no one wants it, then it belongs to Meng Su. Meng Su still hopes to make it bigger and stronger with this snack stand. After everything was settled, Meng Su hummed a little tune and walked out of the community. He took a look at the rotating hot pot restaurant and found that the person standing guard had changed. He greeted the employees of his subsidiary enthusiastically, and then set foot on the road to the Citizen Service Center as if nothing had happened. Meng Su did this, but the subsidiary employee couldn't do it. He and the other person looked at each other, and after a long silence, he blurted out a sentence, "What's going on?" Meng Su walked along the path, and his life was full of joy. There were not many zombies along the way. After all, it was originally an old city, and it had been cleaned up by Meng Su before, so the number seemed particularly rare. For the few zombies that appeared occasionally, Meng Su originally planned to show mercy, thinking of coming to hand out flyers or sell various fried foods from the snack stand next time. But after thinking about it carefully, forget it. After all, it's the zombie apocalypse, so we should kill as many as we can. If a survivor dies because of his mercy, that would be bad. After all, living people are better than zombie employees. Well, although Meng Su doesn't know what the living employees are for now, they can understand what he says after all. After killing his way out of the siege, Meng Su finally broke through the nearby area and came to a new road. From a distance, Meng Su could see 7 or 8 zombies wandering on the street, and there were zombies colliding with each other not far away, as if an explosion had occurred a long time ago. The reason why he could confirm it was because Meng Su saw that a zombie's arm was blown off. And at this moment, Meng Su was happy. Because he saw a shared bicycle overturned on the side of the road. This shared bicycle looked familiar. It seemed to be the one he parked downstairs, the one that disappeared the next day after sleeping. Let me guess, who took my shared bike? Meng Su looked at the 7 or 8 zombies wandering around, feeling a little angry. If you don't return the shared bike, your phone will keep deducting money from you. He took it away, and it was his own money that was deducted. Although Chairman Meng no longer cares about these few $100s, this feeling is still very unpleasant. However, Meng Su does not intend to alarm this group of zombies. Saving time is the most important thing, so let's go to handle the procedures quickly. A perfect life must never be tolerated. Good people are bullied, and good horses are ridden. In the face of such a situation, dear host, please play to your strengths and abilities and get back your place. Bigogo, I cheer for you, you are not alone. In case of any legal problems, you can also consult lawyer Zhang Wei. Trigger task, venture anger, task rewards, can be allocated professional experience +5. Points +2, cash +20,000. Meng Su? Looking at the task in front of him, Meng Su was stunned, and then sighed. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary chairman, but what I got in return was only alienation and stealing my shared bicycle. In this case, I, Meng Su, will not pretend. I am a zombie killer and I will show my cards. Meng Su's open appearance instantly attracted the attention of the zombies on the street. One of the zombies immediately rushed forward at a very fast speed, rushing towards Meng Su, roar. Although it was fast, in Meng Su's eyes, it was just a chicken and a dog. Profession, zombie, level, 0, all of these data, Meng Su was not afraid at all. The baseball bat had been silent for a long time, and the blood had dried up. At this moment, Meng Su's muscles also quickly erupted, and he hit the zombie in front with a stick, and his skull burst and brains burst. Who stole my bicycle? Stand up yourself. Meng Su knocked one down with a stick, looked at the other zombies in front of him, and sneered, you are quite united, and you don't want to betray your zombie friends, right? Okay, then all of you die. Meng Su was pleased with their friendship. In order to respect their friendship, he moved faster so that they could reunite earlier. Such a passionate brotherhood, it brings tears to my eyes. He swung the baseball bat and smashed it hard. As the brains splattered, Meng Su heard a prompt sound indicating that the task was completed. He also got the task reward as he wished, which made Meng Su very happy.
Seeing some roars and hisses coming from the surrounding buildings, plus crackling sounds, Meng Su knew that he couldn't stay here for long, so he immediately rode his beloved shared bicycle and headed towards the Citizen Service Center. Roar! At the moment when Meng Su rode away, many zombies suddenly emerged from the buildings on both sides.
They looked around and suddenly looked in the direction of Meng Su. They immediately roared and then chased hysterically and desperately. Along the way, zombies continued to join the pursuit team.
At first glance, it was a spectacular scene. There were as many as 40 or 50 zombies chasing a bicycle. Meng Su, on the bicycle, was still whistling slogans leisurely, and occasionally turned back to greet the zombies who were chasing him. Come on! Work hard! Fight! Struggle! If you don't work hard today, you won't be able to work hard tomorrow.
Dear zombie friends, think about it, running is such an important skill. If you run slowly when eating people, will you have nothing to eat?
Only by working hard to improve your body functions can you have a broad tomorrow.
Unprogressive zombies can only be zombies forever.
Progressive zombies have a bright future.
Come on.
Anyway, Meng Su was still thinking about how to be the chairman, so he rode his bike while shouting loudly to instill chicken soup for the zombies.
Workplace leaders seem to do this.
And Meng Su's performance naturally caused a sensation in the whole street. Countless zombies appeared on the street one after another, and even formed a zombie tide.
This is the difference between the city center and the suburbs.
In the suburbs, it is difficult to gather so many zombies.
But the city center is okay.
At the same time, following Meng Su's actions, a team of 3 people next to the street trash cans dared not breathe, holding their breath, waiting for the zombie army to pass by. They were all confused now, and they had no idea what was going on.
One of the little fat guys said with his eyes wide open, "What's going on? Is that guy crazy? There are so many zombies, even if I have a gun, I can't kill them all, right? I guess only tanks can help."
But thanks to him for leading all the people away. Remember to thank that guy. If he dies, we will go back and build a monument for him. Another boy took a deep breath, and then quickly commanded, and the 3 of them immediately set off, crouching and shivering as they shuttled through the streets. The scene of the 3 survivors formed a sharp contrast with Meng Su's brave and fearless image.
Meng Su didn't care so much.
After all, since he accepted the mission, it would naturally trigger a series of follow-up effects, and he was quite familiar with this area and could completely get rid of the zombies behind him.
For Meng Su, none of them could fight.
In the buildings on both sides, some survivors would occasionally appear, looking at the scene in front of them with surprise, and when Meng Su saw the survivors, he would greet them in a friendly manner. "Good morning, have you eaten?" However, Meng Su's enthusiasm was met with a cold curtain, which made Meng Su very disappointed.
"People, can you trust each other more?"
Meng Su sighed deeply, and heard some screams behind his ears. It seemed that some survivors wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but ended up encountering zombies hidden.
Meng Su mourned for them.
However, he thought so in his heart, but after seeing the wall in front, he did not hesitate to drift and park. After taking a look at the shared bicycle, Meng Su immediately pedaled the bicycle, using his strength and agility to climb over the wall in an instant and climb over the wall. Then, Meng Su looked around, holding a baseball bat, and quickly rushed towards the Citizen Service Center on the other side.
After Meng Su climbed over the wall, the zombies also crowded against the wall. Unfortunately, their IQ limited their ability.
They stared at the wall blankly and kept moving forward. In the end, they stepped on each other and barely passed a few zombies.
But when they passed, Meng Su had already disappeared.
They instantly lost their target and continued to wander around.
A bunch of idiots. Meng Su sneered.
If his company recruited such employees, it would be difficult not to go bankrupt.
That's right.
Meng Su suddenly found a blind spot.
As we all know, zombies will not refuse under normal circumstances.
In this case, if you encounter zombies, you don't need to kill them.
Can't you just recruit them directly? Money opens the way. As long as you turn zombies into your employees, wouldn't it be wonderful?
Thinking of this, Meng Su felt it was very reasonable.
Make money turn zombies into employees. Zombies open the way, make money.
Cycle, perfect. Thinking of this, Meng Su was very satisfied. He bent over and carefully passed through a small alley, and found a vegetable market in front. Looking around, Meng Su saw a lone zombie and immediately decided to test his theory.
After slowly approaching, Meng Su looked at the zombie and took a deep breath. As expected, the scene Meng Su wanted to see appeared in front of him. The talent Lu Xiaojun was found.
The system detected that the host has a strong desire to hire.
Do you want to hire him?
According to system calculations, hiring Lu Xiaojun requires a monthly salary of at least 10,000 yuan. It has been detected that Lu Xiaojun is currently working as the owner of Xiaojun Supermarket, and his salary fluctuates with no fixed amount. According to system calculations, the success rate of this recruitment is not high. If you want to increase the success rate of recruitment, you can choose to increase your monthly salary investment. Meng Su couldn't help but feel numb when he saw such words. He currently only has 324,000 yuan left in the system space. When he needs to reserve 85,000 yuan to pay next month's salary, the amount at his disposal is only 239,000 yuan, which is only enough for Meng Su to recruit 24 ordinary people.
Zombie employees.
What a waste. However, Meng Su took a look at a canteen called Xiaojun Supermarket not far away and chose to recruit. Lu Xiaojun, join my team.
I think you have great potential. Working in a canteen here is a waste of time.
As long as you are willing to come over, I will make you an employee of our group's sales department.
You can't let him be the manager, right?
No rejection intention from Lu Xiaojun was detected. You have successfully recruited new employees.
With the appearance of such words, Meng Su was overjoyed at first. He took out a pack of huazi and said, okay, take a piece of huazi.
Don't pity the quantity of huazi, just go to the employee's house later and pick up a few packages.
Does going to an employee's house and getting 2 packs of huazi count as taking it? That's called promoting human relations. Maybe Lu Xiaojun will be on the next batch of promotion lists.
But what Meng Su didn't expect was that the moment he finished speaking, Lu Xiaojun rolled his gray eyes and rushed towards him.
Roar! Meng Su? Now that you are an employee, you dare to hit the boss, right?
In Xiaojun Supermarket, Meng Su was sitting in the supermarket, looking at the supermarket that had been looted.
He picked up a bottle of iced black tea, took a sip, vomited it all, and cursed, horse urine, why isn't it iced? After that, I fell into deep depression and contemplation.
Not far from the door, employee Lu Xiaojun was knocked to the ground and all his limbs were broken. There seemed to be other sounds in the small warehouse of Xiaojun Supermarket, but Meng Su didn't bother to pay attention to them. They were probably zombies or something like that. Meng Su didn't want to worry about these now. He was most worried about another thing.
Today's employees are so impetuous that they even dare to hit the boss menu.
If it were an ordinary zombie, even if he successfully recruited it, he would still become ferocious and kill him.
What's wrong with this society, and can it get better?
I kindly provide a job for zombies, but they treat me like this.
Hell is really empty, and zombies are in the world. Can't employees just work hard and stop thinking so much? Wait a minute, that's not what I thought when I was an employee.
Meng Su frowned, as if he had discovered a blind spot.
No, I want to be a conscientious boss and cannot become a guy who smells like copper. But no matter what, Meng Su was going to have his first layoff. But now there is a central question. Should I still have to pay in +1?
When Meng Su thought of this, it was a speechless incident.
Who in the family understands?
To be cautious, Meng Su picked up his cell phone and dialed lawyer Zhang Weiwei's number. Although lawyer Zhang Wei has turned into a zombie, Meng Su believes that there is true love in the world.
Zombies are different from zombies. Although lawyer Zhang Wei turned into a zombie, Meng Su often consulted him about legal issues and answered many doubts.
After calling for a while, no one answered.
But this is not a problem for Meng Su. He pretended to get through. Hello?
Lawyer Zhang, yes, it's me again, Director Meng of Peace and Order. Meng Su communicated with sorry, your call is temporarily unavailable very enthusiastically, something happened to me recently. Unfortunately, our big bosses are like this, we often make small mistakes.
In fact, Meng Su didn't know what the big boss was like, but he just pretended.
Meng Su pretended to speak, listened with and then came to the conclusion, oh, I am acting in self-defense, right?
I don't need to give in +1, right?
That's good. After that, Meng Su hung up the phone and said contemptuously to the wailing zombies struggling on the ground, Lu Xiaojun, on behalf of the company's Human Resources Department, I formally inform you that you have been fired.
Because you violated that. What kind of labor law, so you don't have to pay compensation for firing me?
And you hit me first, so I was forced to fight back, which is within the scope of the law. I have communicated with my lawyer.
If you are not satisfied, you can go to Zhang Wei Law Firm to see Zhang. Great lawyer.
After saying that, Meng Su turned around calmly and took away the packet of huazi on the cigarette rack.
No other reason. The big boss always carries a few cigarettes with him. Even if you don't smoke yourself, you should still consider your business partners. The employee involved, Lu Xiaojun, has been fired. Looking at the words that appeared in front of him, Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief. Although his performance just now seemed a bit awkward. But in fact, Meng Su has a perfect understanding of this system. Although it is the end of the world, there are some steps that you cannot omit. Even if no one answers, you have to continue acting as you did in the peaceful era. Occasionally, you can trigger some steps such as achievements little surprise. More importantly, Meng Su was qualified to play the role of chairman. I'm not epileptic, I'm in good spirits, my spirit value is 10.5, everyone knows. Knowing the law and breaking the law will result in an additional penalty. Know the law and abide by it, a good young man. We are not afraid that the chairman is uneducated, but we are afraid that the chairman understands the law. Capitalists who understand the law, this is too scary. You obtain a hidden achievement, a capitalist who understands the law. Achievement rewards obtained, chairman's professional experience plus 5, points plus 1, cash plus 5,000. The achievement reward that appeared in front of Meng Su was just right. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and took out a large red banknote and placed it on the cashier counter of Xiaojun's supermarket. Almost forgot. After being fired, you are no longer your employee. You have to give money to buy things. Call. Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief. He almost became a capital who did not understand the law, he almost became a conscientious entrepreneur who did not understand the law. Meng Su stepped out of Xiaojun's supermarket, looked at the zombies still in chrysalises at the door, and immediately comforted him. Xiaojun, let's get together and break up. Director Meng, I am not a grudge-bearing person. I will come back to the company often in the future. Oh, by the way, you haven't been to the company yet, so you better go to hell. After that, Meng Su gave him a long sleep. In the eternal silence, he might dream back to that peaceful era. After taking a breath, Meng Su looked around, immediately determined the direction, and continued to move towards the Citizen Service Center. The Citizen Service Center is quite far away. But the good thing is that Meng Su is definitely not an ordinary person. After walking out of Xiaojun's supermarket, Meng Su looked at the shared bicycle points on the roadside, calculated the distance, and immediately decided to ride the shared bicycle to continue moving forward. After killing 2 zombies neatly, Meng Su touched over and immediately scanned the code with his mobile phone. As a result, Meng Su received a screen reminder of not yet returned. Alas! Meng Su sighed, feeling a little tired. Then, Meng Su did not hesitate at all, grabbed the handlebars of the bicycle, pulled it back, and heard a click sound, and directly pulled the shared bicycle out of the sharing point. Then he thought about it, left 300 yuan, found a stone to press it down, and then rode leisurely to the Citizen Service Center. Meng Su still believed in the quality of those wandering zombies. I believe they won't take the 300 yuan. If they do, that would be too much. But Meng Su still believes that there is true love in the world. With this thought in mind, Meng Su leisurely rode on the shared bike and headed forward. Is that person gone? In the warehouse of Xiaojun's supermarket, a head popped out and looked at Meng Su, who was riding away in a dusty manner. He couldn't help but feel a little dumbfounded and a little scared. At this moment, a clear voice also echoed in the warehouse, "Brother, why don't we let that uncle come in to protect us? This man is so scary." I listened for a while. This man killed his way through here. He has a very strong fighting power. Then he met Uncle Xiaojun. He first said something like, "Be his employee," and then fired Uncle Xiaojun and chopped Uncle Xiaojun like that. This is clearly a cyber psychopath. No, it's clearly a doomsday psychopath. If we meet him, how can it be good? Maybe I will be chopped into a human pig. You just turned 16, and your end is probably even worse. The young man couldn't help but shudder, and then he suddenly thought of something, and whispered, "Pack up the supplies, go back through the back door, and tell the neighbors that if you meet this doomsday psychopath, run quickly, and don't look back to take pictures." After that, the young man couldn't help but sigh deeply. In addition to the zombie apocalypse, there are also doomsday psychopaths who like to pretend to be the chairman and kill employees for fun. When will this era end? The willows are drunk with spring smoke in February, and the mountains and grass are slowly growing on March 3 RD. Meng Su parked his bicycle in a small alley not far from the Citizen Service Center while humming. Although his mental value is very high, Meng Su is not stupid. Taking the main entrance can easily cause a zombie frenzy. Of course, it doesn't matter to Meng Su, he will escape.
But after all, he has to go to the citizen service center to complete the procedures, and he can't let zombies interrupt his business plan. Meng Su was now very excited and a little excited. After all, as long as you step into the citizen service center and find someone to complete the procedures, you will be the only big boss in the 3 generations of the Laoming family. And right from the start, there are 2 subsidiaries. Thinking of this, Meng Su was very satisfied, and then he was about to climb over the wall and enter the civic center, but suddenly a small gilt letter flashed in front of his eyes. Did you hear that? Zhang Xiaqiu, the granddaughter of the head of the Zhang family in Nanjiang province, secretly visited Heqing City today. She wants to acquire Melong Technology, Hauda Real Estate, Wanxiang International and other companies, and create a new business group in Heqing City to resist the family marriage. Her first stop was to go to the Citizen Service Center to start a business, but she seemed to have encountered some trouble. A good life is naturally indispensable without the company of a confidant, and a confidant with a powerful family can alleviate many obstacles in your life. Mission release, hero saves beauty, task reward, +1 points, +1 assignable professional experience, +1 freely assignable attribute points, and an additional confidant. Note that this mission is triggered by the encounter buff. I hope the host enjoys it. Meng Su? What the hell? Meng Su felt as if he had heard something wrong and heard a sentence that did not seem to be a description of the real world. Did I hear you correctly? Zhang Xiaqiu, the granddaughter of the head of the Zhang family? Meng Su's reaction to this name was a little strange. It's not that this name is so thunderous, but why the hell are you writing online novels here? What about the head of the Zhang family? The school beauty's personal soldier, or the reborn fighting emperor in the city? Or is it some ridiculous perfect life system novel? Hey, wait. It seems that my system is the perfect life system. That's okay. However, Meng Su had never heard of the name Zhang Xiaqiu or the title of the Zhang family. At this thought, Meng Su chose the most primitive method. He found a place to squat down, started to refresh the mobile phone signal, and progressed to conduct a search. Otherwise, what else can be done? He doesn't have any connections. There is no information about Zhang Xiaqiu, but the Nanjiang Zhang family does have this name. Spring River Group. It is mainly engaged in the production of medical equipment, sales of chemical products, tire manufacturing, etc. It can be regarded as a family business. The registered capital is several hundred million, so it is probably a big company. But it shouldn't be as awesome as written in the novel. Seeing what the system said, Meng Su thought he had met some family of immortal cultivators or the richest man in Nanjiang. After Meng Su finished checking, he was not too anxious and checked the map of the Citizen Service Center. It's too stuck. When my company is established, I will definitely recruit a large number of relevant talents to fix the signal for me. Meng Su thought fiercely. As for the so-called hero saving beauty? Damn it, how many days has it been? I don't really think that Soanso Chio is still alive. He must have become a zombie long ago. When the time comes, rush in, slap the other zombies around, and break her legs. This is enough to complete a mission. After all, after so many missions, Meng Su hasn't seen freely assignable attribute points for a long time. After getting this attribute point, Meng Su must increase his strength to 20, completely reaching the limit of human beings. Let me see how extreme the limits of human beings are. Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but feel a little hot. As for Zhang Xiaqiu? She's just a useless zombie. Give her a punch and tell her to get away. Even if she is the granddaughter of the chairman of Chunjiang Group, she is still a zombie with a bit of money. Meng Su used to hate people like this with money. No more annoying now. Because he became the person he hated most back then. This feeling is quite amazing, he. Meng Su took a deep breath, tidied up his appearance, and then looked around, looking at the high wall, then skillfully climbed over the wall and landed in the courtyard. The courtyard was quite quiet and seemed peaceful. It's understandable. After all, the time of the outbreak was not at work. At most, there were people queuing outside. But Meng Su could see that there were a lot of glass fragments near the building. It seemed that something came from the building. It fell, or something crawled in from the outside. Of course, Meng Su was more inclined to fall from inside because Meng Su saw some blood around him. Meng Su looked disdainful. The quality of these zombies is really high and low. Some zombies are high-quality zombies, quiet and not noisy, but some zombies are not good at it. They don't know how to clean up the dirty places they made. There are also differences between zombies. Meng Su took a deep breath, looked around, found a window, pushed it, and found that it couldn't be pushed open.
He immediately sighed and used the master key to open the window. As for what master key is? Wrench. He hit the glass hard, and with a series of crackling sounds, the window opened. It was perfect. The glass shattered and fell to the ground. Meng Su was not very graceful and jumped into the entire building from the window. The Citizen Service Center was decorated very well. After Meng Su climbed in, he found that the bathroom was right opposite. After thinking about it, Meng Su went into the bathroom and went to the toilet first. I have to say that the bathroom in the Citizen Service Center is bright and spacious, much better than the bathroom in their company. After comfortably flushing, Meng Su started to go to the comprehensive service hall to handle the procedures according to his impression of the map location. According to Meng Su's experience in the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the bank, he didn't need a guide at all, he just needed to operate himself. As for the encounter with Jiang Xiaqiu, give her a punch, and wait until the procedures are completed. The top priority now is to handle the procedures. With this thought, Meng Su moved forward cautiously and focused. Although his strength is already at the peak among humans, he still needs to be wary of the old cunt. Those old silver guys are really one over the other, so we should be careful. When we arrived at the hall, it was colorful. There were several pots of green plants inside, but they looked broken and the floor was covered with blood. In the center of the main entrance, there was a huge revolving door with a zombie stuck in it. After seeing Meng Su, it screamed "Awo," but was stuck in the revolving door and couldn't move at all. It can be seen that a conflict seemed to have broken out here. But no matter what kind of conflict it was, it had nothing to do with Meng Su. He looked around and soon found a sign. Meng Su stretched his neck to look inside and found that there was only a smelly zombie corpse lying inside. He couldn't help but get excited. Very good, let's go through the procedures. The hall was extremely empty. At the same time, it was extremely quiet. There was only a rustling sound in the entire hall. It seemed that someone was filling in a form with a pen, making this kind of friction sound of paper and pen. Not long after, you could still hear the sound of paper being crumpled into a ball and thrown out. Meng Su can be said to be very arrogant. There are many information sheets here. As long as there are typos, Meng Su doesn't even need to correct them, he just tears them up and rewrites them. His life is endless. No matter what department, there are corresponding windows here. When Meng Su came here, it was as if he was on vacation. Very cool. Meng Su completed all the steps in one breath. After completing the last step, Meng Su's eyes suddenly flashed with light, and a small gold-plated character suddenly appeared in front of Meng Su's eyes. Registration steps completed. Obtain rewards, freely allocable career experience points plus 20, freely allocable attribute points plus 2, freely allocable skill points plus 2, and cash plus 300,000. Congratulations, you have completed your registration. Now, you own a legal company and you have become the legal chairman of the legal company. I cheer for you, I applaud you. Looking at the small gilded characters in front of him, Meng Su couldn't help but frown. He looked very dissatisfied. What do you mean? We were separated twice before and were given 20 experience points, 2 attributes, and 2 skill points. Now we go through 5 procedures together, or are we giving these? The only difference is that we gave 300,000 in cash? Meng Su was very dissatisfied. I feel like my attribute points have been discounted. If I had known this, I might as well have gone to each department. How many rewards could I have received? Angry. Although Meng Su was aggrieved, he had nothing to say. After all, according to common sense, I did take a shortcut. You can't blame others, you can only blame the system. If I had a system of killing and killing in the apocalypse, I would have destroyed the world long ago. Do I still need to be so submissive? Meng Su cursed in his heart, but his understanding of submissive was obviously different from what others understood. Dark blue, add more. Then, Meng Su didn't have any doubts and started adding points directly. Strength 1 point, then, physique, 1 point physique. Added points successfully. Your current attribute values are, Spirit 10.5, Physique 13.5, Strength 20, has reached the current limit, Agility 12.5, harmful. Meng Su took a deep breath and felt that the limit of human beings was just this. He went to work and worked part-time to reach the limit of human beings. However, the accumulation of experience points has reached 43 points. Allocate 30 experience points to the chairman and save the remaining 13 points. Without any hesitation, Meng Su chose this distribution. Experience points are worth upgrading all professions except leaflet distributor, but Meng Su still wants to see what the first level chairman is like.
After all, it takes 50 experience points to upgrade a chairman from level 0 to level 1, which is the same amount of experience as a flyer from level 4 to level 5. Chairman, you are definitely stronger. He can't wait to see the chairman's improvement. Upgrade successful, your professional chairman level has been raised from level 0 to level 1. Being a chairman requires superb leadership skills and finding ways to let employees create value for themselves. Therefore, chairmen of the board usually have a series of special skills, you being professional skills, painting pancakes.
Meng Su? Only one pancake? Meng Shuren was stunned.
He felt that he had been tricked. He felt that he was taught by the system's words and deeds. The chairman's upgrade was a pie created by the system. In order to upgrade the chairman, he kept doing tasks. There was no increase in any attribute value, and the system taught him a lesson. Meng Su was unhappy, but he still had a glimmer of hope. He checked the description of the skill packing, hoping to see the effect of paking. What if the skill is very powerful? Painting, level 1, to improve the professional level of the chairman, you need to expand the company size to improve it. Introduction, pancake painting is an excellent skill for leadership. In daily life, you often paint pancakes to varying degrees on colleagues, classmates, and teachers, and the chairman is the strongest pancake painter in the workplace. Through this skill, you can draw a pie for your employees, increase their enthusiasm for work, and make them willing to act for the pie you draw. Please note that the picture must be in line with what the employee currently desires, otherwise the effect will be greatly reduced. Meng Su? It looks like. Seems useful? Meng Su was a little unsure and decided to take another look. After all, he doesn't have many employees around him, so he has no idea what the effect of the pie drawing skill is. At this moment, Meng Su regretted not taking Li Xiang with him. Although the young man Xiang is ugly and lacks quality, he is at least a good and qualified employee, and he can also be his own guinea pig, giving him experimental skills.
More importantly, Xiang is a mutated zombie and is not easy to die.
Ordinary zombies like Zheng Tao and Shi Wei would probably die in just a few strokes, but Xiang is different. If you want to torture Xiang to death, you have to really kill him, otherwise Xiang will not die so easily.
This is Xiang. Do you have such employees? What a great staff. What if there are no employees? I can only go back and try again. Meng Su sighed deeply.
Now that he had completed the entrepreneurial task, he had to consider other tasks.
Please pay attention, Zhang Xiaqiu from Class 6, Grade 3, Zhang Xiaqiu. Your grandfather asked me to bring you 2 cans of Wangzai milk.
Meng Su shouted, hoping that Zhang Xiaqiu was still alive, so that he could turn this former rich lady into his second living employee and take her back to make a form for himself.
Wow, your grandfather really loves you.
Meng Su's voice echoed throughout the empty building, and his words obviously triggered some reactions. There was also an unknown commotion upstairs, followed by a roar, and several zombies jumped directly from the upstairs.
Pop! With a loud bang, he was instantly smashed into a bloody mess. Blood splashed all over Meng Su.
Meng Su had a calm expression, wiped off the blood that splashed on himself, then looked at the zombie that was still struggling on the ground after jumping from the roof, picked up a baseball bat and smashed it fiercely. Fuck you, don't you know that I just changed into new clothes? How can you be so dirty and so uncultured? Hit after hit, blood plasma flew everywhere.
Meng Su was very angry. Don't the zombies know how to use the elevator?
Zhang Xiaqiu, is Zhang Xiaqiu here? Looking around, Meng Su didn't see any female zombies of the right age among the zombies that jumped from the building.
Ha!
Meng Su was a little surprised. Could it be that the system really gave the right answer this time, and it was a real person? Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but glance at the mirror on the counter, tidied his hair, and planned to search each office one by one. When meeting a lady, you naturally have to dress more handsomely to give people a perfect first impression. Of course, if Meng Su hadn't been splashed with blood. But at this moment, Meng Su's eyes suddenly lit up, and a faint pink guideline appeared in Meng Su's sight, as if the system was thoughtfully pointing Meng Su in the right direction.
Yo! Meng Su was very surprised and couldn't help but give the system a thumbs up. Okay system, it's so reliable this time?
Then, Meng Su took the first step. He was going to find Zhang Xiaqiu and ask the granddaughter of the chairman of Chunjiang Group how to manage the company. The guideline went up all the way, guiding Meng Su in the direction of his progress. The pink line was like Cupid's arrow. It made Meng Su feel relaxed and happy, and even his crazy nature was slightly suppressed. He tried to dress up his appearance and looked much more sunny and cheerful. Our Meng Su was also a famous handsome man in the area back then. After going up one floor after another, Meng Su finally reached the top floor.
Looking at the direction indicated by the guideline, Meng Su couldn't help but sigh. This girl surnamed Zhang is quite good at hiding on the top floor. This kind of hiding has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that the position is high, and ordinary zombies can't wander up. The disadvantage is that the position is high, and it is difficult to run once surrounded. As soon as Meng Su came up, he found two zombies in suits wandering in the corridor. Meng Su basically identified them as two bodyguards at a glance. After seeing the bodyguards, Meng Su was more certain that the so-called Miss Jiang Xiaqiu was nearby. But just when Meng Su was about to deal with them quickly, the skill of observing words and expressions made Meng Su suddenly stunned. Occupation, zombie, level 1. This was unexpected for Meng Su. After all, the zombies he had killed these days were all level 0. This was the first time he had seen a level 1 zombie. The kind that had not mutated. This was a bit strange for Meng Su, but it also made Meng Su prepare for battle. He took out his baseball bat and took it seriously. When Meng Su discovered the two bodyguard zombies, they also discovered Meng Su and immediately roared, "Roar!" After this, they rushed towards Meng Su. It can be seen that their speed is indeed faster than that of ordinary zombies. But that's it. Meng Su held the baseball bat tightly, as if he was playing baseball. He saw the right opportunity and swung it directly. With a click, he hit one of the zombies in the neck. There were bursts of crackling sounds from the throat, as if the bones were twisted and broken. The next moment, the zombie was directly knocked out by Meng Su, and its head turned 180 degrees. A full-strength attack, so terrifying. Even Meng Su couldn't help but gasp. "I'm so strong?" Meng Su didn't expect that his full-strength attack would be so terrifying, but looking at the zombie rushing over from the other side, Meng Su dodged immediately, swung the baseball bat, and hit it again. But this time it missed and only hit the arm. But this attack also made the zombie stagger. And Meng Su didn't hesitate at all, and pursued the victory, swinging the baseball bat up, one after another, and the meat sauce flew across. If there were normal people here, it would probably not be able to eat for 3 days and 3 nights. Looking at the zombies that had completely lost their life characteristics, Meng Su finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at the same time, he was full of vigilance in his heart. It is indeed a little harder to fight than ordinary zombies. Other zombies will die after 2 swings, but you have to swing 3 times. It seems that you still need to improve yourself. After killing these 2 level 1 zombies, Meng Su took a look at his baseball bat. There are already some cracks. It seems that this baseball bat that has accompanied him to travel all over the country and killed countless enemies is about to end. Before the end, I'd better find a new equipment. I don't know where the fire axe in the Science and Technology Innovation Building is, but Meng Su saw the fire axe here and planned to go downstairs to get it. Meng Su casually held the baseball bat and came to the door of the room indicated by the guideline. He immediately stepped forward, knocked on the door, and said softly, "Ms. Jiang Xiaqiu, I am not a bad person. I am here to save you. Of course, I also want to ask you how to be a good chairman." Meng Su stood at the door, quietly waiting for Miss Jiang's response. He is still quite interested in being a chairman. Those who can impart experience to him are all good employees. Meng Su decided to hire Miss Jiang Xiaqiu as his business consultant at the highest price of 60,000 yuan a month. Bang! But just as Meng Su was imagining the future, suddenly, the door in front of him was hit, and then he saw a pool of blood flowing out of the crack of the door, and behind the door, there was a more pleasant roar. Meng Su. Hee, I knew it a long time ago. All the fantasies disappeared in an instant, and Meng Su's expression instantly returned to normal. Meng Su originally wanted to turn around and leave, but considering that he seemed to have a task of chatting up, he could only sigh and prepare to break the door. What is this? He didn't expect that he had only chatted up twice in his life, and both were with zombies. But it doesn't matter. Meng Su sighed deeply. When Meng Su was about to break the door, he only heard a bang, and the wooden door was directly broken by the zombie lady inside. At this moment, Meng Su saw Jiang Xiaqiu's full appearance. She was quite beautiful. Her skin was pale, and her lips were black and purple, but under her ferocious lips, there was a strong temptation. Her gray eyes were like metal, staring at Meng Su coldly. The blood-stained clothes she wore seemed to show her extraordinary status. Meng Su sighed with emotion. Profession, speed-type mutant zombie, level 1. Looking at the zombie in front of him, Meng Su couldn't help but smile. It's still a mutant zombie. But speed-type? The next moment, Meng Su saw Jiang Xiaqiu's speed. She was really fast, and she had arrived in front of Meng Su in an instant. And Meng Su didn't indulge her. No matter how good she looked,
he just hit her with a stick. Pa! With a crisp sound, the baseball bat was broken, and the lady named Jiang Xiaoqiu was completely knocked down by Meng Su. Looking at the zombie with blood gushing out of his head, Meng Su looked disdainful. Stupid, all the attribute points are agility, you should have run directly after you came out just now, and you dare to attack me? I think you really don't know who is the big and small king. Oh my god. The first time you met, Jiang Xiaoqiu had a very good impression of you, and couldn't wait to run over to hug and kiss you, but you rudely pushed him away and beat him. It seems that you are not just a bottom man, you are also suspected of violence. You pray now that Jiang Xiaoqiu will not use the family power to severely attack and retaliate against you. Jiang Xiaoqiu's favorability 30. Meng Su? Meng Su was anxious. He was still hoping to convert Jiang Xiaoqiu into his employee and then try out new skills. You are sick, right? It's only reduced by 30? Can you learn from Qi Wei? She can reduce it to 100 in 2 waves. He has to think of a way to reduce his favorability. Suddenly, Meng Su thought of it. It's that Chunjiang group. It feels worse than our peaceful order. I'm old and no wang. Your Chunjiang group is pure trash. To be honest, I have a friend who knows how to do business. I tell you. Xiaoqiu, I think you are young and you shouldn't be able to achieve anything big, right? Oh, don't say that, I think you still have a little less experience and can't accomplish anything. It's not that I won't solve your problem, it's really because, that what, Meng Su was crazy casually. But the effect is significant. As a young lady who wants to start her own business, she naturally can't stand such verbal insults. Meng Su is a zombie-certified subordinate, so it's easy for him to get her. Although she has become a zombie, Meng Su doesn't know why this kind of favorability reduction still occurs. Who cares? Jiang Xiaoqiu's favorability towards you has reached the freezing point. Host, you are so disappointing. Your heroic rescue this time was a failure. You really should go and watch The Legend of the 7 Heroes of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit and learn how to lick the goddess from He Xiaowu, the dog. Oh, sorry, He Xiaowu didn't seem to lick her. Anyway, you should learn it well. Task completed. Task rating, bad. Task reward, distributable attribute points plus 0.5, points plus 1. Looking at the reduced task reward, Meng Su was not very disappointed. After all, since the moment he learned that Jiang Xiaoqiu was a zombie, he had never thought that the task could be completed perfectly. He still has the most important thing to do. I want to hire Jiang Xiaoqiu to be an employee of my company. Meng Su took a deep breath and opened his mouth slightly. As long as Jiang Xiaoqiu is hired, he can try out his skills. Senior talent Jiang Xiaoqiu is found. The system detects that the host has a strong desire to hire. Do you want to hire him? According to calculations, suitable positions for Jiang Xiaoqiu are management positions such as director and supervisor or financial advisor positions. The monthly salary required to hire Jiang Xiaoqiu for a management position is at least 200,000 yuan, and the monthly salary required for a consultant position is at least 100,000 yuan. It has been detected that Jiang Xiaoqiu is currently working as an unemployed person at home. According to the system calculation, the success rate of this recruitment is medium. Meng Su? You want such a high salary? Then you'd better die. This is clearly a lion opening its mouth. Meng Su was furious. Hell is empty, vampires are in the world. I just got 300,000 yuan, and here comes an uncle who wants a basic salary of at least 100,000 yuan or even 200,000 yuan a month. Is there any way to do this? Out of respect for Jiang Xiaoqiu, Meng Su planned to give her a decent death. If she fell from upstairs, she would be lucky if she could survive. Warm reminder from the system, Jiang Xiaoqiu's background is the Chunjiang group. Currently, it is detected that Jiang Xiaoqiu is the fourth heir of the Chunjiang group. The first and second heirs have no vital signs. If the third heir Jiang Donglu dies unexpectedly, Zhejiang Xiaoqiu can inherit the Chunjiang group's assets of 32.36822 billion to facilitate cooperation. Meng Su. What do you mean, if the employees inherit the family property, can I, the boss, still get a share of the pie? Is it true or false? Is there any law that stipulates this? Meng Su was moved for a moment. Forget it, let her be a consultant. After some tangle, Meng Su decided to recruit Jiang Xiaoqiu as his company's financial consultant. First of all, I definitely don't want the 32.3 billion, I just feel that the company cannot do without a financial consultant. Secondly, I am definitely not greedy for the 32.3 billion. Not anyway, huh? It is detected that Jiang Xiaoqiu has no intention to refuse. You have successfully recruited Jiang Xiaoqiu. Looking at the small gold-plated characters sticking out in front of his eyes, Meng Su sighed, but soon returned to normal. After all, it's only 100,000 yuan, how big a deal it is. Just do 2 tasks and that's it. The best thing to do is to be more diligent when you get back. It's the end of the world. It's hard to find 10 cans. Isn't it easy to spend 100,000 yuan? It's just a pity. Meng Su glanced at Jiang Xiaqiu. His face, which was originally relatively clean, had already received a shocking wound after being hit twice by him gently. That's right, having a few more scars makes you look more perceptive and powerful. Zombies are supposed to be unrestrained and free like this, otherwise people who don't know better will think you are a normal person. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, very satisfied with this scar. Only ferocious zombies are good zombies, and all zombies that are not ferocious are garbage. After the recruitment was successful, Meng Su stopped using force against Jiang Xiaqiu, and Jiang Xiaqiu also stood up unsteadily, looking at Meng Su with an abnormal expression, but overall there was no excessive reaction. The feeling these sisters gave Meng Su was, even if they were at odds with each other, they still had to be at peace with each other. How to activate the painting? Meng Su weighed Jiang Xiaqiu in front of him, put his chin in his hands, and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, Meng Su discovered that Jiang Xiaqiu's information seemed to be a little different. Name, Jiang Xiaqiu, occupation, peaceful order, financial advisor, zombie, maximum professional level, 1, inner desire, prove yourself, don't want to get married. Looking at this last desire, Meng Su couldn't help but be stunned, rubbed his eyes, and made sure again. The thirst for that line is still there. This situation immediately surprised Meng Su, after all, it didn't exist before. It seems that after unlocking the skill painting, you will automatically get this mode. As soon as he thought of this, Meng Su immediately looked at Jiang Xiaqiu with serious words. After organizing his words, he patted Jiang Xiaqiu's shoulder and said, Xiaqiu, I know that you came to our Huqing city to prove that, but I have always lacked a channel to prove myself, but I believe that as long as you work hard, you can realize your own value. You know that working in our peace order group, working hard, and finally becoming the president of K16, wouldn't it be so proud that you can show your face in front of your grandfather? Very good, I have a small task to do now. Leave it to you, this is the first step for you to feel proud and prove yourself. After saying this, Meng Su could see that Jiang Xiaqiu had been mobilized by him. Although he still had an inexplicable feeling, Meng Su could basically confirm that the cake painting skills seemed to be effective. Meng Su was a little surprised by this. Is this okay? She has turned into a zombie, so she still eats cakes? Meng Su couldn't help but feel a sense of novelty, and at the same time he seemed to have a new idea. He took a deep breath and said to Jiang Xiaqiu, now, the company needs you to find a way to get back to the company. After all, the company has been very frugal recently and there is no special car transportation. You have to understand the company, task order has been issued. Suddenly, a small gold-plated character appeared in front of Meng Su. The next moment, Jiang Xiaqiu suddenly turned around and walked downstairs step by step. It left a long trail of blood, which looked quite ferocious and terrifying. Seeing this scene, Meng Su was stunned for a moment and then became ecstatic. This pancake painting skill is amazing. Doesn't that mean that I can order my employees to do other things? At this thought, Meng Su couldn't help but have some thoughts. Of course, it's all legal. For example, employees are allowed to work overtime 24 hours a day without overtime pay. Please note that the best way to paint a cake is once every 3 days. If the number of painting cakes is used multiple times in a short period of time, it may arouse employees' rebellious psychology and demand promotions and salary increases. Seeing the new small gilded characters, Meng Su couldn't help but nodded. Indeed, it seems that the skill of drawing cakes should be used with caution. But this is also good. But Meng Su suddenly thought of a key question, does Jiang Xiaqiu know where the company is? Thinking of this, Meng Su did not hesitate and directly used his agility of 12.5. He rushed and shouted, Kechuang Building, the company is in Kechuang Building. After arriving at the building, wait in the stairwell on the first floor, no need to go up. After hearing Meng Su's voice, the zombie Jiang Xiaqiu who was going down the stairs seemed to have received some instructions. After pausing for a moment, he continued to move forward. Meng Su was not very reassured, so he followed Jiang Xiaqiu and wanted to see how Jiang Xiaqiu performed his work. When he went down to the lobby on the first floor, Meng Su saw Jiang Xiaqiu walking towards the revolving door. And one zombie did not react when he saw Jiang Xiaqiu, but when he saw Meng Su behind Jiang Xiaqiu, he roared and began to struggle violently. He was stuck in the gap of the revolving door and was unable to move. Zhang Xiaqiu came to the revolving door and exerted great strength to create a miracle. He stretched out his pale claws and pushed the revolving door. The next moment, the zombie stuck in the gap was instantly torn apart by the strong pressure, and turned into two heroic fragments, one half of the upper body and the other half of the lower body. The revolving door was able to operate normally. Very good, very efficient. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction behind him. Seeing that Zhang Xiaqiu had already walked out through the revolving door, Meng Su thought about it and did not follow. He chose to turn back, first to get a fire axe, and then to hold a funeral for the baseball bat. This is an excellent baseball bat that has killed countless enemies and is worthy of respect. Meng Su wrote an epitaph with a big stroke of his pen, and then jumped out of the window from which he came. Zhang Xiaqiu seemed to know the way, so let her go back by herself. There were too many zombies on the road she took. Meng Su, as a chairman, did not want to continue the race with his dear zombie brothers. The sun is setting in the west. The dark streets were filled with Zhuba's corpses. At the corner of the street, a sizzling sound came from a burned car, as if some kind of creature was chewing pieces of meat. From time to time, there was a low roar and scream, which was chilling. Zombies walked through from time to time, with hideous teeth and red eyes shining with appetite. Their terror did not dissipate with the arrival of dusk, but instead became more ferocious and terrifying. A stumbling figure was escaping everywhere. He tried his best to suppress his breathing and try to calm himself down, holding on to a bag of medicine in his hand. He was so anxious that his daughter at home was still waiting for him to bring the medicine back. But he didn't expect that he would accidentally hit the road and get further and further away from home. In this dangerous apocalypse, Zhang Luanping also experienced what it means to be warm and cold in human relationships and the coldness of the world. When he was going out, he met a young man who looked a little crazy. He was still driving a taxi after the end of the world. He claimed to be the chairman of the Peace and Order Group. It seemed that he was under too much pressure at work on weekdays. At the moment when the end of the world came, he finally went crazy. But even though people are crazy, they are still pretty good. If it weren't for his help, I might have died at the hands of the zombies long ago. Later, I went to the pharmacy and found that it was empty and there were not many medicines left. But he still searched everywhere, and finally found some cold and fever medicine in a remote small pharmacy. When he was about to go back, he encountered a group of disgusting bastards. Thinking of those people, Zhang Luanping couldn't help but clenched his fists. Those people, taking advantage of the advent of the apocalypse, do whatever they want. They don't dare to offend the zombies. They go out to capture the survivors, rob them of their resources, and then push the survivors to feed the zombies while laughing. There are 6 of them, and Zhang Luanping has only 1. Zhang Luanping carried a large amount of drugs on his body. As a result, Zhang Luanping instantly became the prey of those 6 beasts. Maybe they were not in a normal state of mind. They pursued Zhang Luanping all the way to this point, and even lost their own territory. Zhang Luanping even took the initiative to give up some medicines, but they still refused to give up. He let out a long breath, clenched a kitchen knife in his hand, and pressed it against the corner. He listened to the sound of zombies being chopped to the ground in the alley. He couldn't help but look around, not knowing what to do. Those guys are here. What to do? Just when Zhang Luanping was in a complicated mood, he suddenly saw a canteen called Xiaojun Supermarket on the corner of the street. At the entrance of the canteen, there was also a zombie whose limbs had been broken and his death was extremely miserable. I don't know who killed this zombie, but the method was so cruel. But at this moment, Zhang Luanping had a decision in his mind. If you don't want me to live, then all of you will die. For a moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent, and then he picked up the knife and ran towards the Xiaojun Supermarket. He was going to set up an ambush at Xiaojun Supermarket. If he was not discovered, then forget it. If you find yourself, even if he fights to die, he still has to kill 2 or 3 people and follow him on the road. Zhang Luanping's thoughts were firm. As soon as he entered the Xiaojun Supermarket, he felt a chill coming over him and he was instantly sweating. Holding a bloodstained fire axe, Meng Su stood in the supermarket, looked at Zhang Luanping who broke in, and said very calmly, "This is my ex-employee's supermarket. Anyone who comes to steal things should go away. I represent my ex-employees. Forgive you. Zhang Luanping?" Listening to this familiar voice, Zhang Luanping was a little stunned for a moment. When he saw Zhang Luanping, Meng Su also felt that he looked familiar, and then said uncertainly, "You look familiar. Have you ever bought my fried chicken steak or eaten my ham?" Meng Su experienced a lot in the past 2 days and met too many people. He just felt that the Zhang Luanping in front of him looked very familiar. "Brother!
It's me. Zhang Luanping suppressed his excitement and whispered to Meng Su, the one who hitchhiked with you yesterday morning. It turns out to be you. Meng Su heard this and nodded immediately. Seeing Zhang Luanping panting, he immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Are you being chased by zombies? Where are the zombies? I got a new artifact. This thing much better than a baseball bat."
Yes, Meng Su now regrets not throwing away the baseball bat earlier.
The lethality of this thing is too strong. As soon as the axe goes down, the head will explode. It's much stronger than 2 or 3 hits with a baseball bat. Even Meng Su didn't want to use the wrench anymore. Zhang Luanping obviously looked ashamed.
He never expected Meng Su to be here, so he immediately whispered, "It's a long story, I'm sorry brother. I provoked a few beasts, and it may affect you. If it's just me, so I can trade with them here.
The two of us, let's go, they are worried about zombies and don't dare to chase us at night." Hearing Zhang Luanping's words, Meng Su frowned and continued, "No need, they are here."
The improvement in physical fitness also allowed Meng Su to improve his hearing to a certain extent. There were ups and downs along the way, and Meng Su had long been able to distinguish the difference between zombie voices and human voices.
There should only be 2 or 3 people. Did you mess with them?
Meng Su said casually that he had a good impression of Zhang Luanping, and if possible, he would help.
Zhang Luanping whispered, "They wanted to steal my medicine.
When I met them, I saw them pushing a pregnant woman down the stairs and letting the zombies tear her to pieces." Hearing this, Meng Su felt a chill in his heart.
"Call 110 first and call the police,"
Meng Su said calmly, then he picked up the fire axe and looked at the entrance of the convenience store. Although they had only been together for one morning, Zhang Luanping was already accustomed to Meng Su's unreliable words. He nodded immediately and called 110 very calmly.
"Call, what else can I do? You are so good at running. Why, are you running back to your hometown?"
The voice came before the person arrived. Not long after, a little bald head appeared in Meng Su's sight. He had a small beer belly and tattoos on his body, and looked like a gangster. And behind the little bald head, there were 2 similar men. They are all tall and look heavyweight at first glance. After all, in street fights, it is not muscles that count, but weight. After all, in Dongwa, ordinary people do not have guns, so weight is still an advantage in fighting.
"Turn yourself in. Killing people will lead to jail."
Meng Su yawned and spoke calmly, not taking these 3 people seriously.
Meng Su was a little sleepy today and didn't want to talk to them.
As long as the 3 of them could turn themselves in at the nearby police station, and then be locked up in the detention center and wait to starve to death, then Meng Su could choose to forgive them.
Profession, thug, level 2, are you fucking sick? At this time, you still care about turning yourself in? Going to jail? Ha ha ha.
The bald man in the lead said arrogantly, but he obviously lowered his voice, fearing that he would attract zombies. "Among the people I killed, some cried and knelt for mercy, and some still cursed me, but you are the only one who said you wanted to go to jail? You are really crazy. I will chop you into pieces later, so that you can enjoy it before you die.
Brothers, go." Alas.
Meng Su sighed deeply, with some fatigue in his eyes. "I don't want this." Looking at the bald man who rushed over first, he raised the fire axe, quickly and accurately, and chopped it down with one axe. In an instant, blood gushed out. The head was directly smashed. After the blood flowed all over the ground, Meng Su shook his head and gave a comment, "I feel that it is not as good as zombies.
Please don't keep reading books, just read until Monday." The book lovers on Monday decided to get a place in Sanjiang.
"I am very close to Sanjiang. If I can get to Sanjiang, I will definitely update every day after it is released. Please." Then the bald man was chopped into pieces with an axe. The brains of the 2 people behind him suddenly shut down. Writing this, I hope readers will remember our domain name diamondsuit.diamondsuit. This, one person spoke tremblingly, unable to believe the scene in front of him, but Meng Su didn't care whether he believed it or not. He directly picked up the fire axe and struck forward. Meng Su struck his shoulder with an axe. In an instant, all the bones were chopped off. His arm fell directly to the ground, and blood spurted out instantly.
"Ah!"
The man screamed miserably and loudly. Vaguely, it actually caused the zombies around to vibrate and seemed to make some noise. A large number of zombies were coming towards this direction.
"You are not happy to ask you to surrender. What do you call it now?"
Meng Su frowned, grabbed the man's hair, and swung it aside. Sorry, I was wrong. Don't kill me. The last person was shivering, rolling, and crawling towards the outside. However, he had just run 2 steps, but when he reached the middle of the street, a zombie jumped directly from the side and threw him to the ground.
Roar!
The zombies let out a ferocious roar, and upon seeing this, the surrounding zombies rushed over one after another to enjoy the feast. Ah! The screams were shrill and endless. Quickly and neatly, 3 people were eliminated in less than half a minute. Meng Su didn't hesitate at all. He directly pulled the rolling shutter door, closed it, turned to Zhang Luanping and said very relaxedly, "Okay, it's okay." At this moment, Zhang Luanping was stunned, standing there blankly, unable to say a word. "Sorry, the number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please call again later." There was an unreachable voice from the phone, and the next moment, Zhang Luanping came back to his senses, couldn't help but clicked his tongue, and said to Meng Su, "Brother, are you so powerful?" He was extremely surprised. He originally thought that Meng Shusi was gentle and should be a relatively quiet young man, but he was driven crazy by the apocalypse. "It seems now. This Wenjing is such a fart. What's so great about this? It's all useless." Meng Su waved his hand casually. "My greatest strength is my wisdom." "Do you know what an intelligent talent is?" "No, you can't be a chairman without brains." What else can Zhang Luanping say? He could only nod his head in agreement, indicating that what Brother Meng said was correct. And Meng Su stretched, looking a little lazy. Seeing Meng Su being so relaxed in content, Zhang Luanping hesitated for a moment and then reminded, "Brother, there are 6 of them in total, and there are 3 others. They may be in other places and haven't come here yet. I guess we should be more careful." After that, he listened to the sound of zombies beating on the rolling shutter door again, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Then he said to Meng Su, "How about you rest tonight and I'll keep vigil to prevent any accidents from happening." "Forget it, let's just go. I don't want to spend the night here anymore." Meng Su glanced at the time. It was now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. There was still an hour until dark. After saying this, Meng Su suddenly thought of something, and then said to Zhang Luanping, "By the way, my name is Meng Su. I remember that you used to be the HR manager in a brewery?" Meng Su admired Zhang Luanping somewhat, and if it was okay, he wouldn't mind taking Zhang Luanping back as his employee. "Yes, brother." Although Zhang Luanping suddenly started to introduce himself for some reason, he still stood up very cautiously and said to Meng Su, "My name is Zhang Luanping. I am 35 years old. I am the personnel manager of Huching Brewery. I studied as an electrician before, and later, probably because of various chances and coincidences, I gradually became the HR profession, electrician." When Meng Su heard this, he couldn't help but feel happy. "I'm an electrician. Are you interested in working in our company? Our company pays well. The company is full of opportunities and needs talents like you." His words were full of appreciation for Zhang Luanping. Ah! Zhang Luanping couldn't help but be a little surprised when he heard Meng Su's words. He was a little moved. After all, he knew Meng Su's abilities. If he followed Meng Su, he would definitely be able to live for a long time. "But, Brother Meng Dong, I have a heartfelt request." Zhang Luanping gritted his teeth and whispered to Meng Su, "My wife and children are still at home. I wonder if I can bring them over with me." Hearing Zhang Luanping's words, Meng Su nodded. "That's not a big deal. At worst, his wife and children can also be arranged to work in the company. The company is booming despite all the waste, and it's exactly when it needs reliable talents. Otherwise, you can't expect a bunch of zombies to work every day, right? They can only act as security guards." But when Meng Su's idea first came to his mind, a small gilded word suddenly appeared in front of him. "Child labor is prohibited." Meng Su. "Then if I don't pay you, it doesn't count as employment, right?" "Ha?" Meng Su seemed to have suddenly discovered a new idea. However, this idea needs to be reviewed in order to avoid further problems. Zhang Luanping was in a nervous mood. He secretly looked at Meng Su's face, hoping to get a good result. "No problem. You can come to work in the company." "What a big deal," Meng Su said casually, but then he saw new small gilt characters. "It has been detected that Zhang Luanping has a strong desire to work in our company and the host has agreed to his and his wife's request to join the company. Please negotiate the salaries of Zhang Luanping and his wife Joyani." When Meng Su saw the new fine print, he took a deep breath and asked, "What are your expectations for salary, Zhang Luanping?" "Ah? And what about salary expectations?" He was a little confused. He didn't expect that the interview would include this, which made Zhang Luanping a little confused about what to say. But soon, he had an idea, and he patted his chest and promised Meng Su, "Dr. Meng, I don't want a salary. I just want to work quietly and work hard." When Meng Su heard this, he was very satisfied. Very good. He just wants employees who bring their own food.
Please note that our company's employees have minimum salary requirements. Just when Meng Su was about to agree, the small gold-plated characters that appeared in front of him made him swallow back the word okay, and then with a straight face, he said sadly to Zhang Luanping, "What do you think our company is? A construction team of slave owners, or a dynasty of a feudal empire? As a modern company, employees should be paid according to their labor. This is an eternal principle. If you don't want a salary, what do you think our company is? Salary is a must." Meng Su said decisively, "But considering that you have just arrived and don't have much experience yet, I decided to hire you as an intern and give you a salary of 3 to 8,000 yuan every month. What do you think?" Meng Su suddenly thought of this and made an attempt. Normal companies have interns. Guidelines for employing interns: interns can intern for a maximum of 3 months. If there are no major mistakes after 3 months, they must be promoted to full-time employees, and their salary is slightly lower than that of regular employees. Looking at the reminder in front of him, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough. I'm so smart. Zhang Luanping? What's the meaning? Zhang Luanping was a little unexpected. He had no idea what it meant. 8,000 yuan? Under normal circumstances, it is indeed a good salary, but isn't this the end of the world? What's the point of asking for money? Zhang Luanping was stunned and couldn't help but look at Meng Su. And Meng Su also looked at Zhang Luanping with great sincerity. Soon, Zhang Luanping realized it and almost wanted to slap himself to wake up. At first glance, Dong Meng is not normal. Why do you care so much? If you give me 8,000, take it. If you take this 8,000, you will be one of your own. Thinking of this, Zhang Luanping said sincerely, "Dr. Meng, I am willing to join our order group." Meng Su was very satisfied after hearing this. It's great. After a trip, the group has another employee to talk to. Meng Su took a deep breath, and then said seriously, "You are wrong about one thing. It's not about joining, it's about internship. You are an intern." Yes. Interns are paid much less than regular employees for doing the same work. I am so smart. Another huge savings in funds. After confirming the employee relationship, Meng Su was very satisfied and prepared to leave. After all, there was still an hour before dark, and he didn't want to spend the night here. The sound of zombies knocking on the door outside made people unable to sleep. He still wanted to go back to his rental house to sleep, and then return to the company tomorrow. Be careful, if you fall behind and get eaten, I won't give you a pension. Meng Su turned his head seriously and said to Zhang Luanping, "Because you didn't sign a contract with me, we are only verbally employed now, not actually employed." Zhang Luanping? Still need to sign a contract? No, brother, I didn't want the salary just now. You said so many big truths, and I thought you were a conscientious capitalist. Why do you want a contract now? Zhang Luanping was a little numb, but he quickly recovered. After saying no 3 times in his heart, he nodded repeatedly. Why bother so much? Agree first, and forget that Mr. Meng's mental state is different from ordinary people, right? Seeing that Zhang Luanping had no doubts at all, Meng Su was a little surprised, and couldn't help but feel that Zhang Luanping's thinking was unusual. Very good, my employees need such qualities. After that, Meng Su took out his mobile phone, used the offline map to determine the location, and simulated the required time in his mind again. 1 hour, almost enough. Even if there is any abnormal situation, it should be almost the same. Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately said, "Let's go." You pay attention to the back. If you are attacked by zombies, don't expect me, the chairman, to save you. After that, Meng Su walked towards the back of the supermarket. Zhang Luanping followed closely. There is another yard behind this store. There is no obvious back door, but there is a window, but it is not a big deal to climb over and leave from here. Meng Su walked forward all the way, open and honest. Zhang Luanping was suspicious, holding a kitchen knife, which made people laugh. Occasionally, there would be a roar of zombies along the way, followed by a series of screams, as if someone had unfortunately alarmed the zombies, and was attacked by the zombies, and finally died. Whenever he heard such a sound, Zhang Luanping's body couldn't help but tremble, feeling a little terrified. Meng Su's expression did not change much. Seeing the zombies running around in the sunset, he couldn't help but say to Zhang Luanping, "Look, how energetic these guys are. If I recruit them all as my employees, then my company will really prosper." Meng Su was full of emotion. Although the zombies were cruel, tyrannical, and mentally retarded, there was one thing that Meng Su was very satisfied with, that is, they were open and honest. Meng Su would rather have his employees be zombies than have the 3 guys he just met. Zhang Luanping didn't dare to speak. If you can make the zombies obedient and be employees, I am willing to work in the same position with the zombies. Zhang Luanping felt very worried about Meng Su's mental state. Although Meng Su had said before that he had zombie employees, in Zhang Luanping's opinion, he might just be wishful thinking and had a crush on some zombies. He now hopes to be able to grow bigger and stronger in a new survival base under Meng Su's protection. And Meng Su was thinking about the situation he encountered. The two groups of survivors he met before, Kong Weijian's team on the second floor of the department store and Song Yufan's team of the rotating hot pot at the entrance of the community, both had a vague impression of him. Meng Su was not stupid. The former had to behave submissively due to his own force, and most of them were unwilling to be his employees in their hearts. The latter knew that there was a safe zone, and had a good understanding of the rescue, and they really wanted to stick to it. Therefore, whether it was the former or the latter, Meng Su did not think they were the best examples of employees, so he could only temporarily include them in the scope of the subsidiary and see how the situation went. Thinking of this, Meng Su let out a long breath. There are a lot of things to be a chairman. Overuse of the brain, so don't think about it next time. Just like this, with zombies and survivors crossing the road, Meng Su also arrived in front of the community in the dim light. It is not realistic to go back to the company today, so I'd better go back to the rental house to sleep. After arriving at the community, the tense Zhang Luanping relaxed his heartstrings slightly and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally safe. However, after Meng Su arrived at the community, he was familiar with the road. Looking at this familiar place, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relaxation. At this moment, a zombie suddenly appeared in front of him. After seeing Meng Su and Zhang Luanping, it roared and rushed towards them. Zhang Luanping was suddenly startled, and Meng Su frowned. Which unit are you from? Don't I remember that all the zombies here have been treated to fried chicken by me? The zombie did not respond to Meng Su, but rushed over faster. Seeing this, Meng Su immediately shook his head and said, "There is no fried chicken for sale today. I know you are in a hurry, but don't worry, listen to me, come back tomorrow to buy." Roar! The zombie rushed forward. Seeing this scene, Meng Su finally couldn't bear it anymore, and directly picked up the fire axe and chopped it in the face. "I wanted to let you go, but there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell but you break in. You are really spoiled." The axe chopped, and blood splattered. After that, the zombie was silent. "It's okay." After the hack and slash, Meng Su said to Zhang Luanping, "You have to testify for me. I have always acted in self-defense." Zhang Luanping nodded repeatedly in fear. Seeing this, Meng Su was also very satisfied. He took Zhang Luanping to the door of the basement in 2 steps and opened the door. Zhang Luanping was still a little curious. He didn't know why Meng Su brought him here. But when he looked inside and saw a hideous zombie, he was instantly startled and woke up. Roar! After seeing Zhang Luanping in the basement, Li Xiang roared immediately, a little agitated, as if he wanted to rush over and tear Zhang Luanping into pieces. Zhang Luanping's face turned pale instantly after being roared, and he subconsciously took a step back and almost fell to the ground. The reason was that Li Xiang had his own aura, which was much scarier than ordinary zombies. Seeing Li Xiang's attitude, Meng Su was a little dissatisfied. He kicked him and then shouted, "What are you doing, Xiang? We are all colleagues, what are you doing?" After being kicked by Meng Su, Li Xiang was still a little irritable. Living people were still very tempting to him. After kicking Li Xiang, Meng Su turned around and looked at Zhang Luanping, smiling at him and said, "Don't be afraid, this is your colleague. His name is Li Xiang. He is a very good person and works hard. He is a great zombie guy." Zhang Luanping? Colleague? Zhang Luanping was a little dumbfounded now. He never expected that the zombie employee Meng Su mentioned was actually a real zombie employee. When he saw Meng Su, although this zombie was very ferocious, he had no intention of attacking him. He took a deep breath and looked at it bravely. Looking at the distorted and bloody face, he couldn't help but tremble and his back was cold. He felt that this zombie was stronger than the zombies he had seen before. It's like, the elite among zombies. However, why didn't this zombie attack himself and Mr. Meng? Zhang Luanping couldn't figure it out for a moment, and he asked tremblingly, Meng Dong, does he eat people?" Meng Su heard this and said immediately, "Well, he should not have eaten people before, because he has been with me since he became a zombie, and he wanted to eat but didn't have the chance. But I remember that he should have killed people before. Alas, young people make mistakes sometimes, and I have also taught him a lesson. Look at his face now. It's bloody and I beat him. Young people make mistakes, give them a chance. Look,
his race has changed from human to zombie now. I think this lesson is profound, and he should not make the same mistake again in the future. Meng Su said confidently, and patted Li Xiang on the shoulder at the same time, indicating that this is a good zombie.
Zhang Luanping? Mr. Meng, is there a problem with you or me?
I forgot to wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival yesterday. I wish everyone a happy yesterday. The experience of the past 2 days shocked Zhang Luanping for a whole year. He had no idea how to evaluate the scene in front of him. He felt that it was different from the zombie knowledge he had been receiving. He was just like, it can be like this. Zhang Luanping had a strange look on his face, not knowing how to describe his complicated and shocked heart.
At the same time, Zhang Luanping even thought of something deeper. Meng Su didn't think so much.
He came to see Li Xiang first, naturally to paint a pie in the sky for Li Xiang, so that Li Xiang would bring the snack stand back to the company. Name, Li Xiang, position, inner desire, to be proud, to become the gangster boss of Huqing City, and to realize the master's wish.
Seeing Li Xiang's inner desire, Meng Su couldn't help but laugh.
I didn't expect that you, a little green-haired boy, actually have the heart to be a gangster boss in your heart.
But what on earth is this master?
Meng Su felt a little strange, but he didn't take it seriously.
He immediately said to Li Xiang, Xiang, you want to dominate Linglan Hai, you want to dominate Huqing City and be proud?
I think you have great potential to be a gangster boss.
Look at it. How powerful and perfect you are now. Zhang Luanping? Mr. Meng, are you okay? Why are you talking to the zombies about this? Zhang Luanping was confused.
Meng Su ignored Zhang Luanping and continued. But you have also watched TV dramas. Usually, it is the gangsters who collude. If there is no perfect company, where will the powerful gangsters come from?
How about this, Mr. Meng, I will give you a task.
You take this snack cart to the Science and Technology Innovation Building, so that I will allow you to dominate downstairs of the Science and Technology Innovation Building and collect protection fees from other zombies passing by.
What do you think? The task has been issued.
With the appearance of the small gilded words in front of him, the next moment, Li Xiang moved. At the same time, he also pulled the mobile snack stand.
Because the snack stand was originally tied to Li Xiang.
Seeing this scene, Meng Su was very satisfied and even began to think about something more awesome.
I asked the zombies to pick the moon for me from the sky, can they do it?
Meng Su thought in his heart, and Zhang Luanping saw that the zombies in the basement suddenly moved, and he panicked for a moment, and Meng Su saw this and pulled Zhang Luanping behind him. Hiss! Li Xiang looked at this sweet colleague and let out a longing roar, but soon jumped over here, pulling the snack stand and moving forward into the vast night. Zhang Luanping couldn't help but smack his lips, looking at Li Xiang's back, and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. His mind was full of doubts, and he couldn't help asking Meng Su, Mr. Meng, I've known for a long time that Xiang is very capable. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then said, okay, let's go upstairs and sleep.
After that, Meng Su walked upstairs. And Zhang Luanping hurriedly followed, and at the same time couldn't help asking, Mr. Meng, isn't he a zombie? How could he listen to you? That's right, I'm the chairman, he's an employee.
Meng Su said as a matter of course, isn't it normal for employees to listen to the chairman?
What, you want to rebel, right?
After that, Meng Su looked at Zhang Luanping with a scrutinizing eye, and Zhang Luanping shut up immediately.
Maybe this is a special zombie.
Zhang Luanping thought in his heart.
As for suspecting that Meng Su has the ability to control zombies?
Zhang Luanping felt that it was unrealistic, because all the zombies encountered along the way were killed by Meng Su with the fire axe, and he didn't encounter anything different. Therefore, using the control variable method, the only special thing is the zombie.
Zhang Luanping couldn't help but sigh with emotion. These days, there are really all kinds of strange things.
Meng Su, on the other hand, didn't have so many ideas. He sighed at his own greatness in his heart.
Take employees home to spend the night, look, which chairman can be so friendly? Counting Huqing City, there may be only one like him.
Meng Su raised his head with his chest puffed out, and couldn't help but feel a little proud, feeling that he was really the pride of the chairman world.
But unfortunately, it was a male employee instead of a female employee. If it was a female employee, it would be great.
Speaking of female employees, Meng Su instantly thought of 3 faces in his mind. One was Chi Wei, who only had half of her face left. She used to be very beautiful. One was Shen Zhaozhao, who looked thin and panic-stricken. She was more than average in appearance and quite fresh. The last one was the eldest lady Jiang Xiaqiu, who had just given the order. She looked good, but unfortunately she had a hole in her head. However, among the 3 female employees, she was still the most beautiful one. Hey! From this point of view, zombies are not bad after all. Mengsu nodded with great satisfaction, took out the key and turned the door open, turned on the light switch, and said to Zhang Luanping casually, "You sleep in the guest room, don't touch my things." After that, Mengsu took out 2 buckets of instant noodles from the reserve box and prepared to start eating. He boiled a pot of hot water, without any anxiety or uneasiness, as if it was still a peaceful time. But Zhang Luanping on the other side was a little embarrassed. He was a little uneasy and looked a little nervous. "Don't be restrained. Although I am the chairman, I am very reasonable." Mengsu threw a bucket of instant noodles to Zhang Luanping and said casually, "If you can't do it, play with your mobile phone and relax. Don't be so serious." I don't know where my phone was lost when I ran away." Zhang Luanping didn't know what to say, he just felt that Mengsu was very optimistic. He was not so optimistic. He was always worried about his daughter's safety. He had been out for 2 days, could his daughter bear it? Thousands of thoughts echoed in his mind, so that Zhang Luanping was absent-minded for a while, and a layer of mist appeared in his eyes. Mengsu looked at Zhang Luanping and shook his head. "What's wrong with this guy? How come he has no workplace experience at all? The chairman invited you to dinner, but you don't have any table manners, right? Although it's instant noodles, do you know the basic rules?" Alas! The workplace now is really getting worse every year. Mengsu was heartbroken. When he was an employee before, he had to flatter his boss every day, and he hated it. Now that he is the chairman, how can no one flatter him? It's so wrong. Just when Mengsu was thinking of saying something, the light suddenly went out. In an instant, the whole room fell into darkness. Ha! Mengsu was stunned, and immediately stood up and looked out the window. Outside, it was pitch black. There was no light at all, as if the city had completely lost its luster at this moment. At the moment the light disappeared, the roars of zombies came from all around. Power outage? Mengsu muttered to himself, frowning. "Old Zhang, call the power supply station and ask what's going on. I haven't paid less electricity bills. What's wrong with this day and age? Why didn't they notify me in advance about the power outage? I must call and question him fiercely, and I must give myself an explanation." Zhang Luanping seemed to have gotten used to Mengsu's words. After holding back his tears, he weakly suggested, "Mr. Meng, I'll call and ask later. But I think the most important thing for us now is to see if the water supply is cut off." "You make sense. Power outages are naturally accompanied by water outages. Now that all water and electricity are out, the future for the survivors may not be too optimistic. But it has nothing to do with Mengsu." After Mengsu said he was not interested, he returned to his room and prepared to sleep. Although he was sleeping, Mengsu obviously couldn't sleep. He first discovered that he still had 0.5 attribute points left to add, so he added them to agility, raising his agility value from 12.5 to 13. Then, there was some thinking. There was a lot on his mind. For example, your own business empire. Currently, the company has 4 K1 employees, namely Zhang Tao, Chiwei, Li Xiang and Xin Zhaozhao. There is only one intern, Zhang Luanping outside. Although Jiang Xiaqiu has the highest salary, her position is a financial consultant, so her rating is K5. The most important task at the moment is to defeat Wansheng International in the service industry, but currently my company seems to be mainly engaged in leaflet distribution and food stalls. Mengsu felt a little headache, and what made Mengsu even more headache was that his employees did not create any value for him at all. Instead, he has been working outside to generate income for the company. Is this reasonable? The chairman of the company is strategizing in the office and making decisions thousands of miles away. As the chairman, I go out every day to hand out flyers and fried chicken steaks, while my employees eat snacks at home. Mom sells batches, I quit. Mengsu was indignant, but there was nothing he could do. He planned to go back and find an excuse to turn those K1 employees into interns to reduce some salary expenses. Oh right. Mengsu suddenly thought that his points had reached 30. According to common sense, these points are enough to be exchanged for cash. But Mengsu now feels that exchanging points for cash is pure stupidity. Because points can really be exchanged for supplies. I didn't have many points before, and I didn't have many things to exchange for. Now that I have more points, I believe the points mall should be different. Therefore, Mengsu lay on the bed and clicked on the points mall with great expectations. Only one thing has been updated. Effective cold medicine, price, 20 points. So expensive? Mengsu was extremely surprised. He didn't know the specific information about this special cold medicine, but it was produced by Points Mall and must be a good product.
First let's draw 10 points in a row and see.
With nothing going on, Mang Su decided to draw 10 points in a row to see what the prizes were. In 10 consecutive cash draws, the most valuable thing is high-level talent.
Although the senior talent has turned into a zombie, it is still good overall.
As for the 10 consecutive draws of cash, Mang Su was no longer willing to use it. After all, the company is in dire straits and needs cash for everything.
Still have to save some flowers. If you draw 10 points in a row, you should get more things, right? As for whether we will draw any high-level zombie talents again?
What a joke, with Li Xiang here, what are you afraid of? Thinking of this, Mang Su couldn't help but feel excited and quickly started to draw the lottery. 10 consecutive draws echoed in front of Mang Su's eyes, and in the next second, Mang Su received all the rewards from this draw.
Chitos Mountain Noble Mineral Water Mang Su. The doll has turned into Qianshui Mountain, and the ordinary Kong Shuifu has become the classic Kong Shuifu, right? Mang Su was unable to complain for a moment.
But Mang Su was looking forward to the other three things.
In the apocalyptic environment, doctors are a very useful profession.
If your company can have one more senior doctor, it will definitely be greatly improved.
And architects. It seems useless, but maybe it will be used in the future? Of course, that's assuming both of them are humans and not zombies. If they all turn into zombies, then just catch them blind.
However, the hidden mission activation letter made Mang Su look forward to it.
This is hidden. Task. Hidden mission, National Goddess Idol. National Goddess in Shoyu's concert in Ningxun did not go well. It was delayed due to harassment by thugs.
She later lost contact with her manager and was driving away alone. She was in Huqing City. She was helpless and hid in a B&B in Tao County, Huqing City. If someone can rescue her, I believe she will give him a generous reward. Adding a confidant with important influence across the country will further enhance the visibility of your company.
Come on, go to Tao County. Mang Su. The dogs aren't going.
Mang Su would not go to Tao County for an illusory star.
This hidden mission is a waste of money. Moreover, what is going on with this system? Why do you keep giving yourself women? It's the end of the world, can you give me something useful? My confidant is just a female zombie that can move.
Mang Su snorted coldly, immediately closed his eyes to rest, adjusted his state, and prepared to set off tomorrow. Soon, Mang Su fell into a light sleep. With the increase in mental value, Mang Su's need for sleep is slowly decreasing.
The next day.
The sun is shining and I feel refreshed. Mang Su stretched out and glanced at his phone, realizing that it was only around 6:40 in the morning, which was considered a very early start. Mang Su opened the door and found Zhang Luanping sitting on the sofa in the hall. He was in a rather depressed state, with bloodshot eyes.
You got up so early?
Seeing that Zhang Luanping also got up early, Mang Su nodded with satisfaction and gave him a thumbs up. Good, good, our company needs such spirit. You should learn more from me, the chairman.
I am in a good spirit. This can be said to be full of energy. Mang Su was very satisfied with the current mental state of his employees.
After all, with himself as a role model for them, it is difficult for his company's employees to be in low spirits. And Zhang Luanping glanced at Mang Su and forced a smile. Mr. Meng, good morning.
How could he get up early? He didn't sleep all night.
On the one hand, it was because he was worried about the safety of his wife and daughter, and on the other hand, the zombies outside were screaming too loudly, which made Zhang Luanping nervous, especially the occasional screams nearby, which made Zhang Luanping unable to sleep. He had no idea how Mang Su slept so soundly. Envy of Chairman Meng's mental state.
Have you eaten?
Mang Su asked casually, then took out a bottle of Qianshui mineral water and drank it in one breath. Without waiting for Zhang Luanping's reply, he heard Mang Su say, if you haven't eaten, go back to the company to eat.
It's not far anyway.
After hearing Mang Su's words, Zhang Luanping perked up, took a deep breath, and followed Mang Su out. The community was very quiet.
It was a little creepy.
Zhang Luanping instantly perked up, and Mang Su saw this and kindly reminded him, it's okay. When we sold fried chicken chops yesterday, we had almost killed them all.
Zhang Luanping nodded, but was still a little cautious. Seeing that Zhang Luanping didn't seem to believe it, Mang Su immediately shouted, are there any zombies? Come on, come on, come on. Do you hear me?
The sun is shining on my buttocks.
What time is it? How come you zombies don't have a sense of competition? Do you know that the zombies in the next community get up early to eat people? Don't the zombies in our community have any sense of crisis? You really make me feel ashamed.
The community is distributing eggs.
Zombie old men and women, come down and line up to receive them. Hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Luanping's face turned pale. Not Mr. Meng, calm down. I kneel down for you.
Zhang Luanping was panicked and was about to persuade Meng Su, but suddenly heard a crackling sound coming from all around. Crack! The sound was very loud, and then the surrounding glass windows suddenly shattered.
The zombies upstairs directly smashed the glass and jumped down from the upstairs.
Some broke their legs, some had broken coccyx, and some had broken arms. Some even jumped from the 5th floor and died. But for zombies who have no sense of pain, they all ran towards Meng Su frantically.
Seeing them, Zhang Luanping was horrified.
More than a dozen zombies, more than a dozen zombies.
Meng Su frowned, very dissatisfied.
Fuck, why didn't you guys be so active when I shouted to sell fried chicken yesterday?
Damn it, all of you go to hell.
Meng Su was furious, and he was very disappointed with his neighbors. He had finally started a business, but his neighbors were unwilling to support his business, and the men were silent and the women were in tears. Seeing a zombie who looked lucky but had only broken his arm rushing towards him, Meng Su, with deep anger, chopped it down with an axe, and instantly chopped off its head. The zombies came one after another, and Meng Su also chopped one axe after another.
In an instant, zombie corpses were everywhere.
Looking at Zhang Luanping who was already scared silly behind him, Meng Su wiped the blood on the axe with the clothes on the zombie and waved at him. Let's go, this time it's really gone. No, just after taking a step, Meng Su suddenly thought of something, stopped, and said to Zhang Luanping excitedly, Lao Zhang, your first task during the internship is here.
Find the valuables on them and bring them all to me.
Why did I forget to touch the corpse before?
Damn it! Regarding the character setting of the protagonist.
In fact, the character setting of the protagonist is a bit repetitive. Sometimes he is a normal complainer, and sometimes he is a complete psychopath at the end of the world. In fact, it is because the author has been struggling with which character setting to choose, so it is repeated. However, when it is sometimes normal and sometimes abnormal, it occasionally makes the protagonist's behavior quite crazy.
In a way, it can be regarded as a successful opening of a new character setting.
Regarding the subsequent plot, my personal idea is to operate the company plus personal plotline, and the ratio is probably slightly lower for the operating company. You can raise any opinions, and if there are extras, you can also leave a message, normal name. After it is released, it will be updated steadily. They are all poor. The jade bracelets worn by the only rich zombies were broken when they jumped off the building. All in all, Meng Su received a total of 396.5 yuan in cash in this shared financial activity. Zhang Luanping was still in shock, and his eyes looked at Meng Su with awe.
Why do I feel like I'm home when I return to the company? Strange, I never had this thought when I was an employee before.
Meng Su thought in his heart, and at the same time, he and Zhang Luanping came to the Mercedes-Benz E300 parked near the community very skillfully.
Looking at the severely worn Mercedes-Benz E300, Meng Su was worried, will the owner come to me to settle the account?
Although Meng Su didn't know who the owner was, the car was indeed not his. Meng Su expressed his deep regret for being worn out by himself.
Write an apology letter and a small card and put them in the car.
Of course, if the owner doesn't come to me, it means that the owner doesn't have to pay compensation himself. Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to drive, he suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at Zhang Luanping in the co-pilot seat. Can you drive?
Yes, yes.
After hearing Meng Su's voice, Zhang Luanping shuddered immediately, came back to his senses from the trance, and said stiffly.
Then why are you still standing there? You drive this time.
Meng Su chose to exchange seats with Zhang Luanping without hesitation. I say, Xiao Zhang, as an employee, can you have a little vision?
Have you really been a manager? How come you are at this level? Meng Su was very dissatisfied.
He felt that he was really useless as the chairman.
He almost became an employee driver.
Of course, there was another reason for letting Zhang Luanping drive. That is to let Zhang Luanping go back to his home and pick up his wife and children.
He didn't know the way.
Zhang Luanping immediately nodded and came to the driver's seat immediately, recalling the way he came, and soon started the car and started to speed.
The car roared loudly.
The surrounding zombies were alerted instantly. Although Zhang Luanping was a little panicked, he still successfully started the car and drove away with the muscle memory of a veteran driver. However, unlike when he came, there were many overturned vehicles on the roadside when he left. It seemed that people wanted to escape these days. But they were all heading to Tao County,
which was the opposite of the direction of the Science and Technology Innovation Building. Needless to say, they must have gone to the safe zone set up by the Citizen Self-Help Committee in Tao County. But it is estimated that many of them did not make it to the safe zone alive. They would only become zombies wandering on the streets. The vehicle was driving cautiously. Suddenly, Jean Luanping saw a traffic light in front of him. After hesitating for a moment, he slowed down and whispered to Meng Su beside him, "Chairman, do we have to wait for the traffic light?" Meng Su was playing with his mobile phone. When he heard Zhang Luanping's voice, he immediately looked up and said, "What traffic light are you waiting for? Are you crazy? What if the zombies around you grab a ride? Just rush through." Zhang Luanping, it was you who waited for the traffic light before, and now it is you who runs the traffic light. Zhang Luanping, who thought he understood Meng Su's thoughts, fell into confusion again. Looking at the confused Zhang Luanping, Meng Su was disappointed. "If there is a traffic light, of course you have to wait, and you must not run the traffic light. If the traffic light is not flashing or not on, doesn't it mean that there is no traffic light? You can't even see this, Xiao Zhang, you really disappoint me." The power was cut off, and all the traffic lights stopped. In this case, there is no traffic light, so what's the point of waiting? Meng Su could only sigh deeply. This employee is too rigid and doesn't know how to adapt. In this case, even if the traffic police come to issue a ticket, they can still make an excuse. Zhang Luanping was numb. Who could have thought of this? After scolding the employee, Meng Su continued to play with his mobile phone. Although the signal seemed to be worse after the power outage. But Meng Su was very patient and would rather wait for half an hour to get the latest news outside. After all, this made it easier for Meng Su to grasp first-hand information. The work of the Huqing Citizens Self-Rescue Committee was carried out. Lu Song served as the general chairman of the Self-Rescue Committee, Lu Funing served as the commander-in-chief of the Self-Rescue Committee's Special Disaster Response Corps. Meng Su checked casually and found that various places had begun to organize corresponding organizations. Compared with the previous ones, it seemed that only the names and senior management had changed. Meng Su casually checked the news of Lu Song and Lu Funing, and found that the former was the deputy county magistrate of Tao County, and the one with the lowest ranking among the deputy county magistrates, while the latter was a retired battalion commander from Tao County. "I always feel weird," Meng Su frowned, but didn't know what to say. But at this moment, Meng Su suddenly had a vague premonition that there seemed to be some special talents around him, which was attracting Meng Su. Meng Su immediately raised his head and looked in front of the windshield. Suddenly, he saw a strong zombie lying on the ground and trying his best to roar on the side of the road in front of him. Meng Su took a look and found that it was the senior talent bodyguard. The bodyguard zombie was in a very bad state now, with his legs crushed and his arms twisted. He was trying his best to roar at the surroundings. There were 4 or 5 small zombies around, and there was an overturned Audi on the side. Meng Su looked closely and found that it was the one that followed him out of the garage 2 days ago. "Stop!" Meng Su was shocked for a moment, and immediately waved his hand, asking Zhang Luanping to pull over. Zhang Luanping didn't know what Meng Su was going to do, but he stopped the car obediently. "Guess what this guy is doing?" Meng Su pointed at the bodyguard zombie. Zhang Luanping wiped the sweat from his forehead, carefully thought about it, but couldn't figure out anything, so he could only whisper to Meng Su, "Mr. Meng, I don't know." He thought he should be more honest. After all, he couldn't keep up with Meng Su's train of thought, and it would be bad if he said something wrong. It's obvious that he's here to work. Meng Su was very curious about this high-level talent bodyguard zombie. He immediately opened the car door, picked up a fire axe, and quickly cleaned up the ordinary zombies around him. Then he looked at the zombie lying on the ground and said to him, "Brother, how much did you make today?" Meng Su observed the zombie and said, I just fainted from hunger and just woke up." "I know it's abrupt to say this. Can I get 50 yuan to eat a chicken leg? I haven't made any money these days and I'm hungry. I just said this because I saw that you just made so much money. I hope it doesn't affect your mood, brother." At first glance, it was true and identified as a scam. Zhang Luanping? Roar! The zombie roared and began to crawl towards Meng Su. Seeing this, Meng Su continued, "So you are not lying alive, but were hit by a car? Don't worry, buddy, I will call 120 for you, just hold on." After that, Meng Su dialed 120 and began to observe the situation of the zombie. This zombie looks very different. It looks almost the same strength as Li Xiang, and what surprised Meng Su is that he can see that the crushed leg of this zombie seems to be recovering, but the recovery speed is slower. What's going on? Can zombies heal themselves after being injured?
Meng Su frowned and saw that this zombie had already crawled over. Meng Su immediately bullied the cripple and hit him twice with a fire axe, making him completely unable to move. However, Meng Su always felt that there should be something in this zombie. There must be some difference between mutant zombies and ordinary zombies. Should we kill it and dissect it to study the mutant zombies? Recommended Dragon Clan fanfiction. Dragon Clan, Lu Mingfei, 30 years old. Dragon Clan fanfiction, not bad, you can go and have a look if you are interested. Zhang Luanping sat in the car, looking around cautiously, and secretly glanced at Meng Su from time to time. Although he was a little anxious, he still didn't dare to speak. In Zhang Luanping's mind, Meng Su's power now is much greater than that of his previous brewery boss. If you offend the brewery owner, you will lose your job at most. Offending the current chairman Meng. Darling, you have to roll up your sleeves and work hard even if you turn into a zombie. Therefore, although Zhang Luanping wanted to leave, he did not dare to move if Meng Su didn't speak. However, he didn't understand what Meng Su was doing. He hesitated for a moment, his lips trembled, and when he was about to say something, he suddenly saw Meng Su, who was still fine, suddenly lift a fire axe and chop down the burly zombie lying on the ground. Pang! There was a loud noise and blood splashed. Zhang Luanping was so frightened that he hid quickly. After a while, Zhang Luanping dared to look out. I saw that Meng Su had chopped off one of the zombie's arms completely, and at the same time he started scratching the zombie's face. Ah! Zhang Luanping was shocked by Meng Su's performance, and even felt nauseous and wanted to vomit. Brother, why don't you leave? It's so weird. Zhang Luanping couldn't help it anymore and whispered to Meng Su, who looked more than 10 years younger than him, although we didn't hit the zombies, by doing this, didn't you take the law seriously? Illegal things. We won't do it. Meng Su looked back at Zhang Luanping and said very calmly, this is not a human, this is a zombie. Is there any zombie protection law in the law? Don't worry, I always feel that something is wrong with this guy. Let me study it. This is scientific research work. If the weakness is discovered, wouldn't it be easier to deal with it in the future? After saying that, Meng Su changed tools, replaced it with a wrench and hit it hard on the head. Ordinary zombies have their heads blown off by themselves. Let's see what happens to mutant zombies. The skull was smashed, and Meng Su suddenly discovered something different. Meng Su was stunned for a moment, then used a wrench to pry open the flesh and blood on the back of his head, and found a red gem-like crystal. It doesn't look too big. It's covered in blood-colored lines and seems to be beating. It's really pretty. Let me test. Zombie crystal? Meng Su looked at the ruby and couldn't help but make a sound of surprise, and then he said with some disdain, this is too old-fashioned. What is the use of this thing? To enhance superpowers. Although he didn't know what the use was, Meng Su took it away in his pocket and planned to go back and study it. Turning around, Meng Su said to Zhang Luanping, give me a tissue. Zhang Luanping quickly went to take out a pack of tissues, pulled out 2 and handed them to Meng Su. Meng Su wiped the blood on his hands, wiped the wrench, returned to the passenger seat as if nothing had happened, and said to Zhang Luanping, let's go, drive to your house and pick up my other interns. Hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Luanping was immediately excited and quickly started the vehicle, followed by a burst of speed. Meng Su sat in the passenger seat, thinking about the situation. But soon, he decided to give up. Professional matters should be left to professionals. It is better to find 2 experts who study biology or viruses and let them study every day than to figure it out by yourself. Chairman, there are only 2 things to do. One is to lead the group and the other is to tell others to do things. Of course, for Meng Su, he, the chairman, has 2 other things. One is selling fried skewers and the other is handing out flyers. Zhang Luanping was driving fast and knocked down many zombies. Fortunately, Zhang Luanping was an experienced driver and did not cause any rollovers. After a smooth journey, we arrived at our doorstep. But the area around this community is not so quiet. It can be seen that some people in the community tried to escape, but they were not very successful. There were many corpses lying on the ground in a pool of blood. They were disemboweled and fell to the ground unable to struggle. They have turned into zombies, but the bite wounds cannot be recovered. Seeing a vehicle parked, the surrounding zombies immediately became commotion and roared towards Meng Su. Roar. Seeing this scene, Meng Su asked, do you have a car? I have a car, but I sold it not long ago, Zhang Luanping said subconsciously. Then get out of the car. I wanted to get hit by them all. Meng Su said angrily, my servants are all so poor and crazy that they dare to block the road and rob. Zhang Luanping glanced at Meng Su gratefully, quickly parked the car downstairs, and hurried upstairs.
Meng Su didn't feel much at all. The zombies around him were really not enough to look at. Holding the fire axe, Meng Su stretched casually and looked at the dozens of zombies rushing towards him, feeling quite helpless. At this time, I really hope I have some mission. He felt that it was a bit of a loss to kill these dozen zombies. It would be nice if he had the task of distributing leaflets. It's a pity that the task of distributing leaflets will not be refreshed for another 4 days. Then come on. Zhang Luanping's speed is very fast, although he was a little unable to do what he wanted before and his physical fitness has declined. But after these 2 days of fantastic journey and soaring adrenaline, Zhang Luanping could keep up with the speed now. He climbed up to the 3rd floor smoothly, anxiously took out the key, opened the door, and saw a kitchen knife in his hand, which was quite strange. Nervous wife Zhou Yani. You are finally back. The wife was in tears, but before they could have a touching conversation, Zhang Luanping hurriedly said to her, "Where is Chi-Chi? Where is Chi-Chi? Pack up quickly and take all the money at home. Let's go downstairs quickly. The medicine is in the car." Ah? The wife was a little confused. Seeing Zhang Luanping rushing into the bedroom and picking up the child, she was a little surprised and hurriedly began to pack up, whispering, "As for taking money? This is the end of the world, and money is useless. We still have 2 bags of bread and 10 packs of instant noodles at home. Let's just take some clothes and food, take everything. Bringing money is much more useful than bringing these things." Zhang Luanping held his daughter and saw that his wife was still a little dazed. He was a little anxious, but the situation was urgent now. He couldn't explain so much, so he could only shout, "Hurry up, take all the savings at home." He knew about the end of the world, so he naturally knew the importance of food. He didn't know Meng Su, but he knew that Meng Su seemed to need money now. Chairman Meng, who is short of money, seems to be more terrifying than the zombies in the Doomsday. Thinking of Meng Su's cruel dissection of the strong mutant zombie, Zhang Luanping suddenly felt a little horrified. Fortunately, there are some savings at home. The wife was at a loss and could only listen to her husband's words. She went to the drawer of the master bedroom and took out a wallet with several red banknotes and various cards, passbooks, etc. in it. Then she hurriedly took a few clothes and followed Zhang Luanping downstairs. However, Zhou Yani just went downstairs and was frightened by the scene in front of her. Her face turned pale and her legs went weak. At this moment, Meng Su was leaning against the Mercedes-Benz, calmly lighting a cigarette brought from his former employee Lu Xiaojun, holding a fire axe with a somewhat curled blade in his other hand, showing a self-proclaimed warm smile. "Hello, I am Meng Su. You must be Zhou Yani. From today on, you are an intern of our peace order group." Zhou Yani was stunned when she heard this. "It's the end of the world, and you still have to go to work? And, from the looks of it, it seems I still have to start as an intern? The peace order group's first business trip has ended perfectly. Mr. Meng Su, the chairman of the board of directors, has successfully completed the business trip quota, and has added 3 technical talents and 1 senior consultant to the company in one fell swoop, providing 4 jobs. In addition, Chairman Meng also adheres to the ideological theory of standing on the front line with employees. During the second half of the business trip, he specifically chose to drive himself to show his level as a 10-year-old QQ speed player and let employees you can get together as a couple and explain the current challenges the company is facing. It is reported that Chairman Meng is kind, modest, and law-abiding. He started from scratch at the age of 23, Meng Su was thinking in his mind while driving, and couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction. This is how the first issue of the company's weekly report should be written. It was very close to the company. Meng Su could see that the number of zombies on the surrounding streets was getting smaller and smaller compared to Jiangnam district. However, compared to when Meng Su went out 2 days ago, there were a lot more zombies. Maybe there are zombies wandering out from the Kechuang building complex. After all, the location of Kechuang building is very remote, surrounded by green plants and open space. Except for the few buildings of Kechuang building and nearby accommodation areas and shops, there is really not much place. Therefore, these zombies can only wander out from there. Zhang Luanping had already fed his daughter medicine and explained the current situation to his wife. Among them, many words of praise were used to describe Meng Su's greatness. Meng Su was very happy to hear this. Very satisfied. In particular, Zhang Luanping mentioned one point, saying that Meng Su's spiritual thinking is particularly active, and he has the style of jacking up and throwing mud. Meng Su expressed disdain for this. Jack horse, mud horse? A person who makes money from women's online shopping and a person who makes money from children's games, I, Meng Su, have no shame. What I, Meng Su, want to earn are all men, women, old and young.
However, when the intern praised him so much, Mengsu still gave the intern a thumbs up, saying that the employee was pretty good and the probability of becoming a full-time employee after 3 months could be said to be greatly improved. Roar! An unknown zombie rushed towards him. Mengsu stepped on the accelerator and instantly knocked it away, turning it into a rolling figure, leaving a blood mark.
Don't these zombies have eyes? Use your body to hit my car, huh?
Mengsu snorted coldly and said angrily, if I hadn't had something to do today and had to get out of the car to talk to you, how should I compensate for the wear and tear on my car? Hearing Mengsu's words, Zhang Luanping in the back seat was used to it, while Zhou Yani, who had just arrived, had her eyes wide open and couldn't believe her ears.
Get out of the car and find trouble with zombies? Zhou Yani was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say.
But soon, she regained her composure and thought of something.
That's not right. Even if it's not a zombie, it's a person.
I have only ever heard of driving hitting people, but never of people crashing into cars.
For a moment, Zhou Yani was a little confused and didn't know what to say. Zhang Luanping was already used to it.
He held Zhou Yani's hand and gave her a firm look calmly, as if he was saying with his eyes, get used to it soon. Zhou Yani, on the other hand, began to feel anxious. I don't know how to explain my current feelings, and I don't know what kind of journey this trip is. Mengsu drove all the way into the underground garage. The appearance of the underground garage is no different from when you left. Just a little more blood. It seems that new zombies are coming and new survivors are unfortunately killed.
Mengsu was very sad about this.
They would rather die than come to work in their own company.
Is my company really so bad that I would rather die than have anyone apply?
Oh, no. My company has just been established and has not issued GG yet, so of course no one has come to apply.
Mengsu came to his senses, parked the car firmly in the parking space, turned off the car, and then smiled and said to the family of 3 behind him, we've arrived at the station, get ready to get off.
As soon as he finished speaking, a zombie in a suit rushed to the front of the Mercedes-Benz. The ferocious face was instantly slapped on the glass, causing a crack in the entire glass of the Mercedes-Benz.
Roar! Zhou Yani was so frightened that she trembled and couldn't help but scream.
The little girl in Zhang Luanping's arms was drowsy and seemed to be awakened by this vision.
Mengsu's face sank when he saw this. It's really embarrassing for you.
Mengsu directly picked up the fire axe placed on the passenger side, kicked the door open, and jumped out of the car. He was met with an axe, splitting the unknown zombie in half in an instant, and then looked around again. He glanced around and shouted, who else is there?
What are you sneaking around in the underground garage? Have you paid the parking fee? Why are you hanging around here?
Don't think that no one will collect the parking fee when the security guard is on vacation. I'll collect it for you.
A roar instantly disturbed the zombies in the basement.
Several screams immediately erupted from the underground garage, and the sound of rumbling footsteps was immediately heard.
Mengsu didn't have anything to say.
He opened the door of the underground garage to the ground, and then invited Zhang Luanping, Zhou Yani, and the little girl in their arms to the stairwell. After looking around for a moment, there was no movement, and then said, you guys, wait here for a moment, I'll go collect the parking fee and be back soon. Or you can go directly to the 4th floor.
My company is there. No, there are 2 idiots guarding the door.
If you go to the 4th floor, you will be giving extra meals to those 2 idiots. You should wait for me here. After that, Mengsu handed Zhang Luanping the wrench that had been with him for many years and told him to be careful. Then he quickly walked out the door with the fire axe in hand. Now, he's charging for parking.
After Mengsu left, Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yani looked at each other in silence.
It wasn't until the roar of zombies and a burst of chopping sounds came from outside that Zhang Luanping took a deep breath and said seriously to Zhou Yani, let me tell you, don't show that look to Dong Meng in the future.
To respect Director Meng, you must obey Director Meng's words, do you understand? Just pretend that the end of the world has never happened, everything is normal, and we are just normal company employees, do you understand?
Zhou Yani's eyes were a little frightened, and at the same time she also felt a little ridiculous. Then Meng Dong, no, he is not crazy, shut up.
Zhang Luanping quickly covered Zhou Yani's mouth and whispered to Zhou Yani, don't say that. Dong Meng is just mentally active.
What kind of psychosis? Even if you and I are psychopaths, there is no way that Dong Meng is a psychopath.
Neuropathy. Zhou Yani nodded repeatedly, and then Zhang Luanping let go. Then, Zhang Luanping took a deep breath and said to Zhou Yani with trembling palms, Dong Meng is very powerful.
He is probably one of those with superpowers or enhancers, But it may not be the same as in novels and TV series. In reality, superpowers and enhancers may have some sequelae, causing their brains to think more actively. Fortunately, Meng Dong belongs to the chaotic and kind-hearted group. We can take care of Chi-Chi and grow up under Meng Dong's protection.
It is already a very good choice. Zhang Luanping's voice was full of vicissitudes of life. Only then did Zhou Yani see the bloodshot eyes in her husband's eyes.
She could not imagine what her husband had gone through in the past 2 days.
Zhou Yani nodded heavily. Yes. Where's the money? What money? Deposit.
Hearing Zhang Luanping's voice, Zhou Yani quickly took out her bag, but Zhang Luanping was holding all his belongings, the 90,000 in cash, feeling very anxious.
He is going to do something big next. After a while, the sounds outside the door gradually stopped.
Zhang Luanping listened carefully and heard what sounded like someone picking out his pocket. He immediately became confident and handed his daughter over to his wife without hesitation. He pushed the door open and said politely to Meng Su, "Dr. Meng, I'm here. I'm here to help you search."
Ahem, let's share these together. Zombie wealth.
Meng Su glanced at Zhang Luanping. "Be careful how you speak. We are charging parking fees this time, not sharing wealth."
Okay brother, I remember.
In this parking fee collection activity, Meng Su received another 242 yuan in cash. Meng Su felt emotional about this. Technology has advanced so much now that people no longer carry cash when they go out.
Carrying a mobile phone is equivalent to having cash.
This made Meng Su very distressed.
If you don't bring any money, where can I find money? Are you going to rob a bank?
Based on Meng Su's understanding of this perfect life system, he probably wouldn't agree to rob a bank by himself. Although the mobile phones of these zombies are useless now, most of the current mobile phones are locked, so without knowing their lock screen password and payment password, even if Meng Su wants to transfer a sum of money directly from the mobile phone, these are all unrealistic. Therefore, all he can do now is to search for a sparse amount of cash.
Okay.
After Meng Su took care of the zombies here, he said to Zhang Luanping very relaxedly, "After collecting the parking fee, let's go."
Wait a minute, brother.
Zhang Luanping suddenly stopped Meng Su, lowered his voice to Meng Su, and handed out a bag. "I'm new here, I brought you some gifts." Meng Su raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and immediately opened the bag and found that it was full of bank cards and several red banknotes.
Yo, bribery. You're a pretty good boy. A perfect life needs to lead with correct values.
Chairman Meng, as the backbone of the enterprise, you must not be tempted by the petty profits in front of you. Loudly scold the employee in front of you who wants to use the back door to stop the unhealthy trend in the company and let this trend completely subside. If collected, it will most likely affect the chairman's task rating and lead to changes in the direction of the task.
Seeing this line of small gold-plated characters in front of him, Meng Su's hand holding the wallet couldn't help but tremble. It's the end of the world, brother, can you just leave it alone? Why are you still so serious?
Meng Su couldn't complain, although he didn't know what would happen if it affected the rating and changed the direction of the mission. But he decided to forget it. After all, Meng Su had seen it, at most 1,000 in cash, and the rest was in bankbooks and the like.
Now there is no way to withdraw money from the bankbook.
As soon as he thought of this, Meng Su immediately turned cold and faced Zhang Luanping with a posture of hating iron and feeling heartbroken. "Xiao Zhang, how could you do this?
I am so disappointed."
The sudden scolding instantly stunned Zhang Luanping. A second ago, Meng Su was smiling happily to him, took the wallet, and seemed to accept the gift.
The next second, why did he suddenly get angry and yell? What's going on? Zhang Luanping was confused, but he quickly adjusted his mentality. What are you talking about with Meng Dong, who is more mentally active? He is mentally active, am I also mentally active? Dr. Meng, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
Zhang Luanping immediately neither humbled nor overbearing, and apologized to Meng Su. "I reflect on myself. I shouldn't have used bribery to get myself promoted and raised my salary.
I'm sorry." Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. "You can improve a lot by recognizing your mistakes. Don't do this next time."
After that, Meng Su casually pulled out the 10 pieces of cash and returned the wallet to Zhang Luanping.
Zhang Luanping? What does this mean? But I can understand employees who have just joined the company and want to treat their boss to dinner.
Meng Su put the red tickets into his pocket and said to Zhang Luanping in a friendly manner, "Okay, I will just go downstairs and have a few bites of KFC after work. Xiao Zhang, you are still too polite.
I'll treat you to dinner next time." Zhang Luanping opened his mouth, not knowing what to say.
But soon, he reacted and broke out in cold sweat. He quickly forced out a smile and said in a low voice, "Mr. Meng, please see if I change my position, although in the last days, it actually doesn't matter whether this person has changed or not. But he must find a way to be consistent with Meng Su's thinking." "Wait a minute," Meng Su said casually, "as long as you work hard and create value for the company, how can the company not turn you into a regular employee? Come on, Xiao Zhang, this chairman believes in you very much. Become a regular employee? How much money did you give me, and you still want to become a regular employee? Wait 3 months. Zhang Luanping immediately nodded and bowed, praising Meng Su's wisdom and prowess. In the corridor not far from the two of them, the door was ajar, revealing a gap. Zhou Yani was looking out through the crack in the door. She saw her husband talking to Meng Su about returning to a regular job and giving gifts. Such topics, a look of surprise and confusion flashed in his eyes. She couldn't understand what her husband was doing at all, she just felt a moment of insanity. She felt as if she had entered some mental hospital. My husband and Chairman Meng, who has super strong martial arts, are one of the clients of the mental hospital. Thinking of this, Zhou Yani couldn't help but shudder. I can't understand it at all. Although Zhang Luanping had told her before that she had an active mind, but after she saw the scene of events, she was extremely frightened and became mentally disturbed. Soon, Meng Su and Zhang Luanping finished speaking, and Zhou Yani immediately closed the door quietly and sighed deeply several times. What can we do now? Living in such a chaotic end of the world, we can only take one step at a time. Crunch! Meng Su opened the door and took back the wrench he had given to Zhang Luanping. He glanced at Zhou Yani, who was a little afraid of him, and couldn't help but shake his head. It seems that this intern still has not integrated into the work atmosphere. It's okay, there's still a long time. This period of time is enough for her to experience the warmth of home, and the company will definitely make her feel at home. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction and strode upstairs. Meng Su's expression was very natural, relaxed and humorous and relaxed. It's like coming home. The former owner of the baseball bat at the entrance to the first floor was already rotten and smelly, and the sight of being disemboweled was really ugly. When Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yani saw the scene, they couldn't help but tense up. They hugged the child tightly, not daring to breathe, and followed closely behind Meng Su. Seeing that the couple looked so tense, Meng Su thought he should do something to relieve their anxiety. Otherwise, how can we build a harmonious and beautiful company? So, Meng Su, who had just walked to the corner of the third floor, asked. Xiao Ming, who hadn't eaten for a long time, suddenly got a lot of delicious food, so he showed it off. After showing off, he felt a little full, but still wanted to eat, so he felt bad about his stomach. Stomach, can you still eat it? What do you think the stomach said? Meng Su's question caught Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yani off guard. They had no idea what Meng Su meant. Zhang Luanping was stunned and quickly began to think. What does Mr. Meng mean? Are you targeting us? Don't have a big appetite, just act within your ability? Thinking of this, Zhang Luanping quickly summarized his experience in the workplace and planned to give Meng Su a pat on the back and guarantee his loyalty first. But before Zhang Luanping could speak, he heard Meng Su say quietly, the stomach only said one sentence. My name is not Wei, my name is Chu Yushuan. Zhang Luanping, Zhou Yani? Before the two of them could react, Meng Su had already arrived on the fourth floor. Hoi's two old employees, Zhang Tao and Qi Wei, who were chained at the door on the fourth floor, saw the figure and roared at first, but soon found out that it was Meng Su, so they stopped their roar and were silently forced to retreat to the corner by Meng Su. Inside, Meng Su stood in front of the fourth floor, looking at the familiar office, and couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. I'm finally back. Chairman Meng returned to his most loyal company today. Family members, it may be released on 3.1, either March 1st or March 5th. Thank you for your support during this period. After it's put on the shelves, there will be crazy updates. Zhang Tao, Qi Wei, it seems that you did a very good job during the 2 days when I was away. No one broke into the company. Well, not bad. I feel relieved that the security department has you two as Optimus pillars. Meng Su stood in front of Zhang Tao and Qi Wei, looked at the two zombies, nodded with great satisfaction, patted their shoulders, and expressed his respect for them. Qi Wei and Zhang Tao were forced into a corner by Meng Su. Although they were zombies, their current reactions were a bit weak, pitiful, and helpless. They could not move in the corner, their bodies were trembling, and they could only let Meng Su slap his shoulder with his hand. As for Zhang Luanping, who just joined him, it's okay. No matter what Meng Su does now, he won't have any major surprises. They just applauded warmly from the sidelines, saying that Chairman Meng came to the security department to guide the two security guards in their work and enjoy it with the people.
And everyone in Zhou was dumbfounded. Zhou hugged her child tightly and said to Zhang Luanping in disbelief, "Is this true? This, why the zombies didn't attack us, is this normal?" Zhou was obviously a little incoherent.
Although Zhang Luanping also felt that the scene in front of him was very absurd, he still took a deep breath and responded with words that even he found ridiculous. Why is it abnormal?
Isn't it very common for the boss to guide employees in their work? Don't be too surprised. Zhou?
She felt that her husband had become a bit strange. She felt that everything in front of her was a little scary.
Peaceful order? Could it be an organization like Umbrella Corporation or Umbrella Corporation? Could the zombie virus be caused from here?
Thinking of this, Zhou became more and more frightened, but she was still holding the child in her arms, so she could not show her fearful and helpless side.
"Boss, you're back."
Suddenly, a shout came from inside the office on the 4th floor. The sound was clear, and it attracted the attention of everyone present in an instant. Shen Zhaozhao ran out of the office in a hurry, looked at Meng Su's figure, and felt a little happy.
Then he said to Meng Su, "There was a sudden power outage last night. Only half of the tasks you gave me were completed. It seems that it will be a while. My son has stopped calling. What do you think we should do now?"
She noticed that there seemed to be 3 new members in the company, but she was really happy. After all, in this terrifying environment, there were screams coming from nowhere every night, and the occasional collision outside the office would wake her up. In this kind of environment, it is too much for a person to suffer. She finally waited until her boss returned, and she was even a little excited to the point of tears. After hearing Shen Zhaozhao's words, Meng Su turned around from Zhang Tao and Qi Wei and couldn't help but sigh. "There's a power outage here too." It seems that the power outage is a large-scale power outage, not just in residential areas.
The hydropower station may not be able to hold on anymore. I don't know if it will trigger any other chain reactions. But the safety zone in Tao County has been set up.
Their first priority must be to restore power and water supply, and clean up the larger safety area step by step, right? Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "This is Zhang Luanping, and that is Zhou. They are both new interns in the company. Shen Zhaozhao, you printed out 2 contracts and signed them first, and the interns the salary is 8,000 yuan.
Boss, there's no power." Before Shen Zhaozhao could finish speaking, Meng Su directly ordered, "If there is no power, just go and make a handwritten copy. Keep everything simple." Is this what a graduate student of Shanghai University is like?
From now on, your salary will be readjusted, tidy. I think giving you 20,000 yuan a month is too much, and now your salary has been reduced to
10,000 yuan. Hearing Meng Su's scolding, Shen Zhaozhao felt surprisingly at ease and nodded repeatedly.
Then he took Zhang Luanping and Zhou inside and started copying the contract by hand.
Steps are necessary.
By the way, don't forget to give a copy to Qi Wei and Zhang Tao. Just ignore the ID cards and so on.
They have become zombies. From a legal point of view, they are all dead. Meng Su suddenly thought of something. He warned, "There are 2 new employees, one named Zhang Xiaqiu and one named Li Xiang. They are still on the way, so write a copy for them too."
Then, Meng Su stretched.
"Now that I'm back, I can start on my unfinished tasks."
A fierce business war with Wanxiang International caused Wanxiang International to completely collapse after losing 60% of its employees. Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately became murderous, and the fire axe in his hand was already thirsty. As an intelligent talent, Meng Su will naturally use the fire axe to start this business war. The company has now completed all the required procedures and is booming. Now, you can hold a general staff meeting, reorganize the corporate structure, and appoint a president or vice president to carry out corporate management. From now on, you only need to formulate corporate policies and enjoy life. The day when money begets money is coming soon.
After all, have you ever seen a rich person working in a company every day? Trigger task, convene a staff meeting, task reward, chairman experience plus 50, points plus 10, allocable attribute points plus 3.
Looking at the generous mission reward in front of him, Meng Su couldn't help but swallow.
Okay, let's hold a staff meeting. Meng Su did not hesitate and directly chose to have a meeting.
A chairman who does not hold meetings is not a good chairman. So, Meng Su patted Zhang Tao and Qi Wei without hesitation and said, "Let's go in with me for the meeting."
Roar!
Zhang Tao and Qi Wei shook their bodies and roared one after another, as if they didn't understand what Meng Su meant, but Meng Su easily untied the ropes from the two of them, led the two zombies, and walked toward the office. As soon as he entered the office, he saw the three people copying the contract by hand. Meng Su immediately knocked on the wooden door and said to the three people, "Tidy up the conference room and prepare for the meeting."
"Where did we get the conference room?"
Xin Zhaozhao was stunned for a moment. After she looked around, she was a little confused. Zhang Luanping immediately put several desks together, adjusted the chairs, arranged them in rows, and started cleaning.
Meng Su took one look and was very satisfied. Then he heard roars coming from the office next door. He was immediately upset. He picked up an axe and kicked the door open. "Do you have any quality? We are going to have a meeting with you guys. Can't the zombies be quiet?"
After that, he chopped down all the zombies locked in the room of the company next door with one axe.
No quality. Meng Su was dismissive. He hated such unqualified zombies. "Unlike me, I have quality." "What qualities?" "Of course it's physical fitness. Meng Su's current physical fitness is extremely good." It was extremely quiet in the meeting room.
Chairman Meng sat in front of the table, looked around, and was very satisfied.
His employees were sitting in 2 rows. In the row on the left were Xin Zhaozhao, Zhang Luanping, and Zhou Yani.
As for their children, the little girl named Shichi had recovered from her fever and was lying on a temporary bed to rest.
In the row on the right are 2 zombie employees, Zheng Tao and Qi Wei. Just not the same as human employees. The zombie employees were tied tightly to 2 office chairs.
The office chairs looked topsy-turvy, and the 2 zombie employees were still struggling hard, frightening the 3 human employees across from them so that their faces turned pale and they felt somewhat uncomfortable.
"Okay, everyone, be quiet."
Meng Su held a veteran cadre teacup, took a sip of tea, and very calmly stretched out his hand to signal the zombie employees on the right not to make noises to hinder the meeting, and then said, "Our first all-employee representative meeting of peace and order is here.
It's about to start. Is everyone here? I'm not the boss. Our company is just a mess.
You can tell who's not there at a glance."
"Why do you ask so much?"
Xin Zhaozhao complained softly in his heart, but he still stood up vigorously and said to Meng Su, "Report to the boss. There should be 3 people and 4 zombies in this meeting, but there are actually 3 people and 2 zombies.
There are 2, zombie employees absent.
It must be Jiang Xiaqiu and Li Xiang. I know they are still on their way back to the company."
Meng Su nodded,
indicating that he was clear, and then took out 2 pieces of paper from his pocket. One was written on Li Xiang, the other was written on Jiang Xiaqiu, and then Meng Su walked over in person and stood in front of the 2 empty seats. "Put the 2 pieces of paper on the chair. Okay, just pretend that they are here now."
"Good."
Zhang Luanping immediately applauded. "The chairman never forgets every employee, which is worth learning from us."
Xin Zhaozhao also hurriedly applauded.
When Zhou Yani saw this scene, she felt that the world was a little crazy.
"What time has it been? Why are you still playing house here? What's wrong, Ms. Zhou Yani? Do you have any different opinions?" Meng Su said to Zhou Yani cheerfully.
Although Meng Su behaved very pleasantly, in Zhou Yani's eyes, Meng Su's smile was like a devil's smile, which made Zhou Yani tremble subconsciously for a moment, and then she clapped her hands and stammered, "No, without." Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, then looked at the 2 zombies.
Zheng Tao and Qi Wei.
Meng Su felt disgusted when he found the 2 of them sitting here like zombies, motionless.
The leader didn't even applaud when he spoke.
It seemed like these 2 zombies had reached the end of their career. Meng Su slowly returned to his seat, then took another sip of tea, and then said leisurely, "Based on the adjustment of the corporate structure, now the chairman of the board has decided to make the following decisions. The first business group was launched and the sanitation and cleaning department was established. Li Xiang served as the leader of the first team of the sanitation and cleaning department, and his rank was promoted to K3, but he only received a promotion without a salary increase.
Qi Wei and Zheng Tao joined the first team of the sanitation and cleaning department. As a team member, the rank is still K1.
Meng Su said casually, "We will also launch a second business group and set up a communication service department.
Xin Zhaozhao, you will be the leader of the first team, and your rank will be upgraded to K3, the same as Li Xiang.
Then Zhang Luanping, Zhou Yani, the 2 of us will be interns in the Communications Services Department. As for Jiang Xiaqiu, after careful consideration, the chairman thinks that since she has more than 30 billion, I think that since she studied at Harvard University, she should be capable. Then I am going to specially hire her as the group's manager. Executive Vice President, mainly responsible for coordinating the first business group. At the same time, our company must live in harmony and not engage in racial discrimination."
Zombies were once humans. Human employees should not discriminate against zombies, and zombie employees are not allowed to attack humans. If I find out, they will all die.
Meng Su thought deeply and finally decided to make these adjustments.
In fact, there is nothing else.
The main reason why Jiang Xiaqiu was appointed as the vice president is because the vice president has a basic salary, and promotion of other people requires a salary increase. Only Jiang Xiaqiu does not need a salary increase in the first 3 months, so promote her.
After all, they are just zombies. Could it be that zombies can collude with other companies and transfer their property? But thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but feel a headache. These zombie employees actually want wages. No, let everyone judge.
Human beings need wages and can conduct transactions.
He has become a zombie, and he still needs a ball salary? Is it more reasonable to ask for coins than to ask for a salary? Hey, can I give them ghost coins next time?
Suddenly, Meng Su had an idea and thought that there seemed to be a coffin shop nearby, so he decided to go and have a look after the meeting. Get some ghost coins and see if Zhang Tao and Qi Wei take them.
And after hearing Meng Su's words, what else can everyone say? Just applaud and that's it.
After experiencing a series of warm applause, Meng Su raised his hand again with great satisfaction. Okay, our company advocates freedom of speech.
If you have any ideas, please feel free to speak. Boss, there is something I have wanted to ask for a long time. Shen Zhaozhao looked at the 2 zombie colleagues not far away in awe, raised his hands timidly, and asked, what is the main business task of our company? We are sitting here, and it seems that we have nothing to do. After hearing Shen Zhaozhao's words, Meng Su fell into deep thought. You are right.
At this stage, our company is mainly responsible for the 2 sections of communication services and sanitation and cleaning. Simply put, it is outsourcing customer service and cleaning. Of course, we occasionally provide some services in the catering industry and sales industry, but our company does not have these. Meng Su thought for a moment and made a summary. In short, when the zombie employees go out to sweep the floor, they will throw all these corpses out of the building. Otherwise, it will be disgusting to see a broken arm after walking a few steps, and the work of the communication service department is to answer the phone.
When I knock down Wanxiang International upstairs, you can go there to work and answer the phone.
After the meeting, Meng Su decided to paint a pie for Zhang Tao and Qi Wei, asking them to clean up the surrounding area to see how strong it is.
But boss. At this moment, a slender hand was raised timidly, and the untimely voice appeared again. You still haven't said what we are going to do now?
Meng Su glanced and saw that it was Shen Zhaozhao who spoke. Speaking of Shen Zhaozhao, Meng Su remembered something. He looked carefully, and soon, a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of him. Your employee Shen Zhaozhao has helped you complete many work tasks excellently. Your intern clerk career experience +7, current career progress is, intern clerk level 1, 8/20. Then after you hand copy the employment contract, hand copy a labor dispatch contract, and dispatch Zhou Yani and Zhang Luanping to Jianglin Technology Company, Limited, and make a form together.
Meng Su said casually, wait until you finish Wanxiang International upstairs. Ah. But boss, the power is out. Then hand draw it.
Please use your brain, or I will deduct your salary if you ask again.
Meng Su said casually, everyone is fine, so let's go, today's meeting is over. The meeting was vigorous and resolute, showing the style of the chairman.
Next, as long as Wanxiang International is resolved in peace and order or firmly established in Heching City, you can be a hands-off shopkeeper, travel around the world, take your confidant, go to romantic Turkey, Tokyo and Paris together and enjoy a perfect life together.
Task completed, task rating, perfect. Task rewards, chairman experience +50, points +10, distributable attribute points +3.
Seeing the system's words when the task was completed, Meng Su's heart sank. The thing he feared the most happened.
Would the system really issue him a task to travel around the world?
Looking at the employees who started to work one after another, Meng Su grabbed Zhang Tao and Qi Wei with a heavy heart and walked towards the 4th floor door. But soon, Meng Su's eyes became firm.
How can the system be so inconvenient? System, give me some points. All points on agility, give me agility +3. Take Sanjiang and put it on the shelves tomorrow. This book will be available at midnight on March 1st.
Thank you for your support. I want to thank my handsome, elegant, wise, talented, romantic, young, rich, righteous, and gentle male book friends, and my smart, beautiful, charming, smart, gentle, graceful, beautiful, and beautiful female book friends.
Without your support, there would be no book today. Thank you.
If you, dear readers, give me a subscription, you will become the author's brothers and sisters, and get a sincere thank you from the author. If you, dear readers, continue to subscribe to the following chapters, you will be upgraded to the author's beloved relatives and friends, and get a more sincere thank you from the author. If you not only subscribe, but also cast a precious monthly ticket, then I declare that you will become the author's super invincible universe supreme life and death brother, and get a very, very sincere thank you from the author. Thanks. As for the rules of adding more chapters, I won't do it for this book. After all, according to past experience, these things are useless. Even if I say a certain number of first orders and update a certain number of chapters every day, I will slowly abandon it after a while, and even start to give up because I owe more and more and can't pay it back. Instead of this, I think it's better to do my best and try to update more. I can write as much as I can every day, and try to get 10,000 words. In this way, I will be more motivated to write, instead of being bound and worrying every day. As for the first day update, 10,000 words in 5 chapters. However, today's first order should not be very good. Because I will not be recommended on Sanjiang until Sunday, I choose to put it on the shelves on Friday, so I don't get any homepage traffic, but the first order is only temporary. The achievement of this book needs everyone to support Koya. Let me mention the comment again. Everyone should pay attention to the scale of the comment. Sometimes the comment author is not deleted, but it triggers certain keywords and is directly deleted. After the book is put on the shelves, 1 point of fan value will be enabled for comments. This is mainly to prevent some pornographic websites from posting comments. You may not know that a friend of mine clicked on such a website before, and then he was in trouble after saying this. Let's talk about the creation of this book. In fact, the creation of this book was also accidental. It all came from a sudden inspiration during a bus trip. Originally, my new book plan was a historical text of the Ming Dynasty. I had even written 4 or 5 chapters, but the plot advancement was blocked. Therefore, I didn't know what to do for a while, so I wrote a new book. I wanted to change the subject to find ideas, and this book was born. If you have any suggestions for this book, or if you want to participate in any supporting roles, you can leave your opinions or supporting role names here. The requirements for the names of supporting roles are also very simple. Just like a person, I wish you all happiness every year and long happiness every year. The whale returns to the sea. Hello, my name is Zhang Luwenping, this is my lover Zhou Yani, and that is my daughter Zhang Wenqi. Hello brother Zhang and sister Zhou, I am Xin Zhaozhou. I used to work at Tianyu planning upstairs. Later, I was rescued by the chairman. I wonder who you two are. After all, Zhang Luwenping had worked as an HR for a period of time before, so he was relatively clear about some human relationships, and he quickly became familiar with Xin Zhaozhou. They were very happy getting along with each other. Zhou Yani stayed quietly in a corner. Although she was writing something with a ball pen in her hand, all her energy was actually focused on her daughter Zhang Wenqi. Although she was worried about her child's illness and old age, it had no effect. She has been given antipyretics and cold medicine. Although her daughter's condition has improved, she is still a little dazed, sometimes waking up and being confused. This makes Zhou Yani a little worried about whether the child will have any side effects. However, in this doomsday world, there are no doctors at all. Sister Zhou, are you worried about the child? Xin Zhaozhou seemed to notice Zhou Yani's worry, and immediately came over and whispered to Zhou Yani, we still have a few packets of medicine in our office, just let me know if you need it. There is a clinic nearby, and I don't know if the doctor is okay. Son. We are whispering like this. If Director Meng finds out, will it happen? Zhou Yani glanced in awe at Meng Su, who was lecturing the zombie employees outside the door. Her body trembled slightly, and she was very afraid of Meng Su. Yes. I have never seen a human being who can reason with zombies. And this boss seems to be a little crazy, scary, simply too scary. Seeing Zhou Yani's reaction, Xin Zhaozhou also glanced at Meng Su outside, couldn't help but smile softly, and then said, Sister Zhou, don't look at the spirit of the boss, so active, but he is actually a very nice person, at least not. He'll chop us all to death with an axe, and he'll also give us a safe area where we can eat and drink. The reason why we are asked to do some work that is meaningless for now. I guess it is because we are afraid that we will be idle all day long and feel uneasy? I think it is understandable. After all, if the boss is not around, we will always have random thoughts and worries. I feel much better now since I was rescued by my boss. Xin Zhaozhou's voice was very soft, but there were only 3 people in the office, so it naturally reached the ears of others. Faced with Xin Zhaozhou's words, Zhang Luwenping deeply believed it. Meng Su may seem crazy, but he is actually quite a good person. Under Meng Su's protection, he feels warm. After all, if it weren't for Meng Su, he might have been disemboweled by the zombies that caught up with him on the day he left home, leaving his body intact. Actually, Shin Zhaozhao sighed deeply and looked at Meng Su outside, with two little stars twinkling in his eyes. Dong Meng must be under too much pressure, so he is forced to let himself go like this? After all, venting is catharsis. The best way to feel. He has a lot on his shoulders. He is really amazing to be able to fight his way out of such a desperate situation and kill countless zombies. Meng Weiwei, don't need to say anything more. Zhang Luanping nodded in agreement. When Zhou Yani heard this, she also paused and looked at Meng Su. After hearing the words of Shin Zhaozhao and Zhang Luanping, Zhou Yani felt slightly relieved. She also subconsciously looked at Meng Su, who was scolding the zombies outside the door, and suddenly felt that this seemingly crazy chairman didn't seem to be that crazy. Terrible. The light called greatness and the beautiful character called human nature are shining brightly. I asked you two to clean up the body, why do you want to bite it? Eating it clean is also called clean, right? Meng Su, who exuded great brilliance, was holding a fire axe and pointing at Zhang Tao, whose head was bent, quite dissatisfied. Just now, after he understood the desires of Qi Wei and Zhang Tao, he immediately painted them, told them to work hard and have meat to eat, and clean up all the corpses in the area. But what he didn't expect was that as soon as Meng Su's order was given, the former manager Zhang started to take action, planning to eat up the two zombie corpses in the office next door. This scene left Meng Su speechless. He immediately shouted a ban and began to scold severely. Although he has turned into a zombie and is lying on the ground. But Meng Su could not accept the behavior of his employees, such as consuming hair, drinking blood, and cannibalizing human flesh. He is a normal person, but he can't stand this kind of thing. Facing Meng Su's scolding, the two zombies remained silent and worked peacefully. They just stared at Meng Su, as if there was something about Meng Su that attracted them. Not even a roar. Seeing this scene, Meng Su was a little surprised. What is going on with these two zombies? Why are they so quiet? They are so efficient. Qi Wei is even faster and more active than Zhang Tao. And just when Meng Su was sighing, he suddenly discovered that whether it was Qi Wei or Zhang Tao, there was an extra message in their desire box. Desire, evolutionary crystal. Seeing this new desire, Meng Su couldn't help but be stunned. Soon, he realized something, took out the ruby he had taken out from the head of the mutated zombie on the road, and held it in his hand to weigh it carefully. After seeing the ruby in Meng Su's hand, Zhang Tao and Qi Wei couldn't help but get a little agitated, as if the ruby had a great attraction to them. So you want this? Meng Su suddenly realized, and then immediately understood, found a rope, tied the ruby, and hung the ruby behind his back like a fisherman, and then walked in front. Qi Wei and Zhang Tao completely forgot about the 100 favorability, and immediately dragged the corpse and followed Meng Su downstairs. Meng Su was very satisfied, knocked on the door immediately, and said to the office, the three people in the room, after finishing the contract, clean up the office on the right and clean up the hygiene. There is still half a zombie on the left, don't move yet. After that, Meng Su didn't care what Shin Zhaozhao and the others said, and directly took the two zombies to start the moving work. Try to clean up the corpses on the 4th floor. Within 3 days, clean up the entire building and completely transform this area into your own company. Meng Su is quite ambitious. Only after the building is completed can the next work be carried out. That is, we cannot live off the land and develop ourselves. As for food, zombies can starve, but people cannot. We can't always rely on lottery to get food, right? That thing can only be used for emergency, so we still have to rely on ourselves, get some seeds and plant them ourselves, and also collect water resources and other things. Of course, we don't have to be responsible for these things. Let the employees do it. Where can the chairman do it himself? At this stage, what attracts Meng Su's attention the most is that ruby. What on earth is this? Thinking of this, Meng Su gently pinched the gem, but it was not that hard. It felt like a lollipop. If it accidentally fell on it, it would probably break. Such a light thing is a bit mysterious. But Meng Su just likes to get to the bottom of it. P.S. Ask for monthly tickets. As Meng Su's doubtful thoughts arose, an item introduction soon appeared in front of Meng Su's eyes. Primary evolutionary crystal, power type, introduction. The crystal obtained from the genetic training of an alien civilization is produced in living organisms and will be parasitic with living organisms, giving them corresponding evolutionary systems. How to use: chew, swallow with warm water, steam, stir fry, or boil. Please note that this item contains a certain virus. There is currently no way to eliminate the virus. There is a 73.33% chance of contracting the virus after taking it. Please consume it as appropriate.
The probability of contracting the virus is reduced by physical fitness.
Please note that your strength has reached its ultimate peak, and taking this item cannot increase your strength attributes.
Meng Su? After eating this, can you gain strength?
Speaking of this, Meng Su immediately thought of Li Xiang.
Could it be that Li Xiang became a genetic mutant just because he ate this kind of thing? That's not right either. I was 73%, but if it were Li Xiang, it wouldn't be 99%? Does he have such shitty luck? Meng Su couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, it was not Meng Su's turn to think about these things in detail. After all, he now understood one thing. Both Zhang Tao and Qi Wei seemed to be interested in the evolutionary crystal in their hands. Meng Su couldn't help but smile, as if he had found slavery. No, he had found the best way to command his employees. Jia 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 jia. For a moment, Meng Su burst into laughter that did not belong to a positive figure. Upon hearing this laughter, it is guaranteed that he is an elder of the Soul Palace. The leader, Meng Su, was grinning ferociously, while the zombies behind him were following Meng Su ferociously with their corpses between their legs. This scene looks very much like a villain. It can even be said to be enough to stop a baby from crying. He led two zombies all the way to the lobby on the first floor. Meng Su immediately gave instructions, asking Zhang Tao and Qi Wei to throw the zombie corpses out. Then he said seriously, "Okay, let's do it like this. I won't give any instructions anymore. Remember, no biting is allowed. Whoever bites will not get the ruby." Qi Wei and Zhang Tao were dumbfounded, and Meng Su didn't know if they understood, so they went upstairs anyway.
Meng Su stretched himself and slowly returned to the fourth floor, intending to check his work and then go upstairs to solve the problem of Wanxiang International. After all, Meng Su had nothing else to do at the moment. There are still 2 food stall tasks that have not been completed, but Meng Su now has the most critical problem, that is, the food stall is at Li Xiang's place and has not returned yet, so Meng Su cannot complete the remaining 2 fried chicken fillets and fried starch sausage task. The man silently cried and the woman cried. Meng Su sighed deeply, but when he looked at the hard-working zombie employees, he couldn't help but smile. That's fine, the company is thriving. The rest is unimportant. Back in the office, as soon as Meng Su opened the door, he saw 3 employees focusing on him. Then, Shen Zhaozhao said cautiously, "Boss, the contract has been drawn up. All that remains is for you to sign." When Meng Su heard this, he waved his hand and signed his name on it. After everything was done, Meng Su instantly felt as if he was the official boss of an official company. After signing the contract, Meng Su became friendly when he saw the expressions of the 3 employees. He even came to Zhang Luanping's daughter Qiqi. Looking at Zhang Wenqi, who was still a little feverish, he couldn't help being surprised and said to Zhou Yani, "My child, didn't you take medicine? You still don't feel well." Although he no longer had a fever, Meng Su always felt like something was wrong. "Eat, Mr. Meng." Although Shen Zhaozhao had already said something like the brilliance of human nature before, Meng Su's previous performance still gave Zhou Yani a great shock. Therefore, Zhou Yani was still a little in awe of Meng Su, and she hesitated when answering questions. Seeing how embarrassed Zhou Yani was, Meng Su smiled softly. After showing his amiable leadership, he pondered for a moment. When he was about to say something, a line of small gold-plated characters suddenly appeared in front of him. Caring for subordinates is the most important thing for a good chairman. Employees Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yani are dedicated to their daughters. If you can cure their daughter Zhang Wenqi's special mutated inflammation, you will gain 2 loyal employees. At the same time, this special mutated type of inflammation seems to be spreading in a small area. Please keep warm in the near future. Trigger task, caring for subordinates, treating inflammation, task reward, cash plus 50,000, points plus 5, chairman professional experience plus 10, freely assignable attributes plus 0.5. Meng Su? The sudden appearance of the task caught Meng Su off guard. You want me to treat you? I can treat you, right? I can only take Cieli Ting and Montmorillonite powder for stomachache, and drink 999 coldling when I have a cold. You want me to treat the disease? Meng Su was a little confused, but soon Meng Su realized something. There seems to be a special cold medicine in the Points Mall? I don't know if it's useful. Changed. Meng Su did not hesitate and directly chose to exchange. It's not that Meng Su is generous, it's just that the points are meaningful to Meng Su but not that big. The biggest function is the lottery, and there is a high probability of drawing some high-level talents. His company was so remote, and high-level talents would probably come in the form of mutated zombies, so Meng Su was already lying down. Exchange successful.
A simple gilded small word appeared in front of Meng Su.
The next moment, Meng Su felt his pocket sink. He reached out and touched a small bottle of medicine. In response, Meng Su did not hesitate at all. He threw the medicine to Zhou Yani and said to Zhou Yani casually, "I have a buddy who developed a special medicine.
Give it to Chi-Chi. It should get better."
After that, Meng Su stretched and prepared to go out. Seeing this, Shin Zhaozhao hurriedly stood up, tried to clamp his throat, and said to Meng Su very sweetly, "Boss, where are you going?
Do you need me to accompany you?
I have been practicing flyer distribution skills after work these days. I can distribute flyers quickly. I will definitely help you."
Shin Zhaozhao wanted to prove her value.
But she thought carefully, and it seemed that her only value was to help Meng Su distribute flyers, so she immediately stretched out her white and tender hand, wanting to show her value and let Meng Su realize that she was also valuable.
"Not handing out flyers," Meng Su casually said. "Wanxiang International has too many employees.
I'll go upstairs to see Manager Lin and discuss with him to help them cut down on the number of employees."
Shin Zhaozhao? Zhang Luanping? Zhou Yani? Ha!
The three people were stunned at the same time, and Meng Su didn't say much to them. He just went upstairs with the fire axe. He used to be timid and needed to be in position to kill zombies.
Now he strikes hard. All zombies who want to stop him must die.
Meng Su straightened his chest and raised his head, looking proud.
After Meng Su left, the office fell into silence again.
Only the two zombie employees who were responsible for carrying the corpses outside the door made a grunting sound. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yani held the small white bottle of 3-No product in her hand and looked at her husband with a look of help, not knowing what to do. Zhang Luanping was silent for a moment, and said to Zhou Yani, "Use it, Mr. Meng will not harm us, and Chi-Chi is like this, what if it really works?"
Zhou Yani also felt that Meng Su would not harm them.
But Meng Su's past mental state made it hard not to worry.
However,
Zhou Yani took a deep breath, immediately poured out a small 0.25 G tablet, carefully put it to her daughter's mouth, and at the same time took out a small bottle of mineral water from the small bag she carried with her to help her daughter take it. Soon, not long after Zhang Wenqi swallowed the tablet, Zhou Yani was surprised to find that the fever had completely subsided. The daughter's red face also slowly got better.
"Mom!" Zhang Wenqi opened her eyes in a daze. When she saw Zhou Yani, she immediately called her name.
When she saw Zhang Luanping not far away, she blinked her eyes. "Dad is lying.
Dad didn't have plastic surgery at all." Hearing his daughter's words, Zhang Luanping couldn't help crying with joy.
And Zhou Yani was also very excited. Shin Zhaozhao, like an outsider, also sighed deeply. Her parents were far away in her hometown, and now their life and death were unknown. But she was powerless.
But
Shin Zhaozhao discovered something.
According to Sister Zhou and Brother Zhang, for such a tricky cold and fever, Director Meng actually only used a small bottle of medicine to solve the dispute and recovered so quickly?
Thinking of this, Shin Zhaozhao couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, and couldn't help but pick up the small medicine bottle that Zhou Yani put on the table, sniffed it carefully, but didn't find anything unusual, just like the most ordinary small pills.
At this time, Shin Zhaozhao suddenly had a bold idea. Is it possible that the company I joined is the umbrella company?
But soon, Shin Zhaozhao shook his head and overturned this idea.
How is it possible? If it is the umbrella company, it shouldn't be so shabby.
Shin Zhaozhao felt that he was worrying too much.
Maybe Chairman Meng just knew some pharmacology and could prescribe the right medicine?
But thinking of Meng Su, he couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Our Chairman Meng is really amazing.
You are such a good and kind-hearted chairman.
Even if you spend 10 points, you still want to treat the disease of your employee's daughter. I'm crazy about you, I'm crazy about you, I'm going to hit a big wall because of you.
You have not lost your humanity because of points. I am proud of you.
Task rating, super perfect. Get mission rewards, Chairman's professional experience plus 15, points plus 5, cash plus 50,000, and freely allocable attribute points plus 1. It seems that you are not only a good boss who abides by laws and regulations, but also a good capitalist with talent and morality. Congratulations, you have obtained the hidden achievement, talented and moral. Obtain hidden achievement rewards, freely allocable attribute points plus 0.5, cash plus 5,000. Meng Su, who was climbing the stairs, suddenly received a reminder that the task was completed, and immediately nodded with satisfaction, feeling a burst of satisfaction. Great, I didn't expect to get a new mission rating. Super perfect. Not only that, there is another hidden achievement. Great, another achievement completed.
As for why you gave up 10 points, aren't you talking nonsense? The task reward is 5 points, and then 50,000 yuan and experience are given back. Isn't it equivalent to my 5 points being exchanged for 50,000 cash, experience points, and attribute points? Even this fool knows to change it. Everyone says that I am mentally active and very agile. Isn't this right? Reasonable.
Mengsu didn't know how serious it was, but he still chose to allocate his current resources, system, add some points.
Add them all to my spirit.
They always say that I am not mentally normal, but I don't believe it anymore.
I increased my spirit to 20, and still can anyone say I'm abnormal? Although his direct employees didn't say it, the subsidiary company of Xiao Hotpot did, which made Mengsu very unhappy.
Assignment is successful. Your current attribute values are Spirit 12, Physique 13.5, Strength 20, Agility 16.
It's not bad, but my physique and spirit are still lagging behind.
Next time, I'll try to increase my speed first. Mengsu muttered to himself, and then continued upstairs, planning to go to the 11th and 12th floors to discuss the situation with Wanxiang International. In the apocalyptic era, having too many employees in a company is not conducive to the development of the company, especially among the employees of Wanxiang International, most of whom are zombie employees. Chairman Meng is kind-hearted and does not want to see others suffering, so he went upstairs to help solve the problem. Along the stairs, Mengsu opened the door.
Once again, I returned to the 11th floor where I had been frustrated before. The front desk is messy and information is everywhere.
It can be seen that this place has gone through a lot. The last time Mengsu came here, he finished exploring the left-hand side and went to the tea room to bring some snacks. Now he wanted to explore the right-hand side. Mengsu did not hide anything, but 2 zombies immediately discovered Mengsu and rushed towards him roaring, "Ho!"
Zombie, level 0, looking at the levels of the zombies, Mengsu couldn't help but shook his head.
Nowadays, the zombies outside are keeping up with the times, and even level 1 and even mutated zombies have appeared. The zombies in this building are still not making progress, and Mengsu was very sad. Even if Wanxiang International is his current competitor, Mengsu still hates the fact that iron cannot become steel. So, without any hesitation, Mengsu picked up his axe and struck with his axe, instantly splattering blood all over his body.
After the killing, Mengsu went straight to the innermost office.
Before he even knocked on the door, he heard the roars of zombies coming from inside.
Roar! The sound was very loud. Judging from Mengsu's experience last time here, this was Director Lin's office, and Director Lin was inside.
There were bursts of scratching sounds and zombie roars coming from the wooden door, but Mengsu remained unfazed and stood calmly in front of the wooden door of the office. Director Lin on the opposite side said, "Hello, Director Lin, I am Mengsu from the Peace Order Group. I used to work at Jianglin Technology downstairs. About 5 days ago, I came to negotiate with you about the parking issue and wanted you to move your car. You didn't go down to move your car.
Do you remember? There is nothing wrong with me this time. I just want to tell you that your company has a lot of employees. I suggest it is better to lay off some people. By the way, if you are willing, I, Chairman Meng, can let you come to work in our company regardless of the past grudges. What do you think?" Manager Lin inside obviously had no manners. He didn't say a word, he just barked and banged on the door. He seems to have no qualifications. I really don't know how he became a supervisor. This made Mengsu a little upset. He tried to turn the handle to open the door, but found that the door was locked from behind. So, without any hesitation, he directly picked up the fire axe, brought it down, and the door lock opened automatically. Roar! Manager Lin, who was wearing a suit and uniform, popped out instantly and rushed towards Mengsu like a wolf and a tiger. Looking at Manager Lin who rushed towards him, Mengsu couldn't help but shook his head and gave him a blow with the axe, but it was not fatal. He just told him to lie on the ground and not struggle. Then Mengsu walked into the office and looked around at Lin. The manager's office. Good location, leather seats. Mengsu sat on the chair without hesitation, then casually took out a piece of paper on the table and began to write quickly with a pen. Swish, rustle. The writing is green and powerful, showing Chairman Meng's heroism. With a stroke of the pen, Mengsu wrote out a contract for Peace Order Group Company, Limited to adjust the personnel structure for Wanxiang International Company, Limited. The specific meaning is that Wanxiang International paid a sum of money to let Mengsu help them lay off employees. Life should be full of rituals. After writing, Mengsu signed his name without hesitation. After signing, Mengsu picked up the fire axe again, looked at Manager Lin who was struggling on the ground,
and immediately put the handwritten contract in front of Manager Lin. "Come, sign it."
But Manager Lin obviously didn't want to sign it.
Meng Su frowned, and without hesitation, he squatted down, chopped off one of Manager Lin's hands, and then chopped off another finger. He took the finger and dipped it in the blood of Manager Lin, and then signed on the paper with great satisfaction.
"Okay, press the fingerprint. If you don't object, I will take it as your consent."
Manager Lin didn't seem to have any objections, but just cried woo woo wow on the ground, wanting to give Meng Su a warm hug. Meng Su stood up and stomped on Manager Lin's head. Then he walked upstairs in a casual manner. "Manager Lin entrusted me with such an important task.
How can I be unworthy of Manager Lin's friendship?" Although Meng Su didn't know what Manager Lin's name was. But it didn't matter. What mattered was the hunt had begun. Oh no. The layoffs had begun. Meng Su's face showed an intriguing smile. The food can last for a long time. There are still several boxes of fruit in the warehouse. Eat the ones that are easy to rot first, and leave the ones that are easy to store.
On the second floor of the fruit convenience store on the side of the Science and Technology building, the curtains were drawn, and only a little sunlight shone. A man wearing glasses and looking a little thin pushed his glasses, secretly looked around, thinking about the more distant future. This fruit store is not his. When the disaster broke out, he just got off the night shift and came downstairs. His name is Meng Xuanpeng, and he works at Wanxiang International Company. His position is deputy supervisor. Although he is called deputy supervisor, there is a supervisor above him, so he is restricted everywhere. After working a night shift, he just went downstairs and saw a horrible scene. The security guard at the door suddenly fell to the ground and convulsed, and his colleagues behind him also exclaimed.
The next second, it was chaos.
In this chaotic process, Meng Xuanpeng fled hysterically. When he fled all the way to the door of the fruit shop, he was knocked down by a zombie. Just when he was desperate, the owner of the fruit shop, Lao Lu, stepped forward and pushed the zombie away, which saved Meng Xuanpeng's life. The zombie then entangled the owner Lao Lu, but when Lao Lu asked Meng Xuanpeng for help, Meng Xuanpeng did not hesitate to close the door of the fruit shop and moved countless furniture to block the door, and has been holding on until now. During this period, there were many survivors from the building or hiding around who wanted to come here and share the resources here with him.
But they were all killed by Meng Xuanpeng one by one.
And he would also scream. If there were groups of 3 or 5, he would deliberately make some noise to let the zombies find the team of 3 or 5 people and kill them. If there was only one person, Meng Xuanpeng would pretend to be enthusiastic and kill him by surprise.
For Meng Xuanpeng, the resources here are his hope for survival, and he will not allow anyone to plunder. As for breaking the law? Humph, when the rescue arrives, where can they find any evidence to say that they killed people?
I have already fed those corpses to the zombies.
Even
Meng Xuanpeng has been addicted to the pleasure of killing.
Thinking of this, Meng Xuanpeng licked his lips, and a hint of pleasure appeared in his eyes.
In this era of apocalypse and depression, Meng Xuanpeng naturally has to find something to satisfy his psychology. Even Meng Xuanpeng is looking forward to any surviving refugees around him looking for him. Thinking of this, Meng Xuanpeng can't help but look at the location of the Science and Technology building. Today, there have been frequent noises from the original building recently, indicating that there are survivors still entrenched in the Science and Technology building. This made Meng Xuanpeng look forward to it, and even smiled. He wanted to see a good show, so he specially moved a stool and waited for the show to start. In his opinion, the reason why those survivors took action today was mostly to escape from the Science and Technology building. In this way, he will have a good show to watch. While Meng Xuanpeng was waiting for the show to start, he suddenly saw the main door of the Science and Technology building was suddenly pushed open, and 2 stumbling figures walked out.
Stupid, you actually went through the main door, who else will die if you don't?
Seeing this, Meng Xuanpeng immediately sat up straight, and couldn't help but smile contemptuously, but at the same time he hummed a little tune, as if he wanted to see something beautiful happen. He had already imagined the zombies around him rushing up and tearing the 2 people into pieces. However, when the 2 people came out, the zombies around them did not rush up, and even ignored the 2 zombies, still wandering on the street.
Ha! Meng Xuanpeng was stunned. He couldn't believe it.
He couldn't help rubbing his eyes and looked carefully again. He found that everything he saw just now was not an illusion.
What's going on?
Faced with such a scene, Meng Xuanpeng looked at each other, and he soon found that the 2 figures were not the same. They were carrying 2 corpses, walking outside step by step, as if they wanted to abandon the corpses in a faraway area.
How did they do it? Did they smear zombie flesh and blood so that other zombies would mistake them for zombies? This aroused Meng Xuanpeng's curiosity. He couldn't help but pick up his phone, click the camera function, and after zooming in, he immediately saw a scene that made him gasp. The two figures, one had half of his face gnawed off and was drooping on his face, which was terrifying, and the other was even more incredible, with a groove directly on his head, but he was still moving like this, and he didn't seem to feel any discomfort. These two are not human, but zombies. These zombies are actually carrying corpses. For a moment, Meng Xuanpeng was a little creepy. He looked at the Science and Technology Innovation Building with a look of horror. Then, a loud bang startled Meng Xuanpeng. He looked over and found that several zombies had fallen directly from the 12th floor, smashed to pieces, one after another. What's going on? Meng Xuanpeng was dumbfounded and looked over at the 12th floor. But he only saw a bloody figure holding the zombies' collars and throwing them down one by one. He seemed to be mumbling something. Meng Xuanpeng's hair stood up instantly, as if he was on edge. What the hell is this? What happened in this building? Just when Meng Xuanpeng was stunned, he suddenly saw another figure coming from the end of the road. The figure, pulling a small car that seemed to be a food stall, was moving forward steadily. After seeing the food stall, a zombie roared subconsciously, but after realizing that the other party was not a human, he chose to ignore it. But the figure holding the food stall did not let go of the zombie that was roaring at him, and slapped it directly, knocking its head away. The methods are extremely bloody and cruel. Seeing this scene, Meng Xuanpeng's eyelids jumped wildly and his mentality collapsed. What is this? What's going on? Isn't this a little different from the zombie apocalypse I imagined? Don't you have any money? It's okay, I'll treat you to the jumping machine for free. After searching a zombie's pocket, Meng Su politely picked up his collar and threw him downstairs. Throwing objects from high altitude is illegal. But what Meng Su threw was not an object, but a zombie. So it's not illegal. It would be best for him to abide by the law in his life. After arriving on the 12th floor, Meng Su adopted the strategy of Sun Tzu's art of war. One word, hit. So he took a fire axe and fought from the east of the 12th floor to the west of the 12th floor, killing for 3 minutes without even blinking. The speed cannot be said to be unpleasant. The zombies on the 12th floor are very difficult to deal with, and there are 3 of them that have become level 1 ordinary zombies. But for the current Meng Su, there is no difference between level 1 and level 0. As for the zombies who had money in their pockets, Meng Su politely collected money and let them play with the jumping machine. Zombies without money are fine, Meng Su invites them to play. Strive to make them feel at home. Chairman Meng Shumeng will not judge the quality of a zombie based on whether he has money or not, and will treat them equally. But the situation on the 12th floor also gave Meng Su a warning. If the bodyguards in the building become level 1 zombies because they have good physical fitness, then it is obviously different to clean up the level 1 zombies on the 12th floor by yourself. Zombie viruses can evolve. It seems that the building sweeping operation is imminent. Meng Su frowned and determined his action in his mind. All night shift staff of Wanxiang International Company, Limited have been laid off. Wanxiang International has been paralyzed by staff shortages. You will have the following 3 choices. Choice 1, pursue and fight fiercely, dare to offend the chairman's majesty, they must be punished. Continue to work hard to completely eliminate Wanxiang International Company, Limited. Option 2, gradually expand. If you want to become the leader of the service industry, you need a large number of salesmen. If you choose to recruit laid-off Wanxiang International employees, you will get a complete communications service department. Option 3, win-win cooperation. Yu Dao says, no one is a saint, no one can do anything wrong. Wanxiang International has been slightly punished. Next, you can negotiate with Mr. Wang Wuzhang, chairman of Wanxiang International, to achieve win-win cooperation, taking Wanxiang International for his own use. Looking at the 3 options in front of him, Meng Su fell into deep thought. He leaned down and looked downstairs, looking at the zombies who had been thrown out of the window and had fallen into shape. I looked at options 2 and 3 again. You've fallen to your death, can you still cooperate? Meng Su was very calm. Just be direct and tell me to kill, ahem, let me target someone. You chose option 1, keep fighting. As a hero, it is natural to take advantage of the victory and pursue it, kill chickens to scare monkeys, and let everyone in this city know that peace and order must be avenged. You did a great job. Start the second series of tasks, completely eliminate Wanxiang International. Complete the first phase of the mission and receive mission rewards, allocable professional experience plus 15, allocable attribute points plus 1.5, points plus 5,
and cash plus 500,000. Add points, all 1.5 attribute points are added to agility.
As for the experience points, let's keep them for now. Meng Su walked downstairs, thinking in his mind. The remaining employees of Wanxiang International are all in the dormitory building not far away. To be honest, sooner or later there will be a reckoning.
After the first phase of the mission was over, there was no time limit for the second phase of the mission, so he could take a breather. It's just that after completing the first phase and laying off 60% of the staff, the second phase was unexpectedly divided into 3 options. Although Meng Shuman wanted to choose options 2 and 3, but, for some small reasons, 2 and 3 should be it can never be finished. However, the building sweeping operation is imperative. Having the entire 15-story building in his own hands was the most reassuring moment for Meng Su.
But, we still need to take a long-term approach.
Meng Su simply determined the style. Then, Meng Su walked downstairs. Arriving at the stairwell on the 4th floor, Meng Su saw the dull-witted Qi Wei and Zhang Tao carrying zombie corpses. Meng Su took a glance and saw that the owner of the corpse was the fat man who had been in cahoots with manager Zhang before in a suit. He was wearing leather shoes, but his body looked like an elderly zombie corpse that had been stabbed several times. It's Mr. Qi. Seeing this scene, Meng Su was startled, and then said, "It doesn't matter where you throw this little fat guy."
As for Mr. Qi,
"Qi Wei, you can put Mr. Qi in a corner of the underground garage until everything settles, cremate and bury somewhere." Although Mr. Qi is not the boss of his own company, he is usually a kind boss, and he is also Qi Wei's uncle.
Meng Su is not a heartless person.
He still knows how to be grateful. After hearing Meng Su's latest instructions, Qi Wei and Zhang Tao immediately started moving slowly. Qi Wei dragged Mr. Qi's body to the underground garage, while Zhang Tao dragged the body and wandered outside the building. Looking at the speed of these 2 zombies, Meng Su couldn't help but shake his head.
It's a bit like a turtle crawling. Although Meng Su couldn't see the attributes of the 2 of them, based on his own judgment, their current movement speed might be around 35.
Meng Su had seen the speed at which zombies erupted, and the speed was about 1011. When it's eating people, it's as fast as the wind, but when it's time to work, it's as slow as a turtle.
Is going to work so scary? Have even zombies learned to fish?
Meng Su was deeply surprised. But thinking about his previous experiences, Meng Su felt relieved.
Yes, it's like this at work, not to mention zombies. Godzilla is not surprised either. Who wants to go to work?
Just as Meng Su was thinking this, a line of small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. If you want to mobilize the enthusiasm of employees, you can give them promotions and salary increases, Meng Su.
Even with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan, you are still not satisfied, right?
Then these zombies are too greedy. As they went swimming, Meng Shugan was about to lift his feet to the 4th floor, but suddenly found that there was another reminder in front of him. Li Xiang, a K3 employee and leader of the first team of the sanitation and cleaning department of the first business group, has reached the designated position.
Seeing this scene, Meng Su was immediately overjoyed and changed his itinerary without hesitation and chose to go downstairs.
Li Xiang is back, but it does not mean that Li Xiang is a zombie.
But it means that my own food stall is here. When the food stall comes, you can complete the mission of fried chicken tenders. Woohoo!
Meng Su excitedly came to the stairwell between the 1st and 2nd floors and found that Li Xiang was staying here very obediently, followed by a somewhat shabby food stall. Obviously, the food stalls were exhausted from the journey. It was so frustrating.
Meng Su stepped forward and patted it. It worked. Okay. Meng Su was overjoyed, and then gave Li Xiang a thumbs up. Well done, Li Xiang, you are closer to dominating the entire street. I also promoted you to the K3 level and let you be a team leader, but does a team leader stop you? I will give you a task next. Have you seen the 2nd and 3rd floors?
This was originally a canteen, and there were many people eating there, but now they have all turned into zombies. Meng Su paused and continued, your task next is to please all the zombies on the 2nd and 3rd floors away from the building. I don't care what method you use, just throw them out, and throw them as far away as possible.
That's it.
Meng Su figured it out.
As a boss, how can you show up every day?
It's still up to the employees to do it, he just needs to make the most correct decision. Therefore, Meng Su asked Li Xiang to take action and let him deal with the zombies entrenched on the 2nd and 3rd floors. If it is done well, Meng Su will continue to let the zombies go out and clear out all the zombies in the building. He will hold the building in his hands first and then think about killing the zombies.
Of course, Meng Su didn't let them work in vain.
Now Meng Su has an astonishing 1.18 million in funds. Although he has to pay 180,000 in wages every month, if Meng Su wants to promote other employees and raise their salaries, there will be no problem. He will not go bankrupt because of the shortage of capital chain.
Everything is planned.
Li Xiang has already started to act, and Meng Su is also very amiable beside Li Xiang, walking upstairs together. The relationship between the boss and the employees is very harmonious, which is really silent and tearful.
Peace Order Group has ushered in a beautiful day.
Looking at the zombie passing by his safe house, Meng Xuanping stared at him intently without any relaxation. This zombie's head seemed to be hit hard by something like a baseball bat, so that the head was completely sunken, which looked particularly weird.
Meng Xuanping recognized this zombie.
Meng Xuanping had seen him when the boss of the Science and Technology building was in a meeting before.
It seems that his name is
Zhang something, and he is the manager of a company downstairs. After a careful look, Meng Xuanping found that the other party was indeed a zombie, not a human, and was immediately puzzled.
Why would a zombie do these things? Did something happen?
Meng Xuanping thought about it, but he couldn't figure it out.
He followed Zhang Tao's route and finally found that Zhang Tao had come to the alley behind the fruit shop.
There were no zombies in the alley, and he only needed to go to the first floor and open the window to get there. Suddenly, Meng Xuanping had a bold idea.
An idea that made his adrenaline soar and his heart pound.
I want to see what the difference is between this zombie and other zombies.
I am a little dizzy from staying up late.
The author writes the chapters of the next day one day in advance.
Today's 10,000 words were written from the afternoon to the evening of February 29th. I hope everyone can support it. Please vote for the monthly ticket.
Back on the fourth floor, Meng Su found that the fourth floor had completely changed.
The entire fourth floor was very clean, the bodies had been dragged away, and everywhere was full of sanitation and cleaning.
The broken door was still broken, but at least it didn't look so annoying.
Boss. Seeing Meng Su's return, the three people on the scene greeted Meng Su one after another, and Zhou Yani was so excited that she almost knelt down to Meng Su.
Thank you, Mr. Meng, you are the lifesaver of our family.
Woo. Faced with such enthusiasm, Meng Su felt a little uncomfortable for a while, so he waved his hand and encouraged,
okay, if you really want to repay me, then work hard and strive to increase the productivity of our company and become a regular employee as soon as possible.
Zhou Yani nodded repeatedly.
At this moment, Meng Su also heard a timid, crisp, and tender voice, "Hello, Uncle Meng." Meng Su heard this and looked around. He saw a graceful little girl moving the useless materials in the office.
After seeing Meng Su, she greeted Meng Su at her father's instruction.
But it was obvious that the little girl was very afraid of Meng Su. Meng Su could see an emotion called fear in her eyes.
Am I scary?
Meng Su looked at himself. Although his whole body was covered with the blood of the zombies upstairs, putting these things aside, wasn't he handsome? After hearing his daughter Zhang Wenqi's shout, Zhang Luanping's face changed. He quickly pulled his daughter and whispered to her, "What, Uncle Meng? Call Uncle Meng."
Calling Uncle Meng, doesn't that mean that he is older than Mr. Meng? Although he is indeed 12 years older than Mr. Meng is the boss here.
Even if you are over 90 years old, you have to call Mr. Meng brother when you see him.
It's okay, children speak without restraint, I can understand.
Meng Su said with a smile, it seems that this special medicine is quite useful. Damn, if there is no doomsday, just the special medicine for colds is enough to make a fortune. After all, colds are an incurable disease, you can only wait for self-healing, and there is no way to completely cure them. The so-called treatment of colds is actually just to relieve the complications and discomfort caused by colds. And this thing in his points mall can really cure colds and fevers directly. Meng Su can't imagine how shocked the world will be if he takes out this bottle of medicine.
Of course, it's useless now.
It's the end of the world, and the special medicine for colds is useless. If you take out a special medicine or vaccine for zombie viruses, you will be the real savior of mankind. Meng Su nodded slightly, went to the bathroom first, took a look at the tap water in large and small basins, and took a basin without hesitation to wash his face and hands, and cleaned the fire axe by the way. After that, he walked out openly, touched Zhang Wenqi's little head with a smile, and laughed, okay, little girl, study hard, you are the future of Peace Order. Meng Dong stroked my head, and I was working overtime. Chairman Meng of Peace Order Group just appointed Zhang Wenqi, who will join Peace Order without an interview in the future, and will start working overtime directly. Zhang Wenqi, the little girl who was touched on the head by Meng Su, was so scared that she dared not move. A layer of mist appeared in her eyes, as if she would make
A piercing sound like a kettle boiling water in the next second.
Seeing this scene, Zhang Luanping's face turned pale, and he immediately stepped forward and racked his brains to think of a sentence. Meng Dong, children are afraid of strangers, children nowadays are really too introverted. Meng Su shook his head, sighed, and then said, we still need to exercise more. The future of our peace order cannot be introverted. Yes, yes. Zhou Yani and Zhang Luanping nodded quickly, indicating that they would definitely follow Chairman Meng's instructions. Meng Su was very satisfied. He soon found that the team leader Shin Zhaozhao came up to him very attentively and nodded to Meng Su, saying, Mr. Meng, these are the documents that were sorted out some time ago. What do you think we should do with them? After that, Shin Zhaozhao held a thick stack of forms and showed them to Meng Su. His big eyes were watery and he seemed to want to get Meng Su's praise. Seeing this, Meng Su nodded casually and continued, these things, piled up with other waste, can be used for burning when the weather gets cold.
Shin Zhaozhao?
She was a little confused. She worked diligently for 3 or 4 days, and the content of her work was actually used to burn fire?
Okay, our company is just starting out, so we need to keep everything simple.
After we clean up the 4th floor, we'll work hard to clean up the other floors. Your colleague, Li Xiang, the leader of the first team of the sanitation department, has already started cleaning up the zombies that have occupied the 2nd and 3rd floors. I believe that within a week, Li Xiang will be able to clean up the entire building. Meng Su raised his hand to prevent Shin Zhaozhao, who was confused, from responding, and continued, however, the labor dispatch contract with Jianglin Technology Company, Limited must continue later. This chairman will personally conduct a unique fried chicken strips session.
All employees, prepare your change and get ready to eat.
As soon as Meng Su finished speaking, Zhang Luanping immediately applauded and cheered loudly.
No matter what he said, just cheer him on. Meng Su was very satisfied with Zhang Luanping's attitude.
He felt like an ancient emperor looking at the treacherous villains around him. He was very satisfied. Just as he was about to say something, a line of small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of him. Please note that your employee Zhang Tao, a member of the first group of the sanitation department, died in an accident at work. You need to pay a one-time compensation of 20 times the per capita disposable income of urban residents in the last quarter as a one-time work-related death allowance, and you also need to compensate 6 months of per capita disposable income as funeral expenses. You need to pay a total of 1.14 million yuan in compensation.
Meng Su? How much? Say it again? Meng Su was stunned.
On the one hand, it was because his employee, former Jianglin Technology Company, Limited manager Zhang, and current employee Zhang Tao, died. On the other hand, it was because of this compensation. No, I only paid 1.18 million in total, and I paid it all in one go?
Why didn't anyone tell me that employees have to pay compensation when they die?
It was detected that the employee was not a human being, and the species was relatively strange. After the system ruled, only 1/3 of the compensation for human employees was paid, a total of 380,000 yuan. Because your group lacks a legal department, it is impossible to make a defense ruling. Equipped with a full-time legal department or legal advisor, the amount of compensation will be reduced when layoffs or employee claims are made or the company infringes on rights. Although this is not illegal, it is a very unethical behavior. Chairman Meng spoke out for justice and accepted the compensation for employees who died at work. He is a conscientious chairman.
Your conscience will never hurt. I would like to call you a conscientious pioneer. You have obtained a hidden achievement, Conscience Pioneer. Achievement rewards, cash plus 100,000, distributable attribute points plus 0.5.
Seeing this, Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief.
Compared with 1.14 million, 380,000 is more acceptable to Meng Su.
But after accepting it, a wave of anger rose in Meng Su's heart.
What happened? Why did Zhang Tao die? Who killed Zhang Tao? Oh, I killed him. Who killed Zhang Tao after the zombie? Although he got the achievement reward, Meng Su's expression became visibly cold. It seems that the next time an employee is about to die, he will fire him first. Even if it is N+1 compensation, it is cheaper than the death compensation. Looking at Meng Su, who suddenly became cold, Zhang Luanping, who was applauding, immediately observed his expression and stopped his actions. His heart skipped a beat and he immediately began to recall whether there was anything wrong with his behavior just now. It seems that there is nothing wrong. Then why did the chairman suddenly change his face? Just as Zhang Luanping was thinking, he heard Meng Su's heavy voice. Just now, I got a message, a sad news. Hearing Meng Su's words, everyone's eyes were all focused. One of my employees, an outstanding employee, died while working, died outside.
Meng Su was extremely sad and murderous. Although Zhang Tao was not a good thing before he became a zombie. After becoming a zombie, he was lazy at work.
However, the 380,000 yuan must be paid. He was very sympathetic.
If Zhang Tao was killed by a mutant zombie, he must make him look good. Of course, if it was a human who killed unconsciously, then Meng Su would make a judgment at his discretion and might let him pay and let him go. After all, Meng Su still understood his position. Good people are greater than zombie employees, bad guys are less than zombie employees. Well, bad guys are also less than zombies.
Zhang Tao. He is an old man in our company.
He has been working diligently in the department since the first day of our company's establishment. Even before the company was founded, he was already my right-hand man. When I was the weakest, he and Chi Wei accompanied me to distribute flyers.
Meng Su said sadly, now he died outside, I am very sad. Who killed him?
Meng Su's questioning voice was loud and clear, and Shen Zhaozhao subconsciously answered after hearing it, Rebel Su. Suddenly, everyone around looked at Shen Zhaozhao, and Shen Zhaozhao blushed and quietly shrank back. Now, pull the car up from the stairwell.
There are 2 bags of fried chicken strips under the car. Fry them in a pan. There are 200 pieces in total. No one is allowed to eat them secretly. If anyone eats them secretly, I will kill him.
Meng Su held the fire axe in his hand, murderous, ready to stop Li Xiang and Chi Wei's cleaning work directly, go out to investigate the cause of Zhang Tao's death, and take revenge. I and the staff of the sanitation department are going on a long trip. You should be careful and don't go to other floors. It's dangerous, dangerous, dangerous. After that, Meng Su left the wrench to Zhang Luanping for self-defense and went downstairs aggressively.
Awakened, hunting time. My employees, only I can kill.
Meng Su left gracefully, leaving the employees with only the word shock. Uncle Meng, so scary. After a long time, Zhang Wenqi was the first to speak, breaking the silence on the 4th floor. Zhang Wenqi's eyes were full of fear and tears, and she seemed to be extremely afraid of Meng Su. Meng Su's murderous temperament, erratic thinking, and crazy behavior due to system tasks, let alone children, even a normal person can't help but feel frightened. Zhou heard this and quickly pulled Zhang Wenqi over with a reproachful look, and said to Zhang Wenqi very seriously, Uncle Meng saved your life, you can't do this. Former Zhou, this boss is a lunatic, and we must find a way to run away before he goes crazy.
Now Zhou, the boss's mental thinking is extremely active, and he will definitely lead us to become bigger and stronger and survive the end of the world safely.
She had seen too many of Meng Su's wonderful ideas. She felt that Meng Su was like a Doraemon or Mickey Mouse, always able to come up with some unexpected and wonderful tools. Zhang Luanping and Shen Zhaozhao looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. While breathing a sigh of relief, a sense of security quickly rose around them.
Chairman Meng even went to seek justice for the accidental death of a zombie employee.
It seemed that as long as she did not violate the company's rules and regulations and respected the boss, the chairman would not do anything to her.
Even Zhang Luanping thought a little far-reaching.
He glanced at his wife Zhou Yani and daughter Zhang Wenqi beside him, and felt relieved. If he died while performing certain tasks of the company,
he also believed that Meng Su would definitely give his family better treatment.
At least, it would not be like what he saw in TV dramas, movies and novels, making them a burden and discarding them like old shoes.
Shen Zhaozhao also worked harder. What regrets would there be in following such a boss in the end of the world? Roar!
A zombie rushed out of the cafeteria on the 2nd floor, took a fancy to Meng Su, and planned to treat Meng Su as today's dinner. But Meng Su was in a bad mood, and didn't even want to be polite with this zombie.
He just chopped it down with an axe, splitting it in half. Meng Su was in a bad mood.
He just lost all the money that he couldn't save in 5 years before the end of the world, which made this stingy, frugal chairman angry.
Of course, this doesn't really matter. The main thing is that the employees were killed. Peace order was reduced in staff at its inception. Isn't this too much of a disregard for peace order?
The so-called Southern Vietnam killed the Han envoy and slaughtered it into 9 counties.
The King of Wan killed the Han envoy and the first county was built in the north. North Korea killed the Han envoy and was immediately killed.
Peace order is just a company, but Meng Su was responsible for every employee. Although for the peace order group, losing Zhang Tao is like not being able to find chopsticks when drinking water, it is basically irrelevant. But this is related to the hearts of the people and zombies of the peace order group.
This matter must be resolved. Add points, add agility. Meng Su said angrily, adding the attribute points he had just achieved to agility.
In this way, Meng Su's agility attribute was successfully increased to 18 points, close to the human limit. To put it another way, Meng Su can be said to have exchanged 280,000 cash for 0.5 attribute points this time. But Meng Su still felt itchy and felt that he would not be happy if he didn't kill something. Li Xiang and Qi Wei had already gathered and followed Meng Su with sharp eyes. Meng Su gave them a salary increase. Each of them increased by 3,000 yuan, and those who performed outstandingly in this business trip would have the opportunity to get a large red gemstone personally presented by Meng Su. Therefore, Meng Su could see with his naked eyes that Qi Wei and Li Xiang were a little impatient. Meng Su came to the lobby on the first floor and looked at the zombies wandering in front of the glass door. Meng Su snorted coldly and immediately ordered Li Xiang and Qi Wei, "Open the way in front." Roar! Li Xiang did not hesitate and rushed out with a roar. Although Qi Wei also walked out, she was still too slow. Obviously, Li Xiang was very eager for the evolution crystal, much more eager than Qi Wei. Meng Su took a deep breath and looked at Li Xiang, who was dispersing the zombies. Meng Su nodded silently, indicating that Li Xiang did a good job. But there were too many zombies at the door. Meng Su decided to go through the underground garage and take a detour. Go lightly and figure out the situation first. Zhang Tao, although your position in the entire peace order group is insignificant. But I will definitely avenge you. Meng Su's eyes became firm, and the fire axe in his hand seemed to be transformed into an indestructible weapon at this moment. No different from ordinary zombies. What went wrong? In an empty room on the second floor of the fruit shop, two bodies were disemboweled. Meng Xuanping held a fruit knife in his hand, and was puzzled by the blood on the ground. He looked at the two bodies. One was the body of the shop owner, Lao Lu, and the other was a very strange zombie body in Meng Xuanping's opinion. The shop owner, or the former shop owner, Lao Lu, turned into a zombie and wandered around the door of the shop after saving Meng Xuanping, often knocking on the door, and seemed to be obsessed with the fruit shop. On the second day, Meng Xuanping used a trick to let a survivor who wanted to seek his protection hack Lao Lu to death. The survivor was full of hope, and watched the survivor being eaten by the zombies rushing in. Therefore, Lao Lu's body has been at the door of the fruit shop. And the strange zombie was even simpler. Meng Xuanping ambushed on the side with a stick, and when the zombie threw the body, he went up and hit him with a stick, and directly smashed his head with force. The zombie's head was not very hard, so although Meng Xuanping was not strong, he successfully killed the zombie. After killing this strange zombie, Meng Xuanping led the other zombies away and dragged Lao Lu's body in. He compared the two zombies, but still couldn't figure it out. He didn't know what the difference was. There is no significant difference. This zombie can carry corpses? Meng Xuanping pushed his glasses, feeling very confused, and couldn't think about it. His education level was not very high, but he had studied medicine. Although he did not pass any exams and did not work in the hospital, he became the deputy director of the customer service company with his ability. But after all, he still had some basics, and his anatomy was not bad, so after a wave of analysis, he did not find any big problems. He did not even find the virus. He had no idea what was going on. Alas! Meng Xuanping sighed deeply, then returned to the bathroom, washed his hands with the water he had stored earlier, and planned to clean up the place. After all, 2 corpses here are disgusting enough. And he has a lot of water resources, and the mineral water in the fruit shop alone can support him for 2 or 3 months. In Meng Xuanping's imagination, 2 or 3 months is enough to support him until the army comes to rescue him. But just when Meng Xuanping was about to clean up, he suddenly heard a series of dong 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 knocks on the door. Ha! Meng Xuanping was stunned. Because the knocking sound was very unusual, unlike the chaotic sound of zombies knocking on the door, this time the sound was very rhythmic and undulating. It seemed that a human was knocking on the door. Meng Xuanping frowned, and a strange look appeared on his face. What's the situation? Meng Xuanping has seen a lot of survivors coming for help. After all, this is one of the few places with supplies nearby, and it is normal for survivors to come here. But, knock on the door from the main door? Is this reasonable? You know, although the street near the main door is relatively small, there are also several zombies wandering around. Normal teams of 3 or 4 people dare not break through from the front. Why would someone knock on the door from the main door? Meng Xuanping was very puzzled, and immediately walked out of the toilet and looked downstairs through the glass on the second floor. You don't know until you see it, you will be shocked. The zombies that were originally wandering at the door of the fruit shop are now lying on the ground, motionless, and reddish-brown liquid is gurgling out.
The zombies were all solved, and silently? Meng Shuanpeng was shocked and swallowed nervously.
He looked downstairs and suddenly saw a green-haired man. In addition to the green-haired man, there was also a petite girl.
Of course, neither of them attracted Meng Shuanpeng's attention. What really made Meng Shuanpeng pay attention was the man who was knocking on the door very politely.
He was wearing a red down jacket and looked quite sunny and cheerful, but Meng Shuanpeng's perspective made it difficult to see his face.
For a moment, Meng Shuanpeng was a little confused and didn't know how to deal with it.
But at this moment, the sunny and cheerful boy downstairs seemed to sense something, and suddenly raised his head and looked at him.
The four eyes met.
Meng Shuanpeng and the sunny and cheerful boy looked at each other.
In an instant, Meng Shuanpeng felt a chill on his back. He felt as if he was in an endless grassland and encountered a ferocious beast. Although the beast was warm and gentle, the endless murderous intent hidden behind its eyes really made people's backs cold. Even, a trace of cold sweat oozed out of Meng Shuanpeng's forehead. What is he doing here? The two guys behind him don't seem to be human. Could he be the one who ordered the special zombie? Who can order zombies, a superpower, and a superpower who controls zombies? For a moment, thousands of thoughts surged in Meng Shuanpeng's mind. He took a deep breath, held a glimmer of luck, slightly opened a window, and said to the sunny and handsome boy downstairs, "My friend, are you here to collect supplies? We can exchange. I have apples here. Do you want apples? Apples are easy to store fruits."
In the end times, especially in the environment of power outages, Meng Shuanpeng thinks that the other party is most likely in need.
He is also betting that this survivor is a good person who can reason.
If it is reasonable, even if I kill the zombies he raised, I can use ignorance to prevaricate.
Even. Meng Shuanpeng took a deep breath. He was still willing to be a dog for the other party. After hearing Meng Shuanpeng's words, a resolute voice suddenly came from downstairs. Apple? I don't need apple. Ha? Meng Shuanpeng didn't understand what this meant for a moment.
Then, Meng Shuanpeng heard a firm voice from below. Support domestic products, I only use domestic mobile phones.
Meng Shuanpeng? Are you sick?
This is a fruit store, not a mobile phone store.
Could the apple I'm talking about be that apple?
The thing that Meng Su was most worried about happened. There were humans at the place where the employees were killed.
Helpless. Meng Su was a reasonable person. If humans killed their employees without knowing it, Meng Su would not kill them for their employees, right? Meng Su has a very positive outlook, so he won't care about anything. But this is a fruit shop, it's not that simple.
The company's top management decided in a meeting that you will replace Zhang Tao's work, and move all the supplies in the fruit shop, as compensation for Zhang Tao.
What? When did the company's top management hold a meeting to decide? What a joke.
At present, the vice president is not here, and the only top management in the company is the chairman Meng Su. Chairman Meng just held a small meeting in his mind to decide.
Who has any objections? Meng Su did this for the good of others. After all, it is better to follow Brother Meng than to fight alone. As long as you have a skill, even if you don't know anything, Brother Meng can arrange a suitable position for you. Even if you die unfortunately, Brother Meng will give you some compensation. Although you can't spend it. That's right. Zhang Tao is dead, who will get his compensation? Will the system take kickbacks? Employees' compensation is also taken as kickbacks. Are you still a human being? Oh, you are not a human being. Meng Su was heartbroken.
Seeing that the man upstairs was still hesitating, Meng Su thought about it and felt that maybe the tiger didn't show its power and thought he was Hello Kitty. However, just when Meng Su was about to communicate with the means of non-violence and non-cooperation, he heard a clanging sound from upstairs. He looked closely and soon a sweaty man with glasses came to Meng Su and began to unlock the door for Meng Su. Although they were both men with glasses, the feeling Meng Su gave was completely different from Kong Weijin who he had met before. Kong Weijin gave Meng Su a sense of erudition, while he only gave Meng Su a cold and vicious feeling, as if a poisonous snake appeared in front of him. This feeling made Meng Su very uncomfortable. However, this feeling seems to be something that Meng Su has sensed after strengthening his spirit. In the past, Meng Su would never have noticed it. Therefore, the moment he looked into the eyes of the man with glasses, he became alert. The man with glasses was sweating profusely and kept apologizing to Meng Su. "I'm sorry, brother. The current situation is turbulent and I am a little too nervous, so I have to do this. Please forgive me. Did you come out of the Science and Technology building?" "Me too. I am Meng Shuanpeng, the night shift deputy supervisor of Wanxiang International. What's your name?" "My name is Meng Su." Meng Su looked around and smelled a strong smell of blood in the fruit shop.
Ha! Brother, your surname is also Meng?
Ha, what a coincidence, we may have been from the same family 500 years ago. Meng Xuanpeng was stiffly trying to get close to Meng Su, as if he wanted to use the same surname to bring them closer. However, Meng Su did not listen carefully to the communication with Meng Xuanpeng. He looked over and began to check Meng Xuanpeng's information.
Profession, corporate executive, level 3, profession, psychologically twisted killer, level 3, can be upgraded to level 4 after killing 4 more people, Meng Su?
This was the first time Meng Su saw such a profession, and he understood a lot in an instant. It seems that he has come to the right place. Meng Su smiled slightly and saw Meng Xuanpeng open the door. The moment Meng Xuanpeng opened the door, Meng Su didn't say much nonsense and kicked it directly. Meng Su now has 20 points of strength and 18 points of agility.
Although Meng Xuanpeng had been prepared, he had no room to play under Meng Su's superhuman physique. He was directly kicked over by Meng Su, and even felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if several ribs were kicked over by Meng Su. Without hesitation, Meng Su took the lead and went to the fruit shop. He accused Meng Xuanpeng, "How dare you kill my people? Tell me, did you kill Lao Lu from the fruit shop?"
There was only one fruit shop near the Kechuang building.
Meng Su knew that the owner of this shop was Lao Lu.
Now Lao Lu is gone, and a guy from Wanxiang International has come, and he is a perverted killer.
I don't need to say more about where Lao Lu went, right?
After saying that, Meng Su looked around. There was splashed red blood on the wall, and there were some scattered pieces of meat at the corner.
There was also a bloodstain that seemed to be dragged to the alley outside.
Meng Xuanpeng seemed to want to explain something, but Meng Su didn't give him a chance to explain, and gave Li Xiang a look.
Li Xiang understood and wanted to eat Meng Xuanpeng.
Seeing this, Meng Su kicked Li Xiang lightly and said, "Next time, if you don't understand the look, don't act rashly.
I mean, you stay here and watch this kid, don't let him run around."
Roar! The confused zombie Li Xiang roared, and it was unknown whether he understood it or not, but Meng Su's mission order was issued. Meng Xuanpeng now felt a rusty sweetness in his throat, and blood appeared at the corners of his mouth. He only felt a burning pain on his body, and couldn't help lying on the ground wailing. He had no idea what happened, why he was suddenly kicked down. What made him even more horrified was that as long as he raised his head, he could see 2 pairs of eyes staring at him, as if they were looking at a feast. That's right, Li Xiang and Qi Wei have already arrived at the door at this moment. They are staring at Meng Xuanpeng, just like the black people in the beautiful country's slave era who saw fried chicken. Their eyes are straight. If it weren't for the farmer, if it weren't for Chairman Meng Su's death order, they would have swarmed up and chewed it all up for Meng Xuanpeng. Meng Xuanpeng regrets it now and is deeply despairing in his mind.
If I had known this, why would I provoke that special zombie?
Desperate to despair, Meng Su had already walked around the alley and immediately saw the devoured corpse with bones exposed. It was completely out of shape, and the flesh and blood were severely torn. Upon closer inspection, there were actually 3 or 4 of them, and it was obvious that they were humans and not zombies. And there is a high probability that they were abandoned here after death. Otherwise, if they are bitten by zombies, they will quickly transform into zombies of the same kind. It seems that there is nothing wrong with the system's judgment.
This is indeed the case for this man named Meng.
Meng Su snorted coldly, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, without any hesitation, Meng Su turned around and returned to the fruit shop. Looking at Meng Xuanpeng, who was lying on the ground and vomiting blood, Meng Su scolded, "You only use 2 words for touching the scene in deep affection, you beast. You don't deserve the last name either."
Meng? After that, Meng Su didn't say anything else. He went upstairs without hesitation and found the place where the employee died.
He opened the door and saw the scene of Zheng Tao being dismembered. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, closed the door, and opened the door again.
"Hurry downstairs. 2 can explain." Meng Xuanpeng felt the strong death threat and was immediately horrified. He shouted to Meng Su, "I am doing this to protect myself." "To protect myself, brother? I am willing to work as a bull for you, Grandpa.
Spare me this time, grandfather."
In order to survive, he will do whatever it takes.
Although his ribs may have been broken, Meng Xuanpeng still endured the discomfort, climbed up, and kowtowed to Meng Su to beg for mercy. Seeing this, Meng Su snorted coldly and said mercilessly, "You can remain silent, but every word you say will become your last words." Hearing this, Meng Xuanpeng was completely panicked, but soon Meng Su said calmly, "But who hasn't made mistakes?
Well, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you can beat this green guy, you can survive."
After saying that, Meng Su patted Li Xiang's shoulder and said nothing. Then, Meng Su calmly took Qi Wei to the warehouse to move fruits and resources. I have to say, this fruit shop has quite a lot of resources. Meng Su's mood improved slightly. The mission of avenging Zhang Tao was completed. Although the system did not issue a mission to him, it was a mission from the bottom of his heart and no reward was needed. My employees, I decide. There was a wailing sound from downstairs, and a line of small gold-plated characters appeared in front of Meng Su's eyes. Vulgar. Shallow. This is not what a qualified civilized person should do. You brutally beat Mr. Meng Xuanping, Deputy Night Shift Supervisor of Vientiane International Company, Limited. Now he is extremely angry, and his hatred for you is as continuous as a torrential river. Meng Xuanping's hatred towards you favorability 100. The system is ashamed of your speed in causing trouble, and strongly recommends that you complete what a traditional company should do as soon as possible and set up a legal department. Trigger task, form a legal department. Task requirements, hire a legal team of at least 3 lawyers, and at least 1 lawyer must have a lawyer level of 5. Task rewards, chairman experience plus 50, group influence plus 10, cash plus 500,000, allocable attribute points plus 1, allocable professional experience plus 3, points plus 5. Reminder, after hiring a lawyer, you will be exempted from a certain amount of fines. For example, if an employee is injured, disabled, or dies while working, the lawyer from the legal department will reduce a certain amount of the penalty based on the lawyer's level. Suddenly small guilt characters appeared, and accompanied by a constant stream of screams in his ears, Meng Su immediately fell into deep thought. That's right. It seems that I really need a legal department. It's not for anything else, it's just that if the employee dies, the compensation will be smaller. Although the system has certified him as a conscience pioneer, as the old saying goes, conscience cannot be eaten. If the company goes bankrupt, who will be responsible for it? Thinking of this, Meng Su felt that it was imperative to hire several lawyers. Not for anything else, just for the sake of the zombie employees. After all, the mortality rate of zombie employees is indeed a bit high. If you are not careful, you may be killed by survivors outside. It would be fine if he was a survivor like the beast downstairs. Meng Su could avenge his employees. But if they are just ordinary survivors, if ordinary survivors are killed for revenge of zombie employees, the impact will be somewhat bad. And more importantly, at the same price, Meng Su feels that human employees are actually worth more than zombie employees. After all, human employees can think and don't have to draw the cake. They draw the cake themselves and then work. Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately thought of a lawyer. Legal pioneer, lawyer Zhang Wei from the law firm upstairs. As we all know, Mr. Meng Su, chairman of Peace Order, and lawyer Zhang Wei are old friends. Meng Su often helped lawyer Zhang Wei distribute leaflets, and lawyer Zhang Wei often helped Meng Su handle some legal issues. The two of them maintained a personal friendship for a long time and had a wide acquaintance. It's just a pity that this kind of personal relationship only maintains at the level of spiritual communication. Chairman Meng and lawyer Zhang Wei have never met each other. This is a pity. But it doesn't matter. Since this task was given, Meng Su will visit lawyer Zhang Wei when he returns to the building and recruit him into the group's legal department. After a pause, Meng Su took inventory of the supplies here. 7 boxes of apples, as well as fruits that are not easy to preserve, such as cherries and strawberries. In addition, what surprised Meng Su was several boxes of mineral water and cigarettes and alcohol. Although this is a fruit store, how can a fruit store only sell fruit? Qi Wei, don't move the fruit. I'll give you the cart, and you are responsible for moving the mineral water back. Meng Su turned around and used the painting cake tactic to give instructions to Qi Wei. Although the system suggested that Meng Su paint cakes every 3 days, Meng Su did not accept the system's suggestion. System? He knows nothing about employees, he is just a sender. I have a ruby in my hand, which is the treasure that zombies will flock to. I can use it however I want. When Qi Wei heard this, half of her delicate face revealed a look of desire, and Meng Su looked closely and felt something was wrong. The half of Qi Wei's face that was bitten seemed to grow slowly. But it was still half hanging on her face. Occupation, zombie, cleaner, position, member of the first group of the sanitation and cleaning department of the first business group of Peace and Order, K1 level 1, Meng Su was suddenly surprised to find that Qi Wei's zombie level had risen and reached level 1. Qi Wei didn't eat people during this period. It seems that she didn't do anything, so how could she upgrade? Meng Su was a little confused. But it doesn't matter, upgrading is a good thing. Chi Wei began to drag the cart and went downstairs sluggishly, with stiff steps, while Meng Su turned around, confirmed the supplies, and went downstairs again. Downstairs, it was over. Meng Su gave Meng Xuanping a chance for the sake of their surname Meng. Unfortunately, he didn't seize the opportunity and fought against Li Xiang alone, but was unfortunately killed by Li Xiang's super zombie. Meng Su didn't know what kind of torture Meng Xuanping had suffered, but now he had become a zombie with one eye blind. It seemed that the blind eye was forcibly squeezed out by some external force. Roar! Meng Xuanping roared angrily when he saw Meng Su, but did not move forward. It can be seen that Meng Xuanping's zombie is a little different from other zombies. Meng Su couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. Okay, you have guts. After that, Meng Su continued, it just so happens that the company is short of a dog downstairs, come and work with me. I officially appoint you as the dog of the security department of Peace Order Company, with a rank of deputy dog and a monthly salary of 8,000. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement. Meng Su actually didn't want to give a penny, but employees had to pay, so he had no choice. Zhang Tao left the peaceful order forever, but the lack of a laborer naturally had to be filled by Meng Xuanpeng. Talent Meng Xuanpeng discovered, the system detected that the host had a strong desire to hire. The system's gilded small characters appeared in front of Meng Su, and Meng Su nodded very calmly. It was not until the words hired successfully appeared that Meng Su was satisfied, and then he said, go upstairs, kneel down and carry Zhang Tao out, find an open space to bury him, put up a sign, and I will personally attend Zhang Tao's funeral later. Although Zhang Tao made Meng Su work overtime every day when he was a manager. But after he became a zombie, at least he died for the cause of the peaceful order. As the chairman, Meng Su chose to forgive. As for fruits and the like, I dare not let zombies move them. What if the virus is accidentally injected? During the special time in March, there will be a few days when this chapter will not be displayed. Everyone should pay attention not to say excessive words. The plot of the 2 days of listing is stuck in the transition chapter. The protagonist is reorganizing the company. Try to make it as interesting as possible. The final update is confirmed, with 10,000 words updated every day, divided into 3 chapters of 3,000 words, 3,000 words, and 4,000 words. The fruit shop is not too close to the science and technology building, nor is it far away. Meng Su was strong enough, so he also dragged a small cart, dragged a few boxes of fruit, and returned the same way. There are still many zombies around. Meng Su was very low-key. He took a safer road when he came. Li Xiang was responsible for clearing the way. Any zombies who didn't have eyes were slapped to death by Li Xiang. Li Xiang, a mutant zombie, is quite capable and has no rivals in fighting zombies. Meng Su felt a little regretful. It would be great if the senior talent bodyguard could be used by himself. Soon, Meng Su returned to the science and technology building and saw that Chi Wei had dragged the water back. The difference was that it was scattered. Meng Su immediately shook his head and said, Chi Wei, you continue to clean up the zombies on the 2nd and 3rd floors for the task that your group didn't complete last time. Although the zombies work slowly, at least they are still working. Chi Wei is not powerful enough, but ordinary zombies will not attack Chi Wei actively, and Chi Wei does not need to be killed by them. She only needs to lead them out and lead them to a relatively far place. Let them consume slowly. As for Li Xiang, Meng Su calmly ordered, Li Xiang, you stand by at the staircase on the 3rd floor. If there is a zombie that does not follow the designated route, you will kill him. Before, I was timid when I drew cakes, but now I draw cakes and hit hard. It is best to do it once every 3 days? I do it 30 times a day. Bored? Then I won't give you the evolution crystal. Meng Su found that this evolution crystal is really a good thing, just like the carrot hanging on the head of the donkey pulling the mill. Just give him hope. As for whether he can eat it or not, it depends on whether he can get the second one. It seems that I still have to pick some mutant zombies to kill. 1 evolution crystal is too few. I will feel more confident if I have 2. Meng Su thought silently in his heart, and went upstairs at the same time, intending to ask others to go downstairs to move the fruit. These grapes, strawberries and the like need to be eaten early, otherwise they will rot easily. It needs to be solved quickly. Boss, you are back. As soon as Meng Su arrived on the 4th floor, Shin Zhaozhao came up to him and said to Meng Su cheerfully, the 200 fried chicken strips you requested have been fried. By the way, in order to keep them warm, they are constantly poured with hot oil. It was Zhang Luwenping's idea to pour hot oil on them. But considering that Shin Zhaozhao was the team leader, Zhang Luwenping gave full play to his workplace energy and gave the credit to Shin Zhaozhao. Shin Zhaozhao was a newcomer in the workplace and was not so experienced. While taking credit for Meng Su, he said, "I did it with Brother Zhang, Sister Zhou, and Xiao Qiqi." Brother Zhang came up with the idea. "Boss, our department is capable, right?" Then, Shin Zhaozhao proudly puffed out her chest, exposing her flat figure, her eyes full of expectation, and a look of "hurry up and praise us." "Not bad, great." Meng Su reluctantly praised Shin Zhaozhao. At this moment, Meng Su suddenly heard Zhang Luanping cough twice. Shin Zhaozhao immediately thought of something and his expression became sad. "Meng Dong, we heard about the death of Zhang Tao, a good colleague of the first business group. We are very sad. This is a little gift from our group. I hope that the deceased colleague Zhang Tao will like it." After that, Zhang Wenqi behind him stepped forward timidly with a look of awe and presented 7,000 paper cranes. Seeing this scene, Meng Su was stunned, and then smiled and said, "Zhang Tao will definitely be happy. I just went downstairs to help him get revenge. At the same time, I also recruited a new employee. I arranged him to be a dog in the security department. I don't usually go upstairs." Meng Su was very relieved. The scene of employees getting along harmoniously is really good. And at this moment, Zhou Yani glanced at Zhang Luanping and seemed to give Zhang Luanping a look of "You are really awesome." Zhang Luanping was very calm. He felt that he had done nothing, he just blended into this atmosphere. Everyone thinks that Mr. Meng is mentally ill, which is ridiculous. Mr. Meng is just thinking ahead. As long as you follow Mr. Meng's thinking logic, you will never make mistakes. Since you are so thoughtful, let's do this. Meng Su took a deep breath and said to them, "There are water resources and fruits downstairs, you go down and move them. Li Xiang is watching over them, don't worry, he won't attack you. As for your 1,000 paper cranes, when I bury Zhang Tao, I will tell him about your thoughts and let him thank you in your dreams." Forget about the dream. Shin Zhaozhao thought of Zhang Tao's head that had been twisted and deformed, and shuddered, and his smile was stiff. And the little girl Zhang Wenqi was so scared that her face turned pale, and the cold seemed to be coming again. "Each of you has 5 fried chicken strips. Eat them up as soon as possible. The cost will be deducted from your salary." Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but smile slightly, and then took the initiative to point out, "Shin Zhaozhao, come with me and take the remaining fried chicken strips." "Okay, boss." Although Shin Zhaozhao looked a little ugly, he still nodded obediently, took the folder and the bag of remaining fried chicken strips, and followed Meng Su. Just like the secretary beside the chairman, Shin Zhaozhao has not experienced the cruelty of the end of the world outside. After all, she was trapped in the toilet at the beginning of the end of the world, and then was rescued by Meng Su. Then she enjoyed life in the company, and basically didn't know the situation outside. After listening to Zhou Yani and Zhang Luanping's words, he was more determined than before. Must hold Meng Su's thighs tightly. Shin Zhaozhao clenched his fists and followed Meng Su closely. Passing a few floors, there were faint roars of zombies inside, which made Shin Zhaozhao unconsciously tug at the corner of Meng Su's clothes, but soon her smile became a little stiff. Meng Su's clothes were truly bloody, and Shin Zhaozhao could draw a handful of blood from them. Shin Zhaozhao was even more frightened. Meng Su was very calm. As he went upstairs, he said to Shin Zhaozhao, "You are going to draw up a contract. It doesn't need to be too complicated. It's just a formality. Just say that you want to hire Lawyer Zhang to work in our company's legal department." "Lawyer Zhang? Hasn't Lawyer Zhang turned into a zombie long ago?" A trace of doubt arose in Shin Zhaozhao's heart, but it quickly disappeared. "It's just a zombie employee. There are many zombie colleagues in our company, so it's no big deal." Shin Zhaozhao nodded in agreement, and while thinking about how to write an employment contract, he began to follow Meng Su. Soon, the two arrived at the 13th floor. The 13th floor was still so messy. No one touched the cash that Meng Su had pressed in front of the door. However, after hearing Meng Su's arrival, there was a rapid knock on the door from behind the office. Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but smile. He took 2 steps forward, knocked on the door of the office, and shouted into the office, "Is Lawyer Zhang here? I'm here to ask a few questions and talk to you about changing jobs." "Ho!" Lawyer Zhang didn't answer, only roared. Meng Su ignored it and just dragged an office chair to sit down. Then he said to the office door, "Lawyer Zhang, if someone is sentenced to death but cannot go on the day of execution, can he entrust a lawyer to go? I refuse the death penalty. If it's a lethal injection, how long will it take before I can drink? By the way, there is another real thing that I encountered on the road. I hit someone with my car and couldn't find where he flew to. I can consider him a hit and run. I can find him back to compensate for the scratches and repairs on my car. Fee?
Shin Zhaozhao looked at Meng Su with strange eyes, but before she could think of anything, Meng Su suddenly smiled. Hey, I'm kidding you, why would I ask such a question? Hearing Meng Su say this, Shin Zhaozhao breathed a sigh of relief. I knew why my boss would ask such an incomprehensible question. I thought my boss was a normal person. Shin Zhaozhao was thinking in her mind, but she obviously forgot one thing: normal people would not consult a zombie about legal issues. But at this moment, Shin Zhaozhao heard Meng Su's concerned inquiry again. Lawyer Zhang, the next thing I'm most concerned about is that my employees work more than 8 hours a day and violate the labor law. I can confiscate the employees' illegal gain? Shin Zhaozhao? Shin Zhaozhao was obviously stunned. She didn't expect Chairman Meng's heart to be so vicious. He is simply a capitalist. A boss like you should be hanged from a street lamp. Wait a minute, in an apocalyptic environment, it seems that it doesn't matter if you work overtime without being paid. That's okay. Meng Su seemed to sense Shin Zhaozhao's Sichuan opera expression, and couldn't help but look back. Then when he saw that the door to the office was not open, he immediately sighed deeply. Isn't this too rude? Meng Su was disappointed. He and Lawyer Zhang have a heart-to-heart connection and can be said to have been friends for a long time. But Lawyer Zhang kept the door closed to him. This is already my 3rd time here. Even if it was Zhuge Liang, he should have invited him out after 3 visits to the thatched cottage, right? Since you are unwilling, then I can only use coercive means. Meng Su made a quick decision, picked up the fire axe, pointed it at the door handle of the office, and hit it with a blow, destroying the wood and causing wood chips to fly. Roar! Lawyer Zhang Wei, wearing a suit and ties, rushed out of the office, baring his teeth and claws, as if he wanted to kill Meng Su. Occupation, zombie, level 0. The moment Meng Su saw Lawyer Zhang Wei's career, his brain shut down for a moment. Etc. Is Lawyer Zhang Wei who turned into a zombie still a lawyer? The next moment, Meng Su did not hesitate. He directly picked up the axe and knocked Lawyer Zhang Wei to the ground without causing death. Then he picked up a stool without hesitation, pressed it on Lawyer Zhang Wei, and fell into the trap. Confusion and contemplation. Forget it, let's recruit first. Meng Shuxin gritted his teeth and immediately chose to recruit. Lawyer Zhang, you have a better future if you work with me. You can't use your talents in this broken law firm. Come to us for peace and order, this is the place future. The talent Zhang Wei was found, and it was detected that the host has a strong desire to hire. Do you want to hire him? According to system calculations, hiring Zhang Wei requires a monthly salary of at least 30,000 yuan. Due to the detection that Zhang Wei is currently working as the chief legal officer of Zhang Wei Law Firm, if you don't refuse, I'll take it as you agree. After the classic inquiry, Meng Su's eyes immediately appeared again with small gilded characters. Zhang Wei's refusal intention has not been detected. You have successfully recruited new employees. The number of employees has increased. The current number of employees is 8. Your current total monthly salary expenditure is 225,000 yuan. Please see the employee list for details. After seeing this line of fine print, Meng Su immediately saw that Lawyer Zhang Wei had new attributes. Occupation, zombie, level 0, lawyer, level 4, position, employee of the legal department of the First Business Group of Peace Order Group, K1 level. Seeing this scene, Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it works. But then there's a whole new problem. That is. Meng Su looked at the zombies struggling under the chair, and Meng Su fell into deep thought. How to calm down this zombie and stop being so manic and showing signs of attack on anyone. Can painting a cake be done? Meng Su thought for a while and started a series of attempts to tame the zombie employees. This experiment is quite valuable. Once you can learn from Lawyer Zhang Wei's experience in taming zombie employees, you can recruit zombie employees at will in the future instead of having to consider zombie employees with a favorability score of 100. One small step forward, one big step for the company. Here are 5 chicken fillets. Meng Su held the stool with one hand, pressing Lawyer Zhang Wei under it, and stretched his other hand towards Shin Zhaozhao behind him. Shin Zhaozhao immediately understood and handed out 5 chicken fillets. After taking the fried chicken fillet, Meng Su did not hesitate and stuffed it directly into Lawyer Zhang's mouth. Lawyer Zhang, come and eat chicken fillet. Our company pays most attention to the welfare of employees. Think about it, in a post-apocalyptic environment, come on. How many companies are so powerful that they treat their employees to fried chicken tenders? After that, Meng Su shouted to Shin Zhaozhao, take back the money pressed at the door. There is no need to consider whether Lawyer Zhang Wei has money in his pocket. Anyway, he paid him a lot of consulting fees in the first 2 times he came. He must be rich. Shin Zhaozhao immediately complied.
After doing so, Meng Su began to have a headache. Lawyer Zhang Wei, as long as you don't move now, I will give you a promotion and a salary increase. By the way, I have a red evolution crystal baby. Do you want it? If you want it, just be obedient. Meng Su took action and used huabing. Roar. Painting cakes is somewhat useful, but it doesn't seem to be very useful. Seeing that the painting cake had no effect, Meng Su took a deep breath and showed a charming smile to Lawyer Zhang. If you don't eat the toast, you will be fined. Zhang Wei, don't blame me. Since painting is useless, Meng Su has no choice but to use special means to reduce his favorability to 100. Based on previous experience, the best way to reduce favorability is beaten. Beat him up hard. As soon as he thought this, Meng Su put the fire axe on the ground, picked up an incense burner on the table, and quickly threw it at Zhang Wei's head. Do you listen to me? Do you listen to me or not? Obey me. The incense burner was smashed over and over again. Meng Su restrained his strength and tried to look as gentlemanly as possible. Xin Zhaozhao on the side was already dumbfounded. His eyes were full of fear. Ah? Is this how Chairman Meng originally recruited zombie employees? Xin Zhaozhao swallowed and felt unprecedented fear. She thought of half of Qi Wei's face and the deformed head of the late employee Zhang Tao. At this moment, she looked at Meng Su, who was almost crazy. For a moment, Xin Zhaozhao felt a chill go down his spine. The end of the world is so scary, I want to go home. She originally thought she had adapted, but now it seems that she's simply not used to it. Everyone, please stop what you are doing. This is Lawyer Zhang, our future employee in the legal department. If you have any legal questions in the future, you can come to him. With a rosy complexion, Meng Su appeared in front of all the employees, holding Lawyer Zhang Wei, and gave a brief introduction. Lawyer Zhang will definitely tell you everything he knows. Everyone applauds and welcomes him. After saying that, Meng Su took the lead in applauding. Several other employees followed suit. However, their clapping sounds sounded forced. It's not because he has any criticism about Meng Su's dominance, but because Zhang Luanping took a deep breath and looked at the inhuman zombie standing behind Meng Su, feeling deeply surprised. Lawyer Zhang Wei is now in an extremely miserable state. He seems to have been hit hard. His whole head has changed, especially his forehead. There is a deep groove, which looks like he was struck by something hard. Hit a piece. If it were a human being, he would probably be confused at this moment. But the zombies were okay, nothing happened to the zombies. Zhang Wenqi was frightened and cried again, and Zhou Yani also turned pale. Although Zhou Yani knew Meng Su's identity as a good guy, the behavioral logic and methods of this good guy were too terrifying. He was even more monster than a monster and looked scarier than a zombie. Compared with Meng Su, the zombies wandering outside have turned into little white rabbits that are harmless to humans and animals. Zhang Luanping was thinking about the implications of having a lawyer join the company team, and how he should deal with the questions that Director Meng might raise next. But Zhou Yani was keenly aware of a blind spot. That was Xin Zhaozhao, who was following Meng Su. His face was not very good today, and even the hand holding the fried chicken fillet bag was trembling. What happened to her? Zhou Yani was a little confused. She guessed that Xin Zhaozhao must have seen something incredible outside, so he had such a panic expression. A look of reshaping one's outlook on life. As for Xin Zhaozhao, he felt heavy. After all, for Xin Zhaozhao, her outlook on life has indeed been reshaped. Just 10 minutes ago, she learned how Chairman Meng recruited zombie employees. The specific process and steps are also very simple. Disagree? Then hit him until he agrees. And while beating him, he also shouted insults. That's scolding, TSK, 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 that's so dirty. Questions like, Lawyer Zhang, I am just like you, and I don't know anything about it. Can I become a lawyer? And in the process of being beaten and insulted, Meng Dong also let out jia 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 laughter from time to time. With this scene, he looked like a perverted murderer. Xin Zhaozhao looked a little scared, and his face turned pale with fear. After calling for more than 10 minutes, Lawyer Zhang finally hired a lawyer. He admitted that it was his problem and was willing to become an employee of the legal department of the first business group of the Peace Order Group. He also took the initiative to cut his salary and get 10,000 yuan a month. Salary. After that, Chairman Meng forcibly pressed the zombie's fingers of Lawyer Zhang, took his fingerprints, and signed the deed of sale. It's so terrifying. Anyone else would be scared if he came here. However, Xin Zhaozhao will keep all this in mind and will never reveal this company's top secret. Let her bear all this pain alone. Loyal. Sincerity. Thinking of this, Shen Zhaozhao's hands finally stopped shaking and his eyes became determined. Meng Su, on the other hand, did not understand or want to understand Shen Zhaozhao's inner changes at all. After all, recruiting zombie employees through special means is basically your own unique skill. Even if others want to learn, they simply can't. Meng Su had no intention of hiding it. He is in a good mood now because he can see the attributes of lawyer Zhang Wei. Name, Zhang Wei, occupation, zombie, level 0, lawyer, level 4, position, legal specialist of the legal department of the first business group of Peace Order Group, K1 level, function, when Zhang Wei is in the company, any legal compensation related expenses can be reduced by 5%. Monthly salary, 12,000. Meng Su was still very satisfied with Zhang Wei. Not only because he can reduce the compensation by 5%, but more importantly because after his peaceful relationship, lawyer Zhang Wei voluntarily reduced his salary from 30,000 per month to 12,000 per month. He is really a model for the company and worthy of it. He is the person he has been friends with for a long time. Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder, and said seriously to Zhang Wei, "Do a good job. The position of director of the first business group is still vacant. I think you have a great future." Lawyer Zhang roared feebly, looking at Meng Su full of horror and fear. Such a human expression can be said to be very rare to appear on a zombie. Okay, now that lawyer Zhang has finished talking about it, the whole company has to take action. Let's go to the underground garage and go to the fruit shop to carry the fruit. The company ordered many boxes of apples there. Isn't it appropriate to put them in the fruit shop? Move back to the company as soon as possible and become the company's property. Meng Su spoke calmly and decided to launch the first formal mobilization of the company. This mobilization will require a lot of employees. And it's very dangerous. Although the underground garage and the roads along the way have been cleaned up by Meng Su, he is not afraid of 10,000, just in case. If one human employee dies. Meng Su didn't dare to think about what would happen to his newly founded company. But you can't just do nothing, right? Set off. After hearing Meng Su's order, everyone had no objections. After all, we have already made preparations. Living in this apocalyptic environment, who can do nothing every day? Whether it is for survival or for hope, you must contribute your own strength to make yourself grounded. Facing the mobilized employees, Meng Su expressed great satisfaction and then said, "Let's go." So, Feng Huahua and his group headed to the underground garage. Also came with fried chicken tenders. Meng Su had not forgotten his mission, so he promoted fried chicken tenders along the way. As soon as he arrived on the third floor, Meng Su bumped into Li Xiang, who was guarding the place, and Qi Wei, who had finished carrying the body. They looked directly at Meng Su, with unconcealable heat in their eyes. It was obvious that they had a desire for Meng Su. Seeing this scene, the human employees couldn't help but be stunned. At the same time, they also looked at Meng Su, quite worried. Are the enslaved zombies going to riot? Zhang Luanping thought to himself. When Meng Su saw this scene, he was very calm. He knew why Qi Wei and Li Xiang looked at him, it was just for the evolution crystal. But, when did he say that he would pay them evolution crystals? What he said at the beginning was clearly, there is a chance. Do you understand what it means to have a chance? Meng Su glanced at the time, and it happened to be noon. He immediately nodded with satisfaction, and then said earnestly to Li Xiang and Qi Wei, "Li Xiang, Qi Wei, your team's contribution this time is very great. According to this book, according to the chairman's judgment, your contribution has reached 99.9%. If you complete another 0.1% of the contribution, you will be able to get the ruby. Are you excited? Go to work, don't be stunned." Hearing Meng Su's words, the two zombies roared immediately. They seemed a little unwilling, but they still went to work. Facing Meng Su's words, Zhang Luanping, Zhou Yani and Shen Zhaozhao looked at Meng Su at the same time, with an incredible look in their eyes. Zombies. Why can I understand people's speech? So, when we communicate with our zombie colleagues, can they hear us? Is Chairman Meng really crazy, or is he as wise as a fool or as righteous as a madman? In fact, when he usually talks to zombies, he doesn't just talk nonsense, but he is genuine? Suddenly, a doubt arose in the minds of the three of them, and they felt completely confused as to what the zombies were. Meng Su was very satisfied with the success of his cake painting skills. Since becoming the LV1 level chairman, Meng Su feels that his painting skills have become more and more proficient. This evolutionary crystal can be used for at least a week. What? Aren't their contributions already 99.9%? Ha, you are still too naive. Meng Su studied with an outstanding senior and learned advanced techniques from him. Although your contribution has already reached 99.9%, if you want to reach the last 0.1%, you still need to go through 4 levels of steps: 0.01%, gold coins, diamonds, accelerator cards, and redemption cards. Halfway through the 4 levels of steps, yours may appear. Gold coins / diamonds / acceleration cards / exchange cards were stolen by rats in this step. Want to exchange your contribution for evolutionary crystals? Yeah, let's live in the next life. Only when I want to give can I succeed. Although he has only been the boss of the company for a few days, Meng Su has perfectly transformed from an employee to a chairman. Because you have been caught in the rain, do you want to hold an umbrella for zombies? Wrong, just because you have been exposed to the rain, you want to let the zombies know that becoming a zombie also requires you to go through the night and day mode, so you can get exposed to the rain. Stupid, useless zombies, obey my orders. The corners of Meng Su's mouth raised slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. Humph, stupid zombie. Faced with the abominable exploitation by the capitalists, Zombie Li Xiang and Zombie Chi Wei remained ignorant. They were still working hard and even restrained their zombie nature and did not choose to prey on the human employees under Meng Su. Zombies do not eat people and work hard, so zombies are good. Meng Su was very cunning in deceiving zombies. Meng Su is bad. After seeing the zombies sent away by him, Meng Su nodded with great satisfaction, and then called on other employees to move on. Let's move on to the fruits. You can take whatever you want, you're welcome. If an employee dies, in addition to the company's one-time death benefit, the fruit store that was at fault for causing the employee's death must also pay corresponding penalties. Therefore, it is legal for the Peace and Order group to empty out the fruit shop. Hope everyone knows. It was a safe journey. There were still zombies outside, but Chairman Meng was kind-hearted and acted decisively. The employees of the first business group around him also took active actions and successfully protected the safety of the fruit transport team, allowing this batch of fruits to return safely to the Science and Technology Innovation Building. In addition, this operation was also very successful, and about 30 boxes of mineral water and many breads were transported back. Although I don't know why these appeared in the fruit store, it doesn't matter. The Peace Order group is enough to digest these things. After moving the fruit, Meng Su went to the grassland on the way. Looking at the buried Zhang Tao, Meng Su couldn't help but feel a lot of emotion. If it weren't for Manager Zhang's personal appointment, I might still be scolded by the counselor as a dog in school. Of course, there's nothing wrong with being a dog, but coming to the company to be exploited by capitalists is more open to me. Unexpectedly, with the passage of time, I have become an outstanding entrepreneur in the city, and Manager Zhang has left us forever. This is really a sad story. Meng Su mourned for a while, personally placed the paper cranes folded by employees in front of Zhang Tao's grave, and wrote an epitaph for him. Although you are not a good person, you died for the company after all. We will always remember you, Zhang Tao, from the sanitation department of the first business group. However, everyone seemed to see that Meng Su had written the word Tao wrong, writing it as Tao. But no one spoke. Zhang Luanping even started to flatter him, saying that Chairman Meng's calligraphy level was first class, and he was willing to pay 100,000 yuan to buy a copy of Chairman Meng's authentic works for collection. In response, Shen Zhaozhao looked down on him, and then joined the army of buying authentic works. There was no way, she wanted to improve too much. However, Meng Su did not advocate such things, and strongly rejected their alternative bribery, and hinted that if they really wanted to express something, they could invite them for tea and dinner after receiving their salary. According to the current situation, floors 25 and 11-13 have been cleaned up by me, and the only floors where zombies are wandering are floors 610 and 14 and 15. After almost moving all the fruits, Meng Su looked at the happy employees and thought to himself. The first step of the company is to bring all the science and technology buildings under its command. This plan should not be a big problem, and you don't even have to do it yourself. Li Xiang, Qi Wei, Meng Xuanping will do it, and even Zhang Wei, the lawyer in the legal department, will do it. It's not a difficult thing to get the zombies out of the building. Then we need to determine the current situation. First, the use of these 15 floors. The 15th floor will be used as the chairman's office for the chairman's use. The 14th floor is used to store food and goods. The entire floor is used for this, which should be very easy. The 13th floor is used as an employee rest area. It used to be Zhang Wei's law firm. The law firm is relatively rich and the decoration is good. The 12th to 10th floors are the work area. I haven't decided what specific work to do yet. Anyway, it has to be done.
The floors below the 10th floor are temporarily vacant. Meng Su plans to arrange zombie employees to wander around on the first and second floors. First, it can be a defensive buffer. Once someone wants to come, Meng Su can get an alarm immediately. Another point is to comfort the hearts of ordinary employees,
lest they look at their zombie colleagues every day, be frightened, and finally develop some mental illness, and they will have to pay some mental damages, which is not worth the loss. For now, Meng Su feels that he has three most important tasks. The first is to clean up the Science and Technology Innovation Building. The second is to eliminate Wanxiang International's market share in the market and completely shut down Wanxiang International. The third is to find two other lawyers. After determining all the strategies, Meng Su took a deep breath, looked at the human employees, and then casually said, according to the plan, we need to make some adjustments at present. Meng Su talked freely and told his ideas. The employees looked at each other in bewilderment when they heard this. No way? Wouldn't it be exhausting to move so much water, fruit, and food to the 14th floor? But this was Meng Su's order. Although they were unwilling, they could only applaud and praise the chairman for his wisdom and bravery. But it's not necessary for the time being. Next, I will take action to clean up all the zombies on the other floors. Meng Su spoke lightly, as if he was ready for what was to come. Strive to make the entire building a part of our company when the sun rises tomorrow. Good. Zhang Luanping applauded first, and the applause was thunderous for a while. Meng Su was very satisfied. He picked up the bag of fried chicken strips and walked with a vigorous step, shouting the slogan, "Action." This action will completely solve the problem of unsaleable fried chicken strips. When everyone heard Meng Su say this, they were stunned for a while. Seeing them in a daze, Meng Su was also a little confused. By the way, do you have any questions? Fried chicken strips are a big deal related to the improvement of my experience points, so I can't be careless. No, it's okay. Xin Zhaozhao spoke first. The framework that Chairman Meng just said was so normal that everyone almost thought Chairman Meng was a normal person. Now think about it carefully, how can a normal person still think about developing a company when the world is about to end? Could it be? Xin Zhaozhao suddenly felt a thump in his heart. Are we starting to get weird too? It's finally safe. Sitting in the rickety bus, Wang Yuan felt deeply tired. He looked around and even wanted to burst into tears. There were about a dozen people on the bus, and there were soldiers at the front and back holding steel guns, alert to the surroundings for zombies that might pounce on them. These soldiers gave Wen Yuan a great sense of security and made him feel like he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Wen Yuan, Deputy Dean of the School of Architecture of Nanjiang University and Senior Engineer of Hauda Real Estate, is only in his 30s and has already become a famous architect in Huqing City. However, no matter how famous an architect is, he is not worth mentioning in front of zombies. Zombies will not bite you less just because you are an architect. In order to make it easier to go to work, Wen Yuan's temporary residence is in a community at the junction of Tao County and Qingnan District. For the past 6 days, he has been on tenterhooks every day, worrying whether zombies will break in, tear himself into pieces, and feast on them. But fortunately, rescue came. Everything will be fine. Everyone on the bus was crying with joy, and there were convulsions. Wen Yuan also had a sore nose and wanted to cry, but he stopped. He believes that when he reaches the safe area, he will be entrusted with important tasks. Post-disaster reconstruction work is an architect's specialty. Wen Yuan was in a good mood. He glanced around the car and saw that the neighbors who were rescued with him were mostly teachers and staff from the same university and some residents living nearby. Wen Yuan couldn't help but feel relieved that there was only one stranger in the car. The person is a young man sitting in the seat behind him. This young man looks gentle and gentle. Just looking at him makes people feel elegant and easygoing, and it is easy to like him. Seeing Wen Yuan looking at him, the young man also smiled slightly, returned his expression, and said to Wen Yuan very enthusiastically, "Hello, Dean Wen, I am Chen Bin, a sophomore in our School of Architecture. Student, I took your open class not long ago, and your understanding of agricultural architecture simply amazed me." Hello. Wen Yuan was flattered. He never thought that this was a student from his own college. He was even more delighted. "Do you live around here too? Why have I never seen you before?" "Dean Wen, I don't live near here." Chen Bin shook his head, showed a kind smile to Wen Yuan, and stretched out his hand. Wen Yuan didn't know why, so he stretched out his hand to shake hands with Chen Bin. Before Wen Yuan could finish asking, he heard Chen Bin continue, "I came here specifically to find you." Wen Yuan couldn't help but be stunned. but soon he felt a huge force coming from his palm, and a crackling sound came from his right hand. It seems like the bones have been crushed.
Ah! Wen Yuan couldn't help but scream.
This scream instantly attracted the attention of the soldier standing guard in front.
The soldier immediately noticed something strange and immediately stepped forward and shouted, "What's wrong?"
Shenbin turned a blind eye to the soldiers who were walking quickly, and just stared coldly at Wen Yuan with a distorted expression, and said word by word, "Dean, if you don't stay at home and wait for death, what are you doing here?
You don't know, Zhao, how did the dean die?"
With so much knowledge of agricultural architecture, it would be difficult to implement the grand plan of purifying the world if you didn't die. Wen Yuan was in constant pain and felt as if his hand was about to be broken. At this moment, the soldier had arrived in front of Chen Bin. Before the soldier could speak, Chen Bin suddenly moved, let go of Wen Yuan, quickly missed the soldier, and ran towards the bus driver.
"What are you going to do?" The soldier couldn't help being shocked and quickly raised his gun.
Seeing that Chen Bin seemed to want to attack the bus driver, he pulled the trigger without hesitation.
Bang! Bang!
2 consecutive bullets hit Chen Bin accurately, and 2 bloody flowers exploded on Chen Bin's body, instantly tearing open his skin and flesh.
But Chen Bin just staggered and didn't stop at all. He came to the bus driver in an instant.
In the astonished expression of the bus driver, he punched out, which directly hit the bus driver's head and blood flowed, and even broke the bus driver's head.
The side of the bus.
Immediately afterwards, Chen Bin resisted the bullet again and twisted the steering wheel hard.
The bus lost control in an instant. For a moment, the entire carriage seemed to be upside down, rolling violently to the side.
Damn it! The powerful routine instantly threw the soldier who fired the latest shot away, but Chen Bin actually resisted 3 bullets and still had nothing wrong with him. He wiped the blood on his face and climbed out of the carriage. One of them climbed out of the bus in embarrassment, raised his gun without hesitation, pointed it at Chen Bin, and started shooting. If you encounter someone with antisocial abilities, kill them quickly.
This is an order given by superiors before departure. He had been retired for many years and didn't know why.
He thought it was new regulations and similar code names, but now he knows what the reason is. With one blast of fire, Chen Bin was beaten into a sieve and fell to the ground in an instant, with blood flowing out. Before the soldier could relax, he suddenly saw Chen Bin, who had fallen down, stand up again.
But it is different from before.
His eyes were red and shiny. A lot of saliva drooled from the corner of his mouth, and at the same time, a violent roar broke out.
Roar! After being shot, Chen Bin turned into a zombie.
The soldier was stunned by this incredible scene, and Chen Bin, who had turned into a zombie, had already rushed towards the soldier.
The flames were venting wantonly, but the zombie's body was strangely hard, and it attacked the soldier with bullets. Damn, what kind of monster is this?
And just as the chaos was in full swing, Wen Yuan, whose hand was broken, crawled out of the ruins in a daze, terrified. He looked at the terrifying zombie behind him, his eyes were full of fear, and he ran towards the alley in a panic. He didn't know where to go, but he had only one idea.
Run! Run quickly! There are guys like that again. Where did these guys who claim to be the chosen ones come from? What is this so-called lord?
In the safety zone of Tao County, Hucheng City, General Director Lu Song sat in front of his chair, feeling inexplicably irritated. He received another report that the soldiers and buses sent to the School of Architecture had been wiped out. Among them, the dean of the School of Architecture, Zhao Tingyu, who was required to be rescued, was confirmed dead, and the whereabouts of the vice dean Wen Yuan were unknown. Only a few of the remaining teachers were escorted to the safety zone. This is not the first vicious attack.
These days, such situations often occur in the safety zone.
Suddenly, a patrolling soldier disappeared, and the security line that was suddenly established was inexplicably opened, and countless zombies poured in.
In the center of the safety zone, several zombies appeared inexplicably.
Although they did not get any intelligence, according to the instructions of the Self-Help Committee of Shangfeng City, the capital of Nanjiang Province, they successfully captured an antisocial participant alive. He said something about the so-called master. According to him, this zombie crisis is a test brought by the master to mankind. Only humans who have passed the test and those chosen by the master are new humans, leading mankind to a better future under the support of the master.
The rest of the humans who failed to withstand the test are inferior products and will be eliminated.
In addition, they will perform sacrifices regularly. The so-called sacrificial ceremony is killing. Humans are cruelly killed and sacrificed to the master in the form of feeding zombies.
This is definitely a cult.
They will premeditatedly enter the safe zone with zombie blood, infecting people into zombies without anyone knowing, and will also rely on their super physical fitness to sneak attack when the soldiers are patrolling, or simply sabotage to let the zombies break through the front line. And these so-called cultists cannot be distinguished, and they behave like ordinary people. We can't refuse to accept ordinary people just because of these cultists, right? If that's all, it's fine. But the problem lies in the armed forces. Originally, Hutchings City had sufficient armed forces, including various military and police forces, and the number should not be underestimated. But for some reason, when the virus broke out, the number of people infected in the armed forces at the first time was much higher than that of ordinary people, and many active forces were infected. As a result, there was no proper force to provide rescue at the first time. The armed forces organized now are a mixture of retired veterans and active personnel, and the number is extremely small. It is very difficult to expand the scope of the safe zone. The network system is paralyzed, the signal is interfered, and many weapons and equipment cannot be used at all. Under internal and external troubles, Liu Song is under great pressure now. Originally, this matter was not his turn, but what can he do? Hutchings City officials could not be contacted at all, and he was the only one left in the Tao County team. As the only one left, he can only take the lead. Liu Song sighed deeply, and then said to the secretary beside him, "Take over Liu's command and tell him, give up Taoguan Town and Minjia Town, evacuate the residents of the two towns as soon as possible, move to Shay Town, and reduce the scope of the safe zone." What can he do now? He can only take it one step at a time. As a snack stall owner, you are really amazing. The praise rate is as high as 100%, my god. I have never seen a snack stall owner with such a high praise rate. Great. Keep working hard, come on, I look forward to the day when you become a full-level snack stall owner. Default evaluation is praise, complete the task rating is perfect. Get task rewards, career experience +5, cash +80,000, points +3. In the deep night, Meng Su stared out the window, sat on the leather sofa, and fell into heavy thinking. His task was completed, and it went smoothly, with a praise rate of 100%. Seeing such a favorable rate, Meng Su was a little confused and began to wonder if he was a little unfriendly to the zombies in this building. They all gave me favorable comments by default. Next time, I should be kinder and kill them if I can. Don't let them suffer in the world. Meng Su sighed deeply, but soon thought of the last time he sold fried chicken steaks. He snorted coldly and showed a trace of dissatisfaction in his eyes. Don't let me catch you. Who didn't give me a favorable comment when I sold fried chicken steaks last time? Meng Su's voice was a little bit gnashing of teeth, and murderous intent was immediately filled. Shen Zhaozhao, Zhang Luanping, and Zhou Yani were startled and lowered their heads repeatedly, not daring to look directly at Meng Su. Meng Su's murderous aura was very heavy now. But soon, this murderous aura was taken back by Meng Su, and Meng Su began to ponder other tasks. It was obvious that he could not achieve any results in the building. First of all, there were no lawyers nearby, and there were still 2 lawyer quotas. Secondly, the key to completely destroying Wanxiang International is Wang Wuzhong, the chairman of Wanxiang International. Wang Wuzhong lives in the famous local luxury villa Chunfengli in Hutchings City and usually does not come to the company. And the other employees of Wanxiang International are all in the employee dormitory at the back. So, staying in the science and technology building. No, staying in the order building, there is no profit point. The only profit point may be the task of the snack stall owner. But outside, it can actually be accomplished. So, as the chairman, can't I still live the goal of making money lying down in the company? For a moment, Meng Su's eyes were unfocused and a little dazed. It feels like there is still a long way to go before the ultimate goal of life is to lie flat. Life is not easy, Su sighed. Seeing Meng Su staring directly at him, Shen Zhaozhao blushed, stood to one side with a shy face, and felt warm in his heart. Does Director Meng like me? Will I directly become the chairman's wife tomorrow? Meng Su came back to his senses and looked at Shen Zhaozhao. He didn't know that Shen Zhaozhao was daydreaming. He just asked Shen Zhaozhao as usual, please record the meeting. I have to go out for a field trip tomorrow, so I will conduct a simple meeting. Meeting. After hearing Meng Su's words, everyone couldn't help but be stunned, and then they all sat down. However, Zhang Luanping was a little confused. He didn't know what Meng Su meant when he said he wanted to go out on field duty. Now that the resources are available, there is no shortage of anything. Why is Mr. Meng still going out? But soon, Zhang Luanping suddenly woke up. How can Meng's actions be measured by common sense? Whatever Meng Dong said, that's what he said. Meng Su coughed lightly, then opened his mouth and said, "In order to make the company more international, I plan to conduct a co-production of East and West in China and the United States. From now on, employees of our company will go to work at 8 o'clock Eastern Time, and at night they will get off work according to New York time. I get off work at 1700 hours, i.e. 6 a.m. Eastern Time, and rest at other times.
What do you think, Xin Zhaozhao? Are you still not a human being? This is too capitalist."
Xin Zhaozhao's face was filled with questions.
"Our company has always advocated democracy and freedom. Now we ask regular employees to vote openly. Interns are not eligible to vote.
Those who disagree with this plan will raise their hands." Before Meng Su finished speaking, Xin Zhaozhao immediately raised his hand and looked around, only to find that no other employees had raised their hands.
"What's there to vote for?"
"Except for me, Xin Zhaozhao, the rest of the regular employees are all zombies."
"Hey, they don't even know how to raise their hands."
Looking at Xin Zhaozhao's lonely white and tender hand, Meng Su shook his head. "Xiaoxin, you have gone a long way." Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yani also looked at Xin Zhaozhao, wondering why Xin Zhaozhao raised his hand. Meng Su continued, "After research by the company, it has been decided to downgrade your rank to K2 level. Your position will be changed from team leader to acting team leader. The salary, there is no room for reduction."
"What a pity. Why do you want to demote me, Director Meng?"
Xin Zhaozhao looked at Meng Su pitifully. Meng Shuyu spoke earnestly, "The style within the company is the same.
You are the only exception. It seems that you still lack the overall situation.
Therefore, the company's senior management held a meeting to study and decided to transfer you to K2 for experience first. Work hard and strive to return as soon as possible."
K3 position. Money is getting harder and harder to earn.
And this Xin Zhaozhao still doesn't follow his own tune, which is really disappointing. He can't even learn how to flatter his superiors, so don't mess around in the workplace.
I will leave tomorrow morning.
All security issues will be taken care of by Qi Wei, the dog from the security department, and lawyer Zhang Wei.
As for the others, you should pay attention to the situation. The rooftop and the surrounding areas can be used to collect water, resources or drying perishable fruits. I'll be back in a few days." Meng Su spoke calmly and gave some instructions here. To Meng Su, the company was essentially just a way to obtain experience points in tasks. It might work in the future, but definitely not now. But if something happened, Meng Su wouldn't be able to bear it. So I'd better give my instructions seriously.
After a serious discussion at the meeting, everyone agreed with Chairman Meng's decision and would definitely implement Chairman Meng's instructions and complete tasks for Meng Su every day. Among them, Xin Zhaozhao seemed to want to express his opinion, but was pulled back by Zhou Yani.
"You can say whatever you want to Mr. Meng.
Mr. Meng is such a good person, and he won't really squeeze us.
Besides, we don't have too many tasks, we are supposed to do these things." After hearing Zhou Yani's words, Xin Zhaozhao suddenly realized and felt ashamed of his stupid behavior.
After the meeting ended, other employees left one after another to sort the supplies, while Meng Su sat on the leather sofa and said silently in his heart, "Assign 14 points of assignable experience points to the snack stall owner occupation superior. Assignment is successful, your profession food stall owner can be upgraded."
Meng Su chose to upgrade. The upgrade is successful.
Your professional food stall owner level has been raised from level 1 to level 2. As a food stall owner with a 95% positive rating all year round, your achievements are obvious to all and you are something to be proud of. I hope you will continue to work hard, continue to grow, and strive to become the most beautiful food stall owner in the world. You get 0.5 points of agility bonus, 0.5 points of physical bonus, and 1 point of mental bonus. Your current attribute values are Spirit 12, Constitution 14, Strength 20, Agility 18.5. Looking at the upgraded skill of the food stall owner, Meng Su deeply felt that it was getting more and more difficult to improve attributes. From level 0 to level 1, Meng Su remembered that the blessing given was quite high. Now from level 1 to level 2, the attribute point blessing is not as good as level 0 to level 1.
But no matter what, I can only say come on.
Meng Su clenched his fists and imitated a certain TV series in which the main character was called Lu Xque to cheer himself up. "Meng Shoshu, you can do it, come on.
Go to sleep and leave tomorrow morning."
I hope readers will remember our domain name. The next morning,
the autumn weather was crisp and sunny.
The blue sky was covered with ripples of clouds, rolling and unrolling. The environment around him made people feel as if everything was normal, as if the so-called end of the world had never come. Only the rusty bloody smell in the air made people feel a little alert to this beautiful environment.
Early in the morning, Meng Su was ready to set off. He set off with a big bag of fried starch sausage. Nothing else, just the mission requirements. Meng Su casually took a car key, rejected the almost half-scrapped Mercedes-Benz E300, and planned to try a new experience. Don't worry, Lao Ben. I will find the culprits who hit you when I go out this time, and let them compensate you for the scratches. Last night's zombie killing operation was relatively perfect, and a lot of loot dropped. Needless to say, mobile phones and the like, the most valuable is actually the car keys. Meng Su got more than 20 car keys in one go, but the only difference is that they don't know which one is which. All employees also got up at 6 in the morning and lined up to see Meng Su off. Among them, Zhang Wenqi, a little girl, held 5 fried starch sausages in her hands and stood timidly in front of Meng Su, as if she was going to give Meng Su a wreath according to her parents' instructions. There was no wreath, so it was a woven paper wreath. It looked a little unlucky, but Meng Su said it didn't matter, as long as the intention was there. Thinking of this, Meng Su touched Zhang Wenqi's head very gently and said to Zhang Wenqi, "During the time when your uncle is away, you must study hard. Shen Zhaozhao, after research and decision by the company's senior management, you are appointed as a teacher in the group's education department, responsible for the education of the children of the group's employees and the assignment of homework. Do you understand?" "I understand." Shen Zhaozhao nodded. As a graduate student of Magic City University, Shen Zhaozhao felt that teaching a child was still easy. After hearing the news that she still had to go to class, Zhang Wenqi was stunned for a moment, and then her face became even uglier, as if she might cry at any time. "It's the end of the world, why do I have to go to school?" Zhang Wenqi was very unhappy. Seeing this, Meng Su just smiled and touched Zhang Wenqi's head. The universe doesn't explode, and the school doesn't have a holiday. In any case, education work cannot be delayed. Okay, go back to work, I can walk by myself. After saying that, Meng Su picked up the fried starch sausage and went downstairs decisively, with firm steps, and disappeared at the corner of the stairs in a flash. Looking at Meng Su's disappearing back, Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yani looked worried, as if they were worried about Meng Su. And Shen Zhaozhao looked confident, not thinking that Meng Su would have any problems. Instead, he patted Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yani on the shoulders and said to them, "Don't worry, brother Zhang, sister Zhou, Director Meng will be fine. It's better to worry about how we should reform than to worry about Director Meng. If Director Meng comes back and sees that we have done nothing, that would be the end of us. Only when Director Meng leaves can we really exert all our strength. We are a burden beside Director Meng." Although he was reluctant to admit it, what Shen Zhaozhao said was indeed the truth. "Then let's start. Let's try to make our company presentable before Mr. Meng comes back." Buzz. The engine sounded instantly. Meng Su drove a car, humming a little tune, and drove away from the underground garage. Meng Su first casually checked the status of his 2 subsidiaries. At present, there was no profit and no reduction in staff, so Meng Su didn't need to worry about anything. And this time, Meng Su decided to change the direction, not to go to Qingnan district where he went last time, but to go to Tao County to have a look. One is to see what the situation is like in the safe zone, and the other is because Wanxiang International's boss Wang Wuzhen's mansion is located near Tao County, and Tao County also has a relatively famous law firm called Dashang Law Firm. Meng Su can also invite 2 lawyers back. In this way, this exploration in the direction of Tao County is Meng Su's current main field work goal. While driving, Meng Su was very satisfied with the planning of his itinerary in his mind, and couldn't help but sigh that he was indeed a smart talent with a very high IQ. Just when Meng Su was distracted driving, he suddenly saw a zombie crawling on the ground and crawling towards him. The zombie's legs were rubbed bloody and there were many fragments on its chest. One of the fragments looked very familiar to Meng Su. It seemed to be the front bumper of Mercedes-Benz E300. Meng Su was extremely surprised. He thought he had hit the zombie to death when he came back. It turned out that he was not dead yet. With this thought, Meng Su stepped on the accelerator and rushed over without hesitation. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it. There is no door to hell but you break in. I just want to settle the account of my car scratch fee with you. Bang! With a loud bang, the crawling zombie was knocked out. Meng Su smiled contemptuously, but through the rearview mirror, he found that the zombie was not dead yet. Meng Su was stunned, and then his eyes flashed with divine light, and he started to observe the words and expressions instantly.
Occupation, Physical Mutation Zombie, Level 1. Through inspection, Meng Su discovered that the zombie that could not be killed was actually a mutated zombie, which was an eye-opener.
What's going on? Mutated zombies are a waste of time, right?
You can encounter one just about anywhere you go. Meng Su complained casually, and then without hesitation chose to reverse the car and run over the mutated zombie.
Podgy, the car ran over. Podgy, the car ran over again.
After crushing it 3 times, Meng Su found that although the zombie was not moving very much, he still realized that it was not dead at all.
Ha? You're not even dead? Are you a zombie Superman? Meng Su was shocked.
After thinking about it, he chose to give up on being crushed by the car. He decisively got out of the car with the fire axe.
Looking at the zombies that had gathered around him due to the sound of the car,
he waved the axe without hesitation and shouted while cutting, "Get out of here, I didn't get the mission this time, don't drive online." Blood splattered everywhere, and the killing soon ended.
Meng Su immediately came to the mutated zombie and looked at it carefully.
This mutated zombie is as good as dead.
Hey, are you still pretending to be dead?
Meng Su was so happy that if he hadn't had the skills to see that the mutated zombie was not dead, he would have thought he was really dead. It seems that in the future, when killing zombies, you need to observe them one by one to avoid sneak attacks by pretending to be dead. Meng Su quickly walked up to the physically mutated zombie, aimed it at his head, raised the fire axe high, and said with a smile, "Sir, wake up, don't sleep here.
Let's talk about compensation. Bar. You hit my car with your body so many times, you have to pay some compensation, right? If you don't pay compensation, I will find a lawyer. Unfortunately, I have a new lawyer now."
After that, Meng Su called Shin Zhaozhao while holding up the fire axe.
Beep, the signal was not very good, and I couldn't get through after calling for a long time. But it doesn't matter, Meng Su was very patient.
During this period, the mutated zombie was as motionless as if it were really dead. After calling for about 10 minutes, Meng Shucai contacted Shin Zhaozhao.
As soon as the call was connected, Shin Zhaozhao's surprised voice came from the phone. "Huh? Boss, why can I still make calls? What do you want from me?"
"Son," his speech was a bit choppy, but when Meng Su saw this, he said very calmly, "Give Lawyer Zhang your phone."
"I have something to do with Lawyer Zhang. Shin Zhaozhao? If you have anything to do, you can just call Lawyer Zhang. Why are you calling me?"
Shin Zhaozhao was puzzled, but she soon realized, "I must be really crazy to think that zombies will answer the phone."
"Wait, zombies can come to work at the company, why can't they answer the phone?" For a moment, Shin Zhaozhao was so confused that he went to find Lawyer Zhang in fear.
Lawyer Zhang downstairs had a bruised nose and swollen face. It looked like he had been beaten badly by Meng Su last time. After seeing Shin Zhaozhao, Lawyer Zhang suddenly became violent and was about to attack him. Li Xiang roared at the side and immediately told Lawyer Zhang to stand still. He did not dare to move and could only let out a low roar.
Li Xiang, who has green hair, is very calm now.
The biggest characteristic between mutated zombies and ordinary zombies is that they don't seem to have any special characteristics.
This is simply because Li Xiang is now far more attracted to evolutionary crystals than human flesh.
Meng Su had told him before he left that company employees were not allowed to eat them.
If they eat them, they will die immediately. Dead. Therefore, Li Xiang will never allow Lawyer Zhang to eat Shin Zhaozhao. Why? Just because Li Xiang is a level 4 mutated zombie, and Lawyer Zhang is just a level 0 ordinary zombie.
Shin Zhaozhao carefully opened the door hands-free so that Meng Su could hear Lawyer Zhang's roar.
Hearing Lawyer Zhang's roar, Meng Su was satisfied and then said, "Did you hear that? This is my attorney.
Get up and stop pretending." Before Meng Su finished speaking, he suddenly saw the zombie lying on the ground pretending to be dead. It jumped up and wanted to rush towards Meng Su. When Meng Su saw this, he couldn't help his eyesight and quick hands.
He fell with an axe and the heads of the mutated zombies were separated.
"If you don't die if you get run over by a car 4 or 5 times, I'll see if you die if your head falls off." Meng Su snorted coldly, and then casually said to Shin Zhaozhao on the other end of the phone, "Okay, hang up. Not only does this guy not want to pay, but he also intends to attack me.
I have given him the Meng family's unique transcendent weapon. It's just a case of self-defense, so it's okay.
He is a good boss who abides by laws and regulations and will never do anything illegal."
Shin Zhaozhao. Then boss, am I okay?
"It's okay, you can go back." Meng Su hung up the phone casually, but Shin Zhaozhao was confused by this paragraph. He could only say to himself, "The chairman's illness is serious again," and then returned upstairs worriedly. After killing the mutated zombies, Meng Su planned to skillfully peel off the skull and find the evolution crystal.
But suddenly I felt a familiar breath behind me.
Turning his head suddenly, Meng Su saw the dusty Jiang Xiaqiu walking quickly towards this side. Only then did Meng Su discover that the reason why the mutated zombies suddenly erupted was probably because they were stimulated by the same kind of aura.
But Jiang Xiaqiu came back so late? Meng Su frowned and immediately called Jiang Xiaqiu. Why did you come back?
Jiang Xiaqiu stopped moving and looked at Meng Su in confusion.
He tilted his pale face and the scar on his forehead had formed into a shackle. Whore? Okay, you don't have to go back.
Meng Su waved his hand, and while he was chopping off the zombie's head to get the crystal, he casually shouted to Jiang Xiaqiu, "You look like a human, so find a place to wash your face later and help me." Chapter 79. Chairman Meng did not stick to trivial matters and personally helped his subordinates change their clothes. If we use an intuitive description, it would be Jiang Xiaqiu has joined the team. However, Meng Su didn't pay much attention to the fact that Jiang Xiaqiu joined the team.
He was currently leveraging the zombie crystals.
This head was really hard. It was much harder to find than the mutated zombie that he killed earlier. With great difficulty, Meng Su dug out a yellow crystal gem.
Yellow? Meng Su was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the evolutionary crystal this time would be yellow.
Primary evolutionary crystal, physical type, introduce. The introduction of this thing is exactly the same as the previous ruby.
The only difference is that one is physical and the other is strength.
Another difference is that the above prompts you that swallowing rubies will not improve, but swallowing yellow gems has a probability of getting 1 point.
Physical improvement. Wow.
Meng Su couldn't help but sigh. I only need to gamble with a 30% probability to improve my physique by 1 point.
There is a 70% chance of turning into a zombie, only fools eat it.
Meng Su snorted coldly, put the topaz in his pocket, turned his head suddenly, and suddenly found Jiang Xiaqiu looking directly at him, with a pair of red eyes, full of longing. Being stared at by a beautiful woman like this made Meng Su very happy. However, Meng Su also knew in his heart that Jiang Xiaqiu was interested in the evolutionary crystal in his hands, not himself.
But Meng Su paused and suddenly thought of many things. Zombies have 2 types of eyes, gray, white and red. Is there any difference between these 2 types of zombies?
Although Meng Su was not a scientist, he still noticed this situation keenly, so he fell into deep thought. Almost all ordinary zombies have gray eyes, and only a few have red eyes. As for the mutated zombies, Jiang Xiaqiu and Li Xiang both had red eyes. The mutated zombie they just killed and the power-type mutated zombies on the roadside had gray eyes.
What's the point? If you have onychomycosis, 1 person will infect 2 people? But Meng Su suddenly thought of something.
He lowered his body and stood in front of the bleeding headless corpse. He used a fire axe to try the defensive power of the physical mutant zombie.
Bang! The axe struck down and penetrated the flesh, but not very deeply.
Meng Su could feel that he had hit the bone, but it was not broken. When Meng Su saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. If he slashed it with such force, it would have been split into 2 if it were an ordinary zombie. As soon as he thought of this, Meng Su immediately tightened his grip on the axe and used all his strength to slash at the mutated zombie's arm. However, he only felt numbness in the tiger's mouth. When he looked again, he saw that the mutated zombie's arm had been completely chopped off.
It seems that the defense is indeed there, but it is not out of immortality yet.
Meng Su murmured in his mind, feeling quite certain in his heart. Mental, physical, strength, agility. This is your own 4-dimensional attribute. Among the information that has been learned so far, there are physical-type mutant zombies, strength-type mutant zombies, and agile-type mutant zombies. The evolutionary crystals in the zombies' heads are different colors.
This is already obvious.
Mutated zombies mainly follow these 4 directions. The same goes for their tendency to mutate. The physical zombies have extremely strong defenses. Even at a simple level 1, they can probably charge forward with bullets. Meng Su had also seen power-type zombies. If he hadn't been run over by a car because of his weak defense, it would have been difficult for Meng Su to defeat him.
As for the agile zombies, they are indeed fast. If Meng Su was not an extraordinary person, an ordinary person would be jumped to death by Jiang Xiaqiu the moment he opened the door. We have seen all 3 kinds of mutant zombies, and only the last kind of psychic zombie is left. I wonder if I will have a chance to see this mysterious psychic zombie during this journey. After all, spiritual things are often very mysterious. The word spirit cannot simply explain its purpose. Constitution, strength, and agility. Just by looking at the literal meanings of these three terms, you can actually get a rough idea.
I don't know what color the evolutionary crystals of speed mutant zombies and psychic mutant zombies are. Meng-Su came to his senses and immediately decided to get in the car, while Jiang Xiaqiu followed Meng-Su without saying a word, staring at Meng-Su with her beautiful scarlet eyes. Her eyes seemed to be talking, expressing to it's an evolutionary crystal, please, something like that.
By the way, I forgot about you.
Seeing this, Meng-Su immediately waved his hand and took out a bottle of Qiantos mountain mineral water that he had drawn in a lottery from the warehouse. Then he looked inside the car, casually took out a paper towel from the car, soaked it in water and began to wipe Jiang Xiaqiu's face to clean up the stains.
These bloodstains and the like look terrifying. A zombie who is originally quite beautiful needs to dress up properly so that following him will not have much influence.
Meng-Su has already deeply learned the lesson from Li Xiang.
How much will it affect the company's image if there is a zombie that doesn't look good behind him?
In an instant, Meng-Su had wiped off the stains on his face. He looked like Lu Shishir's beauty, but unfortunately the scar on his forehead was a bit conspicuous, but there was nothing he could do about it.
Meng-Su chose ignore. After all, Meng-Su hit it with a wrench. After cleaning, Meng-Su felt that the clothes didn't seem to fit his identity. Do you want to change Jiang Xiaqiu's clothes? It's a bit dirty, but I'm a gentleman.
Meng-Su shook his head, and then said very seriously, let's see if there is a chance later.
If there is a chance, I will ask for your opinion. If you don't agree, forget it.
Of course, if you don't say anything, I'll just take it as your acquiescence.
After that, Meng-Su opened the back seat door, pointed to the back seat, and said to Jiang Xiaqiu, go in and sit down. I'll let you get off later, and you can get off again. Jiang Xiaqiu remained motionless.
When Meng-Su saw this, he didn't hesitate and took out the topaz he had just put in his pocket. Get in. After Jiang Xiaqiu saw Huang Gushu, she lost control for a moment, and had a faint desire to pounce on him, but she was still restrained by her, and then she sat obediently in the back row, motionless. Meng-Su closed the car door, and Jiang Xiaqiu stared at Meng-Su coldly through the car window. If you hadn't known that Jiang Xiaqiu was a zombie, looking at her this way, you would have felt like an iceberg beauty.
Unfortunately, it's a zombie.
Meng-Su smacked his lips, then got into the driver's seat, started the engine without hesitation, and rode Juechen towards Tao County.
The intersection of Tao County and Jiannam District is a university town.
There are two universities located here, namely Nanjiang University, Huqing Campus, and Nanjiang First Medical University. Although there are only two universities, both schools have a large number of students.
Together, there are more than 50,000 students.
Plus the faculty and staff on campus, there are no less than 70,000 people. Because of the large number of people, there are many businesses around here, such as accommodation, internet cafes, food courts, etc.
It can be said that there are nearly 200,000 people in this small area. It can be said that the number of people is extremely large.
And the moment the zombies broke out, this place turned into a purgatory on Earth. Although the Self-Rescue Committee is short of armed forces, it has also sent armed forces in this direction in an attempt to rescue the talents gathered in the two universities. However, it failed due to various reasons.
The last time it even triggered a wave of tens of thousands of zombies. The tide of zombies caused the direction of Tao County and the location of University Town to be blocked.
However, this situation has also caused the number of zombies in the University Town to drop sharply, which is much better than at the beginning. Zhou Cheng stood on the top floor of a nearby shopping mall and looked around, feeling quite strange. He is now somewhat grateful that he went out on a date with his girlfriend the night before the apocalypse broke out. Otherwise, he would probably be trapped in the university dormitory now, and his life would be worse than death.
It's hard to imagine what his dormitory is like now.
Suddenly, a voice reached his ears, interrupting his thoughts. Zhou Cheng, Brother Wang asked you to go out with us to search for supplies today.
Why are you hiding here? Ah, have you finished the supplies I brought?
Zhou Cheng was quite shocked.
That was more than 120 kilograms of supplies. How could it be eaten so quickly? Isn't this nonsense? There are 7 of us, how many days can we eat 120 pounds?
The voice was quite dissatisfied and urged Zhou Cheng, hurry up, look for fresh and tender ones as soon as possible, don't look for the old ones. When Zhou Cheng heard this, he nodded immediately, and then said with a smile, don't worry, Brother Wang knows it well.
This time he goes out, he must catch at least 2, and keep one as a backup, right? Then it's better to be early. There are fewer and fewer of these things to catch. After all, there are only so many in total. But you are so cruel that you took the initiative to bring one to join the gang. Brother Wang is very optimistic about you. It seems that the next chosen one will be it's you. Ha, how long have I been here? I think the next chosen one will definitely be you, Brother Lu. Then thanks to my brother, I can become the chosen one as soon as possible. Don't worry, brother, when I become the chosen one, the benefits will be yours too. The two laughters drifted away.
Soon, from this building, a group of 4 people, carrying various weapons, set off from the alley.
Don't know where the destination is.
In a small clothing store on the edge of the university town, there were 2 zombies lying at the door that were obviously hacked to death, and there were 2 figures inside the door.
Handsome men and beautiful women, quite eye-catching.
It's just that the 2 of them were dressed a little strangely.
The woman's was fine, but it was a little messier and had more blood.
But the man was different.
He was wearing a bloody suit and seemed to be cosplaying Li Huowang.
But compared to Li Huowang's clear mental state, Meng Su's mental state has always been stable, and he can tell the difference clearly.
Do you like this one? If you don't say anything, just treat it like you, forget it, I don't like this one, I'll change it to another one.
Holding an axe in hand, Meng Su randomly picked a dress, compared it with Jiang Xiaqiu, and found something was wrong. He immediately shook his head and did not choose to change the dress. His requirements are not high, just a little.
That means it's easy to move around and it's best to look good when you wear it.
After thinking about this, Meng Su visited several clothing stores around him and finally picked out clothes for Jiang Xiaqiu. They are all sports and leisure styles. What Meng Su was most interested in is actually a company that produces cosplay.
After all, who wouldn't be interested in cosplay?
But I thought these cosplay suits were too inconvenient for movement, so I forgot about it.
Next, it was the step that Meng Su was most interested in, and most reluctant to take. Although he was reluctant, Meng Su's hands were not slow at all.
Taking off a girl's clothes without permission may constitute sexual harassment. I know you are anxious because you don't have a confidant, but listen to me, don't be anxious. Suddenly, the small gilded words appeared in front of him, and Meng Su frowned. Get out of the way, you come out to make trouble at the critical moment.
Why didn't you say anything before? Doesn't not speaking mean tacit consent? My acceptance does not mean my agreement.
Then not speaking does not mean I refuse. And it can't be said that this is called Chairman Meng's informality, helping his subordinates change clothes personally.
The logic is reasonable. In an instant, the small gilded words disappeared.
Meng Su reached out, unbuttoned, and slowly took off Jiang Xiaqiu's clothes. Feeling her smooth skin, Meng Su had no expression on his face. He just took a quick look at the size and planned to change to a more private piece of clothing.
After thinking about it, he gave up the idea. Forget it, I don't understand.
The beautiful body is indeed pleasing to the eye, but Meng Su didn't have too much impulse. After all, what era is this, who hasn't seen underwear GG on TV? However, this is indeed the first time that Meng Su, a single dog for 10,000 years, has seen the attractive body of the opposite sex, in real life, not on the internet. Faced with this feeling, Jiang Xiaqiu just blinked her red eyes. Without much movement, her eyes only had desire, no emotion. After appreciating for a moment, Meng Su quickly changed Jiang Xiaqiu into clean clothes, and at the same time used the remaining half bottle of Qianswishan mineral water to wash Jiang Xiaqiu's hands, making her look very delicate. At this point, Jiang Xiaqiu doesn't look like a zombie at all. His long straight black hair falls on his shoulders like a waterfall, and his face is delicate. The only thing that doesn't fit in is his red eyes that flash with a weird light. It's strange that Jiang Xiaqiu didn't feel bad about you despite such an offensive behavior.
It seems that you still have your own way. You get the hidden achievement, gentlemen.
Achievement reward, cash plus 5,000, spirit plus 0.5.
Not bad, there is an unexpected surprise.
Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and at this moment, he suddenly heard a scream in his ear.
Ah!
A girl's scream, the voice was very shrill, with a little panic. Meng Su was stunned when he heard it.
Who is surrounded by zombies again? Meng Su didn't intend to care, but he thought that there were medical universities and Nanjiang University nearby. Maybe there were some useful talents?
Even if they were medical students who had not graduated, they should have a lot of medical knowledge. Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately stuck his head out and looked in the direction of the sound. However, the zombies around him were more active than Meng Su and had already moved towards the direction of the sound.
Meng Su followed behind these zombies. Occasionally, a few zombies discovered Meng Su.
Before they could scream, they were killed by Meng Su with an axe.
Meng Su soon discovered a problem.
If Jiang Xiaqiu continued to kill zombies with claws, then there would be no point in changing clothes, and they would have to change again soon.
That would be really troublesome. I still have to find her a weapon that is more convenient. Meng Su was thinking wildly, and just when he came to the direction of the sound, he suddenly found that a girl had been tied up and fell in a pool of blood, with horror in her eyes. She was dead. And she was not killed by zombies. Meng Su frowned. Not far away from the girl's body, there were 4 figures who were hacking and killing the zombies around. What's going on? An internal conflict? Meng Su was a little surprised, but soon, he heard some complaints, such as someone shouting, "We should have tricked that bitch back and killed her, why are we killing her here?" which immediately made Meng Su understand something. "You stay here and set up an ambush, understand?" Meng Su whispered to Jiang Xiaqiu, "When I say I'll start, you'll jump out and help me fight, understand?" The arrangement has been successful. Looking at the small gilded characters, Meng Su was very satisfied. Then he did not hesitate to climb over the wall and join the zombie-killing army while they were killing zombies. There were not many zombies, only a dozen or so. Because they appeared suddenly, they were a little panicked. After they killed the zombies, they breathed a sigh of relief and sat down to rest. They looked quite sweaty. Zhou Qing held a machete, leaned against the pillar, and said to the people beside him, "Didn't they say that we are the chosen ones? Why do these zombies attack us? This is not right. It is precisely because we are the chosen ones that these guys who should have been eliminated will attack us." Among the 4 people, a man in a black windbreaker spoke coldly, and then said, "That's it for today. Let's get rid of this woman first." Halfway through the words, the man suddenly froze. He looked around and was a little confused for a moment. How come there are 4 people on the field besides himself? When did one more person come out? Seeing that the man suddenly got stuck, Meng Su immediately said, "Why don't you say anything? I'm listening. Chosen by heaven? What a familiar name." Hearing what Meng Su said, everyone's eyes were instantly attracted to him. In an instant, the 4 people had an idea in their minds at the same time. "No, where did you come from?" Chapter 80. Chairman Meng's service is very considerate and he is simply a model in the service industry. Name, Wang Deli. Occupation, Gene Enhancer. Speed, Level 5. Name, Zhou Cheng. Occupation, Psycho Killer, Ogre. Student, Level 2/1/5. Name, Lu Rinjia. In an instant, the information of the 4 people appeared in front of Meng Su. However, Meng Su had already calmed down. After all, before he climbed over the wall, he had already had a glimpse and knew how strong this group of people was. The skill of catching fish has always been ignored by Meng Su. Today, I realized the tyranny of Moyu. When I was killing zombies, not only did my teammates not notice me, but the zombies seemed to ignore me. This feeling was very complicated, and it made Meng Su feel touched for the first time. Importance of fish. But now that he was discovered, Meng Su didn't panic. He already had a countermeasure. Meng Su smiled slightly and greeted Wang Deli warmly. "Don't get me wrong, I am also the chosen one. My name is Li Xiang. I come from Qingnan district. Have you always been here?" Wang Deli was startled when he heard Meng Su's voice. He looked at Meng Su up and down, feeling a little strange. Because he didn't feel the same kind of feeling from Meng Su. Even if they have never met before, they can still feel the difference when they meet for the first time. Wang Deli looked at Meng Su with questioning eyes and had already tightened his grip on a short blade that seemed to be of excellent workmanship. Before Wang Deli could finish speaking, Meng Su directly interrupted. "What's the ink mark on?" "Lord. I came here. Although I don't know what's going on here, the Lord asked me to come, so it must be useful. Do you eat fried starch sausage? 3 pieces apiece." After saying that, Meng Su glanced at the guy named Lu on the side, and without hesitation, he took action and chopped hard with the fire axe. The guy named Lu didn't expect Meng Su to suddenly burst out, and his eyes were horrified before he could react. When he came over, he screamed and was chopped to death by Meng Su. Zhou Cheng and another person were instantly furious. They looked at Wang Deli at the same time and shouted, "Are you tired of working with him?" Before the 2 of them finished speaking, Wang Deli stopped them and said with great dissatisfaction, "Your strength is indeed not comparable to that of those who were eliminated. Although you are not the chosen one, I can see it, you are the evolver." Hearing this, Meng Su was about to shout, calling Jiang Xiaqiu over, but then he heard Wang Deli continue, "It doesn't matter, if you believe in the Lord, then you are your companion, and after the ceremony, you will be one of our own. But it's too rough. Why would you hit him with an axe covered in zombie blood? Even if he's dead, he won't be able to eat it." Wang Deli was dissatisfied with Meng Su. It was not because Meng Su killed his younger brother, but because Meng Su killed his younger brother in the wrong way. When Meng Su saw this, he was stunned. "No, why are you more insane than me?
Meng Su originally thought that he was crazy enough, but he didn't expect that there would be more crazy tricks in the crazy. He was still too young.
Wang Deli ignored Meng Su's stunned expression and instead asked, "What do you usually do?"
Now that it was discovered that he was not the chosen one, Meng Su thought for a while and said casually, "Sleep." Wang Deli was stunned for a moment, but soon calmed down and asked, "Then what are you doing when you're not sleeping?" Hearing what Wang Deli said, Zhou Qing on the side was stunned. If anyone dared to talk nonsense like this to Brother Wang, he would have been killed by Brother Wang long ago.
Why is Brother Wang so calm today? Of course you're awake. Meng Su looked at Wang Deli very strangely, as if he was very surprised by Wang Deli's question, and even didn't understand why. Of course you are awake when you are not sleeping. You can't be sleepwalking, right? Wang Deli? For a moment, Wang Deli's expression became a little gloomy. The reason why he has a good attitude towards Meng Su is entirely because in Wang Deli's view, only Meng Su, as an evolver, is of the same kind as him, and the rest of the mortals are just consumables. They have only two ways, one the first is to be chosen as the chosen one, and the second is to enter the pot. And most mortals will get into the pot. Although he regarded Meng Su as a similar person, Meng Su ignored him so much, which made Wang Deli's face darken and his eyes gradually turned evil. This one is called Li Xiang, hum.
A coldness flashed in Wang Deli's eyes, and he had already made a calculation in his mind. He should be sent to that safe zone of Laozi as soon as possible and let him cause chaos in it. Out of sight is pure. Oh, right. Suddenly, Meng Su seemed to think of something, scratched his head, and walked towards Wang Deli. "Brother Wang, I have a question I want to ask you."
I never quite understand it.
Hearing Meng Su's voice, Wang Deli narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Brotherly, what's the problem?
Why don't we stop talking here and go back to the base? We just hunted a prey, and you came all the way. This I can give you my heart."
After saying that, Wang Deli pointed at the girl's body that had fallen into a pool of blood, with blood still pouring out of her neck. Meng Su was also very kind and showed no murderous intent at all. "Brother Wang, nothing's wrong, it's just a small problem."
How did you and your mother meet? Was it the obstetrician and gynecologist who introduced you to each other? Ah. As soon as this question came up, Wang Deli's cerebellum shrank instantly.
When Wang Deli was stunned, Meng Su suddenly became violent, raised his axe and dropped it, filled with murderous intent. No one expected that Meng Su, who originally seemed amiable but had a bit of trouble with his brain, would become violent again. At this moment, he only saw a blood axe passing through the air with a violent arc. Wang Deli was greatly shocked. He secretly screamed something bad in his heart.
In anger, he could only dodge quickly. He could see that Meng Su's axe was aimed at his head quickly and accurately. Although Meng Su's attacks were quick and accurate, Wang Deli was also an agile genetic enhancer.
His quick reaction allowed him to avoid the vital parts. Meng Su's axe struck directly on the shoulder, and he only heard with a stabbing sound. Meng Su used all his strength, and one of his arms fell off his body in an instant, and blood leaked out uncontrollably. Blood spurted all the way, and Wang Deli was furious. He roared in pain, holding a knife in his right hand and stabbing Meng Su suddenly. "Ah!
Li Xiang, I'm going to kill you."
Meng Su's agility was not low, and he was well prepared. He quickly dodged sideways and was about to swing his axe to give Wang Deli a fatal blow when he saw Wang Deli running away like a gust of wind towards the corner where he came from.
It's just making noises in the east and attacking in the west.
All this happened in such a flash that Zhou Qing and the other boy didn't even realize what was happening.
The two people who were polite 1 second turned violent and violent in the next second.
All of this made people feel very shocked. Seeing this, Meng Su shouted, "Jiang Xiaqiu, do it. Stop him, don't let him escape."
Is there an ambush?
Wang Deli, who had already broken an arm, was shocked. The moment he climbed over the wall, he was hit by a scarlet eye.
Jiang Xiaqiu's eyes were charming. After hearing Meng Su's instructions, she quickly pounced on Wang Deli. Fuck! Is it a zombie?
Wang Deli was shocked and turned away, but Jiang Xiaqiu hit the wall directly and said with a disgraced face, "This guy named Li Xiang can still order zombies?"
He didn't have time to think about anything and quickly headed towards the alley ahead.
After a moment, Jiang Xiaqiu quickly stood up and chased Wang Deli. Although both are agile, Jiang Xiaqiu's level is obviously not as high as Wang Deli's. But Wang Deli felt that his head was getting more and more dizzy, the tingling sensation was getting heavier and heavier, and his breathing began to intensify. Gradually, Wang Deli's speed became slower and slower, and the originally lively expression in his pupils also faded, and his body began to twitch a little. "No, it's not good, there is poison on the axe, no, am I going to die? He was very unwilling. He had not fulfilled his great wish, so why did he become like this? Li Xiang, Li Xiang, Li Xiang. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. Wang Deli's thoughts became more and more confused, and his thinking became slower and slower. Finally, he fell directly to the ground, convulsing. When he got up again, he had turned into a zombie. At this time, Jiang Xiaqiu had also caught up. Roar! Zhou Qing held his head in his hands and squatted on the ground, very well behaved. And his other companion has been separated. He had no idea why Meng Su suddenly became violent and killed Lao Lu first and then brother Wang. This is simply crazy and crazy. Where is your base? Meng Su casually picked up the short knife that Wang Deli dropped on the ground when he ran away, and asked Zhou Qing casually, by the way, do you eat fried starch sausage? Meng Su now regretted that he had acted too quickly. He should have sold the fried starch sausage first. After all, these four can communicate and can sell 20 copies in one go, which is 1/10. No, I won't eat, brother Li Xiang. Zhou Qing shivered in fright, shook his head repeatedly, and continued, there is a big bone hotel called Hongxi, and our base is there. Don't eat? You have to eat if I tell you to. Hearing Zhou Qing's rejection, Meng Su's eyes instantly darkened, and he casually took out 5 fried starch sausages, 15 yuan, pay quickly, be smart. Zhou Qing? Seeing Meng Su's terrifying expression, Zhou Qing didn't dare to disobey him at all, and tremblingly took out a handful of money. He didn't know how much the money was, but he just cried and begged Meng Su for mercy, brother, I just joined them yesterday. I don't know anything you. Meng Su immediately accepted the money, clicked the amount with satisfaction, and counted $15 to himself. Meng Su folded up the rest of the money and handed it to Zhou Qing, don't worry, I'll just take mine. I am very principled in taking the part that should be taken. Zhou Qing was stunned and took back the money Meng Su handed back. Before he could speak, he heard Meng Su say again, since you have eaten my starch sausage, you are my guest. Don't worry, I will use my best. Attentive courtesy serves you. Zhou Qing couldn't help but feel happy after hearing Meng Su's words. It seems like he can survive? At this moment, Zhou Qing could be said to be ecstatic, his mood going up and down like a roller coaster. Although Brother Li is crazy, he is still a reasonable person. Zhou Qing thought in his heart. And the next moment, he suddenly felt his head being grabbed by a strong hand. The next moment, his mouth was in great pain, as if there was a stick piercing through his mouth. Before he lost consciousness, he only heard a faint voice, the chairman will serve you personally and treat you to fried starch sausage. Are you happy? Is the service thoughtful enough? Looking at Zhou Qing with 5 fried starch sausages stuffed in his mouth, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. His service is too thoughtful, isn't it? He is worthy of being a model of the service industry. After the 4 were wiped out, their equipment was scattered all over the floor. Meng Su also picked up equipment from the floor. They were not rare items, 2 machetes, a bone-chopping knife, and a short blade that looked like it was customized, with a groove for bleeding. Meng Su waved the machete, but it was too light and boring. The bone-chopping knife was okay, but it was too short and not as useful as the fire axe. The customized short blade was not offensive, but its appearance was already better, so Meng Su put it away and hid the remaining 3 equipment in a random shop on the roadside, planning to take them away when he left. Although the level was mediocre, he could take it back and equip the zombie employees. Regardless of whether it was useful or not, it was at least intimidating just by looking at it. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, then turned around, mourned for the girl who was killed, and casually pulled a piece of clothing from a roadside shop and put it on, then skillfully climbed over the wall to find Jiang Xiaqiu. Meng Su had no desire to chase after the fleeing Wang Deli. After all, he was really fast, and it would be best if Jiang Xiaqiu could ambush him, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. Anyway, Wang Deli's base had been exposed, and if he got there earlier, he might be able to stop him. Meng Su's mouth curled up slightly, and he swiftly climbed over the wall and chased him all the way. There was no need to investigate. Wang Deli's blood was all over the ground, and he just followed the blood. Following the blood trail, Meng Su soon saw Wang Deli lying on the ground, and Jiang Xiaqiu standing next to Wang Deli's body, holding a blue gem in his blood-stained hands. However, there was obviously a gap on the blue gem, and a row of neat teeth marks. Meng Su? Primary Evolution Crystal, Agile Type, Introduction. A short introduction about the sapphire flashed before Meng Su's eyes, and when Jiang Xiaqiu saw Meng Su coming, she quickly stuffed all the remaining sapphires in her claws into her mouth, at a speed that was jaw-dropping, as if she wanted to prove her ability as an agile mutant zombie from the side. Seeing this, Meng Su immediately became anxious, and hurried forward, shouting, "Spit it out for me."
After that, he wanted to pick the evolution crystal out of Jiang Shaqiu's mouth. Although I don't know what this thing is used for, it must be very useful to store it. How can this little girl Jiang Shaqiu, a dignified vice president, disobey orders and eat evolution crystals at will? Seeing Meng Su coming, Jiang Shaqiu quickly ran away, trying to avoid Meng Su. In this way, a scene of people chasing zombies was staged on the street. If someone saw this scene, they might feel very incredible. I got up and saw people chasing zombies.
Name, Jiang Shaqiu. Occupation, corporate executive, level 15, agile mutant zombie, level 3, position, vice president of Peace Order Group, responsible for the first business group, inner desire, don't want to get married, prove myself, eat evolution crystals. Looking at the information given to Meng Su by observing words and expressions, Meng Su instantly understood that Jiang Shaqiu had absorbed the evolution crystals.
He was immediately furious.
He snorted coldly and shouted, I order you in the name of the chairman of the group to stop.
Don't you want to continue eating evolution crystals in the future? Stop now, there will be a lot of evolution crystals in the future. Pinethesky skill, activated.
As Meng Su's Pinethesky skill was activated, Jiang Shaqiu immediately stopped, turned around and looked straight at Meng Su.
No, why are you running? Meng Su was a little puzzled. He had no idea why Jiang Shaqiu ran. What's going on? Aren't zombies unconscious?
Roared Jiang Shaqiu stood in front of Meng Su, his eyes were empty and lifeless, and he seemed to know nothing and nothing had happened. Meng Su was furious when he saw Jiang Shaqiu like this.
But he had eaten it, so what? You can't let Jiang Shaqiu kill you, right?
Jiang Shaqiu has more than 30 billion. I just don't know how to withdraw it for the time being. But it's good this way, at least it can help Meng Su determine one point. That is, after zombies eat evolution crystals, they will really evolve. The level of zombies will indeed increase due to the consumption of evolution crystals, but this is only limited to mutant zombies, so after ordinary zombies eat crystals, will they upgrade or mutate?
You can pick a lucky ordinary zombie employee to test it later.
Meng Su nodded, then looked at Jiang Shaqiu, looking at the clothes that were a little dirty, and felt helpless for a moment.
Forget it, find another one. After you find it, follow me to the big bone shop.
You will be responsible for bringing me fried starch sausage.
Do you understand? Meng Su calmly ordered. Jiang Shaqiu was dumbfounded and did not answer.
Seeing Jiang Shaqiu like this, Meng Su shook his head in disappointment. You are a level 15 executive. You are the highest level guy I have ever seen, but you are just this level.
You won't answer when the leader asks you if you understand. Although the level of this vice president seems a little unsatisfactory, Meng Su did not care too much with Jiang Shaqiu.
After all, from a certain perspective, Wang Deli's evolution crystal was killed by Jiang Shaqiu alone. Just when Meng Su was about to take Jiang Shaqiu back to change clothes, he suddenly saw a flash of gilded small words in front of him. Once the task of flyer distributor is refreshed, please choose one of the following two types of flyers. Option 1, conduct a new property promotion campaign for the Hauda Real Estate Group, requiring that there must be a transaction to complete the purchase of the house, and at the same time distribute 2,000 flyers. Task rewards available, leaflet distributors professional experience value plus 100, points plus 10, allocable attribute points plus 2, cash plus 200,000 and 5% house purchase commission. Option 2, distribute leaflets for the Genetic Engineering and Research Laboratory of Nanjing University to solicit sponsorship funds. The requirement is that it must attract at least 10 million investments from well-known companies and distribute 1,000 leaflets at the same time. Task rewards available, leaflet distributors professional experience value plus 100, points plus 20, allocable attribute points plus 5, cash plus 50,000, and priority use of the laboratory's latest scientific research results.
Meng Su? Meng Su was stunned. What's going on? I traveled through time, right?
Meng Su was numb and couldn't help complaining. Last week's flyers were still about legal consultation, house sales, and swimming and fitness. This week, well, there are still house sales, but there is a domineering clause, one must be sold. It's the end of the world, brother, who will buy a house? Last week it was little Karami, and this week the difficulty escalates. What do you mean? Next time my food stall owner will sell 9-turn large intestine, fried sea cucumbers and God use VPN, Buddha jumps over the wall?
It's getting really difficult. Life is not easy, Meng Su sighed. In the end, Meng Su chose option 1, to attract a house-buying customer to his old friend Hauda Real Estate.
After all, option 2 is a bit difficult. Although in the apocalyptic environment, 10 million is a bit like waste paper, but it is still difficult to take out so much waste paper in one go. More importantly, his prerequisite is to be famous enterprises. Where can I find well-known enterprises? Wait, Wanxiang International? No, Wanxiang International probably doesn't have 10 million in turnover. It's better to buy a house. Huqing City is just an ordinary city. There are huge real estate properties and industrial parks in suburban counties. A few 100,000 should be enough to solve the problem. At worst, I'll just have to pay for one. Meng Su turned his head and suddenly looked at Jiang Xiaqiu beside him, and a thought suddenly came to his mind. Wait a moment. Jiang Xiaqiu. Looks like a rich zombie? For a moment, Meng Su's face was filled with a smile. Dear Miss Xiaqiu, I'm here to help you bathe and change clothes. Can you do me a small favor and buy 2 buildings? Jiang Xiaqiu is ignorant and a bit silly. Ouch. To 3. I can't afford it. In the bone shop, 3 vicious men were smoking and playing cards. There were some blood stains on the poker, the whole room was filled with smoke, and there was a smell of blood in the air. From time to time, the roars of zombies would be heard outside. Only when the roars came, they would wake up for a while, and they could not help but lower their voices, fearing that they would attract zombies because of their voices. But in the kitchen not far away, there was a female student with messy hair and a frightened face tied up. In addition to this female student, there was also a boy who was lying in a pool of blood, not knowing whether he was alive or dead, and another middle-aged man who was gentle and seemed to be a school teacher. The middle-aged teacher was hung upside down in the back kitchen, looking like a domestic animal being processed. How do you think Brother Wang will praise us when he comes back? It's so funny. We were sitting here very well, and suddenly 3 people knocked on the door. Haha. A man was playing cards wildly, suppressing his laughter, and talking to the other 2. His eyebrows were flying, and he seemed to be a little happy. Another man who seemed to have some brains sneered and continued, let's hope that Brother Wang can bring back more than 3 prey this time, otherwise we will catch 3, and the 4 of them will only catch 1 or 2. What do you mean, you want to slap Brother Wang in the face? After hearing these words, the atmosphere on the field instantly became cold. The other 2 looked at each other. There seems to be some truth in what he said. Don't worry, Brother Wang will at most blame those 3 losers, and it has nothing to do with the 3 of us. The man who spoke first laughed loudly, and then said very domineeringly, keep fighting. It's agreed that whoever wins will have sex with the female student inside first. Don't regret it. Can I lose to you? But we have to hurry up. If we don't wait for Brother Wang to come back, the 3 of us won't be able to go around in circles. All of a sudden, the 3 people joined the game again. But at this moment, they heard what seemed to be the sound of footsteps going upstairs. The 3 of them had experienced hundreds of battles and were instantly alert. At the same time, they picked up the weapons beside the chairs, stood up, and leaned downstairs. Before they looked down, they saw a man and a woman walking in. The man is a pretty boy and doesn't look very strong. The woman was very beautiful and instantly made the other 3 people's eyes light up. You guys, are you interested in learning about fried starch sausage? It was 3 yuan in the morning. Now it's 5 yuan a piece. Each person is limited to 5 pieces. The boy showed a very kind smile, and he knew he was easy to bully at first sight. In addition, I would also like to ask you to learn about the latest development park of how to real estate. Now you will get a free parking space when you place an order. The pretty girl followed the boy, not saying a word, just carrying a bag full of fried starch sausage. She was so cute and headless. What kind of day is today? We just dealt with 3 people, and now 2 more idiots come, ha. The leading man was holding a machete, laughing loudly, his eyes full of ferocity and evil thoughts. How did you 2 old, weak, and disabled people get here? Since you sent women and food, you can stay here first, and wait for Brother Wang to come back and decide whether you will join the gang or the pot. Okay, give us this shit sausage to satisfy our cravings. After that, the man walked forward with a slash. When the boy saw the man's behavior, he immediately asked, sorry, no credit, please pay first. Pay? The man was stunned and raised his eyebrows. Pay the money, are you sick? Hurry up and give the things to me, I will kill you with a knife later. Hearing the man say this, the boy's smile gradually disappeared. And then, suddenly there was a cold breath, which spread throughout the second floor. So, you 3 want to eat a free meal, right? The voice was as frosty as ice and dispersed instantly. The man who was originally smiling and arrogant was stunned instantly, and the other 2 stood up at the same time at this moment, frowning. They killed a lot of people in a week, so they could naturally sense some situations. This feeling of crisis in the dark was their inexplicable intuition. They were originally smiling and laughing, but now they felt a creepy feeling. The man who walked up to Meng Su with a big sword hesitated for a moment, then snorted coldly, holding a machete, and ran towards Meng Su. "Fuck you, you're playing tricks, I'll kill you with one sword and see if you can still play tricks." But at this moment, someone suddenly found that the short blade that Brother Wang often used was hanging on Meng Su's waist. He was stunned for a moment, and the next second he felt a severe chill, and immediately shouted, "Dog, wait, there is." Before he finished speaking, a head flew high, turned in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Plop, like a ball, it even bounced slightly on the ground. The next second, blood gushed out and splashed the two people behind him. The two were stunned and terrified. "Fuck, I forgot to sell starch sausage and hand out flyers to him again. Now that he's dead, is there any use handing out flyers and selling starch sausage?" Meng Su, who was already very experienced, dodged the splashing blood at the first time, but soon thought of another point, frowned instantly, complained, and then suddenly raised his head and looked at the other two. "It's okay, there are still two. The world is going downhill, and people's hearts are not the same as before. It's the end of the world, and starting a business is so difficult. Why do people still want to eat a free meal? Is there still justice? Is there still law?" The next moment, Meng Su adjusted his state and showed a smile that he thought was very sunny. "You too, do you want to eat starch sausage? Do you want to know about real estate? The one who wanted to eat a free meal just now has been simply dealt with by me. You too, what do you say?" The voice echoed in this silent bone shop. At this moment, the whole bone shop was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard clearly. And Meng Su's smile, in the eyes of the other two, was like the devil's smile. "Don't buy it? Buy it, buy it. Woo, woo." On the cold floor, Zhang Qin curled up into a ball, taking as deep a breath as possible to relieve her nervousness, but tears still flowed down. Her mouth was stuffed with a rag, and her hands and feet were tied tightly. In theory, it is easy to spit out the rag with a rag stuffed in her mouth. But her jaw was cracked, and she was completely unable to bite it, let alone spit it out. She could only helplessly let the rag rage in her mouth, tears in her eyes. Originally, Zhang Qin had already accepted her fate and planned to sacrifice herself before being humiliated. She would jump down after a desperate struggle. Even if she was eaten by zombies, she would never be humiliated. But who would have thought that a different scene suddenly appeared? Two weirdos came. It seemed to be a man and a woman, but Zhang Qin was tied in the back kitchen and had no idea what happened in front of her. She could only judge the situation by their shouting, but this also made Zhang Qin feel flustered. Although there were only a few words, Zhang Qin had heard it. A madman came. Zhang Qin's eyes were extremely terrified. She could still hear the screams coming from outside. The screams came from the evil man who had knocked her unconscious and tied her up. The screams were continuous, as if she had suffered some torture. Along with the screams, there was also a crazy shout, such as "Fuck, you give me food. Why don't you eat? Do you have to feed you? Do you have money to buy a house? If you don't have money, call to borrow some money. If you can't get a loan, pay the down payment first." Such words. The screams were endless. And the voices of the evil men changed from "Forgive me, brother" to "Damn it, you bastard, you must die a bad death," and then to "Please kill me, I will agree to whatever you want." From begging for mercy to scolding and then begging for death. An idiom could not help but float in Zhang Qin's mind. Life is worse than death. What kind of means can make people live a life worse than death? Zhang Qin couldn't help but feel a chill and was terrified. The evil men before were the obvious terrors, and the madmen who came now are the unknown terrors. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest fear is the fear of the unknown. In Zhang Qin's heart, Meng Su and Zhang Xiaqiu can already be compared with Cthulhu. Thinking of this, Zhang Qin's tears could not stop flowing down. Hell is empty, and the devil is in the world. What happened to this world? Why did this happen? Zombies, evil men, psychopaths. Among these names, the most acceptable one is zombies. Is there still a law? But soon, Zhang Qin felt that the sounds outside gradually disappeared, and those evil men had no sound. At this moment, Zhang Qin's heart was extremely nervous. Tap tap, she heard footsteps outside, and the footsteps seemed to be getting closer and closer, and along with the footsteps, her heartbeat sounded. What to do, what to do, what to do, what to do? Zhang Qin's tears kept flowing, but she tried her best not to cry. Until she heard the sound of turning the doorknob. At this moment, Zhang Qin's heart seemed to fall into an ice cave. Alas, 3 people together can't afford a down payment. Meng Su's head hurt a little. This task was indeed difficult to complete.
Originally, Meng Su wanted Jiang Xiaqiu to take action and directly come up with a 3-year period has expired. Please invite Miss Jiang to come out of the mountain so that Jiang Xiaqiu would buy a community in one go and complete this task. But it was obvious that as a zombie, Miss Jiang Xiaqiu's brain could not process such a complicated instruction at present. She could only look at Meng Su in confusion. Meng Su was helpless. As for the fried starch sausage, thanks to this being a bone shop, Meng Su successfully sold the fried starch sausage, and the snack stall owner's task would be completed soon, which made Meng Su feel extremely relieved. Wash your hands first. Meng Su yawned, and then asked Jiang Xiaqiu to walk in front to explore the way for him while looking for the location of the bathroom. Even if there is no toilet, there must be a place to store water, right? When serving the customer just now, blood splashed on his hands, which made Meng Su think deeply and decided to wear gloves next time he served. As for clothes? It's okay, it's already bloody clothes. Meng Su is used to it. Following Jiang Xiaqiu, Meng Su entered the back kitchen. As soon as he entered the back kitchen, he was a little stunned. There was one lying on the ground, one in a pool of blood, and one hanging upside down on the ceiling. Apart from that, the rest of the scene was quite disgusting. The skeletons piled up in the pool that caught Meng Su's eyes looked numerous, and there were several human skins on the wall, which were randomly spread on the wall and stuck tightly like wallpaper. There was blood everywhere on the ground, and there was an unwashed plate with a few skewers of meat on it. Meng Su didn't know what kind of meat it was. It's so fucking disgusting. Meng Su was calm and composed. After sighing softly, he untied the man hanging upside down, and then went to the storage room to take a look through the glass. He found that there was a zombie locked inside. In front of the zombie was a rotten corpse, and there were some inexplicable symbols drawn in blood around it. It looked a bit like a sacrificial offering. Meng Su nodded and touched his chin, feeling a little surprised. What on earth are these guys doing? Can worshippers become the chosen one? That's not right. Li Xiang is also the chosen one. There are no sacrifices in the department store. Li Xiang is also the chosen one, but compared to these beasts here, Li Xiang is simply too much. Li Xiang only acted as a tyrant, acted arbitrarily, and then hanged 3 opponents. He had a special hobby of seizing women from the people. This group of people here are purely insane and perverted, and they are extremely deranged. Meng Su thought in his heart. Therefore, sacrifice is not the way to become the chosen one, so what are they doing? Are they simply crazy? Meng Su didn't understand, but he didn't really want to know more. It doesn't matter, just kill everything you encounter. It's not that strenuous anyway. After yawning, Meng Su turned around and looked at the 3 people with his observation momentum. The one lying in a pool of blood was unresponsive and dead. The middle-aged man who was hung upside down showed some reaction, which showed that his name was Lao Taidao, his occupation was an infectious disease teacher, and his grade was level 6. Although he said nothing, Meng Su knew that he should be a university teacher at the nearby Nanjiang First Medical University. The other person who was tied up was not dead, his name was Zheng Qin. The occupation is only for simple and rough students, but the level is level 10, which is quite high. But after thinking about it, after 9 years of compulsory education and then going to high school or university, it is quite difficult to get a lower grade. Thinking of this, Meng Su heard the loud sounds of zombies outside, and it seemed that some zombies had already started tapping the glass. It seems that the one-sided crushing just now and the smell of blood upstairs stimulated the zombies downstairs, making them so crazy. As soon as Meng Su thought of this, he threw the delicate short blade to Jiang Xiaqiu. At the same time, he handed the thick leaflet to Jiang Xiaqiu and said to Jiang Xiaqiu, "Go down and distribute the leaflets to me. After you distribute the leaflets, kill them. They don't buy houses anyway." Yes, zombies don't buy houses. You can kill him. After receiving the order, Jiang Xiaqiu acted silently. After laying the teacher down, Meng Su looked at Zheng Qin again, turned her over, and saw Zheng Qin whose face was covered with tears. Meng Su was immediately stunned, and skillfully tied the rope and the rag was taken off. Seeing that Zheng Qin was very conscious, Meng Su immediately showed a knowing smile, took out a paper towel, wiped the blood spattered on his face, and then took out a well-preserved fried starch sausage. "This classmate, do you have money in your pocket? If you have money, come and eat some starch sausage to eliminate hunger and be yourself. It's only 5 yuan a piece, forget it, I'll sell it to you for 3 yuan. Meng Su is also a relatively conscientious businessman. Facing the future flowers of our motherland, of course we must reduce prices as appropriate. 3 yuan a piece, Meng Su thought it was appropriate. Very good. In the heart of this female college student, I should be very handsome, right? Meng Su thought so in his heart. Look at this combo. The hero saved the beauty and served fried starch sausage, and the price was reduced. My dear, this is simply the protagonist in the novel. Presumably by now, the female college student must have secretly made a secret promise to herself, confessed her love loudly to herself, and then rejected it by saying, "Little girl, you should go home early and play with cucumbers." How handsome would this be? Meng Shuji was very proud, but he still pretended to be cold, maintaining his persona of a cold male god, and said to Zhang Qin, in other words, "Do you want to buy a house?" After hearing these two sentences, Zhang Qin could no longer control the emotions in his heart, and started to cry with a wow sound. The tears couldn't stop flowing. It can be called a river of sadness. Zhang Qin just watched this episode not long ago. After the madman in front of him said these two sentences, there would be bursts of miserable screams, and the experience of life worse than death was about to begin. Wow! It's like he just left the big wolf's mouth and entered the Decepticon's den again. Thinking of this, Zhang Qin cried loudly. Seeing Zhang Qin's situation, Meng Su was a little confused for a moment. But soon, Meng Su reacted. "I must have had tears in my eyes after being rescued, I was so excited." "Are you a student from a nearby medical university?" Meng Su said kindly, trying to influence Zhang Qin with love. "If it's inconvenient for you, I can feed you." Seeing Meng Su say this, Zhang Qin's pupils suddenly shrank. Here we go. The torture is about to begin. Seeing this, Zhang Qin subconsciously wanted to ask for mercy. Unexpectedly, when he opened his mouth, all he heard was "Abba, Ababa," and he felt a sharp pain in his jaw at the same time. Only then did she remember that her jaw had been dislocated. Listening to the cry of "Abba, Abba," Meng Su suddenly understood everything. It turns out that he is a deaf-mute, sinful. Meng Su clasped his hands together, pressed a one to pray for Zhang Qin, and then handed the fried starch sausage to Zhang Qin, then turned around to see how the teacher named Lao Taidao was doing. Zhang Qin's brain was a little down, and he was holding 5 pieces of fried starch sausage at a loss, with a confused look on his face. What's going on? On the other side, as soon as Meng Su came over, he saw Teacher Lao slowly opening his eyes. But when Teacher Lao opened his eyes, he saw Meng Su with blood on his face and a calm expression. His vision went dark and he fainted again. Meng Su? Am I so scary? Meng Su was puzzled. It stands to reason that medical students should be very courageous. What's going on? Looking at a female college student with snot bubbles all over her face, and an infectious disease teacher who fainted when he saw him, Meng Su fell into deep thought. I hope readers will remember our domain name diamondsuit.diamondsuit. For a moment, he suspected that it was because of himself that they were scared like this. But soon, Meng Su came to his senses. It shouldn't be because of him who scared them. After all, he is a positive character who fell from the sky, and he should be a respected hero. Female college student Zhang Qin cried because she was so happy that she couldn't express it in words, and she cried with joy. Infectious disease teacher Lao Taidao fainted because he was so excited because he was rescued. With this, everything made sense. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then said loudly, "Don't be so excited, justice is in the hearts of the people. I am the chairman of the Peace Order Group. My surname is Meng. If you really want to thank me, how about buying a house with money?" ABA Zhang Qin quickly came back to his senses and gestured to Meng Su, wanting to say something to Meng Su. Seeing this, Meng Su immediately leaned over to take a look. He was also idle back then, so he learned sign language on the internet for a while, and boasted that his sign language skills were slightly proficient. But after carefully observing it for a while, Meng Su found that he didn't understand it, so he said tactfully, "I have learned sign language for a few years, but I think your sign language is more or less dialectal, I can't understand it." "I'm not dumb." Zhang Qin was a little anxious and wanted to prove something, but when the words came to his lips, the sound he made was, "ABA." In addition, there was this tearing pain in the chin. Seeing Zhang Qin like this, Meng Su frowned and fell into deep thought. After a moment of contemplation, Meng Su casually reached into his pocket and took out a fountain pen, then said to Zhang Qin, "Can you write? If not, can you use a mobile phone? I really don't understand, let her communicate in the most primitive way." As for why Meng Su carries a fountain pen with him? Nonsense, of course the chairman carries a fountain pen, which chairman doesn't have a fountain pen in his pocket? This is called style. After seeing Meng Su's performance, Zhang Qin suddenly became dazed. At this time, she remembered that there was still a way to communicate. So, she quickly took out her mobile phone and started typing. This is a clear and stupid college student. As for why she didn't write it with Meng Su's fountain pen. What era is this?
Zhang Qin remembered that the last time she wrote with a pen was in the exam half a year ago. Soon, Meng Su saw Zhang Qin typing a lot of words in the memo with his mobile phone, and then handed it to Meng Su with a pitiful face. Meng Su looked closely and suddenly realized. It turned out that he was not deaf and dumb, but just had a dislocated jaw. Don't call me benefactor or hero, that's too formal. I've introduced myself before, just call me Mr. Meng. Speaking of the name Meng Don, Meng Su proudly put his hands on his waist, then looked at the plain-looking female college student in front of him, and immediately said, "Do you need me to heal your chin?" Ah. Zhang Qin was stunned when she heard Meng Su's words, and then nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at rice. I didn't expect that this mentally active benefactor would treat dislocation. For a moment, Zhang Qin was extremely surprised. Although I don't have much practical experience, I have seen videos, just twist your neck. Meng Su said excitedly, but I want to study the strength. If I accidentally break your neck, it will be bad. Or you wait, don't worry, I'll let my company's vice president Jiang Xiaqiu go downstairs to catch 2 zombies for me to practice first? Zhang Qin? What? Zhang Qin felt like she had heard it wrong. He did what he said. Meng Su is a man of action. He immediately stood up and walked out the door, leaving Zhang Qin in the wind. Ah! Zhang Qin was stunned, wiped the tears and snot bubbles on her face, and tried to calm herself down as much as possible. Mr. Meng, what did you say you were going to do just now? Catch 2 zombies to practice? Ah! Zhang Qin felt a sense of weirdness, and an inexplicable sense of absurdity appeared in Zhang Qin's heart. But soon, Zhang Qin shook her head, dispelled this absurd feeling, and hurried to check on Teacher Lao and another classmate. After a look, Teacher Lao just fainted normally, and the other classmate had stopped breathing. This made Zhang Qin feel a sense of grief for the dead rabbit, and her heart was cold. But after all, she had experienced a week of apocalyptic life, and Zhang Qin's heart had calmed down a lot. After taking a deep breath, she first gave Teacher Lao some first aid, and then barely made her weak legs stand up, and then looked out the door step by step. As soon as she opened the door, Zhang Qin saw Meng Su rushing back. Behind him, a very pretty girl was dragging 2 zombies by their collars. Zhang Qin? Mr. Meng, are you serious? The 2 zombies had been beaten to a bloody mess, and looked very miserable. This gave Zhang Qin an inexplicable feeling. Zombies had always been chasing humans, and this was the first time Zhang Qin had seen zombies captured alive so easily by humans. Is that beautiful sister okay? Is she not going to be bitten by the zombie by dragging her by the back collar like this? Zhang Qin bit her lip lightly, but was unable to do this because of the dislocation, but she seemed to be extremely shocked by this situation. Just come here. Is this how to treat dislocation? When Meng Su saw Zhang Qin standing at the door dumbfounded, he nodded immediately and then gave Zhang Qin an example. Roar! A zombie that was grabbed by the collar by Jiang Xiaqiu roared when he saw Meng Su, and seemed to want to pounce on Meng Su and bite him to death. After Meng Su heard the roar, he couldn't help but frown, then he picked up a piece of incense burner enshrined nearby and smashed it towards the zombie's head. I'm calling you, mother, please cooperate. Without Meng Su's orders, Jiang Xiaqiu took action decisively and broke the zombie's limbs, so that he could only crawl on the ground ferociously. Zhang Qin? She was a little shocked. This. Is this abuse? Is it illegal to torture zombies? Zhang Qin opened his mouth subconsciously. After feeling a slight pain in his dislocated jaw, he woke up and felt unusually scared. Moody. This was the first impression Meng Su had on Zhang Qin. Whether they are zombies, villains or anything else, they are just playthings in his hands. What is the situation of such a terrifying existence? Is it possible? Are there really people with superpowers in this world? Zhang Qin was so surprised that his mind went blank, and Meng Su had already dragged the zombie over and demonstrated to Zhang Qin, is this like this? After that, he simply dislocated the zombie's jaw first, then tentatively pressed the zombie's jaw to help the zombie reattach it. It's a pity that the force seemed to be too much, and the zombie's jaw was directly ripped off by Meng Su. Puff! Blood flowed all over the floor. Meng Su felt a little embarrassed and twisted the zombie's neck. It's okay. I just showed you a wrong example, and now I'm serious. So, Meng Su waved, and the vice president Jiang Xiaqiu behind him immediately understood and handed over another zombie. This zombie is a female zombie, which fits everything perfectly. Meng Su took action decisively. He believed that he still had a talent for studying medicine, but he just needed some guinea pigs for experiments. At this moment, Lao Taitao also woke up from his coma. When he opened his eyes, what he saw scared him. It was a zombie with its jaw torn open, its head rotating 360 degrees, and it was completely unrepentant.
Hiss. Lao Taitao was horrified, but this time he had a lot of mental endurance.
He raised his eyes and saw a boy covered in blood with a bright and weird smile, fixing the head of a zombie with his hands, and facing he looked at his student Zhang Qin and then quickly twisted. Crack! With a crisp sound, the head of the zombie that was still struggling suddenly separated.
What do you mean? Are we going to be executed like this?
Seeing this scene, Lao Taidao's heart skipped a beat, his vision went dark, there was a bang, and he fainted again. Meng Su, who was not far away, saw that he had accidentally missed again.
He immediately sighed deeply and felt that the atmosphere was a bit awkward.
He was just about to tell the joke, "I am not called Wei, my name is Chu Yushuan," to warm up the scene. When he was walking, he suddenly heard a bang not far away.
Meng Su was immediately surprised and said, "Hey, why did he faint again? Are all medical teachers so timid?" Zhang Qin's eyes widened.
Although she could only say "Abba Abba" now, what she wanted to express was very simple.
"Brother, what do you think? This is so scary, I'm going to faint." Meng Su frowned.
He glanced at Jiang Xiaqiu behind him. Just as he was about to tell Jiang Xiaqiu to go downstairs to catch 2 more zombies, he suddenly saw Zhang Qin waving his hands quickly, then quickly took out his mobile phone and typed, "No need.
With Mr. Meng, I can reset myself.
I have studied traditional Chinese medicine and learned this section."
"Harm, you should have told me earlier."
Meng Su couldn't help feeling relieved when he saw this, and then said, "Then you can reset yourself, and remember to wake up your teacher." After saying that, Meng Su picked up a bottle of mineral water and began to wash his hands and face. He found a mirror, looked at himself in the mirror, and couldn't help but frown.
It's not good to be splattered with blood like this every day. Let's put on a raincoat.
This should be protective and prevent blood from splattering all over the body. Meng Su murmured to himself, while Jiang Xiaqiu followed closely behind Meng Su without saying a word, staring directly at Meng Su, or rather, staring directly at Meng Su's blooming. A pocket of evolutionary crystals. Not long after, Meng Su heard a click from behind him. Looking back, he found that the female college student named Zhang Qin had already reset her jaw. Seeing this scene, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, "Very good.
It seems that you didn't dawdle in class. You did a good job."
As expected of a level 10 student, he can still save himself. Hearing this, Zhang Qin didn't know how to reply for a moment. Among all the disciplines in university, graduating in medicine is still very difficult. After all, graduating medical students are expected to save lives and treat illnesses, so their requirements are much higher than those of ordinary college students. Therefore, there has always been a saying that, to persuade people to study medicine, there will be a thunderbolt. But Zhang Qin did not dare to tell Director Meng these things. Because according to Zhang Qin's experience, there was something abnormal about the Meng in front of him. He looks crazy, and although he is elegant and easygoing, he might suddenly get violent and break someone's neck. For example, the 3 villains outside just now, although it can be said that there is a reason for the other party's rude remarks, these methods are too terrible. Coupled with the talent's behavior, Zhang Qin could only say that he was so horrified. She took a deep breath, trying her best not to cry, and then said tremblingly to Meng Su, "Meng, hello, Mr. Meng, I am a junior student at Nanjiang Medical University, Zhang Qin. On the one hand, it's fear, and on the other hand, it's because my jaw isn't ready yet."
"Okay, I understand, please save your teacher first."
Meng Su was very gentle, just like those Asaisai heroes in neon light novels. He showed a smile that he thought was very warm, and then said, "I still have something to discuss with you too, such as grilled sausages, real estate, or something."
This female college student may not be rich, but the teacher may be. At such an old age, you must have some savings, right? It's the end of the world, and it's useless for you to keep the money. Why not use it to contribute to the construction of the real estate industry?
I'll trick this teacher into buying a house later. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and when Zhang Qin saw Meng Su's smile, he didn't know why, but felt very scared in his heart. Therefore, after Meng Su finished speaking, Zhang Qin walked over tremblingly and began to give the teacher first aid. Mainly pinching the philtrum and the tiger's mouth, these 2 places have the effect of awakening the mind, sedating and relieving pain, and accelerating blood circulation.
This is very effective for general fainting. Lao Taitao's fainting was actually not serious.
After rescue, he woke up quickly. After seeing Zhang Qin, he felt relieved at first, but soon after seeing Meng Su with a strange smile on his face, his heart suddenly stopped.
Seeing Lao Taidao's pupils shrinking, Meng Su quickly stepped forward and shouted, "Don't faint yet.
Upon seeing this, Zhang Qin quickly reminded in a low voice, "Teacher Lao, you must not faint, otherwise Director Meng may kill you."
Hearing what his student said, Lao Taitao stood up forcefully.
After taking a few breaths, he sat down cross-legged and looked at the corpses on the ground. His eyes were extremely frightened, and he walked forward.
Meng Su asked in a somewhat broken tone, what do you want to do? Teacher Lao, don't get excited. Meng Su knelt down and spoke to Teacher Lao very calmly.
At the same time, he stretched out his hand, and Zhang Xiaqiu immediately handed over a stack of leaflets. Meng Su randomly drew one, then took a look at the houses above, picked the cheapest one, and then showed a bright smile. "Teacher Lao, look at how good the real estate we have here is.
Li Shirtsu Garden, enjoy an exclusive life. 75 square meters is sold for only 525,000 yuan, which is not bad. The down payment is only 100,000 yuan, the loan is paid in 10 years, and you only need to pay it back every year.
Forget it, I am too lazy to calculate this.
How about we talk to the bank then? Did you wake me up to talk about buying a house?" Lao Taitao couldn't help being stunned, feeling a little ridiculous.
He knocked on his head, trying to stay awake as much as possible.
"If I remember correctly, it seems to be the end of the world now, right? Could it be that what I experienced in the past week was all a dream?" Lao Taitao was stunned.
Seeing Lao Taitao so shocked, Meng Su took a deep breath, reluctantly spoke, and decided to give Lao Taitao a great benefit. "In this way, buying a house will give you a job. If you buy this house, I will allow you to come to work in my company, and no need to be an intern, just become a full-time employee.
Of course, Zhang Qin can also join our company as an intern.
I just made a temporary decision to add a department called the medical department to our company.
Now the second business group director is vacant. Once he comes, he will perform well. The business group director will have a lot to do."
Meng Su was very satisfied with his speaking skills, and at the same time, he offered the position of business group director.
He says this to everyone.
You know, how many people are thinking hard for a place to become a full-time official? Look at the interns in the company, it seems that only Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yani arrived late, so they are interns, plus the 3 guys from the security department. The proportion of interns is not high. But it doesn't matter, this does not affect the preciousness of Peace Order Company employee quotas. Every employee has been carefully selected by Meng Su, the main reason is to pay money. If one dies, he will pay more than 1 million, but he still has to choose, so as not to find an idiot who will become insane in a few days and jump off the building by himself. Die. Meng Su felt that the 2 people in front of him were okay. On the one hand, they were saved by him, and there were no weird perverted killers on the panel.
On the other hand, it was because
Meng Su felt that someone in his company was really coming.
2 doctors. After all, it's the end of the world, and employees' illnesses must be dealt with, right?
Therefore, it is inevitable for the company to equip a medical room.
When the time comes to get sick, injections and medicines will cost money. Won't this money flow into the company's pocket again?
Jia.
Meng Su was already preparing to withdraw from his life in an unknown assembly line factory in his hometown after graduating from high school.
Make money in the factory and spend it in the factory. Don't even think about taking a penny home.
The Peace and Order Group must also maintain this fine tradition.
It's useless for them to make money anyway, why not use it to make Chairman Meng more brilliant? Meng Su felt that this deal was normal.
After hearing what Meng Su said, Lao Taidao's pupils suddenly shrank, and even Zhang Qin beside him felt a little horrified. They felt a little numb.
In Meng Su's opinion, his conditions were very good.
But to Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin, everything was different.
Meng Su wanted to capture the 2 of them and make them slaves. For a moment, the 2 of them were horrified at the same time, and they couldn't help but think of the plots in movies, TV series, and novels.
For a moment, they felt mixed emotions and didn't know what to do. At this point, could Lao Taitao still refuse?
So, he could only show a smile that was uglier than crying and nodded, okay, Mr. Meng.
They are doctors, they shouldn't be abandoned like old shoes, right?
Now, Zhang Qin and Lao Taitao can only comfort themselves in their hearts.
Just buy a house.
Meng Su breathed a sigh of relief and immediately asked Lao Taitao to stand up and said to Lao Taitao, "Let's go to a sales office to sign the contract." Originally, Meng Su was thinking that if no one bought the house, he would spend 100,000 yuan to make up for it. After all, the rewards are still very generous and very tempting.
Now that I meet someone buying a house, it's great and they save a lot of money.
When he heard Meng Su's words, Lao Taitao couldn't help but his heart skipped a beat, his face turned pale with fright, and he said in stunned silence,
Looking for the sales office? Can't we sign the contract here? I'll put the card in for you. What are you signing with me? I'm just handing out leaflets.
Meng Su spoke very calmly and patiently explained Lao Taidao's words. Of course you have to go to the salesperson to sign the contract.
I am not a salesperson of Hauda Group. Meng Su was actually quite confused about this.
Logically speaking, sales should do this kind of thing.
What does it have to do with me being the one handing out flyers? But it doesn't matter, as long as you get the reward. Lao Taitao was speechless when he heard Meng Su speak. It's the end of the world, why don't you just say whatever you want?
As for following such a strict process, it's almost enough.
I can't even buy a house and live in it. Although he thought so, Lao Taitao didn't dare to fart.
After all, he saw with his own eyes Meng Su snapping the necks of 2 zombies neatly. And although they don't know what happened outside, since Meng Su can come here, it can only mean that the people who attacked them have been dealt with by Meng Su, and the method is probably very cruel.
Okay, let's eat 5 fried starch sausages first, and then I'll charge them directly from your bank card.
Meng Su spoke calmly and handed the last 5 starch sausages to Lao Taitao. Seeing this, Lao Taitao subconsciously took Meng Su's starch sausage.
The task of fried starch sausage is completed.
The positive rating is as high as 95.5%.
The positive rating is still 90% plus. You are really a congenital snack stall owner. That's awesome. Task evaluation, perfect. Get mission rewards, professional experience plus 5, cash plus 20,000, points plus 4.
With the completion of this small task, Meng Su's assets returned to 1 million, which made Meng Su reluctantly breathe a sigh of relief.
With assets less than 1 million, I always feel that something will go wrong.
Once bankrupt, well, Meng Su doesn't know what will happen if he goes bankrupt, but he always feels that the word bankruptcy is not a good word. When Meng Su saw Lao Taitao eating fried starch sausage, he didn't say anything. He just took out his mobile phone and started using the offline map to check the nearby Hauda real estate sales office.
Good news, great news. There is a sales office nearby, only about 2 streets away.
And the legendary Great Sage law firm is nearby.
Great. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Although it's not the same building, it's the same company's sales office, so that should be fine, right?
Meng Su was thinking in his mind, and when he saw that Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin had finished eating the fried starch sausage, he immediately nodded with satisfaction, and then said, okay, get ready to go and sign the contract. After hearing Meng Su's words, Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin looked at each other, and there was reluctance in their eyes.
They came out together with another classmate named Xiang, mainly because they didn't have any survival supplies, so they went out to take risks to collect them.
This classmate named Xiang Jiren has died, and there are a large number of evil people hoarding them here.
Of drinking water.
In their opinion, there is no need to go out and take risks.
Seeing that the 2 of them seemed to have no intention of moving, Meng Su immediately asked, What's the matter with you?
No. Looking at the bleeding fire axe in Meng Su's hand, Lao Taitao shook his head quickly, and then showed a bitter smile. Let's go, we can go wherever you want. After saying that, Lao Taitao took a deep breath and consciously wanted to walk at the front of the team.
At the same time, he begged Meng Su, Mr. Meng, can you give us 2 some weapons? If we encounter a large group of zombies, we can also, what are you doing in front? Meng Su was a little confused.
He looked at the skinny middle-aged teacher carefully, and then at Zhang Qin beside him.
He was sure that they were not Ultraman Human and Sailor Moon. He immediately asked doubtfully, don't you hide it deeply? Lu, is he a martial arts master?
He took another look at the situation using observation and found that the 2 of them did not have any profession related to martial arts.
Meng Su was confused for a moment. So, what do they 2 want to do? Could it be that a spy sent by a hostile company wants to bankrupt my company by asking me to pay death benefits? Damn it, what a cruel conspiracy. Meng Su suddenly became alert and almost blurted out, which company sent you?
But thinking about it carefully, this conspiracy seems to be untenable. Because he hasn't signed the employment contract with Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin yet, and there is no system prompt. In other words, the 2 of them are not employees of their own company now, so they don't have to pay compensation if they die.
So, the 2 of them have lost confidence in life and want to die? Meng Su was a little confused.
When Meng Su said this, Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin looked at each other again, this time their eyes were full of shock and astonishment. They originally thought that Meng Su wanted to let the 2 of them go out to explore the road and act as backup. Once there is a wave of corpses, just push the 2 of them out and use them as meat pads.
The so-called buying a house is just a high-sounding excuse. But now it seems. Something doesn't seem right? For a moment, Lao Taidao and Zhang Qin didn't know what was going on. It's not just crazy, right?
The two of them did not dare to speak, and at the same time they could not understand Meng Su. They could only look at Jiang Xiaqiu, who had been silent for a long time, as if he did not exist.
However, when they saw Jiang Xiaqiu, they couldn't help but be stunned. Red eyes. Are these contact lenses?
Zhang Qin can be said to be full of doubts now, but he can't say a word and can only hide these doubts in his stomach. She never imagined that the Jiang Xiaqiu in front of her was not a human at all, but a stupid and cute zombie.
Now that you're ready, let's go.
Meng Su spoke calmly, and then took the lead to go downstairs. Jiang Xiaqiu stood there coldly, staring at Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin expressionlessly, which made the two of them feel terrified, as if they were being targeted by some kind of powerful zombie.
Sister, do you want to leave first?
Zhang Qin spoke timidly, but Jiang Xiaqiu didn't say a word and could only look at Zhang Qin coldly, making Zhang Qin's scalp numb. Jiang Xiaqiu was indifferent. JPG Lao Taidao took a deep breath, put his hands together, thanked Jiang Xiaqiu, and then pulled Zhang Qin downstairs. After the two of them went down, Jiang Xiaqiu started to move. Although his walking speed seemed neither urgent nor slow, he followed at the end.
Lao Taitao doesn't know how to describe his mood now.
Jiang Xiaqiu did this, obviously because of the queen. As we all know, the front and last positions of a team are the most vulnerable to attack.
Now that these two positions are occupied, they are in a safe middle position, which is enough to show something.
Lao Taitao had mixed feelings in his heart, and he was already looking forward to this peaceful and orderly company. He had always thought that the peace order was a ruthless, man-eating monster that exploited people in a post-apocalyptic environment, comparable to some parks in Southeast Asia. But judging from the way these two are dealing with things now, it doesn't seem to be the case. If you can really reach this peaceful order alive, it would be a great thing to use all your knowledge to treat illnesses and save people.
Lao Taitao thought in his heart. And just after they went downstairs, they saw dozens of zombies lying on the glass door on the first floor, beating continuously.
Seeing this scene, Lao Taidao and Zhang Qin's pupils shrank suddenly, and they were filled with fear.
Meng Su was a little surprised and laughed out loud. No, what is the quality of this glass door? No wonder I chose it here, this glass door is of high quality. Meng Su was surprised.
The glass wall in the office can withstand the impact of a zombie, and Meng Shudu feels that he is a good glass manufacturer.
The glass door here can actually allow a dozen zombies to squeeze in here. What kind of Dongwa factory is this? Make a note of it later and go to this company for future purchases. Zhang Qin said cautiously, Mr. Meng, why don't we go through the back window? We climbed in through the window when we came here. Sneaky, huh?
Meng Su glanced at the two of them, then held his head high and said, Meng, have done things above and beyond my whole life, why do I need to march on small roads like a rat?
Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin were a little confused. But the next second, a crack appeared on the glass door. Roar!
Soon, there was only a snap sound, the glass door shattered, and zombies poured in.
The zombies roared ferociously.
In their eyes, Meng Su, Lao Taitao, and Zhang Qin were simply delicious snacks.
Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin were instantly frightened.
Meng Su sneered, and took the initiative to greet him with a fire axe. I am not the owner of this bone shop.
The bone shop is closed today. If you insist on coming, just give each of you a leaflet. Listen. Got it?
When Jiang Xiaqiu heard the word leaflet, Jiang Xiaqiu behind him immediately dropped the leaflets in his hand, one after another, as if a robot had been triggered by some agency. Among the leaflets all over the sky, Meng Su was holding a fire axe, like a ghost. He slashed out with the axe, instantly splitting a zombie rushing in front of him in half. As he became more and more skillful with it, he became more and more proficient.
One axe for one child. Looking at Meng Su's heroic state, Lao Taidao and Zhang Qin opened their mouths.
They were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. After a moment, Zhang Qin spoke slowly and in a low voice to Lao Taidao, with a shocked expression, Old teacher, your original decision was correct.
This is simply not something that humans can do.
They have survived for a week in the apocalypse, so they naturally know how tyrannical the zombies are. Even a terminally ill patient, a fat man who has never exercised for more than 10 years, once infected, instantly explodes into a Superman, like a perpetual motion machine, which is extremely terrifying.
And Meng Su, this one is even more important. Right in front of them, the axe fell down, hitting the head and the head, just like Tom Cat and Tom and Jerry, split into two.
White bones appeared, and black blood was everywhere. The thick flesh and flesh gave the two people a great psychological shock.
Can an axe blow down and split a person in half? What kind of terrifying power is this? Is there really anyone in this world who can do this? Even if the world weightlifting champion comes, he can't do it, right? This kind of power of fear is amazing, and in a moment, everything is solved. The zombies that broke into the bone shop have all become bones. Meng Su looked at the dirty walls and the red unknown liquid all over the ground. Meng Su couldn't help but sigh deeply and said, "Sin. I'm sorry, bone shop owner, I didn't mean to dirty your shop. Oh, no, I also dirty the second floor." Meng Su suddenly thought of something, and then he felt relieved. "It's okay, it was those people upstairs who dirty it first, it's none of my business." After saying a few words in a self-deprecating way, Meng Su turned around and said to Zhang Qin and Lao Taidao seriously, "Okay, clean up, get ready to go." Hardcore cleaning. Zhang Qin was speechless. Although he was studying medicine, he had never seen such a big scene. After taking a deep breath, he quickly followed Meng Su's footsteps and went out with Meng Su. Lao Taidao, who was previously judged by Meng Su to be very timid, also took a deep breath and took a deep look at Jiang Xiaqiu behind him. Jiang Xiaqiu never made a move, but he had a delicate short blade on his waist. He always had this expression, and he was still guarding the rear. His strength must be extremely terrifying. Such a terrifying existence works for this company called Peace Order. What is the origin of this company? Is it always doing genetic research? For a while, many companies flashed through Lao Taidao's mind, but he rejected them one by one. Such a small temple in Huqing City can't accommodate this big Buddha. Lao Taitao didn't know what the situation was, but he could have such a strong background. This company is definitely not ordinary. It seems that there is still hope to survive in the end of the world. In an instant, Lao Taidao, who was originally gloomy, completely changed his mentality at this moment, as if he was bathed in the sun. Then, he strode out, afraid of losing Meng Su, and walked openly on the street, heading towards the distance. Although this university town has a large population, there are not many zombies on the street after experiencing a wave of zombies moving collectively towards Tao County and dividing the alleys. Only occasionally 3 or 2 zombies discovered this team, and then they were solved neatly by Meng Su. Now, level 0 zombies are really useless. Only the occasional level 1 zombies can bring some interest to Meng Su and make Meng Su work harder. Along the way, Meng Su only encountered a level 2 zombie, who seemed to be a White Sox sports student from the sports college, who was killed by Meng Su with an axe. This was the first time that Meng Su felt that there were some problems, just like when he had just obtained the system and his strength had just reached December 13th o'clock, he encountered those old, weak, sick, and disabled zombies in the community where he rented. In this way, only zombies at level 8 or 9 can make Meng Su feel equal. There shouldn't be zombies of this level in this period, at most there will be mutant zombies of level 5 or 6. Meng Su thought silently in his heart, and his pressure did begin to increase. He still had to quickly increase the 4-dimensional attributes to 20, and then surpass the human body limit. If there are flying and invisible zombies in the future, it will be difficult to deal with them. Thinking of this, Meng Su was more looking forward to signing the contract to sell the house this time. The sales office was not very far away. When Meng Su arrived, he found that the door of the sales office was locked. Meng Su didn't delay much and opened the door directly with the master key. The sound of the glass door breaking also alarmed the zombies around. Meng Su acted decisively and gave them a sweet dream. Then, he went directly to the sales office. The sales office was empty, not even a person on duty. Is anyone there? Meng Su shouted helplessly twice, but no one came for a long time. A moment of helplessness. Does this task require me to find a salesperson? Meng Su had a headache. He glanced at the sales photos on the wall, skipped the male salesman, and kept looking at the top-selling female salesman. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. But at this moment, a line of small gilded characters suddenly appeared in front of Meng Su. The sales office staff of Hauda Group may not have time to come for various reasons, but as a non-staff member of Hauda Group distributing flyers, you have attracted a customer. The opportunity is not to be missed. You can temporarily serve as a staff member of Hauda sales office and sign a reasonable contract. Trigger task, real estate sales, task requirements, play the role of a salesperson in the sales office for half a day. Task rewards, experience points plus 10, cash plus 30,000, points plus 3, title Oneida Real Estate Sales Champion. Seeing the small gilded characters in front of him, Meng Su was stunned. Wait a minute, what is the Oneida Real Estate Sales Champion? This system also has a title function? Meng Su was a little surprised for a moment, but soon he chose to accept it. Okay, I will take a good look at what the title of Sales Champion is for.
Meng Su felt that the biggest function of this title was that when others asked him what kind of champion he was, he could proudly say, "I am the Oneda real estate sales champion of Hada Group." Seeing that there were no staff, Lao Taitao spoke cautiously, "Mr. Meng, look, there's no one here either." Although he had imagined that Peace Order was a big company, Lao Taitao didn't understand Meng Su's behavior.
It remains to be seen. There is indeed no one.
Meng Su nodded, turned over casually and came to the counter, opened a cabinet, took out a brand new sales suit according to the system's instructions, and then put it on by himself. "It doesn't matter, I'm a salesperson now."
"Come on, Mr. Lao, let's sign the contract." Lao Taitao? Zhang Qin? Can it be like this?
Today, there is not much time to divide these 2 chapters into 3 chapters, but each of these 2 chapters is 5,000 words, and I still wrote 10,000 words today. QAQ. If you have any characters, you can also leave a message here. At present, many characters mentioned in the remarks on the listing have appeared, but the fate and ending of some characters may not be very good. If you successfully sell a property, you will receive a cash commission of 3,000 yuan and an allocable experience value +2. The house purchase contract has been signed. Meng Su looked at the small gilded characters in front of him with great satisfaction, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised.
The reason for Meng Su's surprise was also very simple.
That is, this reminder does not come from the task of leaflet distributor. After all, the leaflets for my task have not been distributed yet. This reward tip comes from the temporary task of real estate sales. This was undoubtedly an unexpected surprise and made Meng Su very satisfied.
Lao Taitao was a little stunned.
Looking at the almost ridiculous house purchase contract in front of him, he didn't know what to say for a moment, and he was completely confused. The house purchase contract was written by Meng Su on the spot.
And it can be said that it is full of loopholes.
The ownership of a property is written in just a few hundred words, and there is no official seal or anything like that, only the signatures of the manager and the buyer.
In Lao Taitao's view, this is undoubtedly playing house. Everything seems so absurd.
But Lao Taitao glanced hesitantly at Meng Su and Zhang Xiaqiu, who were standing in front of the gate.
For a moment, he had no idea what the 2 bosses wanted to do.
"Okay, very good."
Meng Su nodded with satisfaction and said to Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin, "What do you 2 say? Should I send you back to the bone shop or wait here?"
"I won't go back to the company for the time being.
I have other things to do."
"If you want to do it, you 2 just wait here, and I will take you away after I finish handling the matter."
What comes next is a bit heavy going. Meng Su wants to deal with Wang Wuzhong and hire 2 lawyers.
In addition, Meng Su remembered that there was a big star somewhere in Tao County. Although he didn't know whether this big star had turned into a zombie, Meng Su was ready to take her down.
The reason is simple.
The mission says it can expand the company's influence.
Although I don't know what the use of influence is, since this kind of specific data has appeared, it must be useful.
After hearing Meng Su's words, Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin no longer knew what to say. Zhang Qin is okay, he is just a clear and stupid college student who keeps sighing.
But Lao Taitao was different. He thought a little too much. He could no longer distinguish what Meng Su said.
After all, Meng Su was a mental patient talking nonsense, and made up a company of peaceful order. Or is there really such a peaceful order company, but the people in this company are crazy?
For a moment, Lao Taitao's mind was very confused.
"I can't tell the difference, I really can't tell the difference." After taking a deep breath, Lao Taitao immediately whispered, "We still want to go to the bone shop, Mr. Meng. Although the bone shop is very bloody, there is still a lot of mineral water left by those evildoers. Plus some food they brought with them, it was enough to last for a while."
Hearing what Lao Taitao said, Meng Su nodded.
Under Zhang Qin's admiring gaze, Meng Su sat firmly on the Diaoyutai without moving at all. "Okay, I'll take you to the bone shop after I get off work today."
Lao Taitao, Zhang Qin? Get off work? This familiar yet unfamiliar word appeared in the ears of the 2 of them. For a moment, the 2 of them were a little unexpected. It was really an unexpected statement.
Besides, your procedures haven't been completed yet.
If nothing else, there will be a bank specialist or something.
I'll fill out a form first, and the rest of the trouble will be handled by Hada Group. Meng Su spoke calmly, feeling very sorry that he could not change into a bank teller's clothes on the spot, pretend to be a bank teller, conduct transactions, and continue the process,
etc. Meng Su suddenly had an idea.
Whether you receive the money or not is the business of Hada Group. It has nothing to do with myself.
That being the case,
he directly grabbed zombies from outside and came in to press his fingerprints and sign the contract.
Isn't it beautiful?
Thinking of this, Meng Su suddenly felt as if he had encountered a bug. He immediately sat down on the chair, picked up a pen and began to quickly write a new contract, and then handed the contract to Jiang Xiaqiu to conduct an experiment. Luxury Housing Development Project of Hauda Group.
5.3 million per set. Jiang Xiaqiu blinked and pressed a fingerprint at Meng Su's instruction. Immediately afterwards, a line of small words appeared in front of Meng Su.
If you successfully sell a property, you will receive a cash commission of 3,000 yuan and an allocable experience value +2.
Meng Su. I'm really stuck with a bug. What a bug with unlimited money grinding.
Meng Su almost wanted to look up to the sky and laugh.
If that's the case, wouldn't you be able to earn unlimited money and experience points in this way?
Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but become ambitious, and immediately began a series of signings. He immediately wrote another contract and handed it to Jiang Xiaqiu, wanting to see if repeated signing would be useful. Soon, it was discovered that repeated signings were ineffective. So, Meng Su frowned, stood up immediately, and walked towards the lobby of the sales office and outside. Meng Su's actions made Zhang Qin and Lao Taitao look at each other. They had no idea what Meng Su wanted to do. They could only sit there, feeling like they were sitting on pins and needles, like a ray on their backs, like a lump in their throats.
Soon, Meng Su arrived at the door of the sales office.
Just when Meng Su was about to go out to catch a zombie for experiment, he suddenly found another line of small gilded characters appearing in front of him. Please note that being within 20 meters of the sales office will be regarded as absenteeism, and absenteeism will be regarded as task failure. Seeing this line of small gold-plated characters, Meng Su couldn't help but feel a little helpless and could only stand at the extreme position and look back and forth. Not long after, Meng Su saw a lame zombie slowly wandering on the road with pieces missing. Seeing this, Meng Su was immediately overjoyed and called him over. "Hey, Mr. Zombie over there.
Seeing that your legs and feet are not very agile now, why don't you stop wandering outside and come over to take a look at the property? I think it's very suitable for you." Roar!
Meng Su's voice naturally attracted the attention of the lame zombie. The lame zombie roared and rushed towards Meng Su like an arrow from a string.
At this moment, the leg was no longer lame. And Meng Su didn't hesitate at all.
The moment the zombie pounced, Meng Su weighed the fire axe and patted it gently, instantly causing the zombie's head to bleed and knock it to the ground.
Roar! The zombie was still roaring unyieldingly.
Meng Su broke his limbs without any hesitation and dragged him to the sales office.
After confidently writing a contract, he suddenly froze. This zombie. What's his name?
Meng Su frowned and immediately began to search his pockets. There was only a mobile phone, and the rest were some personal items that Meng Su couldn't understand. There is no prop to prove his identity. Meng Su could only take chances and casually wrote Zhang San on it, and then pressed his fingers to press the contract. After doing all this, Meng Su waited patiently.
No small gilded characters appeared. Grass. Meng Su was very disappointed. He thought he had a bug. Who would have thought that he had forgotten his name?
At this thought, Meng Su was very angry and kicked the zombie's head away, causing his head to move to another place. After being kicked away, Meng Su looked at Zhang Qin again. Then without any hesitation, he started writing a contract and said enthusiastically to Zhang Qin, "Come on, Xiao Zhang, sign here and buy an apartment?" Zhang Qin shuddered and sweat appeared on his forehead. She can't figure out what kind of existence Meng Su is now.
Moody and not at all regular.
He can capture a zombie to sign a house purchase contract, and then kick the zombie's head off.
If you sign this contract, what will happen?
Zhang Qin didn't dare to think about it at all, so he could only sign his name tremblingly, and then press his fingerprints. After waiting for a while, Meng Su noticed a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of him. It was detected that the user's balance was insufficient and he was unable to repay the mortgage, so this contract was scrapped. Seeing this line of small gold-plated characters, Meng Su couldn't help but sigh with a complex expression. "Oh, I found the bug, but it's a bit difficult to fix this bug. However, this operation has proved one thing, that is, the system can also be stuck with bugs through certain means. I just don't know if there will be any consequences if a bug is stuck." Then, Meng Su lost interest and sat there casually. Then he took out his mobile phone, found a standalone game and started playing it by himself. Zhang Qin and Lao Taitao looked at each other, sitting here as if on pins and needles, feeling like every minute and second was torture. In this way, time passes slowly. Until the sky slowly turned into a deep yellow, and the sun on the horizon slowly disappeared, leaving only a blush.
Meng Su got the task settlement.
"You are very powerful today,
you sold 2 properties by yourself. Although I don't know how they will pay for this finance, it has nothing to do with you, a non-staff member. You are today's sales champion, and the golden rain is falling for you. Task evaluation, perfect. Get mission rewards, distributable experience points plus 15, cash plus 35,000, points plus 3, and the title Onedai Real Estate Sales Champion. Looking at the small gold-plated characters in front of him, Meng-Su stopped playing the game. My phone is almost out of battery, but it doesn't matter. There are mobile phones everywhere, just go back to the mobile phone store and buy one. He is now interested in the title. Title, Onedai Real Estate Sales Champion, effective wearing. After wearing this title, your affinity with potential target customers will be greatly improved, and potential target customers will give priority to you as a receptionist. Meng-Su couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this title. It seems to conflict with my own fishing skills. I'd better stop wearing it now, lest a whole street of zombies come chasing me. Although Meng-Su is not afraid of trouble, this situation is troublesome enough. Congratulations on winning a title in life. Get the hidden achievement, the first title. Get achievement rewards, points plus 5, allocable experience points plus 5, cash plus 1,000. Meng-Su didn't expect that this title would trigger an achievement, which was quite an unexpected surprise. Now, Meng-Su has 38 distributable experience points. In addition, he also has 45 points, and his assets have reached 1.03 million. It can be said to be the dominant one. But Meng-Su stood up. Next, he will start to distribute experience points and make a small improvement. Send Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin to the bone shop, distribute flyers, and then go to Dasheng Law Firm. All in one go. Distribute experience points to the trainee clerk 12 points. Meng-Su thought silently in his heart. Soon, with Meng-Su's distribution, the trainee clerk profession soon showed that it could be upgraded. Upgraded successfully, your profession trainee clerk level has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. You get 0.5 points of spirit bonus, your current spirit value is 13 points. Upgrading by 1 level only increases the spirit value by 0.5. Meng-Su was a little disappointed, but he soon cheered up, looking at the sun that was about to set, and immediately said to Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin behind him, "Let's go, I'll take you back to the bone shop." After that, Meng-Su took the fire axe, walked in front, and set off first. After Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin were stunned for a moment, they felt relieved and quickly followed Meng-Su's pace and walked towards the bone shop together. The zombies along the way were cleared, so there were naturally no twists and turns on the way back. After sending Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin to the bone shop, Meng-Su did not give too many instructions, but just left a sentence, "I haven't been back for 3 days, do whatever you want," and left casually. Looking at the backs of Meng-Su and Jiang Xiaqiu leaving, Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin felt mixed emotions and didn't know what to say for a while. Although Meng-Su looked a little crazy, his attitude towards the end of the world seemed to be no different from before, but in any case, Meng-Su had saved their lives. Mr. Meng is the only kindness left in this end of the world. The so-called madness, perhaps just the free and easy attitude of people laugh at me for being too crazy, I laugh at others for not seeing through it? With this thought, the two put their hands together and secretly wished Meng-Su and Jiang Xiaqiu a safe journey. Deduct 1 to pray for Meng-Su and Jiang Xiaqiu. The night was deep, and Meng-Su and Jiang Xiaqiu were not idle, and they were on the road at night. After adding 0.5 spirit value, Meng-Su was a little energetic and not very sleepy. Therefore, he planned to come to the Dasheng Law Firm in one go and set up the legal department. As for the task of distributing flyers, there are still 200 or 300 copies to be completed. This flyer task is refreshed every week, so there is no need to worry about not completing the task, but in the night environment, Meng-Su decided to keep a low profile. After all, the vision is blocked at night, and the zombies are extremely active. If it weren't for the fact that the Dasheng Law Firm was very close, Meng-Su planned to wait until dawn to act. According to the guidance of the map, Meng-Su soon came to the vicinity of the Dasheng Law Firm. The Dasheng Law Firm has the highest winning rate in the city. The most well-known firm covers a large area and has an independent 3-story small office building. The figures around were moving, but no sound came out. It was like a pantomime. Only the shadows occasionally cast by the moonlight showed the horror of the area. A zombie was slowly wandering on the street in front of the office. There was a big bloody hole on his shoulder, which seemed to penetrate the entire shoulder, making his arm weakly hanging by his side. His ferocious face looked a bit scary. The wound seemed to be from some kind of gunshot wound, and even a bullet could be seen stuck in the bone. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound behind him. He turned around suddenly, but just as he turned around, he heard a muffled sound of plop. The next second, he didn't even roar, and he fell in a pool of blood. Meng Su threw the corpse away calmly and continued to move towards the office. The level of zombies around here is so high. Meng Su frowned, bent down, and felt a little incredible. Why are the zombies here much higher than those in the next street, just 2 streets apart? On the street over there, the average zombie level is level 0, with occasional level 1 zombies, and only one level 2 zombie has been seen. But here, the zombies Meng Su saw were basically all level 1, with level 2 zombies also common, and occasionally a level 3 zombie. As for the number of level 0 zombies, there are also many, but they are not much different from level 2 zombies. Meng Su could clearly see that the zombie he just killed had bullet holes on his body. He had been shot by bullets before, but he didn't die. Have the military been here before? Meng Su thought in his heart, and a pair of blood-red eyes stared at Meng Su, from the lovely Jiang Xiaqiu. Jiang Xiaqiu had a smooth journey along the way, and no zombies would pay attention to Jiang Xiaqiu, which disappointed Meng Su. His slacking skills were completely unavailable. Forget it, let's go upstairs to the law firm. I think the military didn't clean up the place thoroughly. Maybe they just sent away a group of survivors. Meng Su took a deep breath and then chose to climb the stairs. As soon as he went upstairs, Meng Su saw an anti-zombie in sanitation worker clothes wandering around, with fierceness in her gray eyes. Occupation, zombie, level 3, a sanitation worker. Auntie is already level 3. Auntie, you've been lazy these days and haven't cleaned up the streets. The street garbage is very bad. Pay more attention next time. Meng Su complained, and the next second the sanitation worker zombie had already rushed over. Meng Su raised his axe to fight back. With a light sound of click, the ant's arm was chopped off by Meng Su's axe. Jiang Xiaqiu also decisively attacked behind Meng Su. He was very fast and directly grabbed the ant's head and pulled it hard. There was another crisp sound of click, and the sanitation worker zombie slowly collapsed. Meng Su shook his head, killed 2 more ordinary zombies that rushed over after hearing the sound, and climbed to the 2nd floor of the office. Xiao Jiang, go in and investigate first, and just attack the zombies when you see them. Meng Su whispered to Jiang Xiaqiu, who immediately moved forward silently. Just after taking 2 steps, Meng Su suddenly felt a chill on his back. Ha! Meng Su frowned, turned his head, and looked behind him, but saw that there was nothing else except the 3 dead zombie bodies. What's going on? Meng Su was doubtful for a while. At this moment, the table at the 2nd floor staircase, which seemed to be used for registration, suddenly moved. A fierce shadow suddenly jumped out and rushed towards Meng Su without warning. The table moved. I don't want to play anymore. Meng Su was startled and subconsciously raised his axe to resist the flying figure. However, the opponent still had a lot of strength. Taking advantage of Meng Su's unpreparedness, he pushed Meng Su directly to the wall. But after Meng Su reacted, he immediately resisted the fire axe and pushed back hard, trying to push the zombie away. At this moment, Meng Su also saw the face of the zombie through the moonlight projected by the glass. A dark formal women's suit first entered Meng Su's field of vision, followed by a badge with Chi Yao faintly written on it. Hey, lawyer? Meng Su directly used his force to push the beautiful zombie away, and then he observed the words and expressions, and instantly took out the information about the zombie in front of him. Occupation, power type mutant zombie, level 5, strength mutant zombie? No wonder it has so much strength. Meng Su felt a little incredible. The level of this zombie could be said to be 1 level higher than Li Xiang, reaching an astonishing level 5. But there seems to be a slight gap between the power of level 5 power zombies and myself. Maybe it's because women are at a natural disadvantage in terms of strength? Meng Su frowned, and the zombie was forced back by Meng Su. A flash of intelligence flashed in his eyes, and he was deeply afraid of Meng Su. He did not attack rashly, but faced Meng Su. Jiang Xiaqiu behind him roared, "Roar!" Jiang Xiaqiu stood calmly beside Meng Su, seemingly turning a blind eye to the female zombie's provocation. Jiang Xiaqiu's eyes were always fixed on Meng Su. If you don't know better, you might think this is a young couple in love. Meng Su was already immune to Jiang Xiaqiu's gaze. Meng Su naturally knew what Jiang Xiaqiu wanted nothing more than the 2 evolutionary crystals in his pocket. Meng Su was a little surprised by this level 5 powerful female zombie. She can lie in wait and think simply. Although the intelligence level is not as good as that of humans, it seems to be no different from some hunting animals. If he had switched to lower-level mutated zombies or ordinary zombies, they would have continued to rush forward by now and would never confront him.
Although the angle of the moonlight shining in was a bit off, luckily Meng Su had a pair of good eyes and could clearly see the other person's name tag. Chi Liao. Lawyer. A few simple words, but they made Meng Su feel determined. Lawyers, not paralegals, or front desk staff. That's good. If you can become a serious lawyer, and you are a serious lawyer at the Great Sage Law Firm, your level should not be low. Thinking of this, Meng Su was very satisfied and immediately shouted in a low voice, "Hey, Chi Liao, are you interested in working with me? The treatment here is very good. For zombie employees, they only need to work 24 hours a day, and the rest of the time you can allocate it freely, with a monthly salary starting from 15,000, what do you think?" Meng Su glanced around and saw that Chi Liao had three-dimensional features and a tall figure. Although he was not as beautiful as Jiang Xiaqiu, he was quite charming with the bonus of being a lawyer. If it weren't for the apocalypse, such a legal beauty would probably attract a lot of people, right? But now that she has become a zombie, she wholeheartedly wants to get her heart through physical means. The talent Chi Liao was found. The system detected that the host has a strong desire to hire. Do you want to hire him? According to system calculations, hiring Chi Liao requires a monthly salary of at least 80,000 yuan, excluding legal commissions. It has been detected that Chi Liao is currently working as a senior lawyer at Dasheng Law Firm with a salary of 50,000 yuan. According to system calculations, the success rate of this recruitment is extremely high. Two small gilded characters soon appeared in front of his eyes. Meng Su couldn't help being stunned, feeling that he had read it wrong. What the hell? Jiang Xiaqiu is the heir to a tens of billions group, so Meng Su accepted the monthly salary of 100,000 yuan with pinched nose. What is your origin, Chi Liao, and you want 80,000 yuan? And it doesn't include commission? Oh, that's right, there doesn't seem to be any lawsuits to be filed now. However, you want too much. Even so, Meng Su then thought about it. The high asking price indicated strong professional ability, so maybe he could complete his task requirements in one go? Thinking of this, Meng Su could only sigh deeply and choose to recruit. After all, you should treat each other with admiration after 3 days of separation. Today's Meng Su is no longer the Ameng of Jianlin technology in the past. He has 100 Ws in his pocket, what else is he afraid of? Moreover, Chi Liao's current level is one level higher than Li Xiang. If such a high-level zombie can die at work, then Meng Su will be bankrupt. Chi Liao's refusal intention has not been detected. You have successfully recruited new employees. With the appearance of the small gilded characters, although the recruitment was successful, Meng Su still did not relax at all, but became more vigilant. After all, as a lesson learned from the past, zombies will attack you even if they are recruited as employees. So the real test begins now. Chi Liao occupied the right side, while Meng Su and Jiang Xiaqiu stood on the left, confronting each other. Chi Liao did not attack rashly, and Meng Su was also thinking of good strategies. Name, Chi Liao. Occupation, Power Mutant Zombie, Level 5, Lawyer, Level 7, Position, Employee of Peace Order Group, no position has been arranged yet, monthly salary, 80,000, inner desire, to establish my own law firm, to become famous throughout the country, to provide less bizarre legal consultation, and to be the result of evolution. When Meng Su saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. You kid, you are quite greedy. Others only have 1 or 2 desires in their hearts, but you actually have 4? When Meng Su was stunned for a moment, Chi Liao suddenly rose up and rushed towards Meng Su, and Jiang Xiaqiu also took action decisively, but Jiang Xiaqiu's power was not as strong as Chi Liao's, and he was thrown away by Chi Liao in an instant, and when Meng Su saw this, he didn't think about being polite. He picked up the fire axe and slashed at Chi Liao. That's right, you have become your own employee. But it's fine if you don't kill him. If he really can't subdue her, Meng Su can only choose to fire her with pain and find a new lawyer. Dasheng Law Firm, such a famous law firm, definitely has many lawyers above level 5, and you are not a big deal. The fire axe was raised, and Chi Liao was also hit by Meng Su's fire axe at the same time. The axe suddenly hit her chest. For a moment, blood and flesh surged, and Chi Liao rushed over. Meng Su took the opportunity to dodge and kicked her at the same time. There was only a crack sound, which seemed to be a bone fracture. Chi Liao was kicked back several steps by Meng Su, and Jiang Xiaqiu also stood up from a distance, with a quick step, a red light flashing in his eyes, and instantly appeared behind Chi Liao, holding Chi Liao tightly. Roar! Chi Liao roared unwillingly, and then directly exerted force to break free from Jiang Xiaqiu's arms, and at the same time there was a crisp crack sound. This cracking sound is also enough. Although Chi Leo was hit by Meng Su's axe in the chest and kicked by Meng Su at the same time, the zombie obviously had no pain. Not only did she not retreat, but a trace of greed flashed in her gray eyes, wanting to rush up and bite Meng Su to death. Seeing this, Meng Su was in a dilemma. Just kill him. Just when Meng Su was thinking of hacking him to death, he suddenly thought of Chi Leo's desire entry. He suddenly said, "Hello, Lawyer Chi, I have a question and want to ask you." I gave cash to the leader, but the leader refused to accept it. As we all know, refusing to accept cash is a violation of the law. Can it be considered a violation of the law? Chi Leo, who was originally planning to rush up, actually stopped at this moment and was stunned. Chi Leo's favorability 10, I wanted to praise you. Without the encounter buff, you would have found the confidant of the lawyer beauty yourself. I didn't expect that you really gave the system a big surprise. Can this also break the chat? You don't think you are very humorous, do you? While your favorability has not dropped too much, make up for it in other ways. For example, spend a lot of money and become her partner or something. I sincerely hope you can have a confidant. You get a gift from the system, a random gift box to improve favorability x1, what is this mess? Meng Su was stunned, but soon put it behind his mind. It seems to have some effect. However, Meng Su did not think that his question was weird. This is a problem he is currently concerned about. Because he is the chairman of the company, if possible, he also hopes to get some money from employees in this way and build a better world together. Let me describe it another way. If my employee lost something and offered a reward of 100,000 or 1 million yuan, and I happened to pick it up, he gave me a thank you fee of 100,000 or 1 million yuan to thank me. Isn't this illegal? Lawyer Chi, I have a friend who accidentally hit his head while playing with his girlfriend in a hotel one day. He lost the memory of their acquaintance. My friend felt a little ashamed, so he gave his girlfriend 800 yuan in compensation and broke up. Is this illegal? If the prison shaves the prisoner's head in the first month of the year, can the prisoner's uncle sue the prison? If you burn the wrong paper at the grave on Qingming Festival, can you ask the other party to return the illegal gains? Meng Su's questions came one after another, all of which were issues that everyone was more concerned about on weekdays. However, with the emergence of these questions, Chi Leo's desire to attack became lower and lower, and the greedy eyes that were originally ambitious gradually became silent. Even, there was some resistance and disgust. It can be seen that the zombie Chi Leo wants to leave now, but Meng Su has turned the tables and blocked the passage. Chi Leo's current favorability, 80, little guy, can't I cure you? Meng Su sneered and decided to say the last sentence to completely KO Chi Leo. Lawyer Chi, I asked you so many questions, why didn't you answer any of them? It seems that your level is not high. I am also ignorant like you. Can I be a lawyer? Do you need legal aid? I have given you a favorability gift, how can you still reduce your favorability to 100? You don't really like male girls, do you? Please, find a confidant. Chi Leo's current favorability is 100. Since you have caused the favorability of 3 outstanding women above the confidant level to 100, you get a strong charm buff. Within 1 day, your charm will be unlimited, and all female creatures will be crazy about you. What is this? Meng Su frowned, but it didn't matter anymore. The important thing is that Chi Leo has completely 100 and can be ordered by him. La Yao. Meng Su walked forward with a smile, just like the protagonist of a hypnotic comic about trafficking decent women. Don't worry, I was just kidding you. Follow me and work hard. Maybe your dream will come true. You can own a law firm of your own and become famous all over the world. After that, Meng Su suddenly took out a ruby from his pocket and shook it at Chi Leo. His special skill appeared. After seeing the evolution crystal, Chi Leo's eyes were instantly straight. She stared at the ruby in Meng Su's hand without blinking. At this moment, Jiang Xiaqiu also suddenly appeared in front of Meng Su. Her eyes were staring straight at the evolutionary crystal. However, unlike Chi Leo, Jiang Xiaqiu looked a little overwhelmed, as if she had just been thrown out by Chi Leo. Poor. Ahem. Meng Su coughed lightly and took the evolutionary crystal back. Work hard, and there will be evolutionary crystals. If Meng Su were to choose, Meng Su would definitely give priority to Jiang Xiaqiu. But now we still need to draw the cake, so naturally we have to do it step by step. After hearing Meng Su's words, Chi Leo also began to follow behind Meng Su without saying a word. He even developed a vague hostility towards Jiang Xiaqiu. Jiang Xiaqiu also disliked Chi Leo and stared at Chi Leo coldly. If Meng Su hadn't been present,
the two female zombies might have fought on the spot. Be harmonious and friendly among colleagues.
Meng Su was helpless and immediately turned around to comfort the two zombies. Jiang Xiaqiu is the vice president of the group.
Lu Yao, you should respect Xiaqiu more in the future. Do you understand that this is the code of conduct in the workplace? Xiaqiu, you must take care of your subordinates. Don't you have such a straight face, do you understand? Let's do this.
I will officially appoint Qi Leyao as the manager of the legal department of the company's first business group, with a rank of K5.
How about that? Meng Su spoke calmly and directly appointed Qi Leyao to the position of manager.
At the same time, he was also mentally calculating the situation of the company. After returning, Li Xiang can be promoted to the manager of the sanitation and cleaning department.
The first business group needs checks and balances. In addition, there are two guys, Lao Taidao and Zhang Qin.
Meng Su did not sign a contract for the two of them, nor did they pass the certification to become official employees. The main reason was that Meng Su was worried that the two of them would run around on their own and would have to pay compensation if they were eaten by zombies. Therefore, Meng Su would only do it after taking them back. Certify both of them as regular employees. However, there is only one lawyer left to set up the legal department, so this is easy. When Meng Su was fighting Qi Leyao just now, he heard the roar of zombies upstairs.
If nothing else, it should be a zombie lawyer from the Dasheng law firm.
Just capture him and take him back, and the mission will be completed.
Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, feeling that half of the mission was completed. All that was left was to find Wang Wuzhang and the big star in Shouyu. Of course, Wang Wuzhang is a must-domain mission.
In Shouyu, it depends on her luck. If she can meet him, she can be saved easily.
If she doesn't, her life will be bad. Okay, Lu Yao, let me give you a chance to make a contribution. Open the way and find your former colleague. Meng Shula happily spoke to Qi Leyao.
Qi Leyao's gray eyes were somewhat clear under the moonlight. After hearing Meng Su's instructions, she immediately headed upstairs. However, due to Meng Su's previous fire axe chop, the blood flowed uncontrollably, and Qi Leyao's gray formal women's suit slowly began to slip off and became half-dressed.
Meng Su?
Before taking 2 steps, Qi Leyao's clothes continued to shrink, and after 2 steps she was completely naked.
Stop, stop, stop. Meng Su quickly stopped and said righteously to Qi Leyao, put the clothes on for me.
I, Mr. Meng, am not that kind of person.
What you are calling is seduction.
You are still a lawyer, don't you have no sense of etiquette and integrity? I, Mr. Meng, am not a womanizer. You, a female zombie, are really trying your best to corrupt me, Master Qingtian.
It's a good idea, I can at most help you change your clothes.
After hearing Meng Su's words, Qi Leyao was a little confused and didn't know what Meng Su was talking about.
If you tell this to a zombie, are you okay?
Meng Su looked around and saw that there were no clothes in the law firm. Meng Su had no choice but to wave his hand. Okay, I'll go find a lawyer to subdue the zombies myself. It took a lot of effort to conquer Qi Leyao because Qi Leyao's strength was at a point where he couldn't be completely crushed. If Meng Su tried to subdue lawyer Zhang Wei in the same way, there was a chance that he would overturn. Fortunately, there was such a thing behind her desire, so Meng Su could succeed.
As for the other zombies? Go ahead and wish yourself good luck.
Meng Su stepped up to the 3rd floor, and soon there was a sound on the 3rd floor, and at the same time there were voices saying, "Are you convinced? And I ask you if you want to have sex with me." But this time, the audience was not. Nothing happened.
About 10 minutes later, another level 7 old lawyer zombie named Zhao Zilai appeared in Meng Su's legal department.
The lawyer level is 7, but the zombie level is only 1. I can only say that I have some ability, but not much. After Meng Su's friendly discussion, Zhao Zilai finally only received a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, and everyone was happy. But when the 3 of them gather together, the mission is accomplished. Super powerful team of the legal department, you are so awesome. The most famous lawyers in Heching City have chosen to join your legal department. You have Zhao Zilai, a well-known lawyer in Heching City, and 2 rising star lawyers, Qi Leyao and Zhang Wei. It seems that Peace Order Group is going to become a Pizza Hut in Heching.
Task completed, task evaluation, excellent.
Task rewards obtained, Chairman Experience plus 50, Group Influence plus 10, Cash plus 500,000, allocable attribute points plus 1, allocable professional experience plus 5, and points plus 5. What the hell, this excellent reward only has 2 more freelancing experience points than the ordinary reward. Meng Su complained slightly and added points without hesitation, choosing to add agility. Add points, agility. After adding points, Meng Su's agility value has reached 19.5.
It can be said to be very close to the limit. After taking a deep breath, Meng Su did not choose to give any orders to Zhao Zhe.
He only asked him to wait where he was, and then went downstairs to see Qi Liao's condition. As soon as he got downstairs, he saw Qi Liao standing on the stairwell of the second floor, waiting for Meng Su to arrive. Zhang Xiaqiu was a little far away, but compared with Qi Liao, Zhang Xiaqiu seems more natural and not so serious.
Qi Liao's clothes have now fallen off.
There was no such thing as a happy couple, just a shocking scar. It can be seen that this axe of his is very powerful, and he can even vaguely see the bones in the flesh and blood. Tiska Meng Su felt a little pity. The power is actually enough to chop you to death, but you reacted quickly enough, so the chop was a little shallower.
Please remember this. Mutated zombies after level 5 seem to have some brains and can't keep going. If you lean forward, you'll be able to hide. After recording, Meng Su randomly searched the second floor and found a brand new men's suit in the office on the second floor. After taking it up, Meng Su also found a medical kit in the office.
Although the recovery power of mutated zombies is stronger than that of ordinary people, if I change your clothes in your current posture, your new clothes will definitely be stained with blood. I'd better put a bandage on you to stop the bleeding first. Sorry, I haven't divided it into 3 chapters today, but it's still 10,000 words.
This plot was actually added temporarily.
The outline was not very complete before the book started.
I have been improving the outline recently, so the plot is a bit delayed. I apologize to everyone.
It can only be said that it is worthy of being a big law firm.
The medical equipment in the first aid kit here is quite complete. From iodine to bandages, everything is available. And the iodine is in a big bottle. Meng Su was very satisfied with this.
He had used up all the iodine he had used in the company last time, so he couldn't disinfect while beating people. Now there is another can, which makes Meng Su quite satisfied.
Meng Su looked at these things.
In addition to iodine, there are also alcohol and hydrogen peroxide. They are all disinfectants, but Meng Su didn't know what to use, so he picked up the iodine that he was most familiar with and started to apply it on Qi Liao's chest.
It must be said that Qi Liao's figure is better than Zhang Xiaqiu's.
Zhang Xiaqiu can only be said to be slightly raised, while Qi Liao is already a small hill. However, for Meng Su, this will not be treated differently because of size. On the contrary, because Qi Liao's figure is too bumpy, it is a bit troublesome to deal with the wound.
The blood is not flowing much.
Looking at this extremely hideous wound, although Meng Su didn't know whether applying iodine to such a deep wound would be useful, it was still a matter of human effort, and a drop in the bucket was better than nothing. After the disinfection was completed, Meng Su began to wrap the bandage as usual. But soon, he felt something was wrong. Qi Liao and Zhang Xiaqiu seemed to look at him strangely.
This strange feeling made Meng Su feel inexplicably confused.
He could clearly see that whether it was Qi Liao or Zhang Xiaqiu, there was an inexplicable desire in their eyes. If the way they looked at him before was because of the evolution crystal, now the way they looked at him had nothing to do with the evolution crystal.
Meng Su?
Meng Su frowned slightly, and then skillfully put on the clothes for Qi Liao. The wide suit hung down, but it covered Qi Liao's exquisite figure. Meng Su had just put clothes on Qi Liao, but suddenly saw Qi Liao lean forward suddenly, instantly pressing Meng Su under her body, then hugging Meng Su and rubbing her head against Meng Su. Meng Su only felt a burst of cold softness.
Meng Su?
Just as Meng Su was stunned, Zhang Xiaqiu also started to move, hugged Meng Su's arm, and showed no sign of letting go.
Meng Su?
There was a strong sense of ineffability in their eyes, as if they were saying to Meng Su with their eyes, "Boss, you smell so good."
No, what's going on? Did I meet a female gangster? Meng Su was shocked. Could it be that the zombie's thinking has recovered to this point, knowing how to please me and cheat my evolution crystal through seduction? It's terrible.
Meng Su instantly broke free from Qi Liao's arms, and at the same time shook off Zhang Xiaqiu who was stuck on his arm, stood up, and looked carefully for a moment.
He suddenly thought of something. The next second, a line of small gilded characters appeared in front of Meng Su.
Super Charm Buff Blessing, countdown, 23 hours and 56 minutes, it was this.
Meng Su sighed deeply.
Fortunately, this buff did not increase the appetite of zombies, but just gave them an inexplicable feeling of wanting to stick close to each other.
Wait, are all female zombies like this, or are these two just like this?
Meng Su frowned and decided to try it on a female zombie later.
But to be honest, this system. If it were in a world without the end of the world, wouldn't it be so cool? It's simply a super cool article. Alas. Why can't it be a little earlier, even if it's a day earlier? Life is not easy, Meng Su sighed again.
Now, Meng Su felt a little helpless that there were two sticky candies around him that he couldn't get rid of. Although, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao are both beautiful, and they are estimated to be the first wave of mutated zombies. There are no other marks on their bodies except for the scars caused by themselves. Compared with Qi Wei, there is no change at all. But after all, they are zombies, and they can't do anything meaningful.
You can't just touch here and there like a boss, right?
Reject the label given to you by the system. Meng Su wants to be a high-quality male in society. Meng Su stretched himself, and the two hot eyes around him made Meng Su feel uncomfortable. He just glanced at it unconsciously and suddenly saw the scar on Jiang Xiaqiu's forehead. He was free, so he bandaged Jiang Xiaqiu and tied a small bandage.
It looks a bit cute.
However, when bandaging the wound, Meng Su also found that the scar on Jiang Xiaqiu's forehead was almost gone, and her recovery speed could be described as outrageous. Combined with Qi Wei's previous performance, Meng Su's heart couldn't help but shudder.
Zombies do have a great advantage in self-recovery.
If you fail to blow up the zombie's head in one go, but only cut it or hit it so that it cannot move temporarily, the zombie will be able to recover one day. Thinking of this, Meng Su suddenly thought of a more horrifying question.
Will those zombies whose heads were blown up also slowly grow new brains?
Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but feel a chill.
After returning, collect the zombie bodies around the company and burn them.
Meng Su thought in his heart. He didn't believe that these zombies could still jump around after being burned to ashes.
However, these are currently Meng Su's ideas and cannot be implemented yet. Now, Meng Su didn't want to set off. The next target location, this villa area, is a bit far away. Rest here for one night and start action tomorrow.
Thinking of this, Meng Su held his breath and immediately looked around, finding the same office where he found the suit and medical kit. There was a simple folding bed there. It can be seen that the owner of this office is a person who loves his work very much.
Maybe he didn't come, or maybe he was one of the zombies he killed. But it didn't matter. Meng Su skillfully put down the folding bed.
Looking at Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao who were following him like followers, Meng Su didn't know what to say. Simply put your eyes out of sight, lie on the bed, close your eyes and prepare to rest. It was very quiet outside, so quiet that there wasn't even the sound of insects. Since he added some points, Meng Su also found that the tinnitus problem that had been bothering him had completely disappeared. In this dark environment with only the moonlight remaining, Meng Su really felt a little uncomfortable.
Roar!
Suddenly, a zombie roar came from outside. There was a faint light of fire coming from further away, as if some homemade explosive had exploded.
This is the zombie apocalypse, and situations happen all the time. It has nothing to do with Meng Su. He has been overusing his brain recently and needs to rest.
Just when Meng Su was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt softness coming from both sides. Immediately afterwards, Meng Su felt as if he had become a teddy bear, being hugged by two soft things, motionless.
No need to guess, Meng Su knew what it was. Judging by the size, Qi Liao is on the left and Jiang Xiaqiu is on the right. Forget it, just hold it if you want to.
Meng Su yawned and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Meng Su did not wake up naturally,
but was woken up. There was a sound of bang 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 at the door. Meng Su stood up sharply and pushed away the two shameless female zombies hanging on his body. Then he stood up and looked out through the office.
A zombie broke into it for some unknown reason, and the bang 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 just now was the zombie hitting the cabinet, causing a violent noise.
Trouble.
Meng Su picked out his ears and was about to pick up the fire axe to deal with it, but unexpectedly Qi Liao had already strode over and punched the zombie's head open.
This scene is quite bloody.
Meng Su sighed helplessly in his heart, feeling that Qi Liao, a beauty in law and politics, was too violent and bloody, unlike him, who always convinced others with virtue.
Meng Su's fire axe is named Day. When he got up in the morning, Meng Su went to the toilet first.
Jiang and Qi still stayed together.
For the first time, Meng Su felt the annoyance of being watched by a beautiful woman. How many hours does this buff end? Why are there still 14 hours? It's hard to deal with it. After going to the toilet, Meng Su quickly prepared to leave. Head to the villa area.
But just as he appeared at the stairs, Meng Su suddenly saw Zhao Zhilai, who had been standing guard conscientiously, and was stunned for a moment.
Oh yes, I forgot about you, old Zhao. Meng Su couldn't help but feel happy. Zhao Zhilai was not a mutated zombie.
He just stood there with blank eyes and opened his mouth slightly. He looked like a standard ordinary zombie. This made Meng Su feel like an ancient emperor visited the harem at night, and the chief chamberlain stood at the door of the harem waiting for the emperor to get up the next day. I'm sorry for you, but don't stay here. Go out and find a safe place to hide. Don't be caught and killed by the survivors. Meng Su patted Zhao Ya's relatively clean shoulder, and then advised, if you die, I will pay 3 to 400,000, so you must not die. After I finish building the villa area, I will find a big truck to help you. You send it back to the company. After Meng Su finished speaking, he personally found a safe location for lawyer Zhao, behind the water tank on the rooftop. Survivors generally won't go this way. If they encounter, then just apologize. Is there anything else you can do? After yawning, Meng Su hung the medical kit on Jiang Xiaqiu's shoulder, nodded with satisfaction, and then waved, let's go. Jiang and Qi obeyed Meng Su's orders obediently and followed Meng Su as they headed outside the law firm. When we came to the street, there were many zombie corpses on the ground. Meng Su took a look and saw that in addition to those he killed last night, there were also many corpses whose heads had been shot. It seems that the army did come. Meng Su nodded. He didn't know what the purpose of the army was here. But it has little to do with myself. As soon as he thought of this, Meng Su immediately used the offline version of the mobile phone navigation to start locating. At the same time, he found that his mobile phone only had 6% power left. It's troublesome not being able to charge. Meng Su complained and took out a new mobile phone from his pocket. It was a 5,000 yuan mobile phone belonging to his employee Zhang Luanping. Before Meng Su went out, he confiscated all the mobile phones of his employees, leaving only Xin Zhaozhao's mobile phone for communication. But from the looks of it, it won't take long. After advancing for about 20 minutes, Meng Su never made a move. Although there were zombies constantly rushing towards him, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao on Meng Su's left and right seemed to be the guardians on his left and right. All the zombies who rushed towards Meng Su had their necks broken by the two of them, which was not the same as yesterday. That gentle softness at night. Of course, the ones rushing over were all female zombies. There are also some male zombies. It's just that female zombies are crazier than male zombies. It seems that this buff is really more attractive to female zombies. Meng Su couldn't help but think about it. These female zombies didn't want to kiss and hug him, but they wanted to eat him alive. So, why did Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao have different reactions? Maybe this is the advantage of 100 favorability? This is too weird. However, Meng Su was also helpless about this. Because Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu acted so quickly that they didn't even send out a few leaflets. Don't do anything until I finish handing out the leaflets. Meng Su warned, if anyone strikes before I finish handing out the leaflets, I will punish them by not sleeping with me tonight. Once these words are spoken, they are instantly effective. Meng Su was very satisfied with this and started a new real estate promotion in the new street. A zombie staggered toward him ferociously, but Meng Su was not in a hurry. He just took out a flyer with a smile and handed it out proactively. Mr. Zombie, do you want to know about the real estate project? The zombies ignored Meng Su's leaflets, and then were attacked by Meng Su's convince people with reason. Be obedient and get your flyers. Facing the zombies lying in a pool of blood, Meng Su very calmly threw the flyer into the pool of blood, then turned around and walked away, doing the same to the other zombies. For Meng Su, this was an ordinary day. After all, that's what he's always done. Soon, Meng Su passed by a barbecue restaurant. There seems to be someone in the barbecue restaurant. Meng Su counted the flyers in his hand, thought about it, and decided to use his positive energy and send the flyers to them. He also gave them 2 bottles of mineral water to check out their careers. If they were willing, they could take them back to the company. After all, the company is in great need of talents in various fields, such as various frontline workers and senior talents who can help Meng Su solve network and circuit problems. Thinking of this, Meng Su stepped forward very politely, knocked on the bloodstained glass, and showed a bright smile. How many people are there? Can you tell me about the flyers? Meng Su's voice appeared in the barbecue restaurant, which instantly frightened the group of survivors in the barbecue restaurant. There are a lot of people in this shop, 4 people at all. 3 of them were men and 1 woman, and they didn't get along very well. Some of them are university staff, some are nearby residents, and some are students. The reason why they appear here is because the self-rescue group's bus overturned and they fled here in embarrassment. They had been holding their breath before, not daring to speak for fear that Meng Su would discover them. After all, in their view, Meng Su's condition was terrifying.
Would a normal person chop down a zombie and then hand him a leaflet, shouting "Let's learn about the real estate project" while chopping?
In addition, beside him, there were two beauties who looked extremely beautiful but had blood on their hands.
No matter how you look at it, it feels like you are playing a horror game and encountering a big boss.
"He's here, he found us, what should we do?" A pale-faced boy who looked a bit cowardly spoke with a trembling voice. Looking at Meng Su's terrifying smile, his face turned pale with fright.
He was trembling and terrified.
Originally he was hiding at home, but after the bus overturned, boys became afraid of all this, especially being able to cross the street with two beauties in broad daylight without any cover-up, which made the boys even more frightened.
Terrified. Is this something humans can do? Absolutely impossible.
As for the other two men, one is a security guard from a nearby university. He is wearing a security uniform, but he is very old and looks to be in his 50s. They are also confused and trembling. There was also a fat middle-aged man. He looked very calm, but his panic eyes completely exposed his inner fear.
"Let's keep quiet, he may be bluffing us."
"Ahoo!" Several people shouted in whispers, but this caused a girl on the side to be dissatisfied, and immediately said, "What are you doing?"
"I think that little brother is quite charming, he must be a good person, right? Why don't you let him come to save you, us?"
This girl looks extremely tired, and her appearance is average to above average, but she has a strong sense of technology.
She looks like a high-tech beauty.
The experiences these days have made her feel very broken. She is a girl who loves beauty, but the week she has been tortured by the apocalypse has made her worse than death. Especially when there are three people of the opposite sex around her, it makes her feel sick.
There is always a feeling of being looked down upon. Feeling of rape. What a shame.
She looked at the three men with some disdain, and her eyes at Meng Su were full of tenderness. At the same time, she whispered, "Such a man, you can tell at a glance that he is sunny and handsome, and he has a lot of bonuses." Thinking of this, she immediately waved and said to Meng Su, "We are here." The sudden sound startled the other three people, but when Meng Su saw this, he pushed the door open without any hesitation and walked in. At the same time, he told Jiang and Shi not to come in and just stay at the door. Just the last four were left. Meng Su was delighted, and immediately stepped forward and handed each person a flyer. "Hello, would you like to know more about the real estate project?" Looking at Meng Su, the others looked at each other, not daring to speak. The barbecue restaurant has a lot of resources, including a lot of drinks and snacks.
But after all, these are non-renewable resources, and they are very resistant to having one more person, so they are very repulsive to Meng Su's arrival.
However, because of Meng Su's previous terrifying performance and the axe in his hand, they dared not speak, and could only timidly take the flyer. And Meng Su casually glanced at their attributes and found that they were useless. But since they were all human, Meng Su kindly wanted to say something and ask about the current situation. At this moment, he heard a coquettish voice, "This little brother, I am very impressed by you.
Would you like to consider staying here? You are very handsome and my type."
This is a great plus point. Meng Su was stunned when he heard this, and then asked, "What's the use of this point?
Can you change it to a stainless steel basin?
If possible, I still have a lot of useless broken mobile phones here.
Can I change a few more basins?" Hearing Meng Su's question, the woman's smile froze.
Meng Su looked around at the four people. Seeing that except for the girl who seemed to be slightly affected by his charm buff, the other three seemed to resist his existence. Therefore, he did not ask about the company, but just said casually, "I saw that many zombies on the road were shot and killed.
Do you know what happened here before?"
After hearing Meng Su's question, several people looked at each other and quickly began to answer Meng Su's question.
The four of them come from different walks of life.
They are a university security guard, a female college student, a nearby night shift convenience store salesperson, and the tenant upstairs. They were rescued from the safety of their homes by soldiers and put on buses. There were quite a lot of buses, maybe 4 or 5, and they were just evacuated in batches. They were the second bus to leave.
But I don't know what happened. When the bus was driving halfway, a ferocious zombie suddenly blocked the way and overturned the bus.
The passengers in the car instantly became panicked. At the same time, there were many zombies around. Although there were the gun-wielding soldiers shot desperately, but there were too many zombies around them, and it was difficult for them to defeat them with their fists. They fled randomly, and finally escaped here. Before fleeing, some of them said that they had seen the first departing bus destroyed on the roadside and still on fire.
An explosion occurred shortly after. After hearing the news, Meng Su said, "It seems to be of no use."
After being deliberately rejected by Meng Su, the girl's favorable impression of Meng Su seemed to have declined, but she still treated Meng Su differently. It can be seen that this buff is really powerful. Even if Meng Su said something uglier, he probably wouldn't feel much hatred. After getting the news he wanted, Meng Su thought about it and asked the four of them, "If I gave you a chance to leave here and go to a safer place, would you go?" Hearing Meng Su's words, the four of them shook their heads at the same time. Even the girl who had previously performed a series of underhanded actions on Meng Su because of buff subconsciously shook her head. There is no other reason. The last time something like this happened, it was overturned. It's even more impossible this time. The last time they were escorted by armed forces with live ammunition, this was the case. Although Meng Su was brave, in the minds of these four people, they still did not feel as safe as fully armed forces. They were all overturned, let alone Meng Su. After seeing that he was rejected, Meng Su could only lament that everyone has his own destiny, and then quickly stood up, said "see you later," and walked out of the door. Looking at Meng Su's leaving figure, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Even that girl is like this. After Meng Su left, the girl was suddenly startled. She didn't know why she was so attentive to Meng Su just now. The evil star is finally gone. I thought he was going to rob us of all our resources. The timid boy breathed a sigh of relief and seemed very happy. Meng Su put a lot of pressure on them, making them somewhat breathless. Fortunately, Meng Su left. The girl just snorted and turned around decisively, ignoring the three people. Arrogance is her label. The other three people had different expressions, and they didn't know what they were thinking. Although some were unhappy with this woman, some still tolerated it. After all, Tao County has arranged a safe zone. It was not opened last time. More soldiers may be sent next time. It has only been 2 days, and it has not yet reached the point where people's hearts have been lost. After leaving the convenience store, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao looked indifferent to each other. It seemed that no one looked down on the other. However, after Meng Su came out, they were very attentive to Meng Su and wanted to step forward to hold Meng Su's arm and talk to Meng Su. Sequence stickers. Meng Su decisively stopped this behavior. You can apply it at night, but not during the day. But tonight my buff is gone, so it's not certain whether the two of them will stick together. This buff is quite useful sometimes. Meng Su murmured to himself that everyone has their own ambitions, and it was just fine that the four people didn't want to come. After all, Meng Su didn't really want to be a nanny. He just asked casually. He still hopes that his company's living staff will have some real technical talents. I don't want to eat dry food. Although at present, Shen Zhaozhao is just a breadwinner, after all, he is the veteran of the company and the first living employee, so Meng Su still has a certain tolerance. The task of distributing leaflets has been completed. Task evaluation, average. Get mission rewards, leaflet distributors professional experience plus 100, points plus 10, allocable attribute points plus 2, and cash plus 210,000. The small guild characters that suddenly appeared made Meng Su remember that his original mission had been completed. Woohoo, take off. Meng Su couldn't help but feel satisfied, and then began to carry out a wave of career upgrades. After all, my current experience value is off the charts. Meng Su, occupation, intern clerk level 2, 0/30, leaflet distributor level 4, 100/50, upgradable, chairman level 1, 115/100, upgradable, food stall owner 3 level, 5/50ths, attributes, spirit 13, constitution 14, strength 20, agility 19.5, cumulative allocable attribute points, 2, cumulative allocable skill points, 4, accumulated experience points that can be distributed, 31, skills, cooking, fishing, observing moments, painting pancakes, points, 60, total assets, 1.74 million yuan. Looking at his personal panel, Meng Su felt quite satisfied. He looked around, found a public seat and sat down, and then started to upgrade. Upgrade the level of the leaflet distributor and chairman. Upgraded successfully, your professional level of flyer distributor has been upgraded from level 4 to level 5, and the level of chairman has been upgraded from level 1 to level 2. Distributing flyers requires quick eyes and hands, and if you are not careful, you also have enough ability to avoid danger. As a chairman, your ability to draw cakes has been further improved. You gain 0.5 agility bonus, 2 points of spirit bonus, and 1 point of physical bonus. The level of your professional skill drawing cakes has been improved, and you also gain professional skills, danger sensing. Meng Su took a look at the improvement of the skill of drawing cakes. In fact, it can be used on people other than your own employees, but the probability of success can be said to be very low.
After all, if you really want to say something, you probably have to change your job to become a success master to have this possibility. Understand the applause. However, Meng Su was quite happy looking at the dazzling data. He added all the 2 attribute values he had just obtained to his physique without hesitation. Add more points, the sleeping beast in my body is waking up. As Meng Su finished adding points, Meng Su's attribute values in this wave directly reached a terrifying level. Spirit 15 points, physique 17 points, strength and agility are both 20 points. Only 8 attribute points are missing, and Meng Su has completely reached his limit. Is there any task? I really want to complete the task now. Congratulations, your chairman level has reached level 2. As a chairman, you must be harmonious and friendly to the best, and often do some charitable acts, which is a plus for a chairman. Now, please help some homeless people. There are too many homeless people on the streets now. Trigger task, reduce the number of homeless people on this street due to various reasons. Task reward, distributable attribute points +2, chairman experience +10, group influence +5. The current number of homeless people on the street, 83 people. Meng Su. How do you say that? Although I want the mission, it shouldn't be so outrageous, right? Are all the zombies here considered homeless? Meng Su, who was originally planning to leave, had a gloomy face, but he suddenly thought of something. Why not drive all the homeless people here out and let them become homeless people on other streets? Meng Su praised his clever idea, took a deep breath, turned around, and said to the 2 zombie sisters, Chairman Meng is kind-hearted and can't bear to see homeless people on the street. Do you understand what I mean? Zhang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao looked confused. They didn't understand this kind of words at all. Just drive them all out. Let them get out of my sight, Bigogo. Start the action, don't leave a single zombie. Meng Su shouted angrily. After hearing Meng Su's words, the 2 zombies immediately realized and started to act. So, in the barbecue restaurant, the 4 people who had been relaxed suddenly tensed up again. Because they saw Meng Su coming back with 2 female companions and started to catch zombies. Faced with such a situation, the 4 people were dumbfounded at the same time. They vaguely heard some words such as Chairman Meng is kind-hearted. If you don't get out, you will be hacked to death. What's going on? Is that a lunatic outside? The security guard's face turned pale with fear. Looking at the absurd behavior outside, he didn't know what to say for a while and could only mutter to himself. The other 3 nodded one after another, even the girl felt the same way. Meng Su's plus points instantly turned into minus points. And the big-bellied man also said with regret, it's a pity that 2 beauties are following him, but before he finished speaking, he was scared silly. Because in front of the barbecue restaurant, Qi Liao raised a zombie hiding on the 2nd floor of the next store with an expressionless face, and then with a click, he took off the head directly. That's right. Take the head off. In an instant, the 4 people were stunned at the same time. After seeing this scene, Meng Su's heartbeat also stopped. He hammered the wall and shouted at Qi Liao, what are you doing? Didn't I tell you to drive them out? Who told you to do it? Then, Meng Su shouted with great pain, you arbitrarily tampered with my order and it was superfluous. You still see zombies 1, 2, 3, 4, and blow their heads off. Do you think you are playing Plants vs. Zombies? It's over. The mission cannot be completed. It was agreed to clear the homeless people on this street, but now I accidentally killed one. Is this still charity? Just when Meng Su was desperate and thought the mission was going to fail, he suddenly found that there was one less homeless person in the mission requirements. Ha! Meng Su was suddenly stunned. The 4 people in the barbecue restaurant were trembling, and they had no idea why Meng Su suddenly became furious. For Qi Liao's cruelty and Meng Su's mental state deeply hurt everyone. They were speechless and had no idea why Meng Su didn't allow them to kill zombies. To keep zombies in captivity? Qi Liao heard Meng Su's words and stopped her hand. She looked at Meng Su pitifully. Just when the 4 people thought that Meng Su was going to punish them, they suddenly heard Meng Su say, killing them will be useful, so just kill them all. Now the order has been changed. Chairman Meng is kind-hearted and can't bear to see them suffer in the world. Just kill them all. It can be said that the order was changed every day. However, Qi Liao and Zhang Xiaqiu, the 2 zombie beauties, would not deduct points from Meng Su for such a small matter, so they acted decisively. Killing zombies is much more useful than driving them away. And Meng Su was not idle either. He stood up, holding a fire axe, and killed one little friend with one axe. His means were extremely neat and timid. Each zombie would never last more than 2 seconds in Meng Su's hands. And the movements were extremely fast and the sound was very light. The 4 people in the barbecue restaurant went from shock to panic to numbness at the scene outside. It only took 10 minutes. The scene outside was like hell. People don't know how to describe the situation here. It's like a dream, and it feels like a dream. Your good deeds are earth-shaking. You have successfully helped 83 homeless people get rid of their homeless status in such a short time. I am so proud of you, I am so proud of you. You are really the greatest philanthropist in Hutching City. If Hutching City wants to select the top 10 young people who moved Hutching City, the system will definitely vote for you. Your good deeds will be worthy of everyone's memory, and everyone will remember your good deeds today. My friend, you are the real hero. Task evaluation, perfect. Task rewards, assignable attribute points +2, chairman experience +10, group influence +20. Your good deeds moved God, and you got a special achievement and title, Hutching City Charity Pioneer, achievement rewards, cash +10,000, points +5, title effect. When wearing this title, you will become a charity pioneer, and you will be looked up to when attending various evening parties. Looking at this series of gilded small characters, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. It seems that there are few entrepreneurs in the whole Hutching City who can be compared with me in charity. And I am also far ahead in terms of morality. Who dares to say that I am immoral? Who dares to say that I don't do charity? The system has been certified. In this aspect of charity in Hutching City, I am far ahead. Add points, add to the physique. Meng Su decisively added points to the physique to 19 points, and he is one step closer to the most perfect human being. After adding points, Meng Su felt refreshed. This time the addition of points was undoubtedly successful. It was really only one step away from success. Thinking of this, Meng Su was satisfied, and then he looked at Jiang Xiaoqiu and Qi Liao, in a good mood. Very good, you two did a good job, I allow you to sleep on me tonight. After that, Meng Su looked forward, strode forward, and was in high spirits. Meng Su's back gradually moved away, and seeing this scene, the 4 people in the barbecue restaurant breathed a sigh of relief, and an inexplicable sense of fear attacked their hearts. Who are these people? 3 people, just 3 people, they killed dozens of zombies, right? Oh my god, those zombies are like paper. It just feels that they are not mentally normal, killing, chasing, and getting angry, and handing out flyers. I can't understand what they are doing at all. Fortunately he laughed. Help me go to the toilet, I'm a little scared. Meng Su had subconsciously forgotten the 4 people in the barbecue restaurant. The system did not prompt that the 4 of them were homeless, so Meng Su didn't care. Going along the road, Meng Su was now full of energy, not dodging or evading at all, just going straight ahead, chopping the zombies he met on the road, unimpeded. Soon, from a distance, Meng Su could see a bus overturned on the ground in front of him. Not far from the bus, there was a burnt black car frame. It was completely scrapped, and a nearby shop was also set on fire. However, the fire prevention effect of this street was good, so only one shop was set on fire. Meng Su observed the overturned bus in front. The bus had been modified, and the body was very solid. It was made of steel plates. The front of the car was installed with a shovel blade similar to that on a bulldozer, but it was sharper. As the vehicle moved forward, it was estimated that even if there were zombies in front, they would be directly cut through. There were still some zombies' flesh and blood hanging on it, which showed that it was quite effective. However, there was a deep groove at the head of the bus, as if something had been hit directly, causing the bus to stop. The speed of the bus might not be very fast, and Meng Su also found a lot of shells on the ground. Roar! After seeing Meng Su, the driver zombie, who was still tied to the driver's seat by the seatbelt, immediately began to scream and struggle, and seemed to welcome Meng Su's arrival. Too enthusiastic. Meng Su sighed. As a newly elected charity pioneer, Meng Su was eager to help others and sent him to a sweet dream with an axe. After it was completely quiet, Meng Su began to check the situation. Soon, Meng Su heard a roar and a zombie rushed over from the corner of the street and attacked Meng Su. This zombie, wearing a dark green camouflage uniform and a helmet, is the armed force they mentioned. Profession, zombie, level 4, as expected. Once the trained armed forces become zombies, their initial level will be very high. Meng Su sighed deeply. Facing the zombies rushing up, Meng Su did not show mercy and directly chose to use a fire axe to send him off. After hacking and killing, Meng Su stood here silently and mourned for him for a while. Unlike other zombies, this zombie fought to the last moment to protect the residents and was infected by zombies. Heroes are worth remembering.
Meng Su glanced at the collapsed bus and searched the zombie and found a cold weapon.
A pistol that Meng Su did not know what model it was. Equipped with a magazine.
Holding this pistol, Meng Su felt a little excited for no reason, but Meng Su looked around and did not find the equipped rifle.
Maybe it was taken back? No, if it was taken back, what happened to the pistol? It could only have been picked up by someone in the chaos.
Meng Su felt deeply sorry, but the next moment, he dragged the soldier's body into the bus. After thinking again and again, he fumbled among several other bodies nearby and finally found a lighter. Meng Su tore off a piece of clothing, lit it, and threw it into the bus.
He watched the fire gradually grow, and then left without looking back. Rather than leaving the corpse exposed in the wilderness, this ending is the best ending.
Meng Su put the pistol in the holster, casually hung it on his waist, and then moved forward.
He now has one more goal. Find the mutant zombie that overturned the bus.
Kill him, and then take away his evolution crystal.
Chapter 89. I'll give everyone a minute to decide whether the zombies left behind will end up being the same as her.
Armed with sharp weapons, murderous intentions arose. Meng Su had a pistol in his hand. He checked it carefully and found that the magazine had only 7 rounds of ammunition and only 2 magazines. However, this did not affect Meng Su's hot heart.
After all, who hasn't played through rice noodles as a child? Every man has a heart that wants to shoot.
Baya Meng Su childishly made noises with his mouth, imagining that he was a sharpshooter with perfect accuracy, and he was really happy. Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao followed Meng Su, just like the nannies following the landlord's silly son. Their daily job was to play around with the silly young master. In this silent street, apart from the sound of the flames burning the bus, the only sound left was Meng Su's biu sound, which added a strange feeling to the situation here.
Once upon a time, I was walking along a bleak road in confusion.
Suddenly, Meng Su thought of a song, hummed it, and walked forward, trying to search for the location of the mutated zombie that knocked over the bus.
To be able to knock down such an enhanced version of the bus, this mutated zombie's capabilities are extraordinary.
Meng Su hummed a little tune and moved forward with purpose. Suddenly, a line of small gilt characters appeared in front of his eyes. Please note that the high-level talents and doctors you selected appear within a 3-kilometer radius of you.
Meng Su was very calm.
He knew that if the distance was closer, a red guideline would appear in front of him. If the red guideline did not appear, it proved that he was still some distance away from him.
As for this highly qualified doctor?
Meng Su remembered that he had drawn it in a points lottery earlier. In addition to the doctor, there is also an architect.
But Meng Su didn't have much hope for this.
Because when the senior talent bodyguard was drawn, the system said that these senior talents would move closer to him due to various chances and coincidences. As we all know, in the apocalyptic environment, except for Meng Su who is suspected of being crazy, this kind apart from the people who are destined by the system, who else can walk around unharmed? Either it is a large group of armed forces, or it is a lone ranger with extraordinary skills.
Either.
He has already turned into a zombie, so there is no need to worry about zombies wandering around. Therefore, Meng Su just smiled at the reminder from this highly qualified doctor and did not take it seriously.
If it's a human, fine. If it's a zombie, Meng Su will give him a ride. What is the use of a zombie doctor? It's not like a lawyer has mission requirements. If it's useless, just kill him. Peace and order, no idle corpses. Unless you can work as a dog in the security department.
However, the number cannot be too large, otherwise the security department will not be called the security department, but the dog department. But fortunately, there is only one dog in the security department, and that is Meng Xuanping, Meng Su's relative who was a member of the family 500 years ago. After all, Meng Su is now prosperous, so naturally he has to bring all the wild dogs in the village to the company's security department and get a share of the company, so he can be a good dog. Meng Su originally thought that the zombie that intercepted the bus should be nearby. After all, he was injured by the bus yesterday, so it stands to reason that he would be wandering around today. But Meng Su didn't find the location of the zombie and had no idea where it went. Meng Su was a little puzzled, but if he couldn't find it, so he planned to act according to the original plan. The surrounding streets are relatively quiet, and the further you go, the more peaceful they become. Meng Su could see the bullet marks left on the nearby walls, all proving that there had been a fierce confrontation here, but until now, except for a few corpses, there was not a single zombie on the ground.
Meng Su was a little confused.
He looked at the 2 zombie sisters behind him and said to them, "You are also zombies.
Do you have any zombie feelings between each other?"
I have seen it written like this in other movies and TV series.
The relationship between zombies and zombies. What kind of zombie brain network is there?
If the brain is shared, when a zombie encounters an enemy, everyone around him will know about it. Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao remained silent and did not give Meng Su any reply. It can be seen that the two of them are very shy and unwilling to speak.
How can the child be so shy? Find a way to get them to talk. Meng Su thought randomly.
According to what the four brainless people said before, they saw a large number of zombies being dragged over when the bus overturned. According to this situation, even if some of the zombies here have been killed, there should be many more.
Why are there so few zombies? Meng Su began to think with his brain. You are overusing your brain. Why are you thinking so much? Soldiers will stop you, and water will cover you.
Although he didn't know where the zombies around him had gone, it didn't affect Meng Su's progress. His main focus was to be carefree and indifferent.
This is Meng Su, strong and confident.
Although Meng Su was strolling around, it could be seen that this place was once a bustling commercial street, but now it has become a ruin. Trash, rubble, and construction debris were everywhere, trampled by the zombies who were madly invading. The building not far away had been burned down, and the remaining tiles and bricks were scattered on the ground. An oppressive smell permeated the entire street, a horrible smell mixed with the smell of corpses and burning.
The fragments of street lamps and neon lights scattered all over the ground, making the place look even more miserable.
At the end of the street, you can see piles of corpses interlaced, and a sense of desolation surges into your heart. Meng Su couldn't help feeling a little lonely, and couldn't help missing the peaceful days of the past.
Peaceful days, so beautiful.
Mississippi JPG. Meng Su continued to move forward, and just when he was about to cross the street, a red guideline suddenly appeared in front of him, which immediately made Meng Su stunned.
Huh, it appeared now?
Meng Su was a little surprised, but he didn't think too much. After looking at the time, he planned to go and see it first. Anyway, there is no rush.
Wang Wuzhan won't die, right? If he is dead, it would be better. You can reap the benefits without doing anything yourself.
Beautiful juice. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then followed the instructions, and soon found out, the location of this talent is a bit off, as if it is on another street. Meng Su immediately chose to climb over the wall, trying to use the superb mathematical knowledge of the shortest line segment between 2 points to arrive as quickly as possible. Hey! Meng Su flipped and jumped like a parkour master. There were indeed few zombies around, only the zombies in some residential buildings were agitated, slapping the glass in anger. And Meng Su was not going to kill them at their door, so he had been at peace. Until he followed the red line and seemed to have arrived at a nearby playground. Meng Su took a look at the offline map and found that there was a large shopping mall nearby, with a very empty stadium inside. Usually many people came here to play basketball, and there were singing and dancing activities held by the mall before.
Very empty. Meng Su calmly followed the path and came to this area. He took a look inside and understood everything.
I said, where did all the zombies go? It turned out that they were all here.
Meng Su was very calm.
Because he only took a glance and saw a dense group of zombies, which seemed to be 50 or 60 at a glance. Very strong, very fierce, and very powerful. It is estimated that they are the zombies in the area after the nearby area was cleared. In this way, it is much more reasonable.
Throwing aside the corpses encountered on the road, the total number of zombies on this street should indeed be so many. Meng Su couldn't imagine that there was a big zombie wave in the vicinity, and most of the zombies wandered towards the Tao County safe zone. There are still so many zombies here. If ordinary people here go out by mistake, how can they survive? However, Meng Su squatted and peeked secretly.
His eyes were focused on a zombie wearing a white coat and twitching. This zombie was standing at the highest point, above a car, with a wandering gaze, looking like the owner of the 50 or 60 zombies nearby.
That zombie.
Her hair was gray, and she looked like a kind old lady, but now she was completely different. The blood on her body had completely dyed her white coat red, and there was still meat drooping at the corners of her mouth. Her face was hideous and her veins were bulging. And she was the direction that Meng Su's red line pointed to.
High-level talent doctor. Oh, it's a zombie.
Meng Su sneered in his heart, as if he had guessed such a result long ago. Meng Su casually glanced at the badge of the old lady zombie. The handwriting was not clear, but according to the style, it should be the director of the first hospital of Huching City. Those who can become high-level talents, needless to say, must be high-level doctors, probably higher than the coward teacher and the self-rescue female college student before.
It's a pity that she has become a zombie now.
Meng Su sighed, and then threw it over after observing the expression.
Profession, Psychotype Mutant Zombie, Level 6. At the moment when Meng Su observed the expression, the Psychotype Mutant Zombie suddenly moved, as if it had noticed something, but it just shook its body slightly and did not take any specific action. The data in front of him made Meng Su stunned, and soon Meng Su suddenly realized, okay, I know which department she is the director of. It must be the director of the psychiatric department, otherwise how could she become a Psychotype Mutant Zombie? In this case, the mental state of this zombie must be very good, right? Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but have the idea of learning from her. After all, Meng Su thought that his mental state was also quite good. I just don't know why the mental value has always been the lowest among his four-dimensional attributes, although the main reason is that he did not add the freely allocated attribute points to the mental value, but taking a step back, is there no problem with the mental value itself? If it can be more sensible and increase by 1 point every day, then does Meng Su still need to worry about it? Therefore, Meng Su felt that he and the doctor had a lot in common. But Meng Su sighed. This doctor has quite a lot of followers. 40 or 50 zombies, even if it was 40 or 50 pigs, it would take a long time to kill them. Wait. How come you, the director of the psychiatric department, have so many patients around you? With this thought in mind, Meng Su took out the gun he had picked up halfway without hesitation and aimed it at the mentally mutated zombie. The muzzle of the gun was dark and deep. I have asked the flying pasta god for instructions 3 times. If my next 3 shots jam, I'm leaving. If not, it's God's will, it's God's punishment for you stupid zombie. Meng Su said a sharp line without any expression, and then shot without hesitation. There was only a crisp sound of pulling the trigger, but the gun did not go off. Oh, I forgot to pull the insurance. Meng Su was playing with a gun for the first time, so he wasn't very skilled at it. After hurriedly pulling the safety, he aimed at the mentally mutated zombie again. The moment Meng Su stood up, the mentally mutated zombie had already discovered Meng Su, and immediately let out a sharp roar that was different from other zombies, and the surrounding zombies immediately began to commotion. The sharp and harsh roar became more and more exciting, and Meng Su vaguely felt that she seemed to be particularly concerned about him. Damn it, I forgot that there was a super charming buff. It seems that psychic mutant zombies can control zombies. Even Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao, well, they didn't seem to have any reaction. Instead, they looked at the mentally mutated zombie with hostility and displeasure. The 2 female zombies closest to Meng Su had already taken action, roaring towards Meng Su covered in rotten flesh. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaqiu was full of killing intent and stepped forward instantly. The speed was very fast. After a phantom, he heard the sound of cracking bones. The same was true for Qi Liao, as if some shameless little bitch had come to steal men from them. But the mentally mutated zombie did not move. She was still standing on the car, shouting at the top of her lungs, as if calling the zombies around her. When Meng Su saw this, he fired 2 shots without hesitation. Bang, bang. 2 bullets were fired, and Meng Su had already prepared for the recoil. However, Meng Su's physique was extremely strong now, and he didn't feel any recoil at all. It's just that his marksmanship cannot be complimented. However, 2 bullets flashed past, one hit the security door not far to the left of the zombie, and the other directly hit a zombie next to the mentally mutated zombie. Ah, so I'm not a talented sharpshooter who is always on target? Meng Su was a little depressed, but even though the zombies around him were rushing toward him, Meng Su still had time to spare and fired 2 more shots. This time, it might be due to bad luck, or it might be because the target of 15 or 6 meters is not too difficult. Meng Su didn't know which bullet he fired, but it hit the mental mutant zombie accurately. There was only a bang sound on her head, and she was knocked out of the vehicle. Hey, it seems that my headshot rate with marksmanship is quite accurate. Although it was a blind cat that encountered a dead mouse, Meng Su was still very satisfied. Then he looked at the restless and rushing zombies around him. Meng Su casually picked up the fire axe and slashed the 2 small ones that broke through the Jiang and Qi defense lines. The zombies hacked to death, and then said calmly, I believe you were all good zombies in the past. I'll give you 1 minute. If you choose to stay here, you will end up like her. I'm going to start counting down. Meng Su spoke calmly, and was about to use his pistol to shoot off the heads one by one. However, after carefully thinking about his bullets, he turned off the safety of the firearm, put it in the holster, continued to lift the axe, and took the initiative to shoot at the 30 or 40 animals. The zombie walked over. 50, forget it, just 3, 2, 1, time's up. Having said that, Meng Su's desire to kill was completely heightened. They are also homeless vagrants. Mr. Meng is kind-hearted and sends them home. Can you give me another charity reward?
While Meng Su slashed the fire axe at the zombies, directly cutting several ordinary zombies in half, he silently talked to the system in his heart, hoping that the system would give him a certain reward as a charitable vanguard. Meng Su sneered at the ancient saying, "If you do evil without intention, you will not be punished even if you do evil. If you do good with intention, you will not be rewarded even if you do good." Meng Su sneered. He just wanted to do good and send all these poor wandering zombies to heaven. Good day, this is a great act of kindness, right? He prefers Kong Lauer's concept of if you don't take the gold, you can't redeem the person. If you do good deeds, you should be rewarded generously. Why not? They are all living in the Tao. Brother Kong is benevolent and righteous, so of course he, Brother Meng, must also be righteous and benevolent. So, why not consider it a charity project for yourself? Give some charity rewards. If I were a cultivator, wouldn't what I have done in the past few days be enough to make me a saint? This system is so cold-blooded and has no kindness at all. Seeing that he had never received any charity rewards, Meng Su cursed, but he still worked hard to kill the zombies. There's not much to say, they're just rotten fish and shrimps. With the help of Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao, Meng Su had a great time killing. But accidentally, all the clothes were stained with blood and turned into bloody clothes. Kill, 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 fight your way out. In the surrounding buildings on both sides, there were also rescuers waiting for rescue. On one of the balconies, a slender girl looked at this scene with her eyes wide open, unable to believe her eyes at all. She didn't know what was going on. Too many crazy things had happened recently. First, the zombies gathered together, and then a lunatic came. He shouted some lines from the movie, and had a gun in his hand, banging the zombies. Kill. Oh my god. Horrible, this is really terrible. I have never seen anything like this. Not only this girl, but also some other survivors around. They secretly watched the situation outside, and they were shocked. The reason why they were all attracted to Meng Su was very simple. Gunshots. The sound of gunshots would naturally attract many targets. And the zombies farther away were also mobilized by Meng Su's gunshots. But this has nothing to do with Meng Su for the time being. At this moment, Meng Su was already in a pile of broken arms and limbs, stepping on scarlet blood, and came to the front of the mental mutant zombie. The right eye socket hit by the bullet was directly a bloody mess, but the mental mutant zombie was not dead yet, but was struggling and roaring constantly, looking quite hideous. The sharp and piercing screams attacked Meng Su's eardrums indiscriminately. Seeing this, Meng Su frowned and got angry. He kicked the mental mutant zombie over with one foot, and then raised the fire axe without hesitation, and slaughtered crazily. What the hell are you yelling about? You don't think you can sing so well, do you? I am the singing king of Hutching, you die. Chapter 90, Zombie dogs are out, it's so fun, this apocalypse is getting more and more interesting. A journey like life, how many tears does it take to complete it? Meng Su hummed a tune about headshots, lifted up the head of the mentally mutated zombie that had been chopped into pulp, and then skillfully dug out the evolutionary crystal. Soon, a light blue crystal appeared in front of Meng Su. Primary evolutionary crystal, spiritual type, introduce, practice more if you're good at it. If you can't sing well, don't sing. What the hell, it's annoying me to death. Meng Su complained, then wiped the blue crystal dry and put it in his pocket. He turned his head and soon saw Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao bathing in blood. With the purgatory-like scene around them, the three of them looked like demonic villains. Meng Su had a headache. It's so cumbersome to have to change clothes every time there's a battle. I really don't know how other people living in the apocalypse solve this problem. Meng Su really wanted to learn the scriptures, but after all, this was a relatively difficult process. At least Meng Su didn't see any survivors who were on the same path as himself. Strange, do they all take their wardrobes with them when they go out? Meng Su sighed and then started shopping. In the past, Meng Su would not have dared to buy clothes in the nearby shopping mall. After all, as we all know, clothing in shopping malls must be more expensive than elsewhere. Meng Su likes to grab discount coupons on shopping malls. Although the quality is not very good, it is more economical and affordable. Today's Meng Su is no longer what he used to be. He is a 23-year-old young man with a net worth of millions. He built a family business from scratch, and through fierce business warfare, he almost defeated Wanxiang International, another large company in the same city. It can only be said that such a young talent is in its prime, so Meng Su was in his prime. After solving this mentally mutated zombie, he did not hesitate to lead his two beautiful subordinates to the front. Go shopping. It can only be said that high-end shopping malls are really different. As soon as Meng Su was about to enter the shopping mall, he saw a dozen zombies at the door of the shopping mall desperately beating the door, as if they wanted to get out of the shopping mall. They had previously responded to the call of the mentally mutated zombie, but ended up being trapped by the gate and unable to get out. When Meng Su saw this, he was a little speechless for a moment, so he kindly stepped forward and released them all, and then sent them to listen to the mentally mutated zombies' concert below, one by one. However, from now on, Meng Su was certain of something, and immediately recorded this useful information in a small notebook in his heart. The currently known characteristic of spiritual zombies is that they can summon surrounding zombies through unpleasant roars, but they are limited by the zombies. Affected by the actu, some zombies will be unable to reach due to various reasons, such as gates and so on. Meng Su confirmed with satisfaction, then waved his hand and took Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao into the mall. The first floor was very large, and Meng Su saw a vehicle worth 200,000 yuan parked in the center, which seemed to be used as a lottery prop. On both sides are coffee shops, chain fast food restaurants such as KFC, and some other food stores further away. However, Meng Su saw a jewelry store, so he stepped forward without hesitation, looked at the surroundings, and shouted loudly, "Where is the teller? Where is the teller? There is no teller, right? So the things here are ownerless? Can I pick it up?" As we all know, jewelry is very valuable. As soon as he thought about this, Meng Su did not hesitate and picked up a small, delicate gold chain. He was secretly delighted. With so many gold chains, wouldn't I have made a fortune? These things are worth at least 2 to 300,000, right? Meng Su held the gold in his hand, but suddenly thought of something. My wealth has not increased, I just have 2 more gold chains. It's just that in my own perception, the gold chain is very valuable. But according to the system's judgment, this thing seems to be useless. After discovering this blind spot, Meng Su's face suddenly collapsed and he threw away the garbage in his hand. Useless things. Wait, it still has some effect. Meng Su suddenly thought of the knowledge he had learned in school. The conductivity of this thing seemed to be okay, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that it was of no use. Meng Su struggled for a while and finally settled on the tone, "Wait for it. Let's talk about it when we get it." With this thought, Meng Shugan was about to go upstairs to find a clothing store. But suddenly he saw 2 zombie sisters standing aside and bathing in blood. He suddenly had an idea and returned to the jewelry store to make some selections. A platinum necklace of unknown material, sparkling with diamond jewelry. There is another one that looks small and exquisite, made of gold, and seems to have a small phoenix engraved on it. Come on, hanging out with me is not in vain. Meng Su waved, and after seeing Meng Su waving, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao immediately took the initiative to ask for support. Meng Su was startled and immediately stopped this behavior. Looking at the current state of the 2 of them, however, he did not put the necklace on them for the time being, and just smiled softly. "Let's go upstairs to change clothes, wash the bloodstains on your hands, and take a bath." After that, Meng Su took the 2 women to the 2nd floor. As for water resources, it is not very difficult. There are many snack bars nearby, and the supplies can be said to be extremely abundant. However, the situation here is too complicated. Mentally mutated zombies are entrenched nearby. They often gather zombies with screams, so there are too many zombies around. That's why there are no survivors here. Meng Su found 2 stores, brought out some mineral water, and then prepared to take them to choose suitable clothes. Just when Meng Su came to the clothing store, his eyes suddenly lit up and he couldn't move away. "I think it's such a cool raincoat." Meng Su stood in front of a shop with a purely English name, looking at the pile of raincoats inside with a surprised look on his face. This raincoat is quite good, a bit like a cloak, but the material is obviously waterproof compared to the cloak, and it is pure black. If you put on this raincoat and smile like a jia, you will be no less than the elder of the Soul Palace. Ah! As soon as he thought about this, Meng Su quickly found 2 clean men's woolen sweaters nearby, immediately changed his clothes, and then immediately went to test the cloak-shaped black raincoat. After putting it on, Meng Su couldn't wait to pick up his fire axe and try it out. Swing the axe smoothly. Then, Meng Su pretended to be Arthur Morgan and drew his gun. The problem is also not big. Very good, I want these raincoats. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction at the plastic dummy in this foreign fart shop, casually took out a $100 bill and stuffed it into the plastic dummy's hand. "Any more is a tip for you." After all, Meng Su didn't even look at the price tag of 288 and took 3 pieces without hesitation. Raincoat for 288? This is undoubtedly a robbery. Meng Su made the decision and sold it for 28 yuan. In this way, the 100 yuan given by Meng Su even had extra tips.
28 yuan is already a good price for a raincoat, but don't push it too far. Dong Meng also knows a little bit about boxing and knows what it means to persuade people with virtue. After picking up 3 raincoats, Meng Su walked out of the store and shook his head unsatisfied. The quality of the raincoats is good, but the service is not very good. The waiters here have always been cold-faced, standing still and talking about plastic bags. Same, the service is terrible. Meng Su silently gave this store a 0-point rating for its service, saying it was too bad, and then found 2 more casual sportswear in another women's clothing store. After searching for the clothes, Meng Su immediately returned to the original store and found that the 2 zombie sisters seemed a little bored. They were both sitting on a nearby rest chair, looking at each other, with 2 pairs of beautiful eyes staring at each other. And when Meng Su came back, both of their eyes turned to Meng Su. Meng Su clearly saw the 2 states of wanting to possess and fiery from their eyes. Qi Liao's eyes were gray, while Jiang Xiaqiu's eyes were deep red. Obviously, their situations were different, but being stared at by these 2 eyes at the same time gave Meng Su a very complicated emotion. After all, before the end of the world, I, Shushu, have never been looked at with such love. Wait, the look between the 2 of them should mean love, right? Meng Su fell into deep thought. After pondering for a moment, Meng Su ignored it and began to wash their bodies together. Meng Su was very familiar with him and stepped forward to help Jiang Xiaqiu change clothes. Jiang Xiaqiu had long been accustomed to it, and even actively cooperated with Meng Su's movements, raising his jade arms so that Meng Su could easily take off his clothes. Then, Meng Su casually tore off a new piece of clothing and used it as a temporary bath towel. Then he opened a bottle of mineral water and wasted resources at will, wiping Jiang Xiaqiu's delicate body. Although the purgatory state just now caused the blood to surge, fortunately, it was all splashed on the clothes, and only a few parts were splashed with blood. Meng Su patiently helped Jiang Xiaqiu wipe off all the splattered blood, and was very satisfied. Look at you, you are already a vice president and you still don't know how to wipe yourself. If you ask me to wipe you next time, I will charge you. The bath master in the bathhouse pays 20 or 30 for each bath. Chairman Meng is considerate of his subordinates and wipes his body for free. He is simply a conscience among capital and a great philanthropist among entrepreneurs. After wiping, Meng Su pinched Jiang Xiaqiu's delicate face and removed the bandage on her forehead. Looking at the scars that had slowly dissipated, Meng Su couldn't help but smile, and put another layer of bandage on Jiang Xiaqiu. After putting the clothes he found on Jiang Xiaqiu, Meng Su couldn't help but smile when he saw Jiang Xiaqiu's style change, from a rich lady to a girl next door, and then took out the sparkling diamond necklace and put it on himself. Jiang Xiaqiu's white, tender and slender jade neck is quite eye-catching. All right. After changing Jiang Xiaqiu, Meng Su followed suit and started changing Qi Liao's clothes. Qi Liao's wound is still the same, but the bleeding has stopped, and the wound has not worsened due to his actions during this period. This surprised Meng Su. After all, in Meng Su's understanding, injuries would cause the wound to burst and the injury to worsen. It seems that zombies are still very different from humans. Meng Su gained another piece of new knowledge, and then skillfully changed Qi Liao's medicine, wiped her body, put on new clothes amidst the turbulence, and put the gold necklace on Qi Liao's neck. Very good. Meng Su was very satisfied with this disguise. Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu wear the same casual sportswear, but they have different feelings. It was a bit exciting. It was just a zombie. Meng Su was very calm. He naturally knew what the situation was. After yawning, he put on the cloak raincoat for them. Okay, now you don't have to worry about blood splashing all over your body. Just wash the raincoat. Meng Su was very satisfied with this raincoat. It was high-end and classy, low-key and luxurious with connotation. It was just right for a successful business person like himself. Meng Su was very satisfied. Then he waved his hand and took 2 pieces of bread to fill his stomach. Then he sat on the chair and began to study the 3 evolution crystals in his hand. Blue, red and yellow. The blue one was the spiritual evolution crystal just obtained from the senior talent doctor. The red one was the first one, the power evolution crystal obtained from the senior talent bodyguard. The yellow one was the physical evolution crystal that Meng Su saw on the road when he was out for the second time. The guy scratched his car and refused to admit it. In the end, he was knocked to the ground by himself and dug out the evolution crystal as a scratch fee. In addition, there is a green one. It is a speed crystal, belonging to the guy who claims to be the chosen one. He was killed by Xiao Jiang because he was stuck in the transformation time, so he ate it. Meng Su felt deeply regretful about this. He felt that he had lost an evolution crystal.
This time, Meng Su found that the probability of him becoming a zombie after taking the evolution crystal has been reduced to 52%, which can be said to be only half the probability. Ha! Meng Su's mouth corners slightly raised, disdainful of this. Let alone 52%, even if it is 2%, Meng Su will not eat it. Even if there is a 1% possibility, Meng Su will not try it. He would rather fight with zombies to death and finally be infected into a zombie. He is unwilling to become a zombie in this way. They are all primary crystals, so does that prove that there are also intermediate, advanced, top, super, universe invincible supreme level, and 8 wastelands and 6 directions only I am the only one? Meng Su fell into deep thought. Although the latter few are made up by him, what if they are true? After all, Meng Su's experience of reading novels tells him that no matter what kind of apocalypse it is, it will eventually evolve into a 16-level superpowered person fighting a 15-level invincible zombie king. Of course, there are even more exciting plots, that is the zombie crisis in the first chapter, and the finale besieges Tongtian Patriarch, slashes the 2 Western saints with swords, and becomes the 7th saint in the world. Therefore, Meng Su needs to plan ahead and be prepared to besiege Tongtian Patriarch. What if his finale is really to besiege Tongtian Patriarch? Is thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but take a breath, his eyes firmed up. It seems that my charity work will continue. As long as there are more merits, maybe I can become a saint. After a daily madness, Meng Su began to think seriously. Tongtian Patriarch is definitely unrealistic. Meng Su doesn't have a mobile phone to play with now, so he can only entertain himself and occasionally go crazy to move himself. Let's talk about it later. After Meng Su put the 3 evolution crystals that Jiang Xiaoqiu and Shi Liao coveted back into his pocket, he felt annoyed. I really don't know if my QQ pet is starving to death. But when Meng Su put down his phone, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Ha! The sudden sense of crisis made Meng Su's mind tense, and he subconsciously held the fire axe tightly. Then, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of him and rushed towards Meng Su. What the hell? Meng Su didn't notice when this black shadow came. After seeing this black shadow, he subconsciously kicked it away in an instant. A woof! Woof woof! Then, Meng Su heard a fierce cry. Looking closely, it was a teddy. No, it was a teddy-type zombie dog. Its hair was messy, and its eyes were full of madness. It no longer had the obedience it had in the past. Wait, it seems that Teddy has always been able to bark. But now it is a little scary. Its teeth have become as sharp as knives, its claws are as explosive as hooks, and there are traces of minced meat on its teeth. It is obvious that it has eaten something. Meng Su decisively used the observation technique. But it didn't work. Why? Because Teddy is not a human. Okay, the zombie dogs are out. It's so exciting. This end of the world is getting more and more interesting. Meng Su couldn't help but laugh. This little thing is really a bit troublesome, because Meng Su has no experience in dealing with such a small thing. Hiss! The zombie teddy dog bared its teeth, looked fierce, stared at Meng Su, and drooled all over the floor. Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoqiu and Shi Liao had already stood up in a hurry, wanting to capture and kill the teddy dog. Seeing this, Meng Su sneered and chose the simplest and most brutal method. Bang! Draw the gun, shoot, Teddy is shot. All in one go. 10 steps away, the gun is fast. Within 10 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. I can't hit the target 20 meters away, can't I hit your target within 5 meters? You think I'm a Parkinson's patient, right? Meng Su snorted coldly, but he was not sure whether the zombie dog was dead or not, so he fired 2 more shots before swinging the fire axe, approaching in front of it, and chopping it. Until he was sure that this zombie dog could not be broken into 2 pieces like Tom and Jerry and still move, he breathed a sigh of relief. After a moment of testing, he began to dissect the back of the head. Originally, Meng Su planned to try it casually. But what he didn't expect was, Meng Su really found it. An evolution crystal that was nearly 3/4 smaller than the previous 3 appeared in Meng Su's hand, and the color of this evolution crystal was also different. It was purple. Primary evolution crystal, genotype, introduction, special evolution crystal. After taking it, it will be affected by the genes of the original organism. It is not recommended to take it, but wrap it with bread crumbs, fry it until golden, and feed it to the dog at home. The children of the neighbors will cry with greed. The simple 3 lines of words seem to have introduced everything to Meng Su. The scene that just appeared made Meng Su feel a little bizarre. He couldn't help but take a deep breath and nodded in agreement. You are right, it is better to feed this thing to the dog at home. It just so happened that his security department had a dog.
You can try to see what the problem is. After a little tidying up, Meng Su asked Qi Liao to carry a bag and prepare to set off. Meng Su had nothing in his hands, only a fire axe. Qi Liao carried a backpack, Jiang Xiaqiu carried a suitcase. From this point of view, Meng Su looked like he was carrying two movable boxes when he went out, just like Chester in Don't Starve. It's just that these two Chesters are particularly good at fighting. Meng Su walked out of the main hall, with his head held high and his chest puffed out, looking dignified. Under his feet was the road to the future. He really walked out with great vigor and made great progress. After leaving the shopping mall, it was a little windy outside, and the cold wind blew on his cheeks. Meng Su raised his head and chest, and soon saw a zombie with a broken knee by a gun. When the zombie saw Meng Su, he immediately began to roar, opened his arms with bloodstains, and bared his teeth and claws. Okay, here's some money for you, let's go eat something good. Looking at the zombie with a broken leg, Meng Su smiled and took out $5 and put it in front of the zombie. Since he started to prepare for a rainy day, Mr. Meng has started to do charity work, trying to make his merits more. Roar! The zombie ignored Meng Su's kindness and slapped the $5, tearing it apart. Meng Su's smile froze instantly, and then he took out the fire axe in his other hand and smashed his head with it. It's illegal to damage cash, but it's okay, just be careful in your next life. What Meng Su hates most in his life is illegal behavior. He is a good boss who abides by the law. It was neat and tidy, and blood splashed on Meng Su's raincoat. But after having a raincoat, Meng Su didn't care at all, and it wasn't dirty at all. This feeling is really good. If there is still this way back, then take some more raincoats back, this raincoat is pretty good. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, thinking so in his heart. The road was smooth, perhaps thanks to the spiritual mutant zombie. The zombies along the way were attracted to a dead end to varying degrees, so that there were no zombies in the middle of the road. Meng Su's mood was extremely complicated for such a situation. On the one hand, it was easy and time-saving. On the other hand, it prevented Meng Su from doing charitable things, which made Meng Su sigh deeply and lose a lot of merit. Maybe these few merits were missing for him to upgrade from a charity pioneer to a saint. Although he was a little depressed, Meng Su still set off perfectly, but the three of them in black cloaks and raincoats walking on the main road felt quite out of place. From time to time, survivors hid at home, secretly watching the situation of Meng Su, Jiang Xiaqiu, and Qi Liao, with horror on their faces, feeling deeply afraid, and feeling that the world had changed drastically. Even the Soul Palace has come out. Terrible. Everyone was trembling, and Meng Su felt a little good about himself. He only occasionally took out his mobile phone, made a rough estimate of the offline navigation, and continued to head towards the villa area. The rest of the journey was a bit far. After thinking for a while, Meng Su began to look for transportation. He originally wanted to scan a shared bicycle to ride over, but thinking that Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao, two stupid guys, could not ride a bicycle at all, he could only shrug his shoulders, come to the side of the road, and observe those vehicles. Bang, bang. After passing a few cars, Meng Su just put his head in front of the glass of a Santana, and there was a fierce collision sound from the glass. Meng Su looked closely and found that there was a driver wearing a seatbelt inside who had turned into a zombie. The vehicle key was intact, and Meng Su also looked around and saw that the vehicle just hit the wall, knocking the front of the car crooked, and it did not affect the engine start. He was very satisfied and opened the door without hesitation. Roar! The car owner was very irritable, but Meng Su was very calm, like a kind person who put himself in the other person's shoes. Mr. Zombie, I think you can't use the car now, so how about this, you give me the car and I'll drive it for you. For Meng Su's proposal, the zombie car owner just screamed and wanted to make some moves. Taking without asking is stealing, and driving after asking is legal. Meng Su's current behavior is at most borrowing the car. Seeing that the other party did not object, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction and just gave Qi Liao a look. Qi Liao immediately stepped forward and directly pressed the zombie car owner's head. Just like in the movie, he twisted it directly and hurt a bone fracture in an instant. Roar! Although the bone was fractured, the zombie was still screaming, which gave Meng Su a headache. He could only let Qi Liao unbuckle the zombie car owner's seatbelt. After unbuckled the seatbelt, the zombie immediately jumped up from the driver's seat and rushed towards Meng Su. Seeing that he was far from the driver's seat, Meng Su turned the direction, killed the owner with an axe, then sat in the driver's seat and turned the key. Car, start. Driving the car, Meng Su's speed was very fast. It was only an hour's drive to the destination. The speed was ridiculous. The king of Bainbuluk returned to the track,
and Meng Su easily drove the car to the vicinity of this villa area. From a distance, Meng Su saw this villa area where most of the rich people in the city gathered. The originally beautiful garden grass was now stained red with blood, and the stench of corpses came from the air. The only sound when the cold wind passed was creepy. However, these things cannot cover up the magnificent environment of this villa area. The pavilion-style buildings are scattered in an orderly manner, the weeping willows in the courtyard are gently swaying, and a breeze blows through, and the fallen petals are colorful. The complexity is all right, which makes Meng Su envious and jealous.
It's great, I want to buy a house here too.
After Meng Su said sourly, he was about to get off the car, but suddenly a line of small gilded words appeared in front of him.
A perfect life must be equipped with a comfortable residential area.
Dear Chairman Meng, according to our test, you don't even have a house of your own.
Is this fair?
Please quickly buy a property in the most prosperous area or the most expensive area of the city. Resting in a comfortable environment will greatly add to your career. Trigger task, purchase a property. Task requirements, please purchase a property in Chunfengli/ideal country /Nantyanuan.
Task rewards, distributable attribute points +1, points +10. Warm reminder, after buying a property,
if you go home to rest every day, you will get unexpected rewards. The sudden appearance of the gilded small characters made Meng Su feel stunned. No, I'm kidding.
Meng Su was numb.
These three places. Chunfengli is the community in front of him, and the ideal country seems to be farther away in Gyeongbuk district and Nantyanuan.
It is a large flat in the most prosperous area of the city center. These three places are at least 2 hours away from Meng Su's company, Peace Building. Go to work from here every day? Wouldn't it be a loss?
I don't even have a car of my own.
Meng Su was indignant, and at this moment, the gilded small characters actually returned.
Having a car and a house is the beginning of a perfect life. Please purchase a car with a market price of no less than 1 million as soon as possible. Only such a bold car can show your identity in a perfect life. At the same time, it can also make you hold your head high in front of your confidant, although you don't seem to have a confidant at the moment. Trigger task, purchase a luxury car. Task requirements, purchase a luxury car worth 1 million.
Task rewards, allocable attribute points +1, points +10.
Warm tips, after purchasing a vehicle, you can unlock the online car hailing service and become an excellent online car hailing driver.
In the process of driving an online car hailing, you may have unexpected gains. Meng Su parked the car in front of this huge ancient villa area, and couldn't calm down his thoughts for a long time.
Forget it, it's good to have a car and a house. Meng Su thought quietly, anyway, this task has no time limit. Let's see, if he can complete this task of having a car and a house, Meng Su will of course complete it. Let's think about it first, whether to buy a Maserati or a Lamborghini.
After all, drive a luxury car and live in a luxury house. A real man should be like this.
As the chairman of the Peace Order Group, I should be like this. Jiang Xiaqiu and Shi Laya didn't understand why Meng Su suddenly said these words. They just stared at Meng Su with wide eyes and innocent faces. Fortunately, they were two zombies. If they were two normal people, they would probably think that Meng Su was crazy again. Mr. Meng was in good spirits, with a full 15 points of spirit value, but there are always people who think that Mr. Meng is a lunatic, and Mr. Meng is also very aggrieved. After all, if the attribute values of other people are also displayed, Meng Su can confidently express that their spirit values may not be as high as 15 points. Meng Su was very satisfied, then he opened the car door and got out of the car. He looked around and found a blind spot. Except for the blood on the surrounding lawn and the smell of decay in the air, there was nothing.
Where are the people? Where are the bodies? Where are all these things hidden? Is it that the luxury residential area is different from our slums? It's the end of the world, but the cleaning staff in the luxury residential area still have to go to work and clean as usual?
Thinking of this, Meng Su was overjoyed. Great, it turns out that the cleaning lady here will come to work even if it's the end of the world.
It's so, wait. Meng Su suddenly thought of something.
His company also has a sanitation and cleaning department.
Should we talk to the property company here and outsource the cleaning work of this place to our company? My employees are hardworking and work 24 hours a day.
Although they are a little slow, they are absolutely safe. The more Meng Su thought about it, the more he felt that this was worth it.
Meng Su didn't want more. 200,000 a month would be okay?
After all, it's the end of the world, this price is very reasonable. Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, feeling that he was really a business genius. With this thought, Meng Su immediately tidied up his appearance and walked towards the villa area with big strides. When I arrived at the guardhouse, the railings were hanging on the ground, and it seemed that they had suffered a heavy blow. There were also deep cracks on the security booth, which were obviously caused by a vehicle collision. Seeing this, Meng Su couldn't help but become more confident. Look at this cleaning, the level is very average. They don't even know how to clean up these residual garbage. It seems that it is really easy for my company to win the bid for cleaning work. Meng Su smiled lightly, then casually climbed over the railing, then took out a piece of paper to wipe his nose, and threw the paper away casually. The main point is that he has no quality. After entering the luxury residential area, Meng Su began to wander aimlessly. Very relaxing and enjoyable. Taking a leisurely stroll feels like returning to your own home. Meng Su already regarded himself as the owner here and began to comment on the environment here. It's very good, the equipment is good, and the cabin is quite big. Not bad, not bad, look at this big lawn, tsk. Who is the head of this household? You see, he has some money and is making fun of him, and even built a sculpture in the small courtyard. I'm a little hungry. I'll show you what it means to have 3 mouths and 1 pig. Hey! How many people are there in your family? Why are there so many rooms? Along the way, Meng Su saw these mansions with good acreage and small gardens, and couldn't help but nod one by one. He even encountered a few well-decorated ones. Meng Su took the initiative to go over there, broke the windows with a master key, went in, took a look, and commented. It can be said that he does not regard himself as an outsider at all. Good neighborly and harmonious neighborhood relations are very important. Although Meng Su has not officially moved into this community yet, he has already begun to take the initiative to visit his neighbors. But, what surprised Meng Su was that he didn't see his neighbors. Whether it's humans or zombies. None. On the way, Meng Su saw some traces of fighting and messy furniture, but not a single human figure. This made Meng Su very surprised and had no idea what was going on. Where have the neighbors gone? Meng Su fell into deep thought. Are they secretly holding a bank party behind my back? Thinking of this, Meng Su felt a little angry. Why don't you call me for Cayenne party? Hateful. Although I haven't registered yet, can't you just treat me as the head of the household? Meng Su shook his head helplessly and continued walking towards the interior of the community. This community occupies a large area, and it is the largest area among the 3 largest luxury houses in Huqing City. Unfortunately, it was built in Tao County. If it were in Jiannam and Gyeongbuk districts, it would not be able to find such a large area. Where have all the neighbors gone? Confused, Meng Su soon came to a building. In a grassland, Meng Su saw many people. Those people were sitting cross-legged on the lawn, closing their eyes and meditating. They looked quite fairy-like. I don't know what I am doing, but I seem to be cultivating immortality. Not far away, there were wooden stakes that seemed to be temporarily nailed up, with several ferocious zombies tied to them. Farther away, there seemed to be more than a dozen crosses, with zombie corpses fixed on them by nails. The crosses' the bottom was covered with brown and black dried blood. What are they doing? Meng Su was a little confused, but this strange situation made Meng Su a little cautious. He stood at the door and looked at each one carefully. The only thing that made Meng Su feel a little different was that for those guys who were wearing pure white clothes, crossing their legs and closing their eyes to relax, their skills of observation didn't work, and there wasn't even an information box. After looking at it for a long time, they only saw the last thing. The man in front of him is exactly the person Meng Su is looking for, Mr. Wang Wuzhong, the chairman of the well-known local large enterprise Wanxiang International Company, Limited. Name, Wang Wuzhong. Occupations, Gene Enhancer, Level 4, Chairman, Level 12, Catering Waiter, Level 3, Taxi Driver, Level 6, Clerk, Level 8, Position, Chairman of Wanxiang International Company, Limited, Chairman of Tianyi Entertainment Company, Limited. Meng Su calmed down and saw a middle-aged man with gray hair sitting in the front with a solemn and pious expression. He seemed to be the leader of these dozen people. The remaining dozen or so people were still sitting cross-legged, unable to see any news, and seemed to be meditating. Seeing this scene, Meng Su had an inexplicable vision. It seems that I said my lines in the morning too early. Meng Su thought silently in his heart while already putting his hand on the holster of his gun. Needless to say, Chairman Wang Wuzhong of Wanxiang International is most likely related to that bullshit master. Why are these things everywhere? I met 3 of them in Huqing City alone. Looking across the country and even the world, aren't there more people like this? Meng Su couldn't complain. Seeing that they were still meditating, Meng Su didn't want to go on a killing spree.
He just yawned and shouted, I said Wang Dong, what are you doing? You are also a spiritual type. What about mind control?
Meng Su's voice directly broke the calm of the lawn. However, those people sitting cross-legged on the ground seemed to have not heard Meng Su's words and were still meditating calmly.
Only Wang Wuzhang opened his cloudy eyes and looked at Meng Su with a calm expression.
Before Wang Wuzhang could speak, Meng Su said, Hello, Mr. Wang, my name is Zhang Luanping.
I am from Qingnan District. I know Li Xiang. When I passed through Tao County, I met brother Wang Deli again. Meng Su said casually. Based on last experience.
These so-called chosen ones could all tell each other's identities, so there was no point in pretending, so Meng Su just told the truth. Apart from his name, there was not a single lie in what he said. Zhang Luanping, Wang Wuzhang looked at Meng Su, and a smile appeared on Gu Jingwu's old face. Then he stood up and said to Meng Su, I know you.
You are the messenger of God. Although you are not the chosen one, I think, you are more like the chosen one than some of the chosen ones. Oh, messenger of God?
Meng Su was so happy that he even came up with a new word. If you really know me, then you should know that my fucking name is not Zhang Luanping at all.
Director Wang, what are you doing?
Meng Su looked at Wang Wuzhang curiously. As he spoke, he walked forward, trying not to disturb Wang Wuzhang as much as possible. Although Meng Su was a hardcore player of cross rice noodles and has played many games. But his shooting skills were a bit impressive, as he was too far away and couldn't hit the target.
Let's talk a little closer. Outweep.jpg Mr. Meng, I rely on my IQ to make a living.
Wang Wuzhang looked very approachable and smiled at Meng Su. I am spreading the Lord's will and building a bridge for them to communicate with the Lord.
Cannibalism? Meng Su was extremely surprised. He looked around and saw nothing different.
The corpses had all been hung up. After hearing Meng Su's words, Wang Wuzhang suddenly felt contempt, and then said, I don't know where you heard about this behavior, but what I can confirm is that eating human flesh is definitely not a way to communicate with the Lord. Some guys, I was lucky enough to be chosen by the Lord, but I did something that went against the Lord's will.
Ha!
It can be seen that Wang Wuzhang seems to be very disdainful of this behavior. Seeing what Wang Wuzhang said, Meng Su frowned, stopped, and did not continue to approach. If Wang Wuzhang didn't do anything bad, then there's really no need to blow his head off. Meng Su was the Grand Master of Qingtian, a more righteous judge than the subway judge.
Brother Wang did this, although I don't know what the principle is.
Meng Su shrugged, looked at the guys around who were finishing their meditation, and said, Is it enough to just meditate to communicate with the Lord? Of course. Although Wang Wuzhang was not familiar with Meng Su, he actually started chatting like this, with extremely enthusiastic eyes, the Lord is pure and natural. If you want to communicate with the Lord, you must give up everything that can be given up. Unite your thoughts and completely empty your mind, so that you can communicate with the Lord and become the Lord's choice.
Meng Su?
I seem to have heard of this process somewhere.
But, it's the end of the world, you can't be trying to make money, right?
Meng Su had no idea what Wang Wuzhang's purpose was. He immediately leaned against the fence and asked Wang Wuzhang curiously, Are you giving up greed, anger and ignorance and burning all the things outside your body such as money?
I don't know what other people are like. If you want Meng Su to do this, it's a dream.
Meng Su thought he had guessed the standard answer, but what he didn't expect was that Wang Wuzhang shook his head and said, Luanping, you have already said that money is something external to the body.
It is very simple to stop giving up money.
To communicate with the Lord, you need to go through deep renunciation. Hearing Wang Wuzhang's words, Meng Su frowned and almost wanted to go crazy, but he restrained himself. Wang Dong, can you please explain it clearly? The Riddler died in the whole family, and I have always been fasting and chanting Buddha's name, mainly believes in fire axe Bodhisattva and 92 venerables.
Meng Su spoke calmly and told Wang Wuzhang this fact. He.
Wang Wuzhang showed a confused smile.
He was not angry or angry.
He just pointed at the zombie body hanging on the cross over there. This is Mr. Deng's wife who has been together for 20 years, that is Wang Wuzhang. The son that the lady has raised for more than 20 years. And this one is Mr. Li's biological brother. So what?
Meng Su looked at the zombie body on the cross, thinking for a moment, and then suddenly realized, Master, I understand, do you mean that we can eat at the table today?
I asked to sit at the children's table, but they couldn't hug me on the table.
Wang Wuzhang. It's really difficult to trick an evolved person into working for you. Why does it feel like there's something wrong with his brain?
Wang Wuzhang's heart actually fluctuated for a moment, but he soon returned to normal. Then he smiled slightly at Meng Su and showed a bright smile. Director Deng, Ms. Wang, and Mr. Li, they have all completed the separation and will. If you abandon your loved ones, everything will be like a dream. Only in this way can you reach the true meaning of the Great Road and realize the grace of the Lord. If you had said this earlier, I would not have any psychological burden. Meng Su suddenly understood, and then he took out his small pistol without hesitation and started loading the bullets. Pistols are a killing technique. I just want to shoot you to death with a pistol or hack you to death with a fire axe. However, Meng Su felt that his head was a little groggy and he wanted to sleep. Director Wang really has some tricks up his sleeve. I almost fell asleep. It's really hard for you to engage in pyramid schemes in these last days. In an instant, Meng Su woke up and looked at Wang Wuzhang coldly, no sleepiness at all. Seeing Meng Su suddenly wake up, Wang Wuzhang couldn't help but be stunned. He looked at Meng Su and Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao behind Meng Su. Their expressions were a little shocked, but they quickly disappeared. Strange, why didn't these three people react? Wang Wuzhang was astonished. Ever since he received the Lord's instructions, he felt that he had a superpower that could release some kind of wave and affect neurons. Therefore, in just a few days, the entire villa area fell. And why didn't these three guys who came suddenly get hit? Wang Wuzhang looked at Meng Su, who was constantly loading bullets. He couldn't help but feel a little flustered, but he still said calmly on the surface, Mr. Zhang, the world is so beautiful, but you are so irritable. Isn't that good? I've heard that Prometheus brought peace to the world. Come to the story of fire? If you know it, you will understand that it is not about the end of the world at all, but about a selection of fire. Those who can survive are the new humans who are qualified to receive fire. The dead guys, they are all unwilling to accept the fire. Before Wang Wuzhang finished speaking, Meng Su had already interrupted him. To be honest, your fallacies are quite interesting, and the logic is self-consistent. It sounds reasonable, but I am from the Eastern Kingdom. Don't believe in the bullshit myths of foreigners. Fire is not a gift from some god who pity the world. The real fire was obtained by the hard work of Swerin, the sage of the Eastern Kingdom, who drilled wood to make fire with his own hands. I've read your information. You believe in Buddhism. What a coincidence. I just said that I believe in 92 venerables and fire axe bodhisattva. Choose one. Meng Su had already loaded the bullet and raised the muzzle of the gun. Damn, I hate foreigners the most. You always talk about foreigners. Foreigners' farts are all fragrant, right? You are doing this for pyramid schemes. Damn it. The muzzle of the gun was pointed at Wang Wuzhang, and Wang Wuzhang's face at this moment also showed some subtle changes. Bang! But at the moment when Meng Su pulled the trigger, Wang Wuzhang suddenly stood up and dodged, avoiding Meng Su's bullet. Alas, it seems that I really can't shoot accurately. It seems that I really need to practice more. Meng Su sighed, and then immediately fired 6 shots in a row. Only one shot hit Wang Wuzhang's calf. There was only a dull sound of puff. Wang Wuzhang, who wanted to escape, fell directly. Meng Su was too lazy to change bullets. He directly picked up the fire axe and approached Wang Wuzhang with a ferocious smile. Mr. Wang, it seems that you have made your choice. Let the fire axe bodhisattva send you to paradise. Because the calf was bleeding, Wang Wuzhang's face was not very good, but Meng Su did not hesitate at all and continued to move forward. Seeing Meng Su so aggressive, Wang Wuzhang immediately shouted, Zhang Luanping, don't force me. I also have a trump card, and we are all in trouble. The Lord will not let you go, and the chosen ones will not let you go. What trump card do you have? Can you turn into an armored warrior or transform into Ultraman? Meng Su was disdainful and stepped forward quickly. I have made up my mind. This gene enhancer seems to be a piece of trash. No need to waste bullets. Just chop him to death with an axe. At this moment, Wang Wuzhang's face was uncertain. The next second, he roared fiercely, Resurrection, my love. Hearing this, Meng Su was stunned. Then he was like facing a great enemy. He blurted out subconsciously, Are you King Tang? Ha, ha. I don't want to die in front of King Tang. For a moment, Meng Su became cautious, fearing that a few blue weeds would suddenly pop out of the ground to entangle him. Meng Su didn't think too much. After all, mental control has come out, and it is hard not to suspect that there will be some blue-silver entanglement later. However, the imagined blue-silver entanglement did not happen. Roar! With a bang, the wooden door behind him suddenly shattered. From the fence behind him, a huge zombie more than 2 meters tall actually rushed out directly, with wood chips flying and a startling roar. Ah! Is it really resurrected? Meng Su was stunned and looked over.
Profession, zombie, level 10, Mangsu? Level 10 zombie? Mangsu was a little stunned.
This was not a mutated zombie, but this level was already terrifying. Roar! The huge zombie raised its hand high, stepped heavily, and kept sprinting forward, making a deafening roar. Her muscular body was extremely strong and exuded a foul smell. In her eyes, there was only a ball of white light, her face was distorted, her tongue was exposed, and there were pieces of meat everywhere, and even some pieces of meat were left on her teeth. No, how come you? Mangsu hesitated to speak, and there was a trace of pity in his expression when he looked at Wang Wuzhang. This is a real tank, which looks more powerful than the tiger. The moment this huge zombie appeared, Wang Wuzhang's legs were frightened and he lay directly on the ground. There was even a yellow stain under his white pants, but he still had a hard mouth and laughed in fear. Ha, Zhan Luanping, let's die together. But what Wang Wuzhang didn't expect was that this huge zombie didn't even look at him, but stepped on Wang Wuzhang's body and rushed towards Mangsu. This kick was earth-shattering. Wang Wuzhang screamed, covered his thigh and kept groaning and wailing, feeling great pain. If he could still limp after being shot before, now he can only crawl with his hands. In the eyes of the huge zombie, there was no shadow of Wang Wuzhang at all. Her sight was simple, always on Mangsu. There is no two suns in the sky, and the female zombie only has Mangsu as the sun. The reason is also very simple. Super charm buff is taking effect, countdown, 2 hours and 32 minutes, fuck you, this buff is really a pit. Mangsu was a little powerless to complain. This huge body really scared Mangsu. He took out his pistol without hesitation, aimed at the zombie, and pulled the trigger frantically. In an instant, Mangsu seemed to be the brave performance of a senior police officer in the United States when facing Brother and I. He fired 7 bullets in a row, all of which hit the target. After all, the target was much larger this time, and Mangsu did not have any threat of recoil, so he hit it easily. But it was useless. 7 bullets, 7 blood holes. Although blood splattered, it seemed that it didn't hurt at all. It just buffered it a little and couldn't stop the pace of advancement at all. Seeing this, Mangsu didn't hesitate at all. He directly abandoned the gun and held the axe, looking at the zombie that looked like a meat mountain, with extraordinary confidence. Behind him were Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Laya. The huge zombies rushed towards him. The fire axe in Mangsu's hand was already raised high, and Jiang Xiaqiu also changed into the exquisite short blade with the blessing of Mangsu's strong request, cake painting skills. In an instant, 2 shadows of Mangsu and Jiang Xiaqiu, one real and one empty, appeared side by side, separated to the left and right, while Qi Liao's eyes were cold, and he faced the giant zombie Hedon, bumping into it. Boom! With a loud noise, Qi Liao and the huge zombie collided together instantly. After such a collision, Qi Liao seemed to have hit some kind of spring and was directly trapped in the belly of the huge zombie. The thick yellow pus and blood spurted out, and Qi Liao was ejected, leaving Qi Liao sitting on the ground in a daze. Qi Liao was very powerful and made the giant zombie move back a step. Due to the huge weight, the knee joint was completely unable to withstand such a huge pressure. The crescent plate tore directly, and he staggered and almost fell. But at this moment, Jiang Xiaqiu was quick and accurate, stabbing the huge zombie in the belly with this exquisite short blade. Don't ask why it was stabbed in the stomach. If you ask, you are short and can't reach it. Roar! The Roshan zombie felt no pain at all, but was also keenly aware of Jiang Xiaqiu's attack. He immediately roared at Jiang Xiaqiu and was about to slap him away. He slashed away at the back of the zombie's head. Fast, accurate and ruthless. After all, Mangsu's attributes are double 20 for strength and agility. In terms of combat effectiveness alone, Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu are no match for Mangsu even if they fight together. This Roshan zombie also noticed Mangsu and immediately panicked, wanting to reach out to stop him. However, because her body was too large and her fat mass accumulated, her hands were too short. When she tried to hook him, she was unable to hook Mangsu. Pang! Mangsu felt that he had chopped into a piece of rotten flesh, and there was a burst of destruction. Blood spurted out instantly and splashed all over Mangsu's raincoat. But Mangsu didn't hesitate for a moment and chopped hard. He only heard a snap sound. The mountain zombie had been chopped down to the ground from the front. Mangsu continued to deal damage. If he failed to cut it off once, he immediately swung his axe to cut it down a second time. Just like a lumberjack. The hibernation vacation has just ended, and I'm still a little confused by some strange mistake. Mangsu even hummed a little tune, and kept lifting and lowering it. After 3 or 2 strokes, his fat head fell to the ground, and the huge zombie's figure stopped moving completely. It has been detected that you were suspected of cutting down a huge tree just now. Please note that cutting down trees at will is illegal. Meng-su, who had originally breathed a sigh of relief and felt that these level 10 zombies were just that, suddenly started to sweat. The system can't be hacked too much. You can detect the presence of zombies, but you can't detect this, right? It is recommended to return to the factory for repair.
Meng-su was very dissatisfied, but Wang Wuzhang on the side was already dumbfounded. This giant zombie is Wang Wuzhang's fourth wife. She was once a young and beautiful beauty. At the beginning of the apocalypse, luckily she was not one of the initial losses, but Wang Wuzhang deliberately killed her and transformed into a zombie. After that, Wang Wuzhang continued to feed his fourth wife, using human flesh, zombie meat, all kinds of meat. Anyway, he used everything. Even Wang Wuzhang got a purple evolutionary crystal from a pet pig he raised, and fed it to his wife. In the end, in just 7 days, she looked like this. Terrifying, powerful, frightening. As for Wang Wuzhang, he can only control it through the abilities given to him by the Lord. But Wang Wuzhang knew that once this wife was released by him, he would probably not be able to escape death. Therefore, Wang Wuzhang always planned to release it only when he encountered some strong enemy or a wave of corpses. After all, this wife, whether human or zombie, has no taboos and eats them all. But he never expected that his wife, whom he had high hopes for and felt would be one of the strongest zombies in the world, would be killed by Meng-su in less than a minute. It was solved, so neatly. For a moment, Wang Wuzhang's face turned pale and he was stunned. You, who are you? His voice was trembling, and he had completely ignored the injuries on his legs. Meng-su ignored Wang Wuzhang completely, because he, Zhang Xiaqiu, and Qi Laya were currently studying the wife's head to see if she had any evolutionary crystals. But what disappointed Meng-su was that he didn't find any evolutionary crystals here. Do ordinary zombies really never have evolution crystals in their lifetime? Meng-su felt very unwilling and couldn't help clenching his fists, feeling a heartbreaking pain. At this time, Meng-su heard Wang Wuzhang's voice, immediately turned around, raised the fire axe very unhappily, walked step by step in front of Wang Wuzhang, and whispered, "The great merciful and great compassionate fire axe Bodhisattva." KFC Crazy Thursday. At that time, I saw a bucket of 50 chicken wings to satisfy all my hunger. When Wang Wuzhang heard Meng-su's chaotic voice, his mind went blank for a moment, and his face turned pale. Suddenly, Meng-su thought of something and asked casually, "Well, answer me a question and promise me 2 things. I won't kill you." After hearing Meng-su's words, Wang Wuzhang nodded repeatedly as if he had encountered a life-saving straw. Meng-su didn't talk nonsense and said directly, "What is the Lord?" Meng-su's question was very pointed. After hearing these words, Wang Wuzhang's smile froze instantly, and he stumbled and said, "The Lord is the Lord, is." He didn't know what the Lord was, but at the moment when the end of the world came, he knew the concept of the Lord. Okay. Meng-su didn't expect Wang Wuzhang to answer him, and then said, "The 2 things you promised me are very simple. Just sign and you will transfer the real estate here and your car to me for free. Do you understand? Explain in advance that but I'm not forcing you, you can choose to refuse." When Wang Wuzhang heard Meng-su's words, he was a little confused for a moment. It's the end of the world. Houses and cars don't matter. You can take them if you want. Why bother? Although Wang Wuzhang didn't know what was going on, he nodded quickly, took Meng-su's pen tremblingly, and immediately wrote a voluntary transfer, and then swore tremblingly, "I, Wang Wuzhang, voluntarily transfer my name to all property is transferred to Zhang Luanping." Wait, it's Meng-su. Meng-su immediately corrected himself. What a good guy. Zhang Luan almost made a fortune from his company for nothing. Wang Wuzhang went to do it immediately and replaced Zhang Luanping with Meng-su. After finishing speaking, Meng-su nodded with satisfaction, then stood up, "I will keep my word and will never kill you." Wang Wuzhang felt happy, but soon he saw Zhang Xiaqiu walking forward with a short blade in hand. "But I didn't say I won't let others kill you." With these words, Wang Wuzhang felt extremely resentful in his heart. The next moment, he felt like he was stabbed sharply in the neck. The blade slashed across and blood splattered everywhere. This knife was like fire, so fast that people couldn't react. His breathing became weaker and weaker bit by bit, and a bitter smell of blood filled his throat. He closed his eyes, and everything he had experienced in his life appeared before his eyes, and he gradually despaired. The wound became deeper and deeper, and his body gradually lost its temperature. In the end, his eyes became blurry, but he suddenly discovered that Zhang Xiaqiu, who assassinated him neatly, had a pair of big blood-red eyes. "Zombies, zombies," Wang Wuzhang struggled to say 2 words, his eyes filled with disbelief. The next moment, this outstanding entrepreneur in Huching City and the chairman worth hundreds of millions fell completely.
Only Meng Su was left with an excited look on his face.
The system, he said it himself, will give me all his property. Why don't you give me several hundred million now?
Meng Su was full of expectation, his eyes were as wide as bells, waiting for the response given to him by the small gold-plated letters. It has been detected that Wang Wuzhang of Wanxiang International Company, Limited has been defeated by you through your superb business warfare skills and died of despair. You have achieved total victory in this business war. The small gilt characters gave Meng Su a response, but it was not the response that Meng Su wanted. Complete the second phase of the mission and receive mission rewards, allocable professional experience plus 15, allocable attribute points plus 1.5, points plus 5, and cash plus 500,000. Complete all stage tasks and you will gain chairman experience plus 30. The first opponent in a business war is always worth remembering.
My friend, your intensity is really impressive.
In the first battle, you defeated Wanxiang International Company, Limited, which has been entrenched in the customer service industry of Huching City for many years, and became a joint venture company.
The new giant in Qing City's customer service industry, you are so powerful.
Complete hidden achievement, business wizard, get achievement rewards, cash plus 50,000, points plus 5.
A few lines of small characters brought Meng Su a lot of benefits.
At any other time, Meng Su would have been celebrating like crazy by popping champagne. But now, Meng Su's face is not very good, and his current situation can even be described as Sima face.
System, you are really a master at pretending to be confused. Meng Su's face was gloomy and he said coldly. If his voice had warmth, then this place would probably turn into the North and South Poles in an instant. Where are the transferred assets? Wang Wuzhang voluntarily gave me all his wealth, but was this guy taking kickbacks? Meng Su was very angry. He felt that he was being exploited.
There was no qualified written contract for the transfer, and there was no witness to notarize the transfer.
Wanxiang International is now bankrupt, and during the transfer process, Wang Wuzhang had extremely strong resentment and reluctance towards the host.
Therefore, the transfer failed and it could not take effect.
In addition, it was detected that Wang Wuzhang's current total assets are 160 million in liabilities.
The system's explanation was reasonable, and even if Meng Su wanted to deny it, there was nothing he could do. Meng Su felt helpless immediately, and he immediately gritted his teeth and thought angrily, "Old man, I damn well know that he is not willing at all." And what Meng Su didn't expect was that Wang Wuzhang owed 160 million. What did he do?
Why do I owe so much money?
As we all know, taking property means inheriting his debts. Fortunately, I didn't take it, otherwise I would have really lost money because of the 160 million owed to those 3 melons and 2 dates. Thinking of this, Meng Su looked at Wang Wuzhang's corpse more and more distastefully, but he did not whip the corpse. Instead, he stood calmly and observed the changes in Wang Wuzhang's corpse. According to the rules obtained before, after these guys, called the chosen ones, who are actually genetic enhancers, die, the genes in their bodies will mutate, quickly transforming them into zombies of a higher level than before. In other words, these chosen ones are originally infected with the zombie virus, but they can be controlled without being contagious.
After death, the zombie virus will explode faster.
These are all Meng Su's own thoughts.
Meng Su was not sure about the specific situation.
After all, Li Xiang died under a baseball bat stained with zombie blood, and Meng Su didn't know how Wang Deli died.
When Meng Su arrived, he had already seen Jiang Shachu eating Wang Deli's evolutionary crystal. From this point of view, Wang Wuzhang is the key to Meng Su's solution to everything. After thinking this, Meng Su was very relaxed.
He held a fire axe and stood calmly in front of Wang Wuzhang's head. Jiang Shachu was holding a sharp blade, and Qi Liao also had a fierce look on his face.
The triangle is the most stable shape.
Meng, Jiang, and Qi were surrounded by a triangle. Even if Wang Wuzhang suddenly transformed into Ultraman Tiga, Meng Su could still get in front of him while he was transforming. When he is in concave shape, hack him to death directly.
This is Meng Su. Great, needless to say. Cool Kaka, suddenly, a sound of bones interlacing came from Wang Wuzhang's body.
In an instant, Meng Su saw a burst of dark green blood vessels starting to run down his cheeks, expanding toward the brain at an inhuman speed.
Instantly, Wang Wuzhang's body began to twitch.
Wang Wuzhang's body was forcibly folded up at this moment, and there was only a click sound of bone cracking. This situation was so terrifying that even Meng Su couldn't help but marvel. This acrobatic is beautiful, reward it. After that, Meng Su took out his pocket and took out 2 pieces of steel that he didn't know where they came from. He threw them in front of Wang Wuzhang and looked at Wang Wuzhang with approval. Keep up the hard work and strive to find a job after being laid off. Although you were once a capitalist who did all kinds of evil, you now have a new zombie identity, and becoming an acrobatic artist is also a good choice. Meng Su very much approved of the behavior of these laid-off humans who became zombies and then found jobs again. After all, the more proficient and rich the zombies' professional skills are, the more Meng Su can screen them through their professional skills and select some zombie employees suitable for the Peaceful Order Company, so that they can shine for the group and dedicate their souls. Roar! As the scarlet color gradually covered Wang Wuzhang's eyes, Wang Wuzhang soon let out a roar and completely transformed from a human corpse into a zombie. Meng Su used it immediately. Occupation, Gene Enhancement Psychic Mutant Zombie, Level 8, Level 8. Meng Su couldn't help being surprised, and then without hesitation, he took advantage of the transformation and struck down with an axe. Then you'd better die quickly, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with it. Although Director Meng encourages laid-off people to re-employ, judging from the current situation, the level of re-employment is a bit high. Meng Su does not allow Huching to have such an awesome existence. Must be killed. The moment this dignified 8th-level psychic mutant zombie mutated, he suddenly felt a hurricane attack. The next second, the cold wind flickered and the head was separated. Blood spattered far away and the walls were mottled. But Meng Su didn't even hide, letting the blood splatter on him. Jia, luckily I have a raincoat. Meng Su was satisfied, and then suddenly thought of something, and said quickly, by the way, you're not dead yet, right? I bought your house for 300,000, and if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. After saying that, Meng Su took a deep breath and waited for feedback. It is detected that due to price fluctuations, 300,000 yuan is evaluated as a reasonable price. If the purchase is successful, you will get a set of real estate. Although the balance disappeared by 300,000 yuan at this moment, in the system's awareness, Meng Su had an extra mansion. Complete the mission and receive mission rewards, assignable attribute points +1 and points +10. There is no task rating this time, just completing the task normally. At this moment, Meng Su already had 2.5 assignable attribute points. Add 1 point to your physique, and add the rest to your spirit. Meng Su did not hesitate and made such an additional point allocation. Added points successfully. Your current attribute values are, Spirit 120, Strength 20, Agility 20. Except for the 3.5 attribute points due to lack of spirit, the rest of the attribute values have reached 20. What a concept! This means that Meng Su's physical fitness has reached an extremely terrifying level. For Meng Su, the saying that he was so strong that he could kill a cow with one punch was not something he said casually. Compared with the other 3 attributes, my mental value is indeed lacking. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with my mental state. Faced with such attributes, Meng Su fell into deep thought. Looking at it this way, maybe I really have potential mental risks? Thinking of this, Meng Su's face was full of horror. He didn't want to become a psychopath, so he could only take a deep breath, then dug into his magic pocket, which seemed to be all-powerful, and took out a business card. Wang Xuanming, attending physician at the Department of Psychiatry, Huching Municipal Hospital. It seems that if you have time, you can pay a visit to Dr. Wang Xuanming. Meng Su still had some impression of this business card, as if someone had introduced it to him. It's just that the disputes in the last days were so complicated that Meng Su didn't remember much of them for a while. Forget it, don't think about it so much. Meng Su shook his head, and did not dwell too much on it. Instead, he stretched his body, scratched the back of Wang Wuzhang's head, took out the evolution crystal that Meng Su needed, and then began to look around at the white-clothed believers around him. They were still sitting cross-legged on the ground, seemingly meditating. No matter what happens in the outside world, to them, it seems to be a trivial matter. Hey, man. Meng Su stepped forward and casually pushed a young man who seemed to be a rich second-generation guy. Wake up, you don't really believe it, do you? Then I will laugh at you forever. There was no reaction. When Meng Su saw this, he immediately felt a little different. Then he put down the fire axe and raised his palm high. Crack! A loud and clear slap instantly echoed across the entire lawn. Meng Su thought that his slap could wake people up, but what he didn't expect was. Meng Su found that his slap seemed to be useless. The young rich second generation was directly slapped to the ground by him, motionless, still maintaining a meditative posture. Meng Su couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this. Stepping forward carefully, I found that everyone around me was like this. He was smiling, but his eyes were tightly closed. He looked like he was meditating, but at first glance, he was quite scary. Mengsu took a closer look and couldn't help but discover a fact that made him take a breath. These people are all dead. Although he is dead, he is still lifelike. There were no signs of death, so that when Mengsu didn't notice it carefully, he thought that meditation had lowered his breathing rate, which was why he was like this. Thinking of this, Mengsu couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Chosen One, this name made Mengsu feel a deep chill. Although he didn't know who the master of these moths and garbage was, Mengsu was certain that he and their master were naturally hostile. Snort! Mengsu snorted coldly, and then walked into the mansion that originally belonged to Wang Wuzhan but now belonged to him. I have to say that this old boy Wang Wuzhan will enjoy it. The entire living room is extremely spacious, with high ceilings and several expensive works of art hanging on the walls. The living room and kitchen are integrated, and you can also see the bright window display right in front. Various delicacies. Mengsu walked around the three-story villa. For example, a soft big bed, a marble fish tank, several shelves on one wall, and several rows of precious wines. Mengsu had only seen these things in movies and TV series before, but he never thought that one day, these things would belong to him. This kind of beautiful thing is really pleasant. What? Didn't Mengsu only pay for the purchase of the property? Why did all the furniture and collections in the property also belong to Mengsu? In this regard, Mengsu only said one sentence. Don't you mind Mr. Meng's business? By the way, didn't you say that if you stay here at night, will something unexpected happen? Mengsu saw several unopened sheets and quilts in the bedroom. Mengsu installed them without hesitation, and then rolled around on the white bed, rubbing his hands excitedly. Seeing Mengsu rolling around, Jiang Shaqiu and Qi Liao just looked at Mengsu indifferently, with empty eyes, but making people feel helpless inexplicably. It was getting dark, and Mengsu didn't plan to act tonight. He planned to stay here for one night to see what the rewards given by the system were, and then make a decision after confirming the rewards. At the same time, Mengsu also wanted to wait until his super charm buff dissipated before taking action. Although the feeling of a beautiful woman throwing herself at him made Mengsu feel a little good, when he thought of the giant zombie who wanted to fight for him at all costs, Mengsu couldn't help but shudder and felt a chill on his back. In addition, there were also old lady zombies, teddy zombie bitches, and so on. Time passed quickly, and Mengsu had nothing to do. He took out his mobile phone for entertainment. Seeing that it was getting late, he went to bed honestly and planned to sleep and see what would happen tomorrow. But just as Mengsu lay down on the bed and felt the softness of the high-end mattress, he suddenly felt a softer touch. Mengsu was stunned, then he opened his eyes and immediately saw Jiang Shaqiu and Qi Liao lying on his left and right, hugging Mengsu's arms tightly. Mengsu. What's going on? Isn't the charm buff gone? Mengsu didn't know what to say about Jiang Shaqiu and Qi Liao's abnormal behavior, but they didn't show any intention of attacking him, so Mengsu didn't do it to them. He just yawned and immediately lifted the white quilt and slept with them. The next day, a ray of morning sun gradually spread in front of him, and the wind outside the house rustled and blew on the glass, making a strange sound. And Mengsu stretched himself, got up from the quilt, and got rid of Qi Liao and Jiang Shaqiu's gentle country. Living in a mansion is really good. The feeling of having a beautiful woman in your arms makes you happy, right? This is a perfect life. Enjoy the changes that this life brings to you. Get rewards, points +1, distributable experience points +1. Note, you have activated the perfect home mode. Every time you return to the perfect home for a repair, you will randomly get rewards such as points/cash/experience points/skill points/attribute points. After seeing these lines of gilded words, the sleepy Mengsu was surprised, and then he couldn't help but feel a little happy. So the reward for going home is so good? Why didn't I get such a reward when I went back to my rental house before? In fact, there is, but the reward is not that much, and there is no clear reminder to Mengsu, so naturally the careless Mengsu ignored it. Now that this function has appeared, Mengsu was immediately delighted, and even has the idea of moving the company here. Yes. In this way, home is the company, and the company is the home. This is the real perfect home. Thinking of this, Mengsu couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his own intelligence. The company is the company, and the home is the home. Please note that the perfect home is limited to the resting function of a safe haven. If the perfect home location is set as the company, you need to find a new perfect home. It can be seen that the system has temporarily patched itself. The company and this perfect home cannot be confused. Damn, didn't someone say that the company should be treated as one's own home? It turns out that it is just treated as one's own home, but it can't really become one's own home.
However, if you come here to sleep after get off work every night, and drive from here to the Peace Building to work the next day, it is actually not too difficult for Meng Su. The only difficulty may be the difficulty when driving. Pay attention to the drift time. Very good. By the way, the basic requirements for this time have been met. Meng Su exhaled and decided to return to the company today to see if his theory is correct. By the way, he also summarized the results of his second fieldwork. Gained 4 employees, 2 doctors and 2 lawyers, among which Chi Liao is the most. Chi Liao is open-minded and broad-minded, enough to be qualified for the position of manager of the legal department of the First Business Group. In addition, Meng Dong also used his superb business methods and clever brain to successfully defeat Wanxiang International, a service industry giant that had been entrenched in Huqing City for many years. Wang Wuzhong, chairman of Wanxiang International, was so ashamed that he took the initiative to attack Vice President Zhang's knife with his neck and committed suicide by draining his arterial blood. Before his death, Meng Dong put aside his past grudges and took the initiative to exchange Wang Wuzhong's house for 300,000 yuan, choosing to help Wang Wuzhong repay part of his debts. During the journey, he harvested a lot of evolution crystals, and at the same time enhanced the group's influence in Tao County. If there is any problem, there is only one, that is, he failed to find the big star and show you. Meng Su had no idea where she was hiding. You are good at hiding, right? In this regard, Meng Su had no time to look for her. What he had to do now was to send the new employee to his company safely, so as not to encounter danger outside. After all, this is the end of the world. Every day outside, there is one more crisis. Sorry, I had a meeting with 6 other writer friends today. I drank a little too much and couldn't sober up. I can't write the second chapter. There is only 1 chapter at midnight. I will adjust my state during the day and make up for it. A good day starts with exercise. You who defeated Wanxiang International are now the boss of a large company and a business tycoon in Huqing City. Don't worry too much about work. Get up in the morning and exercise and say hello to your dear neighbors. Trigger task, exercise, task reward, several. Meng Su, who wanted to leave directly, suddenly saw this line of words. He was a little silent for a moment. The next second, he adjusted his mentality and started warming up. In fact, I usually do morning exercises every day. Exercise in the morning is good for the body. Thinking of this, Meng Su took a deep breath and started to move his body as usual. Activate the body. Get up in the morning, embrace the sun, and let your body be filled with bright sunshine. Meng Su shouted the old words. Seeing that the time was almost up, he walked out of the door of the villa and started running around the community. Of course, the necessary preparations before running cannot be missed. The fire axe was polished and the bullets were loaded. Although there were only 3 bullets left, it was enough to deal with general crises. Zhang Xiaoqiu and Chi Liao also followed Meng Su and acted as bodyguards. They can be bodyguards when they have something to do, and they can go home and sleep together when they have nothing to do. The cost effectiveness is very high. The cool breeze brushes across your face, mixed with a light moisture, making your breathing smooth all of a sudden. The grass under your feet is still covered with dew, crystal clear, as if many small diamonds were sown and crushed inadvertently. Looking around, there are villas with carved beams and painted buildings and vast grasslands all around. The fresh air, although a little bloody, but it doesn't matter, the relaxed mood makes everything seem incomparably beautiful. Meng Su ran and stopped, stretching his arms under the shade of the trees for a while, and taking a rest under the weeping willows for a while. Here, having a piece of lawn in his own villa may be the best enjoyment. However, the only thing that made Meng Su not very satisfied was the blood splashed after the white-clothed corpses, tied zombies, zombie corpses nailed to the cross, and tank zombies not far from his villa were killed by him. Ugly and smelly. Meng Su was now a successful entrepreneur with a net worth of 2 million. He does not allow himself to live in such a dirty and messy environment. It seems that it is urgent to ask the sanitation department to clean up. However, these things cannot be realized for the time being, so they can only be put aside for the time being and wait until I return to the company. Good morning, neighbor. Hello, your puppy is so cute. Yo, take the children out for a walk early in the morning. Oh, these 2 are my company employees, don't get me wrong. Early in the morning, Meng Su greeted his neighbors enthusiastically in the small park configured in this villa area, with a bright smile, and it seemed that the world was beautiful. The only problem was that there was no one around Meng Su, and there was no response. Meng Su just seemed to be talking to the air, which was extremely weird. If a passerby saw this scene, it could really be said that his scalp was numb, or even mentally collapsed,
what's going on? There are not only zombies but also ghosts at the end of the world, right? Meng Su also knew that there was nothing around him, but he couldn't do anything about it. After all, the task he received was to greet the neighbors cordially. But the neighbors were already buried. What could Meng Su do? He could only pretend that there were neighbors around. Meng Su felt that this move was very clever, and he was simply a smart little clever ghost. If you ask others to think about this way to complete the task, they won't be able to think of it in 30 years. Meng Su was very proud, as if he was standing on the commanding heights of IQ, and he casually pointed at others. Meng Su casually trotted and soon exercised for half an hour. Exercise successfully. A wonderful life starts here. Remember to keep exercising every day in the future. Get rewards, points +1, distributable experience points +3. Looking at the rewards given, Meng Su felt good and said without hesitation, distribute 30 experience points to the trainee clerk. As Meng Su distributed experience points, Meng Su's distributable experience points were reduced from 49 points to 19 points, but behind the trainee clerk, there was an additional upgradable mark. Upgrade. After choosing to upgrade, Meng Su also successfully received a prompt from the system. Upgrade successful. Your professional trainee clerk level has been upgraded from level 2 to level 3. You get 0.5 points of spirit bonus. Meng Su's spirit value successfully reached the terrifying value of 17 points. After increasing the spirit value bonus by 0.5 points, Meng Su felt that his mental state was getting better and better. It seemed that he didn't need to find the doctor named Wang Xuanming to treat his psychological problems. My mental state is really great. Meng Su couldn't help but roar to the sky, feeling happy. The zombies around heard Meng Su's voice, which was almost like piercing the sky, and immediately became alert. They pulled the zombies apart and roared loudly, causing a burst of roars. Roar! 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 The roars of the zombies roared one after another throughout the villa. It felt like a husky was the first to howl and the other huskies followed suit. But this behavior caused dissatisfaction in Meng Su. No, why are you yelling? Are you in a good mental state? Meng Su got angry when he heard their voices, but after a rational analysis, Meng Su did not take action. The reason is also very simple. Tie them here, and then distribute flyers nearby, without having to walk too far. Also, it can deter other survivors. Think about it. Wouldn't other survivors feel numb when they saw this scene? In this way, it would save a lot of trouble, so as not to be disturbed by others. After the exercise, Chairman Meng, Vice President Zhang and Manager Qi were ready and set off for work. There is no need to make trouble, just return the same way. Meng Su had basically cleaned up yesterday. Although these zombies would wander around, the number was definitely much less. The three of them set off, and the scenery was beautiful. Meng Su yawned, thinking about how to transport the human employees and zombie employees together, while walking on the main road, looking at the zombies rushing not far away, and casually asked them to make them lose their habitual ability to move forever, then suddenly looked up and saw a yellow bus. It seemed to be a school bus, but there was no school bus logo. It looked like a shuttle bus for a certain company, or it might really be a school bus. But no matter what kind of car it was, its appearance gave Meng Su a good idea. Drive this car and go back. This car was big enough for Meng Su to separate the human employees from the zombie employees, so that there would not be a situation where employees would bite each other while driving. Thinking of this, Meng Su felt that he was really a genius and was born to be the chairman. Meng Su thought of this, stepped forward and kicked open the door of the car in front, and found that there was no key after getting in the car. However, there were traces of fighting in the car, and even a pool of blood. Oh! Meng Su was refreshed and sat in his seat immediately, his legs off the ground, and his smart IQ took over the high ground. According to my analysis, the driver should have driven diligently early in the morning, and after picking up the passengers, the zombie virus broke out. There was a fight in the car, and then he got off. Meng Su put his chin in his hands and analyzed, it left so early, it seems to be a school bus. Only workers get up so early. Students should not take the school bus to school at 5 or 6 o'clock. High school students need it, but high school students are likely to live on campus. But the driver is so strict that he took out the key even if he ran away? Thinking of this, Meng Su immediately ordered Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao and began to command, disperse and find the driver. Find the driver, and you will have the key. After hearing Meng Su's order, Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao did not move. Seeing this, Meng Su immediately said, the one who finds the key will be promoted and have a raise. Still motionless seeing this, Meng Su was so angry that he trembled all over.
He was sweating all over and his hands and feet were cold in the hot weather. Can this society still be good? How should I, the chairman, paint the pie to satisfy you? Tears flowed down uncontrollably. Can this company still be good? How should the chairman paint the pie to really treat zombies as cattle and horses? Trembling with anger. Such signs made Meng Su very dissatisfied. He felt that these two zombie sisters had grown wings. Don't think that sleeping with the chairman will get you any privileges. Chairman Meng is here to tell you that sleeping does not get you any privileges. It's time to break these dregs of bottles and jars. Chairman Meng was very dissatisfied with their performance, and then said in a bad mood, disobedient, right? Whoever disobeys will not be allowed to sleep with me tonight.
After hearing Meng Su's words, Qi Liao and Zhang Xiaqiu actually moved at the same time.
Very fast. Meng Su?
Looking at this incredible scene, Meng Su was speechless for a long time.
I just felt a bit weird.
It shocked Meng Su for a whole year.
Damn it.
In the early days of the company was in a state of recovery. Vice President Zhang Xiaqiu and the manager of the First Business Group's legal department Qi Liao threatened the chairman to accompany them before they would work. Chairman Meng could only bear the humiliation and was forced to make such a request to ensure the operation of the company's activities. Chairman Meng was so wronged that he had to sell his body to maintain the company, crying, "How difficult it is to start a business." Meng Su has already remembered this grudge, and he will definitely make them pay it back in the future. Then, Meng Su took the initiative to get up and look for the shuttle bus key.
Not long after, Meng Su saw a slightly rotten zombie corpse at a nearby corner. The zombie held a key in his hand. No one knows how this zombie died, but he is indeed dead. Meng Su carefully observed his words and expressions, and after confirming that he was really dead and not pretending to be dead, he swung the axe to cut him in half, and then he was relieved. He stepped forward and chopped off his hand with the axe, and then took the key. Mr. Meng has been cautious all his life. Even if it was Sima Yi, he would have to praise Mr. Meng for his shrewdness. After taking the key, Meng Su found that the key did not look like a car door key, but a bit like a safe key, and this person did not look like a driver. So, what is this key for? Meng Su pondered for a moment, but didn't care so much, and put the key in his pocket and took it away. Although he knew that the key was very important, for Meng Su, it was worthless if he didn't know what the key was. The world is so big, who knows which treasure chest this key belongs to? We can only try our luck later. Meng Su stood up and planned to continue exploring. But the moment he turned around, he saw Zhang Xiaqiu standing behind Meng Su like a ghost, holding a bunch of keys in his hand. Meng Su couldn't help but feel happy, took the bunch of keys from Zhang Xiaqiu, and then touched Zhang Xiaqiu's soft hair, saying, "Good, good, great." After that, Meng Su said, "Go call Qi Liao back, take a look at her, big breasts and no brains, really not as smart as you, Xiaojiang, go quickly." With a few words, he sent Zhang Xiaqiu, who had small breasts, away, and Meng Su drove this nice-looking bus, and then took Zhang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao, two zombie sisters, and immediately started, heading in the direction of Meng Su's memory. It must be said that the feeling of driving a big car is different from driving a small car. Driving the big car, Meng Su inexplicably felt fearless, feeling that all the waste in front of him was a joy, and he only needed to step on the accelerator, and they would be destroyed by him. It is detected that you have started the shuttle bus. As an excellent boss, you should carry forward the professional spirit of sharing wheel and woe with your employees. The chairman personally turned into a shuttle bus driver to pick up employees for work. I believe you will be able to create a harmonious picture of getting along with employees. Every time you pick up an employee, you can get a certain reward. Meng Su had just been on the road for a while when he saw the system gave Meng Su such a prompt. Meng Su didn't know what to say for a while, but he regrouped and drove the big car happily. Great, it was originally used to pick up employees, but I didn't expect that there would be unexpected surprises when picking up employees. Really good, really good. As the king of hutching songs, how could Meng Su not hum a little song at this moment? So, Meng Su hummed a happy little song and got on the road in style. Just as Meng Su was on the road, he suddenly saw a zombie standing on the main road, wandering around in confusion, which made Meng Su dissatisfied. He immediately honked the horn to remind the zombie to get out of here and not to wander around on the main road. As a result, after hearing the horn, the zombie did not run away, but rushed towards Meng Su ferociously. This made Meng Su laugh. "You bet that I dare not hit you, right? Come on, come on." Meng Su, who had a violent temper, could not tolerate him, and rushed over with a throttle. "Want to reincarnate into another world, right? Come on, the mud truck will give you a ride.
Although Meng Su's car was not a mud truck, they were all big trucks.
Why distinguish them so clearly? There was no need. Meng Su had a kind heart to do charity anyway.
With a boom, the kind-hearted Meng Su helped a zombie reincarnate into another world. I hope he can reincarnate into a world that suits him and become a famous overlord.
Don't reincarnate into a world of kamikaze and become a beast of burden. But just as Meng Su drove past, several zombies appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Meng Su was quite surprised. What's going on? There are still masters? Good, good, good.
Meng Su decided to be a good person to the end and send Buddha to the west. Don't worry. One by one, line up, everyone has the opportunity to reincarnate into another world. Looking at these zombies one after another, Meng Su felt that he could be said to have completed his merits.
Helping so many people reincarnate into another world, I should be considered to have done a lot of merits, right? Meng Su was very satisfied. If merits can be concreted, Meng Su felt that his merits might overflow. Let's go.
In a large bone store, Lao Taidao and Zhang Qin anxiously moved all the supplies to a suitable location for evacuation, guarding these supplies, and fell into deep tension and anxiety. It has been 2 days, and Meng Su has not returned.
It is really hard to describe the uneasiness in their hearts. They finally caught hope, and they don't want hope to be wiped out. Teacher, what kind of company do you think this peace order should be? You are knowledgeable, do you have any opinions?
Zhang Qin looked a little nervous and looked at Lao Taitao helplessly, but in addition to nervousness, there was also a look of anticipation in her expression. It seemed that she was looking forward to working at the peace order. In her imagination, a company that can continue to operate in the Endoth world environment must be a large company with strict discipline and distinctive style, just like the Umbrella Company in Resident Evil, with 10,000 branches in major cities around the world. And this base must be underground, full of mystery. Zhang Qin can be said to be more and more excited the more he thought about it. Facing the situation of his students, Lao Taidao showed a bit of bitterness on his face, and didn't know what to say for a while. He felt that Zhang Qin's hope was a little too big. In Lao Taidao's opinion, this peace order company may not exist at all, but it is just a company imagined by the savior when he had a hysterical attack. Although Lao Taitao is very grateful to Meng Su for saving him from the clutches of the devil, but judging from Meng Su's various behaviors,
Lao Taitao does not think that Meng Su is a normal person with a normal mind. He feels like a madman. This world is getting weirder and weirder. There are all kinds of talented people emerging one after another, and there are countless kinds of doomsday madmen.
Some eat human flesh, while others just fantasize about having a company.
This is already pretty good. And Lao Taitao is not sure whether Meng Su will really come back. Maybe he just said it casually and forgot about them?
In this turbid and evil world, it is better to rely on yourself than on others. Just when Lao Taitao was thinking about this, he suddenly heard the sound of vehicles driving outside. In addition to the sound of driving, there was also the sound of something being crushed. The appearance of this sound instantly made Lao Taitao cautious, but just when Lao Taitao was about to take Zhang Qin to hide quickly to prevent being discovered by other survivors, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Where are the people? What time is it? Why don't you come out to pack up and get ready for work? I will update one chapter first.
I feel that I can't make up for it. I will try my best to write. Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin were very excited. They waited for Meng Su.
Lao Taitao never expected that Chairman Meng only played with the truth, came as he was told, and even hijacked such a big car.
It's amazing.
So, Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin hurriedly started to move mineral water and various survival resources.
Seeing how stingy Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin were, Meng Su couldn't help but feel dissatisfied.
Then he pressed the horn and said to Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin outside the car door, "Look at how angry you two are, how can you break the mineral water? What did you bring? Such a big company still needs these 2 bottles of mineral water.
Get in the car quickly, I'm sorry." Yes, Meng Su is really annoyed now. Because he only received rewards from Zhang Xiaqiu, Qi Leia, and Zhao Zhilai.
Meng Su was given 20,000 yuan, for distributable experience points and 5 points.
But Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin are not considered rewards. Why?
Because Meng Su was originally worried that the two of them would go out and kill himself in the 2 days after he left, and Meng Su would have to pay for it, so he planned to sign the contract after he brought him back to the company. If I had known this earlier, I would have made them both employees in advance.
Big loss now. Meng Su's expression was gloomy and heartbroken. For Mr. Meng, not making money means losing money.
If he didn't get the reward for Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin getting on the bus, it would be equivalent to losing 2 rewards.
Damn it, I can't be so cautious anymore.
Meng Su felt that he was too cautious and should be bolder in the future. As long as you are brave, your assets will increase tenfold.
As the saying goes in business investment, 9 out of 10 investments will result in loss. But if you win the only opportunity by betting on yourself, wouldn't you make a lot of money? Being a boss means being enterprising. For a moment, Meng Su regretted killing Wang Wuzhang so quickly.
You should let Wang Wuzhang, an old man, teach him some experience of being a boss, and then kill him. Although this experience may not be useful, it is still a reference after all. For example, Meng Su now really wants to know how Wang Wuzhang owed 160 million.
But it was useless to think about it.
Looking at his 2 employees who had never seen the world, Meng Su hated that iron could not become steel, and quickly urged, okay, the company has plenty of mineral water, so I just brought 2 boxes with me.
Okay, get in the car quickly.
Nanjiang First Medical University has such a high score line, but why did it end up with such a timid student and such a teacher who has never seen the world?
Bad review. In the future, applicants from Nanjiang First Medical University will have to undergo an interview first before they can be hired.
Meng Su snorted coldly, already having a stereotype in his mind. After hearing Meng Su's words, Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin nodded repeatedly, and then quickly got into the car. However, when Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin came to the car and looked at the distribution personnel in the car, their hearts suddenly stopped. Meng Su acted as the driver himself, and the 2 seats behind the driver were occupied by 2 beauties with good looks. Jiang Xiaqiu and the others recognized them, and they were said to be the vice president of the company, while there was another strange beauty whom they did not recognize.
But it feels very cold and professional.
Of course, all 3 are okay. Although Jiang Xiaqiu and Shi Laya were both zombies, their faces were not as ferocious as other zombies, and the only pupils that could prove the identity of the zombies were subconsciously ignored by the 2 of them, so they did not recognize that they were zombies. After all, normal zombies are not only ugly, but also jump at people when they see them. Jiang Xiaqiu and Shi Laya don't do this, so they don't think Jiang Xiaqiu and Shi Laya are zombies. But what caused them to go into cardiac arrest was.
Sitting on the last seat was a zombie with a hideous face and a terrifying look.
The face is well preserved.
The only problem is that after seeing Zhang Qin and Lao Taitao, he directly let out a roar and roar, "Who?"
The next second, he made a gesture to rush forward. For a moment, Zhang Qin was so frightened that the branches trembled, while Lao Taitao was also frightened, saying, "My life is at risk."
However, when he saw the scene in the rearview mirror, Meng Su's face instantly became gloomy.
He stood up, looked at the zombie Zhao Zhilai behind him, and raised the fire axe.
Okay. If you don't fight for 3 days, you're going to the house, right?
It's time to teach your employees some harsh lessons. When he saw Meng Su coming with an axe, the fear hidden in his genes suddenly hit him, causing the zombie Zhao Zhi to shudder for an instant. He only dared to wander in the car and did not dare to take action. Seeing this scene, Meng Su snorted coldly and stopped holding the axe, but still walked quickly to Zhao Zhilai, pointed at the nose of the zombie Zhao Zhilai and started to curse, "Zhao Zhilai.
You are also from the Ministry of Justice. Employee, you know the law. Let me tell you this once, if you dare to eat people outside of my orders, then you will be fucked."
Meng Su pointed at the zombie Zhao Zhi, who was really majestic and arrogant.
Meng Su could understand Zhao Zilai's previous behavior.
After all, Meng Su didn't ask Zhao Zhi to come, and Zhao Zhilai had never met anyone since he was accepted as his employee. Therefore, it is normal behavior to get a little excited when you see someone. Therefore, now that Meng Su had spoken to Zhao Zhi in a pleasant manner and in a soft voice, Zhao Zhi would probably not do it again. After all, the chairman must have a broad mind, just like Qi Liao.
After hearing Meng Su's scolding, Zhao Zhilai shivered and did not dare to speak, so he could only sit back obediently.
When Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin saw this, they were stunned and silent. The scene in front of them gave them a shock that was even more shocking than when Meng Su used a fire axe to kill the zombies on the first floor of the big bone shop 2 days ago.
This. Dumbfounded and dumbfounded are the best words to describe them now.
For the first time, they saw submissiveness and a sense of grievance on the zombie's face.
Let the zombies not dare to eat people. I'm a good boy, how oppressive is Chairman Mang? And this zombie turned out to be quite obedient and motionless. This scene made Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin never dare to speak loudly in front of Meng Su for the rest of their lives. So scary.
After finishing speaking, Meng Su said apologetically to Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin, "I'm sorry, this is Zhao Zhilai, an employee of the legal department of the First Business Group, who came later than you. One day, I didn't know much about the company's rules and regulations, and I didn't go through on-the-job training. But it's okay, the department manager of their department is here, and such low-level mistakes will not happen again in the future." Hearing Meng Su's words, Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin looked at each other, even a little horrified. This zombie, their future colleagues? Zhang Qin is young and she has never seen this scene before. And Lao Taitao, who is older and has experienced many big scenes, said, he has never seen this scene before. Frightened, uneasy, and at a loss. Lao Taitao was a little frightened. He had a vague feeling that this company was very unusual. Although the apocalypse has only come less than 2 weeks ago, Lao Taitao has already been forced to be well informed and has seen many strange things in school. Their medical university had independently conducted research on zombie viruses for a long time. The research process was very dangerous. 2 old professors and a foreign teacher were accidentally infected during the research process. Although the results of the research were unsatisfactory, at least their school had a clearer understanding of the zombie virus. That is, zombies are absolutely irrational creatures and do not have any emotions of the human era. Moreover, the brain cells of zombies are extremely active, even much more active than human cells. Zombies will be in a low-temperature state at ordinary times. They will only be in a certain state under certain conditions. Only then will there be normal human body temperature. And what's even more incredible is that, these zombies don't seem to need to eat at all, they don't obey the law of conservation of energy at all, and they have no idea how they can survive for such a long time without eating people. And I don't know why, these zombies are the most aggressive towards humans, followed by other creatures. They also conducted some kind of experiment in some violation of human morality. Zombies have no interest in zombie meat, but they will eat zombie meat if they are forced to do so. This is true regardless of the experiment. And then, something happened. A student who claimed to be the chosen one suddenly appeared in the laboratory, and then killed all the medical professors, doctoral supervisors, and research supervisors who participated in the experiment, turning them into zombies. As a teacher of infectious diseases, he took advantage of the turmoil to escape. But Lao Taitao still remembers the experimental data clearly. Therefore, when he discovered such a situation when he thought he was familiar with zombies, Lao Taitao's shock was far greater than that of Zhang Qin, an inexperienced student. Of course, if it hadn't been for something like this, he wouldn't have escaped with Zhang Qin and another student to find food, and finally encountered something like this. It was precisely because of such an experience that Lao Taitao was afraid of turning into a zombie. After seeing Meng Su's various behaviors for the first time, he fainted from fear. Of course, some people had fainted before, so their physical fitness was not good. The reason is Tai Hang. Regarding this, Lao Taitao's eyes were full of deep fear, as if he had really encountered the kind of umbrella company in the movie. Perhaps. In this company called Peace Order, we can complete the problems that professors of biology and medicine at Nanjiang First Medical University and Nanjiang University are studying. Thinking of this, Lao Taitao took a deep breath. His eyes changed from shock to perseverance. Zhang Qin, on the other hand, was trembling. He felt like sitting on pins and needles while sitting on the bus. He even sat behind Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao in fear. He secretly looked at the 2 beautiful sisters for help and looked at the zombie behind. When Zhao Shi came, he was really frightened. While driving, Meng Su observed the situation of his employees through the rearview mirror. Seeing Zhang Qin taking the initiative to approach Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao because he was afraid of Zhao Zhilai, he didn't know what to say for a moment. Zhao Zilai is just an ordinary little Kalami zombie, but Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao are the big bosses among zombies to a certain extent. But Meng Su would not take the initiative to say such words. What if Zhang Qin was frightened to the point of paralysis? Bang bang, bang. Meng Su drove very casually. For those zombies who actively wanted to be reincarnated into another world, Meng Su also selectively sent them to transform. Before the collision, he tried his best to check the attributes with observed moments in colors. If he encountered those mutated zombies, Meng Su would take the initiative to avoid them to avoid overturning. This is Meng Su, whose main focus is to bully the weak and scare others, and to analyze the pros and cons. Although Meng Su did not see the zombie that directly overturned the armed bus of the self-rescue committee, Meng Su once saw an Audi car trying to ram into a powerful mutant zombie through the rearview mirror, so he knew about the collision. What is the fate of this mutated zombie? Although Meng Su didn't care much about these gadgets, he still cared about cars.
What should I do if my car breaks down? This is where Meng Su's concerns lie.
But just as Meng Su was happily heading towards his peace building, a reminder suddenly appeared in front of him that surprised Meng Su. Please note that the high-level talent architect you selected appears within a 3-kilometer radius of you. The sudden appearance of the system prompt made Meng Su's eyes light up, and then he thought in his heart, not bad, another senior talent has also appeared.
Looking at the posture, it seems that he is heading to my peace building. Let's take a look. If you encounter it on the road, just deal with it.
If you don't encounter it, don't look for it.
Meng Su's ideas can be said to be very simple and unpretentious.
If you encounter him on the road, just deal with him. If you don't encounter him, then wait until you return to the peace building and deal with him in front of the building.
Meng Su has now acquiesced that the visitor is a zombie.
The reason is also very simple. In this case, Meng Su didn't think there would be any survivors and headed towards a place like peace building that was a no-brainer. After all, everyone in Jiangnam district knows that apart from office workers, there is nothing else in the Science and Technology building, the predecessor of Heping building.
There are few resources but many people. Under such circumstances, how could anyone take the initiative to move towards the Science and Technology building high-tech park? Unless you are desperate and want to commit suicide.
As for senior talents, this is obviously not possible.
Therefore, Meng Su judged that the visitor must be a zombie. Look at the situation.
If it's a spiritual zombie, let him be reincarnated in a different world. Meng Su thought silently in his heart. After all, at present, it seems that I can only bully zombies who are mentally type and have no physical enhancement.
Very good, the plan works. Followed the plan and everything went perfect. Won Yuan felt like he was going to die from exhaustion.
Although more than 10 years ago, he worked conscientiously on the construction site.
But after all, time makes people grow old.
Now that he is older and has become the deputy dean, he has become more and more prosperous. In recent times, he has been as frightened as a bereaved dog and has not dared to stop at all. During this time, he drove a car by chance and ran all the way to Jiangnam district, and then experienced 2 days of wonderful adventures in Jiangnam district. He first stumbled into a community and wanted to search for some supplies to fill his stomach. However, the residents of the community gave him a serious warning and told him to get out. Wen Yuan managed to stay for a long time after some hard talking, but from the conversations with the residents of these communities, Wen Yuan heard the image of a madman. A madman who likes to recruit people for the company in the apocalypse. He has very strong methods.
He once killed a zombie in a canteen in front of this community.
According to witnesses at the scene, a pair of brothers and sisters, the madman forced the zombie to kill him. The other party became an employee under his command, a complete apocalyptic psychosis.
In addition, the mentally ill person also returned once in the evening.
According to the dictation of Aunt Lu, the head of the household in room 301 of Building 1, the apocalyptic mentally ill person also killed 3 gangsters with great power and moodiness.
After resting for a long time, Wen Yuan couldn't stay here in this community.
Mainly because no one took him in, and he didn't have the house keys of the deceased heads of households, so he had no choice but to leave here and think of a solution. Shortly after leaving the community, he was lucky enough to not be attacked by zombies on the way, but he saw the corpses of many zombies, and he came to a small hot pot restaurant along the way. The small hot pot restaurant has sufficient supplies, and a store manager named Song is very enthusiastic and even invites him to join their small rotating hot pot restaurant to survive together.
However, from the mouth of this small hot pot restaurant owner, he heard a different image of apocalyptic mental illness.
According to the shopkeeper surnamed Song, although his friend looked crazy and had a somewhat active mind, he was a nice person and very strong. He gave them fried starch sausage as survival supplies, and also cleaned up the zombies nearby.
A wave.
This gave them a lot of room to operate, gathered all the surrounding materials, and accommodated 3 or 4 people.
The shop owner named Song Yufan is full of confidence.
He claims to unite everyone on this street and survive this apocalypse together with unity. Wen Yuan was moved and wanted to stay here for a while.
Result:
because of his disability, the members in the hot pot restaurant started a heated discussion, and Song Yufan had no idea what to do. Wen Yuan was actually a relatively selfish person, but Song Yufan's belief infected him. In order to prevent Song Yufan's belief from collapsing, he asked him to take the initiative to resign, get into the car, and drive forward at full speed.
Driving aimlessly, Wen Yuan didn't know where his future was. He just wanted to drive where there were less people. But, because his left hand was twisted and fractured, he was very inflexible when driving. On the road leading out of the city, he accidentally bumped into the wreckage of an Audi and rolled over. He fell hard and was dizzy. But he didn't dare to stop, so he could only drag his painful body and keep moving forward. Wen Yuan gasped in pain, took a deep breath, and then looked behind him. Suddenly, he saw a bus speeding past. Wen Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he raised his hand in pain, wanting to hitchhike. The bus stopped, and Wen Yuan was overjoyed. Hello, I am Wen Yuan, the vice dean of the School of Architecture of Nanjiang University. Before Wen Yuan finished speaking, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Because he saw a zombie sitting in the back row with a hideous look. Wen Yuan? No, why would there be a zombie among the passengers? Wen Yuan was frightened and his hands and feet were cold. He unconsciously thought of the weird student who could turn into a zombie and caused the bus to overturn. Chen Bin. Sorry, the update was late for a while, just finished writing. The author is currently in BJ and building a team with several other author friends QAQ. I will try to keep the update to 10,000 words, but I will never stop. The author's IP is now in BJ, which proves that he is not at home. For some reason, the computer in the esports hotel cannot be synchronized with the input method. I feel dizzy. I may have made a lot of typos recently. Sorry, hands and feet were cold, and the heart was cold. For a moment, Wen Yuan felt extremely panicked, and his heart stopped suddenly. He thought of many things, some evil sacrificial organizations, some perverted organizations that raised zombies and liked to watch zombies eat people, and many, many things. Anyway, Wen Yuan's current thoughts were exactly the same as Zhang Qin's, and even worse, his mind was blank. Xiao Wen, don't be afraid. At this moment, a crisp voice appeared in Wen Yuan's ears. The voice was relatively young and full of a vigorous and upward atmosphere. When Wen Yuan heard this Xiao Wen, he was stunned. Although the atmosphere on the field was very subtle, Wen Yuan frowned for a moment after hearing this title. After all, he was the vice president of the School of Architecture before, with a high position and power, and students either called him Dean Wen or Professor Wen. At the very least, it was Teacher Wen. After hearing the name Xiao Wen, Wen Yuan was in a trance for a moment, as if he had returned to his college life and the scene when he just started working, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Before Wen Yuan could react, he heard the voice like the rising sun again. This is the shuttle bus of our peace order group. Are you going to our group for an interview? Wen Yuan shivered and shuddered, subconsciously wanting to refuse. Nonsense. Who would consider working in a company that raises zombies? You may become food in the mouths of zombies one day. However, just as Wen Yuan was about to deny it and get off the bus at a lightning speed, he suddenly heard a roar from behind the bus, as if a zombie had come up. The front door of the bus was broken, so the zombies easily boarded the bus and roared towards Wen Yuan and Meng Su, who was sitting in the driver's seat. Seeing this scene, Wen Yuan was horrified and hurriedly hid, but found that the zombie behind him was staring at him. He was immediately terrified and desperate, thinking that he was going to die. Being attacked from both sides, is this the end of his stumbling all the way? However, the first target of the zombie that rushed into the car was obviously Meng Su. He roared and rushed directly towards Meng Su. And Meng Su didn't tolerate him, and directly used the 92th Venerable to shoot him in the head, blood splattered. Do you know who I am? You just rush like this? After the shot, Meng Su looked at the corpse of the zombie with contempt, and then said arrogantly, has he always been so brave? Zhang Qin and Lao Taitao didn't dare to speak, but just watched silently with fear in their eyes. They just knew that Meng Su had a gun in his hand. Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu, the two girls, looked indifferent, just staring at Meng Su, as if all other matters would not disturb them. As for Zhao Zhilai, he is not important, just a background board. Wen Yuan, who had just got on the car, looked at the zombie that was shot in the head, opened his mouth, and seemed to want to say something, but quickly closed his mouth again. The doomsday is coming, strength is respected. There are many people in this car, which is considered to be a large force. And they have guns in their hands. Okay, whatever they say is right. Wen Yuan shut up obediently. Meng Su just glanced at Wen Yuan, who was hesitant to speak, but didn't say much. He just gave Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao a look, asking Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao to pay attention to Wen Yuan. Meng Su was still quite surprised that Wen Yuan was still a human. After all, in Meng Su's opinion, senior talents who can get here should all be zombies. Wen Yuan, an architect, how can he still be a human? Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 points are wrong. I need to observe it, and go back to start the interview directly to see Wen Yuan's background. Meng Su was eager to recruit high-level talents, but what if a spy of the Lord appears? After all, for now, all the high-level talents who appear are mutant zombies, except you. Who else can I suspect? Meng-Su is not stupid, and his mind is also normal. He will naturally have reasonable suspicions. Of course, the safest way is to kill Wen Yuan. In this way, whether there is a conspiracy or not, Meng-Su will have no problem. However, it is well known that Chairman Meng is timid by nature, does not like violence, and has a kind heart. It is a bit inappropriate for him to kill Wen Yuan directly. After all, Wen Yuan is also a senior architect, so Meng-Su plans to wait and see. If it is really a spy, Meng-Su can be more retro and traditional and give him a perfect set of 10 tortures. In the car, it was extremely quiet. Wen Yuan was a little afraid of the gun in Meng-Su's hand, and Meng-Su doubted that Wen Yuan was not a high-level mutant zombie. Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin were on pins and needles, and Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao were heartless. On the whole bus, perhaps only the last veteran lawyer zombie Zhao Zhilai was relatively innocent. I would like to call it the last pure one of Peace Order Company. In such a depressing environment, Meng-Su quickly drove the vehicle to the door of the company. The zombies that had not been cleared around immediately rushed over, slapping the bus, trying to overturn the bus and eat Meng-Su and his party alive. Roar! The bus was surrounded by zombies, who roared and twisted and pounced on the car. The smell of blood filled the air, and some zombies had rotten meat hanging from their mouths. They stared at the empty eyes and rushed towards the bus like a tide. Seeing this scene, Lao Taidao, Zhang Qin, and Wen Yuan, who had just got on the bus and had an arm broken, were all panicked, trembling, and panicking. What should I do? Wen Yuan was panicked. He never expected that Meng-Su would choose to rush directly into the pile of zombies. Seeing that the zombies had surrounded the vehicle fiercely, Wen Yuan's face showed a look of despair. The last time he was able to escape from the armed bus, it was because there were not many zombies around. And this time, so many zombies surrounded him, what should he do? Wen Yuan was panicked, and although Zhang Qin and Lao Taidao thought that Meng-Su should have a solution, such a scene was still a bit too shocking, so they couldn't help but get nervous. Wen Yuan stumbled. Just when he wanted to explain the current situation to Meng-Su, hoping that Meng-Su could drive away quickly, a voice reached Wen Yuan's ears. When did so many zombies appear in front of my company? Are they all here to collect debts? No, there is only one employee who was fired in my company, and he will never come to collect debts. Where did these zombies come from? Wen Yuan? Ah. When he heard Meng-Su's voice, Wen Yuan was stunned. He had no idea what Meng-Su meant by this sentence. What do you mean, company? The door? Ah. Is this their destination? Thinking of this, Wen Yuan was stunned for a moment. He looked around in horror and was completely desperate. After working so hard for so long, is it just a few more days of survival? Just when Wen Yuan was desperate and was about to end his life to avoid the suffering of the zombies, Meng-Su did not hesitate, picked up an axe and yelled, "What do you mean? I don't owe you any money, why are you blocking the door of my company? You are asking the wrong person for debt collection, get out. If you don't get out, I will call the police." After that, Meng-Su shouted to Zhang Qin and Lao Taidao behind him, "Zhang Qin, Lao Taidao, call the police." Zhang Qin, Lao Taitao? Call the police? Ha! This unfamiliar word appeared in his ears, and Zhang Qin and Lao Taitao were both stunned. Wen Yuan was even more desperate when he heard it, and he also understood it. Misunderstood. This is not an evil group or a terrorist organization. This is a fucking lunatic. The passengers who were thought to be his accomplices before are probably the same as himself? Wen Yuan was already fainted. But soon, Wen Yuan calmed down, as if he had seen through despair. What is the meaning of life? Wen Yuan sat on the bus seat, listening to the zombies hitting the car, and fell into deep thought. But at this moment, Wen Yuan suddenly heard the sound of slashing. Ha! Wen Yuan was stunned, and then he looked out the window, only to see Meng-Su had stood up, extremely powerful, one man, one axe, one pistol, galloping on the battlefield. There were more than 30 zombies around, but these 30 zombies did not cause any harm to Meng-Su at all. For Meng-Su, their strongest attack was just blood splashing on Meng-Su after being chopped by Meng-Su. Bang! With one axe, the zombie was directly torn into pieces, becoming heroic fragments. Seeing this scene, Wen Yuan's pupils suddenly shrank, and the whole person became extremely shocked. This. Is this something a human can do? Ah? This? Wen Yuan was stunned. He didn't know what kind of expression to use to describe his mood at the moment. He just felt like he was riding a roller coaster, up and down, and nervous. You haven't seen it before?
At this moment, Lao Taidao suddenly sat next to Wen Yuan, patted Wen Yuan on the shoulder, and said to Wen Yuan very calmly, Dean Wen, you haven't seen this kind of scene before? Wen Yuan nodded subconsciously. As Lao Taitao had already seen Meng Su's power, he now looked very mature, as if everything had long been accustomed to it, and there was nothing to be surprised about. Then he said, I am Lao Taitao, a teacher of infectious diseases at Nanjiang First Medical University. This is my student, Zhang Qin, a clinical medicine student. Hello, hello. Wen Yuan just nodded numbly and greeted him. He was already in a huge shock. Seeing this, Lao Taidao couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't say much to Wen Yuan, but just showed a mysterious expression. He was also shocked when he saw Meng Su's power for the first time. Soon, more than 30 zombies were easily taken down by Meng Su. For Meng Su, these 30 ordinary zombies were really nothing. The only threat to Meng Su might be the physical limitation. If it weren't for the physical problem, Meng Su would have no problem killing for 3 days and 3 nights. Unfortunately, after reaching the limit of the human body, it is still just a human. After killing all the zombies, Meng Su used the observation method to take a look. After confirming that there were no fish that slipped through the net, he immediately knocked on the carriage with an axe and said to the inside of the carriage, okay, come out. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao got off the car immediately and followed Meng Su on both sides, while Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin followed closely behind. Wen Yuan was still hesitant at first, but when he heard Zhao Zhilai's deep roar approaching from behind, he immediately shuddered and quickly got out of the car. As soon as I got off the car, the smell of blood hit my face. Seeing the bloody scene outside, the 3 new human preparation employees didn't have much reaction. After all, it was the second week of the apocalypse. Everyone had already adapted to this scene. Those who couldn't adapt had already joined the zombies' army, or become food for the zombie army. Forget it if the 3 of them don't come down. What are you two doing? Enjoying in the car? Meng Su criticized Zhang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao, and he snorted coldly at these 2 zombies. As a chairman, you have to do it yourself every time. Do you employees know how to just sit back and enjoy the results? Trash, trash, trash. Meng Su felt very sad for these employees. He had never seen any boss act like a mule and a horse like him. After that, Meng Su didn't intend to continue to reprimand him. He just waved his hand and started marching towards the main entrance of the building. The last time I left the building, I walked into the underground garage and left dejectedly. The last time I returned to the building, I walked into the underground garage and came back secretly. This time, Meng Su chose to enter through the main entrance and announced to the world who was the owner of this building. Wen, Zhang, and Lao followed Meng Su and moved towards the building with Meng Su. They felt a little excited and nervous. Meng Su used practical actions to tell them that this building was very extraordinary. Therefore, they are full of expectations for this building. Ho! As soon as they arrived at the door of the building, they heard a roar. Soon, they saw a zombie in the hall, roaring towards them. However, after seeing that it was Meng Su, the zombie was immediately startled, and then huddled in the corner in fear, trembling. Seeing this scene, Wen Yuan was even more stunned and felt incredible. The zombies are actually afraid of him? What is going on? Until now, Wen Yuan didn't know what Meng Su's name was. Whatever your name is, you'll be in trouble, right? When Meng Su saw the zombie in the hall looking like this, he immediately became a little angry. He walked forward and kicked the zombie down. I let you work as a dog in the security department because I think highly of you and because your surname is Meng. For my sake. Come on, tell me, what are you doing? There are so many zombies at the door. What's wrong with you, a dog from the security department? After the kick, Meng Su had not yet recovered his anger, and then he kicked him again. If a zombie comes and offers you a cigarette, you will let the zombie in, right? Dear host, please do not beat your employees. The first time you beat the employee, you will be fined 100 yuan. The small guild characters in front of him had no effect. Meng Su became angry when he saw this boy. What are the responsibilities of the security department? Teach the unscrupulous owners a lesson, catch the lone deliveryman, and escape safely when in danger, right? How outrageous! The security department must be severely rectified. We cannot allow this to continue. Where is the safety of the building in this way? The zombie was trembling and did not dare to speak. He could only listen when Chairman Mang lectured him. Seeing this scene, the well-informed Lao Taidao, the fledgling Zhang Qin and the newly arrived Wen Yuan were all stunned. Ah? Can it still be like this? They were shocked again, and the eyes they looked at Meng Su were full of deep fear. and they didn't know how to describe their current mood. In an apocalyptic environment, it is really terrifying to be able to hire zombie employees and have them do more than just generate electricity. What kind of company is this peaceful order? Okay, you guys will wait on the fourth floor to prepare for the interview. Meng Su spoke calmly and said to Lao Taitao, Zheng Qin and Wan Yuan, I will start interviewing you right away. Meng Su felt that his company's previous steps were a bit too irregular. As a serious company, recruiting employees still requires a process. Therefore, interviews are essential. After hearing Meng Su's words, several people were a little nervous for a moment. But Meng Su didn't care whether they were nervous or not, he just walked straight upstairs, taking Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Leia with him and getting ready. As for Zhao Zhilai, Meng Su sent him to the second floor to work with lawyer Zhang. There is nothing much to say about this kind of ordinary zombie employee. When he arrived on the fourth floor, Meng Su did not hesitate and directly brought 3 stools. Then he saw Shen Zhaozhao, Zhang Luanping, and Zhou Yani coming down to greet him. He immediately chuckled and said, You are good to come, I just have an interview. Here's the new employee. Zhang Luanping, didn't you work in HR in a brewery before? Okay, you are now transferred to the Human Resources Department as the acting leader of the first team. I like you very much for taking on this important task as an intern. Leah. Zhang Luanping, who had just greeted Meng Su, had been promoted to the acting team leader of the Human Resources Department before he could react. He was stunned for a moment and didn't know what to say. The person is down there, Shen Zhaozhao, go and bring him up. Meng Su said calmly. In addition, 2 new employees have been added this time, namely Qi Leia, manager of the legal department of the First Executive Business Group, and Zhao Zhilai, an employee of the legal department. As for the other one, Jiang Xiaqiu, the vice president of our company, has not been here, so I brought him back this time. Hearing Meng Su's series of words, the 3 were shocked at the same time. Shen Zhaozhao was stunned for a second or two, and immediately entered the working state. Okay, chairman, I will bring them up now. After that, Shen Zhaozhao hurried downstairs. After Shen Zhaozhao went downstairs, Meng Su thought about the interview process, and then tore a piece of paper at random, then crumpled it into a ball and threw it on the ground, placed the trash can not far away, and nodded with satisfaction. Very good, I see that the interviews on the internet are all conducted like this. It seems that this time it is foolproof. Team leader Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Luanping? I think only stupid companies will interview like this. After Zhang Luanping complained silently in his heart, he smiled flatteringly. Mr. Meng, you are right. We are testing the basic qualities of new employees. This shows that our company takes civilization as the core and wants to create a, okay. Meng Su was very pleased and liked Zhang Luanping more and more. Apart from anything else, this kid is very good at handling things. Dong. Just at this moment, the door was knocked. Meng Su nodded immediately and shouted, Come in. The next second, Wen Yuan walked in from the door with a restrained face. Wen Yuan's head is very confused now. He doesn't know what happened or what the situation is. Half an hour ago, he was still running for his life. Half an hour later, he was interviewing here? This sudden situation made Wen Yuan not know how to describe his heart, so he was a little drowsy, just took a deep breath, and sat in front of the chair. Seeing this scene, Meng Su frowned and shook his head. Seeing Meng Su like this, the lackey Zhang Luanping was about to scold him, but he heard Meng Su speak first. Xiaowan, do you think the waste paper will automatically go into the trash can? Wen Yuan? Transition chapter. There will be another chapter today. A little later, QAQ 10 minutes later, Wen Yuan left the interview with a confused look on his face. For Wen Yuan, this interview was really different. There were 4 examiners, 2 beautiful and tall female executives who seemed to be dumb and could not say a word. Chairman Meng, who was thought to be the driver before, was actually the chairman, always asked some strange questions, such as, what is the name of your father's father? You are a senior architect, you should be good at playing bridge. Let's talk about Chen Bin. I am very interested in Chen Bin and other questions. Wen Yuan could only speak out everything he knew, and he felt relieved. As for the other Human Resources Department leader Zhang, he asked a more serious question, such as expected salary or something. The questions here were too normal, so that Wen Yuan felt a little bit like he was in another world. Is this really the end of the world purgatory? How can there be an option like expected salary? Shouldn't big companies and big forces in the apocalypse treat people as free labor and exploit them to death? Wen Yuan was not sure, so he could only pass the interview in this muddled way. Looking at the girl in front of him with a confident smile, claiming to be the leader of the first group of the Mobile Communications Department, Wen Yuan didn't know what to say for a moment.
This building is full of weird colors.
The zombies wandering on the first to third floors that will not attack the peaceful order are clean and tidy, and there seems to be no problem. It's like the building before the outbreak of the apocalypse. All of this makes Wen Yuan feel very dreamy, and he is a little trance, back to before the apocalypse. If this is the case, Wen Yuan thinks that it is also a good option for him to work in this group. Thinking of this, Wen Yuan glanced at his left hand that was aching slightly, and couldn't help taking a deep breath.
If the arm can be cured, it would be even better. I hope I can pass the interview. Wen Yuan sat on the public seat in front of the elevator on the 4th floor, with mixed feelings, watching Lao Taito enter the interview room.
Although I don't know what the details are, in the end times, being alive is the greatest mercy.
The interviews with Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin were just a formality.
After all, Meng Su knew these two people inside out. They were almost eaten by the chosen ones, and they were also rare professional doctors. They were pure and legitimate, and they were the chosen workers of the Peace Order Company.
The only person who actually interviewed was Wen Yuan. After the interview, Meng Su also confirmed that Wen Yuan's identity should be fine. Don't ask, just ask your intuition.
Shen Bin, turned into a zombie, invulnerable to swords and guns. Meng Su frowned, thinking about what Wen Yuan said. After Wen Yuan's narration and the descriptions of the survivors he met before, Meng Su had roughly restored the truth of the matter. These chosen ones are consciously hunting high-level talents. Wen Yuan was lucky enough to catch the bus of the Self-Help Association. In the end, because of the cover of the soldiers on the bus, he was not killed or transformed into a zombie. He walked along the route he had walked before by chance. There were fewer zombies, and finally he came to him again. Everything seemed to be guided by the system, and it seemed to be the result of luck.
It's okay.
Meng Su waved his hand and directly determined the salaries of the three people. Lao Taitao, the leader of the first medical team of the Medical Safety Department of the second business group, the position is at the K3 level, and the monthly salary is 20,000. Zhang Qin, the deputy leader of the first medical team of the Medical Safety Department of the second business group, the position is at the K2 level, and the monthly salary is 10,000. Wen Yuan, an intern in the Civil Engineering Department of the second business group, has a salary of 8,000.
Why is Wen Yuan, a senior talent, treated the worst?
Again, without sharing joys and sorrows, everything has to start all over again. Although Wen Yuan's explanation is reasonable, it should be used with caution.
When to make great contributions and when to entrust important tasks. Moreover, for now, Wen Yuan's knowledge is useless.
For Meng Su, Wen Yuan's greatest use is actually to sell Wen Yuan to them after Meng Su contacts the Self-Help Committee, dispatch him to the safe zone in the form of labor dispatch for construction planning.
Of course, Meng Su will not pay Wen Yuan for the first 3 months. His first 3 months' salary will be used as treatment fees for his left arm and nutrition fees.
After experiencing the second field activity, Meng Su has awakened and feels that employees cannot eat and drink the company's things for free, and the company must also find a way to circulate the money back. Strive to achieve the concept of the company makes money, the company spends it, and wants to take it home when it leaves. However, these things still require some ideas. For example, medical care, canteens, and the like, as well as ensuring the most basic survival supplies. Just thinking about it makes me feel overwhelmed, and I still have to find a more senior talent to help me solve it. Meng Su sighed, and then cast his eyes on Jiang Xiaqiu, feeling a little regretful. If only Jiang Xiaqiu hadn't turned into a zombie. With Jiang Xiaqiu's business experience, he would definitely be able to help me come up with a perfect plan. Xi Liao could actually do the same. After all, she's a big lawyer with plenty of legal experience, and she should have some experience in this area. As if sensing Meng Su's gaze, Jiang Xiaqiu and Xi Liao turned their gazes to Meng Su at the same time. After hesitating for a moment, they stood up together, one on the left and the other on the right, and hugged Meng Su's arm, making Meng Su feel it.
A moment of softness. Meng Su. What are you doing?
Meng Su was a little shocked, but Zhang Luanping understood very well. After seeing Jiang Xiaqiu and Xi Liao stand up, he stood up neatly, bowed his head and said respectfully to Meng Su, "Mr. Meng, I suddenly thought that the quilts hanging on the rooftop were still there."
"Confiscated, I'm leaving first."
After saying that, Zhang Luanping ran towards the door as if he had seen a ghost, faster than he could avoid zombies. There were sparks and lightning all the way, and then the door was closed tightly. Only 2 zombies, Meng Su, Xi Liao, and Jiang Xiaqiu, were left on the 4th floor.
Meng Su. How to say this? Meng Su didn't know what to say. He just felt that Zhang Luanping, this old boy, was getting more and more oily as he got older. Could it be that in Zhang Luanping's mind, my dignified chairman Meng is a womanizer? That's right, you're really good at reading people. However, approaching women also depends on the time. This time is not a good time to approach women. Come back tonight when you go to bed. I just saw that that's not what you meant.
Meng Su spoke angrily to Qi Liao and Zhang Xiaqiu, and at the same time broke away from the arms of the two women. Seeing Meng Su break away, Qi Liao and Zhang Xiaqiu immediately looked directly at Meng Su. Although their faces were expressionless, Meng Su could vaguely read the unhappiness in their eyes.
Okay. Meng Su waved his hand and stood up without hesitation and walked out of the house.
As soon as I opened the door of the conference room on the 4th floor, I saw Zhang Luanping rushing people away, planning to take the new employees upstairs to the 11th and 12th floors to prepare their sleeping positions.
The company is a startup, keeping everything simple. The employees regard the company as their own and usually live in the company.
Meng Su was very satisfied with this, but also felt a little ashamed. Then he called the employees who stopped and reminded them kindly, if you don't want to sleep in the company, you can actually go home and sleep, as long as you can come on time the next day. Just go to work, I don't care about these things.
Hearing Meng Su's words, Zhang Luanping's mouth twitched slightly.
Others were also stunned.
Go home and sleep? Going through layers of danger every day, going in and out of the zombie siege? Are there really any fools like this?
If you didn't know what kind of person Meng Su was, you might have thought that Meng Su was threatening them. But Zhang Luanping was an old employee, so he naturally understood what Meng Su meant. Although he didn't know why Meng Su came out so quickly, it didn't matter. Zhang Luanping immediately clapped his hands and said to Meng Su, Chairman Meng is so considerate of us subordinates. Touched. Chairman, please don't worry, we didn't finish it because the company's mission is to voluntarily stay in the company to sleep.
Everything is focused on the company.
Everyone in Wan Yuan was shocked when they heard Zhang Luanping's words.
Can you still say that?
Zhang Qin and Lao Taitao didn't know what to say, so they could only cheer along with Zhang Luanping, the outstanding class representative.
Zhang Qin is not a local, and Lao Taitao lives further away. Let them both go home and live there and then come back? It is estimated that only the zombie employees will be back.
Seeing that his employees all said this, Meng Su could only reluctantly speak out and revealed his true purpose. If this is the case, the company's daily water and electricity bills will also need to be shared equally among the employees, every month.
I want to deduct it from your salary. I'll do the math first. Everyone thought Meng Su was going crazy. But this is Meng Su's true purpose.
Let everyone think that they are going crazy, and then subtly and quietly lower their wages to reduce their expenses.
It's so wonderful to order takeaway crispy corner and get Mickey Mouse House, it's so wonderful. Meng Su was proud of his intelligence. But, Chairman.
Suddenly, Shin Zhaozhao weakly raised his hand and said to Meng Su, our company has been without power and water for a long time.
Hearing this, Meng Su's smile froze. Damn it, why did I forget that there is this layer? The system reminds you that the conditions for salary reduction are not currently met. The appearance of the small gilded characters dealt a heavy blow to Meng Su.
Meng Su could only wave his hand and said casually, Lao Taitao is the leader of the first team of the medical safety department and the deputy leader of Zhangqin. As for Wan Yuan's identity, it is suspicious. If you're not sure, just work as an intern in the civil engineering department. By the way, Li Xiang from the sanitation and cleaning department of the first business group has done a good job. Now his rank is promoted to K5 and his position is promoted to manager. Congratulations to Li Xiang on his promotion.
With a casual word, Meng Su added 2 more departments to the company. It doesn't matter, it seems more formal with more departments.
Anyway, you don't have to spend any extra money, just call whatever you want. At present, the company already has 7 departments: Sanitation Department, Legal Department, Security Department, Communication Services Department, Human Resources Department, Medical Safety Department and Civil Engineering Department. Although they are cumbersome, they are all useful. The Department of Sanitation and Cleaning, named Sanitation and Cleaning, is sanitation and cleaning, allowing zombies to carry zombie corpses and drive the zombies further away.
The current manager is Li Xiang and the employee is Qi Wei. The legal department is a department established to complete its tasks. Its daily work is the same as above.
The manager is Qi Liao, and the employees are Zhao Zilai and Zhang Wei. In the security department, currently only Meng Xuanpeng is working as a dog, mainly responsible for guarding the door. Meng Xuanpeng acts as a dog. The Communication Services Department was established to cope with the task of defeating Wanxiang International, so that it can flaunt peace and order, and it is also a customer service company. Shen Zhaozhao serves as acting team leader, and Zhou Yani serves as team member. The Human Resources Department, making a quick decision, will interview new employees in the future. Zhang Luanping is the acting team leader. The Medical Safety Department is, needless to say, a vital department. Lao Taitao is the team leader and Zhang Qin is the deputy team leader, Civil Engineering Department, which can be used to move bricks later. Intern Wan Yuan. In addition, there is a little girl Zhang Wenqi who is currently thriving in the care of the group. Under the leadership of Chairman Meng, the 7 major departments are thriving. Thinking of this, Meng Su was full of ambitions. When faced with Meng Su's instructions, the others didn't know what to say for a moment. They just nodded and praised Meng Dong's greatness. Shen Zhaozhao takes the 3 new employees to familiarize themselves with the environment. I want to go downstairs to do an experiment. After saying that, Meng Su waved his hand and signaled Shen Zhaozhao to take the people away. Then he led Qi Laiyao and Zhang Xiaqiu downstairs and headed downstairs. Come to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was originally a canteen, but since it was occupied by zombies and cleaned up by them, it has become a bit messy. All the original tables have been pushed aside and piled up, and there are messy bloodstains and footprints on the ground. Apart from this, only Qi Wei, Li Xiang, Zhang Wei, and Zhao Zhe are staying here. Under the dim light, at first glance, the 4 zombies on the 3rd floor can't help but have an infiltrative feeling. If a survivor escaped here unintentionally, he would definitely be scared to death when he saw this scene, and then run away immediately. After seeing Meng Su's arrival, the 4 zombies all took action. They had a different sense of awe and fear towards Meng Su than Qi Laiyao and Zhang Xiaqiu. After all, except for Qi Wei, Meng Su used force to make the other 3 zombies submit. Therefore, they all carry the fear of Meng Su deep in their memories. Meng Su didn't pay much attention to them. He looked around and stretched out his hand to Qi Wei. Come here and give you something delicious. When Qi Wei saw this, he roared and didn't want to go there. Meng Su was not used to it and walked directly in front of Qi Wei, and then without hesitation, he took out the gems in his pocket. 5 gems exude magnificent light. 2 spiritual evolution crystals, 1 strength evolution crystal and 1 physical evolution crystal. In addition, there is a strange purple evolution crystal. After seeing Meng Su take out 5 evolutionary crystals, all the zombies in the room were shocked. Roar! Hiss! Ouch! In an instant, the other 3 zombies who originally kept secret from Meng Su also came over, and Qi Wei changed her attitude and looked at Meng Su diligently. Only Qi Laiyao and Zhang Xiaqiu remained motionless and looked relatively calm. A contrasting female watch, right? When Meng Su saw Qi Wei like this, he couldn't help but shook his head. I didn't expect the company goddess to be like this. She really knows people but doesn't know her heart. But that was what Meng Su originally wanted, to give Qi Wei an evolutionary crystal. After thinking about it, Meng Su did not hesitate and directly selected a smaller yellow evolution crystal, then threw it directly to Qi Wei. Go and eat it yourself. Qi Wei immediately took the yellow crystal in a hurry and wolfed it down. The other 3 zombies became crazy in an instant. Li Xiang even wanted to grab them, but Meng Su was here and didn't dare to take action. Meng Su calmly watched Qi Wei finish eating. Soon, Meng Su saw the difference in Qi Wei. Name, Qi Wei, occupation, psychic mutant zombie, clerk, position, member of the first team of the Sanitation and Cleaning Department of Peace Order Group Company, Limited. Level, 1/6, it does seem to be working. When Meng Su saw this panel, he nodded immediately. It seemed that his idea was correct. The crystallization of evolution can really inspire mutant zombies. After confirming this, Meng Su ruthlessly took back the remaining evolutionary crystals, looked at the other 3 hot zombies, and immediately said with relief, see, don't you? This is how you work hard for the company. Ahem, the benefits of working for the company. Qi Wei is the veteran of the company. She and Zhang Tao were the first right-hand men of this chairman. Unfortunately, Zhang Tao is dead. Alas, I now appoint Qi Wei as the deputy leader of the first group of the Sanitation Department. Everyone must work hard in the future. The next evolutionary crystal may be yours. After the cake painting was finished, Meng Su turned around and left without hesitation, and went to the first floor again. On the first floor, Meng Xuanpeng was hiding in the corner and shivering. A zombie turned into this. It's really pitiful. But Meng Su didn't have a good look towards Meng Xuanpeng. This guy is the same as Li Xiang, but more hateful than Li Xiang. Li Xiang killed 3 people without torture, So he killed Li Xiang himself and asked Li Xiang to work as an ox or a horse for him to open up a living place for mankind in the end of the world and pay for his sins, so the grudges were cleared.
But Meng Xuanping's main specialty is dissection, frame-up, and backstabbing.
In addition, he can't create value for himself after turning into a zombie.
If he is asked to look at the door, he will not know how. Iron waist, crawl.
Meng Su was a little angry, but he threw the purple crystal away. Eat it. The purple crystal was a little special. Meng Su was reluctant to use other zombie employees for experiments, so he specially used Meng Xuanping for an experiment.
If it is possible, then you will understand it later.
Meng Xuanping was hesitant when he saw this, and his attraction to the purple crystal was not as good as other evolution crystals. But under Meng Su's coercion, he bit it and swallowed it. The next moment, this zombie began to twitch again. His bones folded and reversed instantly, and he lay on the ground and began to twitch continuously. Name, Meng Xuanping, occupation, zombie, mutating, position, dog of the security department of Peace Order Group, level 1. Seeing these messages, Meng Su couldn't help but ponder.
It seems that we have to wait for a while before we can get the results.
Just when Meng Su was thinking about this, he suddenly saw a small gilded word in front of him.
Your company is really getting more and more prosperous. A beautiful environment can promote office enthusiasm. Please plant 20 big trees and 100 roses near the company to enhance the mood of employees. Trigger task, planting trees is the most glorious. Task reward, cash plus 100,000, distributable experience points plus 30, distributable attribute points plus 1, points plus 20. Before Meng Su could react, another paragraph of gilded small words appeared in front of him. The company is on the right track. It has been established for a week. The weekly company team building is indispensable. As the chairman, please start a team building. Trigger task, company team building, task reward, cash plus 50,000, distributable experience points plus 10, distributable attribute points plus 1, points plus 10, Meng Su. Let's go to the company team building. Burning teeth. The sudden appearance of the two tasks made Meng Su very excited. Points and cash are all virtual, only attribute points are real. It seems that after completing these two tasks, I can greatly increase my mental value. Breaking through the limits of mankind starts with adding points in the last days. Saplings and flower seedlings have appeared in the truck compartment 100 meters in front of the left side of the peace building, and the vehicle key has not been removed from the vehicle. Seeing the reminder in front of him, Meng Su couldn't help but feel happy. Okay, this mission also gave me a car for free?
Meng Su didn't expect such an adventure, and he immediately felt happy and felt like he had earned a car. Certainly, in this evil world of 5 turbidities, vehicles are everywhere and there are many keys. As long as you have the ability, you don't have to worry about not having a car to drive.
But it proves a point anyway.
Chairman Meng really got something. But what made Meng Su a little unexpected was that the system even took the initiative to send flowers. You know, Meng Su originally planned to mobilize his employees to start making paper flowers and fake trees.
Real flowers would be even better. Chairman Meng has already decided.
This time the team building activity of the Peace Order Group is designated as a collective tree planting activity. Isn't this much more valuable than team building activities such as going to KTV to sing, eat, play games, travel, and climb mountains? After all, this is an effort for the future of mankind and for the purification of carbon dioxide.
Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but feel satisfied. He believed that these employees would definitely recognize his behavior. Meng Su took a deep breath and immediately looked at Qi Liao and Zhang Xiaqiu. He immediately raised his voice and shouted loudly, "All students, ahem, all the staff gather. Quick, hurry up and notify me." After hearing Meng Su's words, Qi Liao and Zhang Xiaqiu were indifferent.
But when Meng Su saw this, he immediately repeated his old tricks, at the cost of not being allowed to sleep with me at night.
Only then did Qi Liao and Zhang Xiaqiu take action. Go upstairs and notify other employees.
Vice President Jiang is responsible for notifying the human employees of the second business group, while Manager Qi is responsible for the zombie employees of the first business group. The division of labor is clear. Looking at Qi Liao and Zhang Xiaqiu's leaving figures, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. Then he suddenly heard a twitching sound. He was a little surprised. He turned his head and looked at the twitching last vicious dog Meng Xuanping of the security department. He couldn't help but suddenly he realized, oh, yes, you are here. You almost forgot if you didn't say anything. Yes. Compared with these two tasks, Meng Xuanping's thing seemed irrelevant and meaningless. But there's nothing going on now, so we can take a look at Meng Xuanping's changes. As soon as he thought about this, Meng Su took out a piece of huazi and lit it for himself.
In fact, Meng Su didn't like smoking.
He only took a few puffs occasionally because of the heavy work pressure.
Essentially to relieve stress.
After the end of the world, Meng Su had no pressure anymore, but there were no entertainment projects, so Meng Su would light one in his spare time and wait and see.
His Meng Xuanping was twitching crazily and his fangs were exposed.
It was obvious that Meng Xuanping was experiencing great pain and seemed to be undergoing a change. Soon, Meng Su saw that the beast in Meng Xuanping's body was awakening.
This is not an exaggeration, it is true. Roar!
The next moment, Meng Xuanping was on the ground on all fours, his eyes were fierce, his fangs were long, and he looked like an inexplicable dog. Name, Meng Xuanping, occupation, dog beast-type mutated zombie, position, dog, real dog, in the security department of the First Business Group of Peace Order Group Company, Limited.
Level 3, the small guild characters that appeared in front of Meng Su couldn't help but make Meng Su's eyes light up.
He couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction, feeling very good. Okay, now I'm really the dog of the security department.
Meng Su was very satisfied with this.
As for what effect it has, what other effects it can have, it must be more powerful, and dogs can bite people. I believe Meng Xuanping should be able to perfectly implement his responsibilities now and become the real dog in his position.
This is Meng Su's only expectation for Meng Xuanping.
When Meng Su saw this, he stretched himself and didn't pay much attention to Meng Xuanping. After all, for Meng Su, no matter how powerful Meng Xuanping is, it is all false, and Meng Su even doesn't really want to make Meng Xuanping and his zombie employees strong.
Meng Su has a clear mind and a strong spirit.
He naturally knows that his power over the zombie employees comes from his favorable opinion of 100.
If his zombie employees become stronger, wouldn't it be possible for them to threaten themselves?
Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of what happens. Meng Su wanted to prevent this from happening, so he would not easily give those evolutionary crystals to other zombie employees.
Woof woof woof, woof.
Meng Xuanping had completely transformed into a beast and began to roar at Meng Su. Meng Su's eyes were cold, and he just stared at Meng Xuanping coldly. Meng Xuanping immediately became scared and huddled in the corner, not daring to move. Seeing this, Meng Su snorted coldly, and then warned, I don't care if you are a human zombie or a dog zombie now, but you'd better continue to implement what I told you to do before.
If you dare to harm the employees of my company, then just wait for death.
After saying that, Meng Su flicked his sleeves and walked out the door.
He was going to drive the pickup truck full of roses and trees not far away.
Meng Su had already decided where to put the roses and trees.
It was the open space in the front yard of the company. With zombie corpses as fertilizer, they should be able to grow more vigorously, right?
Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction. The grand blueprint of the company was being planned in his mind.
On the 13th floor, after settling in his position, Wen Yuan was a little restrained.
Looking at the surrounding situation, he felt as if he was in another world.
This place didn't seem to be the kind of company similar to the umbrella company that he imagined. Everything in this company actually came from the chairman Meng Su. If Meng Su died and the zombie employees dispersed overnight, this so-called company would most likely fall apart.
In any case, this is the current situation, and Wen Yuan has seen everything clearly. Although Meng Su is crazy now and looks quite crazy. But in fact, everything Chairman Meng Su did can be analyzed logically.
For example,
as long as the company's order of peace and order is not violated, nothing will happen, and we can even live a stable life like in the past. Thinking of this, Wen Yuan couldn't help but feel that his arm was aching again. His left arm had been temporarily fixed by Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin, wrapped with 2 wooden boards and bandages, and barely fixed. After all, the conditions were difficult. Although Meng Su brought a medical kit back on this trip, there were not many such fixes.
Most of them were disinfectants, bandages and antibiotics, and there were not many things to deal with fractures. In this regard, Lao Taidao and Zhang Qin could only use the current situation to perform a simple fixation on Wen Yuan.
Wen Yuan took a deep breath. Just when he was exhausted and wanted to rest and sleep in this safe environment, he suddenly heard the door on the 13th floor being pushed open. When he heard the door being pushed open, Wen Yuan was obviously very nervous. He looked at the door nervously, fearing that a zombie would suddenly jump out from the door.
Zhang Luanping, Lao Taidao and others also looked over.
However, unlike Wen Yuan and other new employees, Zhang Luanping, Shen Zhaozhao and other old employees were not so surprised.
They were just a little surprised and didn't know what was going on.
It can be seen that this is the confidence that the peaceful order has brought to these old employees.
When Jiang Xiaoqiu appeared here, everyone's expression was instantly relaxed, and Zhang Luanping, who was very good at handling things, took the initiative to step forward and ask Jiang Xiaoqiu, "Mr. Jiang, do you have any instructions?" Although Zhang Luanping did not recognize Jiang Xiaoqiu as a zombie, he also knew that Jiang Xiaoqiu was the synonym of Meng Su. She represented Meng Su's will. After she came here, she must have something to do.
Jiang Xiaoqiu stared at Zhang Luanping coldly without saying a word, but the feeling of being stared at by Jiang Xiaoqiu's beautiful eyes made Zhang Luanping feel under great pressure, as if he was stared at by a poisonous snake.
He was sweating profusely and dared not move at all. President Jiang actually? Zhang Luanping was just a little terrified.
He took a deep breath and spoke more respectfully. Zhang Luanping had no idea what Jiang Xiaoqiu was going to do. And Lao Taitao was a little at a loss, not knowing how to face the Vice President Jiang Xiaoqiu, but at this moment, he suddenly saw the red in Jiang Xiaoqiu's pupils and was stunned for a moment.
Lao Taitao. What's going on, red eyes?
Although Lao Taitao had seen Jiang Xiaoqiu before, the scene was too complicated for him. He didn't dare to look at Jiang Xiaoqiu, the cold and beautiful woman, for fear of getting into trouble. This time, it was also an accidental discovery. After seeing this red color, Lao Taitao sweated even more.
Vice President Jiang, it turned out to be a zombie. Lao Taitao's breathing began to quicken.
He felt as if he had suddenly discovered some great secret, and the whole person fell into an inexplicable panic.
He had seen it in the laboratory.
The president of Nanjiang First Medical University is a reed zombie.
The president did not leave that night and worked diligently on duty at the school.
As a result, he turned into a zombie.
Although their faculty and staff were united, they only controlled a laboratory.
However, the president's temporary dormitory was very close to the laboratory, so they thought about rescuing the president at the first time, but the president was one of the first batch of zombies. After research, unlike the other first batch of zombies, the president's eyes are red. According to the test, the physical fitness of zombies with red eyes is more aggressive than that of zombies with gray eyes, and the physical fitness seems to be stronger than that of zombies with gray eyes. The preliminary judgment is that at the beginning of infection with the zombie virus, these red-eyed zombies suffered more zombie viruses than gray-eyed zombies, so there was such a difference. Thinking of this, Lao Taitao could only take a breath, not daring to say a word, but silently stepped back a few steps and shrank in the corner.
What can he say? Chairman Meng must have his reasons for doing this.
It has nothing to do with an ordinary infectious disease teacher like himself.
Vice President Jiang is so charming.
I don't know when I can become such a perfect person as Vice President Zhang. Zhang Qin sighed and felt that Vice President Zhang was handsome. In a vague way, Zhang Qin felt that Vice President Zhang looked familiar. He seemed to have seen him in a business magazine before.
Other people's reactions were different, and Zhang Luanping was sweating profusely now. Is Vice President Zhang dumb? Why doesn't he speak?
Zhang Luanping had no idea what Jiang Xiaoqiu wanted to do. Just when Zhang Luanping wanted to bite the bullet and continue asking, he saw Jiang Xiaoqiu suddenly raised his hand, glanced at everyone around him very stiffly, and then turned his head and pushed open the door. Zhang Luanping was stunned when he saw this scene, but his smart IQ immediately occupied the high ground.
He asked carefully, "Mr. Jiang, do you mean, let us go down with you?" Zhang Luanping could only think so. Of course, Zhang Luanping's ideas were also very conservative. Even if he misunderstood, he could just go downstairs to ask Chairman Meng.
Seeing this, Jiang Xiaoqiu went downstairs without any hesitation.
What could Zhang Luanping say when he saw the situation?
He quickly organized the people on the 13th floor and started to go downstairs.
Although he didn't know what to do, Zhang Luanping always felt uneasy. Gathering was not a difficult task.
In a moment, he had taken everyone downstairs. However, since coming to the Peace Order Company, the physical fitness of the employees here has been fully developed. After all, they have to climb up and down the stairs every day, and everyone will get physical exercise. The average physical fitness of the employees of the Peace Order Company is very good, and it didn't take much time to reach the first floor.
After arriving on the first floor, the zombie employees had already gathered.
What surprised Zhang Luanping and others was that Meng Xuanpeng, who had been guarding the door on the first floor, had become so weird now.
He didn't look like a human anymore.
This made Zhang Luanping feel extremely surprised, but he didn't feel too scared. It must be all Chairman Meng's doing, and Chairman Meng's decision must be right. Zhang Luanping calmed down and thought calmly in his heart. Thinking of this, Zhang Luanping calmed down.
Okay, everyone, be quiet. Meng Su was very satisfied when he saw all the employees under his command. He nodded immediately and said to everyone with a smile, "Everyone, the company has been established for so long, but we have never prepared for team building. It just so happens that while this chairman has not yet gone out for the third time, let's have a small event to promote friendship among colleagues, enhance the cohesion and sense of belonging of employees, and promote the construction of corporate culture. In short, our company's first team building is about to begin." Hearing Meng Su's words, the surrounding employees looked at each other. It's okay for zombie employees, they don't understand. When human employees heard the word team building, they subconsciously began to resist. The reason is also very simple. This team building has always been something that workers try their best to avoid. Everyone wants to spend a perfect weekend and have a good rest time. Who is willing to intrigue with colleagues in the company to make the boss happy? Workers' time is still very important. Wait. Why is it the end of the world, and we still need to have a team building? Good. Suddenly, when Yuan shouted loudly before Zhang Luanping. If it weren't for the injury on his hand, he would have applauded long ago. Not long ago, when Yuan had perfectly analyzed the true meaning of this peaceful order company, so he will follow Meng Su unswervingly and do whatever Meng Su says. Zhang Luanping looked at Wen Yuan in surprise, and was a little surprised. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. Damn, someone is here to take my position as the number one lackey. What a powerful competitor. However, Zhang Luanping was not in vain. He immediately applauded and shouted to Meng Su, "Mr. Meng, you are so wise and powerful. I am really happy about your decision, that's enough." Meng Su shook his head calmly. "I know I am very wise and powerful, but there is no need to keep talking about such well-known things. The content of our team building this time is to plant trees and flowers. The roses and saplings are on this big pickup truck. Everyone can move some and start planting. Plant them in front of the building. All employees of the first business group are responsible for vigilance. Once strange zombies appear, don't make a fuss if you can. Do you understand?" Meng Su's voice was sonorous and powerful. After hearing Meng Su's words, the employees were even more shocked. When Yuan took a deep breath and then said, "Mr. Meng is right. Planting trees is a very meaningful thing. We ordinary people should also contribute to the beautiful earth." Meng Su interrupted calmly, "You have a middle part, you are not an ordinary person at all." Wen Yuan. I am a little bit confused. Seeing this, Zhang Luanping started to move the flowers and began to prove with practical actions who was the boss's most important employee. "Your hand is broken, can you still beat me? Open the book." Soon, a massive tree planting campaign began. Chairman Meng also took the initiative to take a small shovel and started planting roses, looking very serious. Shen Zhaozhao quietly buried the soil next to Meng Su. While planting flowers, he whispered to Meng Su, "Mr. Meng, what is the purpose of planting flowers? I remember there are many potted plants on the 8th floor upstairs. If you want to enjoy the flowers, you can just move the potted plants on the 8th floor here." Meng Su looked up at Shen Zhaozhao and then casually said, "Why are you asking so many questions? Go plant your flowers. I can't tell you the important information that I want to plant pea shooter here, right? Shen Zhaozhao? Ha? Pea shooter?" Shen Zhaozhao was stunned for a moment. Plants versus zombies? "Sorry, there is only one chapter today. QAQ. The temperature in the capital is a little bit higher today, my tonsils are inflamed, and I feel dizzy and heavy. In addition, the capital is a bit dry, and I have had nosebleeds several times. I am not used to it. But I can't go home until the 16th. I will try to get 10,000 every day for the next 3 days. Sorry, have you heard? The chairman has been blessed by God and has been given the seeds of the pea shooter. Plant them on the lawn and the pea shooter will grow in a few days, isn't that right? It should be the corn cannon. With the chairman's level, what's the point of planting the pea shooter? Ha? Why did I hear that it was sunflowers? I heard that sunflowers will give little sons, and this little sun can also cure diseases. Your information is not accurate. I, Shen Zhaozhao, am the first-hand source of information. I tell you, it is the confusion mushroom. The zombies will be bewitched once they step on it." Listening to the low voices and the chattering around him, Wen Yuan felt a little magical. What's going on? What about the pea shooter, corn cannon, sunflower, and confusion mushroom? Aren't we planting roses? Wen Yuan took a look at the roses that had just been dug and planted, and couldn't help rubbing his eyes, and confirmed the roses in front of him again. Yes, it's a rose. No problem. He had no idea what was going on.
As a doctor of architecture, he specialized in agricultural architecture and had some knowledge of agriculture. Seeing this, he really didn't know what to say. He felt that all the knowledge he had learned before had been eaten by dogs, and his mood was extremely complicated. Meng Su was not interested in these rumors that he didn't know how they came out. He was just a little surprised. After all, there were only a few people in the company who could speak, so why were the rumors spreading more and more? Meng Su was deeply touched. He felt that being a boss really required attention to words, and that just a few words from him could cause ambiguity. Therefore, he should be more careful in his words and deeds in the future. Thinking of this, Meng Su cleared his throat, put down the shovel in his hand, stood up, and said to the employees around him, "Recently, there are rumors that I want to grow confusion mushrooms and sunflowers. Let me clarify here that I said pea shooters at the beginning." Hearing Meng Su's words, everyone was silent. Really grow pea shooters? Although they had been spreading rumors before, they were actually just chatting and did not really believe in such things. After all, there are no entertainment facilities now, so they can only kill time with such things. But they never expected that the news that they thought was a joke by Shin Zhaozhao was actually true. Chairman Mang actually said so. So, is this thing about planting pea shooters true? For a moment, everyone was a little shocked, and had no idea how this pea shooter should be presented. But soon, Zhang Luanping suddenly thought of Meng Su's strange and unusual brain circuit, and immediately had an idea that this pea shooter might be nonsense, but soon he hesitated again. Because Meng Su, what he said is true. If he said to wait for the traffic light, he would wait for the traffic light. In everyone's opinion, the behavior of waiting for the red light is rather absurd, but Meng Su did implement it. So, what about the pea shooter? Real or fake, true or false, it can only be said that they are now more and more mysterious about Meng Su, and it can even be said that they can't guess it at all. Mental patience, so scary. Zhang Luanping sighed silently in his heart, and he couldn't figure out what this pea shooter meant. However, just when Zhang Luanping was about to ask a question, he suddenly saw Chairman Meng's mouth slightly raised, and then suddenly a hearty laugh came out inexplicably, and the voice seemed very happy, as if he had encountered something happy. Seeing this scene, no one dared to speak, and only dared to lower their heads and hoe the ground silently. There was only the sound of grunting in front of the peace building. No one knew what Meng Su was laughing at, but they knew that they had no control over this matter. After all, everyone knew Chairman Meng's mental state, so there was no need to ask. Too scary. At this moment, a zombie suddenly wandered over from the surroundings. After seeing the team-building activity of peace and order, it immediately rushed over impatiently, roaring excitedly. Hearing this voice, all human employees felt very panicked in an instant, subconsciously looked up at the direction of the zombie, and began to retreat. Just when the zombie wanted to pounce, a black shadow suddenly flashed from the building, and the next moment the zombie was thrown directly to the ground, and then the sound of flesh and blood biting and a low whimper of unknown meaning were heard. The speed was so fast that it was jaw-dropping, and no one knew what happened. Ha! When everything settled, they found that the one who had just pounced on the zombie was Meng Xuanpeng, who had been tied on the first floor. Such a strong reaction speed made these human employees shudder, and the eyes looking at Meng Su became more respectful. If such terrifying zombies can be tamed by Mr. Meng, then Mr. Meng's strength is too terrifying. For a moment, everyone looked at the roses and saplings they had planted, and instantly became confident. Perhaps, they really planted pea shooters? It's just that now they are displayed in the form of roses and saplings to conceal their tracks? Thinking of this, Zhang Luanping became a little excited. He decided to take a risk every morning to water and fertilize these roses. Just when Zhang Luanping was so excited and thinking about watering the plants every day, he heard Meng Shila say happily, Okay, everyone has completed their tasks very well, I am very pleased. I hope everyone can continue to work hard in the future and participate in the team building. Go back and rest early, there will be a lucky draw for participating in the team building later. Hearing Meng Su's voice, Shin Zhaozhao instantly relaxed, and then chattered with Zhou Yani and walked upstairs, without giving way to Meng Dong at all. Seeing this scene, Zhang Luanping frowned and shook his head secretly at Shin Zhaozhao's EQ. Xiaoshin, what's wrong with you? Dare to walk in front of the chairman, right? Do you still have the chairman in your eyes? Do you still want to stay in the company? At the same time, Zhang Luanping also glanced at the new Wen Yuan. Wen Yuan walked very close to Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin, two new employees from medical universities, and humbly wanted to wait for Meng Su to leave first. In an instant, Zhang Luanping felt the gap between his enemy and my teammates. Damn it, how can I manage the workplace in the end times with a young man like Xiao Shun? Zhang Luanping has already planned to go back and teach Shin Zhaozhao. He now only hopes that Mr. Meng will not take these little things seriously. Meng Su really didn't care about these little things. He is now focused on completing the task, but even if he knows, it doesn't matter.
Don't ask, if you ask, there are not so many bad habits.
Oh! Look who is here, it turns out that our tree planting expert is here. You did a great job, knowing that planting trees is not just your business, but the business of all human beings on the earth. Improving the environment will not only greatly improve the working environment, but also greatly increase the immunity of the earth. Although the few small broken trees you planted are actually not very useful, but dripping water wears away the stone, and a little accumulation makes a lot.
Task completed, task rating, perfect.
Get task rewards, cash plus 120,000, distributable experience points plus 30, distributable attribute points plus 1, points plus 20. Soon after this gilded small word appeared, another line of gilded small words appeared in front of Meng Su.
This team building was a complete success. Employees are speculating on the purpose of this team building.
The topic mainly revolves around the pea shooter.
The cohesion of the company and the granularity between employees have been greatly improved. Please pay attention to the term pea shooter.
What may happen in the company next may be related to the pea shooter.
At the same time, I would like to remind you of one thing. The company seems to be slowly emerging into two factions. There seems to be some unfamiliarity between old and new employees. The art of checks and balances is a very good knowledge.
As the chairman, you should cause healthy competition between factions in the company, which will make the company develop better and better. Of course, if the competition is too fierce, it may lead to some things that no one wants to see.
Task completed, current task rating, normal. Task rewards, cash plus 50,000, distributable experience points plus 10, distributable attribute points plus 1, points plus 10.
Seeing the task rewards he received, Meng Su was quite calm and did not react too much. He just opened the experience value panel and directly allocated 50 points of distributable experience points to the trainee clerk for upgrading. Upgraded successfully, your professional trainee clerk level has been upgraded. Because the accumulated level has reached 3, you will automatically become a clerk level 3.
Please be informed.
As a clerk who has been regularized and is considered an old employee in a large company, the skill of slacking off can easily be discovered by the leader. Therefore, old employees are divided into two extremes. One is the king of rolling, working hard every day, the other is fishing in troubled waters, and the main focus every day is leisure and health.
What kind of employee will you be?
You get 0.5 points of spirit bonus. You get professional skills, king of slacking off.
Please note that your current profession is a branch profession.
If you upgrade the skill Long Liver King, this skill slow work can never be upgraded to level 1. Conversely, Long Liver King can never be upgraded to level 1. Looking at the lines of small words that appeared, Meng Su was also focused and continued to choose to add points. Add points. I want to add 2 points of freely allocated attributes to the spirit.
Allocation successful, your current spirit value is 19 points. Meng Su now understands.
This attribute point can be accumulated through career upgrades in the early stage, so that it can be upgraded faster. As the attribute value gets higher and higher, the attribute points increased by career upgrades are not enough, and attribute points should be used to upgrade.
This is the normal process.
Thinking of this, Meng Su couldn't help but feel mixed emotions, not knowing how much he had lost before.
But it doesn't matter. It's not too late to realize it from now on. After all, people can't always live in the past and be consumed by the spirit. Rejecting mental consumption starts with me. As for becoming a formal clerk, ask yourself what kind of employee you want to be? Humph. Meng Su sneered, I'm the boss, what kind of employee am I?
Work hard. When you are working at night or when a task is about to end, your energy will double and you will be full of energy. Slow down, for some time-limited tasks assigned to you, you will get 50% extra time extension. These two tasks appeared in front of Meng Su, but Meng Su did not improve them immediately, although he still had 4 useless skill points. It would be better to wait until something really happens before choosing to use skill points. Meng Su thought in his heart. As for the warm reminder of the task when completing the team building task, Meng Su didn't take it seriously at all.
What unexpected things will happen that no one wants to see?
I'm just going to fire, or kill a dragon to see who dares to cause trouble.
Chairman Meng is not a man of faith.
If anyone among his employees really wants to sow discord, then let him die. After doing this, Meng Su couldn't help but relax, and then looked at Li Xiang who was standing aside stupidly, and said casually, "Go up and bring me a chair, preferably one that can shake."
"Master Chair, do you understand?"
After hearing Meng Su's words, Li Xiang stood there blankly, seemingly unable to understand Meng Su's order.
Seeing Li Xiang's appearance, Meng Su suddenly understood. He patted his head and took out the power-type red evolutionary crystal. After shaking it in front of Li Xiang, he said to Li Xiang, "What is this? Do you want it? If so, go quickly.
I have already said that you have done 99.9% of the credit, and you can exchange it for evolution crystals immediately.
Go now."
After seeing the red evolutionary crystal, Li Xiang's eyes lit up for a moment, and he immediately went up to find a chair for Meng Su. It didn't even take 5 minutes, but Meng Su saw Li Xiang moving an old man who used to be responsible for cooking in the cafeteria on the second floor. The uncle's rattan chair was brought over and placed in front of Meng Su, and then he looked forward to it.
Very contradictory. This is a zombie, showing such a human attitude is really amazing. However, since Li Xiang tried his best, Meng Su couldn't say much.
He just laughed and encouraged Li Xiang, "Okay, congratulations on getting 9 gold coins now. You only need 10 gold coins to exchange for 0.1% of contribution progress, you are only 1 gold coin short. You must work hard." Among so many zombie employees, Jiang Xiaqiu has a flat chest and a small brain, Qi Liao has a big chest and no brains, and Qi Wei is shameless and shameless.
As for Zhao Zilai, Zhang Wei, Meng Xuanping and others, they are not worth mentioning.
I think you have a good chance of becoming the director of the first business group in the future. After saying that, Meng Su waved his hand, "Okay, you can go back and play." Li Xiang was stunned by Meng Su. He had no idea what was going on and could only walk back in a daze. Looks quite happy. Seeing Li Xiang's performance, Meng Su couldn't help but shook his head. "I still want to be the director of the first business group. Let's wait and see when I can see through my first deception of Dafa." Then, Meng Su looked at Qi Liao and Jiang Xiaqiu, who were standing behind him, like 2 door gods, and then said seriously, "The zombies I am most optimistic about are always you two Kuga. Come on, I believe you will be able to, it will get better. Okay, I'm going to take a nap, and if there are any zombies nearby, you can just deal with them." After saying that, Meng Su lay down on the wicker chair and came over. While gently rocking the wicker chair, he felt the sunshine brought by it, closed his eyes, and at the same time opened his perfect life system.
Open the points mall.
Meng Su thought calmly in his heart. It has been a long time since he opened the points mall, and now his points have reached 121 points. Meng Su believes that the points mall must have refreshed a lot of new good things. When he opened the points mall and took a look, Meng Shula was happy. There are indeed a lot more good things. In particular, something called a small human-powered generator was really what Meng Su needed most.
A track can generate electricity as long as people walk on it. Okay. After Meng Su saw this thing, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. He planned to change one to try the water first, 60 points for one.
I can exchange for 2, but don't rush it yet. Meng Su was very calm and continued to look at other products. After reaching 100 points, the items in exchange are quite dazzling. For example, super bubblegum, glasses worn by someone, and a random mission. All in all, there are a lot of things, but for the current Meng Su, they are not of much use.
Let's change to a small human-powered generator first. Meng Su was very calm and chose to redeem this. Once there is electricity, everything will be different. After all, one of the great things about this thing is that there are resources available everywhere. Zombies are tireless. Let the zombies generate electricity for themselves, and then you can use the elevator and turn on the lights in the future. With the availability of electricity, I believe the work progress of employees in the company will be greatly accelerated. The exchange is successful and will be temporarily saved for you. You can withdraw it at a certain location within 12 hours. After 12 hours, the item will automatically appear in front of you. Meng Su nodded and immediately opened the lottery channel again. Bad, common, good, legendary. For lottery methods are shining brightly. Poor quality lottery, 10,000 cash each time. Ordinary lottery, 1 point once. Excellent lottery, 10 points each time. Legendary lottery, 100 points once. Meng Su decided to do something big and give out 10 consecutive poor quality lottery draws. When you have money, you just have to squander it. The lottery was successful. Yuanibo Pure Water X5, Black Elephant Instant Noodles X3, Exquisite Secretary OL Uniform X1, and a pistol used in a certain drama, Pure Prop. Meng Su. 100,000 yuan wasted.
It seems that I have to try again when I draw 1 or 200 times in a row. And Meng Su did not hesitate and chose the excellent lottery again. Choose to use 10 points to draw a lottery to test the water. With the consumption of 10 points, the next moment, the roulette will turn. Soon, a golden light appeared in front of Meng Su. The lottery was successful. You got a chance to participate in the Magic City Internet Conference. There, you may have a new adventure.
Meng Su? You, let me, go to the Magic City now? Are you sick? There is another update 10 points for such a thing. Meng Su's good mood was ruined. He originally planned to bask in the sun on the rattan chair, looking at the super good things he won in the lottery, and then be happy, as if he was on the beach in Hawaii, feeling happy. But now, all the good moods were ruined.
Go back.
Meng Su yawned and casually said to Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Laya.
Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Laya naturally had no doubts, and immediately followed Meng Su and returned to the building with Meng Su. But just when Meng Su was about to return to the building, he suddenly realized something, turned around abruptly, and looked towards the dormitory building. There, it seemed that something was watching him. Thinking of this, Meng Su shook his head and ignored it. No matter what kind of monsters or survivors, hiding in the dark and peeping at him like this proved his tyranny. He was not willing to care about anything with these guys in the dark. However, this feeling gave Meng Su some new ideas. It seems that we still have to take down the dormitory building and occupy the entire park.
Meng Su thought calmly. After all, there are actually 2 buildings in the Science and Technology Innovation Building. Meng Su is in Building A, and there is another Building B opposite.
After Buildings A and B, there are 12 6-story residential buildings, but they have all been bought out by nearby companies and converted into dormitory buildings, with 45 people living in one room.
Adding the shops on the surrounding streets, the entire park is actually quite large. The first step is to dominate the Science and Technology Innovation Park.
Turn this place into your own base and build a barbed wire fence. Thinking of this, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then returned to the building. But just after Meng Su returned, in the dormitory building hundreds of meters away, a man who looked haggard and listless was holding a telescope, watching Meng Su's every move. His eyes were full of bloodshot. But looking at Meng Su's condition, it can be said that his face was full of shock. To be honest, because the dormitory building and the Science and Technology building are too far apart, the man did not see what happened in the Science and Technology building before.
His main response was still from the zombies in the dormitory building. Now that he is settled down, he began to use a telescope to observe the surroundings, and happened to see the picture of Meng Su lazily basking in the sun, which immediately stunned him.
What is going on? This picture of basking in the sun is actually not as warm, positive, and upbeat as Meng Su imagined, but reveals a weird feeling.
From the perspective of this bystander, everything is completely different.
He only saw a man lying on a rattan chair, and around the man, countless zombie corpses collapsed on the ground, with blood all over the ground.
Behind the man, there are 2 charming beauties.
And in the open space in front of the man, it is full of flowers.
It is too far away to see what flowers are.
But this scene really shocked the man.
Shouldn't this be a doomsday survival? Why does it feel like he is on vacation? The man didn't know how to describe his mixed feelings.
He just felt that his survival for the past week was really a waste of time.
Brother Chen, didn't you see someone? Should we go find him and join him?
At this moment, an excited voice came from behind the man. A little fat man was looking at the man excitedly, as if he was very excited about this matter.
We have a lot of instant noodles now. If we use instant noodles to join them, they shouldn't refuse us.
After hearing the little fat man's voice, the man took a deep breath and shook his head, with a little fear in his eyes. Forget it, I think that person is a little weird. It seems not simple, maybe more terrifying than zombies, and even has other problems. In the end times, this kind of person is much more terrifying than zombies. These instant noodles are enough for the 2 of us to eat for another month, and your body can also withstand hunger for several days. Wait a minute, and believe that if you persist, there will always be a turning point. The man's voice was firm.
He didn't ask for help from Meng Su, only fear. I don't even want to face Meng Su.
In his opinion, it's best not to easily contact anyone or anything that looks very strange.
The warm-hearted Lao Wang in their dormitory was bitten because he cared about another roommate.
From then on, Lao Chen knew that if he encountered something that had nothing to do with him and looked very wrong.
Don't care.
I want to fly to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun, and the world will change with me. Meng Su hummed a little song and went upstairs to chat with his employees and ask if any of them knew about electricity. After all, the arrival of the generator is not everything. The most important thing is to connect the generator to the entire company's power system, otherwise the generator is useless.
And it happened. Meng Su doesn't know.
Going up to the 13th floor, Meng Su pushed the door open and found that the employees who were still whispering suddenly stood up, and were very reserved to Meng Su, and shouted, "Hello, Mr. Meng.
Don't be so nervous, everyone is a part of the company, I'm just the head of our company."
Meng Su spoke with a smile, stretched out his hand, asked the somewhat reserved little girl Zhang Wenqi to come over, then touched her head and took out a lollipop. "I picked it up at the mall."
After seeing the lollipop, Zhang Wenqi's eyes suddenly lit up.
In the past, things like lollipops were available as much as you wanted.
But now everything is different. Sugar is a scarce resource, and eating it is a good snack. Thank you, Uncle Meng.
Zhang Wenqi's little mouth is very sweet, as if it has been smeared with honey. It is really smeared with honey.
Okay. Meng Su was very pleased, and then asked, "Wenqi, how have you been studying recently? How was Teacher Shin's teaching?"
After saying that, Meng Su looked at Shin Zhaozhao again.
Unexpectedly, Shin Zhaozhao did not flinch.
He puffed up his chest proudly, which was bigger than Zhang Xiaqiu and smaller than Qi Laya.
He seemed to be very confident in Zhang Wenqi's achievements.
Zhang Wenqi licked the lollipop and said, "Very good. I have learned a lot of classical Chinese articles recently. I have benefited a lot from studying those excellent articles in ancient times." It seems that Zhang Wenqi is also very proud.
Yo, so powerful?
Meng Su couldn't help but be a little surprised, then he smiled and said, "Then I'll test you." After hearing Meng Su's words, all the adults present looked nervously at the situation here, wanting to see if anything special would happen.
In particular, Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yani were engrossed.
On the one hand, it's because Dong Meng always takes things by surprise, and on the other hand, it's because this is his own child after all. Thinking that Shin Zhaozhao was a top student in Chinese language and literature after all, Meng Su thought about it and prepared to proceed step by step, so he asked, "How should I translate the sentence 'wealth and honor should not forget each other'?"
Zhang Wenqi did not hesitate and immediately translated, "When you have money, don't forget each other like dogs."
Shin Zhaozhao showed a surprised smile, while the smiles of Zhang Luanping and Zhou Yani gradually disappeared.
As for the others, do they have anything to do with them? Just be happy and that's it. Meng Su?
After Meng Su took a deep breath, he continued to ask, "Then let me test you again. What does he who eats a horse does not know that it can run 1,000 miles, but eats it means?" The questions he asked were all about junior high school classical Chinese, not beyond the outline. Zhang Wenqi heard this and said with some hesitation, "The person who ate the horse didn't know it was a 1,000-mile horse, so he ate it."
Meng Su?
After Meng Su took a deep breath, he said to the little girl, "What about the last question? If your parents are here, if you don't travel far, you will have a good way?" Zhang Wenqi said firmly, "Your parents are in my hands.
You can't run away. Even if you run away, I will still have a way to catch you."
As soon as these words came out, everyone in the audience fell silent. Meng Su looked at Shin Zhaozhao, and Shin Zhaozhao also looked at Meng Su awkwardly and laughed twice. "Well, Mr. Meng, actually I haven't taught this yet."
"There is a misunderstanding, no need to say more."
Meng Shuyu said to Shin Zhaozhao earnestly, "Xiaoshun, it seems that we need to strengthen the construction of education in the future.
If you can't do it, you should tell me earlier. I will go out and bring the dog up to teach, and I can still teach. It's pretty good."
Shin Zhaozhao opened his mouth, seemingly unconvinced, and wanted to explain that he really didn't care about his own affairs, but then he thought of Meng Su's heroic appearance, and immediately fell silent. He said to Meng Su, "What Meng Su said is that it must be strengthened. Wenqi, you can ask Team Leader Lao and Deputy Team Leader Zhang for more advice in the future. Lao Taitao and Zhang Qin, you two can also impart more medical knowledge to everyone in your free time, so as to avoid being
unable to provide first aid if something happens. Xiaowen, what are you doing? You have also been a vice president.
I believe you should have a set of management policies to coordinate the work of various managers." Meng Su came up with a set of eloquent talks. What leader comes and doesn't make some speeches of his own?
Dr. Meng is so right.
When Yuan nodded immediately and agreed with Meng Su's words, "Chairman Meng, your words have really effectively empowered the team and strengthened the company's ecology. The clever arrangements of the top-level design have made the employees more and more energetic. The team cohesion has been significantly improved. You are really a good example for all of us."
Meng Su?
Wan Yuan was indeed a person who had been the vice president. Meng Su was shocked by his great reasoning.
Well said. Meng Su nodded and praised, "I didn't expect you to have such ability. From now on, you will be responsible for writing articles to flatter me. Ahem, you will be responsible for publishing company newspapers from now on. 1 yuan is a high-level talent.
But unfortunately, Meng Su's current company is too small to mobilize human resources to display 1 yuan's talents.
So let 1 yuan shine in his current position.
Hearing Meng Su's words, 1 yuan's eyes lit up, and he quickly patted his chest and promised that he would not disappoint Meng Dong's expectations.
After all the arrangements were made, Meng Su nodded with satisfaction, and then asked, "Okay, let me ask, does anyone know about electricity?"
As soon as these words came out, everyone shook their heads.
I really don't understand this. Although some people know a little bit about it, who knows how much Mr. Meng needs to know about electricity? Judging from Dong Meng's current mental state, maybe he wants to call for wind and rain, drive thunder and lightning?
If he really stepped forward and Director Meng said, "I have a grudge against Manager Wang from the company next door, please quickly summon the divine thunder to kill him."
Wouldn't it be embarrassing?
Seeing that no one came forward, Meng Su felt a little regretful and shook his head. "Forget it, you guys play by yourselves, I'll bring you some poker and mahjong to kill time."
After that, Meng Su was about to turn around and leave.
At this moment, Zhang Qin's voice suddenly appeared in Meng Su's ears. Meng Dong, you said during the team building that there would be a lottery after the end." Hearing this, Meng Su turned around and found that Zhang Qin raised her slender little hand and spoke weakly. Hearing Zhang Qin say this, Meng Su remembered that there was such a thing, and immediately said, "Oh, yes, you wait a moment." Meng Su walked out of the floor. After Meng Su left, everyone's eyes turned to Zhang Qin. Lao Taidao looked at his students helplessly and said to Zhang Qin, "Xiao Zhang, next time, Meng Dong will forget about this kind of thing. Don't remind me." Zhang Qin was a little confused. She was a clear-headed and foolish college student. After she came to the company, she was not as thoughtful as 1 yuan, nor as cautious as the teacher, and even less like the old employees. She was full of novelty about all this. After all, this was exactly the same as her imagined work. "I thought that after becoming a medical student, I would work in a hospital in the future. I didn't expect that I could join such a company, go to team building with the boss, plant flowers, etc. If it weren't for the background of the doomsday, then all this would be too great." Therefore, after hearing Meng Su say the word lottery, Zhang Qin kept talking about it all the way. Just now, seeing that Meng Su seemed to have forgotten about it, she mustered up the courage to remind him. "Teacher, Mr. Meng is a good person, you think too much, right?" Zhang Qin said that she didn't quite understand the teacher's cautiousness. She felt that Meng Su was a good person, but he was a little absent-minded and his thinking was too active. "No problem." Seeing Zhang Qin say this, Lao Taitao hesitated. He wanted to talk about the red eyes, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. There was nothing to say, just keep it clear, maybe Mr. Meng likes it this way? Soon, Meng Su came back with a box in his hand, which contained a lot of paper balls. "Okay, one for each of you, come and draw." Seeing that Meng Su really started the lottery, everyone was overjoyed and hurried forward to draw the lottery. "Congratulations, third prize. A bottle of Ebo mineral water. You are also a bottle of mineral water. Wow! You are better, second prize, you will get my autograph." After distributing them, 1 yuan found that the note in his hand said first prize, and he was immediately ecstatic. Then he took the initiative to step forward and smiled at Meng Su. "Mr. Meng, I am Xiaoan, I won the first prize." "Oh, first prize." Meng Su glanced at 1 yuan, and then smiled. "Okay, senior intellectuals. First prize requires senior intellectuals like you. The prize is outside the door, it is a small artificial generator, and the first prize is the opportunity to install this generator into the power system. How about it, this is a new challenge, right? 1 yuan? Ha?" 1 yuan was confused. The third prize is mineral water, the second prize is an autograph, and the first prize is an opportunity to work overtime. The reverse draw? I suggest connecting to the elevator first and fix the elevator. Meng Su said calmly, and then said, "Okay, you guys go play, I'll go to the office to work, come upstairs to find me if you have anything." After that, Meng Su left the floor and went upstairs to work. Great, killing 2 birds with 1 stone, now the engine is arranged. Next, after they are settled, I will assign the zombies to run at their workstations. Meng Su was very satisfied. After arriving at the top floor office, Meng Su sat on the leather sofa, enjoying life, looking at the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in Qiliao, Jiang Xiaqiu, feeling that this is really a bit of a perfect life. If you ignore the wandering zombies outside the floor-to-ceiling windows and the burning building in the distance. Meng Su suddenly thought of something, and said to Jiang Xiaqiu and Qi Liao, "By the way, I drew a set of OL uniforms, you see you." Before he finished speaking, Meng Su shook his head and denied his idea. Qi Liao is open-minded, and will expand and even burst. Jiang Xiaqiu, on the other hand, couldn't hold it up. "Forget it, I won't let you wear it." Meng Su shook his head, and then he realized, he, the chairman, didn't seem to have anything to do. Ha! Meng Su felt bored, yawned, and decided to take a nap. This nap lasted for the whole afternoon. When Meng Su woke up, it was already dusk. I didn't know how long it had been, but judging from the sky, it should be time to get off work. Okay, get off work. Meng Su yawned, patted the company's door casually, and said unintentionally, "Punch out of get off work." Punch in successfully, get points +1. Meng Su. These days, I seem to have forgotten this. Damn, I even forgot to punch in. Meng Su woke up all of a sudden, but since things have come to this, he should eat first. Go home and sleep. Meng Su left the office and walked downstairs. He happened to see Zhang Luanping walking upstairs, and immediately said, "Old Zhang, what's the matter with you?" After Zhang Luanping knocked down Meng Su, he was a little surprised, and immediately replied respectfully, "Mr. Meng, I have an idea that I want to communicate with you." "But where are you going with Vice President Zhang and Manager Qi, but what do you want to do?" "Did I go downstairs to give a lecture?" "By the way, Mr. Meng, we found a bed of Simmons that hasn't been opened yet. Do you want to send it to you upstairs?" "Why are you sending me upstairs? That's weird. I don't sleep in the office." "Zhang Luanping? Don't sleep here? Then you want to?" Meng Su yawned and said casually, "Isn't it time to get off work? I just bought a house in the spring breeze yesterday. I will go home and sleep after get off work." "Zhang Luanping? Ah? After get off work, go home and sleep?" Zhang Luanping felt that he had heard wrongly. Director Meng built a defense system with zombie employees as a defense system, and after clearing most of the safe areas around zombies, he actually said he wanted to go home and sleep? For a moment, Zhang Luanping felt that he was messy in the wind.